Chapter 1. Purgatory according to legend. When the sun descends, malevolent spirits emerge to devour the living yet. There are hunters of these fiends who slay them, safeguarding humanity. The night is enveloped in silence, with moonlight cascading like water. A hazy mist blankets the mountains, and within the depths of the dark forest, a hoarse wailing echoes, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere amidst the stillness. In the early hours of dawn, three men, strikingly similar in appearance, kneel before a gravestone. Weeping inconsolably, their relentless sobbing raises concerns for their well-being, and their heart-wrenching display of tears and snot evokes sorrow in those who witness it. One man, a middle-aged figure with long, golden-red hair streaked with color, possesses a heroic gaze accentuated by his raised eyebrows, his head resembling that of Pikachu. He mourns the death of his wife. Another, younger man, bears an uncanny resemblance, also with long, golden-red hair and a similarly striking demeanor, grieves the loss of his mother. The youngest among them, a boy with the same features, weeps for his mother. As well behind these three, a young girl stands, her eyes a dim shade of crimson, her countenance still youthful and innocent. She gazes silently at the inscription on the gravestone, which reads "Grave of the Fiery, soul." Her flowing, fiery red hair cascades nearly to her feet, dancing in the breeze like a blazing inferno, imparting an unusual sense of purity. Though they all mourn the same mother, she bears no resemblance to Pikachu. The Purgatory family has long been renowned for their legacy of slaying demons, hailing from the prestigious lineage of the Flame Pillar. Yet, just yesterday, the swordsmen of the Purgatory clan, who have borne the name of the Flame Pillar for generations, found themselves shattered. The woman had succumbed to illness, leaving the sword-wielding family feeling utterly powerless. Their blades could vanquish demons, but could not save their dearest. Despite being the mightiest swordsmen in the vicinity, despite the mastery of techniques passed down through centuries, and despite having slain thousands of fiends, their beloved mother was taken by a mere ailment. The three grown men weep inconsolably, while the youngest, the red-haired girl, stands silently in the background. Her full name is Rengoku Hoyozi, and it has been 8 years since she was reborn into this world. Memories of her past life have begun to blur, yet she faintly recalls being tragically caught in a malfunctioning escalator at a mall, leading to her demise. Then, she was transported and reborn, now the youngest daughter of the illustrious Rengoku family within this world, reminiscent of Demon Slayer. Perhaps even the divine felt pity for her tragic end, unable to bear witness to such suffering. Finally, the weary-looking blond man ceased his weeping, slowly turning his head to fix a hollow, vacant gaze upon the red-haired girl. Hoyozi inherited not only her mother's beauty, but also the indomitable spirit characteristic of the Rengoku lineage. Her red hair and brows symbolize her birthright, as if she were destined to carry the flame, truly embodying the essence of the Purgatory daughter. Compared to her, these several robust men appeared merely as a comical Pikachu. Fire Hiko, Ryuka has departed for a distant place, and we shall never meet again. She can no longer feed you or keep you company at night. Mother is no longer with us, so if you feel the urge to weep, come into your father's embrace and cry. After uttering these poignant words, the head of the Rengoku family and the current Flame Hashira, Rengoku Shinjuro, opened his arms and gazed sorrowfully at Fire Hiko. However, contrary to his expectations of distress and tears, his daughter did not rush into his arms for a heartfelt weep. In Shinjuro's view, the young girl's serene expression gradually twisted into one of extreme disdain and aversion, ultimately settling into a peculiar gaze akin to that one might reserve for maggots. After kneeling before the gravestone for an entire day and night, the Rengoku family finally set off down the mountain, returning to their residence. Nestled near a pristine lake, a charming and expansive courtyard stood, adorned with exquisite red bricks and white tiles in a classical style. This was the Rengoku family estate, where every illustrious Flame Hashira of generations past had wielded their blades and honed their skills. Upon returning home, Rengoku Shinjuro wore a stiff expression, trembling as he prepared meals in the kitchen. When Ryuka was alive, Fire Hiko had shown him indifference. Yet now that Ryuka was gone, her disdain had intensified. How could she regard her own father with such eyes? He could hardly fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of his petite 80-year-old daughter, who never played with the other children in town. In the courtyard blooming with peach blossoms, a young man with flowing golden hair vigorously wielded a long sword, exhaling wisps of scorching flames with each breath. As his sword dance heated the air, the waters of the nearby pond seemed to boil, ripples expanding across the surface from a distance of several meters. Fire Hiko sat on a swing in the pavilion, swaying her snow-white legs. It was her first time witnessing her elder brother's tempestuous sword dance, indicating a profound emotional upheaval. Rengoku Kyojuro, the eldest son of the Rengoku family, typically exhibited a composed and steady swordsmanship. Yet today he appeared rather chaotic. Even so, the surging heat swept through the air, lifting Fire Hiko's long hair and skirt, exuding an unprecedented fierce or a little sister. Do you not feel sorrow over our mother's absence? Suddenly, Kyojuro shouted towards the back, his booming voice echoing throughout the courtyard. Fire Hiko slightly turned her head away, adopting an expression that suggested she did not wish to respond. Moments later, the tall, golden-haired man ceased his sword dance, and the surrounding searing air dissipated, leaving the tranquil courtyard adorned only with scattered peach blossoms. He approached Hwazi with a sword in hand, a smile gracing his face as he gently patted her on the head. Indeed, you must be feeling quite sorrowful, yearning to cry if you wish to weep. Then let your tears flow freely. Bang! A forceful kick struck his calf, eliciting a hearty laugh from Rengoku Kyojuro, while Hwazi, in turn, clutched her ankle in indignation. It was said that humans have their limits, yet the muscles of these swordsmen were nearly forged from steel. I shall depart tomorrow. Little sister, please keep this safe for me. Unfazed by the girl's stubbornness, Kyojuro discreetly placed an ancient-feeling tome into her hands. Fuming with frustration, Hwazi glanced down, her exquisite scarlet pupils widening in astonishment. She cast a wary glance towards the kitchen. Their father, engrossed in his cooking, remained oblivious. Thus, she nonchalantly tucked the book into her skirt. The cover bore the emblem of flame, revealing the Rengoku family's centuries-old breath of flame, a technique of 9 forms. Chapter 2. 7 years for many years, Rengoku Shinjuro, as the Flame Hashira, fought tirelessly against demons, leaving little time for family, let alone teaching his children. Meanwhile, his eldest son, Kyojuro, had self-taught the breath of flame solely from this book, and had since joined the Demon Slayer Corps as a demon-hunting swordsman. He was a true prodigy, his talent surpassing that of the Rengoku lineage. By the time his father, Shinjuro, recognized his prowess, they stood shoulder to shoulder, with only the title of Flame Hashira separating them. After their mother's passing, devoid of attachments, Kyojuro wished to leave the sorrowful place behind, entrusting this irreplaceable gift to another. Considering his younger brother, Senjuro, lacked any aptitude for swordsmanship, Kyojuro ultimately decided that the enigmatic Hwazi would inherit it. However, he could not let their father know he would never permit Hwazi to tread the blood-soaked path of a swordsman. The conditions for a naturally fragile and delicate woman to become a swordsman were exceedingly harsh, with survival rates far inferior to that of men. Yet, Kyojuro could not suppress the desires of his heart. He yearned to witness and confirm the moment when his little sisterno, Rengoku Hwazi, grasped a sword. There resided a flame demon within her, the breath of flame, the most formidable breathing technique among swordsmen. If overused, can lead to severe burns to the heart and lungs, shortening one's lifespan, causing disabilities, and leading to infertility. I'm sorry, mother, but I must break our pact, for you were the one to shatter it first. In a chamber suffused with the fragrance of youth, a red-haired girl knelt gracefully upon the large bed, her hands delicately cradling the book. The cover, facing the entrance, features a heavy yellow tome inscribed with the phrase, 1001 Nights with Muzan-Kibutsuji, a book capable of rendering humans speechless and bringing tears to demons. The narrative unfolds the tale of the demon king, Muzan-Kibutsuji, who, in a twist of fate, undergoes a transformation into a delicate female figure, subjected to relentless bullying and mockery by the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. As the ranks of the Hashira have evolved, several volumes of this work have emerged, garnering considerable acclaim among human swordsmen, flying off the shelves with remarkable fervor. Do not misconstrue this. Kyojuro Rengoku is certainly not indulging in lewdness. Within this book lies interspersed the genuine text on the breath of flames that she aspires to study. Thus, even if discovered by her elder brother or father, she could easily deflect their inquiries with the pretext of perusing this book, leaving no room for suspicion. The original breath of flames comprises 8 fundamental techniques. After countless generations of transmission, Kyojuro's grandfather's grandfather devised the ultimate 9th technique, embodying the family's legacy in the name of Rengoku. This technique stands as the most formidable and terrifying swordsmanship known yet. For the current Kyojuro, such mastery feels exceedingly distant. She must begin her journey with the most rudimentary and straightforward first technique. Little sister, why are you still awake at this late hour? A while Kyojuro remained oblivious to the world outside. Engrossed in her studies, a golden-haired boy with a hairstyle reminiscent of Pikachu entered the room. His words faltered mid-sentence as his gaze froze upon the book clutched in the young girl's hands. 1001 Nights with Muzan-Kibutsuji. What on earth? Kyojuro, Senjuro stammered, Momentarily lost for words, even he had never perused such a book. Why was his 80-year-old sister engrossed in it so intently? He had anticipated her flustered denial. You misunderstood. However, the red-haired girl, seated on the bed, merely gazed down at him with a look of pity that seemed to say, "Ha! A virgin." With a soft click, Senjuro quietly closed the door, his innocent heart suffering a profound blow once the bothersome presence had departed. Kyojuro nonchalantly resumed her reading. For an average swordsman, mastering sword techniques solely through reading is a fanciful notion, mere theory devoid of practical experience and physical conditioning. It is akin to presenting you, reclining on your bed with a novel, a genuine manual of the sunflower secrets. Would you truly be able to learn it? No, right? Yet Kyojuro Rengoku achieved this feat through the power of reading. He grasped the techniques, subsequently honing his skills through rigorous combat, surpassing the combat prowess of his forebears. If his elder brother could accomplish it, Kyojuro believed she might also succeed, especially since the villagers proclaimed her the reincarnation of the flame demon. Since her birth, her body temperature has consistently hovered above 40 degrees Celsius, never once dropping, and she has never felt discomfort such a temperature capable of incinerating an ordinary person, appeared to serve as her protective talisman, rendering her body impervious to ailments, with her skin perpetually radiating warmth akin to fire. Hua-zi, of the Rengoku lineage, firmly believed that her rebirth within the Rengoku household must bear some connection to the breath of flames first and foremost. The breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire. 7 years later time flowed swiftly, and it had been 7 years since the passing of Rengoku's mother. The Rengoku family now comprised 4 members. Father, Rengoku Shinjuro, the former Flame Hashira, whose hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to Pikachu.The son. Rengoku Kyojuro, the current Flame Hashira, sharing the same Pikachu-like hairstyle. Second son, Rengoku Senjuro, lacking the talent for swordsmanship, also sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Pikachu's youngest daughter. Rengoku Hua-zi, with her crimson hair and eyebrows, possessing an air of refinement and gentility, exuding warmth and charm, regal yet aloof, dignified and graceful, certainly not resembling Pikachu in the slightest. The Rengoku residence contained a chamber imbued with the delicate fragrance of a young maiden, furnished with a soft bed, elegantly crafted chairs, and a beautifully embroidered vanity mirror. The decor leaned towards a traditional Japanese style, featuring antiquated wooden furnishings, reminiscent of scenes often depicted in period dramas. In the corner of the room, a woman clad in a modest nightgown sat before the vanity, diligently attending to her flowing crimson locks. Her ample bosom strained against her attire, necessitating careful placement upon the vanity to avoid discomfort. Adjusting her collar, Rengoku Hua-zi sighed in resignation. It seemed she would soon need to procure new garments, uncertain if suitable sizes remained in this town. Time had elapsed, transforming the once delicate girl into a figure of exquisite beauty, with alluring curves that garnered widespread admiration. Drip. Suddenly, a noxious white liquid fell from the ceiling, landing squarely before the vanity mirror. What is this? Saliva. Hua-zi paused, her fingers halting in their task, gazing upward with a look of bewilderment. Simultaneously, a pitch-black vortex materialized at her feet with a swift motion. The vortex, along with the wooden chair, engulfed Hua-zi entirely into its murky depths. Chapter 3. The Misstep Ugwu. Hua-zi stirred, rousing from unconsciousness, her bleary eyes gradually opening to reveal a ghostly new moon suspended in the sky, surrounded by an inky forest devoid of visibility. She abruptly realized that her entire body was bound tightly with ropes, forcibly accentuating her alluring curves, while a foul substance obstructed her delicate lips. Her damp attire resembled that of someone who had just emerged from a swamp, her fiery hair matted with viscous, unclean water. Such beauty. This woman is truly exquisite, and our faith in the ethereal rumors has not been in vain, as we have journeyed far to this town. Let us hasten to devour her should we allow her to linger. Her flesh will soon become aged and unappetizing, dry and utterly distasteful. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. 3 identical malevolent spirits encircled Hua-hua, their azure hair and crimson eyes accentuated by the distinctive horns atop. Their heads, 2 of them, could articulate human speech, while the third incessantly ground its teeth, producing a hissing vibration that resonated through the air and the ground. Wait a moment, could these be the 3 swamp demons? Hua-hua widened her eyes in disbelief. These swamp demons had made an appearance in the early episodes of Demon Slayer, remembered for their predilection for consuming blossoming maidens. 3 supernatural fiends. Do they intend to feast upon her? The young girl's delicate visage gradually drained of color, resembling a frightened lamb, as she curled up, trembling uncontrollably. The three swamp demons fixated their gaze upon the tightly bound Huahua. Her fiery, enchanting hair, now drenched in murky water, lay in a tragic disarray around her. The waning moon's red eyebrows exude a delicate charm. Her skin is white and smooth as snow, soft and exquisite, with refined features that can be considered the most beautiful painting in the world. Her pouting pink lips reveal a hint of pity and innocence, alongside an undeniable fullness that stirs feelings of both compassion and desire in anyone who sees her. Woman, do you have any last words? One sharp-voiced swamp demon squatted happily in front of Huahuazi, pulling out the foreign object stuffed in her mouth. Having never seen such a delicate, soft, fragrant beauty, this meal would undoubtedly be the greatest pleasure of their demon lives, and even their voices had unconsciously softened. I want to ask, what was that thing I was holding in my mouth just now? Poison? Huahuazi lowered her head, coughing violently, her chest shaking with rapid breaths, her tender body trembling uncontrollably. The swamp demon tilted its head in confusion. Poison? What is wrong? My sock has just not been washed for over a decade. What's there to be concerned about? As soon as the swamp demon finished speaking, Huahuazi's breathing hitched, stomach acid began to churn, and her cherry lips gradually formed an odd shape. Goose, 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 goose. Seeing the red-haired girl rolling her eyes and gagging repeatedly, looking utterly ruined, the swamp demon's forehead bulged with veins, showing an expression of great impatience. Clearly, she was such a perfectly beautiful woman. How could she be so annoying? It was infuriating. Shut up, or I'll eat you. The swamp demon was still immersed in a fit of rage when her consciousness suddenly experienced a momentary blank. Boom! A wisp of flame wrapped around her pink, pearl-like foot as Huahuazi's long, snow-white legs swiftly arched over her head. A flash of fire erupted, and a loud explosion resonated as a crescent-shaped flame surged from below, striking fiercely at the chin of the swamp demon, leaving a curved scar of flames. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the swamp demon's ugly head was kicked off like a cannonball, tracing a long parabolic arc before hanging on a tree trunk several meters away. Breath of fire, second form, flame rising. A thin wisp of flame was expelled from Akira's lips as she quickly retracted her blood-soaked thigh, which had been tightly bound, and then rolled without hesitation. Tumbling, she rolled down the hill like a comically wriggling maggot, circling downwards. The demon's physical body was immortal and indestructible, with sunlight being its weakness. The only way to kill a demon was to sever its head with a Nichiren blade made of sunlight. Without a Nichiren blade in hand, it was impossible for her to defeat the demon. Seeing this unbelievable scene before them, the other two swamp demons were completely stunned. This frail and beautiful girl actually kicked their brother's head off with a powerful kick. By the time they reacted, the red-haired beauty bound by ropes had already disappeared, rolling away quickly. Useless fools, what are you doing just standing there watching me get beaten? The swamp demon, whose head had been kicked off, retrieved its head from the tree and, seeing the other two still in a daze, shouted furiously, Useless? You're the useless one. Having your head kicked off by a defenseless girl. Sizzling sounds erupted. GT. After arguing for a while, the three swamp demons were furious and suddenly realized that the wonderful scent of the girl had grown faint. They no longer cared about the argument and quickly dove into the thick, black mud, disappearing from sight. Pew, pew. This was the sound created by the friction between her chest and the ground, as if a soft and elastic sponge was deeply pressed in and then slowly inflated again. HK, with tears glistening in her eyes, helplessly rolled in the pitch-black forest, awkwardly tumbling down the steep rock wall. It hurt. If only she were a runway. It would be better, but she was bearing a burden unsuitable for her age. The thin cotton pajamas had already been torn, her snow-white, delicate skin turned bright red, and the foul smell lingered in her small mouth, tainted by foreign substances. At this time, she should be loosening her clothes, letting down her long hair, soaking in a hot bathtub, enjoying the gentle caress of the water, and all her fatigue would dissipate. It was all because of those three lecherous demons that she ended up in this predicament. The strange smell behind her grew stronger, and HK could no longer care about her grievances. She swallowed her tears and accelerated her rolling. Bang! The next moment, her tumbling body was forcefully caught, as 6 demon hands emerged from the muddy ground, fiercely grabbing her legs and shoulders, leaving her completely unable to move. Huahuazi looked at the 3 swamp demons gradually emerging from the mud pit with tearful eyes, as if her fate of being torn to shreds was already predetermined. Could you please let me die a little more gracefully? She weakly asked. P.S. Please give me recommendation votes. Chapter 4. Flames, could you please let me die a little more gracefully? Maybe leave my head or something? Huahuazi humbly pleaded with the 3 swamp demons. A perfect woman like her, who only existed in fantasy web novels, would be too pitiful to die without a complete corpse. At the very least, she should leave a trace of hope for future generations. If nothing else, she should at least be given the title of one of the 4 beauties of Demon Slayer. At this moment, the 3 angry demons clearly had lost their interest and appreciation and had no other thoughts but to crush her to pieces. The slender neck of the girl was grabbed by 2 demon hands, seemingly intending to sever her head first before devouring her, a mere act of revenge. Would they be sure that the nutrients wouldn't be wasted? Just as Huahuazi was lost in her chaotic thoughts, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps rang out from the bushes nearby. Let go of that girl, accompanied by a young woman's delicate voice. 3 swirling wind blades swept through, slicing through trees and piercing the air. The spiraling wind howled, taking the shape of blades, and at the same time struck the chests of the 3 swamp demons, causing them to stagger back a few steps from the burning wounds. Wind breathing. Third form, clear gale wind tree. The wild wind swept through the falling leaves, and a figure descended from the sky. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Accompanied by the swirling leaves, a young woman dressed in the standard black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps floated down gracefully, her single sword forcing the 3 demons back. A scene deeply etched into Huahuazi's young and naive eyes and heart. TSK. Who would have thought that Huahuazi wouldn't fall in love at this moment, but rather sneered and turned her head away in displeasure. The 10 ranks from A to J, judging by the uniform insignia of this woman using wind breathing, she was at the elite upper echelon of the Demon Slayer Corps. With her strength, she should have easily overwhelmed the 3 swamp demons. It was such a boring anticlimax for an encounter that had been so hard to come by. The 3 swamp demons glared at the suddenly appeared woman with immense hatred, their faces twisted, continuously making harsh grinding sounds with their teeth. The black-clad woman's previous distant sword technique didn't even scratch them. To the supernatural demons, it was nothing more than a mere irritation. Hiss, 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 hiss. Annoying, 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 annoying. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Ugly woman. Get lost. You're over 20, right? Your body odor is about to suffocate me. The first 2 were just mindlessly furious. But what did the last one just say? The young woman from the Demon Slayer Corps froze momentarily, her face suddenly paling. Although she had some freckles, an ordinary figure, and didn't have long hair, her face was still somewhat delicate. She couldn't be called an ugly woman, could she? Body odor, what's that? Am I really that smelly to the point of being able to suffocate a demon? That remark was truly the most vicious praise towards a woman. And the young woman in her 20s fell into a daze. Watch out, hearing Huahuazi's gentle and kind warning. The woman's somewhat dim pupils slowly regained their brightness, just as a pair of blood-caked demon hands were already close at hand. Demons possess a physique several times that of humans, and a few meters' distance vanished in an instant. 2 rushing swamp demons attacked her upper and lower body respectively. Wind-breathing 5th form. In this critical moment, the woman raised her Nichiren blade above her head, the blade disappearing as the wind began to rise. Countless whirlwinds spun around her body, creating a huge vortex from all directions. The constantly rotating giant wind blades turned into a cruel meat grinder, instantly tearing the 2 swamp demons into shattered dust, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Chilly autumn winds blew, lifting Huahuazi's nightgown, and she blushed, hurriedly covering her skirt. She was truly in a state of vulnerability. However, this battle indeed had no suspense. The gap was simply too large, and even underestimating the enemy didn't affect the outcome. Just as Huahuazi was thinking this, a huge mud pit appeared under the feet of the woman using wind breathing, the flowing black liquid resembling a black hole. She acted too hastily and didn't manage to sever their heads. The woman in the storm furrowed her brow tightly. The 2 swamp demons in front of her had been torn to shreds, yet their heads were still stubbornly hanging on by the neck. No matter how severe the injuries a demon suffers, as long as their head doesn't fall off, they won't die. In the next second, before she even had time to think, her body was suddenly pulled into the mud pit by the demon hand that had emerged. Clang! The Nichiren blade slid across the ground and fell not far from Huahuazi. The 2 swamp demons collapsed to the ground like minced meat. their shattered parts gradually being filled by flying ash, and it wouldn't take long for them to fully revive. This woman, there's no way she'll survive until the story begins. Huahuazi was speechless. He had never seen this woman in the plot of Demon Slayer, and it was clear she must have been eaten by a demon after getting distracted during battle. Humans are different from demons. They are very fragile beings, susceptible to fatigue and pain, and a single blow to a vital area can render them incapacitated. Especially women, who naturally have weaker physical abilities, cannot frequently use advanced sword techniques, and their endurance is far inferior to that of men. When a female swordsman goes out, a single mistake can lead her to become food for a demon. However, it seems the situation has become interesting. Huahuazi slowly crawled on the ground, unhurriedly making her way to the front of the sunwheel blade. Crack! She precisely used the blade to cut the tightly bound ropes, and Huahuazi stood up, supporting her skirt, with her right hand gently gripping the fluorescent green handle of the sunwheel blade. At the same time, the two broken bodies of the swamp demons had been fully restored, greedily staring at Huahuazi's tender flesh, saliva dripping down crazily. The ages of 15 to 17 are the most delicate and sweet periods for women. Although Huahuazi was just over 15 this year, her voluptuous figure was as enticing as a ripe peach, reaching the perfect time for picking. Facing the swamp demon's vicious gazes, Huahuazi casually turned around, the tilted blade reflecting the scene behind her. Although this was the case, there was no difference between demons and humans. When a person is killed, they die. When a demon is killed, they also die. Just as Huahuazi was talking to herself, the two swamp demons seemingly teleported, appearing simultaneously from behind her, their sharp claws aiming at the girl's delicate body. Breath of fire, fourth form, exhale. In an instant, scorching hot air filled her lungs. Sparks ignited on the blade of the sun wheel, flames gushing forth. Wow! The blade, swung at high speed by the girl, resembled a phoenix bathed in fierce flames. Carrying scorching light, the returning blade light swiftly carving an inferno circle around her. The claws of the two swamp demons abruptly halted just before they could pierce the girl's snowy skin, their heads exploding with a bang, splattering Huahuazi with blood like watermelon juice. The surrounding fire circle, sharp as a cutting knife, made the demons' hard necks feel like paper toys. When Huahuazi turned around again, her crimson eyes seemed to ignite, two wisps of flickering flames continuously spilling from her pupils. Chapter 5, Aftermath. A breath of ancient flame gas escaped her mouth, and Huahuazi's burning pupils gradually calmed down, her wild hair flowing down her waist. Her body temperature was scalding hot, the thin nightgown emitting a charred smell, occasionally releasing terrifying steam bubbles. Under such heat, the girl's snowy skin revealed a hint of redness, as if coated with a layer of creamy cake, very tender and soft, making one unable to suppress the desired squeeze. At this moment, the heads of the two swamp demons rolled on the ground a few times, landing right under Huahuazi's feet. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Woman, look at what you've done. We were trying to save you. In a few years, that part of yours will sag, your body will smell and dry out, and you might even lose hair. Crack. With a stomp, the head of the foul-smelling swamp demon was crushed by the girl, squeezing out blood and flesh sauce, sticking her foot with what resembled ketchup. Nonsense. How could there be sagging in a two-dimensional lizard? Sagging? I'll make you sag. Huahuazi kept kicking the head of the swamp demon, bouncing around like a soccer ball, her snow-white, soft feet ruthlessly trampling it in various ways and with different strengths. The swamp demon, not a foot fetishist, could hardly bear the humiliation and was enraged to ashes. Moments later, another powerless, furious swamp demon that could only grind its teeth also gradually turned to dust, blown away by the wind. After venting her anger, Huahuazi's delicate, crystal-like feet were covered in dirty blood, and she carelessly rubbed them on the ground, smearing some of the bloodstains onto the floor. Speaking of which, that woman should have been eaten by now. What a pitiful creature. The kind-hearted Huahuazi mourned for her for a second, then casually tossed the Nicaran blade aside and turned to head home, covered in dirt and stinking, with her mouth full of the smell of blood. She didn't want to waste any more time with the remaining swamp demon. It was purely a waste of time. After all, no matter how many of these weak demons she killed, her strength wouldn't increase. Just a few minutes after Huahuazi descended from hell to go home, the black swamp reappeared on the ground. Swish! A woman in a demon slayer uniform leaped out first, kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, her pupils slightly unfocused. That was close. She almost suffocated. The woman was soaked in a viscous liquid, clutching her chest in panic. The blood demon arts of these demons created a swamp of a different space, allowing them to freely move through solids. The air inside was incredibly thin, making it hard to breathe, not to mention she didn't even bring her Nichiren blade inside. After struggling to escape, what awaited her next was true despair. There were 3 swamp demons lurking, along with the Nichiren blade. Looking around, the demon slayer woman widened her eyes in disbelief. Where was that red-haired woman? Where were the 2 demons? All that lay before her was a lost Nichiren blade. In the Purgatory mansion, in a misty bathroom, a beautiful curve could be vaguely seen. Incredibly tempting, the girl's tender skin as pure white as mutton fat jade. Her discarded dress fell onto the damp wooden floor. A pile of enchanting red hair gently stirring the water's surface, creating a ripple. The snowy back leaned lazily against the hot wooden tub, and Huazi wore an expression that seemed to melt from enjoyment. Reborn as a woman, there were naturally many inconvenient aspects, various indescribable things, whether physiological or in terms of constitution. For instance, she couldn't urinate in public, couldn't speak sweetly, couldn't go topless, couldn't rush and whenever she wanted, and most importantly, being caught by a demon would mean turning into something that could be eaten raw like barbecue. However, there were many good things too. For example, her body scent was fragrant, her skin was soft, and she was both white and voluptuous. Huazi narcissistically sniffed her rich body fragrance, falling into an immense intoxication. In the sky, a dirty fly fluttered its slender wings and gently landed on the girl's smooth shoulder. Just as it prepared to feast, it was suddenly jolted by an indescribable elasticity, falling directly into the water. Hiss! The scalding water instantly turned the fly to ashes, leaving not even a trace. At this moment, the charcoal fire beneath the wooden tub blazed fiercer, reaching a terrifying temperature of 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. Yet the red-haired girl, soaking in the hot pot, remained oblivious, her flawless snowy skin radiating a crystalline glow. This was the ultimate killing move, surpassing the 9th form of the Breath of Flame, known only in legends, the iron pot stewing oneself. The next morning, a woman in a deep black uniform, tattered and limping, walked down the street. She looked disheveled and dirty, resembling a beggar, using a long knife as a makeshift cane. Suddenly, her pupils slowly contracted, her gaze freezing in disbelief. At the entrance of the mansion beside her, a gentle and beautiful red-haired girl walked out slowly. Her smooth long hair tied up with an exquisite hairpin made of wisteria, dressed in a snow-white, flowing robe that reached her knees, half of it adorned with a flame cloud pattern. She felt eerily familiar. Compared to the disheveled girl from last night who wore only a nightgown, she now appeared to be a flawless and unparalleled beauty, exuding a captivating charm in every move, even in her expressions. Bathed in warm sunlight, Huazi lazily stretched and allowed a soft sound, the large object on her chest bouncing slightly. A familiar stench entered her nose, and the girl frowned slightly, noticing the demon slayer woman spying from a distance. "Good morning," she politely greeted, and before the woman could respond, she pulled the door ring and slammed the bronze door shut. The moment she caught a whiff of that stench, it reminded her of socks that hadn't been washed in over a decade, and her stomach began to churn, instantly killing her interest in sunbathing. Although there was indeed a reason for her to force herself to play this soft, innocent white lotus, it didn't warrant this. How could a blossoming young girl have to endure such a thing in her mouth? The woman, who had instinctively raised her arm to wave, froze in place. She had come to this town merely to inquire about the whereabouts of the girl from last night, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary anymore. Standing in silence for a long time, she slowly raised her head, looking at the plaque of the mansion with a complex expression. Purgatory? She had seen it in the Demon Slayer Corps. There was a man wearing a fire-patterned haori like the one on this girl's clothes, incredibly powerful, not resembling a human at all. Chapter 6. Leaving home, another winter had come. The snow fell like willow fluff, covering the entire forest in pristine white. A vast expanse of whiteness. Amid this desolate snowy scene, a boiling fire red was dazzling to the extreme. In front of the Lyohua grave, the red-haired girl knelt, saying, "Mom, a lot has happened during your absence. The old man has resigned from the Demon Slayer Corps and can barely hold a sword anymore. In recent years, he has been seriously injured on several missions, clearly just dealing with trash demons without any abilities. How distracted could he be? Now, the position of Flame Hashira is held by my older brother, and he has become the kind, gentle, and strong person you hoped for. As for my second brother, he remains as useless as ever, lacking talent in everything, foolish and naive. Lastly, this is the gift I brought you. Standing up, the red-haired girl placed a beautiful bouquet of purple flowers on the gravestone. The flowers, resembling cherry blossoms, were more beautiful and enchanting than ordinary pink cherry blossoms. These were wisteria flowers, known to drive away demons. Harmless to humans, but highly toxic to demons. Placing them here would keep evil spirits from lingering nearby. Even the strongest of demons, or even demon kings, would avoid places with wisteria, just as no human would lick a bottle of herbicide to prove their strength. Huahuazi usually wears a beautiful hairpin made of wisteria flowers, which can be used to tie her hair and can also be taken off to inject evil spirits. Alright, Mom, that's all for now. I'll be setting off after I finish clearing the snow, and I don't know when I'll be back. She patted the dust on her skirt and began to diligently sweep the snowflakes around her with a large broom. Even though she was in the icy cold, not a single snowflake landed on the girl's clothes. Within half a meter, they would spontaneously ignite and turn to nothingness. After cleaning for a while, Huahuazi stopped her movements and turned to look down the hillside behind her. Little sister, I can't find you anywhere. You really are here. A few seconds later, an excited voice came from behind, and a blond boy with a hairstyle resembling Pikachu climbed up the hill, panting heavily and anxiously looking at Huahuazi's back. Unlike the other members of the Hell family, this boy had very delicate features and lacked any heroic spirit. It should be noted that even Huahuazi, who was born a girl, had delicate red brows resembling crescent moons, which gave off an oppressive feeling of contempt. He was the very useless second brother that Huahuazi had just mentioned, looking quite weak. The sunwheel knife has been stolen. Father is about to go crazy. Have you seen it? Before Rengoku Shinjuro could finish his sentence, his breath caught in his throat as he stared in shock at the black knife handle exposed to the girl's waist. Hanging at her waist, the dark-hued knife hilt was engraved with fiery red flame clouds. This was the treasured blade, Rengoku, which had accompanied their father in battles for decades. This was actually taken by little sister. In shock, Rengoku Shinjuro couldn't even finish his sentence, stuttering in disbelief. How dare she do something like this? Isn't she afraid of angering father and not getting food to eat? Anyway, that old man had long given up on breathing. Hiding it was a waste. It would be better to treat it as an inheritance and give it to me, increasing my chances of survival in the final selection. After Huahuazi confidently finished speaking, she stepped over Rengoku Kyojuro with her delicate, snow-white legs and walked towards the town at the foot of the mountain. Old man, give up on breathing. The final selection of the inheritance. There were too many points of contention, and Kyojuro was momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, was his little sister heading in this direction to run away from home? To join the Demon Slayer Corps? Watching Huahua's figure gradually disappear into the heavy snow, the blond boy stood foolishly in place, unable to utter a single word. When his older brother left home, he was filled with longing, hoping that one day he, without talent, could also join the Demon Slayer Corps. But now, as his little sister left home, he felt only deep helplessness and sorrow. Even without their father's guidance, they had each mastered the breath of flames and resolutely embarked on this path filled with blood and carnage. Unlike him, who was useless, they were probably the true bearers of the Rengoku family's fate. After a while, Kyojoro's lips slowly moved, but his words were buried by the howling wind and snow. Don't you find it strange? Recently, how many members have gone missing here? Yet, we haven't found any trace of demons in this town, and the villagers haven't gone missing either. That demon might have already fled. Since nothing has happened, let's go soak in the hot springs. The hot springs in this town are quite famous. All right, since our tasks are usually so tense, it wouldn't hurt to relax a bit. Two female Demon Slayer Corps members whispered to each other as they walked through the town, completely unaware that a red-haired girl clad in a flame-patterned haori brushed past them at close range. After they walked away, the girl's figure flickered like a candle shadow, and her silhouette reappeared under the sunlight. She slowly turned her head, gazing in the direction the two had left. Since entering this town, Rengoku Huahua had already seen a dozen patrolling Demon Slayer Corps members. They seemed to be executing a high-risk squad mission. With only a few hundred members in the Demon Slayer Corps, isn't it wasteful to allocate such a large portion for reconnaissance in this town? Moreover, based on the strange situations described by these people, there might be a 12 Kizuki lurking about. What should be done about the final selection? Huahuazi couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. She had decided on her itinerary based on the family letter sent by her elder brother, which happened to allow her to arrive at the final selection location on time. However, if she wasted time here, she might miss the final selection. But what if the 12 Kizuki showed up here by accident? The chance to confront the 12 Kazuki head-on was far more important than the final selection. But if she made the wrong bet, she could lose billions. What should she do? Only the 12 Kazuki could hide their intentions and restrain themselves from randomly attacking ordinary residents. However, not only those two Demon Slayer Corps members, but even Huahuazi herself couldn't sense any demonic presence here. But that didn't mean there were absolutely no demons. The stronger the demon, the better they could conceal themselves. The more aware they were of the powerful Demon Slayer Corps, the more cautiously they would act, feeding more efficiently. Perhaps there wasn't a single demon here. Maybe she was just overthinking it. But it could also be understood that powerful demons were aware of the Demon Slayer Corps' existence and were deliberately hiding their presence. Huahuazi stood in place for a long time, feeling complicated emotions, both conflicted and excited. Let's go soak in the hot springs. Chapter 7. Encountering Ghosts. Landlady, please book a double room. Okay, just a moment. Standing in the hot spring inn, two female members of the Demon Slayer Corps looked expectantly. After working tirelessly every day, they finally had a chance to relax, and even Kagaya agreed. They heard that the hot springs in this town were particularly famous for their skin beautifying and whitening effects, especially suitable for young girls. A good day of rest, and they could patrol later, while chatting and laughing. The landlady at the front desk had not returned for a while. Was she off dealing with personal matters? Just as the two women were starting to grow impatient waiting, one of them suddenly noticed a flicker of red in her peripheral vision and turned her head in confusion. Seeing the red-haired girl quietly standing behind them, obediently in line, the woman was somewhat surprised and opened her mouth. She seemed to be wearing an expensive haori. Could she be a young lady from a wealthy family? What a beautiful little sister, like a doll. Really? Are you here to soak in the hot springs alone? The two women curiously approached to ask, and Huahuazi expressionlessly nodded. She had already been standing behind them for more than 10 minutes. As soon as these two walked in, she followed right behind them into the inn. Speaking of which, is it really necessary to take this long just to register a room? My legs are going numb from standing. Bang! Suddenly, one of the Demon Slayer Corps women's bags burst open, and a black crow flew out. Its feathers were disheveled as it flapped around the room, scattering feathers everywhere. Squeeze! Squeeze! The two women gasped, anxiously grabbing at the bird. Hey, we agreed you wouldn't come out. This place doesn't allow pets if you're found out. You'll just have to leave. In a flurry, they managed to catch the frantically flapping crow, gripping its neck tightly and forcefully stuffing it back into the bag. Half of its body was already inside, and the black crow twisted its head in protest, its dark pupils suddenly widening as it noticed the figure of Huahuazi behind them, draped in her white flame haori. Purgatory! Purgatory! Thud! The crow was shoved forcefully into the pitch-black bag. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't get out, and the two women simultaneously sighed in relief. Did the crow from the Demon Slayer Corps recognize her? No, it should have recognized her family crest. Huahuazi lowered her head, hiding her face. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the crow's role is usually to convey tasks and orders to the swordsman. Some swordsmen see them as superiors, while some peculiar swordsmen treat them as food. If she passes the final selection, Huahuazi could also be assigned a crow and a customized Nikron blade. She hoped to get a slightly quieter crow. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't end up in a bad mood and cook it for a meal. After a while, the landlady returned with a key, saying she seemed to have forgotten where she put it, which was why the two had to wait so long. Landlady, give me a room too. Okay, here's the key. Before Huahuazi could finish speaking, the woman across from her handed over a key. Eh, so fast. She immediately raised her head in confusion. Their eyes met, and a middle-aged woman with a voluptuous figure stared at Huahuazi with a lecherous expression, as if she were looking at food, making her feel quite uncomfortable. They say women in their 40s are like tigers. Could it be that men no longer satisfy her? And she's now eyeing a young girl like herself? Thinking of this, Huahuazi felt a chill run down her spine. She certainly didn't want to be pinned down by this overweight old woman, with grease all over her face. After getting the key, she quickly left the front desk and hid in her room. Once the two women from the Demon Slayer Corps and Huahuazi entered their rooms, the landlady's strange gaze became somewhat somber and uncertain, fixating intently on the direction of the two Demon Slayer members' room. In the hot spring changing room, Huahuazi was very satisfied with the fact that this hot spring establishment had private baths. Unlike those places with only public baths, it was no fun at all, not to mention mixed bathing. Even in women's-only baths, there would be a lot of women leering at her. After taking off her clothes, Huahuazi felt a twinge of guilt. Her cheeks flushed. She felt a bit sinful for giving up her original purpose just to enjoy the hot springs. this sense of guilt, this feeling of betrayal, this illicit atmosphere. Oh no, she was getting more and more excited. At this moment, the thin towel wrapped around the girl showcased her alluring figure perfectly, with her fair legs peeking out from beneath the towel, looking even whiter than the pristine fabric itself. This chest is so white, these legs are so long. She casually placed her father's Purgatory sword into the basket and walked into the outdoor hot spring wrapped in her towel. Splash! Her delicate, snowy feet cautiously dipped into the hot water, creating ripples. It was slightly cool, but bearable. Just as Hwahuazi was about to immerse herself in the hot spring, her body suddenly tilted 90 degrees and froze in midair, her crimson pupils slowly narrowing into flame shapes, and her delicate nose twitched. A demon? A thick malice surged toward the hot spring bath, exuding a terrifying aura that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, surpassing even the level of an ordinary demon. What a strange time to come. Hwahuazi couldn't make sense of the situation. Her delicate toes clutched the edge of the pool, and with a forceful twist of her waist, she pulled herself up onto the shore as if in reverse playback of a film, launching Newton's coffin into the air. Currently, there were more than 10 demon slayer swordsmen stationed in this town, and aside from the 12 Kazuki, no evil spirits should be looking for trouble, right? At this moment, outside the bathhouse, in the corridor of the bathing area, 2 women with disheveled hair, soaked from head to toe and barely wrapped in towels, rushed out. "Boss maid, come out! Where are our swords? Where have they been taken?" The empty hot spring bathhouse echoed with a growing hostility, and the Nichiren blades they carried were nowhere to be seen, leaving them in a state of utter despair. When they sensed the approaching evil spirits, there was no time to put on their clothes. They crawled back to their room only to find the tied-up Kagori crying out in agony. They had actually stolen their swords while they were soaking in the hot spring. What was that boss trying to do? Swish! Suddenly, a flurry of black feathers filled their vision, and a massive black figure descended from the sky, landing behind the 2 women. 2 enormous black wings, adorned with sharp thorns and fangs, gently embraced the 2 demon slayer women. "Poor, weak humans, are you powerless without your Nichiren blades?" The woman's voice was hoarse and piercing, emanating a crimson scent from the merging black wings of the demon, producing a sound like being ground to powder in a blender. As the wings closed, the 2 women, riddled with wounds and bloodied, fell straight down, unable to even scream before losing consciousness, their blood flowing together into a river. The demon, fanning out her blood-stained feathers, had long, beautiful legs, a voluptuous figure, and a black eagle's head atop her neck. "Purgatory! Purgatory!" Upon seeing this scene, Kagiori, who had followed behind, was petrified, reduced to a simpleton continuously repeating Purgatory. Chapter 8. Humiliation. Purgatory, Purgatory. Upon witnessing the members of the Demon Slayer Corps instantly lose consciousness, Kagiori was dumbfounded, now only able to utter Purgatory. Meanwhile, the eagle-headed female demon slowly turned her head. At the end of the corridor, a red-haired girl gradually appeared. She was wrapped only in a thin towel, her curves barely concealed, her skin snowy and tender, making even the eagle-eyed demon stare in disbelief. The dark, penetrating eagle eyes seemed ready to pop out. The demon was certainly not entranced by the girl's beauty, but rather by the crimson Nichiren blade the girl held in her hand. After a moment of daze, her expression slowly returned to calm, radiating a heart-pounding rage. "Damn it. It seems the staff at this bathhouse needs to be replaced. They actually made a mistake in such a place. Absolutely unforgivable. What's wrong? Why are you so afraid of the Nichiren blade? You look so strong. Besides, even if they had their swords just now, wouldn't they still not be your match?" Hwahuazi, wielding her sword, approached the demon, her expression strange as she appraised her alluring figure. After all, she was an eagle-headed monster. Was it really okay to be so lewd? This made her recall the otherworldly works she had seen in her previous life. Ugh, best not to think about that. However, from what she just said, it was clear that the people in this place had indeed colluded with the demons. No wonder there had been no reports of missing humans. It wasn't merely a matter of fear or winning and losing. This was our way of survival. If it weren't so, how could we have evaded the Demon Slayer Corps' purging and grown to this extent? The eagle-headed female demon took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage bubbling inside her. Anger would only dull humans, and the same went for demons. The bathhouse owner had actually misreported the number of swordsmen and left behind a Nichiren blade, thinking these miscellaneous swordsmen could defeat her. "Once I consume you, I will kill all the staff at this hot spring and then move on to another town to continue my hunt. It's quite a pity for this tourist destination. Upon hearing the demon's complaints, Huahuazi paused for a few seconds, her rosy lips gently pursed, revealing an exquisite smile. It's okay, after I cut you down, I will also kill all the staff at this hot spring. Boom! The eagle's shriek erupted, a terrifying sound wave tearing through the corridor. The walls ripping apart into mud, and the floor cracking like a spider web, instantly tripling the size of the battlefield. Blood demon art. Gale, eagle song. The airflow, spewing from the eagle's beak, twisted like a tornado, relentlessly bombarding the surrounding environment. The girl, caught at the center of the raging storm, became somewhat blurred and ethereal, seemingly dissipating like water mist, as if a wax flame had extinguished. Flame breathing, third form. The demon opened her eagle mouth, maintaining an elegant posture as her shoulders suddenly sagged, her pupils violently constricting. In the next second, the extinguished candle flame reformed, and the petite red-haired girl stood on the shoulders of the eagle, raising her flaming long blade high for a downward strike. Crack! The long blade swung down, cutting into flesh and bone. One eagle head fell off, rolling on the ground for a few turns, its two eagle eyes staring hauntingly. Huahuazi elegantly recited, and then her towel fell to the ground, her entire body suddenly covered by a burst of holy light. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed a few times, calmly picked up the towel, and then gracefully tucked her loose red hair behind her ear. Although it wasn't the 12 Kizuki, this matter was worth spending a day here to deal with. Demons eat humans, and they should be killed. Humans who help demons harm others should also naturally be killed. Regardless of the reasons, there can be no mercy. Moreover, those who want to put her in such a dangerous situation. Thank goodness she wasn't wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, otherwise she would be caught in a tough battle right now. Huahuazi retied her bath towel, just as she was about to leave. A strange noise suddenly came from behind her. Creak, 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 creak. The woman, paralyzed on the ground, began to convulse wildly, with fleshy sprouts continuously proliferating and growing from her neck. Swish, swish, swish. Countless black eagle heads collided and grew from the broken neck. The voluptuous female body suddenly expanded several circles, as if inflated, showcasing rock-solid, hardened steel muscles. Under the bewildered and shocked gaze of the girl, the muscular giant eagle's body had already broken through the ceiling, with bulging veins resembling wriggling parasites. Blood demon technique. 8-headed mist eagle. The 8 black eagle heads on its body all opened their mouth simultaneously and screeched, the extremely hoarse and piercing melody shaking the eardrums. Hiss! The 8 eagle heads cried out in unison, the sharp eagle shriek deafening. Huahuazi showed a pained expression, covering her ears and kneeling on the ground, her vision suddenly going black. The giant, muscular eagle, which had stopped screeching, appeared before the girl as if it had teleported, swinging its fist with a thunderous sound, like the terrifying roar of a cannon, directly crushing the girl's stomach. There was no blood and flesh splattering. The dissipating flames swayed like illusions. The girl's body hit by the fist seemed to vanish like a phantom, exactly like the scene that had occurred before. Holding the sword with one hand, she spun in the sky a few times while Huazi lightly tapped the ground with her toes, landing in the blind spot behind the giant eagle. She took a gentle breath, tilting her long sword to draw a circle of flame marks on the side, her pure white, crystal-like bare feet revealing delicate blue veins. Her toes firmly striking the ground. Breath of flames, first form, unknown fire. Swish! Her figure flickered, the flame sword edge rapidly cut back, instantly beheading 2 of the 8-headed giant eagle's heads, blood splattering everywhere. Huahuazi slid past the eagle demon once more, deceiving the visuals jumping behind. Swinging the sword to behead, sliding past effortlessly, the skilled action took less than a second. This demon was indeed a bit too strong, but all 8 of its eagle heads grew from one part, so with a little effort, victory was still possible. However, with a bang, Huahuazi's calf was suddenly grabbed, and her head that fell unexpectedly hit the ground with a loud thud. Her vision was extremely blurry, dizzy and disoriented, her mind becoming unclear. Her slender calf was lifted by the giant eagle, the bath towel wrapped around her slowly slipping down, revealing her snowy, smooth skin. Huahuazi was being swung around in the air by the giant eagle, feeling somewhat dazed. It was so easy for the giant eagle to capture this powerful human female swordsman, and it chuckled with pride, going back and forth with the same move. I had long seen through it. Your physical ability and swordsmanship are among the top I have encountered, but unfortunately, it seems you cannot use high-level sword techniques. No, It's not that you can't use them, but that you don't want to. Perhaps for reasons like it would burden your body? I have fought against swordsmen who used flame breathing before. Although their skills weren't as exquisite as yours, they could easily unleash powers beyond your imagination. So, how about considering joining us and becoming a demon? Even your fragile body would improve. Chapter 9. Lower Moon 4. How about considering joining us and becoming a demon? Even your fragile body would improve. Is that really possible? Can I redeem my existence as a weak human? After the giant eagle finished a long speech, Huahuazi's consciousness recovered slightly, and she immediately showed an incredibly moved expression. Her crimson pupils were tearful as they gazed at the giant eagle, as if she had met her destined black eagle princess. Okay, but first, I have to cripple your limbs. But don't worry, once you become a demon, you will gain eternal life and a powerful body. These minor injuries won't matter at all. Be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Seeing the girl had given up resistance, the giant eagle extended another thick hand. Just as it was about to grab her delicate body, a flicker of boiling flame suddenly rose in its line of sight. Flame Ascension. The sword in Huahuazi's hand never left her grip from beginning to end. With a slanted upward slash, the sword light severed both arms of the giant eagle simultaneously. She rolled several times on the ground and successfully escaped the giant eagle's grasp. Her ankles were a bit red and swollen from being squeezed, and she stood up with an extremely ungraceful posture, legs crossed tightly, one hand holding the sword and the other clutching her chest. Meanwhile, the giant eagle, with its arms cut off yet remaining motionless, looked at her with eyes full of pity. With such a fragile body, how could you possibly sever my 8 heads in one strike? It's truly pathetic how humans, unable to see the gap in strength, remain obsessed and ignorant. Let them die in such a miserable way. Blood Demon Technique. Wind Eagle Melody. Hiss. The 8 eagle heads simultaneously swayed and shrieked, and as the sound waves churned, the giant eagle's massive body surged forward at a speed surpassing human visual limits, instantly appearing in front of the petite red-haired girl, who looked completely stunned. With its powerful physique and a life force that could only die after having its 8 heads severed at once, combined with the seamless sound wave storm, the giant eagle believed that aside from the Hashira, it would not lose to any swordsman in direct combat. It was merely acting on its mother's orders, upholding the belief that evasion is neither shameful nor useless as a member of the family. Joining forces with those who fear death, it quickly hunted the Demon Slayer core swordsman, gaining rich nourishment while also absorbing combat experience. Its growth to this point was all thanks to its mother's wise guidance. It was a pity, though, if only the 4th lower moon had come in person. The heavy fist was getting closer, about to smash the girl into a pulp. But the giant eagle suddenly heard a soft murmur. What? Its thoughts momentarily halted. How could this swordsman know its mother's identity? Boom! A howling heat wave swept over, engulfing the 8 eagle heads, and the giant eagle felt its entire face evaporating, with a dry, stinging sensation in its mouth and tongue. In this boiling sea of fire, its attacks became stiff and slow, extending for centuries, close yet forever unreachable. At the same time, Huahuazi slowly raised her head, steam continuously emanating from her skin, and the boiling heat caused her long red hair to burn like flames. The scorching hot air was madly inhaled into the girl's mouth, while flames erupted from all 7 of her orifices as if she were in a sea of fire. Total concentration, breath of fire, 5th form, flame tiger, leaping and intertwining. The sword in the girl's hand was elongated by the burning flames, and the terrifying giant slash resembled the claws of a fierce tiger, easily tearing apart the giant eagle's bloated neck supported by its 8 heads. With sparks barely igniting, the blazing flames swept over the entire body of the 8-headed giant eagle. It felt not a hint of pain. Its black, charred, towering body stood firm on the ground like a magnificent statue, its hollow, lifeless eyes seemingly lost in thought. Its body gradually lost sensation, and the charred and dried flesh crumbled like dust, disintegrating bit by bit. In the end, it vanished into nothingness. Fortunately, it was me who came. Mom, please be careful. Just this one sword, severing all 8 heads. Huahuazi sheathed her sword, deeply exhaling a mouthful of hot, turbid air. The burning sensation in her internal organs was truly uncomfortable. According to her mental assessment, she felt this guy was stronger than that spider dad from the Spider Mountain. After all, he was a subordinate of the 4th lower moon. However, his style of action perfectly inherited the essence of the other side. Cowardice. Clearly strong to this extent. Yet worried about those mediocre swordsmen, he had to instruct ordinary people to take away their Nichiren blades before daring to strike. Oh right, I seem to have forgotten to tell you why I don't need high-level sword techniques. Huahuazi covered her chest and bent down to pick up the towel on the ground. The clean white towel was instantly reduced to ashes, emitting a pungent smoky smell. She revealed a slightly helpless expression. Once she used the fifth form or higher of her swordsmanship, her elevated body temperature would become unbearably hot, making it impossible to wear clothes for at least half an hour. This was the reason why Huahuazi, known as the Flame Demon, was not particularly proud. After all, many of her friends in the village had cried from the burns during their playful tussles with her. She decided to hide in the hot spring. The noisy crow from earlier seemed to have gone to seek help, and Huahuazi couldn't care less about the two demon slayers on the ground who were wounded and dying. Taking advantage of the empty bathing area, she quickly slipped into a private hot spring. In a dark and eerie mountain, a temple filled with an unsettling atmosphere exuded a chilling aura, as if ghostly shadows were stirring. The statue guarding this place had half of its head chopped off, and the missing part was maliciously carved into the image of a Rakshasa demon. A kimono-clad female, ghost with horns on her forehead and hair of a ghostly green color, knelt before the demon statue, crying bitterly. Her delicate, snow-white fingers were painted with eerie black nail polish, and two black stripes covered each side of her cheeks, giving her a frail appearance. "Oh, my poor child, you must be in great pain. My heart aches so much it feels like it's about to break. Mother, we must not forgive the humans who killed my elder sister. Please allow us to seek revenge." A shadow emerged from the side of the temple, hissing and uttering a voice filled with deep resentment. "Oh, you speak of revenge?" The crying suddenly stopped, and the green-haired female ghost opened her eyes in disbelief, turning to look at the shadow beside her. In one of her pupils was inscribed the character for lower, and under the gaze of this pitch-black, profound eye, the shadow's forehead began to sweat coldly, and their scalp tingled. "I've told you many times, the Hashira and the Demon Slayer Corps are very dangerous. You absolutely cannot hunt with a heart full of revenge. Do you understand what I mean, child?" "I understand, mother." In a matter of seconds, the shadow was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly powerless as they lowered their head obediently. The green-haired ghost, referred to as Mother, was Nizuki, one of the lower ranks among the 12 Kizuki, possessing strength that ranked among the top among demons. Yet her personality was notoriously timid, always avoiding the Demon Slayer Corps to steer clear of the Hashira. However, if a female swordsman using flame breathing were to encounter her in the future, she would surely be ruthlessly tormented. Suddenly remembering something happy, the corners of the green-haired ghost's mouth lifted slightly, letting out a few peals of wild laughter. Chapter 10. Aftermath. In the hot spring bathing area, the scene was one of devastation, with broken rubble and blood everywhere, seemingly narrating the tragic events of the previous night. Several members of the Demon Slayer Corps were orderly cleaning the battlefield, and the injured had already been carried away on stretchers. "This situation is a bit troublesome," a blonde woman in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform said, furrowing her brows after listening to the crow's explanation, feeling extremely complicated. The Demon Slayer Corps bore the mission of fighting against demons, knowing that any day they could end up as corpses on the streets. Everyone here fought with the awareness of death, yet today they were almost killed by their own kind. It was one thing to steal the Nichiren blade, but to light incense to cover up the sin of demons, thus preventing other team members from noticing, made one wonder how many people had been harmed with such skill. Although she felt both angry and frustrated, the Demon Slayer Corps was not an official organization and did not have the authority to punish humans. Otherwise, it would be no different from a criminal organization. This matter could be serious or trivial. But the only headache for her was the red-haired girl still making a fuss over there, seemingly unwilling to rest until she killed that innkeeper. The Rengoku family swordsman had a deep connection with that man. "Let go of me, I want to kill her. At least let me slap her once." Huahuazi was so angry that her face turned red, and her body was firmly held by two female members of the Demon Slayer Corps, unable to break free no matter what. Although her swordsmanship was at its peak, her petite body was no different from that of an ordinary fragile girl. The two girls were also suffering. It felt like they were holding a hot potato, tears streaming down their faces and their palms blistering. Hearing Huahuazi's frantic words, the anxious blonde girl was momentarily stunned, and her pupils suddenly brightened as she quickly walked in front of her. "Wait, Miss Purgatory, what did you just say?" "I want to kill her." "No, what is the next line?" I want to slap her." A hint of confusion appeared on Huahuazi's delicate face. "Yes, you should slap her, and then this matter will be settled." The blonde girl was extremely pleased, directing the two girls to let Huahuazi go. Huh. Huahuazi was still in a daze when the hot spring owner was brought over by several members of the Demon Slayer Corps. She was forced to kneel on the ground, staring wide-eyed in fear and innocence, not knowing what to do. I am sorry, please don't kill me. I'm being threatened too. The middle-aged woman was on the verge of tears. The blonde woman couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After years of training in the Demon Slayer Corps, she had gained more than just swordsmanship. Dealing with a teenage girl was far too easy. It was just a matter of venting frustration by slapping her face. What harm could it do? After all, she would die and could let off some steam. Two birds with one stone. The red-haired girl and the owner exchanged glances, while the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps were also watching, thinking it looked like school bullying. No one could bring themselves to act in such a shameful situation. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat delicate, Rengoku Huahuazi unhesitatingly raised her right hand and exhaled a hot breath. Fourth form of flame breathing. Wait, please. Have mercy. Huahuazi's body was simultaneously embraced by 3 Demon Slayer girls. The blonde girl at the front was drenched in sweat. Her earlier confidence completely vanished. This wasn't just a matter of not being able to strike. It had escalated to the point of attempting to commit murder in broad daylight. What's wrong? Didn't you say I could slap you? Can't handle it now. Huahuazi twirled a strand of her smooth red hair, wearing a mocking expression. I did say to slap you, but I didn't mean to take her head off. The blonde woman's eyes twitched, realizing that this girl had quite the temper. It seemed this matter couldn't be brushed aside easily. With a decision in mind, she straightened her back and looked down with an imposing gaze at the petite Huahuazi. A black collar slowly revealed the mark of the letter, indicating that she was among the elite of the Demon Slayer Corps, excelling in both swordsmanship and experience. Under the tense atmosphere, the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps didn't even dare to swallow their saliva, holding their breath as they watched the two women confront each other. I joined the team through the final selection 5 years ago, tirelessly fighting on the front lines against demons, even encountering the 12 Kazuki. In 5 years, I have slain 31 demons, establishing a remarkable reputation for the Demon Slayer Corps, the blonde woman stated seriously. And then, I'll take a slap for her. The blonde woman's resolute voice echoed throughout the hot spring bathhouse, and all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps showed expressions of disbelief, as if they had been hit with a blow to their intelligence. Thank you, sister. Huahuazi was stunned for a second, her brows relaxing into an incredibly sweet smile. Smack! With the final selection still ahead, there was no time to waste. Huahuazi didn't pursue the matter further and simply bid farewell to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps before leaving. Watching Huahuazi's figure disappear at the end of the street, the blonde woman covered her slightly flushed face, her breath a bit hurried. Is this what a myocardial infarction feels like? As her hot palm touched her face, she felt no pain other than the heat, indicating that the other party wasn't just a spoiled brat being unreasonable. Bring all the staff of this hot spring back for questioning. Under the blonde woman's orders, the proprietress and several other attendants were forcibly taken away by members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The incident of the missing Demon Slayer Corps swordsman in the hot spring town was far from over. Certainly, it wasn't just this bathhouse under the control of demons. It seemed they would have to investigate here for quite some time. Meanwhile, Rengoku Huahuazi was heading towards the location of the final selection. She had only stayed in this hot spring town for one night and could barely make it to the final selection. Although she felt a bit regretful for not encountering the 12 Kazuki, her promise to wipe out the proprietress's entire family had also gone unfulfilled. However, at least she had managed to catch a glimpse of that guy's little tail, if fate allows in the future. Huahuazi gently lifted her long sleeves, and she noticed a small black that had appeared on her slender arm at some point, constantly emanating a feeling of resentment. This seemed to be a coordinate marker. As long as one got close to the demon using this blood demon art, they could sense each other's presence, which could be understood as a two-way positioning. It looked like it would be hard to wash off. Then come quickly. I can't wait any longer. The fourth night of the waning moon. Chapter 11. Final selection. Towering mountains rose into the clouds, shrouded in thin mist. In the mountain forest, giant purple trees bloomed everywhere, their petals scattering shimmering powder as they swayed in the wind. Stepping into this fairy tale-like, beautiful high mountain, what awaited was the incredibly brutal final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Every year, cultivators scattered across various regions would screen and send the most skilled disciples to Wisteria Mountain for selection. Surviving would qualify them to enter the Demon Slayer Corps. At midnight, nearly 50 individuals had gathered at the foot of Wisteria Mountain, all of whom were swordsmen who had undergone rigorous training and mastered their breathing techniques. Unlike us miscellaneous fish who haven't received personal guidance from the Hashira, look over there at those two. In the corner, two plain-looking, shabby-dressed male swordsmen were whispering to each other, and as one pointed in a direction, the other curiously looked over. In the center stood a man with messy black hair and thick eyebrows, his skin pale, as if he were not human, coldly surveying his surroundings. He was the former pupil of the former Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, known as Kyugai, a user of thunder breathing. It was said that he had fought against demons before and easily slain them. Is that true? So powerful, and we've never even seen what a demon looks like. As for the other person, without him saying anything, from the moment they stepped into Wisteria Mountain, almost everyone's gaze had been fixated on the red-haired girl, unable to look away for even half a second. Rengoku, the Flame Hashira from the Rengoku family, was somewhat well known. The most exaggerated rumor was that she had killed her first demon before the age of 10, though who knew where that crazy rumor came from? 10 years old? Can she even wield a sword? Moreover, even now, with her seemingly delicate and pitiful appearance, it was hard to imagine her defeating those fearsome demons. Surrounded by countless gazes, the exposed skin of the red-haired girl revealed a tender, fair complexion, and her stunningly pure face was expressionless, like a clear stream that touched one's heart, drawing people into deep intoxication. The specially made hairpin of wisteria and the flame-edged haori gave her an elegant and noble aura, seemingly from a different dimension than those shabby swordsmen, as if her artistic style was fundamentally different. Of course, the most eye-catching was the indescribable flesh on her chest, which seemed ready to burst out her clothing. One could only imagine how she would look in a fierce battle, swaying and shaking. Who knows? She might just shake herself off the bridge to her grandmother. Enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, Huahuazi partially covered her small mouth and let out a delicate hum that could make one blush. Even yawning was so seductive, it was unmatched. Glancing around, she didn't see a single familiar face. It was clear that it wasn't the same year as when the plot began. Actually, there's someone I know. Her scarlet eyes narrowed slightly as she spotted Kyugai, who was previously mentioned by others. The guy was standing in the corner, admiring himself, looking incredibly proud and disdainful. Huahuazi rolled her eyes. After waiting for several more hours, it seemed like everyone had arrived, and the two girls in kimonos waiting in the distance slowly approached, holding lanterns. Thank you all for attending the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps tonight. In this Wisteria Mountain, we have demons captured by the demon-slaying swordsmen. Please be aware that from this path up the mountain, there will no longer be the protection of the Wisteria Forest, and demons can move freely at night. Surviving for 7 days and 7 nights in Wisteria Mountain will be the qualification for the final selection. The two short-haired girls, one with black hair and the other with white, looked identical, and even their speaking tones were like synchronized robots, devoid of any emotion. Their faces were somewhat cute, but their swirling eyes were a bit unsettling. As their words fell, the crowd participating in the final selection began to step onto the mountain path in groups. Some swordsmen looked proud, seemingly ready to showcase their skills, but most wore expressions of sorrow and anxiety, resembling death row inmates about to step onto the execution ground. Just as Huahuazi was about to follow the crowd into Wisteria Mountain, her footsteps suddenly halted, stopping beside the two kimono girls. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" The black-haired girl asked politely. "What will we eat for the next 7 days?" Huahuazi's usually calm face suddenly turned a bit terrified as she discovered a fatal flaw in the final selection. The two-cornered lizard sometimes doesn't need to eat. But she is a living human being. How could she possibly go 7 days without food? It seems that the manga of Demon Slayer doesn't explain how to eat during the final selection either. Are they supposed to eat wild fruits to stave off hunger? The girl indeed replied like that. But those demons surely know that humans need to eat wild fruits. Would they perhaps spit some saliva or something beforehand, causing us to get poisoned after eating? The two girls fell into deep thought. No one had ever asked such a question before, and they had never encountered someone so capable of debating like this. Huahuazi is not being unreasonable in making things difficult for them. She is seriously thinking about what to do if someone puts poison in the food. How about you take our bento away? Forget it. Looking at the two pitiful girls, Huahuazi sighed helplessly, her expression listless as she turned and walked up the Tengu Mountain. There are people who can survive by eating feces and drinking urine during earthquakes, so she certainly wouldn't starve to death. If worst comes to worst, she could even drink a bit of her own milk. The breathing technique can not only be used in swordsmanship, but also to activate the body's vitality, making the impossible become real. Secreting a little prolactin is still doable. Uft, uft. After Huahuazi went up the mountain, a suppressed laugh suddenly came from the nearby hidden bushes. Under the gaze of two girls, one black and one white. A girl with her uniform partially unbuttoned at the chest and two primrose-colored ponytails stood up, covering her mouth as she laughed uncontrollably. Lady Kanroji Mitsuri, you just recently promoted to Hashira. You must have many important tasks at hand. What brings you to Tengu Mountain? That. The girl with the braided hair scratched her head awkwardly. She had heard that Rengoku's younger sister came to participate in the final selection, and she had been lurking here for a long time to observe in secret. But she certainly couldn't say that she gave up her current task because of this. Everyone would definitely be angry. Speaking of which, Rengoku's younger sister is really a super beauty, and she is also very interesting to talk to. How cute. Chapter 12. Tengu Mountain. Huahuazi sat lazily against a tree, the inferno blade casually resting beside her. Her serene and innocent sleeping face seemed as if she was truly in a deep slumber. Scenes from all her battles so far slowly surfaced in her mind. The eight-headed giant eagle in the hot spring, the blood demon brothers who shared the same blood magic, and the miscellaneous demons encountered in earlier years. It seemed that in every battle, she would make serious mistakes and inexplicably fall into very dangerous situations. However, whether those were mistakes or tricks, perhaps only Huahuazi herself knew. She exhaled a puff of scalding flame, her breathing gradually deepening, as her full and soft snow-white chest rose and fell enticingly. The cold night wind dissipated in an instant, and the warmth of the flames spread throughout the surrounding forest and grass. Crystal sweat trickled down her cheeks, slightly soaking her clothes. A night passed, during which many shadows lingered nearby, yet none dared to stay for long or reveal themselves, quietly retreating in fear. Demons have a sharper sense than humans and instinctively avoid beings more powerful than themselves. As dawn approached, the sky gradually revealed a hint of pale white, signaling that it was almost morning. Pata pata pata. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Huahuazi stopped breathing, her delicate pink eyelashes fluttering open to gaze at the approaching figure. In the clearing across from the bushes stood a man with rough brows and messy black hair, a long sword with lightning patterns hanging from his waist. He approached with a frivolous expression, fanning himself. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's so hot here, I feel like I want to take off my clothes. Speaking of which, you're the daughter of the Flame Pillar, yet you're still using such an inefficient method of lung capacity training? This was Kwayu, a former disciple of the Sound Pillar. Despite the blatant mockery, Huahuazi showed no signs of anger, her delicate face calm as water. Well then, what advice can a senior brother like Kwayu, who hasn't even mastered the most basic techniques, give me? She tilted her head, deliberately emphasizing her tone and pretending to ask. Crack! The man's temple twisted into a pattern of lines, and the back of his hand gripping the sword bulged with veins, shaking uncontrollably. He forcibly suppressed his anger and forced a strained smile as he stepped forward to look down at Huahuazi from above. Advice is hard to come by, but now that it's dawn and the demons have returned to their lairs, I wonder if I could witness the swordsmanship of you. The most talented swordsman of this generation? Most talented? You must be mistaken. Don't you know about the newly promoted Mist Pillar from half a year ago? I heard he became a pillar in less than 2 months of holding a sword, and he seems younger than both of us. Also, if you aim to be the strongest in the world, I suggest you participate in the World's Strongest Martial Arts Tournament or the Festival Tournament. Huahuazi scoffed, her fingertips twirling a strand of fiery red hair, and her nonchalant demeanor made Kwayu even more infuriated. He had initially thought that this big-chested, brainless girl would gladly agree to spar with him, but instead, she showed no intention of fighting at all, comfortably sitting in place and spouting flowery words. Women really lack courage. The sword sheath rang out as Kwayu slowly drew his long knife. The cold gleam of the blade pointed straight at the girl's delicate nose. It had come to this point. He should make a move, right? Come on, just a little sparring. Let us keep it light. Hey no, I admit you are the strongest in the world. Huahuazi pretended to be shy, very unwillingly avoiding the sharp edge, turning her head to look at the scenery beside her. The wind today is so noisy, and the sunset is so dazzling. I'll wait. It seems there is no sunset today. Bang! With a glint of cunning in his eyes, the black-clad man suddenly stepped forward, his foot stomping heavily into the ground. The muscles in his arm gripping the knife, bulging like a parasite. With a swish, the rapidly swinging blade sliced through empty air. The spot where the girl had stood just a second ago, now vacant, while Kwayu remained in his slashing motion, momentarily stunned, when suddenly his hand felt a weight. Huahuazi lightly stood on her toes, her foot landing straight on the tip of the man's sun-will sword, pressing his entire arm downward. So fast, Kuayue's dark pupils shrank in disbelief. Although he had intentionally reduced his strength to just cut the button on the girl's chest, he hadn't seen her movement trajectory at all. It's so heavy, it felt like his arm was about to be broken. Despite her petite frame, how much excess weight did she have in that area? She was completely relying on her chest to exert pressure, and Huahuazi's body was gradually descending, almost pressing the sun-will sword against the ground. You attacked me without permission. Aren't you afraid of losing your assessment qualification? I already said it was just a spar. I won't hurt you. Kuayu, he gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arm bulging, and with all his might, he swung his sword hard to fling the girl away. The flame cloak fluttered and swayed, like a butterfly dancing gracefully, spinning a few times after landing, as Huahuazi elegantly steadied her form. However, before she could lift her head, 3 slanted arcs of sword light swooped down from the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pure swordsmanship, devoid of thunder, barely grazed Huahuazi's cheek with its sharpness, as all 3 strikes landed in empty space. Huahuazi bounced around like a rabbit, her flabby flesh shaking like a little white rabbit as she constantly dodged the incoming sword lights. Her leisurely movements appeared quite relaxed, navigating through the blade's light with ease. Untouched, not even a corner of her clothing was grazed. After several strikes that missed, Kuayu's expression became increasingly sinister, and the speed at which he wielded his sword suddenly intensified, creating countless afterimages in the air. Suddenly, the roar of the trembling blade sounded like the buzzing of a mosquito, and feeling a faint stinging sensation on her skin. Huahuazi gently placed her palm on the hilt of her sword. Rise soul. In an instant, a dense web of golden sword light intertwined, and a raging whirlwind enveloped the girl. The rapid slashes coming from all directions were no longer something that could be evaded by agility and footwork. With a helpless sigh, Huahuazi reluctantly drew out the hellblade. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, the clash of swords erupted, and an uncountable number of metallic tearing sounds exploded between the two, leaving behind several afterimages that were beyond the naked eye's perception. The clashing sword blades tore through the nearby ground, and leaves danced wildly in the air, everywhere marked with severed traces. After dozens of consecutive strikes, the Nichiren blade in Kuayu's hand became pitted, and the tattered clothing seemed somewhat ragged, with several bloodstains oozing from his body. He leaned on his knee, his face flushed, panting as he looked at the girl opposite him, who still appeared breezy and carefree, having not cut a single hair from her head, nor torn a corner of her clothing. The difference in speed and swordsmanship between the two was very obvious, and his strength could not overpower this seemingly fragile girl. I'm going to report you to the Demon Slayer Corps. You won't have it easy. Kuayu's face was already quite grim, but Huahuazi continued to provoke him with bravado. Hee. Kuayu laughed in anger, sheathing his sword without a word and turning to leave. Upon seeing this, Huahuazi suddenly tightened her grip on the long knife, a bubbling fiery breath slowly spilling from her pink lips. Moments later, just as the man was about to leave the clearing, his pupils dilated sharply, and a violent exhalation escaped his mouth, like a thunderstorm interwoven with flames, flickering with electric light. Thunder breathing fourth form, the blade remained in its sheath, but the triangular reverse pattern of the golden blade was rapidly covered by a symphony of crackling electricity. Distant thunder. Boom! The deafening roar of terrifying thunder flashed, and the soaring golden sword light descended in an instant, magnifying infinitely in Huahuazi's crimson eyes. Chapter 13. Through just as Kuayu walked several meters away with his back turned, Huahuazi suddenly tightened her grip on the long knife, a bubbling fiery breath slowly spilling from her pink lips. In the next second, the deafening roar of terrifying thunder flashed, and the soaring golden sword light descended in an instant, magnifying infinitely in the girl's crimson eyes. However, at this incredibly perilous moment, Huahuazi slowly released her grip on the hilt of the sword. Boom! As the lightning intertwined, the straight arc of the sword paused just as it was about to cut off the girl's head, and Kuayu suddenly staggered, collapsing to the ground with a thud, the Nichiren blade slipping from his hand. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily as if he were about to suffocate, his pupils appearing somewhat unfocused. At this moment, in Kuayu's eyes, the entire world had flipped upside down, and he suddenly bent over and began to vomit violently, covering himself in gastric juices and food remnants. Why? Did you poison me? No, But didn't you say it was very hot at the beginning? Is it really okay to exercise so vigorously in such high temperatures? Huahuazi walked up to the man with a smile, who was writhing on the ground like a worm, his expression showing immense pain and looking quite disheveled. His own scorching body temperature had no effect on ghosts. But when ordinary humans spent a long time in close proximity to him, dehydration and heat stroke could only be considered minor issues. Crack! Huahuazi's raised foot heavily stomped on Kuai Yu's face, forcing his head hard into the ground, coming into close contact with his own vomit. Kuai Yu trembled with anger, but his body was weak and unresponsive, the feeling of discomfort and nausea becoming increasingly severe as his vision gradually blurred. Thud! 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 Huahuazi kicked the man's body madly, looking very much like a bully in a schoolyard. Anyone unaware would think she was a major villain. A few minutes later, the suffering Kuai Yu had nearly filled himself with his own vomit, his face covered in thick, mushy liquid and bloodstains. Among the mess on his face were tears of grievance, his wide-open eyes filled with resentment. This was the first time he had ever been treated like this since birth, humiliated. From now on, when you see me, you should kneel down and call me your ancestor, got it? You orphan little mute. Not receiving a response. The girl kicked Kuai Yu's head again, forcing him to nod up and down. After thoroughly tormenting him until he was a mess, both physically and mentally, Huahuazi finally clapped her hands and stood up. This is the consequence of challenging me, Jia Zong. Remember this lesson. Go back and start training from the most basic level again. Watching the girl's figure gradually walk away, Kuai Yu clenched his hands tightly. He would definitely remember this humiliation forever. After leaving, Huahuazi still had some thoughts about what this guy had said earlier. Was her lung capacity training really that inefficient? She was just doing very ordinary lung expansion exercises and hadn't thought too much about it, nor did she have anyone to teach her. After the final selection, should she find someone to ask some questions? That might help her improve faster. Time was up, and the final selection was over. At the foot of Tengshi Mountain, two twin girls with one black and one white hair finished speaking, and Huahuazi showed a slight smile of joy. 7 days had passed, and all the previous dozens of people had disappeared, leaving her alone in an empty house. How lonely was that? Even the poor Kuai Yu hadn't returned. Had he suffered too much and been killed due to his mistakes? The final selection had a brutally high elimination rate, and it was not uncommon for only one person to survive. In fact, it could be said to be the norm. As for how Huahuazi had filled her hunger during these 7 days, it was an indescribable scene. Lord Rengoku, congratulations on becoming an Aoi-level member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe there is no need for much explanation. May I ask if the uniform and Nichiren blade need to be sent back to your home? The white-haired girl leaned slightly and spoke very respectfully. No need. I probably want to be going home. Also, if I don't need the Nichiren blade, can this reward be exchanged for something else? Yes. If you have any other equipment needs, you can mention them as well. They will all be crafted by the assigned swordsmith. My father's Nichiren blade is sufficient. Its sharpness and durability far exceed that of ordinary Nichiren blades, so I don't need to change it for now. Just as Huahuazi was having a pleasant conversation with the two girls, two heads quietly emerged from the bushes behind them. Rengoku's sister, so cute. Oh, is this the younger sister of the Flame Hashira? That long hair is so gorgeous. It's at least 8,000 times more splendid than his. The girl's face flushed red as she looked love-struck. Her two braided hair, which had changed color from eating 170 Sakura cakes every day for 8 months. Falling to her waist, Kanroji Mitsuri. 7 days ago, she had arrived, and 7 days later, she was here again. As for the other tall, silver-haired man with a bejeweled headscarf and two bandaged long swords behind him, Yuzui Tenjin. These two had come over because they cared too much, only to find that Rengoku Kyojuro himself appeared completely unfazed. Was he not worried about his sister at all? Love Hashira. Weren't you the Flame Hashira's adopted son a short while ago? Do you know what is going on in that head of his? The silver-haired man asked curiously, turning to glance at the girl with two braided pigtails. Kanroji Mitsuri shot him a strange look, puffing her cheeks. She didn't understand why this guy, with his head full of grandeur, felt superior. What did he have to talk about Rengoku brother? By the way, Rengoku's sister, so cute. Two people not doing serious business. Having successfully passed the final selection, Huahuazi decided to first go see her brother at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and then ask about the confusion she had during her training. The first 2 weeks after joining the Demon Slayer Corps didn't require any work, mainly to allow ample time for recovery and rest. After that, it would be time for dangerous missions. Just as Huahuazi had just reached the foot of Tengshi Mountain, A severely injured man, looking like a beggar with tattered clothes and black hair, came into view, crawling down with great difficulty. Because he had been kicked in the head several times by the girl, Kyoyu had been hearing a constant buzzing in his ears for the next few days. Feeling dizzy and unable to focus on fighting, falling into life-threatening situations several times. Yet he still survived and used all his strength to crawl down a mountain. In the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps, there were two survivors: the Rengoku family, Huahuazi, and the student of the Sound Hashira, Kyoyu. Chapter 14, Butterfly House. Ha ha, I didn't expect you really stole Father S' sword and ran out. In a clear stream and a courtyard filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, a golden-haired man with a head resembling Pikachu laughed heartily, his booming laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. Rengoku Kyojuro, the current Flame Hashira, ranked among the top combat powers even within the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Huahuazi, quietly following behind him, wore a helpless expression. If one were to say how she resembled the Rengoku family, it would only be the inconspicuous red at the tips of their hair. Apart from that, they truly looked nothing alike. Both her older brother and second brother had inherited their father's lackluster appearance, while she had inherited her mother's excellent genes, looking as beautiful as a celestial being, gentle as water, and with rich, nutritious milk. It was no wonder that the old man was so infatuated with her mother when she was alive. After her mother passed away, he completely turned into a walking corpse, neglecting swordsmanship and his children. Nevertheless, Huahuazi did not despise them. At least her brother's combat power was quite admirable, and her second brother was kind-hearted, barely qualifying as a good person. There was nothing good to say about the old man. Just as Huahuazi was silently complaining in her heart, her vision suddenly flickered a few times, and a petite figure gently landed beside the two. Mr. Rengoku, could you please be a little quieter? There are patients recovering in the butterfly house. A girl with short, dark purple hair adorned with a butterfly hairpin and wearing a beautifully crafted haori resembling butterfly wings frowned slightly, looking somewhat angry. Upon seeing this girl, Huahuazi slightly opened her mouth. Kanroji Mitsuri, the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, was even smaller than she had expected, standing at only 1.55 meters. Huahuazi thought she was short enough, but it turned out there was someone even smaller here. However, she didn't actually care about her height. As long as she evenly distributed the 5 kilograms of fat and extra flesh on her chest, she could easily surpass 1.8 meters. Ha, sorry. I brought my sister to the butterfly house for a visit. We'll leave right away. Rengoku explained seriously, No, you misunderstand. I'm not stopping you from coming. It's just your voice. Shinobu paused, curiously tilting her head as she looked at the red-haired girl who was hidden behind Rengoku's figure. Before she could take a closer look, her gaze was immediately drawn to the girl's ample figure that seemed ready to burst from her clothing. A few seconds later, Shinobu awkwardly shifted her gaze away. How should she put it? As a Hashira, she had naturally heard of the name Kyojuro Rengoku. However, she never expected that the sister he mentioned so often would be something so inappropriate for children. Huazi didn't expect Shinobu Kocho to be so small, and Shinobu didn't expect Huazi to be so big. The younger sister is really cute. Well, since we are family, Mr. Rengoku will surely use his Hashira privilege to adopt her as a stepchild, right? Yes, Huazi has strong talents, so I will adopt her as a stepchild. Shinobu tilted her head with a speechless expression, deliberately emphasizing the word privilege, which sounded like a mockery. Unexpectedly, Mr. Rengoku straightforwardly admitted it. Huazi quietly stayed by the side, silently chuckling to herself. In a sense, dealing with a passionate fool seems to be more challenging than dealing with a schemer. The Butterfly Mansion is the logistics team in the Demon Slayer Corps responsible for taking care of the injured or assisting them with rapid functional recovery training. Most of the staff are women who have little combat talent and some understanding of medical knowledge. If one day Huazi were to be severely injured by a demon, she would also be carried here on a stretcher for emergency treatment, so it's better to build a good relationship with these people in advance. After a brief greeting, Kyojuro led Huazi away from the Butterfly Mansion and back to another forest at the Demon Slayer Corps base. Having successfully passed the final selection and become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Huazi now faced two choices. The first was to act alone like the Hashira members, a path with a frighteningly high mortality rate, but one that would rapidly enhance her experience and skill, leading to quick promotions. The second option was to join a squad and act together with a small team to carry out missions. In this mode, efficiency would decrease, but personal safety would be ensured, which is the choice of most people. Additionally, there's a special rule that allows one to be promoted directly to Hashira if they defeat a lower moon demon alone. If luck is not on one side, and they don't encounter one for years, they can only accumulate merits by killing ordinary demons, gradually becoming a grade A member, and then see how things develop from there. After pondering for a while, Huazi had not yet made a decision. She was brought by Kyojuro to a place that looked like a roadside snack stall, a shop that specializes in selling Sakura rice cakes to Demon Slayer members. After buying 2 bags of Sakura rice cakes, they casually sat on a stone bench by the roadside to eat. Delicious, so delicious. Kyojuro chewed while expressing his thoughts. Surprisingly tasty. Huazi was also enjoying herself. The soft and creamy texture with a hint of sweetness, and the warm, glutinous rice sauce was simply irresistible, causing her to indulge in a few more. At least in terms of their love for food, they seemed quite similar. Wait, Huazi's expression tightened, and she suddenly stopped eating. She remembered that the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, ate this stuff every day, and that's why her hair was dyed a cherry color, right? What if she ate too much and her hair changed color too? However, it was just too delicious. A little extra shouldn't matter, right? Huazi stuck out her cute pink tongue and gently licked the crumbs off her cherry lips, her tongue already a bit tinted pink. By the way, big brother, what level of demons do you usually encounter? Very ordinary ones. I can't even remember the last time I encountered the 12 Kazuki. Ah, really? Huazi sighed helplessly and lowered her head to silently lick her Sakura cake. I'm already tired of killing low-level demons. It would be great to have a chance to face the 12 Kazuki directly. That timid lower moon 4 doesn't know when it will show up. Glancing at the distracted Huazi, Rengoku Kyojuro suddenly remembered something and excitedly clapped his hands. Speaking of which, before you came, the sound Hashira asked me to do something, saying it needed your help, and it seems related to the 12 Kazuki. Huazi was slightly taken aback, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Could this be? P.S. Seeking recommendation votes, Chapter 15. Sound Hashira one night passed, the morning of the second day after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Huazi arrived alone at the meeting place agreed upon with her elder brother and the Sound Hashira, not far from the training ground on the mountain. Today, she was not wearing the uniform assigned by the Demon Slayer Corps, but instead a simple light red dress that slightly exposed her fair and slender calves. Since her specially customized fireproof suit had not been completed yet, she had to make do with casual clothes, which made her stand out among the Demon Slayer Corps members who were all dressed in black uniforms, causing quite a few of them to crash into trees while staring at her. Oh, you're here, the younger sister of the Flame Hashira? A tall and handsome silver-haired man with a headscarf adorned with diamonds and a plum blossom pattern at the corners of his eyes had been waiting there. He was the Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, and at 1.98 meters tall, Huazi looked like a small plush toy standing in front of him, barely reaching his chest. As soon as the silver-haired man saw the red-haired girl, he scrutinized her from head to toe, nodding occasionally as if he was pleased with something. Finally, his gaze landed on Huazi's stunning face, his pupils gradually constricting as he shook his head. May I ask what the Sound Hashira wants with me? After a few seconds of eye contact, Huazi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes, holding back her anger as she asked softly. If it weren't for the opportunity to interact with the 12 Kazuki, she wouldn't have come to meet this guy with a twisted mind. Well, how should I put it? Although your body is quite your face is a bit too pure, and your fashion sense is very ordinary. Do you know how to put on makeup? Although the first few sentences from the Sound Hashira were already quite offensive, Huazi didn't get angry. Her focus was entirely on the last sentence. Sure enough, just as she had anticipated, Yuzui Tenjin had been investigating this long ago. No, the girl took a deep breath, her eyes half closed, her voice flat and devoid of any fluctuation. Even while conversing directly with the Hashira, Huazi felt no tension in her heart. She didn't even think she was weaker than him. Upon hearing her response, the silver-haired man showed a somewhat troubled expression. He was aware that the Flame Hashira's mother had passed away early, so it was indeed unlikely that Huazi would have learned makeup at such a young age. He even considered whether she might be a rebellious teenager secretly putting on makeup behind her family's back, but it seemed there was no need to ask. Do you know about the Yoshiwara red light district? Huazi's breath paused for half a second, her face turning slightly red as she lowered her head, showing a very shy expression. Prostitutes? The Yoshiwara red light district, the most famous place of its kind, had produced several breathtaking beauties throughout history, stunning the world. Yes, that's the place. After 3 years of extensive interrogation and investigation, I've finally confirmed that there's a 12 Kazuki hidden in the red light district. Yes, there was indeed a 12 Kazuki hiding there, and the reincarnated Huazi certainly knew about it. Moreover, It wasn't just an ordinary lower moon demon, but a true upper moon, a super demon that had killed several Hashira over the past century. So, without waiting for Yuzui Tenjin to finish, Hua Zizi raised her hand to interrupt him. So you plan to have me infiltrate as a prostitute to investigate the identity of the 12 Kazuki? Not to investigate the 12 Kazuki, but to use the identity of a prostitute as a cover. Hua Zi hurriedly changed her words, as she had accidentally spoken too casually, making it seem like she was eager to experience the feeling of being a prostitute. She was well aware of how much impact her body could have. If she entered the brothel as a prostitute, no one would doubt her identity, which was also the reason why she was picked out by the Sound Hashira at a glance. Yuzui Tenjin glanced at the girl oddly and slowly nodded. So, are you willing? If it is for the great cause of exterminating all demons, the girl will naturally take on this responsibility, and this body can be considered confiscated. Hua Zi agreed without hesitation, confidently patting her chest, embodying the image of a righteous partner full of positive energy. Yuzui Tenjin was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hand, hurriedly explaining, "What are you talking about? Of course it's the kind that only sells skills, not the body. If others find out that he tempted a new recruit to do such a thing, he would be immediately eliminated by the other Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps." Oh, Hua Zi's voice sounded somewhat disappointed for some reason. "However, I'm relieved you have this acting skill. Even if you play a prostitute, no one would suspect anything unusual." The atmosphere was eerily silent, and the two remained silent for a few seconds before Yuzui Tenjin and Hua Zi burst into laughter together. "Ha ha ha ha! Hee hee, silly. Laughing at your currency." Hua Zi covered her mouth and chuckled, secretly cursing in her heart, thinking that the Sound Hashira didn't seem very smart. She thought casual banter wouldn't be noticed. In that situation, a normal person would call it enlightenment. Acting skills are too much of a leap. All right, let's go back to my house for a bit. Don't get me wrong. Although you are indeed a perfect woman, I already have 3 wives. Huh. The fair-skinned Hua Zi was taken home by the Sound Hashira, and of course, it was he to do anything strange, but for his 3 wives to teach her how to do makeup, since she was going to infiltrate the ghost street as a prostitute. Not knowing how to apply makeup would make her seem very strange and easily expose her identity. The Sound Hashira's family were all ninjas from a ninja village, and they had undergone strict training since childhood. Their curvy figures made Hua Zi understand what a mature woman was. It seemed that mere appearance was not enough. The 3 women were excited to see Hua Zi, surrounding her and playfully poking her like a blow-up doll. Soon they were sweating profusely, their clothes soaked through, scattered all over the ground, breathing heavily, all of them suffering from heat stroke. Facing this incredibly alluring scene, Hua Zi sat expressionlessly at the makeup table, studying her makeup alone. Although the 3 older sisters in revealing outfits were indeed beautiful, they were already married and held no attraction for Hua Zi. What she truly wanted was someone obedient and delicate, ready to serve, available at her beck and call, someone she could whip hard, cough cough. Let us not mention Hua Zi's peculiar preferences for now. In fact, if it weren't for Hua Zi, the Sound Hashira would struggle to find suitable candidates, and his 3 wives would certainly infiltrate the Flower Street, of course, to sell their skills and not their bodies. Chapter 16. Flower Street. A cool breath gently escaped from her cherry lips as the red-clad girl, sitting cross-legged on the dojo mat, slowly opened her scarlet eyes. Her long, fiery red hair that burned like flames was gradually dimming. After a month of joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Hua Zi's breathing technique had approached perfection. Even her boiling body temperature had somewhat restrained itself, no longer uncontrollably burning her clothes. Compared to the raging demon aura she emitted before, she now resembled an ordinary beautiful girl, tranquil and elegant. At this moment, if one were to observe Hua Zi's body with advanced scientific instruments from the 21st century, they would find that her lungs resembled a boiling boiler, with incredibly high temperatures flowing through the surfaces of her blood vessels, like a barrel of explosives ready to explode at any moment. Very good, Hua Zi, you have completely mastered the total concentration breathing technique. Perhaps even I am no match for you now. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Rengoku Kyojuro, sitting opposite her, burst into laughter. Total concentration breathing refers to the uninterrupted use of low-efficiency breathing for 24 hours a day, even while sleeping and eating. The swordsmen who can achieve this are basically only the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. Big brother, don't joke around. Hua Zi stood up with a helpless expression, brushing off her clothes. In the past month, she not only completed her breathing training, but was also forced to learn makeup techniques to become the perfect courtesan. The custom-made Demon Slayer uniform had already arrived, and everything was ready. The next step was to head to the flower street. "I'm leaving, little sister. Take care on the way." As she watched the girl gradually walk away, Rengoku Kyojuro waved his arms and tearfully said goodbye. Shouts echoed from behind, but Huahuazi left the dojo without looking back, her small mouth pouting slightly in displeasure. This man exuded an astonishing sense of oppression, and the fighting spirit surrounding him had been tempered to a point where it was infinitely close to the highest realm of a swordsman. At least, she currently did not have the qualifications to challenge him. Yoshiwara Flower Street was adorned with pink lanterns that illuminated the night, and countless rows of houses emitted a strong and obscene fragrance. This was Yoshiwara Flower Street, a place of intoxication and indulgence. Colorful and flashy signs hung in front of the brothels, and several young girls barely wrapped in strips of cloth came out to greet customers. Regardless of gender, anyone passing by would pose and show off their curves. However, at some point, the passers-by stopped focusing on these third-rate courtesans, and the girls suddenly became as unnoticed as pebbles, selling oneself for a pet. A wooden sign that seemed to openly provoke the limits of human intelligence was boldly placed by the street, and the key was that it was surrounded by circles of customers. A stray dog, covered in sores, lay on the ground with its eyes rolled back. This poor little creature had just left the world a few days ago. A red-haired girl, dressed in tattered clothes that looked like those of a refugee, knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Her small face was lightly made up, and her sorrowful beauty was unforgettable, deeply etched in the hearts of onlookers. It seemed she hadn't had new clothes to wear for many years. Her well-developed body almost burst through the old garment, and the ragged skirt barely covered her knees, revealing a delicate and snowy white leg. Isn't it enough to just find a place to bury a dead dog? As for selling her body, is this the legendary big-chested bimbo? The facts prove that in the face of beauty, intelligence was insignificant. People went from feeling slightly amused to lamenting the girl's love. She was willing to disregard her own purity for the sake of a pet. What a pity for such a stunning appearance. After watching for a long time, a woman dressed like a madam finally stepped forward. Her ugly face was heavily made up to the point that she was almost unrecognizable as a human. Yet she twisted her waist, considering herself charming as she approached the girl. "Selling yourself? Which kind?" The madam observed the frail-looking red-haired girl with a scrutinizing gaze, remaining unmoved even by her pitiful crying, and spoke with a very cold tone. "Selling art, not selling your body." "Oh no, I mean selling art, not selling your body." Huahuazi hurriedly corrected herself. "Oh, you want to be a geisha? What kind of art do you know?" The madam's eyes lit up after hearing the girl's words. It was well known that even if an ordinary courtesan was beautiful, she was still just a courtesan, and there would always be someone willing to pay for her. In contrast, a high-ranking geisha could become a star-like presence in the flower street, pursued by admirers who would spare no expense, leading to ruin for their families. With the girl's looks, if she knew a bit of art, she would definitely have the qualifications to become a high-ranking courtesan. However, did this girl, who looked like a little beggar, really understand art? Aye. Faced with the madam's questioning, Huahuazi felt a bit troubled. She couldn't just say she only knew how to wield a sword. She wasn't skilled in singing, dancing, or rapping. What should she do? Initially, she thought that her face and figure would be enough to make these third-rate madams fawn over her, but she hadn't expected the scrutiny to be quite strict. "Can you dance?" "No." "Can you sing?" "No." "Can you play the flute or any other instruments?" "No." "Then what can you do?" The madam's expression changed, feeling that this girl was just here to cause trouble, and the crowd around them started to show incredulous expressions. Just as the red-haired girl stammered and couldn't find her words, the crowd grew larger. Facing countless whispers and pointing fingers, she looked as if she might cry. I could drink water." In the shocked gazes of many, Huahuazi elegantly pinched her delicate fingers, gracefully picking up a glass of clear water and slowly pouring it into her pale pink lips. Her slightly raised, snowy neck was as pure and beautiful as a white swan. Even though she was drinking water, her half-closed charming eyes seemed to be savoring the world's most precious wine. "How about that? Don't you think just watching me drink water could feed you 3 bowls of rice?" After finishing the water, Huahuazi wiped her lips, wearing a proud expression. Beauty is justice. Just like reading a comic, one might occasionally pay attention to the plot, but more often, it's the captivating visuals that attract the most attention. The atmosphere fell silent, and the air felt somewhat eerie. A few seconds later, a sudden scream erupted from the crowd. "What an interesting woman! Performance art, performance art!" 50,000. We at the Huan-in house want this woman. The madam screamed. Not long after the task began, Huahuazi successfully blended into the flower street and earned a fortune that ordinary people would never see in their lifetimes. By the way, the dead dog she was supposed to bury was left on the ground without care. What's going on over there? Outside the encircled crowd, a passing carriage stopped, and a cold, displeased female voice came from inside. Lady Warabi, it's just a clown performing to attract attention. People will soon forget about it. Standing outside the carriage, an old man wiped the cold sweat from his face, tremblingly flattering with a terrified expression. He indeed. After all, only beauty remains unchanged. Chapter 17. The Sixth Crescent Moon. The white jasmine emitted a light fragrance, and the dimly colored room flickered with weak candlelight. A candle's flame swayed unsteadily as the red-haired girl in a loose yukata lay on a soft white bed, her lazy expression radiating immense pleasure. A beautiful woman in a black kimono, with her long hair styled up and tied with a golden fork, skillfully massaged the girl's tender back with both hands. You must remember that the Huan-in house is not a place where you can behave recklessly. You absolutely cannot become friendly with any men in private, cannot indulge in food and drink that would ruin your figure, cannot stay up late, cannot wear makeup, and cannot break the rules. Then, starting tomorrow, you will learn etiquette from me until you are ready for a formal performance. All right, teacher. With exquisite techniques massaging her, Huahuazi let out a comfortable hum, not expecting that the person inside the chicken coop was quite nice to her. Free services, bathing, and massages. It seemed that the old madam intended to cultivate her as a courtesan. Although the Huanin house was not well known, it had once produced star-level courtesans and understood how to nurture newcomers. According to the beautiful woman in her 30s, ever since the emergence of Wuziheim from the Jingjing house a few years ago, all the brothels in the pleasure district faced bankruptcy. Men were so enchanted by that woman that they would rather spend lavishly for her smile than spend a little money to spend the night with other women. Moreover, Wuziheim was extremely mysterious, never showing her face during the day, only appearing at night, making it impossible for other establishments to attract customers during that time. All right, the lights will be out soon. Go to sleep. The woman in black took great care of Huahuazi, personally helping her bathe, massage, comb her hair, and change clothes, as if treating her like a biological daughter. Seeing that it was getting late, she told another story about the pleasure district before getting up and leaving the room. As night fell, the room was pitch dark, and Huahuazi quietly closed her eyes in front of the dressing mirror. Taking a deep breath, she finally felt her long-held heart settle down. The high temperature she had barely managed to contain in her lungs was almost forced out several times due to the woman's strong pressure, risking an accident. Fortunately, she managed to hold it in until the end, without exposing any abnormalities. Reflecting on the events of the day, Huahuazi lazily leaned against the window ledge, tilting her head to gaze at the night view outside. The night was deep, and the beautiful crescent moon hung high in the sky, with a wisp of thin, gauzy moonlight shining through the window. Her eyes were sorrowful, and the young girl's tragic profile seemed to narrate the miserable experience of being reduced to a prostitute, imprisoned in the pleasure district without escape, destined to never attain freedom or true love. Just as such a story was unfolding, the girl, who had been staring at the moonlight in a daze, suddenly let out a chilling cry. Ing. A silence fell, with no one responding. Huahuazi patiently waited without changing her expression. After a few seconds, the sound of rapid wing flapping finally reached her ears. With a thud, a small redbird, struggling to flap its wings and carrying a cloth bag, landed on the window. It was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and its back was wrapped in a package much larger than its own body. After flying for dozens of miles, how could it not be half dead? Unlike the common black crows of the Demon Slayer Corps, this redbird was a blood sparrow, its body blood red, and its feathers displaying a gem-like beautiful sheen, which was quite eye-catching. Tweet, 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 the blood sparrow asked while grooming its messy feathers. Tweet, 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 Huahuazi replied. Tweet, 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 tweet. After hearing Huahuazi's report, the blood sparrow suddenly raised its head, showing a very human-like expression of shock. It didn't have time to groom its feathers and quickly flapped its weak wings, flying out of the girl's line of sight. After the adorable little blood sparrow left, Huahuazi eagerly unwrapped the package. Inside was a Purgatory blade, a specially made bright red uniform, and a few packs of her favorite Sakura cakes. To be able to carry such heavy items over a long distance, it seemed she needed to reward the little one properly next time it came. After folding the pajamas from the Hanin house and putting them under the quilt, Huazi changed into the new uniform delivered by the Blood Sparrow. This was a special fireproof suit custom made by the swordsmith for her. Wrapped in a plastic fireproof packaging, the bright red kimono looked as hot as a branding iron, with an interior as hot as coal, which would burn a layer of skin off anyone who touched it. Warm and cozy, how comfortable. As Huazi put on this kimono, she let out a comfortable exclamation. Surprisingly, it fit quite well, with a flamboyant big red flower tied at the back, and the tightly bound sash perfectly accentuating her soft contours, making her look alluring. There was a scabbard for the Nichiren blade at her waist, making it very convenient for battle. The completion of this outfit exceeded Huazi's expectations. It looked splendid and harmless on the outside, while being scalding hot inside, allowing her to feel a hint of warmth. With a whoosh, the space flickered, and the girl seemed to vanish instantly from the room. As night deepened, even the atmosphere of the flower street became much quieter, with only a few drunken men and women wandering the streets. The rooftop debris gently trembled, and suddenly a red shadow zipped across the rooftops. With red hair, red clothing, and red eyes, everything was blood red, and this terrifying scene resembled a vengeful ghost from a movie seeking revenge. After swiftly darting across the rooftops, the red shadow suddenly came to a halt, landing atop the tallest building, Kyojuro House. Gazing over the town, Huazi slowly murmured, focusing on a brightly lit shop. Whether it was the story told by that woman today, or the plot she understood about the flower street, they all pointed to Kyojuro House's Warabaheim. Without a doubt, she was the sixth of the Upper Moons, Daki, who had wreaked havoc for a century after becoming a demon, and had killed several Hashira swordsmen, now hiding her identity in the Yoshiwara flower street. The power of the Upper Moons was beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. No Hashira could guarantee victory against them in a one-on-one situation. Previously, the message conveyed by the Blood Sparrow roughly meant they had discovered clues about the 12 Kazuki, but hoped the headquarters would not send reinforcements to avoid alarming the enemy. Of course, Huazi did not want to take all the credit for it, as she had no guarantee of winning. To seize the opportunity for a guaranteed kill, she had to patiently wait. Time to go back to sleep. Just as Huazi was about to return to the Hanin house, a strip of fabric, resembling a stocking, silently fell behind her, and a dark figure's eyes glowed with a faint green light. Chapter 18. Warabaheim. In the dark and shadowy rooftop of Yoshiwara Flower Street stood a figure, barely visible under the moonlight. After a few moments, long strips of fabric extended from behind the shadow, almost enveloping all directions, while Huazi seemed oblivious to the situation behind her, continuing to walk slowly on the bricks. The spider silk-like strips densely covered the area behind the girl, and then with a whoosh, they quickly contracted. Ugh! Without time to react, in just a second, she was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and, after falling to the ground, Huazi struggled violently. She rolled several times on the ground, but the binding strips tightened even more, making it hard for her to breathe. Another Demon Slayer Corps member? How boring. The black silhouette slowly yawned, showing a look of irritation. Unlike other demons, Warabaheim was not afraid of these rats hiding in the gutters, nor was she afraid of her identity being exposed. Demons could change their appearance and physique at will, even if their identity was publicly revealed by the Demon Slayer Corps. She could kill thousands in anger and then change her appearance to continue being an Oiran. As for Hashira swordsmen, she had already lost count of how many she had sent to their graves, 7 or 8. Suddenly, the woman's slightly bored eyes widened, her lips moist. Your body looks quite nice. Come let me take a look. These strips were actually an extension of Warabaheim's body when the woman felt the touch of her bindings. Saliva uncontrollably flowed out. When it came to seeking pleasure, no one could compare to Warabaheim, whether man or woman, as long as they piqued her interest. She would first play with them until they were spent before devouring them. With a whoosh, the densely packed strips wrapped around Huazi and brought her before the shadow. It was clear to see her voluptuous outline from the shape formed by the bindings, which satisfied Warabaheim immensely. I hope she looks pretty. If she's an ugly monster, that would be a turnoff. Warabaheim's expression was filled with anticipation, and just as she was about to tear the bindings from the girl's face, the scene before her suddenly flickered a few times, inexplicably grabbing at empty air. With a light gasp, the world in front of Warabaheim turned upside down. A blazing flame swept past, and what came into view was a massive blood-red crescent moon. Accompanied by a flash of sword light, all the strips turned to ashes, and her beautiful head spun in the air, her gaze filled with daze, confusion, and bewilderment. Did I get cut? When? Why? I couldn't react at all. Flame breathing. Seventh form, Blood Moon's Kiss. Strange night devours the remnants of twilight. The demon moon does not extinguish the wax. With her back to Arabaheim's delicate kimono, blood red as blood, Purgatory Huahuazi slowly exhaled a mouthful of scorching flame, feeling as if her lungs were about to ignite. Fortunately, she didn't see my face. Otherwise, I would have been exposed as soon as I infiltrated. She sheathed the Purgatory blade and with a whoosh, vanished into the night. With a thud, after Huahuazi left, Arabaheim's head fell with a plop onto the eaves, her face hitting the ground and rolling a few times before getting stuck among the debris and coming to a stop. After a full minute of silence, her pupils trembled violently, and her previously aloof expression turned into one of immense grievance as she began to cry out loud. Wah? How could she bully me like this? I'm so mad. No, I won't listen. I'll kill her. I'll torture her mercilessly. Make her wish she were dead. Glittering tears streamed down endlessly as she cried inconsolably, her headless body writhing and squirming in a tantrum even after being decapitated. After wailing and thrashing about for what felt like ages, until nearby residents began shouting curses, she finally picked up her own head with her body, still sobbing, and reattached it to her neck. But it was already too late. She had run away so fast. Fine, I get it. I'll try it when I get back. Arabaheim wiped her tears away pitifully, sniffling as she trudged back toward the Kyojuro house. As she left, the trailing strips of cloth behind her sliced the house from which the curses had come into pieces, like a giant kitchen knife. The night passed without incident. Sunlight filtered through the window curtains, warming Huahua's face as she rubbed her bleary eyes and yawned, sitting up from under the covers. Still drowsy, she sluggishly pulled on the black kimono uniform of the Kagan house, then flopped back down ungracefully for another short nap, until the pressure on her chest became uncomfortable, forcing her to reluctantly leave the warmth of the futon. Brushing her teeth, washing her face, and combing her hair took half an hour at the vanity, and that was without the freedom to apply makeup freely. But since the red light district didn't require greeting guests during the day, life was relatively relaxed, and wasting a little time didn't matter. Huahua, are you awake? I'm awake. Hearing the voice outside her door, Huahua quickly responded. It was the black-haired woman from yesterday who had given her a massage, apparently. She was responsible for training young geisha and held a significant position in the Kagan house. If the madam was like the principal, then this woman was probably the equivalent of a strict head teacher. Come out for breakfast. Once you're up, the woman called from outside. Okay. A few minutes later, Huahua sat obediently at the breakfast table, not daring to move a muscle. Around her sat a row of courtesans, chatting and giggling among themselves, though their eyes kept flickering toward Huahua. This new geisha is so pretty, and that part of her is terrifyingly big. It's only a matter of time before she steals our positions. Huh? Their attention soon returned to their gossip, topics ranging from a grisly murder in a nearby house the night before to Arabaheim of the Kyojuro house. Hey, did you see the Kyojuro house's notice? That Arabaheim is actually looking for the woman she spent the night with yesterday. I know. She even listed the woman's measurements. I think it was CC, XX, KK, or something. Ha ha ha. Is she a cow or just hallucinating from drugs? Lucky her, I'd love to play with a woman like that. At first, Huahua listened absent-mindedly as she sipped her milk, but a few seconds later, her expression twisted strangely. Puffed. By the time she fully processed their words, the milk in her mouth sprayed out, drenching the young geisha sitting across from her. Wait, aren't those MY measurements? Huahuazi's face was pale as she wiped her small mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame and humiliation in her heart. Her measurements had been publicly revealed. Even the digits were exact down to the last detail. It was clear that she had only been entangled by the strap of the Fern Princess. How could she be seen through so completely? What a terrifying woman. Chapter 19. Pillar meeting, just being wrapped by that disgusting strip of cloth, had completely exposed her measurements. Huahuazi felt a humiliation akin to being inexplicably pregnant after being stared at by someone. To make matters worse, someone had the malicious idea to find people under the guise of night affairs. Who could possibly have thought of such a wicked plan? Assuming she would disguise herself as a prostitute lurking in the flower district, dressed in filthy and lowly cleaning clothes, the red-haired girl frantically scrubbed the floor with a rag, punishing herself for publicly spraying milk on another geisha as a provocation. Speaking of which, the Fern Princess's strength was truly pitiful. Since it was her first time fighting in a fireproof suit, Huahuazi had deliberately held back a bit of her power when using her high-level sword techniques. Yet she still easily severed her head. However, there was no real feeling of having killed her. It was clear that Upper Moon Kazuki was not something that could be defeated alone. Huahuazi, come over and pour water for the guests. Okay. Upon hearing the call from the landlady, Huahuazi's eye twitched a few times, forced a smile, and replied, Demon Slayer Corps. Main base. While Huahuazi was lurking in the Flower District carrying out her mission, it had already been a month since the final selection, and the annual pillar meeting was about to begin. The pillar meeting referred to the gathering of the pillar-level swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, during which the mysterious lord would also make an appearance. At this moment, in a courtyard in the back mountain of the Demon Slayer Corps, 8 swordsmen knelt respectfully on the ground, all facing an ugly, white-haired man. His face seemed to be afflicted by some disease, with disgusting purple veins bulging out, transforming his once handsome features into something incredibly ugly. This frail-looking, blind white-haired man was the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, a fact that was hard to believe. Kanroji Mitsuri, the love pillar, isn't here, is she? The white-haired man asked with confusion, his voice emanating a strange magnetism, clear and soothing, as if it penetrated straight into the brain through the eardrum. The several pillar-level swordsmen exchanged glances, unsure of Mitsuri's whereabouts. However, the fact that she had not come to the pillar meeting surely meant she was on an important mission. At that moment, a black crow landed on the treetop, flapping its wings and calling out loudly. Caw-caw. Love pillar Kanroji Mitsuri went to the evil Buddha temple on a mission and has yet to return. Oh, she was actually able to hold back the love pillar. It seems there's a presence of the 12 Kazuki. Inosuke, the sound pillar, immediately stood up excitedly. A few seconds later, when he noticed the displeased looks from the others, he awkwardly knelt back down. Being unruly in front of the Lord would surely draw criticism from others. Yeah, that's strange. I saw Miss Mitsuri's crow return yesterday. Butterfly Shinobu tilted her head in confusion. Caw-caw. The love pillar indeed encountered a lower moon 12 Kazuki, but they didn't engage in battle. It seemed she was outsmarted by a blood demon art from a certain subordinate. After wandering down the mountain in a daze, she rushed back in a fit of anger. This state has persisted for an entire week, so her poor crow returned first. That idiot. Everyone looked speechless. It was a well-known fact that Kanroji Mitsuri wasn't very bright. But no one expected her to be so reckless that she even missed the pillar meeting. The evil Buddha temple was several days' journey away from here, so it seemed impossible to send a pillar-level warrior for support in the short term. The nearest area to the evil Buddha temple, let a lower-ranked swordsman check the situation. If possible, please bring some food for Kanroji Mitsuri. She must be starving and out of strength to fight. Encountering a 12 Kazuki in that state would be extremely dangerous. Upon hearing Kanroji Waizai's voice, the crow's 2 eyeballs spun rapidly, seemingly analyzing all the information. After waiting for a few minutes, a dense swarm of black crows flew down from the sky, neatly landing on the treetops in the courtyard. Caw, 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 caw. Caw, 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 caw. Caw, X100. Cheep, cheep. Woo, 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 woo. The crows filled the area. Their deafening cawing was enough to drive one mad, and mixed in were some strange sounds. Finally, all the crows fell silent, and the courtyard returned to quiet. Caw. The nearest swordsman to the evil Buddha temple is in the Yoshiwara Flower District. A newcomer who just passed the final selection a month ago, the Mizunoto swordsman, Huahuazi. She is the younger sister of Rengoku Kyojuro. Aoi level? Flower District? Rengoku? Who assigned this task? What's she doing there? As the only woman among the 8, Butterfly Shinobu frowned tightly. She had met Huahuazi once. How could she have ended up in such a place after just a month? At the same time, Yuzui Tenjin had his head bowed, drenched in sweat. His clothes soaked through. It could be described as bathing in sweat. Aoi-level swordsman. Can she help the pillars? The long, dark hair reached his waist. The boy with a beauty like a beautiful girl, the mist pillar, Takedo Michiro, silently drew circles on the ground. In an instant, everyone had different thoughts. But only the Lord, Kanroji Waizai, showed an expression of deep worry. Caw. It's a mission assigned by the sound pillar. The atmosphere fell silent, and everyone's shifting gazes darted back and forth between Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kyojuro. Yuzui Tenjin's pupils looked like dead fish. He had given up thinking. Meanwhile, Rengoku Kyojuro's expressionless face revealed no emotions, but suddenly he asked in a strange tone, "Why are you all staring at me?" Rengoku, aren't you angry? Butterfly Shinobu cautiously probed. Haha, don't worry, Huahuazi really loves flowers. Rengoku Kyojuro suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his booming voice almost drowning out the crow's calls. For some reason, Everyone present suddenly felt the urge to apologize to Kanroji Mitsuri for calling her an idiot. Here was someone who was just as reckless as she was. So, may I ask what Mr. Yuzui assigned Huahwazi to do in the Flower District? Butterfly Shinobu sighed in relief while casting a dark look at Yuzui Tenjin beside her. Well, just as Yuzui Tenjin was about to despair, a magnetic voice came from the front, immediately drawing everyone's attention. In the Flower District, there's an upper moon Kizuki, Yayoi Kanasaki slowly said. And as soon as he finished speaking, more than half of the Hashira present stood up, their faces showing disbelief. If you want the original image, you can join the group. The image of Mitsuri Kanroji at the end of the previous chapter was very revealing, so it was censored. If you want the original image, you can join the group. 514555516. Chapter 20, Blood Sparrow. It is indeed a known fact that the Upper Moon demons are hiding in the Flower District. This is not a secret, but information that has been known for 100 years. After hearing the sudden words of the white-haired man, everyone showed expressions of disbelief, especially the sound Ashura, Tenjin Yuzui, who had spent countless efforts and time to obtain this information. Wait, but why didn't we even know someone was missing? As Tenjin-D spoke halfway, he suddenly understood something and looked up in shock at the flock of black crows in the sky. Yes, they had always received information through the crows. If the crows did not notify them, how would they know someone was missing? After a long silence, Yayoi Kanasaki continued to explain. The Flower District has been plagued by Upper Moon demons for 100 years, but only the Hashira-level swordsmen can confront the 12 Kizuki. Although they are called the 12 Kizuki, they are just some strong lower-ranked demons. The true 6 Upper Moon demons have not changed in rank for 100 years. The 6 most terrifying demons have claimed the lives of countless swordsmen, including Hashira, especially with the existence of the Flower District and the Paradise Cult. They knew of their existence, but had no way to deal with them. The presence of Hashira-level swordsmen is too strong. Demons can instantly distinguish them from ordinary humans. Over the past century, 7 Hashira-level swordsmen have perished alone in the Flower District, and when the Demon Slayer Corps organized a team to encircle them, no trace of the demons was found. Even one-on-one duels with Hashira were not a match, let alone sending lower-ranked swordsmen to investigate secretly. Everything was in vain. Thus, the Demon Slayer Corps directly abandoned the Flower District, no longer allowing swordsmen to die in vain. Realizing this, several Hashira-level swordsmen clenched their fists in anger. The current focus is no longer the evil Buddha temple. We should first consider the safety of Rengoku's little sister. Butterfly Shinobu quickly stood up, wanting to rush directly to the Flower District, but was gently held back by Kyojuro Rengoku. No need. Rengoku Kyojuro's expression was unchanging. Huh? Rengoku-san, what are you saying? Isn't she your little sister? Hinetsuru is strong, so there's no need to worry. Butterfly Shinobu's expression became somewhat subtle, facing this extremely stubborn man. She momentarily didn't know what to say. As the atmosphere grew increasingly strange, Yayoi Kanasaki finally spoke. Swordsman, I have a suggestion. Since Rengoku Hinetsuru's crow is still around, it means she is temporarily safe. Why not assign the task at the evil Buddha temple to her? If she can confront the lower-ranked demons, then she can continue to stay in the Flower District. If not, please let her withdraw from the Flower District immediately. I have no objections, said Rengoku Kyojuro. All right. Butterfly Shinobu nodded helplessly. Lastly, I have one request. Any swordsman present must not go to the Flower District privately or have any contact with the Paradise Cult. Just as he was thinking about going to the Flower District tonight, Michiro Takedo stopped drawing circles, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance. At the same time, the moment the leader made a decision, a beautiful red blood sparrow on the treetops immediately took flight, heading towards the direction of the Yoshiwara Flower District. Yoshiwara Flower District Kinga House. Last night was so dark, she probably didn't see my face or hair color. She only knew my measurements and height, so she couldn't find me for the time being. However, knowing that Rengoku Hinetsuru of the Demon Slayer Corps is right here, she still dares to stubbornly stay in the Flower District. The old lady, Hinetsuru, grew angrier the more she thought about it, feeling increasingly wronged. If she knew that Warabaheim had been beheaded, she would have cried out in grievance, which might have improved her mood. This is probably a woman's nature. Lost in thought, while pouring water for the customers, Hinetsuru accidentally spilled hot water all over someone. Hinetsuru, what are you doing? Seeing the scene, the manager screamed and rushed over, apologizing while wiping the scalded skin of the customer. Huahwazi stood still, at a loss, when suddenly she felt her chest pounding, as if a soft living creature was wriggling inside. So itchy, so slippery, so lewd. Her face flushed as she quietly lifted a collar seam. And in the next second, a red bird's head suddenly popped out from her neckline. Yep, she almost got scared to the point of wetting herself. Huahuazi took a long time to regain her composure, staring in shock at this little blood sparrow. Why are you in there? Yip 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 yip, not important. I almost spilled milk out of fright. Yip 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 yip. A waning moon? Boring. I'm currently busy dealing with the full moon ghost month. Please don't disturb me. Yip yip yip. Crying won't help. Yip. Suddenly, Huahuazi's expression froze. Her toes suddenly lifted off the ground, and her whole body floated in the air, due to being less than a centimeter off the ground. No one in the hall noticed this bizarre scene. This small blood sparrow actually grabbed one of Huahuazi's hairs with its beak, lifting her 5 kilograms of excess weight along with her 40-kilogram body. Huh. Huahuazi's small mouth slightly opened in disbelief at the current situation. Before she could react, her body was uncontrollably floating towards the door, moving even faster than an ordinary person's full sprint. Huahuazi! The angry shouts of the landlady came from behind, bullying other geishas, scalding customers with boiling water, and now running away without following orders. She deeply regretted buying this red-haired girl who sold her artistry, but not her body. The petite and adorable blood sparrow clutched a strand of Huahuazi's hair, desperately flapping its wings and gradually pulling her up to a height of 100 meters. The buildings below became minuscule, and Huahuazi had given up struggling, curling up and not daring to move, hoping that the blood sparrow wouldn't let go and drop her. Let me ask, I don't have my clothes or sword. How am I supposed to deal with the 12 Kazuki? Ing, the blood sparrow chirped. And Huahuazi met her end. At the age of 15, the story concluded. A few minutes later, with her long hair pinned up by wisteria flower hairpins, changed into fireproof clothing, and equipped with the Purgatory blade, Purgatory Huahuazi was ready for departure. Ing. Responding to the signal, her body was once again grasped by the blood sparrow and quickly ascended towards the high clouds. This time, she dare not say a word. The feeling of weightlessness from the high altitude was truly life-threatening, making her feel as if the excess flesh on her chest was swaying and sagging. If the blood sparrow hadn't caught her at the critical moment just now, she would have really ended up as Huahuazi paced. Chapter 21. The evil Buddha temple. The strong wind howled past her ears as the red-haired girl dangled in the air, her hair held by the palm-sized blood sparrow, swaying at a height of 100 meters like a marionette. The houses and rivers below became insignificant, while the sea of clouds above was within reach, creating a rather peculiar feeling to be able to fly in this era. Even the technology of her previous life couldn't achieve flight, unless one leaped from a high tower at the cost of their life. After flying for about 2 hours, Huahuazi suddenly widened her eyes as a dark mountain range that pierced the clouds appeared before them. An ominous aura rushed towards them from less than 100 meters away, emanating a chilling malice. That Tianzo's a mountain? No, it can't be. That place shouldn't have this height. Despite it being noon, the mountain seemed to be shrouded by a dark giant hand, blocking out the sun, with the sky above also covered in a thick darkness like storm clouds. It was unclear which of the lower-ranked 12 Kazuki was lurking here, but it looked dangerous just from its appearance. Nevertheless, no danger could compare to the flower street. The blood sparrow flapped its wings desperately, carrying Huahuazi towards the ominous Black Mountain. Evil Buddha temple in the pitch-black deep mountains. There was a temple with an incredibly eerie atmosphere, filled with a chilling aura. The statue guarding this place had half of its head chopped off, and the missing part was maliciously carved into the shape of a Rakshasa demon, resembling an evil god. Decades ago, this was a shrine worshipped by people, where nearby villagers and travelers would often come to pray for blessings. Suddenly, one day, a shrine maiden became pregnant, which was undoubtedly unclean and disrespectful to the deities, so she was naturally expelled. After that, terrifying events unfolded. A few months after the maiden was expelled, during a local festival, many residents came to the shrine to worship, and curious tourists also trampled in. That pregnant woman returned, and while hundreds knelt in front of the statue praying and burning incense, she gave birth. Blood flowed everywhere, pooling into a river within the temple, soaking the statue and the entrance. This is the origin of the name Evil Buddha Temple. After that bizarre incident, no residents dared to come back for worship, and the shrine gradually fell into disrepair. Is this for real? Is it really that evil? Inside the Evil Buddha Temple, 2 Demon Slayer team members dressed in black uniforms with swords at their waists looked around in fear, although they entered with a full squad of 20 for rescue. The highest-ranking member was just a Grade C vice captain. Facing the 12 Kazuki was a certain death. Their mission was merely to guard the foot of the mountain, responsible for supplying the pillar-level swordsmen, waiting for real reinforcements to arrive. But how could that compare to the merit of assisting against the 12 Kizuki? If things went well, they might even get a kill. After a heated argument at the foot of the mountain, the squad split up, with about a dozen sneaking deeper into the mountain, while a few others stayed behind as ordered. The two of them ventured into the eerie demon temple, yet they hadn't encountered a single real demon. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. Do you know why I know the location of his temple? Actually, my hometown is right here. When I was a child, I often sneaked up the mountain to play without my parents knowing. Nothing ever happened, and I even met a very beautiful and gentle shrine maiden. The story I just told you is from her. Hearing about the 12 Kizuki, I didn't believe it at all. If it were true, that shrine maiden would have died long ago. Seeing the atmosphere too tense, the male swordsman comforted with a relaxed expression. Upon hearing the male team member's explanation, the young woman with long black hair showed an odd expression. If what he said was true, could the information about the 12 Kizuki be wrong? However, if it were as Karasuba said, they should have already penetrated the enemy's stronghold. How could they not have seen even a small demon? Wait, Shrine Maiden? Seemingly sensing something off in the story, the woman's face turned pale in an instant, and her breathing became rapid. The statue had its head chopped off and was desecrated into a demon's image. If that Shrine Maiden willingly stayed here, how could she not go to cleanse it? In their casual conversation, the two had no idea that behind them, the pupils of the evil Buddha statue were slowly overflowing with red blood, flowing freely down its broken stone body, staining the floor a deep red. Accompanied by the blood, one of the evil Buddha's massive arms slowly lifted, old gravel falling away, and the temple began to shake violently. When the two swordsmen turned around in panic, they discovered that the broken demon statue was actually weeping blood tears. Its mouth twisted into a wide crescent grin. The raised arm was as thick as a rock, and the stone's patterns resembled bulging veins, looking frighteningly real. Be careful. Seeing this scene, the man quickly gripped the hilt of his sword, crouching down, his body crackling with electricity. At the same time, a massive stone fist pounded down, rapidly enlarging in his terrified eyes. Thunder breathing. Boom! Before the male swordsman could complete his breath, a massive arm violently accelerated and smashed down in front of the two, causing the ground to crack wildly, with a deafening roar echoing for hundreds of meters. The screams abruptly stopped, and a sweeping hurricane obscured their vision. The swordsman using thunder breathing was instantly crushed into a pulp, blood and flesh scattered. Although the other female swordsman was not directly struck, she was splattered by the debris as the ground cracked, leaving her uniform riddled with bloody holes. Her body spraying blood like a fountain. With a thud, the woman rolled her eyes back, losing consciousness and collapsing into a pool of blood. The temple fell into an eerie silence, and after a while, a strange hoarse voice suddenly echoed. How strange. I heard that swordsmen using thunder breathing should be very fast. Why is this guy's reaction so slow? The mouth of the Buddha statue twitched a few times, slowly retracting its arm and returning to its original form. In the pitch-black mountains, a graceful girl with two long horns on her forehead was hurriedly running. Although she was a demon, she looked panicked as if she had seen a ghost. The girl stumbled and swayed, crawling toward the direction of the evil Buddha temple, occasionally glancing back at the fiery red in the sky. I must hurry to tell Mom. Another swordsman with a completely different aura has entered the mountains. It must be the Demon Slayer Corps reinforcements. Perhaps they are as strong as that muscular woman known as the Hashira. Eagle's sister just died last month, and our combat power is severely lacking. I need to quickly ask Mom for a countermeasure. Meanwhile, in the sky, Huahuazi, being carried by the blood sparrow, seemed to sense something. She opened her sleeve in shock and saw the black mark gradually fading away. Oh, the lower moon 4, so this is the place? Ha! Daring to tattoo me. I hope I don't catch you later. Chapter 22. Cold-blooded Huahuazi, Evil Buddha Temple, a fiery red shadow, swept across the sky, as a little bird carried the girl deeper into the darkness of the mountains. The female ghost was frantically fleeing, but in the treacherous and uneven terrain of the mountains. How could her speed compare to that of a bird? The scenery below was laid bare, and of course, the fiery girl noticed the figure. She gently nodded to signal that they would land here. Coo-coo-coo, unable to make any sound due to the hair in its mouth. The blood sparrow could only hum a few nasal sounds, producing an incredibly eerie, cooing noise. It quickly flapped its wings and dove down, releasing the girl from its mouth when they were about 100 meters from the ground. What species are you, making such sounds while plummeting? As she fell rapidly, The rising air currents wildly blew her hair and skirt, and the fiery girl spun a few times in midair to adjust her stance. Her palm gently touching the sword hilt carved with flame patterns. Enjoying the unparalleled sensation of weightlessness, her chest jiggled, and she almost fell vertically onto the ghost's head. Whoosh! At the same time, feeling the howling wind from above, the ghost looked up in terror. A girl in red with red hair descended from the sky, her scarlet eyes igniting intense flames, appearing before her like a fire demon. Breath of fire first form. With the ground so close, the fiery girl gently exhaled a flame, her small hand gripping the sword suddenly bulging with veins. Unknown fire. Swish! Like a taut bowstring about to snap. Her figure traced a straight line of fire in the air, trailing a long tail of flames as she fell. In an instant their figures crossed, and the fiery girl landed perfectly, her slender arms swirling the hell blade to form several beautiful sword flowers before slowly sheathing it. Behind her, the scorching flames swept past, incinerating the elegant ghost's clothing in an instant, turning her originally snow-white body into charred blackness, emitting the aroma of grilled meat. Ugh! The figure burned to a crisp. Blood and flesh blurred, painfully covered her throat with both hands, letting out a cruel, hoarse cry. Due to damaged vocal cords, she couldn't even speak human words. The horrific burns prevented her from recovering quickly, and she could only lie on the ground, rolling and wailing in immense pain, waiting for her new flesh and skin to be reborn. A few minutes later, the horned female ghost knelt naked on the ground, her innocent and cute little face filled with innocence and fear, trembling as she looked at the red-haired woman before her. Very good. Remember the pain and fear with your body, and then obediently tell me, where are the 12 Kazuki? Huahuazi squatted beside the female ghost with an expressionless face, gently lifting her chin with her slender, snow-white fingers, embodying the image of a female tyrant. The stunningly beautiful face was almost touching hers, and the female ghost's breathing became a bit hurried. So close, she felt like she was suffocating. Speak. I can't say it. Before she could finish her sentence, the female ghost let out a piercing scream as a long knife pierced through her chest. The pain was searing, as if her entire body was being burned, and she felt like she could hardly breathe. It turned out this wasn't just a fluttering heart, but the sensation of a heart attack. It was so uncomfortable, so painful. Since her rebirth as a ghost, she had never realized how terrifying facing death could be. Say it again. No. This time, the knife stabbed into her abdomen, piercing through the most important part of her body, then slowly pulled out again. The female ghost trembled in pain, blood gushing out. One last time. No, crack. A delicate head rolled onto the ground, spinning a few times, her dim eyes staring blankly, incredulously watching the figure of the girl in red gradually fade away. Is this how it ends? Why is it like this? Wait, I just want to say, it's not that I can't. The regretful look in the female ghost's eyes gradually lost its luster, and soon she transformed into a wisp of flying ash. If she could be reborn back to a second ago, her first word would definitely be, can? But then again, she wouldn't survive anyway. After severing the female ghost's head, Huahuazi casually flicked the blood off the Purgatory knife and turned to continue deeper into the forest, having no interest in playing house here. The little blood sparrow also hurried over, gently landing on the girl's head, meticulously grooming its beautiful, smooth, bright red feathers. Ting, 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 ting. Don't worry. Not a single one will escape. Huahuazi responded with a sound, stepping over the female ghost that had turned to ashes. And the silhouette of one person and one bird gradually disappeared into the pitch-black forest. In the backyard of the evil Buddha temple, a young woman dressed in a red and white shrine maiden outfit knelt in the shrine, praying. Her lowered head obscured her features, but she had long, soft, ghostly green hair. Her palms were pressed together, and her slender, snow-white fingers were adorned with striking black nail polish, with 2 black stripes visible on either side of her cheeks. In an incredibly eerie scene, the object of the woman's worship was neither a deity nor a spirit, but rather a female statue with thousands of arms sprouting from its back, its face kind and gentle, radiating maternal warmth. Mom, Mom, another swordsman has entered the mountain. Upon hearing the exclamations from behind her, the green-haired shrine maiden slowly raised her head. Her black pupils were like an abyss, and 2 sharp horns resembling those of an evil spirit protruded from her forehead. Even more unsettling was the fact that her face was strikingly similar to that of the female statue behind her, as if it had been copied from her mold. It must be the one who killed the eagle woman. I already know. You continue to drag that pillar. I will go and personally kill her to avenge my daughter." With a flick of her sleeve, the thousand-armed Buddha statue behind her abruptly vanished, like an illusory bubble, in the backyard of the temple. It became empty in the blink of an eye, the silence almost terrifying. No one knew whether the shrine maiden had become pregnant first or had already fallen into darkness before conceiving. However, everyone who visited the shrine that day witnessed the shrine maiden giving birth before the statue and then swallowing her child whole. This is the legend of the presence that haunts the evil Buddha temple and the 12 demon moons, known as Ling Yuzi. At this moment, the sun had set, night was approaching, and the power of evil spirits would grow stronger. The first confrontation between the girl from the Hua family, known as the Flame Demon, Huahuazi, and the 12 demon moons had officially begun. P.S. The next chapter update time is 23:59. Chapter 23, 12 Demon Moons Clap. The loose red kimono was printed with flame patterns on the back as the red-haired, red-browed girl stepped onto the threshold of the shrine, involuntarily frowning. This dilapidated building was on the verge of rusting, but emitted a delicious meaty scent. It was unclear who was cooking. The statue guarding the temple had half of its head chopped off, its originally kind face forcibly painted into a demon-like visage, and the meaty aroma was emanating from its mouth. On the ground lay torn clothing and bloodstains. It seemed a brutal feast had just taken place here, and the deceased had become someone else's meal. Upon seeing this scene, the small blood sparrow atop her head couldn't help but tremble, folding its wings and hiding in the girl's warm hair, not daring to move, its behavior appearing as if it were trying to build a nest. Crash! As gravel tumbled. When the girl walked past the statue, one of its thick stone arms, as stout as a tree stump, slowly raised, and the dark shadow instantly blocked the moonlight. The situation was completely different from when it had killed those 2 Demon Slayer Corps members. The corners of the statue's mouth did not curve into a smile, but instead hung heavily, fully aware of the crisis it faced at that moment. The terrifyingly hot breath enveloped the girl, giving a sense of despair akin to a moth flying into a flame, as if deep down she knew she could not defeat it. However, humans are fragile beings, and being human means making mistakes. Mistakes lead to death. Before the girl could react, the statue's facial expression twisted into a terrifying grimace, its heavy arm movements suddenly accelerating several times, rapidly swinging toward the girl's petite body from the side. Clang! The flash of the sword glinted as the girl precisely drew her Purgatory blade, which met the center of the stone arm, followed by an immense shockwave. The impact caused the ground to crack, and Huahuazi lost her balance, swaying unsteadily to the side and falling. Just as her face was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a flicker of flame slowly emerged from her closed lips, using the momentum to spin her delicate body like a fan on high speed. Swish! 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 Spinning, spinning, spinning. In just 1 second, Huahuazi spun around more than 10 times, the continuously swinging blade light forming a massive vortex of fiery slashes in the air. Breath of fire, 4th form, blazing flame vortex. The swirling flames gradually emerged, and she steadied herself, taking a breath, while the little blood sparrow above her head was dizzy and disoriented, swaying back and forth like a foolish child. To the outside world, it looked as if the girl had been slapped by a Buddha statue and then began to spin around like a top. The Rakshasa Buddha statue appeared unwilling, its body gradually revealing dense cracks, and then with a bang, it exploded, scattering debris everywhere. A few seconds later, all the stones turned to ashes, blown away by the gentle breeze. The second ghost was also defeated in one move. Huahua's expression was cold, and her heart showed no signs of fluctuation. It was truly disappointing. The show-off was the pretentious one, and the one wanting to show off was the pretentious dog. A true pillar-level powerhouse would never be overjoyed at having killed a mirror, let alone complain that their opponent was not strong enough. All right, come out quickly, or these small fish will soon be dead. After the foaming ghost, the second strongest Buddha ghost under the 4th lower moon was also killed, still by the same person. Under the intense gaze, the woman hiding in the shadows of the temple knew she had been discovered. She sighed helplessly and slowly stepped out. The woman wore a red and white Miko outfit, with hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure mature and alluring, and her forehead covered in blue veins. Sprouted 2 ghostly horns. This unparalleled, terrifying aura made Huahua realize immediately that she was the one she was looking for, the 4th lower moon of the 12 Kazuki. Zero Yuzi. Kaswai. Quite flashy, huh? Miss Swordsman, before we start fighting, could you answer me a question? Zero Yuzi had a blank expression. She didn't even understand what the girl across from her was saying, but judging by her tone, it seemed unnecessary. May I ask, what is your view on the relationship between humans and ghosts? Do you think humans and ghosts can coexist peacefully? Huahuazi was suddenly taken aback. Her hand was already resting on the sword hilt, ready for battle, but she slowly let it down. This question was usually asked by humans, and it was Huahuazi's first time encountering such a ghost. When it came to the topic of human-ghost interactions, could it be? This female ghost wanted to attract attention first, then have someone sneak up from behind and knock her out, and then bind her up and lock her in a small dark room or basement, turning her into a barbecue for humans? It's no wonder Huahuazi thought this way. Many novels she had read contained similar plots, like that one where the heavenly demon became so spiritually polluting with its fragrant flowers and jeweled adornments. Huahuazi turned his head with a stroke of luck, only to see a large green-skinned demon standing behind him, holding a hard brick high above his head, ready to smash it down onto his own skull. Their eyes met, and the green demon was sweating profusely, too terrified to move, with a stiff smile on his lips. Snap! Accompanied by a flash of a blade, the head fell to the ground with a thud, and the green demon died on the spot. What are you daydreaming about? After slaying the green demon, Huahuazi gave the blood sparrow a heavy flick on the forehead, which immediately let out a wronged cry, stomping its feet in anger. Keep an eye out for any sneak attacks behind me, and don't turn your head. Huahuazi was a bit angry. It was clearly just staying above her head, but didn't remind her, truly an useless bird. The blood sparrow was forcibly turned to face the back by the girl, with crystal tears continuously swirling in its eyes. However, the angry Huahuazi looked quite terrifying, and it didn't dare to act cute anymore. It's angry. It seems it doesn't intend to talk to me anymore. The high temperature boiled, and the scorching breath resounded through the temple. Facing the red-haired girl whose whole body was spewing flames, Ling Yuzi covered her mouth and chuckled a few times. Whether it was swordsmanship or experience, she was infinitely close to a Hashira, but judging by the few sword strikes just now, it was impossible for her to defeat herself. Although this girl's skills were strong, the power of her sword techniques was not to be feared, which stemmed from the inherent physical shortcomings. She absolutely couldn't use the breathing techniques and sword techniques at a high frequency. It seemed that what would happen next was a one-sided massacre. Recommended reading. The demon doesn't touch the fragrance of Huayingluo. I died and crossed over. When marrying into a noble family and a stranger girl. Wait, I'm also a girl. If my identity as a daughter is exposed, I will undoubtedly die. Black moon disease. 3 years of dying with ink. 5 years of eyes sinking into the abyss. 7 years of painting black eyebrows. 10 years of lunar spots appearing on the body. 15 years, fingertips entwined with black moon. 17 years, organs merging with water. 18 years, the crescent moon draped over shoulders smiling. 19 years, legs outline moon roses. 20 years marking the limit of life. Heart pierced by black holes. Suffering from a terminal illness, dragging this dying body with a limited lifespan, I become a wife. Fate, curse, curiosity, fear, or perhaps a desperate Yuri tale. Author's note. The demon doesn't touch the fragrance of Huayingluo, Chapter 24. The humiliation of Huahuazi. The sea of fire swept through, the temperature in the air rising rapidly, as if the temple was ignited, boiling with high heat. Hellfire Huaji, holding a long knife, stepped toward the 12 Kazuki, her boots gradually melting into ashes, the pure white, delicate jade feet sparking flames as they brushed against the ground. The organs within the girl felt like they converged into a massive furnace, with her eyes, ears, and mouth, all 7 orifices simultaneously spewing scorching flames. The breath of flame fully unleashed. The little blood sparrow, unable to withstand the heat, had already flown to the eaves to hide. Overestimating herself, Zero Yuzi let out a cold laugh, extending her arms fully to the sides, moving the afterimages slowly to draw a circle. Blood demon technique, 1,000-armed Rakshasa. Like the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, these blurred arm shadows gradually solidified, forming countless blood and flesh arms that spread out like proliferating tree branches. It was beyond what could be described as disgusting. Thousands of pale arms pressed against her back, writhing unnaturally. Who knows how many people they had consumed? The scarlet malice nearly enveloping the entire sky, rivaling the momentum of Hellfire Huaji at that moment. Swish! In an instant, Zero Yuzi's breath came to a sudden halt. Unbeknownst to her, The beautiful face of the red-haired girl was almost touching her own, at a distance so subtle that a gentle nod could bring their lips together. The sword light reflected in her pupils magnified infinitely, yet she didn't even have time to move a finger. In the moment of their figures crossing, the sharp blade cut into the flesh. The neck of the 12 Kazuki, which was of formidable hardness, seemed as fragile as tofu, completely severed. A straight line of blood slowly appeared on the long, pale neck, and Zero Yuzi's dazed and confused eyes resembled a pool of stagnant water. Inazuma, standing behind the priestess-dressed female ghost, Hellfire Hwaji was engulfed in flames, gently flicking the hellblade back into its sheath. 12 Kazuki, one sword instant kill. In front of her, fully liberated in the breath of flame, the lower moon 4 was utterly no match, and the next task was to find the Love Hashira. Just as she was about to celebrate her victory, her hands suddenly felt like they were entangled by two soft, slippery tentacles, forcibly pulling her backward, and the hellblade slipped from her grip and fell to the ground. Hwazi was a bit bewildered. Just as she turned her head, a swarm of small white hands eagerly climbed onto the girl's body, covering her completely and pulling her into a disgusting, soft, fleshy lump filled with wriggling, slippery white maggots. In an instant, half of the girl's body was swallowed by the flesh lump, and the nauseating sensation felt like countless insects gnawing at her, rendering her powerless. Just as Hwazi was about to lose consciousness, something suddenly bit her exposed, snow-white foot. Cooing and chirping, the little blood sparrow bit the girl's toes, flapping its wings frantically and pulling her whole body outward. With its tiny frame, it managed to overpower the strength of the 12 Kazuki, tugging her back like a game of tug-of-war. With a splash, the red-haired girl, disheveled and drenched, slid out from inside, her legs weak and limp as she collapsed on the ground. The ability of a lower moon 4 to escape from the Hashira multiple times was no joke. Hwazi had almost made a fatal mistake this time due to underestimating her opponent. However, it wasn't entirely her fault. Who would have thought there were demons that wouldn't die even if their necks were cut off? It's one thing for the upper moons, but the lower moons were doing the same. Hwazi's face was filled with humiliation and anger. Just the thought of what would happen if countless small hands pulled her into the white flesh tumor made her head explode, leaving her momentarily blank. In the scorching heat, her hands and feet were cold, her limbs weak, and her body was drenched in cold sweat. She was so furious that she could only tremble, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zero Yuko slowly turned around, nervously stroking the bloodline on her neck. The scar from the Inferno blade had completely disappeared. The speed of that previous slash didn't seem like something human could achieve. There's a female ghost here. Everyone come and take a look. Hurry up and hand over the information about the 12 Kazuki. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps came from the temple entrance as several members in black uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed in, surrounding the lower moon 4. With long hair cascading down, disheveled clothing, and soaked all over, the red-haired girl, weak and pitiful, knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes, instinctively being treated as a target of attack by the demons. Beasts, eating is one thing, but what have you done to this girl? A muscular woman shouted angrily. She had the insignia of a B-rank member on her uniform, clearly the strongest swordsman in this squad. Eating is one thing. What do you mean? Hwazi thought helplessly, noticing Zero Yuko's brow twitching with anger. It was one thing to beg for mercy from a Hashira-level swordsman, but these small fry kept provoking her, and Lower Moon 4 was already furious. Thousands of soft little hands completely gathered and contracted, wrapping into a fluffy white sphere, then swirling open like a lotus, transforming into two gigantic, incredibly thick white hands. 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, they had surpassed the realm of arms, standing like two massive pillars behind a shrine maiden. Blood demon art, dual king pillars, with two pale pillars protruding from her back. The red and white shrine maiden's clothes were torn and ragged, and the ghost surveyed her surroundings with a cold expression. Everyone, step back, the muscular woman shouted, her massive axe smashing into the ground. Her Nickerin blade was actually a dual moon giant axe, emitting a dull, silver-gray glow. With a loud bang, her muscles suddenly bulged, and her Tyrannosaurus-like body gradually expanded. The mist exhaled from her mouth, swirling in the air. Swinging the giant axe, she spun around rapidly as if playing with a toy, then suddenly swung it down vertically towards the female ghost. Breath of the Rock, second form, heaven-shattering. Boom! The terrifying axe strike collided with the white giant pillars, creating a deafening crash that shattered eardrums and unleashed a hurricane. Fragments of the cracked stone axe flew everywhere. And in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, the muscular woman's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the temple walls and trees, disappearing from sight. Zero Yuko's expression darkened. The two white pillars behind her shook wildly like a giant swing in an amusement park, and any contact would certainly result in a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Chapter 25. Sword Dance. It wasn't until the first clash ended, with the muscular woman being blown away, that the other Demon Slayer Corps members finally realized. The beautiful shrine maiden standing before them was the legendary 12 Kazuki, and the terrifying, vast aura felt like a deep sea, making them feel hopeless, even losing the courage to draw their swords against her. Just relying on her presence was enough to push them to the brink of collapse. Everyone fell into a state of panic, with a few members hurriedly stepping back, already prepared to flee at any moment. "Get out of the way." A cold female voice sounded from his side. Huahuazi let her long red hair fall, gripping the inferno blade as she stepped past everyone, standing alone in front of Lower Moon 4. She was furious for the first time since her birth, feeling like she was about to explode. "Oh!" Zero Yuko's eyes slightly narrowed, having seen the previous scene, and was surprised that someone still had the courage to stand in front of her. Just a light touch would turn her into mush, with her delicate and powerless body. How could she possibly resist these two enormous white arms? Huahuazi let out a deep breath, and the invisible airflow spread through the air like it was burning, the terrifying high temperature radiating outward. The other members of the Demon Slayer Corps instantly broke into a sweat, as if they were about to be scorched, forced to retreat from this hot zone. Heavy, oppressive, and unprecedentedly violent breathing pressed against her lungs, making the scorching flame-like energy flow throughout her body with her blood. In her scarlet pupils, two massive white arms came crashing down towards her. Huahuazi's small hand holding the sword revealed several blue veins on the back, and her palm was almost pressed into a red mark, indicating how much strength was needed to cause this phenomenon. Boom! The blade's light collided fiercely with the white pillar, sparking star-like sparks, and the young girl's tiger mouth immediately split open, blood oozing out as she trembled in pain. Her face was expressionless, and suddenly her legs spread apart, dropping into a split, landing with her crotch on the ground. This movement narrowly avoided the second giant hand that swung towards her, almost grazing her scalp. In the range of the two rotating giant arms, Huahuazi felt as if she were dancing on the tip of a blade. One misstep could turn her into fragments. Yet, she repeatedly managed to block or dodge the attacks in a thrilling manner, and her sword-wielding speed and strength increased significantly, as if growing closer to the true form of the quarter moon made her stronger. Yulingzi's forehead, between her two horns, was covered in blue veins, and the two white giant arms swung faster and faster, soon forming a whirlwind meat grinder. Crack! A few seconds later, the swinging arms abruptly stopped, and her black pupils gradually contracted. After colliding countless times, her arm was finally blocked by the young girl's sunwheel knife, unable to advance any further. It was as if a rotating 3-speed electric fan had suddenly been stopped by someone. Feeling the tremor from the hellblade, Huahuazi's trembling body was almost unable to hold the sword, but this distance was about right. Her pale, delicate foot sank deeply into the ground. Her entire body tilted forward, and then with a bang, she leaped into the air. Sixth form of flame breathing. The flames ignited, and a flexible red line floated and twisted around the entire body of the Lower Moon 4, with countless red lines surrounding her from all directions. The source of the red line was connected to the tip of Huaji's blade, and her movements became incredibly rigid, as if she were being forcefully pulled like a marionette by the red line. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The speed was more than doubled. The blade flashed and blood splattered, and the two giant hands extending from Yulingzi's back gradually turned into chunks of flesh, without even time to react. The girl's mechanical movements were entirely based on the trajectory of the red line, and the end of this red line was her neck. The terror in Yulingzi's eyes quickly dissipated, and countless pale little hands proliferated again from her back, then gathered and transformed into 6 huge spider limbs, with tips that were icy cold like spearheads. Blood demon art. Hexagram. No matter how fast she was, as a human, how could she possibly compete with a true 3-headed, 6-armed being? Whoosh. The 6 spider blade needles swiftly pierced towards the girl's unguarded body, but with a flash of the blade, they all turned to shattered ashes. As the long blade swept past, the fiery traces left in the sky swirled slowly, blindly following the red line. and the girl's dancing trajectory resembled a breathtakingly beautiful sword dance of a prosperous era. The taut red line seemed to have reached its end, accompanied by the final slash. The Purgatory blade deeply cut into the priestess's neck, then unleashed a beautiful fire line in a 180-degree arc, flames boiling. Facing each other, one person and one demon seemed like lovers in a passionate kiss. Huaji's attack did not end there. She gently leaned close to Lingzi's ear. Her tone soft. "I understand your abilities now." As her words fell, the sparkle in her eyes faded, and the seemingly dead lower moon floor was drenched in sweat. From the abilities she had just displayed, along with the strange fact that she did not die despite having her neck severed, Huaji had completely understood. A demon can freely manipulate flesh and blood within a certain range. For instance, growing a few arms and eyes on its head is quite easy. The blood demon art of Lower Moon 4 merely amplifies this ability infinitely, which is the rapid proliferation of flesh and blood. Her neck was indeed severed by herself, but that 10-centimeter-long neck had already fully healed by the time the Purgatory blade had cut halfway through. Before the neck was fully severed, the broken flesh rapidly repaired itself, transforming the ability of flesh and blood proliferation into an extreme recovery ability. This guy truly was a genius. Although it's impressive, if the slash is fast enough that you don't even notice it, then it would be futile, right? Huazi took a stance, his half-tilted long knife slowly rotating, the flames spilling out, drawing a crescent-shaped trace. The scorching aroma he exhaled splashed all over Ling Yuzi's face. At such close range, there was absolutely no chance of survival from the strike. Breath of Fire, 7th form. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The fourth moon, with both hands, detached its own head and made a pose like a baseball pitcher, forcefully tossing its head towards the sky. Boom! The sound of breaking air was deafening, as her head traced a parabolic arc, gradually disappearing into the horizon, soaring far away. The headless corpse then thudded to the ground, turning into scattered dust. After striking poses with the sword for several minutes, his arms sore, while Huazi's expression remained completely dazed. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 26, The Eternal Bliss Cult. Deep in the mountains, a girl with 2-tier mole spots at the corners of her eyes, dressed in revealing clothes and a short skirt, lay on the ground. Her twin braids slid down her shoulders, and the cute cherry-colored tips were dyed with a hint of grass green. She was Kanroji Mitsuri, the love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kanroji Mitsuri had a dazed expression, with drool dripping from the corner of her mouth, and her stomach growling. At first, she had been chasing a weak demon, but was constantly toyed with, and in her anger, she chased it deep into the forest, only to get lost. And she hadn't eaten for a week. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling from the sky nearly stunned the girl, amidst the swirling dust. A green-haired female demon dressed in a red and white shrine maiden outfit emerged from the pit. The flesh and blood sprouts beneath her head continued to grow, quickly regenerating in just a few seconds, and she twisted her neck with a fierce expression. That girl actually possessed strength comparable to a Hashira, making her no match at all. It seemed she could only abandon this shrine and flee. Ling Yuzi raised her head to look straight ahead, locking eyes with the startled pink-haired girl, her consciousness blanking out for a moment. Hashira. At the same time, Kanroji Mitsuri noticed the writing in the demon's pupils. 4th moon. "Ah, the 12 Kizuki," the girl exclaimed, and just as she tried to get up, she collapsed to the ground, weak and powerless from hunger, her vision going white. In despair, Ling Yuzi's pupils constricted. It seemed a turn of events was occurring, as this Hashira-level swordsman had lost the ability to resist. The swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps trained in breathing techniques for years, with extremely rich nutrition, especially the Hashira. If she could devour her here, could she surpass the limits of the 4th moon? Then go and eat that irritable elder sister, stepping into a brand new realm. So she wouldn't have to live in fear of Hashira swordsmen anymore. Blood demon art, hexagram. From Ling Yuzi's back, flesh and blood surged and transformed into 6 sharp white limbs, rushing to stab at the girl in a frantic manner. At the moment of crisis, Kanroji Mitsuri's silly expression withdrew as the lining of her right arm suddenly ripped apart. A delicate pink arm rapidly swelled, transforming into a robust arm that only a super strong man could possess, with bulging veins like parasitic worms. The shallow, pink Nicaran blade was held in her hand, resembling a slender toothpick. Breath of Love, 1st form. The soft sword in her hand whipped like a whip, drawing soft and flowing slashes. Directly aimed at the shrine, maiden demon ahead. Crack, crack, crack. The arc-shaped sword light vanished in an instant, coiling around the fourth moon's shrine, maiden attire like a strangling python, before disappearing without a trace. The next second, the 6 white sharp needles shattered one after another, and Ling Yuzi's body was covered in dense cracks, like broken glass scattered all over the ground. The shudder of first love. Kanroji Mitsuri remained kneeling in place, the long knife in her hand showing no signs of movement, as if nothing had happened. With a thud, Ling Yuzi's head fell to the ground, her gaze somewhat vacant, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. Is this what a Hashira is? As her life approached its end, she couldn't help but recall her memories as a human, feeling that her days as a strict shrine maiden were too boring. So, taking an opportunity, Ling Yuzi ventured to the Eternal Bliss cult to explore life, having heard that the followers there were very happy and would never feel pain. That was when she first met the cult leader. The fourth moon, having devoured hundreds of thousands of humans, gradually turned to ashes and sorrow and emptiness, leaving only a tattered shrine maiden outfit behind. A few minutes later, a girl with bare, snow-white feet, red hair flowing, dressed in a red kimono, arrived here. Huahuazi glanced at the already fainted Kanroji Mitsuri and then noticed the shrine maiden outfit on the ground, letting out a helpless sigh. This time, he truly had nothing to show for his efforts. He had burned his boots and hairpin during the battle, although it wasn't visible from the outside. Her underwear had actually been burned away as well, leaving her in a state of complete exposure. The demon's head had also been stolen. Kanroji Mitsuri's too snow-white. Soft legs were carelessly sprawled on the ground beneath her short skirt. At this moment, she had not yet put on the stockings gifted by the serpent pillar, likely because she had just become a pillar and had not had much interaction yet. Huahuazi is not interested in women who look fierce in bed. She prefers shy girls who would blush if she secretly touched or kissed them, and who would be too timid to report her, making them easier to bully later. Simple and straightforward, she grabbed the legs of the love pillar and effortlessly lifted her up. The faintly unconscious Kanroji Mitsuri let out a soft hum, her soft body pressing deeply against the girl's back, a wonderful sensation like creamy tofu. In the vibrant spring, Huahuazi, expressionless, walked down the mountain with the love pillar. The 10,000 Worlds Bliss religion boasts a palace-like, resplendent building. The golden-haired man sitting on the central mat is dressed in extravagant, priest-like attire, extremely handsome, the founder of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss religion. Dozens of devoted followers kneel loyally before him, expressing their grievances one by one, while the man simply closes his eyes, smiling gently and lightly swaying the folding fan in his hand. Suddenly, he opens his eyes in surprise, revealing pupils of 7-color glass, and a few crystalline tears slowly flow down. Poor Zeroyuko, may you not suffer in your next life. Seeing the founder's colorful gaze and sorrowful expression, all the followers excitedly knelt down, earnestly praying to the miracle. Among the many female followers, he uniquely chose a shaman, who had an ordinary appearance and a somewhat timid personality. However, only she, upon discovering that the founder was a man-eating monster, showed a somewhat wistful expression, encountering such an extraordinary event amidst the mundane, repetitive daily life. Zeroyuko felt a flicker of anticipation amidst her terror, and it was this expression that attracted the man. He turned her into a demon, and decades later, she successfully ascended to the level of the 12 Kazuki. Now, the story of the Lower Moon 4 has ended, but the tale of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss religion continues to be told. In the Flower Street at night, she is the hero of flame, wielding a long knife to slay demons and monsters, traversing the world with great spirit, instilling fear in the hearts of the wicked. Upon waking from her dream in the morning, Huahuazi returned to the singing house in the Flower Street, put on her worn cleaning clothes, and obediently wiped the floor. Due to the offense of burning a customer and fleeing, she must clean the floor for an entire month to atone for her misdeeds, making it seem like her path to becoming a courtesan is still far away. Recommended reading: Call Me Emperor-Is Death, author's note. Call Me Emperor-Is Death, chapter 27. Kuri Hanazuki Kanahu, flame breathing, second form, flame heaven rising. In the backyard of the singing house, the red-haired girl cleaning with a broom moved gracefully, her stylish movements kicking up a huge cloud of dust, leaves swirling chaotically. So flamboyant, one might think she was dancing. Fortunately, no one witnessed this scene, or she would have been punished to wipe the floor again. A week has passed since the death of Lower Moon 4, and the tasks in the Flower Street still show no progress. Fern Princess absolutely does not show her face during the day, leaving Huahuazi at a loss. How can she defeat that upper moon demon? Can it really be done with just her own strength? No matter how she thinks about it, she cannot see a chance of winning. Huahuazi sighed helplessly and continued on her path to becoming a courtesan. Flame breathing, fourth form. Swish! The broom was swung fiercely, a cloud of dust flying up, and the landlady, who had just stepped into the backyard, was covered in dirt, her precious luxurious robe now dusty. Their eyes met, and Huahuazi fell silent. Surprisingly, the plump woman did not show anger. She calmly stared at the red-haired girl before her. Although the girl had a pure appearance, her figure was such that calling her a young woman would not be an exaggeration. Huahuazi, come with me, the woman said coldly. Oh! Huahuazi lowered her head, responding pitifully, following the landlady like a stray kitten. Could it be that she was to be expelled? Or perhaps sold to another store? Feeling uneasy, she was led into an extremely luxurious and exquisite room. Looking around, she saw beautifully crafted paintings and various seductive lingerie that made her blush. The feeling of her feet on the carpet was soft and comfortable, and the design of the bathroom was exquisite, with a milky bath in a wooden tub, floating a few cherry blossom petals on top. For young maids were already waiting there, responsible for her bathing, changing, grooming, and makeup. Being suddenly brought to such a room made it clear what she was to do. Hey, am I being sold already? Huahuazi was a bit confused. They clearly agreed before coming in that she would sell her art, not her body. I misspoke, it's selling her body, not her art. Don't worry, it's not what you think. Just hurry up and get ready. The landlady chuckled softly and patted the girl's shoulder. At her signal, four maids eagerly surrounded her, reaching out with their little hands to strip her down. Huahuazi took a few steps back, her tone indifferent. Then I'll do it myself, please let them leave. Although her appearance and figure seemed very inappropriate for children, Huahuazi was incredibly pure and loyal inside. Even women could not take advantage of her. Only she could take advantage of others. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she could not lay a hand on her, under Huahuazi's stubborn insistence. The maids had no choice but to leave the room reluctantly, leaving the girl alone. Her skin was as fair as milk, smooth as water, with long red hair scattered in the water, giving off a married woman vibe, and her two delicate, snow-white legs lightly resting on the edge of the bathtub. Looking nothing like a 15-year-old JK should. Huahuazi couldn't be bothered to care about who had bought her. As a naive and ignorant village girl, she had simply never seen such a luxurious room structure and just wanted to experience a life of indulgence. After taking a bath, the young girl, still damp all over, sat in front of the dressing mirror to get ready. The precious powders were all available, even more complete than those of the three wives of the Sound Pillar. Truly worthy of the Flower Street. After half an hour of grooming, her smooth red hair was styled up and her light red lips were slightly pursed. At that moment, the enchanting and stunning Huahuazi was so beautiful that she seemed like a beauty only found in biographical stories. Huahuazi used her personal experience to tell the world that even a two-dimensional creature can become beautiful through makeup. After she finished dressing and walked out of the bathroom, someone was already sitting on the bed waiting. In fact, Huahuazi had long been prepared for this moment, whether it was a middle-aged uncle with drool, a chubby guy with a shiny face, or a thin, dry old man. She wouldn't be surprised at all and would knock them out and kick them out of the room. However, the moment she saw the person, she was truly stunned. With a black ponytail, deep purple eyes, a flawless and stunning face, the girl in a pink outfit sat quietly on the bed, like a delicate doll. Although they had never met, Huahuazi recognized this girl. How could she possibly be here at this time? The insect pillar, Kaneo Tsuyuri, the adopted sister of Shinobu Kocho. What should one do when encountering a colleague during a lewd situation? If it were in the storyline, one would definitely just go along with it. But the current situation clearly couldn't be resolved with a simple, let's do it. Not only were the members of the Demon Slayer Corps dumbfounded, but would also evolve into a misfortune for the Rengoku family. As a swordsman, to have fallen into such a place was truly disgraceful. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. So, is it for an hour or all night? Huahuazi blurted out. After thinking for a long time, her legs nearly numb from standing, Huahuazi finally came up with a perfect solution. If she was selling, then let Kaneo be the buyer. That way, neither of them would have a right to complain. She was so clever. Kaneo, Kiri looked dazed, unsure if she didn't understand what Huahuazi said or was simply stunned by her words. Even though she was so beautiful, she had a blank expression, unresponsive to any nudging. After a while, Kaneo's lips slowly moved, stiffly uttering a single sentence. So beautiful. Are you Internet Explorer? It turned out she was still focused on Huahuazi's beauty after her makeup and hadn't heard the previous question at all. Although Kaneo was not currently a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, she had been living in the Butterfly House and naturally knew what the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, looked like. The sister of that handsome man, no matter how she imagined it, always ended up looking like Pikachu in women's clothing. Yet she didn't expect it to be this shy. This was the first meeting between Kaneo, Tsuyuri, and Huahuazi. Recommended book, My Neighbor is a Black Cat by Luachi. Who says supporting characters can't win? I will always love Wooging Lioli. Author's note, My Neighbor is a Black Cat Chapter 28, Sleeping Under the Same Blanket. So that's how it is. After spending a full 2 hours in a room, Huahuazi finally understood Kaneo's meaning. This dullard's ability to express herself was truly lacking. Although she was not yet a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaneo, raised by the Kocho sisters, had long surpassed ordinary A-rank swordsmen and was the one closest to the Hashira level in strength. Therefore, considering both her ability to remain hidden and her qualification to fight against the 12 Kazuki, she was the most suitable candidate. After hearing this, Huahuazi felt a sigh of relief in her heart, but for some reason also felt a bit inexplicably disappointed. How thrilling it would be if her actions as a prostitute were exposed and used against her, compelling her into some indescribable demands. Unfortunately, Kaneo's thought process clearly was not on the same wavelength. Her task was to infiltrate the Flower District as an ordinary person, assisting Huahuazi's investigation. Since it's so late, why don't you just stay here for the night? After chatting for a while, Huahuazi suddenly suggested. As she spoke, Kaneo's gaze slowly shifted to the pink double bed behind her, with 2 pillows and 1 blanket. Feeling inexplicably awkward, she nodded obediently and did not refuse. Click! After turning off the light, the room became pitch black and nothing could be seen. Wearing only a thin white shirt, Kaneo lay stiffly in the warm blanket, listening to the sound of the girl gradually taking off her dress, seemingly without any underwear underneath. Should she just lie down like this? Is it really okay not to wear something? Thinking of some unpleasant scenarios, her mind seemed to become strange. The atmosphere was awkward. The two shared a bed, wrapped in the same blanket, yet remained silent. Clearly, they were both women. Clearly, they were colleagues. Clearly, they had just met, yet due to their task, they had to sleep in the same bed, as if some miraculous encounter could happen at any moment. Huahuazi sighed in a daze. She loved doing things that went against moral ethics. The taboo atmosphere was truly irresistible. Occasionally indulging oneself was not a big deal. Only by tasting forbidden fruit could one become stronger. A night passed without incident. In the morning, when Li Hualuo Xiangnai woke up, the girl by the bedside had already vanished, and she held a strand of fiery red hair in her palm, the lingering fragrance wafting gently. A subtle atmosphere filled her heart, and she felt strange. Clearly, she didn't have this feeling when sleeping with her 2 sisters. Huahuazi, you have learned enough about etiquette. From today on, you can officially become a geisha. Huahuazi felt somewhat speechless, for some reason. The boss lady's tone today was extremely respectful. How much money did Xiang Naihu give her when she came? This attitude is already at the level of a courtesan, right? After all, that child is a bit foolish, so it's not surprising that she could hand over all her living expenses. The stingy and rigid boss lady was both kneading her legs and massaging her back, looking like a puppy in love. Tonight, I want to take you out. You'd better dress up nicely. Oh, the girl replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Tonight? That sounds ominous. After having breakfast and returning to her room, Li Hualuo Xiangnai had already left, and the room was filled with a faint floral scent, delightful to the nose. By the way, this luxurious room officially belonged to Huahuazi starting today, giving her the treatment of a courtesan, making other geishas envious and jealous. She walked to the bedside and leaned down, pulling out the Purgatory blade from the corner of the black wall. After the battle with the lower moon 4, the red, exquisite flame patterns on the blade had become somewhat pitted, with obvious cracks. If her father saw it, he might get so angry he would faint. Not yet. She still doesn't have the qualifications to fight Upper Moon Kagaya. The next time she encounters Weijime, she would definitely die on the spot. Flame breathing. First form, unknown fire, a mobility-accelerating explosive technique, combined with high-speed slashes to cut off the demon's head. Flame breathing. Second form, rising flame, a fierce upward arc slash. Flame breathing. Third form, candle, using the reflection of a special blade to create illusions, like flickering candlelight. Flame breathing. Fourth form, spiral flame, swinging out a spiral flame slash centered on herself, with power varying based on rotation speed and cycles. Flame breathing. Fifth form, flame tiger, with a burning blade, swinging out a massive slash like a fierce tiger, capable of affecting a range of 10 meters. Flame breathing. Sixth form. Red thread weaving. Red threads entwine. The sword moves with the heart, a magnificent flame dance that breaks the shackles of human joints. These 6 forms are the commonly used techniques of Huahuazi, but she knew very well that the power of her swordsmanship was far from enough. Her advantage did not lie in strength. In fact, her strength might be on par with the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, and she could only barely sever the necks of weak demons. Don't be fooled by her fierceness. If she were tied up and locked in a refrigerator, she would only be able to cry for help. The true strength of Purgatory Huahuazi lies in speed and high temperature. Her speed can toy with demons, while high temperatures can destroy their bodies, significantly weakening their combat power. If only she had a weapon truly suited for her. Her father's Purgatory blade felt particularly unwieldy, with a sense of dirtiness. Swish, 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 swish. The blade light flickered continuously as Huahuazi performed several incredibly beautiful sword flourishes, finally waving gently at the air, slashing out an arc of flame. Once she becomes a Hashira-level swordsman, she would customize her own exclusive weapon, and at that time, she wouldn't have to use her father's dirty spoils anymore. As night fell, the girl donned a red kimono with a magnificent big red flower tied at her back, her delicate, snowy feet stepping on soft wooden clogs. Her carefully styled smooth long hair was pinned up with golden hairpins, her light red lips slightly parted, her face adorned with light makeup. The image of Purgatory Huahuazi at this moment was simply breathtaking, beautiful beyond belief. This was the pinnacle of her makeup skills. Even the impotent would kneel and sing praises upon seeing her. No one could believe that she was the same innocent and youthful village girl from before. She should now be renamed as the Queen of the Flower Street, Lady Huahuazi. In the center of the Flower Street, the boss lady of the Kyojuro house proudly led Huahuazi, strutting ahead as if the girl behind her was her own daughter. Not knowing what festival it was, there was an unusually large crowd tonight, and on the crowded street, several star-level courtesans could be seen heading in the same direction. How lively! What day is it today? Huahuazi curiously asked as she looked around. It's a birthday party for Weijime, hosted by the Kyojuro house. Huh. I forgot to include a photo of Huahuazi's mom earlier. Here it is. Refresh this chapter a few times if you can't see it. Chapter 29. Kyojuro House Weijime is the most popular and recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Yoshiwara Flower Street. The previously obscure Kyojuro House skyrocketed to fame because of Weijime becoming the most powerful pleasure house in the Flower Street, making money hand over fist. The Kyojuro House is hosting a grand public birthday party for Weijime, not only with the ambition to overshadow all others, but also as a challenge to other establishments. As long as one can showcase skills and beauty that can surpass Weijime at the banquet, they can take away the Kyojuro House's current momentum. In the Flower Street, beauty is everything. Boss lady, do you think I'm more outstanding than Weijime? Huahuazi was speechless. Although she felt that with just her looks, Zhuji couldn't even qualify to lick her feet. When it came to pleasing men, no geisha could compete with Zhuji. The most important thing was that she was just a swordsman without any special skills. She was merely bought by the Huanin house because she was a bit interesting in her speech and actions. Last night, being sold to Kanahu was just for casual chatting anyway, as the two of them couldn't really do anything together. Don't worry, you just need to stand there and put pressure on Zhuji. There's no need for any extra performance. Other popular geishas will also show up to complicate things for her. The landlady comforted, signaling her to relax. It sounded extremely ominous, didn't it? It was as if a group of villains was deliberately there to trample on someone, ultimately leading to Zhuji's everlasting fame. If it were just that, it wouldn't be too bad. Huahuazi frowned slightly, knowing that the Demon Slayer Corps was ambushed nearby. Would such a large commotion mean there was some kind of conspiracy or scheme? In any case, she hoped nothing would go wrong. While talking to the brothel madam, she caught a glimpse of a pink figure flashing past the eaves beside her, leaving a trail of fragrant scent. It seemed Kanahu had also arrived. Wait, Huahuazi's eyes slowly widened. She had been troubled about how to defeat the real Upper Moon 6, torn between wanting to fight and worrying about her own strength. Always afraid to reveal her identity. But wasn't today a perfect opportunity? Kanahu was right here, and her strength was only second to the Hashira. Perhaps with the two of them, they could slay the Upper Moon. After navigating through a crowded area, they finally arrived at Kyojuro House. The brightly lit, magnificent tall building was many times more impressive than the Hanin house, and the prosperous scene could be seen from a distance. On the first night in the Flower District, Huahuazi had observed this place from a building hundreds of meters away, shortly before encountering a surprise attack from Arabaheim. A few meters behind her, Kanayo, dressed in a pink kimono, silently followed her in, both of them pretending not to know each other at a subtle distance. The venue was bustling with noise, and Warabaheim had not yet arrived. The plump landlady had taken Huahwazi to a prime spot just a few meters away from the stage where Warabaheim would perform. Hey! Huahwazi screamed inwardly. Didn't they agree that just watching would be fine? Sitting so close is clearly stirring up trouble. When Zwajiji comes on stage later, she will be able to see herself sitting here at a glance, and the awkward scene of their eyes meeting has already surfaced in her mind. However, since the madam had worked hard to secure this seat, Huahwazi could only sit down with a stiff upper lip. After taking her seat, several courtesans from different places frequently glanced over, not expecting that the Huanin house had such a powerful trump card hidden away. Even Zwajiji would feel the pressure, right? Suddenly, as a graceful figure entered, the entire venue erupted with astonishing shouts. Zwajiji, the courtesan, has arrived. It's Zwajiji, I'm dead. So beautiful, Mom. I'm in love. The woman who walked out from behind the curtain had her black hair styled up, wearing a splendid courtesan robe, her appearance stunningly beautiful. Every move filled with elegance and nobility. No matter the era, Zwajiji's beauty was at the top among the courtesans, and the few who were occasionally more beautiful than her had become collectibles. She was born in the Flower Street and would die in the Flower Street. After 100 years, with her identity changing multiple times, she had never left this place and never would. The smile on Zwajiji's face, which she maintained in front of the audience, gradually froze as she noticed the red-haired girl sitting in the audience. She was too dazzling, standing out among many ugly faces like a diamond among gravel. What was worse, a few people's gazes nearby were not on her, but were drawn to that fiery red woman, their expressions infatuated. This ugly Zwajiji gritted her teeth, feeling a wave of humiliation in her heart. It was clearly her birthday party, and she should be the most dazzling one, yet some people's attention was stolen from her. She instinctively wanted to curse, but her familiar catchphrase just wouldn't come out. Zwajiji was born loving beauty and extremely hated ugliness. She couldn't resist beautiful things, which was why she would turn those prettier than herself into specimens and collectibles. This obsessive personality even made her unable to deny it in her heart. After being dazed for a while, the noise from the audience rose, and Zwajiji could only force a smile. Today is my birthday. Thank you all for coming. Now, I would like to invite a beautiful girl to entertain me. If you please me, I might invite you into my spring chamber, okay? As Wajiji's words fell, a deafening scream echoed throughout the venue, almost all of which were excited screams from women and disappointed wails from men. It seemed that Zwajiji was especially in the mood today, only wanting women, not men. However, despite saying this, Zwajiji's gaze was fixed on the red-haired girl. As long as she dared to come on stage to perform, no matter how good or bad, she would praise her to the skies and then invite her into her boudoir to spend a spring night together, before turning her into a collectible. Zwajiji licked her lips in anticipation. This girl had such a good figure. Absorbing her should have a breast-enhancing effect, right? However, dreams are beautiful, and reality is very real. No matter how much she looked forward to it, how perfect her plan was, the red-haired girl sat there like a fool, showing no intention of volunteering. The way she looked with her unfocused eyes seemed as if she were contemplating what late-night snack to eat tonight. This look at my daughter. She's proficient in all sorts of postures. The next second, Huahwazi stared in disbelief at the plump woman beside her, their boss lady. Didn't we agree to just sit and watch the show? Did I kill your horse? JPG. Chapter 30. Bitch Huahwazi, this red-haired lady, please come up. Chosen without any reason. This was undoubtedly inevitable and not a coincidence. She had a bad feeling when the madam sold her out. The gentle smile on Zwajiji's face masked whatever schemes were brewing inside her. Huahwazi, feeling a bit scalp prickling under the gaze, was forced to stand up under everyone's attention, lightly adjusting her skirt as she stepped onto the stage. The closer she got to Zwajiji, the more she felt a sense of danger, as if the night when her head was easily severed was just a beautiful dream. As she turned to face the audience on stage, many gasps of admiration arose. But the proud expression on the boss lady's face made her stomach ache with anger. Looking at the way the lady was dressed, she should also be from the Flower Street, but does she belong to anyone? Huanin House. The red-haired girl spoke softly with her head down, nervously fidgeting with her small hands. At 173 meters, that was the distance between her and Zwajiji. If a fight broke out without the Nicaran blade, the consequences would be unimaginable. No, she would never make a move against herself. Even if her measurements were exposed and her identity as a demon slayer revealed, she wouldn't destroy the identity of Zwajiji that she had worked so hard to maintain for her own sake. With that thought, Huahuazi couldn't help but relax, her crimson eyes restlessly rotating a few times. So this lady from Huanin House, I heard from your madam that you're proficient in all sorts of postures. What will you perform for everyone? If I am satisfied, I will pamper you well tonight. Just thinking about the scene of doing that with Zwajiji made Huahuazi shudder internally, almost want to vomit. Although her looks and figure were impeccable, there was a sense of being secretly observed by a third party. She suppressed the urge to gag, clasped her hands behind her back, and pretended to be a weak and innocent white lotus, her voice incredibly soft. I can play little sparrows. The noise from the audience suddenly disappeared, and everyone looked confused, seemingly unable to process what she had just said. Miss, playing little sparrows is your job. You can do whatever you want in private. But now let's perform some elegant art, like playing an instrument or something. Zwajiji's eyes couldn't help but twitch a few times. It was her oversight to expect too much from these Flower Street girls. They grew up in the Flower Street. What else could they do besides this? No, I want to play. Huahuazi whined in a babyish voice. All right, then you play. Zwajiji clenched her palms, veins subtly appearing on her forehead. Yet her face still wore a gentle smile. Daring to tarnish her birthday party, don't think you could die too peacefully. She wanted to see what this girl could do in front of such a large audience. Wail. Huahuazi made a few soft sounds, and the entire venue fell silent. Although her voice was soft and cute, what did it mean? Was it simply to mimic bird calls? Or was it to showcase her skills in calling to attract customers to the singing house? A few seconds later, a red figure flew in through the window, and the little blood sparrow flapped its wings vigorously, landing on the girl's shoulder. Tweet. Pour a glass of water for the Fern Princess. Huahuazi gently patted her a few times, her eyes crazily hinting. Tweet. The blood sparrow let out a sharp cry, and amidst the attention of the crowd, it excitedly flew to the dining table, picking up a pot of boiling water. An unbelievable scene occurred. The little blood sparrow actually carried the entire kettle in its beak, wobbling in the air as it flew towards the Fern Princess. Oh, a glimmer of joy sparkled in the eyes of the Fern Princess. Even after becoming a ghostly queen for hundreds of years, her nature remained innocent and pure. This fondness for novelty and beautiful things made her feel like a caring little girl. Moreover, the little bird had smooth feathers and an extremely vibrant and splendid color, which made her think of nurturing it. Amidst many surprised exclamations, the little blood sparrow trembled as it flew to the top of the black-haired woman's head, flapping its wings and spinning around. Thank you. The Fern Princess expressed her heartfelt gratitude, and her gaze towards the red-haired girl also carried a hint of affection. Tweet. The blood sparrow responded, and the kettle it was holding fell to the ground, crashing down. Splash. The Fern Princess's expression went blank as the scalding hot water rolled down her cheeks, soaking her clothes, making her look like a drenched rat. Her entire body was covered in broken pieces of the kettle, which, although unable to pierce her skin, had torn her carefully chosen courtesan outfit into tatters. In the silent venue, the red-haired girl suddenly covered her mouth with both hands, letting out a chuckle, her eyes filled with a mix of laughter and mockery. Huahuazi has been trying very hard to restrain herself, but when she saw Upper Moon 6 being teased by a bird, she couldn't help but chuckle. The Fern Princess lowered her head, trembling, allowing the water droplets to flow down, while the air was filled with a chilling malice. The little blood sparrow was so frightened that it hid in Huahuazi's collar, peeking out from the warm, soft spot with its little head, shivering. Several staff members from the Jingjing house rushed up to wipe her down, and Huahuazi was scolded and sent off the stage. The performance turned into a farce, with the Fern Princess making a fool of herself in public, looking utterly disheveled. However, not many felt indignant about it. All the courtesans in the pleasure quarters looked at the owner of the Huanin house with gratitude for avenging their grievances, even carrying a hint of admiration. Not to mention the fans who admired the Fern Princess. She almost lost her heart to a girl, but luckily she messed up at a crucial moment. Truly a cause for celebration. As for the pure bystanders, the bird's water has nothing to do with her. Well done. Back at her seat, the owner gave Huahuazi a thumbs up. After that, the birthday banquet continued, and when the Fern Princess returned in a different outfit, she seemed to have forgotten about the incident, still speaking gently and laughing cheerfully. However, until the end of the event, Huahuazi remained seated, too afraid to move. Her body and breath always tense, There was a terrifying blood-red, killing intent that stared straight at the Fern Princess from within her, as if saying, "I will spill your blood within 3 days." The seed has been successfully sown. All that remains is to patiently wait. P.S. Demon Slayer has just concluded, and here's a brief explanation of the plot. Readers of this book should be fans who have finished watching the 26 episodes of Demon Slayer. At the end of episode 26, the 4 main characters board the Mugen train, and the close-up of the man sitting in the carriage during the transition is Huahuazi's older brother, Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. After the Mugen train arc, the next important plot is the Yoshiwara Flower District arc, which is the location Huahuazi is currently in. Personally, I like this arc the most. P.S. I recommend a new book by a great author, the original text compiler, Inheriting Solomon's Will and Advancing to Defeat Geisha. Traveling between worlds, writing the original text that changes the laws of the world, with human hands grasping the mysteries of magic to resist the realm of gods, changing every tragedy within reach. Author's note, original text compiler, Chapter 31, The Battle of the Flower District. Huahuazi, courtesan, do you want to have midnight snack? Layered cake or milk pastry? I want both. Please bring them later. Thank you. With a soft thud, the red-haired girl gently closed the door and sighed with some weariness. Ever since the banquet at Jingjing House ended, the Fern Princess has had no movement, while Huahuazi's fame has skyrocketed, lifting the Huan Yin house along with it. Even the original courtesans call her big sister. Unable to play the pig to eat the tiger, no longer excluded by the geishas, no longer pitifully innocent, Huahuazi began to feel a hint of boredom deep inside her. She couldn't figure out what she really wanted. Sometimes she wanted to bully others. Sometimes she enjoyed the pleasure of humiliation, perhaps just a pure perversion. Lost in thought, the girl was completely unaware that several strangely patterned ribbons were slowly seeping in from the window, silently spreading behind her. With a swoosh, the ribbons wrapped around her entire body tightly, dragging her out of the window. The room instantly became empty, only the flapping window screen making a sound. Meanwhile, in the long dark night, with the moon obscured and the wind howling, a woman dressed in black fishnet stockings stood on the rooftop, surrounded by several oddly patterned ribbons. Her expression fierce. "If I had killed you right after the banquet, others would definitely think I did it, but I have endured for 3 whole days. My heart was about to explode. Now I can finally make a move. I will definitely make you wish you were dead." The dense ribbons coiled around Huahuazi like a swarm of snakes, bringing her before the woman, a scene that seemed somewhat familiar. Despite the similar appearance at this moment, the Fern Princess's aura seemed to have completely changed. Her originally black long hair had turned into a cascade of snow-white locks, and she was dressed extremely revealingly. Her left eye was engraved with the symbol for upper moon, and her right eye bore the number 6, the ultimate evil demon hidden in the Flower District. With a terrifying record of having killed 7 Hashira-level swordsmen, Upper Moon 6, Fern, Daki. The writhing ribbons wrapped the red-haired girl tightly. Yet the Fern Princess's proud expression gradually solidified. This touch, this temperature, this figure felt eerily familiar. It couldn't be wrong. She was the demon slayer who severed her own head that night. The one who brought her humiliation at the birthday banquet and the one who beheaded her were actually the same person. This is double the shame. Swoosh. Just as the Fern Princess was lost in thought, blood sprayed, her vision blanked, and her head was knocked off as if struck by a baseball bat. Her head flew several meters away, then smashed against the eaves, shattering into a bloody mess. This is the second time. She really doesn't learn. Huahuazi slowly pulled the sunwheel blade out from under her skirt, casually swinging her arm, and a ring of flames surrounded her, reducing the nearby ribbons to ashes. Normally, if a head were to be severed by the sunwheel blade, an ordinary demon would have already perished. However, Shurtake seemed unfazed, as her decapitated body slowly walked over to her head, reattaching her grimacing face to the broken neck. "I will absolutely not let you go." Describing her expression at this moment as fierce and menacing is quite fitting. It had been many years since she had experienced the taste of humiliation since becoming one of the 12 Kazuki. 8 sharp, taut ribbons extended from Shitake's body, dancing like a flurry of swords, emanating a fierce cold light. The bricks and tiles of the house shattered along the way, and the piercing, sharp ribbons slashed out, rapidly enlarging in the red-haired girl's pupils. Blood demon art. 8-fold ribbon slash. Swish, 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 swish. The 8-blade ribbons closed in, and in an instant, the girl's delicate body was pierced countless times, entering and exiting like a shattered plush ball, tearing into countless bloody fragments. In the next moment, blood and flesh splattered into the air, solidifying in the atmosphere, and the blurred figure vanished with the wind. The flames gathered and dispersed, the candlelight flickered, and shadows formed in the foam, as the figure of Purgatory, Huahuazi, appeared behind Shurtake without warning. Breath of flames, third form, candle. Using high-temperature flame energy to create illusions, it has never failed, no matter how many times. Huahuazi had just landed when her knees suddenly buckled, causing her to kneel on the ground. She curiously reached for her ankle, where there was a deep cut, as if her tendons had been severed. "Hey, did I get cut?" The girl wore a blank expression, but her enemy wouldn't give her even a second of hesitation. 8 sharp blades swung back, slicing through the air and breaking the sound barrier as they struck again. Just as she was about to be turned into a sieve, Huahuazi took a deep breath. Without waiting for Zhu Ji's attack to retract, she slid her fingertips along the blade surface. In an instant, the Purgatory blade ignited, the flames scorching hot, with waves of searing air rising up. Whoosh! In a kneeling position, she executed an upward slash, creating a crescent-shaped cut from bottom to top, as the fiery energy clashed with the 8 blades. Flame sword. Boom! Huahuazi was violently thrown away by the impact, her body rolling countless times over the roof before sliding down to the ground along the eaves, almost splitting her delicate figure in half. Ugh! Before she could get up, the leg of the Fern Princess came down heavily, stepping on her abdomen and pinning the frail girl down, making her unable to move. Huahuazi let out a painful groan, struggling on the ground in a futile attempt to resist. She was like a little sheep brought down by a big bad wolf, helplessly waiting for her demise. In the end, do you have any last words? Zhuangji sneered coldly, looking down at her from above, her foot twisting and increasing the pressure. What? If you have something to say, spit it out louder. I can't hear you. Zvanya scolded angrily, while easing the pressure of her foot. I said feels good. Increase the force, you old hag, spit. Huahuazi raised her head and spat a thick phlegm onto the woman's black silk-clad thigh. For a moment, feelings of filth, disgust, and various negative emotions surged up. Zhuangji stared at the thick phlegm on her thigh, frozen in place, and just as she fell into a daze, pink cherry petals danced around her, and the sword light poured down like a waterfall, the reversed blade slashing faster. Flower breathing fourth form red flower clothes. The beautiful trajectory of the sword dance resembled a gown woven from flowers, an astonishing white feathered coat soaring in the air. As a girl with a single ponytail stealthily attacked from behind, slicing off the head of the 6th upper string. Do you have any objections to a beautiful girl's phlegm? Seizing the opportunity, Huahuazi drew her sword and slashed, cutting Zhuangji's slender, snow-white waist into 2 pieces, blood and flesh flying. In the moment when the sword lights of the 2 women intertwined, the most beautiful woman in the flower street was turned into a 3-part courtesan. Hirahana Kanao joined the fray. Chapter 32, Jigufutaru. The dual symphony of flames and petals, the sword light crisscrossing. The body of the white-haired woman seemed to be divided into 3 sections like a spliced conical block, transforming her into a 3-part courtesan. After leaping down from the roof with a slash, Kurihara Kaneo swung her sword to the side, and her body uncontrollably fell down. Question: if the person on the 3rd floor and the person on the 2nd floor jump at the same time, who dies? Answer: the 2nd floor, because the person from the 3rd floor lands on top of them, crushing them to death. Bang! Being crashed into by the falling black-haired girl. Hohuzi let out a painful yet joyful moan, her whole body going limp and weak. Kaneo bumped her head against Hohuzi's branded facial cleanser, feeling a bit dizzy, and simply lay down without wanting to move. Just as they were enjoying their moment, the head of Waraji rolled onto the ground beside them. She stared blankly at the 2 girls pressed together, and suddenly, with a twist of her mouth, she burst into loud crying. Weawa! Ah! The wailing noise startled the 2. Kaneo's face flushed red as she quickly rolled off Hohuzi, and the floral scent she emitted transformed into a milky aroma. Huahuazi stumbled to her feet, but her ankle went numb, causing her to fall uncontrollably into Kanaya's arms. You're hurt. Kanaya looked down at the bloodstain on the red-haired girl's calf, seemingly caused by the strap for the 12 Kazuki behind her. One hand supported Huahuazi while the other took out a pill from her pocket, gently bringing it to the girl's lips. Thank you. The cherry-red mouth moved shyly a few times, and Huahuazi obediently held the pill in her mouth, her cheeks flushing. The butterfly house still had some means. Just having the pill in her mouth sent a wave of warm energy throughout her body, and within seconds, she could stand again. Meanwhile, Weijin was still crying. Wah! Brother, they bullied me. Help me kill them. As one of the 12 Kazuki who had lived for hundreds of years and possessed immense strength, Weijime, after being beaten by Huahuazi, was now crying like a 3-year-old child, wailing for her parents, looking utterly heartbroken. Her beautiful head lay on the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. Her pitiful appearance made people feel a mix of emotions, but those shouting were up above. And no one was paying attention to this side anymore. The important thing was that the Upper Moon 6, after being decapitated by Kanaihu, surprisingly did not die. In the next moment, time froze, and everything around them fell silent. May, don't cry. A pair of pale, withered hands gently wiped away the woman's tears. And a black-haired man with a deformed body had squatted in front of Weijime without anyone noticing. The hunchback man was scrawny, his bare upper body covered in black spots, looking incredibly ugly and bizarre. Wow, brother. Weijime's body gradually returned to normal, and she leaped into the man's embrace, softly sobbing like a wronged little kitten. Standing 10 meters away and silently watching this scene, Huahuazi's pupils constricted violently, and her sword-wielding arm trembled slightly. As for Kanaihu, her situation was even more serious. Her pupils were unfocused, cold sweat soaked her dress, and her heart felt crushed by fear. She had never seen such an aura and had never encountered such a demon. Undoubtedly, even if a Hashira-level swordsman were present, their body would tremble in fear. This was the Upper Moon 6. Upper Moon 6, a dual existence. The most beautiful woman in the Flower District, Weijime. The ugliest man in the Flower District, Jigaku Taro. If Weijime's strength was not enough to rank among the Upper Moons, then Jigaku Taro could truly be called the real Upper Moon 6, exuding an overwhelming aura of fear. While comforting his sister in his arms, he slowly turned his head, revealing a rather dispirited and lazy expression. His face was not particularly ugly, but it was covered in black spots, evoking a natural sense of disgust. Due to his mother contracting syphilis during pregnancy, Jigaku Taro was born with this appearance, hunchbacked, weak, and ugly. Huahuazi remained silent, tightly gripping the Nichiren blade in his hand. Both of them were the types I liked, but unfortunately, none of those who harmed May could live. The voice of the black-haired man was somewhat low and deep, and he stood up unsteadily, his tall and thin frame resembling that of a malnourished beggar. He held 2 blood-red, short-handled bone sickles in his hands and quickly walked towards the 2 girls ahead. The air was thick with despair, growing ever stronger. The distance between the 2 sides closed in, and in an instant, Huahuazi and the black-haired man moved simultaneously. Breath of Flames, 5th form, Flame Tiger. The flames attached to the Rengoku blade rapidly spread, the fire extending out 10 meters like the claws of a fierce tiger. With Huahuazi's red hair dancing as he swung the flaming giant sword downwards from a great distance. The black-haired man sneered coldly, facing the roaring flames. He merely flicked his bone sickles. Splash! Countless droplets of blood sprayed into the air, transforming into thin, crescent-shaped blood droplets like cicada wings, raining down everywhere like missiles. The moment the flames touched the blood, it was as if a fragile candle was extinguished by a gentle breeze. The roaring waves of wind swept through, and the houses on the street were swept by the blood-red crescent, instantly turning into ruins, riddled with holes. Huahuazi maintained the posture of swinging her sword, and suddenly blood burst from her body, with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Are you okay? Kanaihu hurriedly supported the swaying red-haired girl, but unexpectedly, Huahuazi suddenly tilted her head back and bit down hard on the base of her ear. Even Grandma wouldn't help. But you will. Kanaihu's neck and ear turned bright red, her face flustered and somewhat at a loss. At this moment, Huahuazi's lips moved quickly, whispering something in a voice as light as a mosquito. Leave the last words for hell. With a swing of his scythe, he severely injured the girl. Yet the man showed no satisfaction. A cold, sinister smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he arched his back and swung his crossed arms again. Blood demon art, blood-splashing scythe. The overwhelming blood-red crescent surged again, this time more than doubling in number, almost covering the entire field of vision. Breath of Flowers, 3rd form, Yukime, like petals of plum blossoms. Kanaihu rapidly swung her pink sun wheel sword, colliding with the dense blood moons. The blood-red crescents seemed endless in their relentless slashes, and Kanaihu found it increasingly difficult to resist. The man, Jutaro, laughed heartily, accelerating his slashing speed. Ha! Yusti! Brother, save me! It was only when the scream of Warabaheim came from behind that he stopped attacking and turned around in confusion. he saw that the red-haired girl had somehow stood next to Warabaheim, decapitated her head and kicking it like a soccer ball, kicking it several times. At the moment Jotaro was distracted, a sword light rushed past him from behind, and there was no time to dodge. 9 arc-shaped slashes simultaneously struck at one point, as gorgeous as the petals of a peony, cutting into the back of the black-haired man's neck. Breath of flowers, 5th form, no fruit peony, blood splattered. The blade left a shallow scratch on the neck, failing to cut in. Kanaihu's pupils widened in disbelief as she realized the black-haired man ignored her completely, his agile body darting like a cheetah straight towards the red-haired girl who was bullying Warabaheim. Watch out! Even without Kanaihu's warning, Huahuazi was always on guard against Jotaro's attack, instantly taking up a defensive stance. Seeing his sister being humiliated, the man became like a frenzied beast, his tall figure instantly standing in front of the girl, dark and deep malevolence surging. Blood demon art. Rampant jumping. Jotaro, filled with rage, crazily swung his scythe, and countless sharp blood-red crescents formed a tornado, destroying the surrounding ground and houses. Blazing flame vortex. Huahuazi stood on her toes, beginning to spin around herself. The inferno dance of Purgatory. The rapidly rotating layers of fiery rings clashed against the blood-red crescents. It was less of a martial art and more of a dance. As the blood-red crescents and the fiery dance intertwined, both Huahuazi and Jotaro sprayed large amounts of blood, and the girl's cute and gentle expression became increasingly frenzied. After a few breaths, her rapid slashing suddenly slowed, as if encountering a fierce wind resistance, her movements sluggish while igniting a fierce blaze, the fire growing stronger. Flame Tiger. Forcing a change in tactics midway, countless bloody wounds tore open on her body, and Huahuazi recklessly swung the massive fiery blade downwards. The impact erupted between the two, the terrifying force of the slash severing half of the black-haired man's body, a cruel scar extending from shoulder to waist. Black blood splattered everywhere, and Jotaro fell to the ground with a vacant look in his eyes. Brother. On the other side, Warabaheim, who was calmly watching the spectacle, gasped in disbelief as countless strange ribbons extended from her body. Just as she prepared to rush for support, her body suddenly became unresponsive, her pupils slowly contracting. This was the same move from that day. The red-haired girl, engulfed in flames, silently stood behind the woman, gently sheathing the Purgatory blade. 7th form, Kiss of the Red Moon. The inverted reflection of the fiery crescent moon flowed, slicing through the air with a speed that could not be followed, directly severing Warabaheim's head from 10 meters away. There was no initial movement or warning, and the bizarrely swift attack, the Kiss of the Red Moon, struck. The Upper Moon 6 was the twin demons, and they could only die if both were decapitated at the same time. So Huahuazi had aimed for this moment from the very beginning. With a thud, the head fell to the ground. Warabaheim could no longer count how many times she had been killed. Looking at the red-haired girl, whose body temperature was boiling hot, she felt a trace of fear deep within. Completely different, the aura was entirely unlike that of just a few minutes ago. The previous her was not this strong at all. How could she have defeated her brother so effortlessly when she had struggled against her? So powerful. Standing foolishly at a distance, Kanaihu murmured softly. The high-speed battle. With the two evil demons falling almost simultaneously, was this the combat power comparable to that of a Hashira-level swordsman? In such a battle, she had no chance to intervene at all. Ha! No wonder my poison has no effect on you. It reminds me of something interesting. A hoarse and unpleasant voice came from beside her. Jotaro, who had lost half his body, slowly stood up, the missing flesh and blood almost instantly restored. His eyes were excitedly fixed on the flames burning around the girl, which seemed more like blood demon art than the breathing techniques used by swordsmen, right? His own blood and weapons were toxic. Despite having cut her so many times, there was no sign of weakening. Surely, it had been burned clean by her searing body temperature the moment it mingled with her blood. TSK, I missed. Huahuazi clicked her tongue in displeasure. The wound was a slanted slash across her neck, and because of Jifu Taro's tall stature, she couldn't reach it with her height. Blood demon technique, blood splatter scythe. Unbeknownst to her, Jifu Taro was plotting something in his heart, and with a sinister smile, he swung his scythe, causing countless drops of blood to intertwine into crescent shapes that flew through the sky. Having already faced the same technique once, Huahuazi moved nonchalantly, her slender figure gliding like a graceful bird, effortlessly dodging through the successive waves of blood moons. Just as Warabaheim had envisioned in her mind, Her movements were completely different from before, as if she were toying with her opponent. All the blood moons were evaded by the girl, soaring up into the clouds, tracing a giant arc before returning down towards Kanao's head. His target was Kanao. Hearing the roaring wind behind her, Kanao jumped at the critical moment, flipping in the air while drawing her blade, sending a circle of peach blossom petals flying, fragrant and fresh. Breath of the flower, 6th form, spiral peach. The scattered petals easily shredded dozens of blood moons, and as Kanao's flipped body landed, her breath involuntarily paused for a second. Behind her, a tall shadow exuded a frenzied, killing intent, swinging the blood scythe close at hand. Crack! Skin seared, blood splattered, and Kanao's vision turned pale as she fell forward. What am I doing? Huahuazi clearly told me the enemy's characteristics. The girl felt regret in her heart as her consciousness gradually blurred. Oh no! Jifutaro let out a strange cry, quickly rising to dodge Huahuazi's slash after wounding the black-haired girl. Kanao, the red-haired girl, gloomily held Kanao, lifting her dress from behind. The snow-white skin was soaked in blood, the wound quickly turning black and spreading rapidly to other parts of her body. Others did not have her high temperature to filter toxins. Being hit once basically meant the end. If not treated in time, there would be a risk to life. Take her back to the butterfly mansion. Huahuazi picked up Xiang Naihu and swung her hard into the sky. A red silhouette swiftly darted by, and the blood sparrow accurately caught the girl's hair tie, flying off into the distance. As the two of them watched their figures gradually disappear into the night sky, the girl turned her head to look at the male and female demons, the 6th upper moon, attempting to challenge the upper moon. It would be easier to just commit suicide. Even the Hashira couldn't do it. There had never been a record of the Demon Slayer Corps killing an upper moon in nearly 100 years. Huahuazi took a deep breath and suddenly punched his own heart. Thud. Hey, Jifutaro and Zhuangji looked puzzled. Could it be that he knew he would undoubtedly die and chose to escape the result of a fate worse than death through suicide? After waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened, and Huahuazi's expression became somewhat unpleasant. It was quite embarrassing to talk about this. His chest was too big, and he didn't hit the heart properly. After Huahuazi adjusted the excess flesh that she was shaking wildly in front of her chest, she struck her chest with a heavy fist. Bang! Her heart was impacted and began to beat rapidly. The scorching blood flowed into her internal organs, making her whole body feel incredibly hot, and her small face turned crimson. The next second, boom! A violent gale swept through, and scorching flames erupted with a roar, setting all the surrounding buildings ablaze, turning the dark flower street into a sea of red. In the sea of flames, all the residents were screaming and fleeing, and a girl with long hair burning like fire emerged, holding the Hell's Blade. Her aura had undergone a tremendous change, and even the expression of Kimetsu Musen became extremely serious. What lay ahead was the Purgatory. Chapter 34. The 8th form, total concentration. Constant is a technique that maximizes the breathing method, significantly enhancing physical and mental abilities, allowing humans to surpass their physical limits for a period of time. In her second year of practicing swordsmanship, Kyojuro Rengoku mastered total concentration. Constant. And since then she had been researching how to suppress her breath and refine it to perfection. As the release rate of the flame breathing reached 100, flames burned in the girl's pupils as she walked through the scorching sea of fire. Breathing, heartbeat, the sound of the wind, the flow of air. It was as if everything in the world became crystal clear, so slow that it could be captured by the naked eye. This is the true pillar-level swordsman of total concentration. Constant. Facing the twin demons, Kyojuro slowly drew her blade, raising it parallel with one arm, her burning gaze obscuring her thoughts. The surrounding ruins had turned to ashes, and the serpents of fire from Purgatory erupted as Kyojuro suddenly vanished from her original spot. Swish! In an instant, blood flew, and the intertwining shadows of swords formed a suspended crescent moon pattern, descending from the sky with a long tail of flames. The crescent moon was blurred and elusive, making it impossible to capture its trajectory and direction. Kyojuro's figure intertwined with the two, gracefully performing a flourish with her sword. 7th form, Kiss of the Red Moon. The black-haired man remained frozen in mid-swing with his scythe, his expression stiff and motionless. The next second, both of them simultaneously spewed a large amount of blood. The head of the demon, Tamayo, shot into the sky, while Kimetsu Musen's arms were severed at the roots. And after swaying a few times, he knelt on one knee, looking extremely disheveled. Circular slash. blood splatter, scythe, his expression turned incredibly ferocious. And a massive blood blade storm erupted from the two severed arms, violently destroying the surrounding buildings, converging in an arc to attack the girl. The vast area was enveloped, with no way to evade. Just as the girl was about to be shredded by the blood-red hurricane, Huazi's figure suddenly soared and flipped several times in the air, the flame emanating from her sword forcing her body to twist and slip through a narrow gap. Following the winding path of the red thread in the sixth form, red thread weaving, Huazi evaded the strangling whirlwind with various inhuman postures. Quickly approaching the black-haired man's true form, the fiery traces left by the sword dance replaced the red thread, and finally only one straight line remained, pulling the tip of the Purgatory blade directly towards the man's neck. Huazi's expression was indifferent as her figure suddenly accelerated, swinging her sword like a colliding meteor, dragging a blazing aura straight down towards the black-haired man. Bang! Gyoufu Taro's pupils widened as a deep gash was cut into his neck, black blood gushing out frantically. Just a little more, just a fraction more, the red line had reached its limit, and the force of his swing failed to sever his head. The 1 second delay made Huazi furrow her brows tightly. She swung forcefully, sending Gyoufu Taro's head flying, and then her figure flickered and disappeared. Inazuma. On the other side, the courtesan Wajiheim's body had just recovered when she was once again beheaded by the girl, unable to utter even half a word. Her heart was filled with fear and panic. This had completely turned into a race against time for a kill, as they wondered if both would be killed within 3 seconds. If both their heads were severed within 3 seconds, the death knell would toll. This sense of oppression, this tension, the threat of death was a situation they had never encountered since becoming demons. Danger! Swinging her sword to shake off the blood. Uowatsi, arashite towards Jufutaro. 2 restless mounds of flesh bounced in front of her, and she couldn't maintain her balance, suddenly stumbling and falling to the ground. Huazi lay on the ground, her cute little face twisted into a frown. At this critical moment of life and death, she fell flat on the ground. Jigafutaro and Zuheim both displayed expressions of speechlessness. They had just completely fallen into the rhythm of the girl's attacks, unable to break free from the battle. Any slight pause would change the situation. The two of them were incredibly in sync and launched their attacks at the same time. Blood Demon Technique, 8-fold band slash. Blood Demon Technique, circular slash rotation. The bands and blood wind intertwined and rampaged, destroying everything around them, ultimately converging to envelop the girl from all directions. The sharp wind blade spun and closed in, the space inside becoming narrower and narrower, as if in the next second. One could see Huazi's body being torn apart. Facing this desperate situation, Huazi supported herself on her knees and stood up, exhaling a breath of flame. At that moment, everything around her slowed down rapidly, as if frozen in a viscous space. With her right hand holding the Purgatory blade, the girl slowly raised the sword above her head, tracing an arc of fiery crescent moon. Breath of flames, 8th form. The sleeve of Huawa's garment tore apart, and a violent tremor at her heart felt as if it would explode. Her expression twisted in agony as she swung the hellblade down toward the ground with all her strength, outlining the phantom of a fire deity. The fire demon that resided within her finally revealed itself, its fiery patterns flickering as the massive phantom struck down in sync with the girl's movements. Type 8. Flame Jizo. At that moment, everything around vanished, as if losing all perception and existence. The demon Taro stared fixedly at the red-haired girl wielding her sword, the tip of her blade seemingly igniting with an incredibly dazzling flame. Beyond that, he could no longer perceive any other sounds in the world, not even noticing as his younger sister was scorched to charcoal by the searing heat beside him. After a breath, the world was completely engulfed in flames, transforming before his eyes into a gray-white void, leaving only the black and white outlines sketched by comic lines, increasingly abstract and tearing apart. His ears rang, and then he went blind. Boom! The flames erupted like the terrifying tremors of a missile bombardment, incinerating all the houses within hundreds of meters. The roaring flames turned the Flower Street into a hell on earth. The scene at the epicenter of the explosion was a complete wreck, with the smell of charred remains everywhere. The body, unable to recover, lay on the ground, with only a head remaining. The expression on the face of the Fern Princess was one of extreme terror. No matter how hard she tried to revive, she would be burned to ashes by the high temperature. How could this happen? It could suppress a demon's recovery ability. The destructive power of that woman just now was something no human could achieve. It resembled a powerful blood demon technique more than swordsmanship. By the way, brother, where is Jutaro? You should be fine. Although that last move was incredibly powerful, it couldn't decisively kill a demon. It could only serve to hold him back. I hope my brother can hold on during my recovery. At this moment, on the battlefield a dozen meters away, the scorched black-haired demon and the red-haired girl were fiercely clashing. Both their recovery and resistance abilities far surpassed those of the Fern Princess. Jutaro was fighting while recovering, but the pain for being scorched by the flames clearly put him at a disadvantage. Not to mention his vision had not completely returned. The flamboyant flames slashed through the man's right arm, and sensing the blood wind approaching from the side, Hiwakako quickly crouched down on one knee, narrowly avoiding it. Without stopping, she exerted force with her toes and waist simultaneously, twisting her body into an S shape and swung the blade backward, executing a low horizontal slash for below. Flame Tiger. A hint of fish belly white gradually appeared on the horizon. The sunrise was approaching, and the battle on Flower Street was about to come to an end. P.S. Please vote for recommendations, I beg you. Chapter 35. The end after slashing off the man's arm. Hiwakako quickly crouched down and tilted her head, narrowly avoiding the hurricane's strike from the side. At the same time, she synchronized the force from her toes and waist, forcibly twisting her body in the opposite direction. The infernal blade igniting with huge flames as it slashed horizontally from her heels. Flame Tiger. The flames transformed into the claws of a fierce tiger, violently tearing apart the legs of the black-haired man. Black blood splattered everywhere, and Jitaro's face twisted as the torso, with only one arm left, uncontrollably fell backward. Enduring the hellfire, Hanako thrust the blade into the man's neck, skewering him, while her other hand tightly gripped his arm, holding the knife. The immense force twisted her delicate snow-white arm, leaving red marks. The veins in the girl's forehead bulged, and her entire right arm turned a deep crimson, as if it had been seared with a branding iron. Breath of Flames, 9th form, named after the Rengoku family, is the strongest technique developed and improved by generations of Flame Hashira. Her entire body ignited with scorching hellfire, and the terrifying high temperature began to melt the ground around her, causing Hanako's pupils to dilate in shock. 9th form, Hellfire. The massive airflow comparable to a rocket launching surged forth, and the terrifying flames exploded, pushing the girl forward layer by layer. The deafening sound of a meteor falling. The supersonic thrust struck nearly 100 meters from the center of the Flower Street, shattering all the ruined buildings along the way, turning them to ashes. Extending over 100 meters, the whirlpool of hellfire slowly spiraled in the air, finally dissipating into nothingness. I won. Standing in the desolate ruins, the flames surrounding Hanako extinguished, blood continued to flow from her body, and her specially made red kimono was torn to shreds. As the light of the sun gradually emerged, she felt for the first time that the night was so long enough to bring tears to her eyes, defeating the Upper Moon 6 in single combat. This achievement is an unprecedented feat in the current Demon Slayer Corps. Having exhausted the 9th form of the Breath of Flames, after hours of uninterrupted, full breathing, her body and mind were on the brink of collapse, but she finally completed the kill at the last moment. Clap. Huahuazi turned his head, his pupils slowly widening as an incredible scene unfolded. The headless corpse of Gifu, Taro, slowly stood up, with the torn flesh at the neck growing wildly, soon forming a new head. Under the scorching sunlight, his body was decaying while he walked towards the nearby red-haired girl. The sun had not yet fully risen, and as a lower moon demon, he could still move for a while. Why? Huahuazi felt almost desperate, the threat of death looming over her. She suddenly noticed a white-haired female ghost, the Oiran of Fern, hiding in the ruins, observing her in secret. So that's it. She was just a step too late. The two extraordinary orphans had managed to recover. At this moment, the mockery and anger in Fern's eyes had long since vanished, leaving only fear and awe as she nervously stared at Huahuazi. This swordsman was truly dangerous. She had to be killed here. Hopefully, her brother's actions would succeed. The twin demons, even if their physical bodies were burned to ashes by the scorching sun, Gifu Taro could still be reborn within Fern's body, only needing a recovery period. Gifu Taro drew closer, and the red-haired girl seemed to have given up, letting her sword drop, her head hanging low, her arms falling to her sides. I will remember you. The black-haired man grinned, forcing himself to endure the pain of his skin being charred, slowly raising the bone scythe in his hand. With that, everything would come to an end. Crack! As his arm suddenly swung down, a beautiful head flew into the sky. Jifutaro swung the bone scythe, swiftly cutting into the girl's neck. If the action were slowed down 100 times, one could see the scythe gradually slicing into a line of blood on the girl's snowy white neck, clearly feeling the sensation of cutting into flesh. Just as he was about to sever the girl's head, the black-haired man's strike suddenly stopped. He looked up at the blazing sun in disbelief, only to see his sister Fern's head soaring into the sky, her beautiful face filled with shock. At that moment, the sun fully rose, casting its radiant light, and the twin demons were simultaneously exposed to the scorching heat. The sixth upper moon was dead. Flame-breathing, fourth form, modified, cherry blossom fire dance. The Hellfire Blade, spinning like a whirlpool of flames, flew through the air and returned to the girl's hand, drawing a massive circle of fire. Applying the fourth form's rotation to the Sunwheel Blade, he threw it out, allowing it to spin with the surge of flames, unexpectedly severing Fern's head. It wasn't very strong, but it was enough to be despicable. Jifutaro was born in the lowest part of the Flower Street. Since childhood, he had been viewed as a monster due to his ugly appearance, covered in dirt and grease, always accompanied by fleas and a foul smell. Living near the Flower Street, where beauty was everything. Until the birth of his sister May, after their mother died of syphilis, Jifutaro grew up relying on his sister. May had overwhelming beauty even as a child, which made Jifutaro lose his sense of inferiority. However, when May was 13, she stabbed a samurai's eye in defiance of his insult and was ultimately burned to the brink of death by the samurai, becoming unrecognizable. Returning home, Jifutaro, on the verge of a mental breakdown, killed the samurai and carried his sister around seeking help. As if by fate, he encountered that man in his moment of despair. "I'm sorry for holding you back. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you." Remembering the scenes from their lives, the twin demons exchanged one last glance before being burned to dust by the sunlight, dissipating into nothingness. They had relied on each other in life and were entangled in death, born in the Flower Street, dying in the Flower Street. Such a life wasn't too bad. The sixth upper moon was completely dead. After one night, everything was unrecognizable. The Flower Street was no longer beautiful and charming. Dozens of broken houses had turned into desolate ruins. Everywhere was the flicker of flames, and the crumbling eaves were riddled with holes. As the culprit behind this scene, Hellfire Huahuazi could no longer hold on, her petite body collapsing backward, her hands making a V sign before crashing to the ground with a bang. At the same time, the Hellfire Sun wheel blade shattered, turning from the hilt to the blade into charred dust, blown away by the gentle breeze. After continuously using the 8th and 9th forms, the Hellfire Blade had reached its limit. It was unclear what reason allowed it to hold on for a while longer. "Thank you." Huahuazi's eyes were moist as she picked up a handful of sword ash from the ground, her eyelids slowly closing as she fell into a deep sleep. Hellfire Huahuazi, 15 years old, Slayer of the Upper Moon. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes. Huahuazi gives everyone a plush ball. Chapter 36. The strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps. On that day, when we arrived at the Flower Street, the scene before us was a hell on earth. From the report of the Hidden Unit, the battle on the Flower Street broke the century-old unchanging order of the Upper Moons. The sixth Upper Moon was killed in a one-on-one battle against the Flame Demon from the Flame Hashira family, the former Flame Hashira's daughter, now the sister of the Flame Hashira, named Hellfire Huahuazi. Over 100 houses were destroyed, and the innocent casualties exceeded 30. Everywhere were the remnants of buildings and blood, as if narrating the brutal process of the bloodbath. This event was like dropping a bomb into a clear lake, exploding the dull atmosphere within the Demon Slayer Corps. Demon Slayer Corps, Butterfly Mansion. The weather was cool, with autumn winds blowing through the forest filled with blooming wisteria flowers, and the ground was covered with drifting purple petals. Standing under a tree was a graceful figure, dressed in a simple white long dress that reached her knees, with her fiery red hair flowing softly down. The girl's stunningly beautiful face exuded a sense of serene pity. A purple petal drifted down gently, landing in the girl's delicate palm. She gently blew on it, scattering the petals. "Huahuazi, your package." The red-haired girl stood quietly under the tree, lost in thought, until a strange male voice beside her broke her reverie. Two men in the logistics uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps were panting as they carried heavy objects, placing tightly bound wooden boxes on the ground. They did not know what was inside that made it so heavy. They had to move it up the mountain every once in a while. "Thank you." With a gentle tone, Hellfire Huahuazi brushed a few strands of red hair aside, revealing a breathtaking smile. This scene resembled a picture of a flourishing world, as the purple wisteria petals fell and the youthful thoughts were scattered by the breeze. Crack! It felt as if Cupid's arrow had pierced their hearts. Even as they left the butterfly mansion, their heads still felt a bit dizzy, their steps light and airy. Huahuazi is so cute. Clearly, we are all on the same GI level, but her aura is completely different. One team member exclaimed, his face flushed. Talking to Huahuazi was the pinnacle of his life. GI level? What's wrong? Noticing his companion's complex expression, the excited team member felt puzzled. Even though you just transferred to the hidden unit not long ago, you should have heard about it, right? The incident on the Flower Street a few months ago. Huh, you mean the disastrous scene on the Flower Street was caused by her? Upon hearing about the girl's deeds, the expression of admiration on the man's face gradually transformed into unparalleled shock. The culprit who destroyed the Flower Street, the unprecedented slayer of the upper moon. This girl seemed to be even younger than them. Sigh, this matter caused quite a stir back then. Hellfire Huahuazi clearly had the achievement of slaying an upper moon, yet faced the risk of being expelled from the Corps due to excessive collateral damage. Anyway, I support her. In our hidden unit, encountering a demon with abilities basically means a dead end. She faced the upper 12 moons. In that kind of desperate atmosphere, who could focus on anything else? Those who only know how to criticize should hope they can still say that when they encounter the 12 moons. The male team member who was explaining showed a look of admiration. Just thinking about the moment when the girl, with her delicate and petite body, defeated the upper moon demon, made his blood boil with excitement. No matter how big the Flower Street incident blew up, Rengoku Hikari ultimately remained in the Demon Slayer Corps. But due to the negative impact, she hadn't been assigned any missions for half a year, and her rank hadn't increased. However, in the eyes of many Demon Slayer Corps members, she was not a Hashira, but was even stronger than one, being called the strongest swordsman in the Corps. The uncrowned king. After the two Demon Slayer Corps members left, Hikari calmly opened the package, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Inside were food items that looked like grains, resembling bait feed. Come here, come here. A small, cute blood sparrow, about the size of a palm, flew down from the sky upon hearing the girl's call. It dove headfirst into the feed box. A few seconds later, the blood sparrow poked its small head out of the wooden box, gently flapping its wings as it flew onto the girl's shoulder, then burped softly. Gulp. In an instant, dozens of kilograms of feed were consumed. Yet the little blood sparrow showed no signs of change in size. Good, eat more, you'll be strong. Hikari gently stroked the little blood sparrow's feathers, proving that an interesting woman should have an interesting bird. Whoosh! A figure flickered, and a purple-haired woman wearing a butterfly haori lightly landed beside her. Looking content as she watched the red-haired girl feeding the bird. She had saved Kana, who was poisoned and unconscious during the Flower Street battle, and then faced the Upper Moon 6 alone, which was impressive even in the eyes of a Hashira-level swordsman. Hikari, how is your recovery? Insect Hashira. I feel I'm almost there, Hikari respectfully replied. So cold. Even though you're so close to Kana, why not call me Sister Shinobu? Butterfly Shinobu smiled, bringing her face close to the girl's, staring at each other with wide eyes. Sister Shinobu, Hikari insisted for a few seconds before losing the battle, her face turning red as she exclaimed. This woman had quite a thick skin. So cute. Butterfly Shinobu turned around with a smile, waving at the black-haired girl who was secretly observing from the window of the butterfly mansion. Kana, with her ponytail swaying, shyly disappeared from in front of the window. I need to go on a business trip for a while, probably a few weeks, so I'll leave Kana in your care. Okay. Huazi pretended to nod obediently, but in her heart, she thought, while Butterfly Ninja is away, let's teach Shinobu some strange things. With her parents not around, indulging in forbidden fruit feels so great. Suddenly, Huazi's brows furrowed tightly, and her delicate nose sniffed a few times, catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor. The smell of blood was strong, and several disheveled members of the Demon Slayer Corps gradually approached the Butterfly Mansion, covered in blood, clearly having just gone through a bloody battle. Noticing Butterfly Ninja and the red-haired girl outside the Butterfly House, they all trembled and displayed respectful expressions. Among the crowd, a man with messy black hair lowered his head, but Huazi spotted him at once. Oh, isn't that Kaigaku? No wonder I smelled a foul odor from so far away. Why is this guy hiding so tightly? He should come out and let our ancestors have a good look. Huazi, seeking recommendation tickets. Let everyone have a drink. Chapter 37, Torment. Oh, senior brother Kwayue, long time no see. Hearing the sarcastic voice of the red-haired girl, a group of Demon Slayer Corps members froze and turned to look at the tense black-haired boy. Kyojuro, do you know this woman? This so-called strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps, Purgatory Hwahuazi. And judging by her tone, it's clear that he has offended her. What is it? Kyojuro lowered his head, a drop of cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead, and asked calmly on purpose. Oh, senior brother, you don't know what I'm looking for you for? You seem to be doing quite well in the Demon Slayer Corps, but everyone doesn't know what you've been up to, right? Why not tell them? Hwahuazi narrowed her eyes slightly, clasped her hands behind her back, and began to circle around Kyojuro. As she spoke, the boy's fists tightened more and more. Ever since he heard about Hwahuazi's exploits, Kyojuro had been extremely cautious, hardly daring to stay long at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. He never expected to run into her while recovering at the Butterfly Mansion. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Kyu's mind went blank, and a buzzing filled his ears, rendering him speechless. A few seconds later, his expression relaxed, and he spoke gently. Hwahuazi, I apologize for testing your strength without permission during the final selection. I was simply too curious about your abilities. I also suffered a crushing defeat and experienced a severe setback, and I now clearly understand the gap in strength. After his explanation, everyone around showed expressions of realization. What if someone got injured from Kyu's unauthorized actions against other swordsmen during the final selection? If the consequences were serious, expulsion from the team could even be a possibility. They didn't expect Kyu to have such an aggressive personality, and it was no wonder Hwahuazi was angry. Although people were discussing it, they didn't feel angry since the incident had already passed. This guy is quite clever, actively admitting his faults and downplaying the situation. To hold a grudge would only make himself seem petty. Hwahuazi glanced sideways with a slight smile, leisurely walking back to Shinobu Kocho's side. By the way, if you get the chance, you can tell everyone your story before becoming a Hashira's disciple. Boom! It was as if lightning struck his head. Kaguya was drenched in cold sweat, his face turning extremely pale. How could this be? How could she possibly know about that? The image of the girl's gentle smile was deeply etched in Kaguya's mind, a perfect representation of a super malicious white lotus green tea bitch. This is bad. I'm definitely doomed this time. The Demon Slayer Corps will not let me go. The world before him spun chaotically, and Kaguya instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, thinking he had to kill her before she spoke. Even if he had killed Upper Moons, he was now unarmed, with combat power no better than a village girl from a neighboring village. Clap! The crisp sound of applause snapped Kaguya out of his daze, and he stared blankly at the petite girl in a butterfly haori with black and purple hair. All right, let's not talk about any grudges here. You all look severely injured, so hurry and go treat your wounds, Shinobu Kocho said with a smile, her gentle tone enchanting everyone as they obediently walked toward the Butterfly Mansion. Kaguya lowered his head, brushing past the red-haired girl, their eyes meeting for a moment. Hwahuazi was just lightly laughing and said nothing. Brother, do you like this kind of torturous feeling? It's like accidentally sending a picture to the wrong chat group while chatting and driving, sending it to a relative-esque group. Day and night. Experiencing this torment without rest will surely lead to baldness. Once the group of demon slayers entered the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu Kocho gently leaned towards the smirking girl. Such heavy malice. Are all members of the Demon Slayer Corps required to act like this? Sister Shinobu, you don't need to worry about this. I know what to do. Hwahuazi sighed helplessly. Girls should be a bit gentler to be more likable. Shinobu Kocho smiled lightly. I'll be leaving tonight. I hope you can take good care of Kanao while also improving her skills. There's still 3 to 4 months until the next final selection. Getting stronger would be good. I will improve her skills well. Hwahuazi nodded, though was uncertain what specifically that referred to. Speaking of which, Kanao and the main character group are from the same generation, right? This also means the Infinite Train mission is getting closer. Butterfly Mansion, bathroom. Kanao, come sit here. Wrapped in a towel, her snow-white, delicate skin concealed, yet revealing exquisite curves. Hwahuazi smiled and patted the bench beside him. The towel barely covered half of her thigh, her milk-white legs perfectly together, truly a perfect leg shape. Hearing the command, the black-haired girl's cheeks flushed. She shyly sat beside Hwahuazi while covering the towel with one hand. Shinobu had specifically instructed Kanao to be obedient before leaving. But unexpectedly, Hwahuazi used it for something like this, which was truly a grave sin. Little Bunny is taking a bath, so cute and tender. Hwazi hummed a tune while picking up the soap, covering Kane's entire body with white foam. I'm sorry, Sister Shinobu, but the Kane you raised is already mine. P.S. Earlier, Hwazi was treated like a plush ball for everyone. In the last chapter, she fed you milk, so everyone might think the recommendation votes have increased. But that's not the case. The beginning of the previous chapter's ending was P.S., which represents the author's words, not Huazi's own will. This means what you received was not the plush ball Huazi, but rather a membership to Taobao.net. You can take a closer look at the ending of the last chapter, which began with Huazi, indicating that it was Huazi personally wanting to feed you milk. The peaches sent by Huazi turned into the milk she fed you. Don't you think the recommendation votes in your hands have become more valuable? So, hurry up and throw all your votes on a Huazi. It will bring you even better rewards. Chapter 38, Full Breath Bloom, Mahu, Hu. What's wrong, Kane? Is this level too much for you to handle? Move a little faster. In the training room of the Butterfly Mansion, the figures of two girls flickered at high speed, their movements almost imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving the Butterfly Mansion staff in awe. Like a playful dance between a butterfly and a blood moth, their figures intertwined but missed each other by a hair's breadth. Kane chased after the chatty red-haired girl, soon gasping for breath, her body soaked in sweat, her long hair in disarray. There was simply no way to catch her. Huazi's speed was too fast, seemingly much quicker than Sister Shinobu. This was a woman who had defeated an upper moon. The staff of the Butterfly Mansion felt an unparalleled shock in their hearts. The swordsman who surpassed all Hashira was the red-haired girl standing before them, the 15-year-old Rengoku Huazi. Not disappointing Shinobu's request, Huazi was indeed seriously guiding Kane, conducting extensive practical training every day. By the way, Kane, you have mastered the full breath constant state, right? Kane, with her cheeks flushed, collapsed on the ground, panting, while Huazi sat next to her and unceremoniously grabbed her little hand to knead it. Such a bizarre and blatant act of rubbing left Kane a bit shocked, her pupils slowly widening. Especially since this woman was the strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps, it only made others think she was checking on her physical condition. Kane shyly turned her face away and replied softly. Before the battle in the Flower Street, she had already comprehended the full breath constant state. But due to a lack of combat experience and physical differences, she was heavily injured by Upper Moon 6. The full breath constant state is the foundation for advancing to the Hashira level and a necessary condition for being a successor. In a constant state, physical and mental capabilities are greatly enhanced, significantly boosting combat power. Have you heard about the next stage after constant state? Huazi asked again. Kane looked confused, a big question mark appearing on her face. Not just her, but everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps probably hadn't heard that there was another stage after constant state. Full breath bloom. That's what I call this stage, meaning the blooming of life, allowing the human body to reach a brand new realm in a short time. By the way, I defeated Upper Moon 6 in this state, Huazi whispered to Kane. Interested? If you're interested, come to my room for a deeper understanding. After joking, Huazi turned serious, pulling out a pair of black-framed glasses from nowhere and began writing something on the blackboard in the corner with chalk. Full breath bloom is the second stage in the constant state, which greatly damages bodily functions. If sustained for a long time, the body will become pineapple. Unlike the high efficiency maintained in constant state, bloom involves inhaling a large amount of gas into the body and then detonating it all at once, filling the entire body. It accelerates heartbeats, compresses all organs, and infuses air into the blood, a breathing technique that comes at the cost of blooming life. Bloom. Rengoku Huazi. Want to learn? Huazi's voice was tempting, as this was a technique she had created herself that no one else could replicate. Kane bit her pink lip, her expression hesitant. Although she wanted to agree, her inner alarm was going off madly. Huazi definitely had ulterior motives. The conflicted and aggrieved expression on the girl's face brought secret joy to Huazi. She stopped her mischievous behavior and began to teach very seriously. Anger, emptiness, and fear are the three emotions I believe can most easily trigger the bloom state. So far, only anger has been successfully verified. Emptiness doesn't suit me. And fear is only theoretically successful. In any case, you need to unconsciously make your heart beat wildly, accelerate blood circulation, and increase gas intake. First, you need to consider what kind of method suits you. Think about what can make your focus particularly intense. After Huazi finished explaining, Kane suddenly looked up with a strange expression and asked, "Focus? Huazi, how do you concentrate? Is it through anger?" "Yeah, it's anger. Think of something that really annoys you. For example, the flies that like to eat poop actually breathe the same air as us every day. Which chef dropped a hair while cooking and made me contract syphilis? Which BTCH has breasts bigger than mine? It really makes me furious." As she got into the moment, Huazi actually got angry her pink fist pounding the floor in a fit of rage. Kane was instantly speechless. Her reasons for being angry were so strange, things that the human mind couldn't comprehend. Just then, a black crow suddenly swooped in, letting out a hoarse, piercing scream. Ka! Ka! Report, report. Rengoku Huazi. Immediately head to the village near Asakusa. Immediately head to the village near Asakusa. There are malevolent demons appearing. Shut up. The irritable Hua Zi slapped the crow to the ground, feathers scattering everywhere, scaring the girls from the Butterfly Mansion's logistics into a trembling huddle. Ignoring me for half a year. And now, suddenly, sending me on a mission after the Flower Street's rhythm calms down. Do they really think of me as a tool? Sorry, but Huazi loves to say no to those who are so self-righteous. I'm just not going. Half an hour later, the red-haired girl packed her things and walked out of the Butterfly Mansion, preparing to set off for Asakusa. It was like a student skipping class to play games at home, while enjoying the thrill of the game. There was an intense unease in her heart that made it impossible to play comfortably. Huazi felt that after her anger subsided, it was not good to act this way. As a gentle and perfect, beautiful girl, she had to obey the higher-ups' commands. It's not just a pleasant surprise, it truly stinks. Is she really leaving? Hearing a voice behind her, Huazi slowly turned her head. The one speaking was a black-haired girl with twin tails, looking quite anxious. She seemed to be called Kanazaki Aoi, right? She was also a caretaker for Chomai, specifically responsible for forcing injured personnel to take their medicine. In the days when Huazi was brought back from the Flower Street, she was forced to drink several bowls of bitter medicine every day. Other swordsmen all carry their own swords. Where is your Nichiren blade? Kanazaki Aoi's serious voice carried a hint of tension. It's inconvenient to carry, so I have my Karatsuki take it. Huazi replied casually. After a few seconds of silence, Kanazaki Aoi's tone suddenly became extremely agitated, as if she was about to cry. I really respect you. Please make sure to come back alive. It is precisely because we have such a powerful swordsman like you that we, the logistics personnel, have the motivation to work hard. Once the girl finished speaking, Huazi smiled slightly and turned to walk down the mountain, realizing she was a fan of hers after all. Since the battle on the Flower Street, the calls for Rengoku Huazi to be promoted to a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps have been growing louder, subtly trending toward a fan culture. It is said that even among the Hashira-level swordsmen, there are those who admire her immensely. P.S. Votes are money, monthly tickets are rankings, and recommendation votes are data that prove the popularity of a new book. Generally, older books do not need them, but new books require them very much. New books with low recommendation votes don't even get recommended positions, and editors decide on future recommendation positions based on the number of recommendation votes. In fact, I almost gave up a few days ago. The recommendation votes were just over 100 each day, and thinking about that performance made it impossible to write anything. But one day, the recommendation votes suddenly broke 1,000, so I excitedly updated 3 chapters in a row, and in the last few days, I have been continuously updating twice. Therefore, recommendation votes are really important for new books and provide authors with tremendous writing motivation. So today, I continue to ask for votes, asking for recommendation votes. Chapter 39. Tamayo Yeshuru swish swish swish. The moonlight was bright, and in the pitch-black thicket, the sound of hurried running echoed. 2 figures were frantically fleeing down the steep hillside, looking panicked. Lord Tamayo, please run quickly. I'll hold them off. A short man said anxiously. Yeshuru, what nonsense are you saying? We absolutely cannot stop here. The gentle female voice sounded somewhat angry. Without a doubt, the 2 of them exuded the aura of demons, but their physical abilities didn't seem very good. They probably weren't the fighting type. Feeling the malice behind them getting closer, their faces turned pale as they stumbled through the woods. As they neared the foot of the mountain, a flash of fiery red suddenly appeared in their shaky line of sight, like a flickering candle flame shining so brightly in the pitch-black night. The 2 demons stopped in their tracks, their pupils contracting as they nervously stared at the newcomer. The girl with blood-red hair, pinned up with wisteria hairpins, wore a specially made black kimono adorned with flame family crests. The petite red-haired girl walked towards them with an expressionless face. Demon Slayer, Corps Mizunoto-level swordsman, Rengoku Huazi, had arrived in Asakusa. Her blood-red kimono had been damaged in the battle on the Flower Street, and the newly made fireproof outfit was black, which she personally suggested. After all, the red and black combination felt more aloof. With her red hair and red eyebrows, along with her red clothes, She looked almost like a turkey spreading its wings to attract a mate, somewhat comical. Sure enough, after changing to black, she really did exude a powerful aura. And with the red flame cloud pattern, she resembled a member of some organization. Tisiash, Demonsthiyiko? At a time like this, the short boy with dark blue bangs, Yashiro, furrowed his brows tightly, looking irritated. Judging by that specially made uniform, she should hold a significant position in the Demon Slayer Corps, at least a skilled swordsman above Mizunoto level, with demons behind them and demon-slaying swordsmen in front. It was truly a desperate situation. Lord Tamayo, I'll hold her off. You take the opportunity to escape, the boy said and charged toward the red-haired girl with a fierce expression. Yashiro, absolutely do not attack that woman. Hearing the woman's heart-wrenching shout from behind, Yashiro's fist, which was about to strike the girl's delicate face, stopped mid-air as he turned his head in disbelief. It was the first time he had heard Lord Tamayo's voice so panicked, almost like a woman screaming during childbirth. The woman's hair was disheveled, and she breathed heavily, as if just shouting had exhausted all her strength. Though it was only for a moment, Tamayo truly felt a surge of fighting spirit capable of crushing the malice behind them into dust. The girl standing in front of them was in a completely different dimension from the pursuing demons. In a sense, their situation was now 10 times more dangerous. Don't worry, I'm not at all interested in weak demons that can't even exude killing intent. Unless you dance naked in front of me, I won't waste my time splattering myself with blood. Under Yashiro's stunned gaze, Huahuazi walked straight past him and slowly approached the black-haired woman. With the same black hair, beautiful, gentle, and elegant, she was like a motherly flame. Be careful, there are 12 Kazuki behind us, Tamayo warned with a serious expression. The 12 Kazuki I have killed do not have such weak auras. Once Huahuazi finished speaking, 2 malevolent demons, a man and a woman, emerged from the woods with grim expressions. The short-haired female demon, wearing a kimono, was constantly slapping a handball in her hand. The other, dressed in monk's attire, had closed eyes like a blind person. Both demons looked abnormal, one blind and the other a mentally challenged child. You say we're not the 12 Kazuki? Do you know how many people we have devoured? The handball-wielding female demon asked with a sinister expression. Puffed. The red-haired girl scoffed, raising her head in disdain, glancing at the 2 demons with the corner of her eye. Probably just a little over 100, right? I'm too weak to even bother counting. There are plenty among the 12 Kazuki who have devoured thousands of people. Moreover, the pupils of the 12 Kazuki have numbers. What about you? I see no numbers in your eyes, only lemons in your hearts. Huahuazi pulled down her eyelids, her tone contemptuous. The 2 demons hesitated and exchanged glances, quickly dismissing their doubts. Regardless of the facts, they had no doubt about Musen's qualifications. Their current priority was to defeat this demon slayer swordsman and capture the 2 fugitives. Blood demon art, echoing rebound. With a loud bang, the ball in the hand of the female demon slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a huge pit and causing a terrifying noise that shook the earth. Seeing this power and momentum, do you still dare to deny our identity as the 12 Kazuki? The handball-wielding female demon continued to smash the ground several times, then grabbed the ball and hurled it fiercely towards the red-haired girl. Whoosh! The bright handball sped through the air. The sound of it slicing through the air was right next to her ear. Huahuazi stood still with her arms crossed, then gently tilted her head to easily dodge it. Thud! Yashiro behind her was hit squarely on the head, blood splattering everywhere like a watermelon. The atmosphere fell silent. Not a sound to be heard. Next time, throw it accurately. Huahuazi gave a thumbs up to the female ghost playing handball, praising her accuracy. The female ghost was so angry that her hair stood on end, quickly shedding her kimono, and simultaneously clapped her hands to hit the handball. Behind her, Juyashiro, supporting the headless body of Yushirolang, looked complexly at the red-haired girl blocking their path. What she just said, the 12 Kazuki she had killed didn't have such a weak aura, did they? The thick blood energy that was almost suffocating just by inhaling, it seemed so thin in her eyes that she was confident enough not to carry her Nichiren blade. Judging from her earlier demeanor, she seemed to be a relatively gentle woman, so she should be able to listen to her explanation. Boom! 2 handballs were forcefully thrown out, intersecting and rushing towards the red-haired girl a few meters away, rapidly enlarging in her crimson eyes. The sound of the wind was violently tearing apart, and the immense impact stirred up a dust storm, moving at a terrifying speed that would cause severe injuries if merely brushed against. Huahuazi's expression was calm as he extended his 2 pairs of fair hands towards the 2 flying spheres. No. Seeing this scene, Zhuye's breath suddenly caught, and she shouted in panic. Huahuazi, compared to the V-shaped hand, please throw your recommendation votes onto me. Chapter 40, Fireworks. Boom, 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 boom. Two handballs flew through the air, creating a wave of strong winds that swept and howled, tearing up the ground, rapidly magnifying in the red-haired girl's eyes. Huahuazi's expression was calm, and her fair hands opened simultaneously, aiming at the ball flying towards her. No! With Zhuye's scream, the ball hit her palms with a bang. There was no expected brutal scene of blood and flesh. Instead, it was eerily calm, with not even a slight tremor. It was as if a layer of red, rippling vortex was swirling, causing the two balls to float slowly in the girl's palms, alleviating the impact of the collision. Fourth form, Fiery Nest Roll. Fourth form, Revised Cherry Blossom Wheel Dance Boom. In the next moment, the two balls shot out at an incredible speed, 4 to 5 times faster than before, almost impossible to be seen with the naked eye, leaving only a red streak in their wake. The two demons didn't have time to react and were hit on the head by the balls, their skulls bursting like watermelons, spraying a large pool of blood. Jia stared blankly, and Yusher Lang, whose head had just regrown, also looked incredulous. This girl used a breathing technique with her physical body to withstand a blood demon technique? Ha 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 ha! Huahuazi laughed heartily with reckless abandon, pointing at the two people's disheveled appearance with her outstretched index finger. The monk-like male ghost was the first to regain his composure, looking at his blood-stained body with a dangerously twisted expression. You bastard! How dare you dirty my clothes? This is unforgivable. I'm going to vomit. Boom! Before he could finish his words, a loud crash echoed as his waist bent violently, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes bulging as if they might explode. The red-haired girl moved suddenly, as if teleporting, bending down and delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen, causing a shockwave. Her delicate pink fist created a circle of explosive force, sending the monk flying 5 meters away, crashing into a thick tree. After knocking the monk away, the girl swiftly appeared next to the handball female ghost. Taking advantage of the opponent's head not yet fully formed, she quickly lifted her beautiful, snowy white leg and struck down with a fiery slash. Flame Ascension. Bang! The kick landed squarely on the handball female ghost's lower region, causing her half-formed head to twist in agony, her whole body twitching as if electrocuted. Almost simultaneously, both a male and female ghost fell again, completely unable to fight back. Wow, that's amazing! Yusher Lang exclaimed in shock. Barehanded, it seemed like she was toying with them effortlessly, but is she really human? Full breath constant. It seems this girl has approached the realm of the Hashira. Tamayo sighed, feeling a bit complicated. With the handball female, ghost down, Huahuazi showed no signs of letting her go, relentlessly stomping on her abdomen with her wooden-soled white socks. Each heavy stomp caused the female ghost to convulse, her intestines cramping. Looking at her fierce demeanor now, she appeared more like a villain than the two ghosts when they first appeared. Zhu Shimaru watched her companion being humiliated like this, and the monk on the ground, furious, extended his hands towards the girl with a twisted expression. Blood demon art, red, clean arrow. Whoosh! In the next moment, Huahuazi's body suddenly swayed, as if she had slipped on a banana peel, crashing to the ground. Before she could stand up again, her body was uncontrollably flung away, manipulated by a strange force, flying wildly through the woods, colliding uncontrollably. Her expression was one of astonishment, like a meticulously crafted billion-dollar figurine being tossed around by a higher-dimensional existence. Not to mention, it was quite exhilarating, even more enjoyable than a roller coaster. The monk roared, his palms pressed together and pointing towards the sky. The surging airflow transformed into a dense mass of red arrows, floating above Huahuazi's body and shooting her upwards like a fireworks display. Whoosh! She shot straight into the sky, the forest below becoming infinitesimally small as Huahuazi looked down with a silly expression. This height must be around 300 or 400 meters. There's no way anyone could survive a fall from here. Well done, Yabaha! The handball female ghost, Zhu Shimaru, slowly stood up, her previously playful face turning incredibly sinister, glaring at Yusher Lang and Tamayo with hatred. Falling from that height in a human body would only leave one as meat paste, but if that happened, she wouldn't be able to take revenge for that kick to her lower region. This anger and resentment could only be vented on those two in front of her. Wait, Zhu Shimaru, something seems off. What? How long has it been? That woman hasn't fallen at all. With a monk's shout, all four ghosts looked up in astonishment at the sky. The waning moon was like a jade disk, devoid of the night's darkness. It was as if one could pull down the stars and moon with a finger, and the red-haired girl floated in the air with a divine, proud posture. "She is flying?" Zhu Shimaru exclaimed. "No, take a closer look." Yabaha's closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a barely noticeable slit. To a human, it would be impossible to see, but for a ghostess vision, it was completely different. She was not flying. Her lifted arm seemed to be holding on to something, resembling a one-arm pull-up motion. A blood sparrow the size of a palm flew by, its long-handled weapon clutched in the girl's hand, fluttering its wings while descending. The handle was pitch black, with a bright red blade that was not a halberd and not a spear. It resembled a crescent blade. But the blade was thinner and more delicate, lacking the halberd's imposing presence, instead possessing a unique elegance. The naginata, often used by women in Japan, featured many famous female characters in popular anime. For example, Shireki and Ririkyo from Inu x Boku SS, Izumi Nace from Beyond the Boundary, and Nene from Nobunaga's Ambition. They all wield naginatas. The new type of Nichiren blade naginata was named Hanabi by Huahuazi, inheriting its owner's gentle cuteness and cold elegance. Ing. As the blood sparrow descended about 100 meters to the ground, it screeched and released its grip, sending Huahuazi and the blade tumbling down. The fierce resistance of the wind surged back, and as Huahuazi dove rapidly through the air, she spun the long blade, red slashes swirling around her, weaving bloodlines around her. Compared to the previous Hellblade, Hanabi's attack range had expanded by more than 3 times. Her dancing figure resembled a burning meteor plummeting to the ground. Boom! Dust scattered as Huahuazi exhaled a breath of flame, slowly standing up with the long blade in hand. Behind her, the 2 ghosts staring up at the sky appeared dazed, as if they had lost their senses, standing still. Swish, 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 swish. The blood-red blade light flashed continuously, and both the handball female ghost and the monk male ghost were instantly torn apart, blood spraying everywhere. With layers of crimson slashes, their bodies fell apart neatly like broken building blocks, scattering all over the ground, completely dismembered. Huahuazi, seeking recommendation votes, seeking recommendation votes, seeking recommendation votes, seeking recommendation votes, seeking recommendation votes. I recommend a friend's book, I, the pioneer of the Japanese light novel genre. Author's note, the pioneer of the Japanese light novel genre. Chapter 41, Prototype. The scene was like shattered lenses, as the bodies of the 2 demons simultaneously fragmented, organs and blood splattering everywhere. This cruel sight was immediately obscured by a black mosaic. In an instant, they transformed into bloodied, mangled corpses. Huahuazi swung her black-red naginata, dancing wildly in circles, leaving swirling traces of flames in the air. The feel of a naginata was much more comfortable than that of Tachi. It felt as if her limbs had elongated somewhat, allowing her to reach areas that were previously inaccessible. During the battle in the Flower District, she had once delivered a diagonal slash that cleaved half of the brothel keeper's body, but failed to achieve a kill due to insufficient height. Lady Tamayo, let us hurry and run now. It's useless. The black-haired woman shook her head, rejecting Yashiru's suggestion. With the strength of this girl, they had no chance of escaping. It was better to stay here and clarify things, increasing their chances of survival. Suddenly, the monk demon, now reduced to minced flesh, had his fingers tremble slightly. Be careful. They're not completely dead yet. Tamayo urged with wide eyes, anxious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, countless illusory red arrows pierced into the red-haired girl's body, as if trying to tear her apart in all directions. Die, die, die. The monk demon, gradually turning to ash, had a fierce look in his eyes as he exerted his last blood demon technique, wanting to perish together with the girl. However, no matter how great his hatred or how fiercely he tried, he could never pull out a single strand of the girl's hair. The strength that could easily tear apart towering trees couldn't kill a mere human girl. As his breath faded, the monk's gaze gradually lost its brilliance in reluctance, turning to ash and being blown away by the wind. How could this happen? Yashiru's expression was stunned, incredulously looking in the direction of the girl. His blood demon technique was related to special vision, and at this moment he saw through her clothes the flow of blood within Huahuazi. Her skin, bones, and flesh were all covered with a layer of red membrane, as if she were wearing an invisible armor of flesh and blood. No wonder that red arrow couldn't move her body, especially just now. In that instant, the purity of the bones and flesh within the girl surged, and her blood seemed to have solidified, no longer flowing. That quality and density were simply not something a human body could achieve. Could it be that the Flame Hashira's lineage has developed some new technique? Huahuazi slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, her body's abnormal state gradually returning to balance. She walked up to the struggling female ghost of the handball player while holding the firework. The consecutive spiral slashes had turned them into minced meat, yet they had not touched the ghost's neck. Her body was still slowly recovering. The bald man was dead, and now was your turn, ugly girl. Huahuazi stepped on the ghost's chest, looking down at her from above. The expression of the monk, who was not a monk but Zhu Xian, suddenly became a bit strange as he corrected her. Crack! With the slash of the Naginata, the female ghost was beheaded on the spot, and the two pitiful evil spirits died one after the other. The 12 Kizuki, is this it? Not to mention the 12 Kizuki. They hadn't even reached the level of the 12 Kizuki subordinates. After swinging a few circles to shake off the blood, Huahuazi forcefully threw the firework into the sky, and after spinning a few times, it quickly disappeared from view, not knowing where it had flown to. There were also pillar-level swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps who had fought with Naginatas, and they were the ancestors of the Flame Pillar family. This was secretly told to her by that blacksmith. The firework had been hidden for half a year, and the experience of her first battle was quite good. After all, she had hardly practiced with a katana and just used whatever she picked up. The only dissatisfaction was that the Naginata was too large and somewhat inconvenient to carry. When the red-haired girl turned around, Zhu Xian and Yu Shilong's expressions became extremely tense, and a cold wind swept through the silent air. Why are you still here? Huahuazi said somewhat helplessly. In the brightly lit, exquisitely decorated living room, Huahuazi sat on the sofa sipping tea, curiously looking around. Is this their stronghold? It's much prettier than the wooden house of the Demon Slayer Corps that looked like a toilet. The walls were covered with talismans, seemingly made with blood demon techniques, serving the purpose of concealing their presence. Miss Huahuazi, as I mentioned earlier, we are currently evading the pursuit of Kimetsu Musen, and it has been over 100 years. The black-haired woman sitting opposite explained softly. Zhu Xian was the only ghost not controlled by the demon king Kimetsu Musen. She had studied medicine and freed herself from Musen's constraints, which was why she had been pursued ever since. And it was thanks to Yu Shilong's blood demon technique that they had survived countless times. As for Yu Shiling, he had never eaten a person. He had been turned into a demon by Zhu Xian during a life-threatening illness, allowing him to survive. Now, the two of them no longer needed to consume flesh and blood. They could survive on blood bags. If an ordinary swordsman heard this, they would have their worldview shattered. There were actually kind demons in the world. Unfortunately, the red-haired girl still had a blank expression, which made Zhu Xian feel very uneasy. However, as a swordsman, you probably can't forgive me, right? I have eaten so many people and even personally killed my husband and children. Huahuazi shook her head and said nothing. The number of humans she had accidentally killed in Huajia might even be more than those she had eaten. Moreover, she was aware of Zhu Ye's situation and wouldn't make a move against them even without an explanation. Seeing this, Zhu Ye felt relieved. It seemed she had earned her trust. Miss Huahua, you're already very powerful now, even capable of fighting against the 12 Kizuki. May I ask you for a favor? Let's talk about it first before considering. Huahuazi raised a snow-white, beautiful leg, casually shaking her delicate pink foot, and her reckless actions made Yu Shiling, who was leaning against the wall, look furious. How dare this woman use her foot towards Lord Tamayo? It's simply outrageous. After a moment of silence, Tamayo slowly spoke. I hope you can take on the role of our protector to safeguard us during our drug research. Although Yu Shilong's concealment technique is impressive, it is not perfect. You must be eager to confront demons of the 12 Kizuki level, right? If we use ourselves as bait, there will be countless opportunities for battle. Lord Tamayo, what are you thinking? Absolutely not. This is too dangerous. Yu Shiling urgently advised. How can we let this extremely dangerous swordsman stay here? She could kill both of us at any moment if she wanted to. What does Miss Huahuazi think? Ignoring Yu Shiling, Tamayo's gaze was fixed on the red-haired girl across from her. The drugs they were researching were aimed at turning demons back into humans. Even the Demon Slayer Corps would be eager for such a means. From both a rational and selfish standpoint, she should not refuse. Sounds good, Taga Kuzawa. Recommending a friend's book. Surprise. I became the protagonist of a depressing novel. Author's message. Surprise. I became the protagonist of a depressing novel. Chapter 42. The J-Pot. If this invitation had come before the battle in the Flower Street, it might have been attractive to Huahuazi, but for her now, it was useless. Killing weak demons would not enhance her strength. Even the lower moon demons had become easy targets in her eyes. and it was uncertain how much time it would take to lure out a true upper moon demon. Moreover, even if she did attract an upper moon, whether she could defeat it was another question. Huahuazi was not willing to wade into such murky waters. Tamayo lowered her head in silence, seemingly suffering a significant blow, while Yu Shirelang let out a heavy sigh of relief. If you want protection, why not go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? It's absolutely safe there, Huahuazi suggested. Miss Huahuazi, please don't joke. Do you think the Demon Slayer Corps would accept 2 demons like us? Furthermore, I've consumed quite a bit of human flesh. The Hashira will never forgive me. Tamayo's tone was very serious. Over the past 100 years, they had not only struggled to survive in the hands of demons, but had also been cornered countless times by Hashira-level swordsmen. The ancestor of the Rengoku family, who bore the title of Flame Hashira 100 years ago, had once severed her arm with a single strike, and she still vaguely remembered that overwhelming power, the shadow of which lingered in her heart. Swordsmen like Huahuazi, who were willing to listen to the words of demons, were ultimately few. Well then, I'm leaving. Since Tamayo is unwilling, there's no need to force it. Huahuazi stood up, smoothing out the wrinkles in her clothes, preparing to return to the Demon Slayer Corps. She would consider this trip to Asakusa a secret. She was even too lazy to report it to the Demon Slayer Corps since it had no substantial significance. Wait, what if I have a way to enhance your physique? Just as the girl was about to leave the living room, Tamayo hurriedly stood up and walked alongside her. Hearing Tamayo's words, Huahuazi looked at her curiously. Let me extract some of your blood. I will definitely be able to research the most suitable drug for your physique. No need. I will only rely on my own methods to become stronger. Huahuazi refused without hesitation, training her breathing and researching techniques. She had always walked this path, and she had slain the Lower Moon Six during the Flower Street battle, rising to become the strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps. The Flame Demon. Although others called her that, Huahuazi was very clear in her heart that there were many who far surpassed her among the Hashira-level swordsmen. She was not the strongest at present. Therefore, she would continue to grow stronger in her own way, becoming so strong that she would not lose to any demon. Faced with such a serious girl, Tamayo couldn't help but stop, lowering her head in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Bang! Bang bang bang! Just as Huahuazi stood at the end of the corridor, the heavy door was suddenly knocked on several times, making a loud noise. Hey, isn't this hidden by a barrier? Who's knocking? She looked back suspiciously, only to see Tamayo also looking confused. Could it be that they were discovered? Bang bang bang! Did you order a beautiful pot? A loud voice came from outside the door, sounding like an ordinary human. Lord Tamayo, please step back. I'll open the door. Yu Shirlong's face was tense as he quickly passed Tamayo and Huahuazi, standing in front of the door, listening intently with his ear pressed against it. To silently enter his barrier, the one outside was definitely not human. However, this situation was very strange. How could an ordinary wooden door possibly stop a demon? Wouldn't it break in by itself? I heard your voices. Hurry up and open the door. If you don't open it soon, I'm leaving. I've left the stuff here. You can come out and take it yourself. With a hurried sound of footsteps, the owner of the voice seemed to walk away, but before leaving, they placed a heavy object on the ground. Heart racing, Yu Shirelang slowly pulled open a crack in the door. Creaking as the wooden door opened slightly, a beautifully patterned jade pot appeared before the three of them, placed at the door with no signs of having touched the barrier. Strange. Could it really just be an accident? Both Tamayo and Yu Shirelang looked puzzled, while Huahuazi's pupils contracted sharply, staring incredulously at the jade pot at the door. She had just said that Tamayo couldn't lure out an upper moon. Now she wanted to take that back. Whoosh. In the next moment, like the scene from Aladdin's lamp, a large amount of white smoke erupted from the jade pot, intertwining into the form of a grotesque monster. The monster was completely white, with yellow eyeballs, green lips, and purple fins on its head. 2 lips were positioned where the eyes should be, and 2 eyes were located on the forehead and mouth. Its features were completely opposite to those of a human, hideous and disgusting. This pot, did you order it? It grinned, and the 2 eyeballs at the top and bottom revealed the words Upper Moon and 5. 12 Kazuki, Upper Moon 5, the jade pot. Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly descended upon Yu Shirelang and Tamayo. As fellow beings, they deeply understood their situation at this moment. A despairing, dark aura of death spread throughout the entire residence. Standing before this towering monster, Yu Shirelang's pupils trembled violently, his body paralyzed with fear. This is the 12 Kazuki. Just the aura emanating from it. Is this shocking? You, how did you find this place? Yu Shirelang's lips moved awkwardly, stiffly uttering a sentence. Found? The jade pot was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily and shook its head. A soft, white little hand floated out from its body, swaying and pointing towards the red-haired girl behind. Such a blatant fighting spirit doesn't need special discovery. I just smelled the delicious aroma, so I came over. I see. Huahuazi seemed to suddenly understand something, and she nodded in realization. After defeating the sixth upper moon, she had become overly confident and did not intentionally conceal her presence like she did in the Flower Street. Normally, it wouldn't matter, but unexpectedly, the 12th upper moon was right in this town. Hey, you guy. Yusher Lang turned around in immense anger, glaring at Huahuazi, as her negligence had exposed their hideout and led to an encounter with the 12th upper moon. Such a terrifying presence meant that they had to find a way for Lady Tamayo to escape. Though he thought this, Yusher Lang felt utterly powerless deep down. He knew that this demon in the jar would never give them a chance to escape. Ha ha, don't be so nervous. I just want to show you how my jar looks. The jade jar had no killing intent. It resembled a child showing off toys in front of an adult, pulling out various oddly shaped jars from beneath itself. Chapter 43. Tentacles X Huahuazi. The ugly monsters floating out of the jade jar looked like a cotton candy cloud, with several soft little hands extending from within, taking out beautifully crafted jars one by one. The neatly arranged jars had exquisite patterns that seemed impossible to create in this era, yet they emitted an unbearable stench. Upon closer inspection, these jars were actually stitched together from the flesh and bones of animals and humans. Disgusting, what a bad taste. Looking at these bizarre jars up close, Yusher Lang couldn't suppress his nausea, his brows tightly furrowed. Bang! The next second, blood and flesh splattered against the wall, and the entire body of the boy vanished, leaving only two lonely legs still standing. After slapping Yusher Lang to death, the jade jar demon's previously swollen and bulky arm gradually returned to its original state. The corners of its mouth twisted in extreme anger. Its gaze crossed over the pile of shredded meat, looking towards the two terrified women behind the door. What about you? What do you think of my art? The terrifying, oppressive feeling lingered, and Tamayo stood frozen in place, watching in shock as the jade jar demon entered the hall, her body unable to react. Its walking posture was very strange, as several jade jars slid simultaneously, surrounding it as it moved towards the red-haired girl. So beautiful. Can I pick it up and take a closer look? Huahuazi squatted down with her knees supported, her eyes intently fixed on these jars, looking very interested. No, you don't have a right to touch my artworks. Just stand there and look. Hearing the girl as praise, the jade jar immediately beamed with joy but still refused her request. Then, Huahuazi became unhappy. Bang! She suddenly kicked the nearest jar, shattering it into pieces that scattered everywhere. Under the jade jar's astonished gaze, Huahuazi picked up another beautifully crafted jar and violently slammed it to the ground. Thud! I'm touching it. I'm touching it. The girl looked extremely dissatisfied as she kicked and smashed the jars around the jade jar demon. Ah! The jade jar demon let out a sharp, pig-like scream, its expression twisted in anger. What are you doing to my artworks? Trembling, killing intent emanated from the bottom of the jade jar, its form suddenly swelling and expanding several times, its pupils glaring at the petite but unruly girl. No one would like such an ugly jar except for you, you ugly monster. Huahuazi spat back, disdainfully smashing the last jar. Boom! The next second, a shockwave of smoke spread, a terrifying impact deafening, the ground violently sinking down and the mansion instantly turning into a shattered ruin. Slippery and slimy, dozens of soft octopus tentacles, comparable to the size of houses, squeezed out from the jade jar, turning the entire house into rubble. Blood demon art. Octopus jar hell, including the walls and all furniture. The entire house was swallowed by the massive tentacle swarm, which intertwined and coiled around each other, continually oozing thick seawater. In the midst of the tentacle hell, the jade jar's expression darkened as it surveyed its surroundings, suddenly widening its eyes and looking up at the night sky. Under the pitch-black moonlight, a small red blood sparrow flapped its wings, flying high while clutching a strand of hair from the red-haired girl in its beak. Huazi grabbed Juya and Yusher Lang with both hands, his thick thighs tightly clamping down on Nag, his mocking gaze looking down at the jade pot below. You get down here. The jade pot was about to go insane, shouting furiously into the sky. On the surface, he was furious, but inside, he was utterly shocked. That red-haired girl had just saved two people right under his nose. If you have the guts, come to the small forest with me. Let's see if I don't finish you off. Huahuazi let out a light laugh in the high sky, her gaze filled with extreme disdain. This was Asakusa, and in terms of prosperity, it could not be compared to the Yoshiwara red light district at all. If a battle were to break out here with the upper moons, it wouldn't just be a matter of a few dozen deaths. At that point, not only would Huahuazi face trouble, but the entire Demon Slayer Corps would be in jeopardy. In contrast, Yuhua did not dare to recklessly pursue. Dawn was approaching, and if they couldn't quickly kill them and got held up, it would be troublesome. The girl's earlier speed had instilled some fear in him. As he watched them fly higher and higher, about to disappear from view, Yuhua panicked and stammered, You come down? I'll let you kill. Kill your horse? Crawl. Huahuazi took a verbal advantage in the end, but was soon carried away by the blood sparrow, vanishing from sight. Yu stood dazed in place, staring at the pile of broken jade pots, his heart seemingly convulsing as if it were bleeding. Plop. Lost in sorrow. He only regained consciousness when a strange object fell onto his tentacles, and he curiously glanced over. On his tentacles, there was a warm black bird droppings, emitting a peculiar smell. Ha ha! Hearing the piercing scream from behind, Huahuazi's body twitched with laughter, and tears sparkled in his eyes. Although the aura was strong, the art-obsessed Yu was somewhat pitifully foolish, getting so angry from just a little teasing. Unfortunately, after finally encountering the fifth upper moon, such a lucky opportunity was in the shallow grass city. After this, wanting to encounter the upper moon again would probably mean just drifting along the main storyline slowly. No rush, anyway. The next final selection will start soon. We survive from the hands of the upper moons, floating in the sky, swaying back and forth. Yashiru's voice was somewhat low, feeling grateful, yet not expressing it honestly. What he deemed impossible was easily accomplished by the red-haired girl, as if she were toying with him. In the moment when his body regrew and consciousness returned to clarity, he found himself floating in the air like it was a dream. At this time, the night was dispersing, and a hint of dawn was gradually appearing on the horizon. The sun was about to rise. All right, let's disperse here. I need to go back to the Demon Slayer Corps. Demons cannot act during the day, and the blood sparrow just happened to fly into a dense forest, where there were many places for them to find shade. Huahuazi released Zhu Shi and Yu Shilang from his grip, letting them fall from a height of several dozen meters. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Amidst the terrified screams of the two, Huahuazi smiled gently and was carried away by the blood sparrow into the distance. Chapter 44. The appearance of the main character group Demon Slayer Corps, butterfly house petals of blooming wisteria, fell like rain. A whole year had passed since the last final selection, and a new assessment for swordsmen was about to begin. In the open woods, outside the butterfly house, a girl in a black kimono with red hair and a plump figure swung her naginata. Her long hair swayed and spun continuously as she wielded the naginata with movements resembling those of an archer, creating layers of spiral fire circles in the air. After a while, Huahuazi slowly stopped her practice, exhaling a breath of fresh, turbid air from her cherry-like lips. Her appearance drenched in fragrant sweat was quite alluring. Rather than martial arts, it resembled an extremely glamorous sword dance. She turned to look at the masked man sitting nearby, observing her. Not bad, not bad. This is the woman who defeated an upper moon, truly worthy of the blade I forged, truly worthy of me, truly worthy of milk. It was unclear whether he was praising the woman or the sword, but a few drops of nosebleed trickled from under the short man's mask, and his slurred speech suggested a muddled mind. The village chief of the swordsmith village, Tetsudai Kohori Tetsuzan, was among the top swordsmiths in history, but he only forged swords for Hashira-level swordsmen. Of course, Huahuazi Hua was also crafted by him. After all, she was the strongest woman who killed an upper moon demon. If she didn't follow her orders, she would be bound and then ruthlessly trampled with her delicate, snowy feet, right? Just as the lecherous masked man indulged in his fantasies, the cold-faced Huahuazi stood beside him, arms crossed in front of her chest. What are you doing here? Ahem. I heard you encountered an upper moon demon again, so I came to see if Huahua was damaged. Hearing the girl's indifferent tone, Tetsuzan panicked for a moment and then pretended to speak casually. Huahuazi sneered, dropped the sword, and turned to walk into the butterfly house. Watching the girl's figure gradually disappear, Tetsuzan's expression under the mask showed a hint of disappointment, but he still focused entirely on the naginata. After observing for a while, his eyes suddenly widened in amazement as he looked at the 2-meter-long female naginata. Unlike its appearance when freshly forged after several bloodbaths, the blood soaked into the blade made it glow red like a branding iron, radiating incredible heat. The purity of the Nichiren blade had increased. Not to mention damage, it was even approaching perfection, something that could not be achieved by his own forging techniques. What on earth is going on? Seeing this miraculous scene, Tetsuzan couldn't help but gently place his hand on the hilt of the sword. In the next moment, his palm turned red at a visible speed, the heat boiling. It's burning me. Tetsuzan frantically blew on his palm, which was swollen like a cactus. Is this heat transmitted from that woman's body? It's truly incredible. Does that mean her normal body temperature is at this level? If she were to become pregnant in the future, wouldn't she burn the baby alive in her womb? As night deepened, the red-haired girl lay sideways on the soft big bed, staring blankly at the moon outside the window. Even though Huahuazi tried to suppress her firepower, her body temperature was always at a feverish state. Her skin was already like this, and her internal organs were even more terrifyingly hot, especially during intense battles. She couldn't contract freely. The heat would surge out of her body, burning like a hot iron. However, if she were to use it as a body pillow to sleep during winter, it would be very comfortable like a heater with no feeling of cold at all. Huahuazi wriggled a few times, moving from the outer side of the big bed to the middle, squeezing next to Xiang Naihu. The stunning girl with black hair had her long hair spread out, and her serene sleeping face looked like an angel. Her rosy lips made one want to savor a fragrant kiss. Is she asleep? Not hearing Huahuazi's whisper in her ear, Xiang Naihu slowly opened her beautiful starry purple eyes and obediently replied, I want to hold you to sleep. No way. Why? Because Huahuazi is not wearing anything right now, right? This is an order. You cannot refuse. After a series of wriggling sounds, the two seemed to have squeezed into a ball. Xiang Naihu felt a bit dizzy from the heat and began to feel sleepy. You have to do your best in tomorrow's final selection. Good night. Good night. Nothing happened throughout the night. At Fujisawa, the final selection location for the Demon Slayer Corps. Since Butterfly Shinobu was still on a mission, Huahuazi was tasked with sending Xiang Naihu to participate. After a year, returning here again, Rengoku Huahuazi had become a legendary figure who had slain upper moons, but these new candidates didn't recognize her. Under the gaze of many, Huahuazi hung a gigantic lunchbox on the pink-clad girl, with a total of 21 separate layers, just enough for her meals for the week. Xiang Naihu, remember to eat on time for every meal, and absolutely do not eat the wild fruits in the mountains. I heard that a girl forgot to bring her lunchbox before. Couldn't resist tasting the forbidden fruit of the mountains, and then she foamed at the mouth and fainted. The poison demon stripped her naked and hung her on a tree for several days, and she eventually starved to death. I also forgot to bring my lunchbox during the final selection. Sigh. Let's not mention it. Every time I think of that painful experience, I feel filthy. I see that others also didn't bring lunchboxes. Xiang Naihu looked around in confusion and didn't see any other swordsmen carrying lunchboxes. So they probably starved to death before encountering demons. Otherwise, why are there so few swordsmen passing the final selection each time? Huahuazi said seriously, joking around. So what exactly happened to you back then? Xiang Naihu fell silent, while the surrounding swordsmen clearly became flustered, with murmurs rising. Huahuazi took the opportunity to glance around and saw several familiar figures, including a short-haired boy with reddish-brown hair wearing a blue-striped shirt, Tanjiro. There was also a boy with blonde hair dressed in yellow, Zenitsu Agatsuma. These two were certainly the most familiar to him. They were all in the same selection class as Kaneo, Sayuri, so it was natural for them to be here. Lord Rengoku, please do not spread baseless rumors, said two petite girls in kimonos, one black and one white, standing in front of Huahuazi, their expressions calm as they spoke in unison. The same woman, the same topic, had been tangled for a year. Huahuazi, seeking recommendation tickets, seeking recommendation tickets, seeking recommendation tickets. Chapter 45, Returning Home. What a beautiful girl. She looks even younger than me. Is she already a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps? Tanjiro stared blankly at the red-haired girl beside him. Clearly, the final assessment was such a serious place, yet she seemed to be on a picnic, strolling leisurely and chatting happily. I've heard that the mortality rate in the final selection is as high as 90. Is she really at ease with that expressionless, doll-like girl in pink? Huahuazi finally reminded Xiang Naihu of important matters, such as eating enough, getting good sleep, and the secret stream she had discovered for bathing. If Lord Mu has nothing to do, please leave quickly. The final selection is about to begin, and there cannot be any outsiders present. Holding a lantern, with bangs covering her eyebrows and her black hair styled, the kimono-clad girl subtly urged people to leave. Hearing the girl's words, Huahuazi arrogantly raised her head and pointed her slender index finger at the black-haired girl's flat chest, saying, "Flat-chested doll, you can't order me around." The black-haired girl, pretending to be calm, felt her tone slightly wavering. Huahuazi's face turned red as she suddenly remembered that there was indeed one among the two girls who was a boy. However, it was forced to be labeled as a girl, which made no difference. To restore the dignity of Lord Huahuazi, she quickly walked over to the other white-haired girl and poked her chest with her finger. "What? Even if you become a girl, it's still flat." The white-haired girl pouted, looking quite aggrieved without saying anything. As the final selection was about to begin, Huahuazi stopped joking. With a whoosh, she disappeared from the spot, causing those participating in the assessment to gasp in amazement. Her terrifying speed, undetectable by the naked eye, left people wondering what rank she was in the Demon Slayer Corps. Just a Tier D member at the bottom of the Demon Slayer Corps. If we can successfully pass the selection, we'll be at this tier, someone scoffed. Noticing the team badge pinned to Huahuazi's side, Xiang Naihe looked up at the bloodlight disappearing in the sky and waved with a smile. The final selection would last for a full 7 days, and Huahuazi had no tasks, so she planned to return home for a visit. It had been a year since she last went home. She wondered if her father had died suddenly. The sky and white clouds intertwined as the little blood sparrow flew rapidly beneath the clouds with the red-haired girl, tracing a blood-red arc in its wake. In this era, this was the fastest means of transportation, 3 to 4 times faster than a train, reducing a 2-week journey to just 1 hour. A gentle breeze blew. The wheat fields were golden, and the peaceful rural scene came into view. This was the village where Huahuazi was born. For a century, it had been protected by the Flame Pillar family, free from the persecution of evil demons, and the other villagers regarded this place as their guardian deity. Huahuazi fell just a few meters from her home, tying her naginata behind her kimono and walking proudly through the front door. In the courtyard, the small stream was clear, and the old swings swayed gently in the wind. At that moment, a faint aroma of rice wafted from the kitchen. "Father, the meal will be ready soon. Please wait for a moment at the dining table." Hearing the footsteps entering the kitchen, the boy with short red hair cascading over his shoulders, his spiky hairstyle reminiscent of Pikachu, was diligently cooking without turning around. Like a logistics staff member at the Butterfly House, Howa's second brother, Rengoku Kyojuro, had no talent for swordsmanship whatsoever. Similarly lacking in talent, but fundamentally different. While others couldn't win even after training, he couldn't even learn despite practicing. Up until now, he couldn't master even the first form, let alone the fact that their father didn't teach him at all. "Second brother, can you add a few more dishes that I like?" With a clang, the ladle used for cooking fell into the pot. Hearing that familiar voice, Rengoku Kyojuro turned his head in disbelief. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes, his excitement indescribable. "Little sister, really, focus on cooking first." Huahuazi sighed helplessly, walking towards the boiler. Her delicate, snow-white hand reached into the boiling pot, and without feeling any pain, she picked up the spoon. But how could anyone eat like this? Forget eating. They could just start licking the pot. Half an hour later, the fragrant dishes were placed on the dining table. Huahuazi, Linyu Qianshuru, and her father Linyu Maki Shuru sat across from each other. The atmosphere was silent, with no one speaking, only the sound of silent eating. Huahuazi shamelessly placed his soft, flabby flesh directly on the table, committing such an unabashed and indecent act in the Rengoku family residence, which utterly tarnished the reputation of the Rengoku ancestors. However, this time, Rengoku Shinjuro's eyelids twitched a few times, yet he said nothing. If he were to criticize based on the reason of nudity, Huahuazi would definitely label him as a pervert, a lecher, disgusting, a maggot staring at his mother, and a whole bunch of unfounded accusations. Killing an upper moon is quite an achievement, yet he hasn't returned home for a year. After a while, Rengoku Shinjuro finally spoke up stiffly, and Huahuazi immediately smiled and put down his bowl. "It's nothing special. It's just that the upper moon demon must have its head chopped off within 3 seconds to die, and the weaker one is of ordinary strength, probably about 32. 71 times stronger than the strongest lower moon demon. The stronger one has physical abilities that exceed those of the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. And both its blood demon art and weapons are highly toxic. A single wound can be fatal for an ordinary person. There is also something Huahuazi didn't mention. That day the battle started too abruptly, and he and Tiatam put on underwear, having to be cautious of the risk of exposure. How did you come up with a 32? 71 times? Why go into such detail? You sound so proud when you say it, as if you're about to soar into the sky. Rengoku Shinjuro silently grumbled in his heart as he continued to eat his rice without saying anything. watching the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward. Senjuro looked anxious and tried to say something to ease the tense situation. Hee, little sister is so amazing now. I'm sure Mom in spirit would be very happy. Rengoku wouldn't be happy at all. Shinjuro suddenly interjected. Father, shut up. Senjuro thought to himself that this was bad, and he stiffly turned his neck towards Huahuazi, only to see his little sister with a serious expression, her gaze warily fixed on a direction outside the village. Not just her, Rengoku Shinjuro felt it too. Both father and daughter sensed an ominous presence. Something is approaching. Huahuazi, today I received over 600 recommendation votes. There is no more space on me to stuff them, but I still want more. Chapter 46, Huahuazi Xlingru. How scary, how terrifying. I'm definitely going to be killed. There are two ridiculously strong swordsmen here. Outside the mountain village, an ugly old man crawled on the ground, his forehead swollen with a large lump, with a pair of devil horns growing on each side of the lump. The old man's face was twisted in fear, tears spraying uncontrollably, yet he continued to crawl towards the village. Although it was Lord Musen's order, I will definitely die here. It's terrifying, terrifying. This is not hypocritical sarcasm. This old ghost is truly scared to the extreme, trembling in fear from the outside to the inside. For the first time in 100 years, there was a change in the upper rank order. Lord Musen was furious. He hated change, liked things to remain the same, and thus decided to eliminate the girl who killed upper rank 6, Hashua, red long hair, burning blade, an ominous sign for demons. Upper rank 4, hand demon, had been waiting at the foot of the Demon Slayer Core Mountain for over a month, finally finding an opportunity for the girl to act alone. His aura was indeed so weak that it was more concealed than a demon without abilities, only being detected by the father and daughter of the Yin family when nearing the village. The old man's crawling movements were very slow, and several children playing kuju in the village looked at him with strange expressions. Hey, this old man has horns. Is he a demon? But he looks so weak. I heard that demons are very fierce. Hey, you little brats, why are you still outside so late? Do you want to be dealt with by me? Upon hearing a familiar scolding voice from the side, the young Lolis and Shota were immediately startled. When they turned to see the red-haired girl coming from afar with a naginata, they all fled in terror, no longer caring about the old man in front of them. Even their older brothers and sisters had serious psychological shadows regarding Miss Rengoku, let alone these kids just over 10 years old. For them, the name of the flame demon was scarier than any devil or ghost. A bunch of little brats, still playing outside so late. After driving away the onlookers, Huahuazi waved her naginata and complained as she walked up to the old ghost, suddenly lifting her snow-white leg and giving him a hard kick in the abdomen. Bang! The unexpected kick sent the old man flying 3 to 4 meters away, and he rolled on the ground, his eyes rolling back and frothing at the mouth. What is wrong with this woman? How can she bully a weak, innocent, and pitiful old man like this? The hand demon's mind went blank, and suddenly his pupils were filled with a pair of black wooden sandals. Huahuazi stomped her foot on the old man's face, rampantly trampling him. The red-haired girl, who was kind and friendly, stomped the old man's head into the muddy ground, continually making him enjoy the pressure massage of her jade foot while letting him taste some local specialty dirt. How pitiful! At such an old age, still being humiliated like this, you should hurry and find a place to bury yourself. Huahuazi grinned, crazily bullying the frail and weak Hantian dog. If it were any other swordsman who saw this demon, their first reaction would definitely be to cut off its head, but Huahuazi was well aware of the characteristics and terror of the Hantian dog. She simply wouldn't cut it down, saving her strength while also insulting the opponent. Meanwhile, Kyojuro and Jinchura also rushed over, their faces filled with shock as they watched this scene. It was all because their mother, Liuhua, died too early. Huahuazi seemed to have developed a rather formidable personality. You came just in time. Quickly help me find a rope. I want to tie him up. Kyojuro stood there dazed for a moment, but still obeyed and took out a rope from a nearby villageress house, slowly handing it to Huahuazi. To her surprise, after receiving the rope, Huahuazi did not tie it normally, but instead made a loop and tightened it around the Hantian dog's neck, tying him up like a dog. Wah! After a while, the blood sparrow managed to squeeze out a small head from Huahuazi's heart, then grabbed the girl's head rope and lifted her whole body into the sky. Under the incredulous expressions of her father and elder brother, Huahuazi flew into the sky with an old dog in tow. Wah-wah-hick! The old Hantian dog kicked and struggled madly, his neck turning purple from the tightness, his eyes nearly popping out as tears streamed down his face in agony. As the blood sparrow rose higher, he was also forcefully suspended, dangling in midair, swaying in the wind like a kite. A bird, a person, a demon, rapidly flew through the night sky, with the bird carrying the person and the person slipping away from the demon, a miraculous scene unfolding. This guy was Upper Moon 4, and Huahuazi certainly wouldn't engage him in a formal battle near her hometown. She intended to take the Hantion dog back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to confront him alongside other Hashira-level swordsmen. Realizing the situation as they flew, the Hantion dog increasingly sensed the danger and struggled like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, no matter how he struggled, the girl's grip was so strong that she showed no signs of letting go. I'm going to die. I'm going to die a terrible death. Surrounded and beheaded by Hashira-level swordsmen. Terrifying, 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 terrifying. You bitch. Can't you see how weak I am and that I'm about to be choked to death by you? How can you treat an old man like this? You vile uncultured sow. See. First, let us send a matching group beat-up seal number, Sia, Zayed Hawk, 23, QXF 9, QE Faming Thoughts, Son-in-Law Fwexfk. With the Hantion dog S roar, a trembling, killing intent spread out, and even after killing Upper Moon 6, Rengoku Huahuazi couldn't help but feel an unparalleled sense of pressure. The rope she held was gradually breaking, and a terrifying force began to swell, filling the bright moonlit sky with a layer of chilling, thick atmosphere. Boom! The sound of flesh tearing echoed as a half-human, half-bird creature with 2 broken wings split from behind the Hantion dog. Unlike the old man's appearance, this being looked extremely young, wearing a disgusting smile on its face. Ha, what a crisis. Almost met my end. The demon with wings, its lower body and limbs resembling those of a bird, laughed and stuck out its tongue, which bore the character for happiness. The joy demon used one of its bird claws to hold the old Hantion dog, entering a standoff with the red-haired girl hanging in the sky, carried by the blood sparrow. Flame demon, Rengoku Huahuazi versus Upper Moon 4, Hantion dog. Huahuazi. Randomly select a lucky audience member from the readers who voted for the recommendation and accept their recommendation ticket alone. Chapter 47. Joy, Anger, Sorrow, and Happiness. It smells so good. The joy ghost, with a half-human, half-bird form, floats in the sky, fanning its enormous wings. The corners of its split mouth seem very happy, and it exudes a chilling aura. In comparison, Huahuazi's side appears much weaker. The little blood sparrow, with its eyes closed and flapping its wings diligently, looks quite foolish. This is the ability of the 4th Upper Moon. Huahuazi slightly squinted her eyes. In terms of aura and oppressive presence, this joyful ghost was considerably weaker than the Upper 6 Jotaro, but Upper 4 was not just that level. Blood Sparrow began to descend toward the 4s below, holding the girl in its beak. This enemy seemed exceptionally skilled in aerial combat, placing them at a severe disadvantage. This woman actually bullied a poor, innocent, weak old man. Kongshi absolutely cannot let her go. Yes, ha! The tearful Hantengu glared fiercely at the red-haired girl, while the joyful ghost wore a playful grin as it descended, flapping its wings. In the pitch-black forest, Purgatory Huahuazi was the first to land on the ground. She adjusted her somewhat loose waist belt. It wouldn't be good if her clothes burst during the upcoming battle. Inside this kimono, she was not wearing anything at all. Blood demon technique. Howling. Boom. Huahuazi had just bound her chest when a howling spiral sound wave descended from the sky, enveloping her completely. The main body of Hantion dog was nowhere to be found, and the joy ghost floated 10 meters in the air, with a fierce wind erupting from its mouth, tearing apart trees and hills within a radius of several meters. Swish! The Naginata swung, instantly ripping apart the enveloping sound wave, and Huahuazi stepped out from it with an expressionless face, completely unharmed. She ignored the joy ghost in the sky and walked straight towards the nearby forest, where Hantion dog's main body should be hiding. What is going on with this woman? A few drops of cold sweat trickled down Joy Ghost's forehead. It still wore a cheerful expression. Blood demon technique. Howling. Just as the red-haired girl was about to discover Hantion dog hiding behind the tree, the Joy Ghost activated the blood demon technique once more. A sound wave erupted from its mouth. This time the power of the sonic explosion increased at least threefold, with continuous pressure condensing and the space vibrating. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of flames boiling. Moments later, Huahuazi calmly walked out of the hurricane. Fiery flames surged from the girl's eardrums, neutralizing the howling sound emitted by the Joy Ghost, as if she had already thoroughly understood its abilities. No, My power is useless against her, haha. Seeing Dog's main body exposed in the girl's line of sight, the Joy Ghost finally realized this and wiped the cold sweat from its forehead with an awkward laugh. Its ability was to emit destructive sound waves through its vocal cords. But the opponent could completely ignore the sonic attacks, leaving it with no way out. Spare me. I was wrong. The small and timid old man immediately conceded without a word, repeatedly bowing his head to the red-haired girl. Spare you? Huazi scoffed disdainfully and decisively swung his knife horizontally, severing the head of the upper moon four. I told you I was wrong, didn't I? You are really relentless and unforgivable. The next moment, a frenzied roar erupted from behind the half-dog, and the thunderous sound reverberated in all directions. Boom! Lightning flickered, and a terrifyingly thick lightning arc descended from the sky, crashing down on the girl's head with a shocking force, striking like 5 thunders. Huazi only felt a wave of numbness in her delicate body, her consciousness becoming somewhat blurry, and her vision in front of her turned pale. A humanoid figure that split again from Hantai Tengu was wearing a kimono and holding a thunder-woven scepter, with an extremely angry expression. Although his appearance was similar to that of the Joy Demon, his face was filled with unforgivable rage, and the roar he emitted was extremely fierce. The angry demon had the character for anger engraved on his tongue. Accumulated anger. Her situation was somewhat strange. It seemed that our attacks had no effect on her. The Joy Demon, referred to as Kongshi by Hantai Tengu, floated in the sky for a few circles, vigilantly observing the red-haired girl below. Despite being hit continuously by terrifyingly powerful attacks, she seemed unaffected, only feeling a wave of numbness when struck by lightning, and even found it somewhat pleasurable. Huazi stood with her legs tightly together, swaying unsteadily in a drunken posture, her crimson eyes weary. The earlier righteous fist of Yang Yongxin had left her body somewhat unable to bear it, and it took a while for her to recover. Upon seeing this scene, the angry ghost furrowed his brows tightly and swung his silver staff down heavily onto the ground. Blood Demon Technique. Thunderkill. Boom! In the instant the thunder struck, Huazi's figure suddenly vanished. The deafening roar of the explosive thunder rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the angry ghost turned his head in disbelief, only to see the red-haired girl bypassing him and standing in front of the true form of Dog. First form, Unknown Fire. Blood Demon Technique, Summon Wind. At the moment the Naginata sliced into the neck of the old Dog, a fierce wind surged forward, sweeping the petite figure of the girl away. Huazi swayed helplessly in the strong wind, crashing hard against the tree trunk, her long hair cascading down, creating a tragic image. Ha 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 ha. The hoarse, maniacal laughter echoed endlessly as the frenzied, evil spirit split from the back of the half-tengu, easily blowing the girl away with a fan in hand. His upper body was bare, and the word joy was carved on his extended tongue. Unlike the joy spirit, the joy demon seemed even more manic, with both breath and personality pushed to the extreme. At the same time, the joy spirit descended from the sky, its sharp bird claws suddenly piercing the neck of the anger demon. Black blood gushed wildly, and with a scream, the anger demon split again into a figure dressed in monk attire, holding a cross spear, a sorrowful-faced evil spirit. Truly tragic. The sorrow demon's voice was deep, and with a look of pity, it glanced at the poor girl hanging from the tree. The fourth quarter moon, half-tengu, had split from its initial weak form into 4 avatars: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, each radiating an incredible aura of strength. Joy demon, anger demon, girl, happiness demon, sorrow demon, purgatory. Huazi found herself in a perilous situation, surrounded on all sides. Huazi, there are too many readers voting for recommendations, and I can't keep up. What should I do? Chapter 48, The Form of 10, the Half-Dog. Having differentiated from its initial weak form into 4 avatars, representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Joy, ghost, anger, ghost, young girl, happiness, ghost, sorrow, ghost, purgatory. Huazi finds herself in a perilous situation, surrounded on all sides. A roll of beautiful red hair spills down as Huazi weakly slides down from the tree, landing on the ground. Suddenly, several delicate pink veins burst forth on her snow-white and exquisite insteps, the tense jade-like feet propelling her whole body out like an antelope. Whoosh! In an instant, her figure breaks through the encirclement of the 4 evil spirits, and at the critical moment, Huazi stands before the true body of the Half-Dog. After the division of power, the true body of the half-Tian dog has shrunk to the size of a mouse, seeming so fragile that it could shatter at a touch. Trembling as it looks up at the girl. Just as Huahuazi swings her blade, a gun-wielding figure blocks her path. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, the sweeping blade of the Naginata clashes with the long gun, the spreading shockwave tearing through the surrounding trees. The sorrowful-faced monk ghost rushes in front of the half-Tian dog, wielding the long gun that creates afterimages, clashing madly with the Naginata in the girl's hand. Blood demon technique, piercing strike. With the long gun's continuous jabs, dense shockwaves pierce the girl's body like arrows, bombarding her like a sandbag at the mercy of others. Her clothing tearing apart. At the center of the shockwave, Huahuazi squints her eyes, struggling to resist, her snow-white skin continuously cracking open, spilling hot blood. So strong. Among the 4 avatars, this Sorrow Ghost has the most powerful physical capability, even stronger than the Upper Moon 6 Jutaro. Blood Demon Technique, Thunder Strike. Blood Demon Technique, Call the Wind. At the same time, the Anger Ghost strikes with a tin staff, and the Happiness Ghost waves a fan. A sweeping gale and roaring thunder descend, indiscriminately enveloping the red-haired girl and the Sorrow Ghost. The shock waves erupt one after another, and amidst a cloud of dust, the Sorrow Ghost walks out unscathed. The red-haired girl, however, collapses into a pool of blood as if she has lost consciousness, losing her fighting ability in just a few minutes due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. The blood demon techniques of the 4 ghosts do not harm the same cells, allowing for indiscriminate large-scale bombardment, utterly shameless. Haha, I thought the one who could kill Jotaro was some formidable character, but unexpectedly, they're so weak. The Joy Ghost grins, fluttering down beside the girl, poking her head with sharp bird claws. The girl's sleeping face is gentle and serene, seemingly having already fainted. Joy, come back quickly. Noticing the Naginata tightly gripped in the girl's hand, the Anger Ghost suddenly roars, but it's already too late. Huahuazi suddenly opened her crimson eyes. Her body temperature soared rapidly, and flames ignited all over her body, turning her hairpin and wooden sandals to ashes in an instant. As the flames rose with a whoosh, the curved fire moon slashed through the head of the joyful ghost, and with a single strike, the red-haired girl calmly got up from the ground. With the heat radiating from her, the grass and trees on the ground began to burn, and the sea of fire gradually spread throughout the forest, the flames boiling fiercely, setting fire to the mountains, sitting in prison for life. Accompanied by the terrifying high temperature, a tremendous sense of oppression swept over, comparable to the shocking aura of the Upper Moon demons, erupting irrationally from the girl. Full breath bloom. Boom! Flames burst forth, and the figure of Huahuazi suddenly vanished into the air, the scenery before the eyes becoming incredibly abstract, everything moving at high speed becoming blurred. The angry ghost and the joyful ghost maintained expressions of shock, a line of blood appearing on their necks as their heads fell off neatly. The 6th form, red thread weaving, the Naginata spun twice, drawing a beautiful dance of red lines in a bizarre manner, as Huahuazi rolled once and continued to charge towards the position of the sorrowful ghost. The red silk thread pulled to its limit. The slashing Naginata, leaving behind the marks of hellfire, striking at an incredible speed on the sorrowful ghost's neck. Feeling the threat of death, the sorrowful ghost thrust his spear repeatedly, tearing through the girl's clothing, feeling the pain of her soft skin as blood splattered everywhere. However, there was no sensation of piercing into the bone. Everything was merely a near miss, unable to cause real injury. At this moment, if one were to strip Huahuazi of her kimono, they would find patches of scorching flame patterns emerging on her snow-white skin, all located around her bones. The organs within the girl gradually turned a boiling red, as if burned by a branding iron, especially the ribcage protecting her heart and lungs, completely transformed into a hellish crimson, resembling a blood-bone Rakshasa. Through days and nights of boiling at high temperatures, her blood was refined, and her body had been sublimated. Breath of Flames, 10th form, Bone Flame Shield. Using bones as a shield, the density skyrocketed, and the girl's defense reached a terrifying level. Even if she stumbled occasionally, she wouldn't get wet. The only drawback was that if she weighed herself in this state, she would see some unfortunate numbers. For example, the arrow demon encountered in Asakusa could not tear apart the body of the Hellfire Huahuazi, even using all its strength for this reason. Only the ultimate flame bone, which could only be forged through naturally high temperatures, belonged to the 10th form of the Hellfire Huahuazi. And that concludes it. Huahuazi gripped his knife with both hands and swung it down with acceleration, sending the head of the sorrowful ghost flying over 20 meters. As if he had struck a tennis ball hard, with the full breath opening combined with his self-created 10th form, in almost 3 seconds. The heads of the 4 ghosts representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness fell simultaneously. However, the life of the Upper Moon 4 had not yet come to an end. A scorching inferno ignited all over his body, and the terrifying high temperature began to melt the surrounding trees. Huahuazi, bathed in the explosive flames, looked terrifying like a fire demon. Boom! The shockwave comparable to a rocket launching shook the air, and the terrifying flames continued to sweep over, rapidly propelling the fragile body of the girl in circles. Hantengu's main body was frantically fleeing, and upon hearing the loud noise behind him, he turned around with a terrified expression. Breath of flame, 9th form Purgatory, erupted like the earth shattering when a meteor falls. The supersonic thrust struck nearly 100 meters, turning the hills and forests along the way into ashes, burying them in the sea of fire. A larger and more expansive vortex of flames appeared compared to the flower street, with a naginata creating waves of fiery scars that swirled slowly in the air. Crack! The final slash came to a halt before Hantengu's eye, inexplicably pausing as the flames gradually extinguished. Huahuazi was breathing heavily and weakly, his somewhat unfocused pupils struggling to open. The naginata he thrust out with all his might was unexpectedly caught barehanded by a figure. A young demon clad in monk's robes, with long black hair and horns, carried 5 thunder drums engraved with the character for hatred on his back. This was the complete form of Zengpa-Tion. The half-Tion Go after absorbing the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. His aura underwent a tremendous transformation, completely on a different level from the 4 demons just now. Were you trying to harm that weak, innocent, pitiful old man who couldn't even kill a chicken? How despicable! A truly evil person! Accompanied by the words of the hatred demon, a terrifying gale violently swept Huahuazi away for dozens of meters, causing him to roll several times on the ground. His clothes torn, his life uncertain. P.S. Huahuazi was knocked out by the half-Tion Go, so today it's the author's turn to personally ask for votes. Asking for recommendation votes. Chapter 49. The pattern appears 4,000 words. The forest was engulfed in flames, the raging fire quickly spreading for hundreds of meters. About to reach this side, the scorching heat filled the air with a sense of dryness and urgency. Zengpa-Tion coldly looked at the girl lying in the sea of flames, unaware of her fate, and let out a disdainful snort. He simultaneously conjured 2 S-shaped drumsticks in his hands and crossed his arms to strike the thunder drum behind him. Boom! The drumbeat resounded, and a violent whirlwind swept through, extinguishing the raging fire in the forest in the blink of an eye, the searing heat vanishing completely. Now, Huahua's last line of defense was broken, leaving no means of resistance. The air was filled with the unpleasant smell of charred wood and drifting ashes as Zengpa-Tion slowly walked towards the red-haired girl. It was the first time he encountered such a powerful evil spirit. Huahua struggled to rise, her tattered clothing appearing somewhat disheveled, revealing her delicate, soft, jade-like skin. Her weary expression suggesting she had just battled for 3 days and nights. Vile scoundrel, I shall bring down divine punishment upon you now. As Zengpa-Tion walked, he struck the thunder drum behind him with increased force, the sound echoing. The next moment, a dragon head formed from intertwined trees slowly rose, opening its massive mouth towards the girl. Blood demon technique, blood tear piercing, swish, 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 swish. Thousands of arrows shot out from the mouth of the wooden dragon, bombarding like a carpet bombing for over 10 seconds. As the swirling dust settled, the area within hundreds of meters was cleared, leaving a scene of devastation. The red-haired girl was drenched in blood, barely managing to stand. If it weren't for her self-created technique, she would have been pierced through by now. Despite this, her expression remained calm and unperturbed. Still not giving up? Zengpa-Tion's face was extremely grim as he struck the thunder drum with even greater force, the heavy beat resonating. Blood demon technique, endless karma tree. The next moment, a dense mass of wooden dragons emerged from behind him, rushing towards the girl in waves, swallowing all the trees and hills in their path like a mudslide. The terrifying tide instantly overwhelmed the girl, and the liquid flow of the wooden dragons gradually solidified, forming an incredibly vast area of solid wood. Huahuazi felt as if she were buried in the dirt, unable to move no matter how she struggled. She experienced a wave of chest tightness and difficulty breathing. The disparity in strength was too great. She was completely suppressed, with no chance to even get close. Blood demon technique. Wrathful thunder roared again. Countless blinding bolts of electric light surged forth, crackling and striking down on Huahuazi's head. Paralytic currents coursed through her body, as if thousands of needles were piercing her skin, causing pain, itchiness, and numbness. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This time, Huahuazi truly could not bear it anymore. Her electrified body trembled violently, and she painfully rolled her eyes back, whimpering. The fusion of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness manifested as Zhang Poxianshan, resembling an endless killing machine, unleashing powerful blood demon techniques without restraint. Humph. The weak evil that harms others will ultimately be eradicated. Seeing that the enemy had completely lost the ability to resist, Zhang Poxianshan smirked coldly and slowly walked towards the direction of the red-haired girl's unconscious form. From her neck down, she was completely bound by the wooden dragon, in a suffocating state where even breathing was incredibly difficult, making it impossible to execute any sword techniques. Moreover, she was already gravely injured, leaving her chances of victory nearly zero. Zhang Poxianshan approached the girl and suddenly looked curiously at her cheek, where a bloodstain in the shape of a flame pattern had appeared on her stunning profile, faint and elusive. What is this? Zhang Poxianshan was extremely puzzled. This thing was not present at the beginning of the battle. The next moment, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently, causing the solidified wooden dragon to shatter. Huahuazi, who was unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes, her snow-white arms tearing through the dirt as she lifted herself up. The naginata she wielded tracing an arc like a crescent moon above her head. From this distance, it should be enough. Full breathing bloom, breath of fire. Eighth form, flame, earth concealment. Life blossomed once again, and her boiling blood quickly flowed to her vital organs. The fragile bones of her body instantly solidified, becoming incredibly hard, especially at her right wrist where she held the blade, which turned a boiling crimson color. Seeing Zhang Poxianshan's astonished expression, Huahuazi coldly smiled, wondering why she could breathe in a suffocating state. That's because she had been holding her breath for several minutes already. Before being bound by the endless karma tree, Huahuazi had inhaled a large amount of gas into her body, ready to enter the blooming state at any moment, even forcing herself to hold back screams despite being electrocuted like that. Bang! As Huahuazi swung the Hua heavily down onto the ground, flames erupted violently from her body, outlining the silhouette of a fire deity. No longer the blurred afterimage from the flower street, the refined flame patterns gradually solidified, appearing almost as if they truly existed, and the flow of flames looked as if it had donned this fire deity with a layer of calamity flame armor. Moreover, not only armor, but the original katana in the silhouette's hand transformed into a much larger naginata, with a terrifyingly high temperature filling the air to a shocking degree. The flickering flames cast shadows that soared over 10 meters high, making all living beings before him seem incredibly small. Zhang Poxianshan turned and ran without hesitation. Wielding an enormous naginata, the flame demon and the girl moved in perfect synchrony, striking fiercely into the ground, the deafening explosion shattering eardrums. Boom! The blinding brightness was like a missile exploding, with a burst of flames engulfing a forest with a diameter of several dozen meters. The terrifying shockwave split the ground open, creating a massive chasm, and the dreadful sound spread for miles around, while the raging hurricane toppled the trees. As the smoke and dust cleared, not a blade of grass remained, and everywhere was filled with the smell of charred remains. The residual high temperature in the air felt like the scorching sun. Despicable and shameless. Blood gathered like a river, and the broken body lay in tatters. Zhang Poxianshan clenched his teeth and pounded the ground, realizing that he had been caught off guard by her. That move could only unleash such terrifying lethality at close range. He shouldn't have had to engage so closely at all. Fifth form, Flame Tiger. Huahuazi burst out from the smoke, dragging a body riddled with wounds. The flames extending from the blade of his naginata reached a full 5 meters, slicing into Zhang Poxianshan's neck from a distance. The blade cut into flesh, but halfway through, Zhang Poxianshan forcefully grabbed the blade with his palm, preventing it from going deeper. His shattered body slowly began to heal, and with a twisted expression, he opened his blood-filled mouth and roared at the girl in front of him. Blood demon technique. Frenzied pressure, sound wave. The violent sound waves dispersed, shattering everything they touched and exploding across the girl's entire body. Her kimono was almost completely torn apart, and Huahuazi painfully closed his eyes, blood gushing from his ears, his blood churning inside, leaving him dizzy. Previously, he could withstand the sound waves from the joyful demon with the hell's bone, but this time, there was no way to resist. The power had increased by more than tenfold compared to before. Second form, blazing heaven rising. The Naginata was stuck in Zhengpu Tian's neck and couldn't be pulled out. Huahuazi delivered a fierce kick to his groin, putting all his strength into the blow. However, Zhengpu Tian's expression remained unchanged in anger, showing no signs of being hurt at all. Well, this weakness didn't seem to affect him much. Perhaps he didn't have that kind of thing. Currently, the situation was not entirely unfavorable for Huahuazi at such a critical moment. Zhengpu Tian's body's recovery had actually come to a halt, and his stamina was at its limit. With only his upper body remaining, he couldn't even strike the thunder drum. Evil villain die. Ah! The sound waves accompanied by the roar thundered. For an ordinary person's defense, they would instantly turn to mush. Fortunately, the Hell's Huahuazi had created the 10th form, forging a set of Hell's Bone. Even so, the pain was unbearable. It was the first time since her rebirth that the girl felt such intense suffering, as if all her bones and flesh were being shattered and liquefied. Wanted to faint from the pain. Huahuazi forcefully suppressed his injuries, squinting in discomfort, as the fiery patterns on his cheeks seemed to ignite. Sixth form, red thread weaving. The illusory red thread extending from the blade connected to a large tree ahead, as if a rubber band was forcibly pulling the direction of the slash. Zhang Poxiang immediately felt an immense force that he couldn't resist. His face twisted in fury as he gripped the blade tightly, but the gap in his neck was widening, indicating that failure was inevitable. Blood demon art. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. With a loud bang, the 5 Taigong thunder drums behind Zhang Poxiang exploded, unleashing a violent force between the two. Thunderous fury, overwhelming pressure, weeping tears, and the tree of hell all descended upon Huahuazi simultaneously. Her body was struck by lightning, her clothes torn by the storm, and her flesh battered by raindrops. 2 roaring wooden dragons burst through the girl's abdomen, lifting her up like a skewer, her feet leaving the ground. Scalding blood sprayed everywhere, but Zhang Poxiang's fierce expression gradually became dazed, the shock in his heart indescribable. Even under such an attack, the girl still tightly gripped her naginata, the flame-shaped patterns flickering, her stunning face displaying a fierce expression no less than his. The killing intent in her pupils seemed ready to pierce through reality. The blade cutting into Zhang Poxiang's neck went deeper, gradually tearing flesh and widening the gap, until with a whoosh, the flesh completely tore apart. With Zhang Poxiang's head soaring into the air, the wooden dragon that had pierced through the girl's abdomen slowly dissipated. She fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Undoubtedly, this was the strongest enemy Huahuazi had ever encountered. As his head fell to the ground, gazing up at the starry sky, there was no hatred or resentment in his eyes. Zhang Poxiang's emotions were complicated. After a while, his body gradually turned to ashes, scattered by the wind, as Han Tian Dog could no longer muster any strength to maintain this clone. To have forced me, an old man, to this extent, what a vicious little girl. Do you even know what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? A few minutes later, a hunchbacked old man, comparable in size to a rat, crawled over, panting heavily, his small eyes marked with fear. His movements were extremely slow, almost like a wriggling maggot, taking half a day to cover a small distance. However, he had completed Lord Muzin's task. This delicious treat I shall not refuse. Such a powerful swordsman will surely elevate my strength significantly. Hee, this is the retribution for harming the weak. The cowardly demon attempted to crawl onto the red-haired girl's head, but was knocked down by the blood flowing from her body, falling several times in a row. Cursing in frustration. Being weak is truly difficult. Even eating is such a struggle. Thus, he abandoned the idea of starting from her head and prepared to eat from her feet, just as the cowardly demon's plan was about to succeed. A small blood sparrow flew down from the sky. It had been swept away by the violent winds when Zhang Poxiang appeared, almost unable to return. Seeing the girl's battered body, the blood sparrow shed tears, also noticing the rat-sized demon beside her. The blood sparrow flapped its wings and dove down, standing fiercely in front of the cowardly demon, like a sparrow facing a mouse, both having similar body sizes. The sparrow and the mouse began to fight. Although their sizes were comparable, their strength was vastly different, striking from the girl's head to her feet. They grappled, biting and pushing against each other, blood splattering everywhere. Mostly the cowardly demons. The hunchbacked old man was bloodied and dizzy from the beating, his face bruised and swollen. To his surprise, this little sparrow was stronger than an adult man, smashing half of the cowardly demon's head with a single slap. But unfortunately, she didn't have a Nichiren blade, so she couldn't kill him. Facing such a formidable enemy at such a critical moment, Hantion-dog felt enraged and unwilling. He was so close to success. How could he be so unlucky? Does this world not allow for a weak, pitiful, innocent old man to exist? The blood sparrow unleashed a flurry of wing strikes, battering the cowardly demon until he could no longer endure the pain, abandoning the girl and fleeing while crying, glaring angrily at the cowardly demon's retreating figure, and glancing at the severely injured red-haired girl. The blood sparrow ultimately decided to give up the chase. She picked up a strand of Huahuazi's hair and lifted her entire body, quickly soaring into the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Hiding behind the bushes, the cowardly demon stared at the sky with great reluctance, just one step away from devouring the girl. Yet he was defeated by a small sparrow. The fierce battle between Huahuazi and the Upper Moon 4, Hantion-dog, ultimately ended in a draw. P.S. In light of Huahuazi's merits, please give some recommendation votes. Chapter 50, Tanjiro, Nezuko. Huahuazi let out a lazy sigh, turning over in bed. Her mind hazy as scenes of battling the half-day dog gradually surfaced in her mind. A few seconds later, she suddenly realized something, and with a thud, she sat up in bed, looking around in confusion. The unfamiliar ceiling and walls were filled with a very familiar scent, the smell of ghosts. Not knowing who had dressed her in a cartoon-style nightgown, Huahuazi immediately tore it off and carefully examined her injuries. Injuries? None. Despite having been struck by lightning, torn apart by fierce winds, and having her abdomen pierced by a wooden dragon, there wasn't even a single scar left. Her snow-white, flawless skin remained tender and soft. Huahuazi was astonished as he rubbed his face a few times. It was real flesh and skin, and he had tea turned into a paper doll sewn together with needle and thread. Suddenly, the door swung open with a thud, and their eyes met. A beautiful woman dressed in a black floral kimono looked on in shock. Her face flushed as she stared at the red-haired girl shrouded in holy light. Even though Tamayo had been a married woman who had given birth before turning into a demon, she couldn't handle such an in that moment. Miss Tamayo, how could I be here with you? Huahuazi tilted his head, calmly examining his injuries, which made Jusher feel increasingly embarrassed, and she turned away, unable to bear it. She never expected that a woman who had lived for over 200 years would be so fragile, having never encountered such a minor situation before. A few minutes later, after getting dressed, Huahuazi understood the whole story. When the blood sparrow carried the severely injured girl to the demon slayer core, it realized her breath was becoming weaker, as if she was about to die from excessive blood loss. In a state of extreme anxiety, the blood sparrow suddenly sensed a familiar aura, so it stopped here and found Jusher and the others. After timely treatment, the girl survived successfully. The injuries that would have killed an ordinary person several times over were like minor surface wounds on Huahuazi. After simple bleeding control and bandaging, they automatically healed, almost as if he had a demon's physique. Jusher even suspected that Huahuazi could regenerate from a severed limb, though it would require some time to recover. After all, she had slept for half a month. Huahuazi sniffed the smell on his sleeve, a strong odor of demons mixed with a faint fragrance. And he didn't know how to express it. He was now wearing Jusher's clothes, which were a bit tight and didn't look very good. Don't worry, that red Tengu went back to report a few days ago, and they probably sent someone to retrieve your lost Nichiren blade. Being able to fight to a standstill with Upper Moon 4 is already impressive. Jusher comforted him while sitting by the bed. Seeing the girl looking worried and gloomy, she thought it was because she hadn't one. The Tengu would report the details of the mission, and the Demon Slayer Corps must be in an uproar now, as Rengoku Huahuazi had encountered Upper Moon demons consecutively. However, she heard that the other side had directly stormed into the village. It seems that Huahuazi is truly the focus of attention now, both in the Demon Slayer Corps and among the demons. Are you also at level 10 in Yuin? Huahuazi discovered a blind spot and gave a slightly strange glance at Tamayo. Could it be that women who go EE can understand the language of the Blood Sparrow? By the way, speaking of which, a child from the Demon Slayer Corps came here a few days ago. He is being hunted by Muzan Kibutsuji, and his name seems to be Tanjiro Kamadu. Do you know him? Hearing Tamayo's cautious and probing question, Hoawazi felt a bit speechless. Was she afraid that she would kill Nezuko upon seeing her? Did she look that ferocious? She was clearly much easier to talk to than Hashira. After all, she had also been accommodating to Tamayo and the others. However, the world's correction power is truly terrifying. Hoawazi had already completely distorted the original plot, yet Tanjiro still encountered Muzan Kibutsuji and Tamayo in his first mission. Not exactly acquaintances, but they had met once, and he seemed like a nice kid. Hearing Hoawazi's words, Tamayo inexplicably felt relieved. Wait, she looked a few years younger than Tanjiro. Was it really okay to call that boy a kid, just following her lead? Boom! Suddenly, a roar echoed. The floor shook violently, and a massive chasm was carved out of the entire room, with rubble collapsing everywhere. A long-haired demon dressed in a yellow, funeral robe broke through the barrier. Grinning menacingly as it surveyed its surroundings, its terrifying and sticky malice seemingly ready to pull people into the abyss of despair. Its skin was dry and decayed like a zombie, and one of its eyes bore the mark of the 6th lower moon. With the death of the lower moon 4, the lower-ranked members of the 12 Kizuki automatically moved up, while a new lower moon 6 was selected. Blood Demon Art, Withered Vine. The 2 decayed arms of the yellow-robed demon suddenly swelled and tore through its clothing, transforming into 2 gigantic, deformed tumor-like arms, comparable in size and weight to a bus. A gentle swipe of its massive branch struck the house, causing the walls to crumble like tofu, with terrifying vibrations continuing. This guy is so strong, not at all on the same level as the demons encountered before. Inside the house, with a large hole broken open, a short-haired boy with deep red hair gritted his teeth tightly, struggling against the oppressive force emanating from the yellow-robed demon. Behind the boy, a cute girl with long black hair stood dazedly in place, with something resembling a scroll in her mouth. Idiot, of course. Beside them, Yeshiru's expression was grim. His barrier had been seen through again. This guy is a member of the 12 Kizuki, Muzan Kibutsuji's direct bodyguard. You can't handle him now. A newly minted swordsman who had just passed the final selection about a week ago, trying to defeat a member of the 12 Kizuki, was as unrealistic as a pipe dream. However, Yeshiru glanced back at the closed bedroom, hearing the conversation from earlier. It seemed that woman had woken up, defeating the lower moon 6. And fighting to a standstill with the lower moon 4 swordsman was happening right here. The current situation wasn't even a crisis. Yeshiru, quickly take Miss Tamayo and that red-haired girl and escape. Leave this to me. Shut up. Yeshiru interrupted Tanjiro again, rolling his eyes in disdain. Is this guy really a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps? He hadn't even heard of the red-haired girl's name. The flame demon has awakened. Chapter 51, Water Breathing. Water Breathing. Second form, Water Wheel. Dressed in a green and black checkered shirt, Tanjiro Kamado spun through the air like an acrobat, his slashing attack resembling a rotating water wheel, splashing water as it struck the withered vine branch hard. Accompanied by the sound of steel clashing, sparks flew, and the boy's form halted midair, his blade failing to leave even a small nick. On the other side, the black-haired girl with a bamboo in her mouth swiftly maneuvered through the withered trees, delivering a flying kick to the yellow-robed demon's neck, but it remained unmoved. Bang! The lower moon 6 merely flicked its arm and sent Tanjiro and Nezuko crashing down, tumbling over a dozen meters in utter disarray. So hard. Tanjiro gritted his teeth. What a despairing hardness. It was just a piece of wood. To discover both the target and the escapee, what luck. Noticing Yeshiru inside the house, the yellow-robed demon grinned menacingly, thinking that having just been promoted to the 12 Kizuki, it would surely rise in rank again soon. The demon swung its 2 massive withered branches, spinning like a top, and creating a terrifying vortex that shattered everything nearby into pieces. Blood Demon Art, Desolation. As the strangling vortex drew closer, Tanjiro's expression turned serious, and the veins in his hands bulged as he slowly lifted the Nichiren blade above his head. Water Breathing. 8th form, Waterfall Basin. A surge of icy water vapor spilled from his mouth, and the boy's pupils widened as he forcefully brought the Nichiren blade down towards the ground. Boom! The ground nearby trembled several times, and massive water columns fell from the sky like heavy hammers slamming into the ground. However, the water columns crashed into the tree vines and branches without even raising a splash. The next second, the boy's head was struck hard by the swinging vines, and his body spun through the air countless times before crashing to the ground, dazed and disoriented. This is the 12 Kizuki. Tanjiro lay weakly on the ground, clutching his hands tightly, his expression filled with unwillingness. Facing this enemy, not to mention fighting, even if he offered his neck for a free cut, he might not be able to land a hit. Still alive? The lower moon 6 paused its attack, staring in surprise at the direction Tanjiro had fallen. It had clearly struck the most vulnerable part of a human, the head. Even if he didn't immediately turn into a puddle of watermelon juice, he shouldn't be unscathed. The attack was ineffective. What is going on? Lady Tamayo, Miss Hoawazi. In the broken house, Yeshuru frowned as he observed the battle, suddenly noticing 2 women walking out from inside, and immediately bowed respectfully. Although he didn't particularly like the arrogant personality of this girl, her overwhelming strength naturally inspired deep respect. The innate flame demon body and the battle skills honed through countless trials. Even if her personality was a bit harsh, it couldn't overshadow her dazzling brilliance. Miss Hoawazi, what do you think of this 12 Kizuki? After watching the battle ahead for a while, Tamayo curiously asked. Unlike other 12 Kizuki who were good at hiding, this new yellow-robed demon had its pupils wide open, seemingly afraid that others couldn't see the number in its eyes. Even from over 10 meters away, they immediately noticed the demon's eye marked with the number 6. Quite impressive. Hearing the girl's praise, Tamayo and Yeshuru both froze in disbelief and turned to look at her. Such a powerful attack. After all, I am just a human. Regardless of whether the enemy is a lower moon or an upper moon, being hit once generally results in severe injury or death. Hoawazi was seriously talking nonsense. If it weren't for knowing that she had developed the 10 types, I would have believed her myself. Human swordsmen must never let their guard down when fighting demons. The fragile human body cannot withstand the cost of mistakes, and death can come in an instant. This is well known. However, because she had developed the bone flame shield, Hoawazi was convinced that even if she made a mistake once or twice, she wouldn't fall into despair. This does not refer to relying on physical defense to withstand a demon's attack, but rather that occasionally making a mistake and getting brutally beaten does not mean certain defeat. However, this newly emerged demon is indeed quite formidable. It seems to specialize in combat, almost on par with Zero Yuzi, and its physical purity is frighteningly high. That makes sense. Are you going to step in and help them? While they were chatting, Tamayo looked at the beaten Tanjiro and felt a bit of sympathy. Let's wait a bit longer. Swordsmen only become stronger in life and death crises, especially newcomers. Hoawazi shook her head and stood still without acting rashly. She would not be so kind as to be Tanjiro's babysitter. To defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, they indeed needed Tanjiro's strength, but it was definitely not the current Tanjiro. Since she had taken away his experience, it was just right to let him face a member of the 12 Kizuki as a sharpening stone. Blood Demon Art. Sandtide. The 6th lower moon spewed out a large amount of gravel, which dispersed in the air along with dust and gradually solidified. The air was filled with an unpleasant dust, and Tanjiro immediately covered his mouth in pain, inhaling sand, making it difficult to breathe, and his swordsmanship was restricted. What to do? What should I do now? I need to think quickly. By observing carefully, there must be a solution. Bang! In the next moment, a vine smashed down heavily, creating a massive pit where Tanjiro was standing. At the critical moment, Nezuko pulled him by the collar out of the attack range. The attack did not stop there. The yellow-clad demon then swung the vine in a horizontal sweep, comparable to a bus, as several tons of heavy trees smashed both siblings away, leaving them in a sorry state on the ground. One blow is all it takes. The demon smirked coldly, stepping forward to prepare for a finishing blow, with 2 vines converging to smash down. Swish! Suddenly, the demon's movement stopped. The blood demon arts transformed withered vines gradually disappeared, turning into gravel that scattered on the ground, and its aura became extremely weak. Tanjiro looked up in shock, only to see a beautifully crafted hairpin made of wisteria flowers stuck in the eye of the yellow-clad demon, which bore the mark of the 6th lower moon. The scent of wisteria flowers had almost no effect on the 12 Kizuki, but if it made direct contact with the body, even piercing the eyeball and stabbing into the brain, it was a completely different concept. P.S. Today, a girl I like suddenly told me that she is actually a lesbian. I guess this is the retribution for writing about transformations. Please give me some recommendation votes for Comfort. 3 Chapter 52, teasing unable to exert strength. The hairpin pierced into the eyeball, and the expression of the yellow-clad demon became increasingly grotesque, yet it stood frozen in place. It wasn't pain or weakness, more like standing up after 3 hours of scrolling on a phone while taking a dump, a sensation of intense soreness rushing through the legs. A few drops of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he very stiffly grasped the hairpin, carefully pulling it out with movements that resembled performing surgery on himself. Huff! Blood splattered, and the hairpin fell to the ground. The sixth lower moon let out a harsh breath, realizing how potent the wisteria flower poison was, and he never wanted to experience that uncomfortable feeling again. Ignoring the two fallen youths, he covered his bloodied cheek and turned his fierce expression towards the three inside the house. His blood-soaked gaze immediately fixed on the red-haired girl, standing with her arms crossed over her chest, her indifferent posture extremely displeasing. Is she also a swordsman? That attack just now was a sneak attack from this red-haired BTCH. Unforgivable. She must die. Taking advantage of the demon's diverted attention, Tanjiro quietly got up from the ground, exhaling a clear mist. He took a few steps forward with his sword in hand, and just as he was within inches of the enemy's neck, the boy suddenly loudly recited the name of his technique, issuing a warning of his attack. I'm going in. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Don't shout it out. Huahuazi muttered quietly, while Tamayo and Yashiro covered their faces in exasperation. The Nichiren blade swung at high speed, flipping several times in the air, stirring up a tide of water. With a loud bang, the black blade, splattered with water foam, struck heavily on the back of the sixth lower moon's neck, producing a shower of sparks. In the next second, Tanjiro's palm cracked, and the Nichiren blade slipped from his hand as he pressed his wrist in pain, seemingly dislocating it from the recoil. Looking at the yellow-clad demon, its thick neck turned into a black metallic sheen, and it remained completely still, not even turning its head. True to its word, the order of killing it had decided would not change. It walked towards the red-haired girl with a fierce expression. So strong, really strong. Tanjiro knelt on one knee, his face anxious. He understood clearly the significance of the Title 12 Kizuki, which was not on the same level as other man-eating demons. What to do? He walked towards Tamayo and Yashiro. Huh? The boy's pupils constricted slightly as he suddenly noticed the additional red-haired girl. Hey, isn't she the beautiful girl from before the final selection began? The black-haired girl with her was also successful in the final selection. Unexpectedly, the unconscious swordsman that Tamayo and Yashiro mentioned was actually her. It's common sense that men shouldn't enter women's rooms. So Tanjiro had not seen Huahuazi's face for several days, until she finally woke up and got out of bed. That's great. There's another swordsman here. Together, they can take on the 12 Kizuki. You were the one who sneak-attacked me, weren't you? Despicable BTCH. The towering figure of the sixth lower moon loomed in front of the red-haired girl, its fangs glistening coldly, exhaling a foul breath. Its terrifying physique seemed several times more robust than the girl's frail body, exuding an extremely strong sense of oppression. In front of this being, Huahuazi was nothing more than a large Barbie doll, a short mule with no worth besides fat. I'm sorry. Rengoku. Huahuazi immediately cowered, decisively lowering her head and shaking her chest in apology, surrendering faster than a kneeling child. But if apologies were effective, what would be the use of police? The yellow-clad demon was inexplicably stunned for a few seconds, then, without hesitation, swung its arm. A fist covered in black withered vines tore through the air, aiming to smash the girl's head in one blow, then see what was going on in her incomprehensible brain. Watch out! Bang! As several people screamed, the giant hand of withered vines, which could easily withstand slashes, struck the girl's cheek, creating a massive shockwave. The impact spread, and the crimson long hair was wildly blown about. Huahuazi's stunning face remained expressionless, while the yellow-clad demon's face twisted in agony. Upon closer inspection, the withered vines halted just half a millimeter from the girl's cheek, unable to move even a fraction. Huahuazi leaned forward and stepped ahead, her delicate snow-white foot forcefully stepping on the instep of the lower moon's six, crushing it into a mushy, bloody paste under the heavy pressure. The intense pain pierced through to the heart, and the lower moon's six body began to convulse, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The skin that even a knife couldn't cut through was unexpectedly crushed by her foot. Tanjiro's breath caught, his expression one of shock. At that moment, everyone noticed that the girl's originally bare ankle had turned a rosy pink, with moist steam rising as if she had just soaked her feet in boiling water. Not only was the foot of the lower moon's six affected, but the ground below her foot had also shattered, showing cracks. What kind of force was needed to create such an effect? Thud! The lower moon six lost his balance, his body leaning forward and shakily kneeling on the ground, forced to maintain a height balance with the petite red-haired girl. In the next second, Huahuazi's hands pressed against the grinning face of the yellow-clad demon. twisting gently one after the other. Fourth form, modified, Sakura fire wheel dance swish 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 swish. The yellow-clad demon's head spun rapidly like a windmill, dizzying, and within a few blinks, it had rotated hundreds of times, twisting into a shape like a twisted dough. Flesh tearing apart, as he literally pulled his own head off. The head of the lower moon, 6, rolled on the ground for a few circles, blinking in terror, its round bald top wobbling like a roly-poly toy. Huahuazi swiftly charged forward, lifting a foot to kick the bloodied head like a soccer ball, sending it flying like a cannonball, exploding with a meteor-like shockwave and colliding with Tanjiro Kamado's head 10 meters away. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar. The mansion enveloped in a barrier shook violently, and the explosive force flipped Huahuazi's skirt up to her head. Unfortunately, no audience could see what color it was, because the kimono didn't need to show it at all. This was simply a complex feeling of teasing Yashiro, facing the 6th of the lower moons. She was merely playing a madwoman solely focused on her own joy. P.S. A while ago, I asked for tickets, around 1,100 to 1,300 daily votes. Without asking for tickets, it's about 700 daily votes. If we can reach 2,000 recommended votes today, I will add 2 more chapters, making a total of 4 updates. This chapter does not count towards today. Top 3 iskumen kodum. Senitsu wakatsuma. The moonlight was like water, and the piercing screams echoed within the mansion, but were blocked by the barrier and could not escape. Only a head remained. The eyes of the 6th lower moon pierced into the brain with 2 hairpins made of wisteria flowers, placed in the scorching fireplace, being roasted constantly. Tanjiro Kamado stood nearby, frowning and gripping his hands tightly, unable to bear the sight. Wisteria flowers can suppress a demon's physical abilities, and high temperatures can stop the demon's bodily recovery, allowing for experiments to be conducted at any time. Hohazawa leaned lazily against the wall, his tone somewhat indifferent, unperturbed by the cruel scene before him. With the lower moon 6 as a test subject, Shinjitsu's research would surely progress rapidly. Perhaps one day it could be of help to him. As for compassion, what is that? Thank you, Miss Rengoku. Shinjitsu bowed gratefully, while nervously glancing at Tanjiro beside her, hoping this kind boy wouldn't do anything strange. He was a kind and upright young man, capable of pity and sympathy for demons, but absolutely should not offer a helping hand. Noticing the red-haired girl's gaze, the black-haired girl with a bamboo in her mouth warily hid behind Tanjiro, appearing quite scared of Hohazawa. Well, since the pursuers have met such an end, we should prepare to set off. Hohazawa smiled slightly, straightening up from his leaning position and patting his wrinkled skirt. Set off where to? Hearing the girl's suggestion, both Tanjiro and Shinjitsu showed puzzled expressions. A night passed. As the morning sun rose, Tanjiro stepped out of the mansion carrying a huge wooden box, smiling and waving goodbye to the recovering Yashiro and Shinjitsu before turning to leave the barrier. Outside the barrier, a red-haired girl in a pink kimono had been waiting for half a day, her smooth hair styled with hairpins, exuding a noble elegance of a mature woman. Without the sun blade or fireproof clothing, the currently weak Hohazawa couldn't even defeat a chicken. The delicate, beautiful girl could only rely on the protection of a powerful swordsman to survive. Until Blood Crow delivered her equipment, she would have to accompany Tanjiro Kamado and Izuku Kamado to prevent any unexpected attacks by demons, especially since Hohazawa was currently a thorn in the side of the 12 Kazuki, requiring cautious action. Of course, the most important point was that in a dire situation, she could directly snatch Tanjiro's sun blade to fight. Miss Rengoku, you seem very interested in Izuku. How do you view demons? After walking for a while, the silent Tanjiro suddenly turned his head and asked. Having witnessed yesterday's scene, the boy's emotions seemed a bit strange, and it was unclear what he was thinking. I do not hate demons. No one in my family was killed by demons, but being born in the Rengoku family, slaying demons is my destiny, Hohazawa replied readily. Rengoku? Tanjiro looked confused, clearly unaware of what kind of family the Rengoku family was, and he didn't even have a concept of the Hashira-level swordsman. Huahuazi didn't explain anything to him, chuckling lightly as he continued on, the ungraceful flesh jiggling. Wait a minute, I know I shouldn't feel sympathy for demons, but I can't help but want to know your thoughts. Don't you think yesterday's actions were too cruel? Tanjiro chased after him, continuing to ask. Among ordinary civilians, nearly 1,000 people go missing each year, with hundreds of remains left behind after being eaten by demons, families torn apart, and homes destroyed. In the Demon Slayer Corps, 80% of female swordsmen have died at the hands of demons, and 5 have been captured by demons with peculiar preferences and taken back to their lairs. The remaining 15 are those still alive today. All of the above is just something I made up. Huahuazi's expression was serious. As the girl spoke, Tanjiro's expression changed from initial confusion to shock, anger, sorrow, and sympathy, nearly spitting out a mouthful of saliva. He struggled to control his changing expression, looking at the red-haired girl with a puzzled gaze. However, what I'm saying isn't all nonsense. You must be quite aware of why your sister has become like this, and why you were forced to become a swordsman at such a young age. Everyone's experiences are different, and so are their views on demons. You just need to stay true to yourself. After Huahua finished speaking, she suddenly quickened her pace, no longer giving the boy a chance to talk. She was not a cold-blooded killing machine. It was just that the number of demons she had slain was on a completely different level than others. Anyone who had dispatched nearly 50 demons would become numb. From a young age, she had killed her way to adulthood, transitioning from initial fear and worry to the now cruel and ruthless fiery demon. People would ultimately change. After her words, Tanjiro fell into deep contemplation, standing silently as he watched the girl's figure gradually fade away. He suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart and quickly hurried to catch up. At noon, when the sun was hottest, the red-haired girl walked through a field, comfortably enjoying the sunbathing. Behind her, Tanjiro was sweating profusely from the heat. He carefully wrapped a cloth around the wooden box behind him to protect Nezuko inside from the sun. Southeast, 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 head in that direction. Powerful demons are lurking. Meanwhile, the previously silent crow finally spoke up, continuously squawking in a harsh and grating voice. Earlier, it had tried to rest on Huahua's flabby body, but was slapped to the ground by the girl, leading to its tantrum. Tanjiro was somewhat concerned about what the crow meant by powerful. It was the first time it had used that term to describe something. It shouldn't be stronger than the 12 Kazuki he encountered yesterday. Woo-woo, please marry me. I'm about to die. Let me experience the softness and fragrance of a girl before I die. From dozens of meters away, they heard a series of hoarse cries and howls. Huahua and Tanjiro stopped moving. In the middle of a cornfield, a boy in yellow clothes with messy blonde hair was crazily entangled with a pretty village girl, clutching her sleeve and refusing to let go. No matter how the girl kicked and punched, he cried and wailed, his high-pitched voice unbearable. Hey, it's that guy. Tanjiro's eyes widened in shock. This disgusting boy behaving like a rogue was one of the 4 who qualified in this election for the Demon Slayer Corps. What is going on? As a proper Demon Slayer, why is he entangling with an ordinary girl? P.S. 1,300 recommendation votes. Still a bit short of the promised 2,000 votes for 4 updates, so don't stop. There will be 3 updates later. 111, 111, 111, 111, 111, 111. Now, the recommendation votes are over 1,900. Although it hasn't reached the target, I will still provide 4 updates. However, I just got up and wrote for a while. My heart feels uncomfortable, and I really have no inspiration. I want to take another nap now. The 3 updates might be posted tomorrow morning, so don't wait. Chapter 54. The drumhouse, please marry me. Ooh, otherwise I will definitely die. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of her and stop embarrassing yourself. Tanjiro immediately rushed forward and pulled the blonde boy away from the innocent girl. My snot is flowing. At the moment, they separated. The blonde boy smeared his snot and tears on the girl's skirt, resulting in him getting slapped multiple times, his face bruised. After the girl angrily left, the 2 looked at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat silent. Say something. How are you going to accompany me? If it weren't for you interrupting, I would have been married by now, the blonde boy complained. Huh? Tanjiro frowned, showing a face as if he were looking at an unknown creature. Don't look at me like that. Wearing a black Demon Slayer uniform with a golden coat patterned with triangles on the outside, the blonde boy looked extremely eye-catching. Zenitsu Agatsuma, a disciple of the Hashira, is a brother to Kaigaku and also uses thunder breathing. Just as the 2 were bickering, Zenitsu suddenly noticed the red-haired girl standing far away. No, not a girl, but a real woman. The scale and volume, the continuous sound of puffing as she walked, definitely could not be compared to that of a naive girl. At some point, Zenitsu's sparrow, Chutaro, had flown onto Huahua, its small body leaning against her exposed heart, swaying like a hammock, making the nearby black crow's eyes widen. Chirp, 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 chirp. Huahua smiled gently, stroking the little sparrow, which was about the same size as her own body, letting out cute sounds with every poke. Such a small sparrow was quite endearing, while the black crow was less likable, with its harsh voice and large physique, truly the black demon among birds. Noticing Zenitsu's fixed gaze, Tanjiro stiffly turned his neck. His expression extremely serious. I advise you not to have any strange thoughts. It will end very badly. Surprisingly, Zenitsu did not rush over to fawn over her, but lowered his head with a heart-thumping expression, unexpectedly silent. Unlike the information-closed Tanjiro, he knew some of the woman's deeds and was very clear on the consequences of acting recklessly. However, he was still quite concerned about what posture should be used to sleep after such a humiliating experience. Lying flat would be uncomfortable. Lying on her side would cause her sag, and lying on her stomach would press on her shoulders. How did she usually sleep? Zenitsu joins the team. Can wield the Nichiren blade one. Chirp, 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 chirp. While walking deep in the forest. Hwa had been communicating with Chutaro in a babbling language to prevent them from understanding what she was saying. Speaking of which, Chutaro's real name was not Chutaro, but Gokaki. It was just that it kept chirping that people gave it that name. She had been complaining about Zenitsu's foolish behavior and his cowardly personality, chirping nonstop. Chirp, 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 chirp. Listening to that tone, Chutaro must be scolding me. It has been scolding me the whole way. Zenitsu glared angrily at the Chutaro behind him, thinking he was really a guy who forgot his partner once he had a woman. No, Chutaro is saying that although you are somewhat disgusting, a pervert, and brain-dead, you are actually a gentle child, Tanjiro comforted, patting his shoulder. So it seems Chutaro is still feeding. Disgusting, pervert, brain-dead, what are these? I thought I was going to say something nice about me. It would have been better not to say anything at all. After realizing it, Zenitsu's expression shifted from ecstatic to furious, his eyes widening as if they were about to explode, screaming while grabbing Tanjiro's collar. Boom! The sudden sound of drums made the blond boy cover his ears, unable to bear it, and frowned as he looked around. What is this sound? It was like a dirty, muddy noise that seemed to pierce through the eardrums, almost making him vomit. On the other side, Tanjiro also sniffed, tightly furrowing his brows. There's the smell of blood. They both turned to look at the leisurely red-haired girl. Seeing the questioning expressions from the two, Hwa blinked her eyes in confusion. What's the matter? Didn't you hear the drum sound? Zenitsu was slightly taken aback. Didn't you smell the blood? Tanjiro's expression was strange. Why don't you guys find girlfriends? Aren't you afraid of loneliness? Hwa asked with a tilted head. Unfortunately, she didn't have a weapon in hand at the moment. Otherwise, she would have given each of these two guys a knife and said, why don't you dodge? Aren't you afraid of death? For some reason, it seemed like she had upset her, and the two of them lowered their heads, not daring to speak, following the scent and sound as they searched. A few minutes later, they arrived at an open area from the forest on the mountain, and to everyone's surprise, a luxurious mansion appeared before them. This was simply the routine of a haunted house in the deep mountains. Until the mansion came into view, Hwa finally sensed a hint of demonic aura, but was too weak to be noticed by her. The fact that these two could sense it in advance only indicated that they weren't strong enough, which is why they regarded such weakness as a great enemy. Let them train here for a while. Hwazi nervously twirled a strand of hair, urging the two to hurry inside to kill the demon. You two, hurry up and go in. I'll keep an eye on that box outside. Thank you, Miss Rengoku. I'll go now. Tanjiro put down the wooden box, grabbed Zenitsu's collar, and walked towards the entrance of the mansion. Hey, wait. Iasen, Tishi going in? Is it just the two of U.S. newcomers going in? Zenitsu turned back in confusion, only to see the red-haired girl smiling and gently waving at them. Of course, Miss Rengoku doesn't have a Nichiren blade. It's safer to stay outside. No, I want to stay outside too. Zenitsu was still trying to resist. The moment they stepped into the mansion, the sound of drums echoed, and their vision changed, with the surroundings turning into a pitch black, deep corridor. He turned his head stiffly, snot running down his face, and looked back, only to see that the originally sunny forest had transformed into a dark corridor. Tanjiro! A piercing scream echoed in the mansion, making it seem like he was the real demon. P.S. Just over 2,000 votes. Thank you, everyone. 2 more updates will be posted soon. Chapter 55, Bloodletting So Slow. The sun set, and the night deepened. The red-haired girl lay on the cold ground, bored, with her delicate white legs crossed, gazing up at the starry night sky. She wondered what was happening inside. Why was it taking so long compared to the original storyline? Could it be that the brother and sister of that rare-blooded boy were not present, causing him to beat the drums wildly without distinguishing between friend and foe, leading to an infinite loop of terrain? Just as Hwazi guessed. Now, not to mention humans, even the 3 demons inside had lost their sense of direction and could not leave the mansion for the time being. So hungry. Do I have to humiliate myself, like during the final selection? At that moment, the wooden box rolled a few times, and a bewildered Nezuko tumbled out, looking around in a daze. With her brother absent, upon seeing the very dangerous red-haired girl, Nezuko immediately took off running towards the mansion with her short legs. Nezuko, called by a gentle voice. Nezuko slowly turned her head as she approached the entrance. She saw the red-haired girl proudly patting her own swaying chest, radiating maternal warmth. How about it? Seeing this curve, does it remind you of the warmth of being held by your mother as a child? Nezuko, with a silly expression, stared blankly for a few seconds, then slowly walked towards Rengoku Huahuazi, sitting beside her and leaning into her embrace with a look of enjoyment. Although what happened yesterday scared Nezuko quite a bit, she ultimately succumbed to the unique gentleness of the maternal role. Don't be fooled by Nezuko's pure and cute appearance. Short stature and conservative clothing. Her true physique far exceeds Kanoho, comparable to Love Hashira Mitsuri Kanroji. Good girl. Huahuazi gently stroked Nezuko's head, holding her tightly in his arms, lovingly and affectionately. She loved these soft, fragrant, fair-skinned, obedient girls. They were just too cute. Since that's the case, let's give Nezuko a little reward. Snap! Huahuazi gently bit through his own index finger, and the scalding blood flowed down his snow-white palm, emitting a scorching aura. Upon smelling the bloody scent, Nezuko's contracted violently, her heart raced uncontrollably, and saliva flowed out uncontrollably. Since birth, Huahuazi's scorching body temperature had already seeped into various internal organs, purifying and sublimating the blood, with an extremely high concentration of flesh and bone. Not to mention that his entire body was pervaded by the breath of flame, with nutrients not inferior to common thin-blooded physiques. Just the essence of a single drop of blood far exceeded that of an ordinary human, making it easy to imagine its allure to Nezuko. The black-haired girl struggled to suppress her desires, tightly closing her eyes, attempting to turn her head away. Nezuko, what are you hesitating about? Demons are inherently filthy and irredeemable beings. Not eating humans will not grant redemption. We swordsmen have killed countless beings to save humanity, already soaked in filthy blood. Are you persisting for the sake of your own purity? Or do you want to become stronger, save humanity, protect your brother, and take revenge for your family? Or are you worried about becoming addicted after breaking your vow? Don't worry, my blood has a purity unmatched by other humans. Once consumed, you will never be able to leave me, and you won't be interested in the taste of other flesh. As the girl's seductive voice deepened, Nezuko cautiously opened her eyes, gazing at the scalding crimson flowing from the fingertip. Clearly wanting to protect humanity, she shouldn't take an interest in blood. But such pure nourishment. If she just took a gentle sip, could she gain the power to protect others? As the saliva increased, the bamboo in her mouth fell, and Nezuko slowly took in the finger from which the blood flowed. Be good, take it slow, don't choke. Huahuazi gently stroked the girl's hair, as if soothing a well-behaved pet dog. After a while, Nezuko suddenly felt a surge of scorching heat rising in her body. Her blood began to boil and burn, causing unbearable pain. The biting force suddenly increased, and blood flowed endlessly. Huahuazi calmly comforted the girl in her arms. This dull pain was almost unnoticeable to her. Instead, it brought a strange sense of stimulation. A few minutes later, Nezuko released her grip and turned her head with a silly expression, affectionately hugging the red-haired girl from the front, knocking her down to the ground. After absorbing the blood, Nezuko's feelings for Huahuazi greatly intensified, as if a form of acquired blood relationship had formed. Yes, it was like someone claiming a father or a horse online. Even a dead horse would belong to the internet, not reality. After being knocked down by Nezuko, Huahuazi yawned while holding the soft girl in her arms, her expression weary as she closed her eyes. After losing too much blood, she felt somewhat drowsy. After Huahuazi fell asleep, Nezuko rolled around in her arms, indulging in the soft comfort with a joyful expression. Suddenly, she stood up alertly, looking towards the direction behind the bushes, from which came the sound of rustling movements. A few seconds later, two young, similar-looking boys and girls cautiously emerged from the bushes. This pair of siblings was quite peculiar, their pupils lacking whites, resembling a pair of eyes without highlights. Among them, the younger girl timidly approached and quietly asked, "Big sister, do you know what this mansion is? Our brother was captured here yesterday by a demon with horns on its head." Huh? Nezuko tilted her head in confusion. As she got closer, the young girl's expression suddenly froze, and she took a few steps back in disbelief, her face filled with terror. Unbeknownst to her in the pitch-black night, the big sister had a small and delicate horn on her head, and her pink lips were stained bright red with blood. Ah! The young girl screamed in fright and scrambled backward in a panic, watching the pair of siblings flee in a hurry. Their figures quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Huh. Nezuko was even more puzzled, completely unaware of what had happened. At this moment, if her dress were lifted, one would find that her entire body was covered in black willow patterns. Even her breath was terrifyingly exaggerated, almost reaching the level of the 12 Kazuki. P.S. This chapter counts as the third update from yesterday, so there will be 3 more updates today. I continue to ask for recommendation votes. If we can reach 2,000 recommendation votes today, I will owe 2 more chapters on top of the 3 updates. Chapter 56. Charge forward, haha. Charge forward, charge forward. In the dark and eerie mansion, a man draped in animal skins, bare-chested, and wearing a wild boar mask was sprinting while laughing maniacally. He wasn't particularly tall, but had extremely solid muscles, his swift and agile movements resembling that of a wild beast. With high-intensity breathing, a large cloud of smoke erupted from the nostrils of his wild boar mask, appearing extremely fierce and aggressive. Bang! The next second, the position of the mansion changed again, and the wild boar man crashed violently into a wall. He didn't even pause for half a second, nimbly leaning to absorb the impact and continuing to run wildly. Damn it! I've been running in here for 2 days. Who the hell is messing with me? He cursed roughly, lowering his body and diving at high speed. Just as he was about to pass a corner ahead, a fat, blue demon hand swung in from his blind spot. Sensing the whistling wind, he crouched down sharply and slid across the floor, his arms nearly brushing his scalp. Boom! With a loud bang, the demon hand smashed the nearby wall, leaving a crack the size of a bowl. Hee. Quick reflexes worth tearing apart. An extremely ugly, overweight demon with a somewhat dangerous hairline emerged from the shadow around the corner, patting its bloated belly with a smug expression. Among demons, debut. This guy's appearance ranked at the very bottom, looking greasy and shiny. Huh? What the hell are you saying? You should be the one getting torn apart and left to rot in the wilderness. The fat demon's words instantly enraged the wild boar man, who spewed a large amount of white smoke from the nostrils of his mask, swirling ominously in the air, his lung capacity terrifyingly impressive. He crouched down, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and leaped into the air, drawing a blurred afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the corpulent demon. Before the demon could react, he crossed his hands, wielding 2 broken, serrated blades in a rapid, cutting motion that was almost too fast to follow. Beast breathing third fong tier, his flowing movements resembled a massacre feast. The swinging dual blades crossed and sliced through the demon's plump neck, instantly tearing it apart. A head flew through the air, its expression one of terror and disbelief. After landing, the wild boar man slid several meters across the smooth floor, not even glancing back. He got up and continued to charge forward. The demon he just killed was far too weak, definitely not the owner of this mansion. He had to find that hiding guy and kill him to vent his anger. After running the mansion for 2 days, he had memorized almost all the terrain. This lord is coming for you. Charge forward, ha 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 ha. Bang. The next second, a drum sounded and the terrain changed again. The expression under the wild boar mask suddenly froze, his body feeling as if it had fallen from a height, the unbearable sensation of weightlessness making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. Bang. Cough. He fell out a window and hit the ground hard, coughing several times. After a few seconds of recovery, he immediately stood up to check his surroundings, familiar forest, crescent moon hanging high, pitch black night. It turned out that the previous terrain change had thrown him out of the mansion. Just as the wild boar man was about to charge back into the mansion, something nearby caught his attention. Ignoring the large-breasted woman sleeping on the ground. Why was there a girl exuding a demonic aura here? The bare-chested wild boar man and the dazed black-haired girl locked eyes, and he suddenly exhaled a large cloud of smoke. Beast breathing second fong blade swish. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his swift dual blades slicing through the air in 2 crescent arcs, but they missed by half a meter. In reality, it wasn't a miss. He suddenly lost sight of his target. The wild boar man's expression grew serious as he cautiously scanned the surrounding forest. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder 3 times. The wild boar man immediately twisted his neck 180 degrees to look back, only to find the black-haired girl, exuding a demonic aura, standing behind him, staring at him with a silly expression. Ah! In the next moment, the boar man and Nezuko both let out a scream, stepping back in fear and looking at each other in disbelief. Nezuko, with tears in her eyes, hid beside the red-haired girl, wondering how the boar's neck had suddenly twisted 180 degrees, scaring even the demons half to death. I was scared to death. This female demon's speed. The boar man's neck turned back, and he immediately felt threatened, raising his dual blades and watching the black-haired female demon with extreme vigilance. At that moment, Hinaki Kagura was shaken awake by Nezuko. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slowly got up. Huh? The red-haired girl murmured in confusion as she opened her eyes, seeing the strange boar man, which startled her into reaching behind her for the Nichiren blade. After fumbling around Nezuko for a while, Hinaki Kagura remembered that her Nichiren blade was not by her side at that moment. At the same time, she recalled the identity of the boar man and calmed down. As a slayer who had defeated the Upper Moon 6, being scared like this by a boar was quite embarrassing. In fact, not just Hinaki Kagura. Even if Muzan Kabutsuji were to wake up from a faint and see this boar at that moment, he would scream in fright, still shaken. Inosuke Hashibara, a weirdo raised by boars since childhood, had never received formal training. He created his own beast breathing by mimicking the movements of mountain beasts. And the two Nichiren blades he wielded were trophies he had snatched from other Demon Slayer Corps members. In a sense, this guy's talent was terrifyingly high. Get lost. You stinky woman. I'm going to kill this female demon. Inosuke swung his blades, threatening Hinaki Kagura to leave. Oh, can you really do it? The red-haired girl smirked, hands on her hips, striking a highly disdainful mocking pose. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Visible waves of anger erupted from the boar mask, and Inosuke, his face flushed, waved his dual blades and charged toward Hinaki Kagura. Charge forward. P.S. This is the first update. There will be 2 more updates today. If today's recommendation votes reach 2,000, there will be 4 updates tomorrow as well. The same rules for additional updates apply, as long as there are recommendation votes. There will be 4 updates every day. Huahuazi. It turns out that my fat is not as many as the recommended votes from Gongna. Oh, Chapter 57. Pighead, charge forward. Inosuke Hashibara roared while waving his dual swords, his agile figure pressed down like a whirlwind, chasing after the red-haired girl and slashing wildly. This guy really has no sense of fair competition. Can't he see that he doesn't even have a sword? Huahuazi easily dodged while feeling a bit speechless. But this is fine. It allows me to test his true level. Beast-breathing Fifong Rua. Inosuke let out a strange scream, resembling a spinning bullet, darting low under the girl's hips, continuously swinging both swords in all directions in a charge. The frenzied and rapid slashes were dazzling, but they could only hit the afterimages left by the red-haired girl, not even touching a corner of her clothing. Huahuazi quickly rolled in the air, and when she landed, she gently stepped on the tip of her toes against Inosuke's pig head, causing a thud as his head was pressed to the ground. Her attack was swift and fierce, her bones seeming soft, with an astonishing lung capacity and an instinctive sense of airflow. Pig head, you possess an innate and powerful talent, yet you can only bite wildly like a beast. Filled with impotent rage, you are the true Sao. Inosuke snorted, white mist spewing from his nostrils as he swung his blade to push the girl back. Huahuazi lightly leaped and landed on the ground, spinning a few times in a relaxed manner. She casually brushed off the dust from her skirt, looked up at the furious Inosuke, and slowly exhaled a breath of scorching flame, her heart beginning to race as heat was transmitted to her other organs. Flame breathing. 10th form, bone flame shield. Beast breathing, first fong, penetrating thrust. At the same time, Inosuke roared and charged forward, both serrated blades aiming at Huahuazi's chest. Thud! The terrifying impact, like striking iron, caused Inosuke's tiger mouth to crack, and the expression beneath his pig mask turned extremely astonished, as the tips of his swords were blocked by the V-shaped hand of the red-haired girl. His full-force thrust only managed to leave a shallow white mark, unable to pierce even the most tender and delicate outer skin, instead injuring himself. Inosuke instantly realized that he could never be a match for this woman. His strength was too weak. Clearly, he had the momentum and ferocity of a beast. Yet, is this all? Huahuazi sneered again, and while Inosuke was dazed, she reached out with her other hand and lightly flicked his pig mask. Bang! Inosuke was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard against a sturdy tree before sliding down and sitting on the ground, in a semi-unconscious state. He forced his rolling white eyes back to his pupils with sheer willpower, but his vision remained pale and blurry. The shaking pig mask swung wildly as he tried to regain consciousness. Don't stop breathing. Take in more air to fill your lungs. Push your body to its limits. and then release it through your strikes. You don't need to teach me. The girl's words echoed like a spell in his ears, filling Inosuke with immense humiliation as he wobbly stood up. The two beautiful blue-gray Nichiren blades shimmered in the night, and Inosuke took a deep breath, his lungs feeling like they were about to explode. Just as he reached the limit of his breath, almost suffocating in pain, he suddenly recalled the girl's earlier words, forcing the airflow to stay within his body. Beast breathing, 8th form, explosive charge. With a bang, Inosuke's form exploded on the spot, his frenzied charge creating an afterimage as he swung his blade at the girl. His high-speed movement was unbelievable, yet to Huahuazi, it still seemed slow, as if frozen. In the state of total concentration, every airflow was visible. She simply dug her toes into the ground and leaned back sharply, easily dodging Inosuke's slash. Swish! The slash cut through the air. The rapidly descending blade was still nearly half a meter away from Huahuazi. That distance felt like an insurmountable mountain. Inosuke's movement suddenly halted, maintaining the pose of his slash without moving an inch. A few seconds later, a very shallow line of blood suddenly appeared on Huahuazi's cheek, and she looked at Inosuke's arm in shock. This guy's arm had twisted like a twisted pastry, all the bones dislocated and misaligned, extending the distance of his slash by nearly half a meter. Beast breathing, 9th fong, extend winding burst. Smelly woman, do you see? I succeeded, ha ha ha. A violent whirlwind erupted from the nostrils of the pig mask, and Inosuke jumped around in ecstatic delight, seemingly unaware of his twisted arm. The fiery pain only stimulates his senses, making the beast even more powerful and fierce. Huahuazi smiled faintly, reached out to wipe the bloodstains off his face, and then gently licked his finger. The boiling blood surged wildly within him, all gathering in his cheeks. A few seconds later, the bloodstain visibly healed, revealing skin as white and supple as if it were newly born. Fool, you were just holding your breath. You didn't actually store any air. Huahuazi suddenly widened his eyes and shouted angrily. Boom! The shadow of blood swept past, and a terrifying shockwave echoed. Inosuke, who was cheering, had his pupils dilate sharply, his bent body instantly curling up like a shrimp. The punch thrown by the red-haired girl caused a wave of air to erupt from his abdomen, as his hard, solid abs convulsed and twitched, white foam gushing out from the mouth of his pig mask. Thud! Inosuke fell to the ground, rolling his eyes, his body trembling slightly, with white foam bubbling out, filling the entire mask. After dealing with this pig-headed boy, the sky had begun to brighten. Huahuazi called Nezuko, whose body shrank and slipped into a wooden box. In terms of combat talent, the pig-headed boy was much stronger than Zenitsu and Tanjiro, but his attack power wasn't as overwhelmingly strong as it seemed. All his techniques relied on his terrifying physical fitness and combat instincts. But when he faced demons whose physical capabilities were several times stronger than his, Inosuke lost any chance of turning the tide. However, don't worry, you'll become stronger. Looking at the already unconscious pig-headed boy, Huahuazi spoke gently, but then frantically stomped on his face a few times. As the saying goes, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Never injure a girl's face. P.S. There are already 1,500 recommended votes. It seems tomorrow will be another day with 4 updates. Chapter 58, Hayokawa. In the drum house, a weak man with golden bangs was running wildly while screaming, followed by a younger boy behind him. Behind them, a long-tongued demon crawled like a licker, closely pursuing them and continuously emitting sinister laughter. Dressed as a demon slayer, yet only able to flee in embarrassment. What on earth was happening? Hey, do that ability again. The one that changes the room's location. Noticing the crawling demon getting closer, Zenitsu's face turned pale, and he let out a hoarse, frantic scream. It was all this guy's fault for banging the drum recklessly, causing him to be startled so many times in a row. Why did you drag me along as soon as you appeared? The drum fell in that room earlier, and there's no way out now. The boy's eyes were filled with tears, panting heavily, looking like he was about to collapse. Since being captured by that drum demon 3 days ago, he hadn't eaten anything. This mansion was the home of the drum demon, and while he was out, 2 other demons invaded to fight over him as their food. They said he seemed to have a rare blood type, and eating him was equivalent to consuming the nutrition of dozens of people, which led to the 3 demons starting to kill each other. For some reason, no matter how injured those 3 demons were, they wouldn't die, and they kept fighting until they tore one of the drums off the drum demon. Seizing the moment, the boy picked up the drum and hit it several times, escaping as if teleporting, and he had been surviving this way for the past few days. Whenever he heard a door opening, He would hit the drum to change the room's location. What the boy didn't expect was that during one of the many openings, he would encounter a howling, golden-haired man, followed closely by the long-tongued, crawling demon. The bizarre scene made him hesitate for a moment, just as he was about to hit the drum to change the room. The golden-haired boy grabbed him, and they ran away together, causing the current desperate situation. Thud! Starving and exhausted, the boy finally couldn't hold on any longer and stumbled to the ground, looking pale as he gazed at the approaching demon behind him. Zenitsu was instantly dumbfounded, stiffly turning to face the grinning demon, his breath seeming to stop for a moment. Boom! After the boy fell, Zenitsu also fainted from fear, his eyes rolling back as his consciousness was engulfed in endless darkness. Ah, if it were Brother Kegaku, he would easily handle this demon and elegantly rescue the boy. However, such a gifted brother was so afraid of that red-haired girl that the incident involving Kaigaku offending Huahuazi even reached the training ground of the Hashira, causing ridicule and loss of face among the others. The former Flame Hashira and the former Sound Hashira were both rivals and old friends. But the strongest and most talented disciple in the sect was so oppressed by the Rengoku family that he didn't dare stay in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for long, which was truly a sign of a fallen family. Kaigaku, being so pathetic, is really not like you. The rumbling sound of breath made the demon's pupils slowly widen. The fainted golden-haired boy stood up with his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. Even if my talent is extremely poor and I've been avoiding everything, I absolutely do not want to disappoint my grandfather's expectations. Surrounded by electric light, the air around the golden-haired boy trembled violently as he half-bowed, drawing his sword with one hand. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Boom! In the next second, lightning erupted, and the explosive golden figure vanished from sight. The scene seeming to freeze, moving at an unbelievable speed. Like a surging flash of lightning, the golden-haired boy instantly stood behind the long-tongued demon, his eyes tightly closed, sheathing the lightning-patterned Nichiren blade into its scabbard. The demon maintained its head-up posture for several seconds before realizing that its head had been severed, falling smoothly from its neck. The battle ended in an instant. What terrifying speed! This posture was simply like that of a thunder god. Looking at Zenitsu, who lay on the ground in a deep sleep, the boy showed a speechless expression. Hud, 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 hud. The sound of drums echoed continuously in the mansion, as a brown red-haired demon with blood-red eyes kept beating the drum on its body. In its right eye, there was a torn lower six. The demon was named Hyuka, and a few years ago, he was removed from the 12 Kazuki for failing to advance further. Every time the drum sounded, it represented a change in the room's layout, turning everything upside down, leaving Tanjiro helpless against him. One after another, those who entered my mansion, if it weren't for you all getting in the way, I would have devoured that rare-blooded human long ago. Unforgivable, I will kill them all. Boom! The sound waves reverberated as three claw-like, invisible sound blades sliced through the air at high speed, leaving three bloody claw marks on the arm of the red-haired boy, who was dodging in a hurry. Tanjiro Kamado grimaced in pain. The injuries he sustained while battling the true Lower Moon 6 had not yet healed, leaving him unable to exert himself fully. The drum demon before him was significantly weaker than that yellow-clothed demon, both in strength and presence. He absolutely could not fall here. Quickly, he recalled the movements of Lady Rengoku. A multitude of details filled Tanjiro's mind, how that petite red-haired girl fought, and why she could easily slay demons even without a Nichiren blade. If Hinaki Kagura were here, she would have already decapitated the drum demon before it even noticed. Undoubtedly, her movements and speed could not be replicated, especially since Tanjiro's current body did not allow for it. Therefore, what Tanjiro needed to remember was not Hinaki Kagura's movements, but her breathing technique, how to unleash the most powerful strike with the least amount of air intake. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the stale air. A sharp pain surged in his lungs. The flowing air did not dissipate. It was stored in his lungs and transmitted to other organs, accelerating and promoting blood circulation, gradually raising his body temperature. Tanjiro Kamado had already grasped the prototype of the total concentration breathing. Constant. Blood demon art. Sound speed. The drum demon began to take things seriously, crazily striking the sound drums all over his body like a DJ. Boom, 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 boom. The surrounding terrain changed wildly as the sound wave blades continuously swept and sliced through. Tanjiro's supple body seemed to transform into water, swiftly moving against the walls in all directions, rapidly closing in on the drum demon, Kyogai. Water breathing, ninth form. Water flow splash. Chaos, the swinging blade, mitigated the impact of colliding with the walls, stirring up splashes of water bubbles that danced around, minimizing the time and area of landing, his figure resembling that of a swimmer in the ocean. Whoosh! In an instant, the black Nichiren blade swept through, cleaving Kyogai's neck in two. Chapter 59. The Wisteria House with a dislocated arm and several broken ribs, the cerebellum underdeveloped from birth. There were no particularly severe injuries besides that. A good sleep would fix it. As for you two, you're fine, just minor scrapes. Rest well tonight and relax. After checking the injuries of the three, Hinaki Kagura summarized. Shops bearing the Wisteria family crest could be considered as support personnel for the Demon Slayer Corps. They had received great kindness from the members of the Corps and thus bore the family crest in gratitude, caring for injured members passing by. As long as they were members of the Corps, they could enjoy free food, baths, and recuperate from their injuries here. As for that rare-blooded boy, he was sent home before sunset to reunite with his younger siblings, overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, Inosuke had already woken up, sulking silently in the corner, his expression hidden behind his boar mask. Zenitsu and Tanjiro looked at him sympathetically, having heard that this guy was beaten up for provoking Hinaki Kagura and had shut himself off afterward. By the way, Tanjiro, what is in the box you brought? After relaxing, Zenitsu curiously glanced at the wooden box under the table, faint traces of demonic energy emanating from it. Trusting Tanjiro, he and T asked anything. Nezuko, you can come out. Tanjiro chuckled lightly, gently calling out. Clap. The wooden box opened on its own, and the black-haired girl with a bamboo stick in her mouth slowly emerged, her petite and adorable figure resembling that of a cute little girl. Nezuko looked around the room and noticed the red-haired girl writing a report, her beautiful eyes instantly shining. Ah, Tanjiro, you guy. Seeing the cute girl, Zenitsu's weak expression twisted, realizing that while they were fighting for their lives, Tanjiro was truly happy, being able to chat with a girl, feeling utterly envious. This is my sister, Nezuko Kamadu. Come over here, Nezuko. Tanjiro waved to Nezuko, without noticing the strange expression of the blonde boy. However, it seemed Nezuko didn't hear him, slowly walking in another direction, snuggling into the soft embrace of the red-haired girl with great comfort. Oh! Hinaki Kagura was startled by the sudden intrusion of the girl, then gently smiled, unconcerned as she continued, writing her report while holding Nezuko. This is my sister. Tanjiro's mouth twitched, his voice stiff, and his expression twisted, resembling Zenitsu's a few seconds ago. What's going on? Why does my sister seem so unfamiliar after just a day at the drum house? What a wonderful scent of Yuri. Zenitsu was entranced, gazing at the two girls sticking close together, his mind wandering into fantasies. The only thing that struck him as odd was why Nezuko seemed more like Hinaki Kagura's sister than Tanjiro's. Report letter routine reports that need to be made after each mission, usually written by the highest-ranking swordsman, determining the promotion qualifications of other members. Since every move is monitored by the crows, no swordsman would write carelessly. Even slight deviations wouldn't lead to exaggerated rumors, except for Hinaki Kagura. For members of the GI class, Rengoku Hinaki, Kamadu Tanjiro, Agitsuma Zenitsu, and Hashibara Inosuke, all safe and sound. Note, is Inosuke just slacking off? Hurry up and send me my Nichiren blade and new clothes. Am I supposed to fight demons, barehanded? Cross out empty-handed? Huahuazi briefly summarized all the detailed steps and even threatened the hidden troops at the end. Her fireworks were abandoned in the mountain forest where the battle with the fourth moon's half-day dog took place, which had already been scorched by a great fire, leaving it barren and desolate, so it should be easy to find. All right, that's it. Huahuazi carefully packed the envelope and tied it to the back of the Black Raven, which would carry it back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters overnight. After opening the window to send off the Raven, the red-haired girl slowly turned around, scanning the faces of everyone in the room, her expression suddenly becoming extremely serious. Nezuko was sitting on the ground in a duck-like posture, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at the red-haired girl, feeling the gaze directed at him. Inosuke suddenly jumped up from the ground, drawing his twin swords, steam billowing from the nostrils of his boar mask. Haha, woman, are we going to fight again? In the next moment, Zenitsu sprayed a large amount of blood from his nose, blood splattering everywhere, while Tanjiro was left in shock. The scene before them was too stimulating for their young hearts. It was then that Rengoku Huahuazi had somehow completed her change of clothes, her long, fair legs clad in ultra-thin, soft black over-the-knee stockings and a cream-colored tight-fitting mini dress, wearing black-framed glasses, resembling a modern tutor. All the materials, including the black stockings, were prepared for the flower street, unexpectedly coming in handy at this moment. Transforming into a teacher, Rengoku Huahuazi took a blackboard out of her backpack and hung it on the wall, then flicked her teaching rod a few times against her palm, her expression serious. Inosuke, beast breathing is your original technique, and I admire your talent. However, without guidance, you've taken quite a few wrong turns. Didn't you notice that your techniques have a lot of overlap? For example, the first and second forms, which focus on slashing and thrusting, are useless against enemies you can't defeat. If you can't cut through their tough skin, there's no difference between the two. Inosuke was dumbfounded, lost in thought. Tanjiro, your techniques are too soft. They can handle most situations with your breathing technique, but lack decisive combat power, just like when you faced the lower moon 6 before. Also, you think too much during battle. That's a strength, but it can also become a flaw. Tanjiro's expression was resolute as he nodded emphatically. Zenitsu, you don't need to think, just sleep. Among the three, Huahuazi was most at ease with Zenitsu, although he was a bit half-hearted at first. His growth was the most stable and rapid. With a little push, he would soon be useful. The blonde boy fainted from a nosebleed, apparently not absorbing a single word. After today, I will train you well. After giving all three a military-style training, the red-haired girl took Nezuko, who looked confused, to the hot springs for a bath. After gaining 3 tools and a cute little demon girl in one day, Huahuazi seemed to be in a good mood. Chapter 60. Methods to become stronger. The moonlight was like water, the night was dim, and in the pitch-black bedroom, faint snoring could be heard. Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and Inosuke lay side by side in a line on the soft bedding, covered by a thick quilt, accompanied by the blonde boy's breathing. Large bubbles were constantly moving in his nostrils, looking as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Wearing the boar mask, Inosuke was either asleep or deep in thought. But in any case, he was very quiet. As for Tanjiro, Nezuko, my Nezuko, the boy's face was thin and haggard, resembling a dried corpse. As he let out ghostly moans from his mouth, hoarse and weak, he stiffly turned his neck, looking towards the wall of the adjacent room, where the sweet laughter of girls was still echoing, sounding very joyful. At this hour, Nezuko should be fast asleep. How could they still be playing around? This would hinder her growth. Nezuko, you've been led astray. Meanwhile, in another room, some indescribable events were unfolding. After all, Rengoku Huahuazi was just an ordinary human girl. She would feel tired and sleepy, especially after not sleeping for 2 consecutive days. After bathing, she peacefully entered the realm of dreams. At this point, Nezuko was unwilling to let it be. Deep into the night was the active time for demons, and she was bored, constantly pestering Huahuazi to wake her up to play. After tossing and turning beside her for a while, the red-haired girl remained drowsy, showing no signs of waking no matter how much she shook her. Nezuko puffed up her cheeks in frustration, her pupils shrinking to tiny dots, and then with a whoosh, she flung the quilt away. It was well known that Huahuazi didn't like to sleep in clothes, so the night passed without incident, and the red-haired girl was sitting at the dining table early in the morning, enjoying a nutritious meal. A glass of milk, 2 eggs, very ordinary and simple, yet essential for breakfast. Healthy eating was necessary for developing a figure like Huahuazi's. If she ever had children in the future, she would surely impose such strict requirements on them as well. Crack! The door was slammed open, and the boy wearing the boar mask swaggered out, a large puff of white smoke escaping from his nostrils. Inosuke Hashibara, the injuries from yesterday have almost healed. What a shameful recovery speed. He scanned the living room and instantly noticed the red-haired girl tilting her head back to drink milk, a drop of white liquid flowing from her cherry-like lips, slowly soaking into her clothing along her flawless white neck. Inosuke exhaled a hot breath, barbarically spreading his legs as he sat down at the dining table across from her. Awoo, glug glug. In just a few seconds, 4 eggs and 2 glasses of milk were gulped down by the boar, and then he fixed his gaze intently on the red-haired girl. Is this guy trying to provoke me? Huahuazi slowly squinted her eyes, noticing that Inosuke was eating exactly twice as much food as she was, and after finishing, he didn't move at all. She tentatively picked up a sausage, unwrapped it, and gently held it in her mouth. Inosuke, meanwhile, synchronously grabbed a sausage with one hand, took a few bites on both sausages, and coated them with saliva. Huahuazi chuckled lightly and stopped talking. Did this guy think that just by doing the same things as her and doubling the effort, he could become stronger than her? As a gentle, lovely, beautiful, noble, aloof, glamorous, and indulgent girl, she had no need to compete with a rude man over food consumption. She could win, but it wasn't necessary. Burp! The evil dragon roared, and the atmosphere froze for a few seconds. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and she covered her mouth, feeling quite guilty. Sorry for having such a small appetite. Ha! I'm going to become 20 times stronger than you soon. Inosuke laughed wildly, continuously shoving a dozen eggs and several cups of milk into his mouth, making a mess of the dining table. Truly, Inosuke was astonishingly impressive, both in appetite and IQ. If he wanted to become stronger, eating a lot wouldn't help. Huahuazi looked helpless. Charge forward. Hearing the girl's retort, Inosuke shouted proudly, shoving more eggs into his mouth, convinced that she was afraid of being surpassed by him. Speaking of which, Inosuke didn't even peel the eggs, eating them whole along with the shells. Your physical abilities and talents are already excellent, but in terms of breathing techniques and swordsmanship, you're the weakest among the three. Inosuke's expression instantly froze, his eating motion becoming stiff. Was he really worse than those two guys in the house? Worse than those short and clumsy fools? How could that be? All right, if you want to get stronger, just obediently listen to me. Now, bring over that orange juice, and I'll give you some advice on how to become stronger. Seeing that Inosuke had fallen for a trick, Huahuazi proudly raised her head, wearing a smug expression. No matter how wild Inosuke was, he still had to obediently follow her commands. Okay, Mama. Inosuke shouted excitedly. You're dead. The red-haired girl comfortably sipped the orange juice that Inosuke had fetched for her. While the fans were shouting, Pig Mama loves you, she had already become the ultimate mother figure, looking very high status. First, swing your sword 10,000 times every day, steadily getting stronger, and enhancing the power of your sword strikes. This is essential. However, it requires long-term training to be effective. Cramming won't work. But there is a shortcut on top of swinging your sword. Your beast breathing seems to sense the movement of the air, allowing you to predict killing intent in advance, which can be seen as a branch of wind breathing. Forget it. It's too complicated for you to understand. In short, you can think of it this way. If you find yourself in a desperate situation, feel the rhythm of the wind. Perhaps you'll see a glimmer of hope. After hearing the explanation from the red-haired girl, the expression under the wild boar mask was one of confusion. A few seconds later, a huge cloud of white steam erupted from Inosuke's nostrils, swirling in the air. I got it. In short, I just need to swing my sword 10,000 times every day. Inosuke exclaimed happily, running out of the courtyard to practice, feeling like he had successfully learned from her and was extremely proud. In the living room, Huahuazi looked helpless, unsure if he had absorbed the latter part of her advice. It seemed that today was the day for the Tan Spider Mountain mission. P.S. I showed everyone such a big benefit from Huahuazi. Can I get some recommendation votes? Chapter 61. Tan Spider Mountain Swish. 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 The sky was clear with blue skies and white clouds. Saying goodbye to the Wisteria Flower Manor, 3 boys in Demon Slayer Corps uniforms strolled along a rural path. Inosuke, wearing the wild boar mask, kept practicing his sword swings, causing strange expressions from passing pedestrians, and he almost hit someone several times. Tanjiro tightly gripped the straps of the wooden box, feeling much more at ease. Nezuko was finally back with him, even if it was just through the box. Looking back, he couldn't see the red-haired girl's figure anymore, and he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. Right before they set out, Rengoku Huahuazi was called back by Kaneo, leaving her at the Wisteria Flower Manor to receive the upcoming equipment, which is why everyone parted ways. If her barehanded combat ability was that formidable, once she got her hands on the Sunblade, Tanjiro couldn't imagine how terrifying that would be. Caw, what are you 3 doing? Can you walk a bit faster? Stop dawdling, you idiots! The black crow, circling in the sky, kept croaking hoarsely, making the 3 of them simultaneously frown. If Huahuazi were present, she would definitely slap it down to the ground. Despite this, they quickened their pace and sped towards the mission location. By the way, Inosuke, why are you swinging your sword all the time? Zenitsu, following behind, asked with slight confusion. That woman said if I swing my sword 10,000 times every day, I can get stronger. Ha. She must be lying to me, afraid I'll surpass her. I suspect she secretly swings her sword 20,000 times a day to become so strong. So I'm going to swing my sword 40,000 times every day to surpass her quickly. As he spoke, Inosuke put his hands on his hips and laughed maniacally. It seemed Inosuke not only stole Huahuazi's training method, but also perfectly understood her scheme. Truly impressive. Surpass Enmo? Zenitsu's expression was dazed, showing disbelief. Did this wild boar really know what he was talking about? And Tanjiro, don't look at him with such encouragement. It will only make him more inflated. The 3 of them continued to bicker for several hours on the road, and finally arrived at the location as nightfall approached. A cold and eerie mountain range appeared, and even from 100 meters away, an ominous aura surged toward them, emanating a chilling malice. This mountain seemed to be covered by a strange giant hand, obscuring the light, with the sky above darkened as if shrouded in black mist. Feeling the oppressive death energy, Tanjiro's body involuntarily trembled. Just how many people must have died here to produce such a foul stench? Images of the lower moon 6 he encountered with Tamayo surfaced in his mind. The aura of this mountain was very similar to that of the yellow-clothed demon. Here, there was definitely a 12 Kazuki. Not the kind of demon that was removed from the ranks in the drum house, but a genuine, formidable, and evil demon. This is Tan Spider Mountain. A few hours before you arrived here, a team of swordsmen had already entered, but now they have lost contact, which is why your mission itinerary was changed. So that's how it is. Tanjiro nodded. They actually had some grievances about the change in itinerary. However, with that said, there was no time to hesitate. They had to hurry in to rescue them. Before Tanjiro could take action, Inosuke had already dashed into the mountains, laughing heartily as he couldn't wait to test the results of his day of sword training. Among the three, only Zenitsu stayed behind, his expression filled with fear and hesitation. At the Wisteria family house, a cascade of beautiful red hair spilled into the water as a delicate girl with fair, flawless skin gently closed her eyes. Her slender, soft, snow-white legs were crossed in a kneeling position, her whole body submerged in the hot spring. She furrowed her brows tightly, holding her breath and concentrating. As scenes from her battle against the Upper Moon 4, Hanazuki, flashed in her mind. If she were to face it again, would she be able to win, or would she fail once more? She frantically simulated the scene in her mind, constantly considering different battle strategies to gradually increase her chances of victory. Her heart raced, her blood felt hot, and the water in the hot spring began to heat up, with scalding steam continuously billowing out, dyeing the entire bathhouse walls a deep red. After soaking for several hours, a few wisps of fiery breath escaped from the cherry lips of the girl, and she began to feel a heaviness in her chest. The breathing exercises taught by her brother Kyojuro were quite effective, slightly improving her endurance and resilience. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as the girl lightly leaped to the edge of the pool, shaking her beautiful, wet long hair. Her body was obscured by the steam filling the bathhouse. Just perfectly. A familiar whimpering sound came from the side. After half a month apart, the blood crow fluttered into the bathhouse excitedly. Without caring about the hot air, it eagerly dove headfirst into the girl's embrace, sinking into softness, only to be violently bounced back several meters by the terrifying elasticity. Landing on the ground with a bewildered expression, Huahuazi smiled gently, picking up the small blood sparrow and placing it on his chest, softly stroking its feathers. Since the blood sparrow had arrived, it meant that his equipment had been properly prepared again. In the changing room, a brand new black kimono was wrapped in several layers of heat-resistant plastic film, with almost no changes to the previous style. Of course, there was no need to change the style. It was just that the previous set was too severely damaged to be repaired. After all, when the unconscious Huahuazi was delivered to Miss Zhu's place by the blood sparrow, he was almost in a state wrapped in cloth strips. As for the huge Naginata, Hanabi, it was placed on the floor, presenting a fiery crimson color, with its temperature rising sharply, feeling like holding a scorching hot iron in hand. Even a skilled and powerful swordsman like Huahuazi, known as the Purgatory Huahuazi, experienced blade deformation after battle, which could only indicate that the swordsmith's skills were insufficient, rather than being a problem with the swordsman himself. Therefore, it was said that it had been remade by Tetsujihara Tetsu with more precious materials, specially designed to combat the upper moons, and that dozens of swordsmiths had worked together with all their might to create it, ensuring that there would be no more blade deformation, and even enhancing its cutting power at high temperatures. The blood sparrow poked its little head out from the kimono, chirping a few times. I know, I'm heading to Mount J Spider now. Hua Zizi elegantly donned a kimono, tied up her chest, and secured her long red hair with a hairpin, fastening a naginata to her back. What a brave and beautiful female warrior. It inevitably brings to mind the word Gusa. Purgatory Wazizi returns to her peak state. Chapter 62, Arrival at Nada Spider Mountain. Tanjiro, you guys go ahead. Leave this to me, Murata. Several sword lights slashed through the air, and a boy with a middle part in his hair, whose appearance and temperament were quite ordinary, barely managed to evade them, his face turning pale with fear. A few black-clad members, their bodies stiff and moving like marionettes, continuously swung their Nicaran blades at him. The swordsman Murata found himself in an extremely dangerous situation, narrowly escaping decapitation several times. If only his strength could be as reliable as his words. Tanjiro and Inosuke looked at Murata with distrust. Could he really survive until the end? Murata was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps they had just met. It was said that their small team was ambushed as soon as they entered the mountain, and for some reason, everyone suddenly began to kill each other, suffering heavy losses, almost completely wiped out. This was a squad of 20 swordsmen, and in an instant, only Murata was left alone. How should one say it? He was truly a lucky guy. Hurry up, don't worry, I will definitely be fine. Huh, are you ordering me? The boar-headed man suddenly became furious. All right, I understand. Tanjiro immediately pulled the raging Inosuke and dashed deeper into the forest, leaving Murata behind to hold the rear. As they got closer, the bloody smell in the air grew stronger. Swish, 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 swish. After running for a few minutes, several sword lights swiftly slashed from side, slicing through Tanjiro's clothing and creating a deep crimson spark. A girl in a demon slayer uniform, with a single ponytail, looked helpless and wronged, wildly swinging her Nichiren blade, producing waves of tearing air. Tanjiro staggered back a few steps, frowning as he wiped the blood from his arm. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep, or it would have been troublesome. What a fast sword! The closer we get to that demon, the stronger the force controlling the swordsman. Wait, Inosuke, don't use your sword. They are still alive. Seeing Inosuke draw his dual swords, ready to dismember the swordswoman, Tanjiro immediately advised against it. Then what should we do? Inosuke, with his boar mask adorned with a grid pattern, was furious. He had never felt so frustrated, being attacked without being able to strike back. You hold her off. Give me some time to think. Hurry. Tanjiro's face was anxious, sweat pouring down, his mind racing, while Inosuke continuously dodged the girl's attacks, growing increasingly impatient. As the next slash came, he seemed to sense the air's movement in advance, and suddenly crouched to evade it. Huh? Under the boar mask, Inosuke's eyes widened. What was going on? He felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Although the opponent's slashes were fast, they still posed no threat to him. He could easily dodge them with careful observation. However, rather than normal evasion, dodging at the last moment by sensing the air's vibrations and the prickling sensation on his skin felt strangely exhilarating. Suddenly, Inosuke recalled the words of the red-haired girl, "Feel the wind's movement." Swish! While Tanjiro was still in thought, the ponytailed woman's slash came again, rapidly enlarging in Inosuke's vision. In an instant, he shifted his body to evade the slash and turned to strike down with both swords, unleashing a roaring silver blade waterfall. Beast breathing, 10th Fong, initial flame beast slash. Inosuke, no! Tanjiro shouted. Bang! The clash of swords, the sparks flying. A massive impact erupted as Inosuke's spinning dual swords carved out spiral wind scars around him, swirling in the air. The ponytailed woman's Nichiren blade was struck from the side, shattering into 4 pieces like tofu, breaking into tiny shards. Ha, I did it! Did you see? All you have to do is shatter their Nichiren blades. Inosuke joyfully jumped a few times, celebrating with his swords raised. Tanjiro stood beside him, stunned, his expression gradually turning to relief. Damn it, she's no longer useful. Useless trash can only be killed. The pale-skinned, scantily clad, white-haired woman, with her large, blindingly evil features, wore strange patterns on her face that added a touch of beauty, though it would be better if her ferocious expression could soften a bit. Several threads of spider silk extended from her slender, snowy fingers, used to control the bodies of the swordsmen. The closer she got to her true form, the thicker and harder the controlling threads became, and her toys would grow stronger as well. Just as the white-haired demon prepared to manipulate the threads to tear apart all the swordsmen, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged in her heart, and the shadow of death loomed larger. Boom! A violent, blazing flame tore through the night sky as a beautiful woman in a black kimono, her long red hair dancing like the blazing sun, fell from the high sky, crashing into the ground like a meteor, scattering dust everywhere. The white-haired demon turned her head in disbelief, her evil body trembling. How is this possible? How could she approach here without a sound? Did she not notice at all? Although her blood demon art was quite tricky, she knew how fragile her true form was and could never be a match for an ordinary swordsman. Moreover, that lump of flesh on the red-haired girl was a bit excessive, clearly a human swordsman, yet more sinister than her, a demon who had killed countless. Dropped from a height of 100 meters by the blood sparrow, the descent was accompanied by a howling wind, and the hem of her kimono felt particularly refreshing. Purgatory Zizi gently tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ear, her calm smile as gentle as water, her stunning beauty resembling a painting. If your fingers dare to move, I will chop off your hands. If your feet dare to move, I will chop off your legs. If you dare to make a sound, I will tear your mouth apart. If you dare to glare at me, I will poke out your eyes. The girl's ruby lips parted, threatening in a sweet, melodic voice. This is completely contradictory. The white-haired demon was shocked. Her eyes were now fixed on the red-haired girl. Unable to move or glare, what was she supposed to do? Hesitation lasted only a moment before she immediately grinned menacingly. What do you think you are? Hurry up and die. It's your fault for not killing me immediately. Now you have no chance at all, ha! The demon's expression was smug as a massive shadow slowly rose behind the red-haired girl, rippling with bulging muscles like a ferocious beast, emitting an extremely violent aura. This was her strongest toy. The weak power of the female swordsman could not defeat it. The next second, the demon's vision went dark. Her entire face was pressed against the scorching blade of the naginata, instantly turning into charred black soot, releasing the smell of roasting flesh. Shoo! Huahuazi placed his index finger beside his mouth and let out a soft hiss. As for the strongest toy in the mouth of the female ghost, it had already turned into a puddle of minced flesh. Chapter 63, Contrast. Tick-tock. A large amount of cold sweat continuously slid down from the forehead of the spider mother, whose skin had turned a grayish-blue color. She remained motionless, her beautiful face blankly staring at the ground, unable to even tilt her head aside except for blinking. How that red-haired girl managed to do it? With such a frail body, she instantly killed her strongest puppet. Could it be that she is the legendary pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? The pillar-level swordsman is said to possess strength on par with the 12 Kazuki. Even if she is tired, it would still be a tough battle. I'm doomed. She must be standing right behind me now. When will she swing her blade to cut off my neck? The spider mother feared pain. The agony from her burned face was deeply ingrained in her memory, and she never wanted to experience it again. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became, yet she still dared not turn around to see what the red-haired girl was doing, nor did she dare to speak. She remembered the girl's last words, which seemed to have been said a few minutes ago. Sorry, but if there are any casualties while I'm here, I will face considerable trouble, so you're not allowed to move a single finger. This is an order, not a request. After saying that, the girl even reached into her partially opened kimono and felt around, causing the spider mother to tremble violently with intense humiliation and shame, yet she dared not resist. After that, the air continued in silence, with the other party making no further movement, maintaining her stiff posture for a few minutes. The spider mother's pupils contracted sharply as two swordsmen appeared in her line of sight, one with a scar on his forehead and the other wearing a wild boar mask. She turned her head in shock to look behind her, but there was no sign of the red-haired girl. She had already left. Although it was slightly smaller than mine, it was quite cool and comfortable, perfect for playing in the summer. The red-haired girl, carrying a naginata, walked through the deep mountain woods, pulling her hand out from her kimono, clearly comparing something. Huahuazi didn't personally kill the spider mother because she didn't want Tanjiro and the others to notice her arrival, as that would make them relax. Swordsmen can only grow stronger in desperate crises. Just as she said before, she doesn't need 3 burdens. So, she just slightly intimidated the spider mother to prevent her from recklessly killing the demon slayer members she controlled. Oh dear. Huahuazi's breath slightly paused as he quickly hid behind a large tree, immersed in his own sensations and warmth. He didn't notice that he almost crashed into a beautiful girl with long white hair, who was looking flustered and bewildered about 10 meters in front of the tree. Many members of the Demon Slayer Corps had entered the mountains, and this weak and innocent female demon was fleeing from their pursuit. The girl's appearance resembled that of the spider mother by about 80%. Her face looked delicate without any strange patterns, but her figure was too frail. Huahuazi referred to her as Sister Spider. This BTCH had the worst personality among the spider family. Clearly capable of easily killing ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps, she always pretended to be the weak and innocent older sister. A few seconds later, Sister Spider's eyes widened in terror as a boy in a yellow outfit with golden bangs slowly walked out from behind the woods. Their eyes met, and Zenitsu Agatsuma also widened his eyes in horror, his scream stuck in his throat. Looking at Sister Spider's delicate face, his fearful expression gradually faded and transformed into overwhelming joy. I can have this female demon. Ha ha, Sister Demon, I'm coming for you. Zenitsu cheered and jumped forward with a perverted expression, causing Sister Spider to panic and run back, crying out, "Daddy!" Boom! With a heavy crash, a monstrous demon, several times larger than the giant puppet that Hwahuazi had previously killed, descended from the sky, creating a massive pit several meters deep, sending dust flying everywhere. The spider father had a human face and a spider's body, with densely packed green eyeballs and sharp teeth. His muscle hardness was even greater than steel, with an astonishing wingspan. "Anyone who harmed my family will not be spared." Roar. The sound waves surged. A hurricane swept through, and the golden-haired boy was sprayed in the face with saliva, his complexion pale, his body stiffening, turning into a gray and white comic style. This was like a small thug bullying a good woman, only to encounter her mafia father, leaving him speechless with fear. Zenitsu's knees trembled violently, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, almost calling out "Daddy" to the figure before him. "Oomph!" Sister Spider snorted mockingly, and her silhouette quickly vanished into the depths of the forest. In the empty, dark forest, only the enormous spider monster and the golden-haired boy, Zenitsu Agatsuma, remained. Of course, there was also Hwahuazi, who was hiding in the shadows and observing. She thought things were getting more and more interesting. It was truly unexpected that Zenitsu Agatsuma would encounter Spider Father. Strange, where did that guy Tanjiro go? The boy wearing a boar's head walked through the forest, looking around, not knowing why the air around him was becoming increasingly murky. Ever since Tanjiro killed that curvaceous spider demon, the competitive Inosuke had run a bit faster due to his urgent desire to slay demons, leading them to become separated. As Inosuke walked while looking around, he suddenly discovered a strange place, a wooden house hanging in the sky. Surrounding the wooden house were many cocoons bound with spider silk, with several small spiders hanging above. Upon closer inspection, they had spider bodies but completely bald heads. "What the hell?" Inosuke exclaimed in surprise. "These spiders are bald. And it looked like this." Ha ha ha. Just as Inosuke was astonished, several sinister laughs came from behind. He saw a white-haired boy with a human head and spider body floating in the air, surrounded by a dense web of silk. Unlike Spider Father, this guy had a human head, but his body was entirely composed of spider limbs. In terms of grossness, it was equally matched, if not worse. Ha 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 ha. What a careless guy. The poison has already spread throughout your body. The human-headed spider chuckled sinisterly, its pupils slowly constricting, clearly showing Inosuke's bare upper body with several spiders crawling all over it, injecting poison. "In less than an hour, you'll become one of those bald little spiders. Are you happy?" "Huh, what did you say?" Inosuke, furious, bared his teeth and claws. Under the astonished gaze of the human-headed spider, he grabbed a small spider from his body, bit it in half, and swallowed it whole, crunching loudly. Chapter 64. Godspeed. The human-headed spider's two differently colored eyes were about to pop out, staring in disbelief at the boar-headed boy who was chewing on spiders. Inosuke seemed to be eating popcorn, grabbing handfuls of spiders and stuffing them into his mouth, crunching and swallowing them. How many has he eaten? The poison was about to reach lethal levels, yet he still looked completely fine. It tasted terrible, much worse than human food. After getting tired of it, Inosuke shouted and tossed the remaining small spiders to the ground, stomping them into mush. Before heading into the mountains, Inosuke had grown up eating these things daily, and poisonous spiders were considered ordinary. Even those colorful mushrooms were just part of his regular diet. His body had long possessed an extremely terrifying resistance to toxins. While he couldn't claim to be immune to all poisons, this particular toxin was certainly ineffective against him. Charging forward, "RUA. My poison doesn't work on him." The human-headed spider stared wide-eyed at the roaring, boar-headed boy who was diving toward him, his expression cold. He controlled the numerous small human-headed spiders to crawl out from the woods. Unlike the spiders injecting poison, these small human-headed spiders were all transformed from ordinary humans, showcasing the tragic fate of those affected by spider venom. They chattered as they crawled up Inosuke's body, only to be sliced apart by his sharp dual blades. Blood spraying everywhere, emitting tragic howls. Beast breathing, 8th form, explosive charge. Again, with a slash, Inosuke shattered the small spiders, accelerating madly in a charging pose, appearing before the human-headed spider like a burst of sparks, spinning and creating a blade of light. He named the attacking technique Fong, while he referred to the supporting stance as Form, which is why there were many strange technique names mixed into beast breathing. Seeing that the poison was ineffective against the boar-headed boy, the human-headed spider's greatest weapon had failed. Panicking, it used silk to lift its body and rapidly fled towards the wooden house in the sky. The speed at which the silk lifted was astonishingly swift. just barely avoiding this slash and escaping into the air. With a slash that missed, seeing the enemy about to escape, Inosuke let out a deep breath from his boar mask, his body twisting as he swung his other arm upward for a strike. Whoosh! The spreading blade extended out like a whip, creating a rapid afterimage, and the human-headed spider froze in the air, unable to move. Beast breathing, ninth form, extended, twisted eruption. Inosuke's severely dislocated arm dangled, losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground, while the human-headed spider's head plopped down beside him, its expression one of shock. How is this possible? The distance between us was at least 2 meters. Even if his arm span was longer, there's no way he could reach me. It gasped painfully, trying to restore its body. But no matter what, it couldn't feel a trace of remaining vitality, and its unwillingness slowly turned to black ash, blown away by the wind. Ha ha! A few seconds later, Inosuke jumped up from the ground, laughing maniacally. This sword technique could definitely cut through the face of Hikari, so there was no way it couldn't kill a spider bastard. He strained to twist his dislocated arm a few times, quickly returning it to its original state, but it was still swollen and painful, making it somewhat difficult to grip his sword. TCH, did I use too much force? Inosuke clicked his tongue in displeasure, sheathing his serrated blade behind his back and leaving the area with one hand on his sword. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Thunder crackled as the golden-haired boy's rapidly fleeing figure transformed into a flash of lightning. The blade etched with lightning striking fiercely at the neck of Spider Dad. The swift slash cut into the neck, spewing blood, but it failed to sever it completely. Bang! Spider Dad landed a heavy punch in the golden-haired boy's abdomen, the force exploding and sending his body flying several dozen meters. Zenitsu Agatsuma crashed helplessly against a sturdy towering tree, blood slowly oozing from his mouth. At the same time, the tree shook violently, dirty leaves falling like rain, drenching Hikari, who was hiding behind it, in dirt. Roar! Due to the excruciating pain from the cut on his neck. Spider Dad howled in agony, clutching his head as the bulging flesh gradually burst through the skin, undergoing a transformation like shedding skin. In an instant, its entire body expanded again, its already hideous face growing more spider-like eyes, and its countless sharp teeth dripping with saliva. The terrifying aura was enough to make anyone tremble. Almost on par with the crow mother that Hikari faced when he first started, easily capable of taking down ordinary demon slayer swordsmen with a single punch, like whack-a-mole. Possessing combat power second only to the 12 Kizuki. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. The golden-haired boy slid down from the tree, crouching down with his knees bent, once again assuming a sword-drawing posture. Useless hiding in the back, Hikari shook his head helplessly. No matter how many times this move was repeated, if the power wasn't enough, it was all in vain. Whether Zenitsu used a 6-fold or 8-fold strike next, it was merely to compensate for the stiffness after the move and could not enhance the power of the slash itself. With the current purity of his swordsmanship, he couldn't cut through the opponent's skin. Boom! Thunder roared, and the exploding lightning halted in front of Spider Dad. Zenitsu's Nichiren blade struck as if hitting rock, leaving not even a shallow mark. The tiger's mouth of his hands cracked open, blood gushing out, and his breathing became somewhat rapid as he staggered back several steps. His face pale. All right, that should be enough for now. Huahuazi gently placed a hand on Huahua, ready to intervene in the battle, but suddenly let it drop again. His red moon-shaped eyebrows slightly raised, his expression a bit puzzled. It seems it's not needed. My wife Zenitsu has truly given her a huge surprise. The air around the golden-haired boy began to tremble violently, electric light flickering in his eyes, and a terrifying, thunderous breathing echoed continuously, his aura having undergone a tremendous transformation. The air was filled with surging electric arcs shaped like thunder snakes, the surrounding airflow in a chaotic frenzy, the entire dark forest illuminated by blazing light. At this moment, the golden-haired boy resembled a deity controlling thunder, slowly raising his head from an overwhelming stance. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Boom! The swinging blade light was like a bright, falling thunderbolt, erupting with earth-shattering force, causing Huahuazi and Spider Dad to simultaneously close their eyes. In the next second, a resounding thunder struck and the violent airflow vanished in an instant. Zenitsu collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face smeared with snot, producing heavy, snoring sounds. Has his body reached its limit? Huahuazi stared blankly for a moment, letting out a helpless sigh. Chapter 65. Lower Moon 5 Roar. The spider monster howled, the sweeping sound waves causing the nearby forest to rustle, splattering saliva that arced down in a parabolic curve, pattering onto the sleeping, golden-haired boy. The thick, putrid, stringy saliva resembled a large puddle of white mud, causing Huahuazi's face to twitch madly. At this moment, Zenitsu had already fainted, while the terrifying shadow, resembling a beast, slowly moved in front of him, a single thick arm exceeding the weight of a human body. The massive arm pressed down on the boy's head, effortlessly lifting his frail body. Crack! The sound of flesh separating echoed, a perfect line of blood slowly appearing on the spider monster's arm, circling around, neatly sliding off completely. Howl! Saliva sprayed wildly, and with a painful scream, the spider monster looked back at its severed arm. A blazing ring of fire slowly spiraled, and a red-haired girl wielding a naginata elegantly spun around, leaving a trail of flames 360 degrees around her. The black kimono was imprinted with fiery patterns, and her large heart and coiled long hair gave off a sense of mature authority, contrasting sharply with her youthful face. Because her hair would fall to the ground when let down, Huahuazi usually styled it with a wisteria hairpin to prevent enemies from cutting it during battle, as they had with her parents. After being slashed, the spider monster suddenly lost the ability to regenerate its body, the burning sensation at the severed part lingering. It took several steps back in pain, its densely packed, spider-like pupils spinning wildly, incredulously gazing at the girl's weapon. Not only was the blazing red blade searing hot, but even the handle of the naginata held by the girl was stained crimson, as if touching it would peel off a layer of skin. Even more bizarrely, although the girl's body was so small and delicate, the image in the spider monster's pupils resembled a giant volcano about to erupt, the air filled with scalding, boiling heat, making breathing incredibly difficult. The strongest creature the spider monster had ever encountered was its own son, Lower Moon 5 among the 12 Kazuki, whose mere gaze instilled a heart-stopping sense of oppression and terrifying malice. However, the red-haired girl standing before him at this moment resembled a humanoid walking volcano, her violent flames seeming ready to burn everything to ashes, completely overpowering any of the lower moons among the 12 Kazuki. So hot, so burning, so terrifying. I want to escape. In a state of confusion, driven solely by the instinct to protect its family, Spider Dad surprisingly felt the urge to turn and flee. In a deeper part of the Spider Mountain, a white-haired boy dressed in a kimono turned around in shock to look back at the forest illuminated by the blazing fire. His white hair rolled like a spider's limbs, and his delicate face bore the mark of Lower Moon 5. He was the master of Spider Mountain. Rue? What is this? Rue furrowed his brow, feeling the unsettling pressure that made him uncomfortable. What are you looking at? Taking advantage of the moment, the boy turned. Tanjiro Kamado unleashed a wave of water, slashing down while simultaneously calling out to warn him. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. The waves flowed, and several strikes landed on the dazed, white-haired boy's body, producing sounds like steel clashing, numbing Tanjiro's hands. The slash was ineffective. Tanjiro suddenly jumped back several meters, his hand trembling as he gripped his sword, his expression extremely grave. So hard, although not as hard as the previous Lower Moon 6. What is this terrifying aura? He hadn't even taken it seriously yet. Tanjiro quickly understood why the drum demon in the drum house had been eliminated from the 12 Kazuki. Compared to the Lower Moon 6 and 5 he had encountered in recent days, Rue's strength was far inferior. Rue slowly turned his head, his expression calm as he stared at the out-of-breath, flushed boy in front of him. Humans are truly pathetic creatures. They become so weak from just intense exercise, giving him a sense of DJVU that is quite unpleasant. Haven't you given up yet? The white-haired boy's voice was hoarse, his hands twisting the spider silk into a woven flower rope, suddenly exploding outward. Without any time to react, the hard and sharp white spider silk wove into a net, rapidly enlarging in Tanjiro's eyes, the scent of death causing his breath to halt. Swish, 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 swish. The spider silk swept across, tearing through with several bloody marks, and at the critical moment, a cute girl with long black hair stood in front of Tanjiro. Nezuko's face showed some pain. Her clothes torn, her body covered in blood marks, her wounds slowly healing. You two are siblings? So what if we are? For some reason, Rue's voice trembled, and Tanjiro, holding the injured girl, shouted angrily. Injured to protect family. Is this what blood ties mean? I want it so badly. Rue's face flushed crimson, screaming like a girl. Huh? Inasuk, high temperature boiling. Fire wa Z casually swung a knife, violently severing Spider Dad's head. The raging flames sent the entire head flying into the sky. Blood splattered everywhere, and the headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. The enormous and terrifying monster seemed like a fragile toy in front of the petite girl. Killing is indeed the fastest way to gain strength, if she can survive this. The next time she encounters an enemy of similar strength, it will almost certainly be a one-sided victory. A year ago, to protect her purity and reputation, Fire-Z racked her brain to find a way to defeat that 8-headed crow. Although she ultimately failed to keep it, she burned her kimono on the spot and made an embarrassing naked run in front of a large crowd. Looking at the current situation, it was much easier. With just a gentle stroke of her knife, the enemy's corpse was divided. Watching Spider Dad's body gradually turn to ashes, Fire-Z turned her head suspiciously towards the densely malevolent depths of the forest. With such intense malice, could Tanjiro and Nezuko have already engaged with Lower Moon 5? I wonder if Nezuko, enhanced by her blood, can help Tanjiro defeat the 12 Kizuki. Moreover, it seems that other presences have mixed in. One is unfamiliar, and the other should be the familiar insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. As for the other one, is it that water Hashira guy? P.S. Collecting techniques for the 11th form of flame breathing. Detailed descriptions can be posted in this thread. Chapter 66. The mistaken Fire-Z. The moonlight is truly beautiful. A girl with short, dark purple curly hair adorned with a butterfly hairpin, draped in a beautiful haori resembling butterfly wings. Looked like a doll with her incredibly slender and petite figure. Shinobu Kocho smiled as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Since they entered the mountain, she had felt the boiling temperature rising, indicating that Fire-Z had already made her move. The overwhelming momentum, flowing down from the mountaintop like a volcano, made the surrounding air scorching hot, and the higher they went, the harder it became to breathe. No wonder she is called the Flame Demon. It is said that once she enters a battle state, everything around her will be burned to ash. As for the other individual, a cold man with black hair draped in a bright red coat, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. It was Water Hashira Tomioka, a disciple of the former Water Hashira alongside Tanjiro Kamado, had also witnessed the bond between Tanjiro and Nezuko. After Tanjiro's family was slaughtered by Muzan, he introduced him to the Water Hashira. So cold, can't you relax a bit since you finally came out? Mr. Tomioka, Shinobu Kocho turned around, hands behind her back, her voice slightly playful. Tomioka remained silent, slightly turning his head away. Although Fire-Z is hailed as the strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps, she is still just a Mizunoto, and it is impossible for her to neglect the missing members just because she is present. Thus, the Demon Slayer Corps decided to dispatch 2 Hashira-level swordsmen once again to rush for support. Inosuke will arrive soon, so don't waste time. Let us clean up the aftermath quickly. After leaving those words, Tomioka vanished with a whoosh, leaving a shockwave in his wake. As always, a serious and boring man. Internally mocking him, Shinobu Kocho smiled gently on the surface and quickly followed suit, disappearing in an instant like a shadow. I really want that kind of bond. Can you be my family? Looking at the black-haired girl with a face full of hatred, Rue showed no awareness at all, eagerly reaching out his hands towards her. Nezuko, with a bamboo stick in her mouth, furrowed her brows, veins popping as she glared fiercely, tilting her head in confusion. What is he saying? It's so hard to understand. How about it? Become my sister, because we are both demons. There's no need to coexist with humans. Nezuko is my sister, and the bond you speak of is entirely false. That kind of relationship isn't family. Tanjiro shouted in anger, raising his sword to protect Nezuko. What did you say? Rue's body began to tremble, his eyes glaring at the audacious boy, bloodthirsty killing intent uncontrollably spilling out, a terrifying pressure lingering around. As Lower Moon 5 of the 12 Kizuki, his power is beyond what these ordinary swordsmen can comprehend. If you want family so much, I can reluctantly be your mother. Who? Hearing such a close and unfamiliar female voice, the white-haired boy looked around in surprise. The surrounding forest was empty. Then, he saw a scene through Tanjiro's widened eyes, and his whole body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. A red-haired girl in a kimono was pressed closely against his back, less than a centimeter away. Yet he had not noticed at all. Swish! Rue jumped back several meters, his face serious, as he stared at the girl holding a naginata. Her long hair was as red as boiling blood, as if it were on fire. Upon seeing Fire-Z appear, Tanjiro stood dazed for a moment, his tense feelings relaxing. Since it was her, He should be able to deal with this demon. Are you joking? You are a human. How can you be family with a demon? Rue mocked sarcastically, as if looking down on the other for lacking common sense, not even understanding simple questions like 1-1. Haven't you ever heard that saying? The bond between humans and demons is not over. Firewazi began to speak nonsense seriously. The earlier boy was right. The bond you speak of is entirely false. Family cannot be denied for such shallow reasons as different species. As her voice fell, seeing Rue's violently trembling body and face, Firewazi spun around with delight, twirling the fireworks in her hand. Her posture relaxed. As a pure bystander, I must say, she makes a lot of sense. The opponent has lost. Shut up, what do you know? Rue's body shook with anger, his pitch-black eyes turning blood red. And for a moment, he became incoherent. Of course I understand. I have a father and a mother, biological ones, unlike you. An orphan who recognizes random strangers as parents. He. Huahuazi let out a laugh, covering her mouth with both hands and giggling disdainfully, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Without a doubt, she had directly ignited the anger of the white-haired boy across from her. The boy's face twisted in rage, and the strands of web around him twisted wildly, transforming into blood-red steel wires that surged forth like a flood. Blood demon art, killing eye cage. The threads in his hands twisted into a deep crimson color, spinning rapidly to form a massive net that descended from above, encircling and trapping the girl completely. The razor-sharp blood-red threads could cut through gold and stone. Just a slight brush would result in a bloody mess, let alone on the delicate, snow-white skin of the girl. A single, forceful strike through her body would surely make her whimper and beg for mercy. Swish, swish, swish. The densely packed threads intertwined and constricted like a fishing net, enveloping Huahuazi, binding her tightly and crazily cutting into her clothes. Wah, 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 wah. Huahuazi writhed on the ground, truly in pain and begging for mercy. Tanjiro, hurry and save me. He's too strong. I'm no match for him. She had initially thought it would be a one-sided battle, but while she guessed the situation correctly, she had guessed the opponent wrong. Seeing the red-haired girl, who had lost all ability to resist and was crying out for help, Tanjiro, after a brief moment of shock, made a quick decision. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. His drawn long sword resembled a winding wave, creating ripples of water that easily sliced through the fishing net of threads, freeing the girl. Unfortunately, the careless Huahuazi had already fainted from the pain. It seemed that Tanjiro and Nezuko would have to fight on their own from here on out. However, his exhausted gaze remained fixed on the unconscious red-haired girl, revealing a puzzled expression, feeling utterly bewildered. With such a weak and powerless sword, it was impossible for her to pierce his threads. Clearly, at the moment the boy struck the web, the power that erupted from within had torn the threads apart. What was her true intention? Chapter 67, Dance of the Fire God. So what if it's the 5th moon? I must protect Lady Rengoku and Nezuko and rescue the other demon slayer swordsman. With a resolute heart, Tanjiro charged headlong into the white-haired spider boy, plunging himself into the dense web of spiders. Water breathing, 3rd form flowing dance. Faced with the sharp threads sweeping towards him, Tanjiro's body transformed as if into a swiftly moving stream of water, leaving behind several afterimages as he darted through the webbing. Finally arriving in front of Rue, seeing the childlike face of his opponent, the boy felt no hesitation. He gripped his sword with both hands and struck down with all his might. Crack! The rushing water surged, and the gleaming blade of the Nichiren sword swiftly sliced into Rue's pale neck. Then with a crack, it split in two. Tanjiro's pupils slowly contracted. The fragments of the broken Nichiren sword flew through the sky, and the boy's hands trembled, nearly unable to hold the hilt. Rue's expression twisted in rage, his form remaining motionless. This strike hadn't even broken his skin, only leaving a very faint white mark. His slender palms gradually transformed into deep crimson claws, and he punched Tanjiro fiercely in the abdomen, unleashing a massive shockwave. Boom! Tanjiro spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a cannonball, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth. How could this be? The Nichiren sword had actually broken. How could his neck be this hard? Tanjiro struggled to rise, seeing Rue's neck now deep red like blood, a sliver of despair creeping into his heart. With only half of the sword blade left, how could he possibly win from here? Meanwhile, Rue cast a wary glance at the unconscious red-haired girl beside him, feeling a nagging suspicion that she might be plotting something. Was she planning to ambush him while he was careless? But playing dead was too foolish. Such acting could not fool even a demon. Boom! The next moment, a black-haired girl, bamboo in her mouth, descended from above, delivering a flying kick to the side of the white-haired spider demon, creating a massive commotion, successfully ambushing him. With a sound like a cannon's explosion, Ruei's neck twisted inexplicably, beginning to tear uncontrollably. With a snap, his head was suddenly severed, rolling on the ground like a soccer ball. What is going on? Tanjiro's expression gradually turned foolish. Nezuko's kick had actually knocked off the opponent's head. When did Nezuko become this strong? At that moment, Ruei's expression was one of utter shock. He had been ambushed, but not by the red-haired girl, rather by the girl who was about to become family. To harm family, it was unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Ruei glared with a twisted expression at the innocent-looking Nezuko, his entire pale body turning crimson, as if a layer of domineering armor had enveloped him. The threads pulled his head back up swiftly, and in an instant they reattached successfully, his body and head fusing together. The blood-red threads rippled across his surface. The terrifying stench of blood rising to the heavens, dyeing the pitch-black night a bloody red, with murderous intent boiling over. Not knowing how many lives it had consumed to achieve such strength, Tanjiro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his expression filled with rage as he stared at Ruei, who had now fully transformed into blood-red. Blood demon art. Marking line rotation. Let us dismember him. The white-haired, red-skinned spider demon's hands intertwined, and the densely packed threads converged into a swirling, blood-colored wave, suddenly pushing towards Nezuko. Due to the distortion in the air, the red vortex appeared slow, but in reality, it was fast beyond the capability to react. The rapidly spinning blood-red vortex magnified in his vision. Nezuko looked bewildered, caught off guard. Bang! At the critical moment, the half-blade of the sword collided with the edge of the threads, keeping the red vortex at bay. Tanjiro continuously crouched, spinning and dodging, rotating in circles, wielding the sword like a roaring water dragon. Water-breathing, 10th form, constant flow. The most ferocious and powerful form in water-breathing, swirling like a tempestuous water dragon. The more times it spun, the stronger the slash became. However, how could the speed of his sword strike compare to the speed of the rotating threads? After only 4 or 5 consecutive blocks, Tanjiro felt as if he had thrust his hand into a 10-speed fan, an unstoppable force threatening to shred him apart. The blood-red vortex kept spinning and pushing, and as Tanjiro's strength waned, he finally lost control and let go of his sword. His face filled with despair as he faced the overwhelming threads. It felt as if a century had passed, yet the blood-red vortex still had not reached him. Memories, dense and vivid, floated in the boy's eyes, like a revolving lantern. His father, Tanjiro Kamado, who was clearly very weak, could hardly engage in vigorous activity. Yet he and his wife had given birth to 6 children. Cough, cough. More importantly, he could dance the ritual dance for the fire god, the dance of the fire god. Even the bitter cold of winter, wearing thin clothing. Tanjiro finally realized that it seemed from that time on, his father had been teaching him the way of breathing continuously. The dance of the god of fire is not a sword technique, but a dance. Just as he was about to be strangled by the blood-colored vortex, Tanjiro's vacant eyes regained clarity, and he tightened his grip on the blade once again. At the same time, the red-haired girl who had been unconscious nearby gradually released the fireworks in her hands. The mist exhaled from the boy's mouth, ignited fiercely, transforming into an incredibly hot flame, flowing intensely. The dance of the god of fire. Crimson sun mirror. Whoosh! The side-sweeping arc slash resembled a round mirror, with scorching flames swirling around, shattering the terrifying blood-colored vortex in a single strike. Although he was born into the family of the god of fire, he had learned the most gentle techniques of water-breathing. He remembered that his master, Sakanji Urokadaki, had once said he was not suited for water-breathing. With a single slash, Tanjiro's figure suddenly accelerated, rushing swiftly towards the white-haired spider demon. The strongest technique was countered, and the white-haired spider boy gritted his teeth, his hands playing like a piano, dense blood-colored threads wrapping around the surroundings tightly. Whoosh! Just as he was about to be split by the blood threads, Tanjiro's figure seemed to vanish like a bubble, as if it had evaporated into thin air. In a moment of shock, Tanjiro had somehow crouched beneath him, executing an upward spinning arc slash from his blind spot, striking heavily on his jaw with the searing flames. God of Fire Kagura, illusory, sun, rainbow, boom. The flame erupted, swirling like the sun's halo, and with a 360-degree slash, it severed the neck of the lower fifth, sending it soaring into the sky. Chapter 68, Jute Tomioka. No matter who it is, the bond between Nezuko and me cannot be severed. The boy swung his Nichiren blade, engulfed in roaring flames. Resembling a blazing sword, the flames boiled, and the upward slash drew out a 360-degree arc of fire, cleanly severing the neck of lower 5. As the head was tossed high into the air, Tanjiro weakly collapsed to the ground. After continuously using high-level slashes and switching his breathing, his breath had reached its limit, and the airflow in his chest felt like it was about to explode. The dance of the fire god, this breathing technique was taught to him by his father, mainly reflected in the movements of the fire god dance, and is essentially not a sword technique. He had never thought that the dance of the fire god would have similarities with the sword-style breathing, even being able to slay enemies and demons. Tanjiro lay on the ground, breathing heavily and intermittently, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement in his heart, having defeated the lower fifth, and protected Nezuko and Miss Rengoku. Suddenly, a thick, bloody malice spread from behind, the killing intent not dissipating, but becoming even more intense. Tanjiro could hardly believe it. His eyes widened as he struggled to turn his head back, only to see a pair of pale ankles. The white-haired spider demon, whose head had been cut off, actually stood up again. It was truly annoying. I want to kill all of you. Rue reattached his head back onto his neck, which had already been knocked off for the second time. His face twisted to the extreme, just as the opponent's flaming blade was about to sever his neck. He first manipulated the threads to cut off his own head, thus escaping a disaster. His gaze quickly scanned around, the boy lying on the ground, the black-haired female demon standing beside him, and Rue's blood-red eyes slowly contracting. The previous red-haired woman was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Whoosh, whoosh. His gaze turned back continuously, but still found no one. A cold sweat slowly dripped down Rue's forehead, blinking in disbelief. Could it be that she ran away in the chaos? How is that possible? I've been keeping an eye on that woman. If I hadn't been so cautious, I wouldn't have been decapitated by this boy in front of me. Just as the white-haired spider demon quickly checked all around, the red-haired girl holding a naginata appeared behind Rue like a flickering candle shadow, her form ethereal and elusive. Breath of flame, third form, candle. Huahuazi took a calm breath, leisurely sweeping her blade in a horizontal slash. The fiery flowers she wielded swiftly, drawing a ring of flames that folded back. As the slash concluded, she gently flicked the blood off her naginata and then tenderly hung it at the floral cord on her back. If she accidentally tore the cord behind her clothes with the blade, she would be left running naked. Rue, still on high alert, suddenly stiffened, his eyes wide with shock as he could no longer feel any sensation in his other body parts. A burnt smell wafted through the air, and moments later, a ring of burn marks slowly appeared around his neck, remaining intact while his flesh gradually turned to black ash. Once his body completely vanished, his head dropped off, landing with a thud on the ground. From the perspective looking up, Rue finally realized that he was dead. It turned out that the opponent's slash was so skillful that it hadn't decapitated him, but had lingered at his neck for a while. From the very beginning, this standoff was a farce. The disparity in their combat power was simply too great. What a boring bond. Watching his head drop to the ground while still staring at him, Huahuazi sneered. She didn't hate demons. She just particularly disliked Rue for being willful and enjoying playing house. Thank you. With one last word of gratitude, Rue's head slowly turned to nothingness, dissipating into the air. Before dying, he recalled memories from his life, so he no longer held any resentment and did not long for the boring bond spoken of by the girl, leaving the world in a quiet and ordinary manner. Lower Moon 5 death. After Upper Moon 6 and New Lower Moon 6, another member of the 12 Kizuki fell at the hands of Huahuazi. Surely, upon returning to the Demon Slayer Corps, her reputation would reach unprecedented heights. Clap, clap. Seconds after the battle ended, footsteps gradually approached from behind, revealing a black-haired man in a bright red coat, his expression cold as he scanned the battlefield. His gaze lingered for a moment on Tanjiro Kamado and Nezuko Kamado, and the man appeared momentarily stunned before quickly crossing past the red-haired girl to stand beside them. Then, he turned to face the red-haired girl, unexpectedly emanating a slight hostility in a protective stance. Tenjin Yuzui, this was Huahuazi's first encounter with this man, and she curiously observed him. The Water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, this subtle hostility truly made one eager to try. Perhaps in terms of momentum, he could rank among the top 5 in the Demon Slayer Corps, but Huahuazi was more eager to battle with her brother or the Wind Hashira. Tenjin Yuzi clearly recognized Tanjiro and Nezuko, mistakenly believing that Huahuazi was responsible for their current state. Who are you? That person. Tanjiro also recognized Tenjin Yuzui. He wanted to call out the man's name, but was momentarily at a loss for words, as he had no idea who he was. This man had a significant debt of gratitude to both of them, and had introduced himself under the previous Water Hashira. But Tanjiro never knew who he truly was, and hadn't he heard his master mention him. Can you still move? Take your sister and run. Tenjin Yuzui slightly turned and quietly urged. Huh? Don't hesitate, run. Huh? The sudden command left Tanjiro bewildered, his eyes widening as he saw a purple illusionary light swiftly approaching from the front. Crash! The sound of blades clashing echoed, and a beautifully patterned butterfly haori-clad girl, her petite figure resembling a dancing butterfly, spun elegantly as she fell to the ground. Shinobu Kocho slid next to Huahuazi, her expression slightly somber. Mr. Tenjin, what are you doing? The sword she had aimed at Nezuko had been blocked by Tenjin Yuzui. Run! Hearing the command again, Tanjiro wasted no time and grabbed Nezuko. Sprinting away, he realized that the woman who had just appeared harbored absolute murderous intent towards Nezuko. They wore the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. Did they intend to kill Nezuko, who was a demon? What to do? What to do now? Wait, Miss Rengoku is also here. Why should I run? Nevertheless, Tanjiro's injuries surged through his body, causing him excruciating pain, and he could only endure it and run forward. Whoosh! A black figure swooped down from the sky, delivering a powerful kick to Tanjiro's back, sending him stumbling and crashing to the ground, causing Nezuko to tumble from his arms. A beautiful girl with black hair tied in a single ponytail, wearing a pinkish-white haori, Kane Kocho, expressionless, drew her sword towards them. Chapter 69. Sunrise. The night was bright, and the moonlight flowed like water. A man and a woman were pressed closely together, maintaining an awkward position without moving. Water Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, had trapped Shinobu Kocho's arm and head in his embrace, restraining her body so that she could not forcefully break free. The delicate features of the girl were marked with a grid of lines, her expression gloomy, and her small face twisted in anger. Mr. Tenjin, what are you doing? Not a word. I finally understand why you were disliked by everyone. Shinobu Kocho forcibly held back her anger, forcing a gentle smile. I am not disliked. Tenjin Yuzui's expression remained unchanged. Ah, my apologies. It seems you are still unaware that you are disliked. Should I not mention it? However, you did severely attack Miss Rengoku during the Hashira meeting last year, claiming that a murderer who disregards the safety of civilians does not deserve to be a Hashira. Now you are violating the core rules yourself. This is a great opportunity for retaliation, she hinted, glancing at Huahuazi, who was in a daze. Seeing the close proximity of the two, the innocent red-haired girl seemed to be greatly shocked, standing still like a puppet. I didn't say it was that serious. Tenjin Yuzui's expression slightly changed, warily watching Huahuazi's direction. He had heard that this woman often spent the entire day at the Butterfly Mansion when nothing was happening, indicating a close relationship with the insect Hashira, and the situation was beginning to look grim. I've already heard it from my brother. Huahuazi's shocked expression gradually returned to calm. She slowly drew the fireware from her back and spun it around a few times with one hand, flames swirling around her. In contrast, upon seeing the girl draw her weapon, both Butterfly Shinobu and Ju Tomioka's expressions stiffened simultaneously. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Butterfly Shinobu's forehead, and she immediately changed her words. Wait, Huahuazi, you should go after that demon. All right, I understand. Huahuazi obediently nodded, dragging her naginata along the ground, producing a harsh, raspy noise as her figure gradually disappeared into the woods. She felt extremely satisfied with her performance at that moment, not revealing a hint of her relationship with Tanjiro and Nezuko, and not violating any team rules. This way, during the Hashira meeting, everyone's focus would be on Ju Tomioka. Poor Ju Tomioka, who had spoken ill of Rengoku Huahuazi during the last Hashira meeting, was unaware that he was about to face the output of all the Hashira in this meeting. Sigh, when will this mutual killing end? Watching Rengoku Huahuazi leave, the two of them simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't she attack me? Ju Tomioka asked with a puzzled expression. I was afraid she would really kill you. So, I hope you can explain the situation well. About 2 years ago, were you looking for trouble? Hearing Ju Tomioka's seemingly nostalgic tone, Shinobu Kocho's gentle expression twisted again, and she suddenly regretted her decision to let Huahuazi leave, as she watched the human boy and the female demon fall at the same time. Kanawo Kurihara expressionlessly raised her Nichiren blade. Why would a fellow swordsman protect that demon? There was no need to think about the reason. She just needed to kill all the evil demons in the world. Rengoku Huahuazi. Seeing the urgent situation, Tanjiro quickly thought of Huahuazi's name, and the black-haired girl immediately froze in place, slowly turning her head in surprise to look at the boy who had spoken such bold words. Realizing that this name actually worked, Tanjiro not only marveled at his own cleverness, but also recalled that this girl seemed to have appeared with Huahuazi during the final selection. Huahuazi is here too. Kanawo slightly crouched down, her tone gentle, her voice possessing a comforting quality. Yes, we are friends with Huahuazi. After Tanjiro insisted on finishing, he fainted, leaving Kanawo with a confused expression, hesitating in place. What should I do now? After staring blankly for a while, Kanawo looked strangely at the black-haired female demon lying on the ground, only to see her smiling face tilt slightly, seemingly greeting her. The girl's cheeks gradually flushed, her heart racing like a deer. Could this be the feeling of infatuation? Caw, order, the black-haired female demon with a bamboo in her mouth, Nezuko Kamadu, and the boy wearing the sun ear ornaments, Tanjiro Kamadu, quickly bring them back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Caw, order. The black-haired female demon with a bamboo in her mouth, Nezuko Kamadu, and the boy wearing the sun ear ornaments, Tanjiro Kamadu, quickly bring them back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The circling black crows cawed loudly in the sky, and Kanawo finally knew what to do. She picked up the smaller Nezuko and stuffed her into the wooden box behind Tanjiro, as the sky was about to brighten and demons couldn't stay outside. Don't run. I can't. At the foot of Mount Spider, two hoarse, dirty, high-pitched voices shouted loudly, as a white-haired female demon in a kimono, with an exquisite face, ran in panic, frail, helpless, and pitiful. Behind the female demon, a freak wearing a wild boar head and a blushing blonde pervert chased after her, pursuing her all the way to the foot of the mountain. After waking up, Zenitsu Agatsuma happened to encounter Inosuke Hashibara, who was chasing the female demon, and naturally decided to protect this beautiful demon, stepping onto the path of pursuit. How could this happen? They even died. Even the 12 Kizuki lost. These lonely wild demons gathered due to false bonds had no place to hide and faced the relentless pursuit of the Demon Slayer Corps day and night. Ultimately, the entire spider family was wiped out, leaving only herself alive, facing the chase of two perverts. Oh no! The next moment, the female demon suddenly stopped, her face filled with terror as she looked at the gradually rising dawn light in the sky. Looking around, she was shocked to find that in her single-minded escape, she had actually run to the flat area at the foot of the mountain with no cover. The sun was about to rise, and behind her were two demon slayer swordsmen. It's over, I'm done. With an extremely unwilling roar, the white-haired female demon was scorched by the blazing sun, rolling on the ground in pain. Soon, her body gradually turned into charred ash, blown away by the wind. The foot of Mount Spider, annihilated. Chapter 70. Nine Hashira wake up. Hey, how long are you going to sleep? Hey. A disoriented body was shaken left and right, and Tanjiro Kamadu opened his eyes in confusion, only to see a black-clad person wearing a mask angrily glaring at him. Judging by the style of the clothing, it seemed to be from the Demon Slayer Corps infiltration unit. Could it be that he was safe now? He looked around in confusion. Currently in a courtyard filled with the sounds of birds and flowers, with a clear stream and several strangely dressed, fearsome swordsmen. Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Miss Rengoku. Where did everyone go? The boy felt somewhat helpless as he tried to stand up, but was firmly held down by the masked man, his weak and painful body unable to exert any strength. What do you want to do? This is in front of the Hashira. I advise you not to seek your own death. The black-clad man whispered urgently in the boy's ear, and Tanjiro gradually regained his composure, nervously looking at the few swordsmen. Hashira, referring to the Hashira swordsmen, it seemed he had heard Miss Rengoku mention them. They were the strongest swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, the mainstay, all super strong individuals who had killed Lower Moon demons. Protecting demons is a clear violation of team rules and should be beheaded along with the demons. A young man with shoulder-length gold and red hair, thick eyebrows that gave him a heroic appearance, and a flame-patterned haori, shouted loudly, his red and yellow eyes making it impossible to understand his emotions. The deafening voice instantly attracted Tanjiro's gaze, and he stared blankly at this man, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. And the flames on his haori also seemed familiar. This man was none other than Kyojuro Rengoku, the eldest son of the Rengoku family, and the current Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ah, what a pitiful child. Let us quickly end his miserable life. With pale, lifeless eyes, a giant in monk's clothing was weeping profusely, spinning prayer beads in his hands as if praying. Yes, it would be magnificent to chop off his neck, blood splattering beautifully. Compared to the blind monk's calmness, another voice seemed a bit frivolous. A tall, handsome silver-haired man tied a headscarf adorned with jewels, painted with a plum blossom pattern at the corners of his eyes, and was wrapped in 2 bandaged blades behind his back. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, the culprit for sending Hoa Huazi to the Flower District. Not good. Tanjiro gradually felt a sense of crisis. Although he wasn't quite sure what they were talking about, it was clear they were exuding hostility towards him. In addition to these 3 strange men, there were also 3 other women silently standing aside, without speaking. Puyo, the girl with cherry pink braids and a tall figure, had a flushed face. She opened her chest slightly and shivered a few times. Tanjiro swallowed hard and moved his gaze away from her. Next was the beautiful woman draped in a butterfly-patterned haori, staring expressionlessly at the scenery beside her, silent. She was the woman who had tried to attack Nezuko at Mount Natagamo, and the situation seemed to be getting more dangerous. As for the last person, a handsome young man with light, ink-colored long hair, judging by the flat chest, he should be a man. Tanjiro took a few seconds to realize. Compared to that, how would Tenjin deal with this? Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention upwards, where a black-haired man with heterochromia, dressed in a black and white striped uniform, perched on a tree branch, a slender white snake resting on his shoulder. He wasn't even tied up. It gave me a headache. According to what the butterfly said, Tenjin had also violated the team regulations, right? Say something, Tenjin. Following the direction the man pointed, Tanjiro's eyes gradually widened, finally feeling the excitement of seeing a familiar person. A man in a red coat stood silently to the side. And it was all because of him that he had implicated Mr. Tenjin. That was probably around 2 years ago. Wait. Seeing Tenjin, Yu starting to speak again, Shinobu immediately changed the topic, looking gently at Tanjiro. I want to hear this boy explain for himself. Nezuko is your sister, right? But she's a demon. Don't you have the awareness as a demon slayer? No, that's not it. Nezuko became a demon 2 years ago, and during this time, she has never eaten a human and can fight alongside me to protect humanity. Finally managing to explain, Tanjiro hurriedly said it all in one breath, then bowed his head and began to cough violently. The crowd was dumbfounded, the shocked Hashira at a loss for words, even losing their ability to speak. Look at this poor child. Has he been beaten silly by a demon? The things he said probably wouldn't even be believed by demons. Ha ha ha, what did you just say? At that moment, a hoarse, maniacal laugh came from the side. A silver-haired man covered in scars walked in from outside the courtyard, holding a wooden box containing Nezuko. Just by looking at his appearance, one could tell he was an extremely violent and dangerous person, exuding a fierce killing intent. Mr. Iguro, please do not act on your own. You are also violating team regulations. Shinobu's expression darkened as she slowly stood up, coldly staring at the man. Kid, what were you just saying? Ignoring Shinobu completely, the white-haired man fixed his fierce gaze on Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground. A demon can fight alongside a demon slayer to protect humanity? Ha, idiot, that's impossible. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the white-haired man laughed maniacally, drawing his Nichiren blade and violently stabbing it into the wooden box. Swish! A red shadow flashed past, and the man called Iguro, after swinging his blade once, found himself empty-handed. The wooden box he was holding had vanished. His pupils widened in disbelief as he turned to the side, where a woman in a kimono with fiery red long hair was dragging the wooden box with one hand, seemingly having snatched it from Iguro in that instant. This woman, carrying a gigantic naginata on her back, is Kaneo, the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Tanjiro looked surprised at Rengoku, and Tungin's tense expression gradually became subtle. Then he pretended to observe nonchalantly. No one expected that the first to break the deadlock would be this woman. Of course, no one would question her qualifications to stand here as the strongest swordsman who had killed an upper moon demon in a century. Why is it you? Are you protecting this demon? The white-haired man's whole body trembled violently, disbelief etched on his face and his voice hoarse. Because I want to. Rengoku narrowed her eyes and smirked. Chapter 71. Wind Pillar. Confrontation. Born into the Rengoku family of Flame Hashira, she trained in swordsmanship from a young age. And at just 15 years old, she joined the Demon Slayer Corps and within less than 2 months, killed the Upper Moon Six, breaking the century-long sequence of Upper Moons. Such a legendary existence, Yet in front of all the Hashira-level swordsmen, she acted to protect a demon. At this moment, the white-haired man was trembling all over, struggling to accept the current reality. You are the only one who cannot do this. However, even if it's you, I absolutely will not agree. After a while, the shocked gaze of the white-haired man slowly regained its calm, and he gripped his sword tightly, radiating intense hostility towards the red-haired girl in front of him. Huahuazi squinted his eyes slightly, gently drawing out the fireworks hanging on his back, moving in a free-spirited manner as he danced several circles, leaving behind swirling traces of flames, like an arm movement. Bushi Chuan, Huahuazi, stop! Butterfly Shinobu angrily shouted as the tense atmosphere suggested that a fight was about to break out. Rengoku, say something too. Kanroji Mitsuri whispered helplessly to the Flame Hashira beside her. Clearly, they were his comrades and younger sister, yet the two were about to fight. And this guy was just grinning. Ha 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 ha! Rengoku Kyojuro not only didn't dissuade them, but instead laughed heartily, wearing an expression as if he were watching a show. As one of the oldest Hashira swordsmen of the current generation, the Flame Hashira was at the top of the Demon Slayer Corps in both strength and relationships. Even the Love Hashira was someone he had promoted. The relationships among the Hashira swordsmen were generally not very good, but no one disliked Rengoku Kyojuro, who was bold, powerful, and upright. The Wind Hashira and Huahuazi, such a magnificent battle must not be missed. Before Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, could finish his sentence. He felt the scornful gazes from everyone, and his voice grew weaker, prompting him to close his mouth. Mr. Yuzui, please don't stir up trouble casually. This is not a joke. Butterfly Shinobu scolded angrily. Sorry. The Sound Hashira lowered his head, feeling discriminated against. The Lord has arrived. Just as Bushi Chuan and Huahuazi stepped forward simultaneously, a cold female voice came from the side. Two white-haired girls with identical straight bangs walked out from the courtyard, followed by a gentle and beautiful woman resembling a white birch fairy, supporting a weak black-haired man into the sunlight. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Lord, with a series of rustling sounds, all the Hashira swordsmen quickly knelt on one knee, and Tanjiro was also pressed down by the snake Hashira, who jumped down from the tree. The red-haired girl squatted down in a pretentious manner, her gaze sweeping over the curvaceous figure of the white-haired woman. Is this the wife of the Lord? I'm in love. Wait a minute. Huahuazi's mind turned, and her gaze shifted to the two white-haired twins. They seemed to be the sisters of those two from the final selection assessment of the Demon Slayer Corps, which meant their family was actually quadruplets. 3 white-haired women and 1 black-haired man. Would these 3 women grow up to resemble their mother? If so, wouldn't that mean they were 3 equal parts of a bride? 3 fairy beauties? However, no matter how much Huahuazi fantasized, she couldn't conceive what these 2 girls would look like when they grew up, as their current youthful faces were simply too plain. Clearly close to her age. Couldn't their figures be a bit more mature? I heard you all arguing about the female, Ghost Nezuko, earlier. Rengoku Huahuazi, may I ask what you think? The red-haired girl, lost in her thoughts, suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. To her surprise, Ubuyashiki Yoya called her out directly. Huahuazi looked up at the black-haired man. The scar on his cheek seemed like a curse, making his originally handsome features appear hideous. Yet, his soft voice carried a strange charm that was refreshing to hear. I've spent some time with Nezuko and Tanjiro, and I know what kind of people they are. However, what I say may not hold much credibility. Why don't we let the Water Hashira start from the story 2 years ago and explain it in detail? When she first spoke to the Lord, Huahuazi felt no nervousness at all and even pushed the trouble onto the watching Tomioka-ju. Since Nezuko has already been protected, there was no need to show off anymore. As she noticed everyone's gaze shifting towards him, Tomioka-ju felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his turbulent inner feelings were far from the calm exterior he presented. All right, here is a letter sent by the former Water Hashira. I would like to read it to everyone. Ubuyashiki Yoya handed the envelope in his arms to the nearby white-haired girl, who opened it and read in a flat voice without any fluctuation. After the girl finished reading the letter, tears slowly flowed from Tanjiro's eyes, who was pinned to the ground by the snake Hashira. The gist of the letter was, if Nezuko eats a human, former Water Hashira Sakanji Urokadaki and current Water Hashira Tomioka-ju will commit seppuku. Everyone fell silent, with only the Wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi gritting his teeth, still unwilling to accept it. The white robe he wore had the word kill prominently inscribed on it, embodying the belief of exterminating all evil demons without leaving a single one. What good is seppuku? Once she eats a human, There's no turning back. That's right. And I think Ju's life has no value. The snake Hashira took the opportunity to agree, while also insulting the person he hated the most. Tomioka Ju was speechless. Sanemi, I remember you said during the last Hashira meeting that if Rengoku Huahuazi accidentally killed a civilian, she should be expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps regardless of her merits. Then this Demon Slayer Corps has no reason to exist, whether it's demons or humans. The sin of killing is the same. Why can't we be a little more lenient towards Nezuko? Moreover, she hasn't committed any wrongdoing yet, and it is a fact that she fights alongside her brother Tanjiro. Upon hearing Ubuyashikiyoya's voice, the white-haired punk knelt on the ground, his face visibly turning red, and cold sweat broke out all over him. Just moments ago, he had been in a tense standoff with Rengoku Huahuazi, but suddenly being told that he had once licked her was such an embarrassing situation. As expected, when Shinazugawa raised his trembling head, he saw the red-haired girl smiling broadly with a haha. So you said good things about me, you little lapdog? Expression. Yes, I understand. Shinazugawa Sanemi hid his inner shame and replied stiffly with respect. Because of Huahuazi's interference, the trial for Tanjiro and Nezuko ended surprisingly quickly, and the incessant chatter of the wind Hashira ceased. P.S. Why was the last chapter's comments all about the release? However, it will indeed be released this Friday. The plot is stuck in the Mugen Train arc. Also, actually, the longer the word count, the worse it is for the release. The readership will become sparse, so 130,000 to 150,000 words is about the right amount for release. Chapter 72, Water Splash Game. The courtyard was serene with the sound of birds and blooming flowers, and the emerald-colored bamboo was lush with delicate morning dew on the leaves. Winter had just passed, and the Demon Slayer Corps had gone through a brief adjustment period. They were about to start a series of ongoing missions again. In the outer courtyard of the mansion, a beautiful red-haired girl in a pitch-black vacuum kimono knelt gracefully on the floor, gently polishing the long naginata in her arms. The standard kimono, beautifully adorned with red lotus flames, bore the character for armor. In just a year since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Rengoku Huahuazi had already risen to the highest rank, just below the Hashira-level swordsman. Although she did not hold a Hashira position, titles such as the Uncrowned Queen and the strongest swordsman circulated within the Demon Slayer Corps. Bang, bang, bang. As noon approached, a rapid sound of footsteps came from inside the house. A golden red-haired man draped in a white flame-patterned robe emerged from the building, a bright red Nichiren blade hanging at his waist. Looking up at the bright sun and clear sky, Rengoku Kyojuro stretched lazily, his arms reaching out to loosen his muscles. Are you going out on a mission? Huahuazi glanced over slightly. Yes, I heard another squad was wiped out, and there were civilian casualties. The 12 Kazuki may have already appeared. We can't sit idly by. Please be careful on the way. How rare to be so gentle. It's not like you. Kyojuro paused in his steps, glancing at Huahuazi with a puzzled expression, feeling as if he was losing years off his life. Go on. After his brother left, Huahuazi sighed with worry. It seemed this mission was indeed for the third upper moon. Even though she had already defeated the sixth upper moon, she still felt an unparalleled sense of pressure when facing the fourth upper moon, not to mention the higher-ranked upper three. It was basically impossible for a Hashira-level swordsman to win in a one-on-one duel. Additionally, a month after the incident at Mount Natagamo, 2 squads of the Demon Slayer Corps had encountered complete annihilation, suffering heavy casualties. One was the location Kyojuro was heading to, and the details were still unclear. The second was the squad of my master Zenitsu's senior, Kaigaku. According to the sole surviving swordsman's account, Kaigaku had turned into a demon and slaughtered the other members. However, this incident had not spread yet, as Huahuazi suppressed it to prevent ordinary swordsmen from knowing. It was just the right time to visit the Butterfly Mansion and see how they were training. After finishing her polishing, Huahuazi hung the refreshed Hanabi on her back, stood up, and leaped several times, her figure quickly disappearing into the mansion. Demon Slayer Corps, Butterfly Mansion. Swish, 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 swish. With arms intertwined and as swift as the wind, the 2 figures seated across from each other at the tea table stretched out their arms to snatch the teacups. There were a dozen teacups placed on the table, and as long as one picked up any of them and splashed the tea on the opponent, it counted as a victory. This training game was highly effective for the recovery of physical functions, maintaining efficient concentration and breathing, and enhancing reactions. Kanake Ka and Tandra Kamadu were intensely competing to grab the teacups, while also having to hold down each other's cup lids. Their competition was evenly matched, leaving the onlookers in awe. This was a swordsman who had completely mastered the total concentration breathing technique, with a reaction speed beyond that of ordinary people. Snap! Seizing the moment, Tanjiro executed a feint that tricked Kana, then lifted the cup. With that, Tanjiro claimed victory, 10-10. The girl with black twin tails, Aoi Kanzaki, announced loudly. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. After just a few seconds of sparring, they were already drenched in sweat, panting continuously. It was unusual for them to exert themselves this much. Could it be because they were taking this so seriously? As Tanjiro pondered this, he was startled by the red-haired girl standing beside Zenitsu Agatsuma. Kyojuro Rengoku's sister, Hinaki Rengoku, had silently joined the Butterfly Mansion's logistics staff to watch the match. Kana nodded respectfully and then stepped aside. Inosuke Hashibara was practicing total concentration breathing at the Butterfly Mansion. He had been sent to train with the Wind Hashira a few days ago by Rengoku. His fighting style and swordsmanship were very similar to Shinazugawa Sanemi's, so he should gain a lot of insights. It's amusing to think that even though the two were almost at each other's throats during the Hashira meeting, afterward it seemed like nothing had happened, and Shinazugawa welcomed Inosuke very happily. Miss Rengoku, you came just in time. Come play the teacup splashing game with me, Tanjiro eagerly asked, having heard from Shinobu about Rengoku's achievements and why she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hashira-level swordsman. He couldn't wait to experience the level of such a powerful swordsman. Shut up. Do you know who this lady is? She is the only swordsman in 100 years to have slain an upper moon demon, Aoi Kanzaki said seriously, but the next moment, she suddenly went blank as she saw the elegantly poised red-haired girl sitting across from Tanjiro. In battle, Hinaki Rengoku resembled a flame demon, fierce and terrifying, with a momentum like a rainbow in scorching heat. Yet in daily life, she was beloved by all, well-mannered, gentle and cute, noble and aloof, mature and voluptuous, dignified and elegant, radiating charm and allure, a red-haired beauty without any flaws. All the positive adjectives in the world would fit her without any sense of incongruity. At the same time, no one would associate her image with strength. She seemed like a delicate vase, powerless. All right, since Lady Rengoku agrees, I'll count to 3 and then we start. With Aoi Kanzaki's voice echoing, Tanjiro sat up attentively, readying his stance in advance. Huahuazi placed his hands on his thighs. His expression relaxed, and his pink lips curled into a gentle smile. 3, 2, 1, start. Splash. Just as he began to say the word start, Tanjiro suddenly went dark in front of his eyes and was drenched in tea. In an instant, more than a dozen cups of tea tilted and flew out, and the splashing water converged into a river, soaking Tanjiro completely. The boy's expression stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, while several little girls in charge of treating his injuries quickly wiped the water off his body. Huazi stood up with a smile and turned to walk towards my wife, Zenitsu, who was standing aside, dumbfounded. He didn't even see the trajectory of the girl's arm moving. In the blink of an eye, it was as if time had stopped, and all the cups of water spilled everywhere. Come out. I have something to discuss with you. As Huazi brushed past the blond boy, he whispered a voice as faint as a mosquito's near his ear. Huh? Watching the red-haired girl leave the Butterfly Mansion first, Zenitsu blinked, looking somewhat bewildered. How did things suddenly turn to him? Chapter 73. Infinity Train leaning against the window. Tanjiro Kamado looked in astonishment at a man and a woman walking slowly into the small woods. Zenitsu and Rengoku. Did they have something important to discuss? Not just him, but Kanawa, too, was watching the woods intently. However, within 2 minutes, the two emerged from the woods and returned to the Butterfly Mansion. The originally silly expression on the blond boy's face turned extremely serious, his body trembling, fists clenched tightly, seemingly filled with rage. Kanawa, please train me, he shouted loudly as soon as he returned to the Butterfly Mansion. Huh? What? Kanawa gasped, incredulously covering her mouth, her cheeks flushed. Train? What do you mean by training? In the next moment, Zenitsu, who usually had a very negative attitude towards physical recovery, surprisingly took the initiative to sit at the tea table with a serious expression. Kanawa then realized he wanted to play a water-splashing game, not to train his endurance in the small woods. The black-haired girl awkwardly coughed twice, sitting opposite the blond boy with an extremely unnatural expression. Of course, she couldn't be blamed for thinking that way. After all, Huazi was quite flirtatious. Strange. Tanjiro furrowed his brows, observing the newly energized blond boy. What did Huazi say to make Zenitsu work so hard? Zenitsu's senior brother, Kaigaku, the successor of the thunder-breathing, had voluntarily fallen into becoming a demon, slaughtering fellow swordsmen and numerous innocent civilians. Once this news spreads, the former Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, would undoubtedly commit seppuku to atone for his sins. This is something every trainer must mentally prepare for. Once a disciple becomes a man-eater, their master, who raised them, cannot escape the blame. Do you know? That guy Kaigaku deliberately left survivors just to send back the news of his transformation into a demon. It's a provocation and a declaration of war. He doesn't care about your Master-S life at all. Currently, only a few Hashira-level swordsmen know about this, but it could be kept under wraps for only a few months or half a year, and it might even become known to the whole team tomorrow. There is no time left. You must quickly become stronger than your senior brother, surpass him, and kill him to keep this matter hidden forever. As long as he is alive, your master is always in danger. The words of Rengoku echoed in Zenitsu's ears as his expression turned extremely grim, appearing somewhat fearsome and sinister. Not to mention the few frightened girls from the Butterfly Mansion. Even Tanjiro momentarily didn't know how to speak, and the atmosphere fell silent. 3, 2, 1, start. With the voice of the twin-tailed girl, Aoi Kanzaki, Zenitsu's arm moved like a flash of lightning, grabbing the teacup with a crackle. Splash! When he realized it, he had already been splashed in the face by Kanawo sitting opposite him. Even the fastest thunder breathing couldn't compete with a swordsman who mastered all forms of breathing. Please do it again. The blonde boy wiped his face and requested without losing heart. Zenitsu sincerely thanked Huazi for giving him the chance to save his Master-S life. So this time, he absolutely wouldn't run away. This positive state left the few people around him astonished, completely unable to believe that this was still the same half-witted Zenitsu from before. Miss Rengoku, what did you say to him? Tanjiro, still dumbfounded, slowly regained his composure and quietly asked the red-haired girl beside him. Huazi stood with his arms crossed, a calm smile on his face, showing no emotion at all. It seemed that this question was inconvenient to answer. Tanjiro thought for a moment and asked again. By the way, Miss Rengoku, I heard that your family has been passing down the breath of flame for generations. Have you ever heard of the dance of the fire god? Or the breath of fire? During the battle on Mount Spider, just before dying, Tanjiro recalled the fire dance and breathing techniques his father had taught him. The Kagura dance passed down through the Kamadu family is a dance offered to pray for peace to the fire god, consisting of 12 forms. Tanjiro discovered that he could transform it into a sword technique to defeat enemies through breathing, but his father had long passed away, and there was no way for him to uncover the truth. Hearing Tanjiro's explanation, Huazi pretended to shake her head. The breath of flame is just the breath of flame, one of the 5 basic breaths derived from the original breath of the sun. And I have never heard of the dance of the fire god. However, perhaps your family's dance has some connection to the breath of the sun? Oh, Tanjiro responded in confusion, turning to look at Zenitsu, who was playing a water-splashing game. Even Miss Rengoku doesn't know about the dance of the fire god. Could it really only be traced back to the breath of the sun from hundreds of years ago? What exactly is the identity of his father and family? They are clearly not swordsmen, yet they have passed down the dance and breathing techniques of the fire god for generations. Ha ha ha, this lord has returned, charging in like a bull. A boisterous laughter came from outside the Butterfly Mansion as a man with a muscular upper body and a wild boar headpiece burst in. After training for half a month with the wind pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, his physique seemed even stronger and more agile, almost like a real beast. Inosuke, great, you're back alive. Seeing Inosuke safe and sound, Tanjiro and Zenitsu excitedly surrounded him, and the 3 began chattering away. The gloom on the blonde boy's face vanished in an instant, as if he had returned to his usual self. That wind pillar is incredibly fierce and terrifying. I didn't expect you to come back without a scratch. Tanjiro circled around Inosuke, curiously pinching him a few times. Ah, what are you talking about? Brother Shinazugawa is super nice, and his strength is incredible. From Inosuke's surprised voice, one could tell how astonished his expression was beneath the boar mask. Huh? Tanjiro looked confused. In just half a month, how did that terrifying silver-haired man become Inosuke's brother? The wind pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, despite his fierce and volatile appearance and personality, is the most hate-filled swordsman against demons in the entire Demon Slayer Corps. He greatly admires Rengoku Kyojuro, who killed an upper moon demon, but he would also fiercely confront a girl at the pillar meeting due to his steadfast beliefs. Unexpectedly, he also has his own unique methods in teaching his disciples. All right, since Inosuke is back and your injuries have mostly healed, it's time to go on a mission. Huazi smiled and clapped his hands, gently proposing. Nezuko has been hiding her half-demon transformation and blood demon art until now. Tanjiro has mastered total concentration breathing, and Inosuke has become stronger after training. Produce. Zenitsu's desire to quickly slay his senior brother. The four of them can already be put to preliminary use. So the next mission is The Infinity Train, end of Volume 1. Is anyone still reading this book? It's about to go on the shelves, and I'm feeling very anxious right now. The data for this book is quite ordinary. Unfortunately, I actually wanted to go on the shelves last week, but the plot hadn't reached an important point, so I could only delay for another week. It feels like the recommendation votes are getting lower, and not many people are following the reading. The comments have also decreased. Plus, with several exams recently, the update status has become very poor. It should be going on the shelves on Friday, but after looking at today's recommendation votes, there are only 100. Even if it hasn't gone on the shelves yet, I can't see the subscription numbers. I still feel that the performance of this book is gradually declining. Every day after class, I immediately sit in front of the computer to write, often feeling overwhelmed and not finishing writing before the next class. I really don't want to work hard for 2 months, only to give up on updating because of exams and the timing of the shelf release. I just messed up an accounting exam, and all exams and assignments at American universities count towards the final grade, which will affect graduation. So, I hope everyone who sees this chapter can cast a recommendation vote to support me. There will be one last free chapter later today, and then it will be paid tomorrow. Chapter 74. Reunion. A week after Inosuke Sayuri's return, Zenitsu successfully mastered total concentration breathing, and the three of them became significantly stronger. The Demon Slayer Corps finally issued the latest mission. The three swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, Inosuke Sayuri, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Tanjiro Kamado, will take the nearest infinity train to meet with the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, who had already gone to the mission site a week ago. Rengoku Huahuazi, standing by, waited for their arrival. After bidding farewell to the red-haired girl, who was both a teacher and a friend, the three of them embarked on a new journey. Beep, beep, beep. The sky turned dark, and a huge black iron box moved rapidly, emitting a screeching sound as it braked, stopping in front of the three of them and kicking up a cloud of dust. Except for Zenitsu, Tanjiro and Inosuke were dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the steaming black monster in front of them. Incredible! They've never seen such a powerful creature before, given its length and oppressive presence. It must be the king of the mountains ruling this area. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Inosuke's forehead as his body trembled. Don't panic, I'll take the lead. Just follow me. We should still have a chance. Wait, Inosuke, don't be too eager to attack. It might actually be the guardian spirit of this land. Tanjiro explained with a serious expression. This is a steam train, Zenitsu said, looking speechless. In the next moment, before they could react, Inosuke charged forward with all his might and crashed headfirst into the black carriage. Charge! Stop fooling around, this is embarrassing. Zenitsu screamed as he quickly grabbed Inosuke and Tanjiro, dragging them away from the scene as security began to notice them. They ran from the station center to the front of the train, spending half the day finally shaking off the station security. Zenitsu, panting and leaning on his knees, said, I knew it would turn out like this, 2 country bumpkins. The Demon Slayer Corps did not have official recognition, and, technically, they shouldn't flaunt their Nicarin swords in public. They would only be seen as dangerous individuals. This big thing is the Infinity Train? According to the note brought by the Crow, as long as we board this thing, we can meet Mr. Rengoku. He should already be on the train. After stopping to catch his breath, Tanjiro carefully reread the mission note. The three exchanged glances, all looking puzzled. The Flame Hashira set off here a week ago. Why hasn't he arrived at the mission site yet? Mr. Rengoku's older brother should be even stronger than him. Inosuke suddenly exclaimed, raising his fists in excitement. That's hard to say. After all, Miss Rengoku has slain the strongest upper-rank swordsman, so her status is on par with the Hashira level. Zenitsu waved his hand listlessly. Beep. Just as they were chatting, the black train emitted a piercing sound, and the front slowly began to move along the tracks, about to leave the station. The three immediately panicked and chased after it, jumping onto the narrow compartment at the back of the black train just in the nick of time. The night was deep, the moonlight bright, and the howling cold wind rushed towards them, wildly blowing their clothes. With a huge wooden box on his back, Tanjiro Kamado looked calm. After enduring the torment of losing his entire family, he had become a swordsman alongside his sister, who had turned into a demon, and had finally reached this point, meeting new friends and growing stronger. One day, he would kill Muzan Kabutsuji to avenge his family, and find a way for Nezuko to walk in the sunlight again. At this moment, nearly 100 meters away at the front of the train, there appeared a shadow poised on top of the train, enjoying the howling cold wind. This infinity train was racing towards the unknown direction. So delicious, it's so good. In the last carriage, a heroic man draped in a white flowing haori with golden shoulder-length hair praised loudly, with boxes of food stacked beside him. Salt-grilled sea bream with sweet potato rice is so delicious that it's hard to stop. The Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, is rumored to have an appetite that even surpasses the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji. Rather than being a Flame Hashira, this man is more like a foodie. Guests, don't just stand there. Please take your seats quickly. Hearing a familiar voice, the three turned in shock to see a girl in a specially designed black tight uniform smiling at them. The fitted black uniform accentuated the red-haired girl's voluptuous figure. Plump yet not lacking in grace, soft yet full. Rengoku Huahuazi, a 15-year-old train attendant. Nosebleed gushing, Zenitsu collapsed into his seat, fainting from excitement. Sure. Just as Tanjiro was about to call out Huahuazi's name, he was suddenly pulled down by the golden-haired boy beside him, who then made a quiet gesture. Aside from Kyojuro Rengoku, even the Demon Slayer Corps didn't know that Huahuazi had quietly blended into the infinity train ahead of them. The third upper moon would soon arrive here, and if they wanted to avoid this calamity, it would be best to advise their brother to abandon this mission. However, not only Kyojuro Rengoku, but even Huahuazi herself would not evade, which is why she didn't inform anyone. Facing demons in battle is the way of the swordsman. One can die in battle but cannot avoid it. This is the belief instilled by the Rengoku family. After seating the three, Huahuazi continued to serve other passengers. Overwhelmed with many strange requests. Mr. Rengoku, why did you set off a week ago, and now you're back at the starting point? Tanjiro placed the wooden box by his feet and curiously asked. Hearing this, Rengoku Kyojuro leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, and his expression became somewhat serious. Well, actually, I've been on this train for several days now. We've gone in circles, yet still have not uncovered any clues. Recently, over 40 people have gone missing on this train, and the swordsmen sent by the organization to investigate have also vanished without a trace. That's why it's my turn to step in as one of the Hashira. Wait, Inosuke, who had been unconscious, suddenly sat up with a terrified expression and screamed. I thought we were heading to mission location, but it turns out this train is haunted. I want to get off. Can I get off? No. With a loud thud, a giant cup of beverage was slammed onto the dining table in front of them. The waitress, dressed in a tight uniform and with long red hair, had a gentle and kind expression. Inosuke obediently sat back down, his eyes glistening with innocent tears, completely devoid of the earlier vengeful spirit. About 10 minutes after the train started moving, a gloomy-looking man in black slowly walked into the carriage. P.S. The next chapter is a paid one, to be released on Friday at 11:30 a.m. Please support it. Remarks on going live. It's time to go live again. I've been writing for nearly 3 years without achieving any remarkable results, and most of my earnings have been spent on games. In the end, it's just a remark, which can't change the final outcome. So let us just chat casually. First, the performance of this book is quite average. Various statistics before going live indicated that it wouldn't soar to great heights. And whether it can surpass the performance of my previous work, based on Honkai Impact 3, is still uncertain. I feel like no matter how I write, I'm stuck in place. After all, not being able to break through previous achievements is very painful. I feel like I've wasted a year without any progress. Although my author account shows only 2 books, this is actually my 5th book published on this platform, and it's the one I feel the worst about. The most tedious and boring, written during my busiest study period. I was often so exhausted that I felt dizzy, staying up late to finish homework and then write novels. So the quality of each chapter fluctuated, and the update speed couldn't keep up. Now, moving on from the lamenting part, what I want to say is that when it goes live tomorrow, there should be at least 5 updates totaling 10,000 words. If the performance is better than I expected, I will continue to add more updates, writing as my mood allows. Alright, that is all for now. I've left my fate regarding this book as performance to chance. I have exams this week, and no time to sit in front of the computer watching for results. Finally, to all readers, please make sure to read this. Important one. For readers who have followed my previous works and are fans of all my creations, please be sure to subscribe to the first chapter tomorrow morning, regardless of whether you will read it immediately or not. 2. For readers who absolutely love this novel and must read it as soon as it updates, please be sure to subscribe to the first chapter. 3. For fans of mine who find this book boring compared to my previous ones and don't want to subscribe, I suggest subscribing to the first chapter as an investment in the future. For readers who think this book is good but want to wait for more updates, I suggest subscribing to the first chapter first. Because performance is the motivation for writing. The better the performance, the faster I will update. Perhaps your simple click can speed up the updates. 5. For readers who only read free chapters or feel this book isn't worth subscribing to, I suggest just subscribing to the first chapter as a final keepsake. Let's part on good terms without regrets. 6. Lastly, if you've read all of the above but think subscribing doesn't matter because so many people are reading anyway and it won't affect the final performance of this book, if you're the one holding your phone and smiling foolishly, then I guessed right. Please subscribe. Tomorrow, Friday at 11:30 a.m., the next chapter will be released. Don't forget. Tomorrow, Friday at 11:30 a.m., the next chapter will be released. Don't forget. Tomorrow, Friday at 11:30 a.m., the next chapter will be released. Don't forget. Chapter 75, Infinite Dream Train. Seeking first subscription. Oh wow, that guy runs so fast. I want to jump down and race him to see who runs faster. There should be a limit to foolishness. Inosuke's high-pitched voice rang out, desperately pulling on Zenitsu, who was trying to jump out of the window, as the two of them chattered noisily in their seats. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Rengoku Kyojuro were relatively quiet, intermittently discussing matters related to the dance of the Fire God and the Demon Slayer Corps. At some point, all the other passengers on the train had fallen into a deep sleep, and an unusual smell filled the air. With a swish, the carriage door opened, and a gaunt, gloomy-looking train attendant in black walked in, swaying unsteadily as if he were drunk. Please let me see your tickets. He staggered over to a few people, his voice somewhat hoarse. All right. One by one, they handed their tickets to the man, who examined them expressionlessly before nodding. Your tickets are confirmed. After finishing the checks, the attendant was about to turn and leave when he was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder by the yellow-haired man with shoulder-length hair. The flame cloak danced as Kyojuro Rengoku stood up with a serious expression, gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand, blocking the train conductor behind him. It's very dangerous here. Please step back. With the screams of passengers behind them, Tanjiro and the others turned in shock to see a fearsome giant demon crouching at the end of the carriage. The muscular demon's face seemed like a patchwork of countless organs. Its crouched position nearly touched the ceiling of the train, exuding an extremely bloody, killing intent. At that moment, Kyojuro Rengoku's goldfish-like eyes slowly widened, and his stiff facial expression became somewhat eerie, as if he were grinning. To have managed to sneak past my senses and come here. It must be due to blood demon art. Its aura is quite difficult to detect, but since it dares to show its fangs to innocent people, this bright red Nichiren blade will turn you to ash. Boom! His figure vanished, like a falling rainbow, as surging flames engulfed the entire carriage. In the blink of an eye, the man in the flame cloak stepped over the demon, his long sword already sheathed. Breath of flame, first form, unknowing fire. Kyojuro Rengoku's expression was calm as he slowly exhaled a hot breath, the blood of the demon behind him splattering wildly, its head soaring into the sky. The blazing flames were swift, a single strike beheading it. Though the man lacked the violent flamboyance of Rengoku's sword techniques, he exhibited a pleasing and pure strength. There was not a single unnecessary movement. Every inch of bone and flesh was honed to perfection, the combat aura woven tightly. This was the strength of the Flame Hashira. Kyojuro Rengoku. So strong. Big Brother Rengoku is amazing. His swordsmanship is simply unmatched in the world. Please take me as your disciple, Tanjiro said, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. No problem. I will definitely train you to be an excellent swordsman. Rengoku's voice was passionate. And me. Witnessing the Flame Hashira's overwhelming strength, Zenitsu and Inosuke also worshipped him, cheering loudly. All right, I'll protect you from now on. Rengoku welcomed them all. Nearby, a beautiful red-haired girl in a tight black uniform covered her mouth and smiled with satisfaction. What a reliable big brother. I still have a long way to go. Unbeknownst to them, all the passengers on the train had already fallen asleep, with a guy wearing a boar mask snoring on top of the blonde boy. A man with golden red shoulder-length hair leaned against Tanjiro's shoulder, mumbling indistinctly in his sleep. All right, I'll protect you from now on. As for the new service attendant on the train, the girl with red long hair was defenselessly lying on the ground, fast asleep, her long, slender legs crossed, and her raised bottom was quite ungraceful. The girl's serene sleeping face bore a hint of sweetness, as if dreaming of something beautiful. Suddenly, with a clatter, the carriage door opened, and several younger-looking human boys and girls entered, their faces tense and anxious. They moved very cautiously, afraid of waking the sleeping passengers. Don't be too hasty. Wait until they are in a deep sleep before making a move. After all, those sharp-sensed demon slayers can be awakened by the demon's aura and killing intent, so you mustn't touch them. A sickly male voice echoed in their ears, and the group of human boys and girls nodded gravely. They approached the 5 members of the Demon Slayer Corps, with the youngest braided girl responsible for the sleeping red-haired woman. Speaking of which, this woman is really stupid. She snuck onto the train the day before the journey. Does she really think everyone else is an idiot? The braided girl scoffed disdainfully. What a big-chested, brainless vase. With someone like her, they can't achieve happiness. Shut up and don't cause trouble. The older girl chided softly, pulling out a piece of rope to tie her wrist to the boar-headed boys. This boar looks like a brainless fool. I should be able to complete the task quickly and then enjoy a life in my dreams. The braided girl pouted in dissatisfaction, reluctantly tying her wrist to the flame-wielding boys. It's because of such a pretty woman that my dad abandoned my sick mother and young self to run away. I hate these kinds of shallow temptresses. Smiling so seductively. Let's see how I ruin your beautiful dreams. The girl huffed angrily, sitting down on a nearby train seat and closing her eyes to sleep. The night deepened as the infinity train traveled through the endless wilderness. Standing at the front of the train was a frail-looking man in an elegant black suit, his face flushed with a sickly hue, lost in ecstasy as he stretched his arms wide. Even the strongest swordsman is meaningless. The original drive of humanity comes from the spirit. As long as I completely destroy the core of their spirit in the dream, dealing with the remaining walking corpses will be effortless. The hearts of humans are as fragile as glassware. A light touch will shatter them. After killing them, I'll obtain more blood from Yuzen-sama, and then I can challenge those high-ranking upper moons. As the words fell, a black-haired man with a face full of veins suddenly widened his eyes, one of his pupils engraved with the words next. Lower Moon 1 Dream. Chapter 76. Flame Wielder's Dream. A familiar, ornately decorated bedroom came into view, where a young man with golden red shoulder-length hair, Kyojuro Rengoku, sat kneeling in his father's room with a dazed expression. He momentarily forgot why he had come here, then realized he was there to report that he had been promoted to Hashira. The middle-aged man, with a weary face and a laid-back demeanor, lay in bed, not even glancing at him. So what if you became a Hashira? So boring. Do whatever you want. Neither I nor you can change anything. Hearing his father's words, Kyojuro's expression darkened slightly, his clenched fists slowly relaxing as he left the room without a word. When did that warm-hearted, gentle father turn into this? Did Mother's death destroy his will? Stepping outside, the young blonde boy and the red-haired girl were secretly observing. Chichiro, Hanako. Kyojuro smiled gently, walking over to pat his younger brother's head, but felt a hint of confusion towards his pure and lovely little sister at that moment. Was Hanako really like this in his memory? It felt oddly out of place. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen her in many years. So, did father seem happy? Chichiro asked expectantly. Not at all. Huh? Chichiro was immediately stunned. Even though Big Brother became a Hashira, did it still not change anything in their father's eyes? He said it didn't matter, but my enthusiasm won't fade because of that. And the fire in my heart won't be extinguished either. Nothing can make me fall into despair. That old man's opinion was never important, right? Kyojuro's impassioned speech was interrupted by the red-haired little girl beside him, who was impatiently rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking quite disdainful. Little sister, how can you say such things about father? Senjuro was left speechless. Upon seeing this scene, the sense of incongruity instantly vanished, and Kyojuro burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's so hot here. In the Rengoku family home, an unrelated girl with twin tails was hiding behind the eaves in the distance, sweating profusely from the heat. The man's spiritual domain was ablaze with unconscious flames, making it nearly impossible to move. She had to find his spiritual core and destroy it as quickly as possible without being discovered. So hot, I'm going to die. A girl with braided hair and a youthful face knelt in an unknown world of flames, continuously emitting piercing cries of anguish. The blinding light was unbearable, the land scorched, and life in ruins. The heat radiating from the center of the spiritual core turned everything around into ashes. The searing temperature evaporated the surrounding air. As if she were in a purgatory, the heat burning her bones, her consciousness rapidly melting away. This woman was not human. As the girl's awareness gradually faded, tears streamed down her face. She had once destroyed many swordsmen's spiritual spaces, but none had been as violent and terrifying as this one, filled with destructive heat. Forget about finding the spiritual core. Just stepping inside would burn her to ashes, causing her unbearable pain. Once this heat fully erupted, could a mere human body withstand it? She was nothing but a flame monster disguised in human skin. Clearly, it was the spiritual world of Rengoku Kyojuro, yet she seemed oblivious to the earlier scene. Immersed in her sweet dreams, it was still the same scenery of the Rengoku family home, where 3 young children sat obediently in front of a desk, listening to the teachings of a black-haired woman. The gentle and beautiful black-haired woman, with her hair styled in long braids, looked lovingly at the 3 children. Strength is not just about physical power. True strength is the ability to protect the weak. Kyojuro, Senjuro, Hinaki, what are you living for? What kind of person do you want to become? Hearing their mother's question, the 3 children fell into deep thought simultaneously. After a few seconds, Kyojuro's furrowed brow relaxed, and he smiled broadly. I want to be a strong and gentle person like mother to protect the weak. After hesitating for a moment, the timid Shinjuro slowly stammered, I want to become the strongest swordsman and gain father's recognition. Although Shinjuro had no talent for swordsmanship, he still said it, and the black-haired woman looked at him with appreciation, not denying him. Now, only the red-haired little girl had yet to answer. Hinaki's youthful face seemed dazed, her smooth red hair cascading to the ground. At that moment, the innocent and adorable girl resembled a lovable little animal. What about Hinaki? What was her goal? The black-haired woman smiled as she embraced the red-haired little girl, soothing her soft hair. Mom, I think I might become a woman who is only strong in body. As those words fell, the red-haired little girl's form rapidly grew and matured in the astonished gazes of the 3. It was as if she had instantly crossed 10 years, transforming from small girl into a voluptuous and beautiful red-haired young woman, her body engulfed in boiling flames, her blood boiling, burning away her clothing and flesh completely. The explosion of flames swept through, and everything in the dreamscape rapidly vanished, consumed by the roaring fire. In an instant, only a pale world remained, completely dissipated. Indeed, it was a dream. I knew something was off about my body temperature, although I had suppressed it to around 40 degrees. It had to be much higher during that time. On the cold floor of the train, Hinaki slowly opened her eyes, yawning as she got up from the ground. Although memories and dreams are cut off and incredibly realistic, any slight difference can feel out of place. Overall, it shows that this demon's blood demon art is still not up to par. In the seat next to Hinaki on the train, the girl with braids was connected to her wrist by a rope, blood oozing from her 7 orifices, clearly suffering severe mental trauma and unable to wake up for a while. Bitch! Slap! Huahuazi slapped the girl's face, leaving her cheeks red and her expression pained. Having already burned herself to death and escaped the dream, she was in such agony. Giving her a slap to vent her frustration wasn't too much to ask, right? After venting, Huahuazi scanned the surroundings. All the Demon Slayer Corps members besides her were still asleep, their wrists bound together with ropes by both male and female humans. Chapter 77. Awakening Sleep. Sleep, my dear baby, forget to breathe. The evil spirit approaches unaware, like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, laughing in dreams. How wonderful! Everyone is seated in sweet dreams, sleeping so soundly, never to wake again. Under the incredibly thick night, the black infinite train moved straight ahead, heading towards a timeless end. As if day would never come. In a pure, flawless, fiery world, a human girl with twin ponytails held a dagger, cautiously walking towards a bright red, floating orb. Such a beautiful core of spirit. She had never seen anything like it, like a hot spirit pearl. Next, all she had to do was pierce this thing, and she could reunite with her deceased parents in her sweet dreams, a happiness from which she would never wake. Crack! Just as the girl was about to stab the core fiercely, her neck suddenly twisted, almost crushed by a terrifying force, making it impossible to breathe. Her whole body was yanked into the air, and the ponytail girl kicked her legs, terrified. What was happening? Was her real body being attacked? Inside the infinite train, the closed-eyed Kyojuro Rengoku stood up in a sleep state, using one hand to grip the neck of the girl across from him, lifting her entire body. Already deeply trapped in the dream, the Flame Hashira, who should have been unable to move, actually began to act at that moment. Yum had once said that some swordsmiths with powerful instincts in the Demon Slayer Corps might awaken due to murderous intent, which was why he wouldn't act personally, letting innocent, weak humans act in his stead. Yet the actions of this man were even more terrifying. As he sensed a trace of weak murderous intent in his inner world, his physical body, in reality, reacted instinctively, responding to the presence that exuded killing intent. In reality, the ponytailed girl was being choked, kneeling in front of the spirit core with a pained expression, her face turning blue and purple as if she were about to suffocate. Reality and dreams intertwined, and they were thus frozen in a standoff. Ha 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 ha, over here, these peaches are the best, and there are so many clovers blooming. I'll weave you a flower crown with clovers, Nezuko-chan. The crown I make will be exquisite. Make me more, big brother Zenitsu. In a sunny, flower-filled peach orchard, a blonde boy and a black-haired girl ran joyfully hand in hand, with laughter filling the air. The pair of teenagers, in their youthful phase, wore flower-like smiles. This should have been a beautiful scene, but in the next moment, it suddenly transformed into a dark and grim world, leaving the human boy observing in the shadows in shock. What is wrong with this blonde brat as consciousness? Why has it turned pitch black? And I can't see anything? Moreover, I can't breathe, and my steps feel so heavy, as if my whole body is coated in ink thick and sticky. In the darkness, the boy suddenly bumped into something, turning his head in terror. The blonde boy's eyes were bloodshot, holding a pair of giant scissors that clicked ominously, his gloomy expression more terrifying than a demon. Why is there a man here, you damn pest? This is a sacred realm only Nezuko can step into. I'll kill you. Aha! Adventure team. We are the cave exploration team. In the pitch black, narrow cave, a monster wearing a wild boar head called out as it moved forward, followed by several other small animals. Little brother number 1, a mouse named E, had a sharp face, exposed lips and teeth, looking quite shabby. Little brother number 2, a raccoon named Bazalong, appeared foolish and silly, like a simpleton. Little brother number 3, a white rabbit named Nezuko, looked very cute and delicate, wearing rabbit ears on her head, a little rabbit that was hard to resist. Little brother number 4, a colorful fox named Huzi, was very beautiful and mature, wearing fox ears on her head and a fluffy pink foxtail, a fox spirit. Little brother number 1, little brother number 2, little brother number 3, little brother number 4, I can already smell the stench of the cave's owner. Let us all go together and take it down, then occupy this cave. Oh, the 4 little brothers shouted foolishly, following the wild boar man deep into the cave. Stupid. Hiding in the shadows, an older squinty-eyed woman cursed under her breath, realizing it was a dream that only a brain-dead person could have, because the terrain shaped by this dream was too complex. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find the spirit core. That disgusting half-naked pig-headed man really has a screw loose. As she ground her teeth, she crawled painfully through the cave, unable to see anything in the dark tunnel, when she suddenly seemed to bump into something. The half-naked wild boar man, having been nudged on the backside, turned around, spitting saliva from under the terrifying pig mask, opening his blood-stained mouth to scream, "Wah!" The squinty-eyed woman turned pale with fright, screaming continuously as she frantically crawled away in the cave. No! At this moment, Tanjiro was having dinner with his family. His mother and younger siblings were present, but Nezuko was nowhere to be seen. Tears of emotion flowed from the boy's eyes. He had realized that this was a dream, that everything was false. However, he truly wished to remain in the dream forever and never wake up. But Tanjiro knew this was impossible. Demons had quietly entered the train, and he needed to return to reality quickly to protect Nezuko and everyone else. He didn't know how to wake up. Boom! The next second, a loud sound like 5 thunderclaps echoed. And the 7 orifices of the 4 human males and females on the train seats simultaneously spurted blood, foaming at the mouth, their bodies twitching as they fainted. The connecting ropes on their wrists were forcibly severed by an external force, causing those who invaded others' spiritual worlds to be forcibly ejected, their minds suffering severe trauma. Demons may have a sense of compassion, but Huahuazi did not. Knowing the consequences, she cut all 4 ropes. Evil people have their own punishment. Those who harm others to have sweet dreams, whether they become brain-dead or vegetative in the future, have nothing to do with Huahuazi. Perhaps the dozens of Demon Slayer Corps members who had gone silent before were intricately connected to them, an absolutely unforgivable act. Don't sleep, wake up quickly. The evil spirits are upon us. Hearing a familiar female voice, the 4 of them groggily awoke from their slumber. Turning to look at the red-haired girl in a black kimono, Huahuazi had completed her outfit change at some unknown time, but from the soft flesh color wrapped in the girl's wooden clogs, it was evident that she still wore those comfortable stockings, unwilling to change. With anger erupting, the bright red sun wheel knife swung, and the flame robe danced in the wind as Rengoku Kyojuro stood up with a serious expression. I didn't expect something like this to happen while I was dozing off. It was completely beyond my expectations. I truly feel unworthy of the name of the Hashira. I just want to find a crack in the floor to hide in. Hearing this loud and bold voice, the black-haired girl curled up in the wooden box quietly poked her head out. A group of 5 people had all awakened, and with Nezuko, who had naturally woken up, the ashes of the lower moon were about to be scattered all over the train. Chapter 78. Lower Moon 1. Fourth update. Remember, as soon as you enter the dream, immediately commit suicide to wake up. The key is how to distinguish between dream and reality, and you must not behead yourself in reality. After waking everyone up, Rengoku Huahuazi spun her Naginata around a few times and walked alone towards the front carriage. Watching the girl gradually distance herself, Kyujuru's expression slightly changed. Her body temperature had obviously risen, and the air around them became increasingly hot. Could it be that she was angry? The man then looked down at several ordinary boys and girls who were unconscious and bleeding. They had willingly conspired with the demons to kill the swordsman. So their injuries were not unjust, and their deaths were not regrettable. But I hope Huahuazi's anger will stop here and not involve more innocent people. We will split up. Since Huahuazi went to the front of the train, I will go to the back. The blonde boy will stay put. And Tanjiro and Inosuke will go check the roof. Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyojuro quickly made a decision. His figure flashed and disappeared from this carriage. The flying impact shook the entire train a few times. What a decisive decision and execution. Watching the 2 siblings leave one after the other, Tanjiro couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, there was no time to waste here. He opened the train window and jumped agilely onto the roof. Before Tanjiro could observe his surroundings, the hardtop car was slashed a few times, and Inosuke shouted as he rushed out from the carriage, "Charge!" Huh? Noticing the movement behind him, the strange man in a black suit slowly turned to look back, revealing an incredulous expression. They actually woke up this quickly. It seems those useless ones failed, but it no longer mattered. The time he had gained was enough to achieve his goal. What an ungrateful child. I rarely let you have sweet dreams, so why not let you have a dream of your father resurrected next? Looking at the demon with a mocking expression and the word lower moon imprinted in his pupils, Tanjiro's face bulged with veins, and it seemed that flames of anger ignited in his eyes. I will never let you go, demon who tramples on others' hearts. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Boom. The long knife unsheathed, splashing water, and the twisting figure resembled a rolling water dragon as Tanjiro swiftly charged towards Lower Moon 1. Inosuke also pulled out 2 broken serrated sunwheel knives, silently following closely behind. Haha, why are you so angry? Humans are truly incomprehensible. The smiling face of the demon, Yum, became somewhat puzzled. Clearly, those previous children were immersed in beautiful dreams and unable to extricate themselves, yet these swordsmen all wanted to escape the dream. Could it be that reality is more important than a happy dream? As the rapidly spinning boy was about to approach, Yum calmly raised his hand, and on the back of his pale hand, a grinning mouth grew. Sleep well. The next second, Tanjiro's eyes lost clarity, as if he had fallen asleep, and his figure staggered, looking like he was about to fall off the train. At this critical moment, he suddenly crouched down to maintain his balance, his face inexplicably pained, yet he did not stop wielding the sunwheel knife, sending splashes of water flying. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Each rotation would enhance the power of the next strike, and, at this moment, he had pushed the strike to its limit. He absolutely could not give up halfway. Not asleep? Yum's expression slightly froze, both arms raised as a resonating soft murmur made people drowsy. Blood demon art, hypnotic whisper. However, not only Tanjiro but even the wild boar-headed Inosuke did not stop their steps. After stumbling for a moment, the 2 continued to push forward. The blood demon art failed repeatedly, and Yum finally realized that they had actually fallen for it countless times. But the moment of entering the dream, they had already realized they were in a dream and immediately committed suicide to wake up. Even if one knows they are in a dream, one must have considerable courage to complete the act of suicide. These 2 guys. Brother, why don't you come save us? Huh? In the black space, the sunwheel knife that Tanjiro had rested on his neck abruptly stopped. This time he did not successfully commit suicide immediately. Instead, he raised his head in disbelief, looking at his family members, who were filled with resentment. When we were killed, what were you doing? Just caring about your own life. What are you even existing for? Useless waste? Even our deceased father said so, and our mother looked at him in disdain. Why don't you just go die? You actually have the face to live until now. The boy fell silent and beheaded himself. How can my family say such things? In reality, Tanjiro's hand gripping the knife burst with countless veins, and the dancing water dragon almost coalesced in his substance, exuding an incredible aura. This nightmare had pushed the anger in the boy's heart beyond its limits. Constant flux. Whoosh. The blade light swept past, and water cut through the air. Yum's neck received a heavy blow from the side, nearly slicing half the blade into flesh, distorting the exquisite features violently. Inosuke, I'm coming. With Tanjiro's shout, Inosuke, wearing a boar's head, fell from the sky. His high leap landed perfectly on Tanjiro's shoulder, and he jumped off, swinging his arms across, leaving 2 blue sword marks in the air. Beast breathing, third form. Fong tornado. Swish swish. The serrated twin blades crossed, blood splattered, and Yum's head rolled off like a round watermelon, rolling a few times on the ground. Huh? What is going on? Tanjiro, panting and supporting his knees, suddenly looked at Lower Moon 1, who should have been dead, with a perplexed expression. Not only was he not reduced to ashes, but disgusting. Soft flesh buds also grew from his neck, lifting his head like a flower pot. Why isn't this guy dead? Inosuke was incredibly shocked. Dead? You think that just because you chopped off a piece of my flesh, I would die? Haha, I have long merged with this train. As long as I want, I can kill the more than 200 people on this train at any time. The dreamlike head swayed like a flower, and the sharp, piercing laughter echoed in the night, melting together with the flesh buds that supported its body into the train, disappearing without a trace. While the swordsmen were asleep, it had already devoured the entire train, and all the carriages had become a part of its body. More than 200 innocent passengers had become hostages. The bewildered Tanjiro and Inosuke returned to the carriage, only to find that the interior was filled with the flesh and blood of demons, densely packed and constricting like tentacles. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, sixfold. Whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of 6 thunderclaps erupted, and the flickering electric light shattered all the surrounding flesh and blood. The golden-haired boy, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, slowly descended to the ground, releasing a violent electrical breath. Nezuko, I'll protect you. He was still mumbling in his sleep, as if Zenitsu had never woken up from the beginning. However, a swordsman could only protect a section of the carriage with all his strength. How could he possibly guard nearly 20 carriages, especially when his stamina would gradually be exhausted? Rengoku-san, Rengoku-ai, what should I do to save everyone? Tanjiro kept cutting at the spreading tentacles, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. The infinity train had completely turned into a train of death. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl in a red kimono stood at the front of the carriage, in front of the driver's cabin. Huahuazi expressionlessly lifted a delicate, soft leg and forcefully kicked the iron door of the driver's cabin. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. The red-haired girl's face stiffened as she slowly covered her foot and crouched down, tears welling up in her eyes. It hurt so much. P.S. The results were okay, although a bit lower than expected, but I can barely accept it. I really can't hold on anymore. I need to sleep. The 5th update will be posted in the early morning. Chapter 79. Flip over, it hurt so much. Huahuazi's expression was stiff as she slowly crouched down, tears glistening in her eyes, her rosy and tender face looking very cute. Logically speaking, someone as powerful and imposing as her should never be unable to kick open a mere iron door. However, the fact was that she, with her frail girl's 45-kilogram body and 5 kilograms of excess flesh, crashing into steel, would naturally suffer a setback. After a moment, Huahuazi stood up with an embarrassed and angry expression, twisting her waist and turning to the side. Sparks of flames swirled around her jade-like foot as she once again kicked the iron door hard with a thud. Breath of fire, second form, rising flames, boom. The entire iron door exploded, and a trembling whirlwind swept through the entire driver's cabin. The cabin was filled with disgusting flesh tumors, growing with dense eyeballs, suddenly erupted in a spray of blood and flesh. The deafening sound nearly scared the emaciated black-clad driver half to death. He turned his head in terror, his face covered in blood. Stop the car. Holding a long-handled scythe, the girl with red hair burning like flames commanded in a deep tone, her beautiful face strikingly stunning. It seemed that all the people on the train had indeed become accomplices of the ghosts. They must have done something to the tickets to make them fall asleep. The girl's 2 scarlet eyes seemed to burn with boiling flames, giving off a sense of intense pressure. The surrounding air was boiling with high temperature, and without any action from her, the blood that had grown from the wall spontaneously burned away, losing its recovery ability. The black-clad driver was instantly drenched in sweat. After hesitating for a long time, he finally turned around, seemingly ready to act according to her orders. Blood demon technique, forced sleep. At the same time, a strange, viscous eyeball slowly seeped out from the back of the driver's clothing, locking eyes with the red-haired girl. Huahuazi's eyes instantly became hollow and lifeless, her weak body collapsing to the ground, seemingly only able to let others manipulate her. Now is the time to kill her, to let you have a never-ending, beautiful dream. Hearing the sound of the eyeball, the driver's face turned pale, his hands trembling as he clutched the dagger and thrust it fiercely toward the delicate abdomen of the girl. In the black space, a young woman with long black hair in a braided ponytail, resembling a wife, gently stroked the red-haired girl's head. Huahuazi, be a kind girl, no matter what happens. You must never harm the weak. No way, Mom. Huahuazi shook her head in refusal. Because I am the most innocent, naive, pure, weak, and powerless one. There is no one weaker than me. And I remember telling you this when I was a child. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The dream and reality exploded simultaneously, the scorching flames erupting throughout the entire train, bombarding in all directions. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the girl's stomach, a terrifying sea of fire instantly engulfed the entire driver's cabin, and the man in black was turned into charred black carbon in the high temperature, perishing here. All breathing bloom, the red-haired girl who woke up slowly raised her head, her entire body bursting with scorching flames, as if she were self-igniting. The terrifying, boiling flames grew more intense, exuding a violent and fierce scarlet killing intent. This swordsman actually kills humans. Yin Meng's pupils revealed an expression of utter disbelief. He had never seen such a swordsman before. Such a violent and terrifying aura, the oppressive feeling suppressing everything, was simply like the upper moon. Stop. As long as I want, I can destroy the train at any time, and all the passengers will die. His eyes filled with blood vessels and sweat. Yin Meng felt a hint of fear in his heart. The crimson Naginata slowly lifted. Huahuazi closed her eyes, indifferent as she drew a crescent arc around herself. It's just the wailing of a beast. You can continue to bark. Accompanied by the girl's cold voice, the bloody blade light swept past, her rotating arm slicing down. The dazzlingly bright blood-red crescent swept out 360 degrees, and in an instant, a sound more astonishing than a cannon echoed through the train. Breath of Fire's seventh form kiss of the red moon swish. The waning moon passed by, flames swept across, and at the junction of the carriage and the engine, a circle of burning red lines gradually appeared. Yin Meng's eyes widened, completely unable to believe the scene before him. This woman, is she still human? At this moment, Tanjiro and the others were slaughtering the flesh tumors in the carriage, the densely proliferating flesh and blood seemingly endless, unable to even open their eyes to meet it. Once they made eye contact, they would fall into a deep sleep, a truly difficult situation. Inusuke, wearing a boar's head, and Zenitsu, who was already asleep, were completely unaffected. Only Tanjiro stumbled, occasionally falling into a coma. As for Nezuko, she had long fallen into a deep sleep, dreaming sweetly. These newcomers were already exhausted just dealing with the front carriage, while the Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku single-handedly took on all the carriages at the back, rushing back and forth in the nearly 100-meter-long train, cutting through the flesh and blood, ensuring that no innocent passengers were devoured. Boom! The sudden explosion caused the entire train to shake violently, the 10 or so carriages at the back swaying as if they would fly off at any moment. With a loud crash, the whole train flipped over and slid out, the violent shaking causing everyone's vision to spin uncontrollably. The train, deviating from the track, slid madly for dozens of meters, rolling over several times. Fortunately, the lower moon's flesh tumors had already filled the train, otherwise, it would have been difficult for any civilians to survive. What happened? Once the train stopped shaking, and Tanjiro steadied himself, he was shocked to observe his surroundings. All the flesh tumors and eyeballs were slowly melting away, turning into a pool of foul-smelling, thick liquid. The people who had been asleep were gradually waking up, looking towards the overturned train, screaming in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Kyojuro Rengoku walked over from the rear carriage, looking content as he gazed out the window. The driver's cabin, dozens of meters away from the carriage, was completely severed from the back carriages, the black iron parts exposed. The lower moon, Yin Meng, slowly crawled out from under the seat, her pale and weak face appearing somewhat disheveled, filled with disbelief. The red-haired woman, standing before her, had actually cut through the infinite train with one blow. How could a human accomplish such a feat? Compared to modern high-speed trains, the black iron steam train of this era was much heavier, with just the bottom steel plate exceeding 2 meters. Rengoku Huahuazi, with a human body, cut through the train with one stroke. The slaughter is over. Huahuazi raised her weapon high, her cold gaze looking down at Yin Ming as if she were looking at a disgusting maggot, inexplicably exciting. The massive flesh at the back was severed root and branch, and the lower moon was already too weak to recover, only able to wait to be slaughtered. Did I lose? The lower moon, Yin Ming, collapsed to the ground, gazing blankly at the pitch-black sky. Is this how I will die here? How could this be possible? He hadn't even been able to exert his strength. With so many people on the train, he hadn't had time to eat any of them. And the plan to merge with the train and devour everyone at once had fallen apart. It's all that goldfish-eyed man's fault. Clearly, he had taken hostages equivalent to 200 people, yet he was still completely suppressed by the Hashira-level swordsman strength. No, ultimately, it's all this woman's fault. Why is a human so strong? Were her parents out of their minds to give birth to such a non-human being? So strong, it's sickening. But now, it's all pointless. I've lost, and I will die here. Throughout history, the weak demons at the lower levels have been continuously exterminated by swordsmen. And the ranks of the upper moons have not changed in nearly 100 years. Even the Hashira, who have exterminated countless demons, can easily kill them. The strength of the upper and lower moons is simply not on the same dimension. Even though I received so much blood from Yuzin, I am still far from being an upper moon. Ah, how I wish time could reverse, to do it all over again. If I became an upper moon, I could easily toy with her. As Huahuazi swung her blade down, the lower moon's grim expression froze, her face filled with sorrow, gradually melting away and disappearing. This is such a tragic nightmare, a nightmare. The lower moon, Yin Ming, is dead. Chapter 80. The arrival of the upper moon. The moonlight is burning bright. The night is shimmering. Under the night sky, the atmosphere is quiet. The girl with long fiery red hair dances in the night, looking down at the ashes of Yin Ming, her expression flat and devoid of emotional fluctuation. After a moment of silence, Huahuazi tilted her head slightly to brush aside the scattered strands of hair, revealing a stunning smile. All in all, it was quite a nice dream, Mom. Miss Rengoku, are you all right? The train overturned, and Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Izuko anxiously rushed out, only to see a massive black wreckage with numerous precise, hard components exposed, burning with flickering flames. The boy's face was filled with shock. What kind of power could slice through an entire train car with a single blow? Could a human really achieve this? Had the lower moon 12 been defeated? Rengoku exclaimed in frustration. Damn it, I didn't even get to fight it. Well, the battle is over. Raising his head, Kawaki smiled and stared at the Pikachu man behind him. Is it really okay to just coast along as a Hashira? Rengoku, Kyojuro laughed heartily as he approached, his stiff expression seeming a bit awkward. If he hadn't awakened so late, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Sorry, I was a bit caught up in a beautiful dream, but thankfully you were here, Kawaki, although they had just faced an extremely dangerous attack. The Demon Slayer Corps felt relatively good about successfully eliminating one of the strongest lower moons. Moreover, thanks to their efforts, aside from the humans who conspired with the demons being unconscious, the other passengers had only minor injuries and no fatalities. The terrifying derailment caused by the Naginata was fortuitously cushioned by the soft flesh tumors that grew within the train car, an unexpected coincidence. However, there was now a foul smell reminiscent of raw pig intestines permeating the air. Well, our mission ends here. Let's go check on the injured, Rengoku Kyojuro said. And just as they were about to return to the train, a falling meteor suddenly caught their attention. In the dark night sky, a silvery blue light shone incredibly brightly, carrying a terrifying aura and spewing out massive clouds of smoke as it descended towards the site of the train accident. As the shooting star approached, an unparalleled sense of oppression and impact descended upon them, rendering them unable to even draw their swords. Boom! With a loud bang, the meteor crashed down, shaking the ground and cracking it like a spider web. The terrifying, viscous, and shocking scarlet killing intent pierced their vision, extinguishing any desire to resist. A humanoid figure with pale skin and 2 beaded bracelets around its ankles emerged slowly from the swirling smoke, sporting short pink hair and an arrogant expression that seemed somewhat contemptuous. In front of this extremely dangerous man, only Rengoku and Hiwaki stood ready for battle. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu trembled in fear, drenched in sweat, unable to move even a finger. Upper Moon 3, the man's pupils bore such inscriptions. indicating that he was one of the strongest even among the 12 Kazuki. According to the records of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had survived for hundreds of years, slaughtering dozens of Hashira swordsmen without ever being defeated. This terrifying existence was Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Blood Demon Art, Destruction Kill, Arshin. Akaza smiled, crossing his legs and slowly taking a martial stance. A terrifying aura erupted, extending from his feet in a snowflake pattern resembling a compass needle, which, when viewed from above, bore a slight resemblance to a woman's hairpin. The rotating needle acted like a magnet, lingering over each member of the Demon Slayer Corps before finally locking onto the man in the flame robe. A strong one. Akaza's face instantly lit up with joy, his excitement resembling that of a child who just received candy. To attract the compass's power to such an extent was undoubtedly a testament to the extreme training of a human warrior, an exceptionally refined body, swordsmanship, and fighting spirit, all indispensable. As for the other 3 weak swordsmen, they were merely a hindrance, truly irritating. In the eyes of this malevolent demon, the presence of Hiwaki and Nezuko seemed non-existent, as if their existence were mentally severed from him. Boom! The air trembled, and in an instant, a white afterimage swiftly zipped past the red-haired girl in front. Not even glancing at her, Akaza, with a look of disgust, charged towards the trembling blonde boy hiding at the back, Zenitsu. As long as he eliminated the weak ones, no one could interfere with his battle against the Hashira swordsman. Just as he thought this, Akaza suddenly stumbled, his face filled with shock as he uncontrollably fell forward and tumbled on the ground. Was someone ambushing him? After falling hard, Akaza's expression turned fierce as he turned his head, but his hatred quickly transformed into utter shock, as if his worldview had been overturned. A red-haired woman, engulfed in blazing flames, danced with a long-handled naginata, her beautiful face resembling that of an ethereal fairy. His 2 pale ankles had been left behind on the ground near her. In the moment Akaza ignored the passing Hiwaki, this woman had stealthily severed his feet from below. A woman? His astonished expression lingered, and suddenly his eyes widened as he recalled earlier events. Not long ago, at the meeting of the 12 Kazuki, the announcement of the abolishment of the Lower Moon demons and the deaths of the former Upper Moon 6, Daki and Jotaro, was made, reportedly slayed by a young woman. According to the information provided by the newly appointed Upper Moon 6, this woman was said to be called Enmu in the Demon Slayer Corps. Born into the family of the Flame Hashira, and had been surrounded by an incredibly high body temperature since birth. After sending Upper Moon 4, Han Tengu, to assassinate her, he returned severely injured, enraging Muzan to no end. So this is Enmu, such a powerful swordsman, yet she is a woman. What a shame not to be able to fight her. Engaging with a woman would tarnish his martial path and interfere with his battle against the Flame Hashira. Akaza's severed limbs instantly healed, and he slowly stood up, shaking his head in disappointment. Swish! In the next moment, an anomaly occurred, an illusion resembling a mirage. Adorned with classical designs and an enormous, infinitely folding space layer emerged behind Akaza. The infinite castle collapsed the moment it descended, seemingly unable to withstand the terrifying energy of the upper moons, crumbling to pieces. However, 2 shadowy figures emerged from the collapsing illusion of the infinite castle, exuding an incredibly cold and eerie malice. Hiwaki's breath caught. Her shocked expression turned grave as she tightly gripped her hanabi. Upper Moon demons had arrived, 3 of them. Chapter 81. Chaos on the black moonlit night. The infinite train had derailed and flipped over to the side, while a few hundred meters away from the accident, there lay an open, desolate wilderness. As the illusion of the infinite castle faded away, 2 terrifying shadowy figures slowly approached from behind, plunging the members of the Demon Slayer Corps into a state of despair. With the arrival of Upper Moon 3, Akaza, the number of Upper Moons had increased by 2, and the disparity in combat power between the 2 sides had become glaringly apparent. It was clear without even thinking that the mere presence of such auras could drive ordinary people into a frenzy of panic and despair. The newcomers were Upper Moons from the 12 Kazuki. TCH, just these 2 guys. Feeling the breath behind him, Akaza frowned deeply, revealing a look of profound disgust, even too disdainful to turn his head. Yoho, Miss Rengoku, we meet again. The familiar voice made Zenitsu's eyes widen in disbelief, his expression twisted in rage, his hands gripping the hilt tightly. The light-hearted man with messy black hair and pale, bloodless skin had strange black markings on his face, and his pupils bore the inscription of Upper Moon 6. Tanjiro and the others looked on in disbelief at the person behind Upper Moon 6. He was actually carrying a Nichiren blade unique to the Demon Slayer Corps. Was he once a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps? Wait, didn't Team Miss Rengoku personally kill Upper Moon 6? So that's why this garbage got to fill the quota. Hearing the cold interjection from the blonde youth, Inosuke and Tanjiro were stunned, as if they were seeing this guy anew. Instead of fleeing as he usually did when faced with demons, Zenitsu took a step forward. His face contorted with anger, one hand resting on the hilt, electricity crackling around him. He had to kill this guy here to clear the sect's name and allow his master to rest in peace. Akaza, a former Demon Slayer swordsman who was contemporaneous with Kyojuro Rengoku, had now fallen to become a demon and still a member of the 12 Kizuki. Ha ha ha, Zenitsu. I didn't expect you to be here too. Still looking as pathetic as ever. But I have no time to reminisce with you today. Akaza sneered a few times, diverting his gaze away from Zenitsu and eagerly shifting it to the red-haired girl. Miss Rengoku, long time no see. I think of you day and night. The humiliation you once brought me, I will return it to you tenfold. Hey, you two, don't you dare make a move on her. Huh? Akaza arrogantly ordered the two behind him, suddenly turning around, his dark pupils slowly constricting. The red-haired girl was engulfed in flames that erupted and spread like a boiling fiery garment, the terrifying heat dyeing the night sky a crimson hue. Her body temperature surged, her heartbeat quickened, and the girl, blood boiling, seemed possessed by the flame demon. Total concentration, flame blossom. Ha ha! That flame demon who once looked down on me is now scared to see the reborn me, and is bursting forth with all her power. Akaza wore a look of triumphant delight, feeling the thrill of slapping the opponent's face. The peach-red short hair was whipped up by the fierce wind, and Akaza widened his eyes in astonishment, trembling all over, nearly losing control of his fighting desire. This woman had developed such an extraordinary technique with a human body. It was simply perfect. Every inch of her skin, every drop of blood was pure to the extreme, like a finely carved work of art. I once thought that the man who lost to this woman, Jitaro, was worthless, but now it seems he didn't lose unjustly. Indeed, she should become a demon. Total concentration, flame blossom, blooming like a flower, releasing a momentary life before wilting away in an instant. The girl, embodying the flame demon, slowly exhaled a wave of scalding flame, then turned to look at the still dazed crowd, her gaze intense. Listen well, Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu Nezuko. You must work together to deal with this Upper Moon 6. You have to transcend yourselves at this moment and defeat this demon. If you fail, everyone will die here. And brother, you must not die. Of course. Rengoku Kyojuro nodded solemnly. It was indeed rare for Hwatari to call him brother, which also indicated the current crisis. Facing 3 Upper Moons, if they didn't go all out from the start, they would likely die instantly. Hey, what are you talking about? Your opponent is me. Ignoring the displeased Akaza, Hwatari's delicate white ankles bulged with veins, her jade feet pounding against the ground as she crouched down, suddenly disappearing from her spot, accelerating repeatedly. The scenery blurred, the terrifying flame clouds erupted in layers. The shockwave propelled Hwatari to the front of the 3 Upper Moons. The girl, draped in illusory flames, descended from the sky, wielding her naginata as if igniting it, extending fiery phantoms several times over. The next second, Akaza's eyes widened in shock. The red-haired girl had disappeared right before him. 5th form, Flame Tiger. Boom! A terrifying impact inexplicably exploded behind Akaza, who was caught completely off guard, sent flying by the wave of flames, landing awkwardly on the ground and sliding several dozen meters. Blood spraying from his body as he rolled in pain, screaming continuously. The massive flame blade was like a tiger's claw, colliding with 2 sound drumsticks, creating a tremendous storm of force. Akaza, closest to the center of the impact, remained unmoved, looking mockingly at the flung Akaza. Waste, overestimating yourself. In a head-on confrontation, you and T last 10 seconds, just as that blonde weakling said, you were just filler. The renowned flame demon of the Demon Slayer Corps, Hwatari's naginata, was easily blocked, and the short, horned demon's face twisted with rage, teeth bared as it growled, backed by 5 Thunder God drums inscribed with the character for hate. Behind the short demon, an elderly man with a swollen lump on his head trembled in fear, tears streaming down his face. Upper Moon 4, Han Tengu, had directly appeared in his strongest fusion form. Damn woman, are you trying to bully the weak and helpless old man again like last time? The hateful expression on Zenko's face was filled with resentment, He had angered Musin when he returned, all because of this damned woman. I said last time that I wouldn't let you go next time I saw you. Hiwatori's tone was cold, the flames engulfing her body growing fiercer, spreading like an eruption from all directions. Close combat was more advantageous for her. The girl's form forcibly twisted in the air, swinging her blade and sending Zenko flying. The demon's pale feet scraped along the ground, leaving a trench over 100 meters long, directly exiting the central battlefield. Inazuma. Whoosh. The rushing figure left a long trail of lingering flames, crossing 100 meters in an instant. Hiwatori rapidly accelerated, slashing in front of Zenko, not giving him a moment to catch his breath. There was still half an hour until sunrise, and Upper Moon 3, Upper Moon 4, and Upper Moon 6 simultaneously descended, marking the start of a chaotic battle against the 3 Upper Moon demons. P.S. There will be another update around midnight tonight. As a supplement for yesterday's missed update, went to see One Piece. Read. Also, this is the last time I will drop the group number. If you want to join, do it now. Don't wait until you miss out and then ask in the comments. 514-555-5516. You can urge updates, no nonsense. Chapter 82. Strong and Weak. How is this possible? Blown away by the collision between Upper Moon 4 and Hiwatori, his clothes torn, Akaza sat helplessly on the ground, his pupils trembling violently. From the very beginning, the girl's target was never him, but the terrified old man Han Tengu hiding behind him. They had a personal grudge. More embarrassingly, he had no chance to resist at all, being thoroughly toyed with by Hiwatori in her human form. What is going on with that weak and feeble old dog? Kaiyu originally thought he was just relying on his seniority to stay in the upper moons and live off his days. But he never expected that the terrifying figure beside him was the true form. The frail old man was not even in the same dimension as this being. At that moment, amidst his chaotic thoughts, Kaiyu suddenly noticed the expressions of the Demon Slayer Corps members. What were those looks? Relief, leisure, or mockery? Did they really think their strength was inferior to these 2 upper moons? Did they think they had a chance? It's all that woman's fault. And that damned, old immortal dared to team up to toy with me. Unforgivable. Stinking woman, I will kill you. Kaiyu's face turned pale as he stood up and roared loudly. But he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. In his line of sight, Akaza's pupils seemed to turn blood red, and the terrifying madness completely crushed the surrounding space, shaking his mind with fear. That cold gaze, filled with killing intent, seemed to ask, "Do you want to ambush a woman?" Although Akaza had also been ambushed by the weak Himejima, he allowed it. Because she was a frail woman. No matter what means were used, a warrior would ultimately never lose to a woman. Kaiyu fell to the ground with a thud, his face pale and terrified, his forehead instantly soaked with sweat. What a terrifying being. If he was still human, he definitely wouldn't last even a second against this. After slightly scaring the clueless newcomer, Akaza turned to the Demon Slayer Corps with a gentle expression, only to see those weaklings, almost unable to stand due to the killing intent he had just released, filled with even more disgust. Finally, his gaze landed on Kyojuro Rengoku, and Akaza actually slowly revealed a smile. I admire you because you are strong, but I also despise weak humans the most. Just seeing weaklings is enough to make me feel nauseous. I have a great suggestion. Why not become a demon? Impossible. Rengoku Kyojuro rejected without hesitation. You are Hashira, right? It's obvious to the naked eye how formidable you are. Your powerful physique and swordsmanship are approaching the highest realm. Which style do you follow? I am the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Rengoku gripped his Nichiren blade, his usually high-spirited voice lowered a bit, seemingly in a slightly displeased mood. The foul words from the other party were completely at odds with the values his mother had taught him since childhood. No matter how much he said, it was useless. I am Akaza, Rengoku. Let me tell you why you have yet to reach the highest realm. Because you are human, a human who will age and die. Become a demon, Rengoku. As long as you become a demon, you can spend more time honing yourself, growing stronger. 100 years, 200 years. That would be no problem at all. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Swish. Flames swept across the battlefield, and Kyojuro Rengoku's expression was heavy as he swung his flame blade, forcing Akaza back several meters and leaving a bloody mark on his arm. Although the commotion was much smaller compared to the explosion of fire from the Flame Hashira, the swordsmanship was purer and more precise, a skill honed purely for decapitation. Whether aging or dying, these are the beauties of human beings, fragile as they are. It is precisely because they grow old and die that they become so lovable and noble. The term strength can not only describe physical power. This is a lesson taught by the Rengoku family. No, It is a lesson from his mother since childhood. To be a gentle and strong person like his mother. As he said in the dream of the Flame Hashira, is to be righteous and majestic. The Rengoku blade traced a slow circle around him, and Kyojuro Rengoku suddenly widened his eyes, his tiger-like aura cracking the ground nearby, the pressure at the blade's edge piercing through the air. Fifth form, Flame Tiger Roar. As Kyojuro slashed down, the flames swirling around transformed into a roaring tiger, viciously tearing into Akaza's shoulder, blood gushing everywhere. The terrifying slash tore through the ground beneath them for several meters, splintering the stone and creating a hurricane-like pressure. At the same time, the pink-haired man wore a sinister grin, as if he felt no pain at all, and the snowflake needles intertwined and spread out. Destructive kill, flowing flash cluster. With a series of kicks, Akaza unleashed thousands of blue-green lights, raining down like falling meteors, bombarding Kyojuro Rengoku's abdomen, flesh and blood sinking and breaking. The terrifying impact erupted, and Kyojuro was sent flying like a ragged bag, rolling several times on the ground, spitting blood. Both sides were heavily injured, but Akaza's wounds healed completely in just a few seconds, and he proudly shook his arm. Look, Kyojuro, this is the fundamental difference between demons and humans. Quickly say you want to become a demon, and I won't kill you. So strong. The place where they fought seemed like another dimension, where anyone entering would be torn to pieces. If Tanjiro was looking for an opportunity to help but couldn't find the chance, Inosuke had completely given up, standing there blankly. Growing up in the mountains, his instincts were sharp, and he could sense the difference in strength from their breaths. This level of fighting spirit was beyond their reach. Rengoku-Kyojuro was battling the upper rank 4 Hantengu, while Rengoku-Kyojuro faced upper rank 3 Akaza. The remaining Hantengu was naturally left to others to handle. Hantengu took a deep breath, climbed up from the ground, and would never forget the hatred from being toyed with by upper rank 4 and threatened by upper rank 3. However, the urgent matter was dealing with the current members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Black tiger stripes slowly grew on his pale cheeks, and he turned his fierce gaze towards Zenitsu Agatsuma, as well as a few unfamiliar minions beside him. I didn't expect you, useless trash, to survive until now. But since we've met, let's end it here. Breath of Thunder, 5th form, Heat Wave Thunder. Hantengu casually swung his blade, and terrifying black lightning instantly enveloped everyone. Scorching hot currents burning fiercely, filling the nearby space with a charred smell. Swish! In an instant, the furious golden lightning tore through the black lightning net. Electric currents surged through his body as the golden-haired boy stepped forward, appearing beneath Hantengu. When Zenitsu Agatsuma looked up, he met Hantengu's astonished gaze, his pupils wide open, revealing an extremely angry expression. To become stronger, it starts from facing challenges. Breath of Thunder, 1st form, Thunderclap and Flash. Breath of Thunder, 2nd form, Rice Spirit. Boom! At the same time, the black-golden dual lightning exploded in collision, and 5 beast claw-shaped black lightning effortlessly tore through the golden lightning, sending Zenitsu Agatsuma flying. His painful expression was filled with gloom as he rolled through the sky, and Inosuke, quick-witted, caught him in time, and they both fell to the ground. Ha! Still not making any progress, only using the 1st form like a waste. Don't forget, you've never won against me when I was human, let alone now that I've become an upper rank. Just a filler? Say that again. Seeing the severely injured golden-haired boy caught by his companions. Hantengu laughed maniacally, the pitch-black Nichiren blade surging with violent black lightning. The combination of blood demon art and breathing techniques allowed him to become an existence that surpassed anything. He might not even lose to a Hashira-level swordsman. Continuously being beaten down, Hantengu found a sense of superiority over younger newcomers. Even if he was just a newly promoted lackey, he put Tanjiro and others in great danger. Facing the upper ranks now was premature PS. There will be another update around 12 o'clock for updates today. Chapter 83, Being Beaten Breath of Thunder. 3rd form, Gathering Mosquitoes into Thunder. Swish, 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 swish. Hantengu's figure moved as fast as lightning, continuously slashing at the 3 swordsmen from all directions. The black lightning mixed with blood demon art stinging and burning. Tanjiro and the others' injuries worsened, their skin tingling with electric currents, struggling to swing their swords to block, almost unable to hold on. With a bang, Hantengu's moving figure abruptly stopped, his abdomen sinking deep, his pupils widening in disbelief as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The black-haired girl with bamboo in her mouth erupted with red flame energy, her expression filled with rage as she punched Hantenga's abdomen, sending him flying. Unlike the flames generated by Kyojuro high-temperature combustion, the flames surrounding Nezuko were like a flowing liquid, a special flame that erupted from her blood. Blood demon art. Explosive blood. Completely transformed into a demon, Nezuko's physique and stature far exceeded her previous self. In an instant, she became a mature woman. Her long skirt now a short skirt that couldn't cover her knees. A half-horn grew from her forehead, her expression fierce. And her entire body was entwined with black willows, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu were all dumbfounded. Where did the cute and silly Nezuko go? Breath of Thunder, fourth form. After being sent flying by the girl, Hantenga rolled on the ground a few times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face twisted in ugly rage. He raised his sword high, covered in black lightning, and with a roar, he charged like a bolt of lightning towards the black-haired girl. Distant thunder. Boom! The terrifying thunder exploded in front of Nezuko, shredding her body into pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Nezuko couldn't react at all, and Tanjiro let out a desperate scream. The next second, an unexpected situation occurred. The shattered pieces of Nezuko's body were forcibly pulled back into place in an instant. The scorching blood quickly solidifying, and she immediately completed her regeneration. The girl's face was incredibly fierce, her black hair billowing wildly, and her tightly clenched right fist erupted with scorching flames as she delivered another punch to Hantenga's abdomen. Boom! The power has increased by more than several times. Kwon-Yue was sent flying like a shell for dozens of meters, rolling awkwardly several times before kneeling on the ground. A huge pit had been blasted into his abdomen by a punch. Flesh and blood vanished, revealing the scenery behind him. This power, is she also a ghost? It was the first time he encountered a scene of ghosts and swordsmen fighting together, and Kwon-Yue, unable to care about his astonishment, spat out several mouthfuls of blood in a row, his emotions completely overwhelmed by anger. I've had enough fun, all of you can die. He roared to the sky, the sound resonating with the rumble of thunder, and lightning-like slashes surged violently around him, destroying everything in their path. Thunder breathing, sixth form, thunderclap. It seemed that Nezuko felt the strength of this power. Her angry expression turned somewhat dazed, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Ha! Now you understand that it's too late to realize my power. All of you will die. Just as Kwon-Yue was about to swing this sword, he sensed a terrifying spatial fluctuation behind him, along with the strange expressions in the eyes of several swordsmen. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, the space collapsed, and the black-haired man's proud expression suddenly turned dazed. His body began to disintegrate like shattered glass, gradually breaking down into countless tiny chunks of flesh, blood spraying wildly. Flame breathing, fourth form, blazing inferno. The flaming Naginata spun countless times, and the red-haired girl was sent flying, sliding across the ground for several dozen meters, barely managing to mitigate the impact. In the increasingly frenzied battle against Upper Moon 4, she failed to notice the demon and inadvertently hit him, reducing him to fragments. Blood demon art. Frenzied pressure, soundwave. A terrifying hurricane descended from the sky, and the howling waves spewed from the mouth of the demon instantly overturned everything around. At the critical moment, Huahuazi rolled to dodge, but it was the recovering Kaikyo who took the hit directly, turning into a puddle of scattered flesh. Newcomer, don't get in the way. The furious Zhang Batian roared, all attention drawn to the red-haired girl, completely disregarding the life and death of his companion. Blood demon art. Infinite Utri. A dense mass of wooden dragons spread out from behind Zhang Batian, rushing in groups towards the girl, swallowing everything in their path like a mudslide. The viscous wooden dragons gradually solidified, forming true solid wood, enveloping and sealing off the surrounding space. However, the swordsman girl didn't get caught, and Kaikyo was once again innocently affected, still unable to recover his body. This terrifying blood demon art is truly frightening. Tanjiro and the others had serious expressions. Kaikyo's swordsmanship was completely incomparable to this enemy's techniques. If they faced Upper Moon 4, they would surely be wiped out in an instant. Afterwards, to avoid affecting others, Huahuazi deliberately retreated to the distance, finally drawing away the half-demon who was bombarding with blood demon art like a turret. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Kaikyo had finally recovered enough. His face twisted as he roared at Upper Moon 4 in the distance. Zhang Batian and Huahuazi were consumed by rage, unable to hear any other sounds. As the terrifying blood demon art continued to be unleashed, destroying the surrounding environment. Kaikyo gritted his teeth in frustration, but could only hold it in for now. His breathing unstable from anger. Flame breathing. 8th form. Flameland concealment. On another part of the battlefield, the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, swung down his Nichiren blade with all his strength, heavily striking the arms of Akaza. A massive flame demon apparition rose behind him, synchronizing its movements, wielding a flaming long sword alongside the white-robed man in a slashing motion. Flameland concealment, as the most lethal move in flame breathing, while not suitable for decapitating, could greatly weaken a demon's physical strength and was accompanied by high temperatures that suppressed regeneration. Boom! Flames engulfed the earth, and a terrifying force erupted from Upper Moon 3, sending him flying instantly. Akaza's expression was difficult to bear, his short pink hair whipped by the fierce wind, his feet scraping against the ground as he was thrown backward. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The scenery before him rapidly retreated, the howling wind piercing his ears, and blood oozed from his feet as he still couldn't control his flying body. Meanwhile, just as his body had fully recovered and his mood was gradually calming, and he was preparing to attack again, Kaigaku stopped his movements and turned his head warily to the side. Hantengu, you again. Bang! In the moment when the two demons collided, Kaigaku's entire body was instantly shattered into a puddle of mud, blood spraying everywhere. As the strongest and invincible among the 12 Kazuki, Akaza's every inch of skin was tempered far beyond steel, and when he crashed into something while flying at high speed, it was as if he had been hit by a speeding infinite train. Kaigaku's entire body exploded into a bloody mess, the air filled with a brutal rain of blood and flesh. For some reason, it was as if he were a magnet, with all attacks directed at him, receiving blows continuously. When gods fight, the scum suffers. That's enough. Promoting a friend's book, when the Chi Cultivator becomes a God Slayer synopsis. I have no other thoughts in my life. Just want to attain immortality and interact with women from various worlds. You're a Chi Cultivator. Don't you need to maintain a pure Yang body? At the hour of the rat, Yang is born. As long as the hour of the rat comes again, the next day, I will be a brand new virgin. Miss, want a date? A purely spiritual relationship is fine too. I will cultivate both spirit and soul. Author's note. When the Chi Cultivator becomes a God Slayer Chapter 84, slaying Upper Moon again. Blood Demon Art. Wrath of Thunder. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. As Zangboat continued to strike the thunder drum, terrifying thunderbolts as thick as trees descended from the sky, and the blinding white light illuminated the area for several kilometers, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Such a thick pillar of lightning slammed directly into the body of the red-haired girl, yet she remained completely still, showing no reaction. The flames swirling around her like a layer of feathered clothing. Breath of Flame, 10th form, Bone Flame Shield. Compared to simply turning blood and bones into a shield, Hahoko had now manifested flames into an ethereal, flowing cloud-like feather garment, having evolved again after her battle with Hantengu. There were still about 10 minutes until sunrise. While on another battlefield, Rengoku Kyojuro and the newcomers were already showing signs of defeat and seemed unable to hold on much longer. Half a minute. After a moment of contemplation, the girl tightly gripped the firework in her hand and took a deep breath of the murky air. She slowly lowered her stance, her heart racing, and the blood throughout her body began to boil and burn, flowing wildly into every organ, crimson blood like boiling water. Boom! With a deafening sound like an explosion, Hahoko's heartbeat could be distinctly heard even amidst such a chaotic environment. After that, her heart stopped beating, her pupils dimmed, and an eerie fire lotus pattern gradually appeared on her delicate cheek. The direction of the flames changed, although it seemed to be in a state of stillness. It appeared to encounter some immense resistance. The feather-like flames that enveloped it began to surge wildly backward, collapsing into chaos. Pattern Bloom, that detestable woman has actually become stronger. Seeing that his blood demon technique was ineffective against her, Zhang Batian gritted his teeth in anger and began to frantically strike the behind him. Since that's the case, let's use a power that a human body cannot withstand to crush her. Blood demon technique, joy, anger, sadness, and happiness. The four terrifying and horrifying powers of Mud Dragon, thunder, raging wind, and sound waves simultaneously manifested around Zhang Batian, like a twisted sphere of substantial energy, emitting a wave of destruction that could annihilate the heavens and earth. If struck by this force, not to mention a fragile human body. Even a small mountain would likely collapse and shatter. Meanwhile, the stunning girl with vacant, hollow eyes seemed to have lost something vital, dragging her Naginata on the ground as she staggered toward the distorted space ahead. Zhang Boshin's expression twisted as he crushed and the five behind him exploded, sending terrifying energy flying out like cannonballs. The wave of destruction drew closer, and his body felt as if it would be obliterated. Huahuazi expressionlessly raised her right hand. The nearly 3-meter-long Naginata held high like a lightning rod. Breath of Fire 7th Form, Red Moon's Kiss. Boom! The blood-red beam pierced the ground like a laser cannon, creating a crescent-shaped crack that tore apart everything within 10 meters. The violent blood-red crescent stirred up fierce winds, painting the night with the remnants of a red moon. A thunderous roar erupted, and a tidal wave of impact swept across, scattering all surrounding debris. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Moments later, a large amount of blood slid down Zhang Boshin's body, gushing from his severed neck, and his headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Four bizarre demons were forcibly separated, sitting on the ground with shocked expressions, completely unable to regain their senses. What happened? Joy, anger, sadness, and happiness looked toward the enemy approaching from the opposite side. The red-haired girl bathing in the boiling sea of flames resembled an infernal demon, turning everything she passed into ashes, leaving the ground desolate. Such extreme heat would cause severe burns upon contact. Even demons could not withstand it. Furthermore, her momentum and power were infinitely close to that of the existence among the upper moon. Run! The four manifestations of haunting dog simultaneously made the decision, rushing in different directions. Among them, the speed of the joy demon, Keiki, was the swiftest, with its broken bird-like wings flapping rapidly, carrying its body straight towards the sky. Breath of Fire 6th Form, Red Thread Weaving. The entwined red threads twisted and coiled, linking the bodies of the raging demon, Joy Demon, and Sorrow Demon, who were running on the ground. Boom! The next moment, a massive fire cloud erupted behind them, the explosive air layers pushing the girl forward like a rocket. The things in front of her retreated impossibly, while her figure vanished from everyone's sight. Swish, swish, swish. With instantaneous teleportation, 3 consecutive arcs of flame drawn by her Naginata simultaneously decapitated the heads of 3 demons on the ground. The girl crouched and leaped high into the sky at incredible speed. Feeling the death of her companions, Keiki fell into panic for a moment, the flames swirling beneath her feet, rising higher and higher. Would she try to leap into the sky with her human body? In terror, he looked down, only to see an extremely hidden red thread extending from the ground, binding him, as if it were the red thread of fate, forcibly connecting them, ensuring they would not break apart even if they fled to the ends of the earth. At the end of this red thread, Huahuazi's body shot up into the sky at an incredible speed, the bursts of flames continuously propelling her to make rapid jumps in the air. Keiki screamed in terror as he turned to flee, not believing that the opponent would dare pursue into the clouds. As long as he reached a height of 1,000 meters, a human body would undoubtedly perish from a fall. The terrifying flames were close beneath him, and Keiki's wings streamlined, his flying speed increasing once more. Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope. Sure enough, this red thread had its limits, and he had already flown out of its attack range. No matter how high the opponent jumped, they would not be able to reach him. Following the red thread straight into the sky, Huahuazi quickly swung her blade for a slash just as she was about to reach the limit. Whoosh! Flame swept through, and with a single slash, reached its end 1/2 meter away from the Birdman. Konshi's expression instantly turned smug as he saw the dazed girl, suspended in the air for 1/2 second before about to fall. Ecstatic, he opened his mouth and unleashed a terrifying sonic wave. Blood Demon Technique. Howling! Just as the sonic boom was about to erupt, Konshi's eyes widened in disbelief. A blood-red silhouette swiftly darted from below, and the small-bodied blood sparrow caught the red-haired girl at the critical moment, avoiding the sweeping sonic explosion. The blood sparrow flapped its wings desperately, clutching Huahua's body, and circled in the sky before charging towards Konshi. Whoosh! The Naginata swung down, and Konshi's expression went blank as his head and body fell from the sky. Thud! His hollow, lifeless gaze regained clarity, and Huahua suddenly spewed a large pool of blood as her heart resumed beating. It had only been 1/2 minute since the pattern was activated, and she felt her internal organs burning violently, her body writhing in excruciating pain. The fourth upper moon. Shai Tengu had all its clones killed in battle. Normally, they could be revived, but the energy consumption of maintaining the curse of the heavenly demon was too severe, leaving him devoid of any power. The small, grotesque old man struggled on the ground, crawling towards the distant ruined carriage with all his might. If he could just eat a few people, he could quickly regain his strength. He must torture this hateful woman mercilessly. Snap! Huahuazi was dropped heavily to the ground by the blood sparrow, crushing the old man's round head with a fierce stomp, her snow-white, delicate pink foot sinking deep into the thick brain matter. The long knife swung down, decapitating the fourth death of the crescent moon. Chapter 85. Transparent world clouds filled the sky, the boundless azure sky calm as the sea, clear and ethereal. The soft red long hair danced in the air, and the exquisite profile was marked with burning fire lotus patterns, as the girl looked around with a naive expression. Where is this? Who am I? There was no pain, no sorrow. Even the sense of feeling had disappeared. Her body felt as if it were not her own. Then, in that moment, she saw the end. The patterns bloomed. At the moment the patterns opened, awakening from illusory consciousness, Huahuazi's gaze became dim and lifeless, for she saw the world. Everything in the world became traceable in her eyes, the flow of blood, the curves of muscles, the manifestation of breath. Everything was within her sight. The deep-seated hatred of Xingbatian was imprinted in her mind, including the next moment's actions, the subtle arcs, and the amplitude of breath, all clearly etched in her memory. Huahuazi immediately understood that she had entered the transparent world, which represented the peak martial arts realm in Demon Slayer. The transparent world closed off excess perception, turning the world in her eyes transparent. This significantly enhanced her ability to predict and evade attacks, allowing her to perfectly control the contraction of her muscles and even hide her own presence, making her appear like a weak and harmless little rabbit. Then, under the triple effects of the patterns appearing, the bloom mode, and the transparent world, Rengoku Huahuazi completely killed Upper Moon 4, Han Tengu, in half a minute, standing atop all swordsmen. At this moment, even the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Stone Hashira, Jyomi Hamijima, would not be her opponent. Han Tengu is dead. The expression of the cornered Yoruchi, who had been suppressing 3 swordsmen and a female demon to the point of despair, was shocked, and he couldn't help but stop his actions. No, I can't waste any more time with them. I have to escape, or Huahuazi will definitely kill me. That powerful Upper Moon 4 has been killed. I definitely am not a match for her. I should hide for a few more years, and come back for revenge after becoming stronger. Hinakami Kagura, Flame Dance. Just at the moment, Yoruchi hesitated. The scarred boy rushing from the front swung his Nichiren blade, and 2 crescent-shaped flames fiercely slashed into him. Yoruchi screamed in pain, stumbling back a few steps, but was astonished to find that after killing Han Tengu, Huahuazi charged straight towards the location where the Flame Hashira and Akaza were fighting, completely ignoring this side. What a great opportunity! Yoruchi, with a grim expression, turned his head. He still had a chance to kill the 3 people in front of him. That old dog died just right. If I can gain more blood from lore musing with this achievement, I might be able to ascend to Upper Moon 4. In the next second, something unusual happened, and not just Yoruchi, even Tanjiro and the others noticed it. Yoruchi's wounded injuries were actually unable to heal. It wasn't that they couldn't heal at all, but healing was extremely slow, far from the strength expected of an Upper Moon. Having just recently become a demon, and not fully mastering the fusion of blood demon arts and breathing techniques, he had experienced several accidental injuries, leading to a massive consumption of stamina, and his blood was being rejected, preventing rapid recovery. What are you looking at? Just because I can't heal my injuries doesn't mean I'll lose to you. Yoruchi roared in rage, his whole body shrouded in overwhelming black thunder, as if he had transformed into a pitch-black electric hedgehog. Thunder breathing, 6th form, thunderclap. Boom! The black thunder swept past as Yoruchi's figure rapidly flew towards the black-haired female demon with a bamboo in her mouth. Since the opponent was also a demon, as long as he decapitated her with his Nichiren blade, she would die. First, eliminate this troublesome woman, and then killing the others would be effortless. Just as Yoruchi's blade was only an inch away from Izuko's neck, the blonde boy in the distance moved. Zenitsu Agitsuma crouched down slowly. As a disciple of the Thunder Hashira, Zenitsu only knew the first form, while his senior Yoruchi did not know the first form at all, which meant that neither of them could fully master thunder breathing to its peak. Compared to the other forms that focus on lethality, the first form, emphasizing speed, reached an unparalleled level in speed. Of course, at such a distance, Relying solely on the previous first form was not enough to save Nezuko. Thunder breathing. First form. Thunderclap and flash. Boom! The golden electric light erupted, and the extremely fast thunderclap and flash carved a golden lightning streak across the sky, leaving an afterimage. With a bang, in the blink of an eye, Zenitsu seemed to teleport in front of Nezuko, swinging his blade down. The incredible speed caused Yoruichi to catch his breath as he was violently slashed away by the howling thunder. He rolled several times on the ground, looking extremely disheveled. Damn it, if only I knew the first form. Yoruichi's face was filled with rage, although the other sword forms of thunder breathing were also fast. The first form represented the foundation of all forms, and his speed would never improve. Since I lack speed, I'll crush everything with absolute lethality. Feeling a sharp pain in his neck from behind, Yoruichi sensed the approach of the scarred boy and the boar-headed freak. Tanjiro and Inosuke swung their blades almost simultaneously. Thunder breathing, second form, grain of rice. Yoruichi, with a grim expression, swung his blade towards the back, unleashing 5 claw-like black thunders, aiming to crush the two. Beast breathing. Fourth form, fragmenting blade. As a large amount of smoke billowed from the boar headgear, Inosuke's crossed dual blades slashed down madly, colliding with the intertwining black thunders. However, his slashes were gradually devoured by the opponent's bizarre blood demon art. Facing the last black thunder, he fell into a desperate situation. Inosuke, Tanjiro shouted as he rushed forward, his swinging Nichiren blade trailing a terrifying flame trajectory, seemingly unable to catch up. Just at the critical moment, the boar headgear was blown off by the wind generated from the impact, revealing a remarkably exquisite face. With deep blue hair flying, Inosuke laughed wildly, and with his other hand, he swung his Nichiren blade down fiercely. Wind breathing, third form, clear wind tree. The howling wind surged, and the fierce wind sword energy bursting forth from the serrated Nichiren blade tore through the black thunder, heavily slicing into Yoruichi's body, making him emit a heart-wrenching scream. What? Not only Tanjiro, but even the severely injured Yoruichi stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This man who looked somewhat feminine actually used 2 blades simultaneously with different breathing techniques. How is that possible? Does he have 2 lungs? Although one can learn sword techniques from other schools. How could he possibly convert the air inhaled into 2 different attributes at the same time? No, this is just too exaggerated. How terrifying is his lung capacity? The god of fire Kagura, dragon of the solar halo, head dance. Meanwhile, Tanjiro Kamado finally arrived at a close point, and as he wielded the flame-wreathed Nichiren blade, it resembled the head of a gigantic fire dragon. The vortex of flames swirled layer upon layer, the figure of the youth moving at high speed, creating countless afterimages around him. The blade of the sword sweeping through the air as the dragon head danced and roared frantically. Driven by this force, the fire dragon descended violently from the sky, engulfing the body of Kwang Yu completely. Boom! Kwang Yu's body erupted with dozens of sprays of blood, suffering severe injuries. Blood gushing like a fountain onto the ground, the burning wounds rendering him unable to move. He looked at the golden-haired youth approaching from behind with an expression of utter despair. The fury on the face he had never seen before made his heart tremble with fear. That weak and innocent Zenitsu. How could he grow to such a terrifying extent? Zenitsu, spare my senior brother. We have been together for over a decade. Kwang Yu's pale face slowly twisted, forcing out a kind smile. Chapter 86. Dawn ribs broken, left arm shattered. You can't even hold a knife now. Kyojuro, become a demon. Seeing the blood-soaked man struggling to hold on. The Upper Moon 3, Akaza, shook his head. He couldn't understand why human swordsmen were unwilling to become demons. They were truly a bunch of stubborn fools. This made him somewhat curious about how he himself had become a demon back in his human days. However, it was no longer necessary to care about it. There was no doubt that becoming a demon was the only way to refine martial arts to their peak. Even if he were to live again, he would certainly choose to become a demon. Kyojuro Rengoku breathed heavily. His body was nearing its limit, yet he still tightly gripped the Nichiren blade in his hand. As long as I am alive, I will not give you the chance to harm others. So stubborn. Akaza's face was filled with anger, feeling immense pain for the soon-to-die, strong warrior. At this point, he could only kill him. The space around the two of them was boiling and twisting. A terrifying momentum cast aside all other thoughts, their minds incredibly focused. Destruction kill. Annihilation style, the snowflake needle spun wildly, and Akaza erupted with an overwhelming battle intent, embodying a technique that could destroy everything. Meanwhile, Kyojuro Rengoku slowly assumed a familiar thrusting stance, the burning flames flickering as if they could extinguish at any moment. Ninth form, Purgatory, named after the Rengoku family, the ultimate sword technique of the flame-breathing style. Boom! Akaza's fist collided with Kyojuro's swinging long blade. The earth-shattering impact rampaging, cracking the surrounding ground and causing the earth to tremble. The violent tremors directly surpassed the collision between Zenitsu and Akaza moments ago, with an even more exaggerated explosion engulfing hundreds of meters around, the heavens and earth shaking. Ninth form, Purgatory. At the moment of the explosive collision, a delicate shout came from the sky. Rengoku Hinaki had arrived just in time. The red-haired girl flipped several times in the air, her naginata extending flames that danced as she dove down to deliver a slash. The spiral fire circle cut through the impact from the center, the merged fire pillar becoming thicker and more terrifying, the high temperature generating destructive waves that forcibly pushed back Akaza's attack. Boom! The explosion lasted several seconds, and the choking gray smoke gradually revealed the figures of the Rengoku siblings, Kyojuro and Hinaki. After the original flame pillar, Kyojuro Rengoku, gave up on fighting, the position of the flame pillar became vacant, and the Rengoku family faced the situation of a broken inheritance. However, it was under this circumstance that the Rengoku family welcomed an unprecedented peak period, a dual pillar. Although Wawazi is not a Hashira, she is even more magnificent than Hashira. The girl with long, fiery red hair dances in the wind, her expression indifferent, exuding unparalleled grace. As for the upper moon 3 across from her, a large crater has exploded from his chest, half of his head blown off, kneeling on the ground in a daze. Antenga lost? Immersed in the thrill of battling Rengoku Kyojuro, Akaza did not notice the surrounding situation. He never expected that within just a few minutes, with Antenga's death, the momentum would completely shift from victory to defeat, reversing the situation. His injuries gradually healed, and he stood up with a serious expression, fists clenched, radiating an incredibly violent fighting spirit. Woman, since you were able to kill Antenga, I acknowledge your strength, and I will also take action against you next. Without a response, Wawazi silently held her long sword before her. In a situation that had turned into a hellish difficulty, she transcended herself and became stronger, using her own power to change the outcome of her brother's death. The current her would absolutely not lose to Akaza before her. You seem to say that without becoming a demon, one cannot reach the highest realm? Then, can you, who has reached the highest realm, defeat me? Boom! With the girl's words, a terrifying aura like raging flames erupted from her body, a sea of high-temperature fire clashing against Akaza's fighting spirit, locked in a stalemate. Akaza's expression gradually became serious. This woman's moves looked more and more like a combination of blood demon arts and breathing techniques. No, she cannot be a demon. According to what the newly promoted Upper Moon 6 said, Flame Demon possesses an innate, extraordinary high body temperature, and she must have developed her physique to be like a demon because of this trait. What an incredible woman. And this severely injured man before me, Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyojuro, despite being so badly hurt, still refuses to drop his sword. I really want to turn this pair of siblings into demons and discuss martial arts together. Destruction Kill, Demon Core Eightfold. Akaza erupted with a strong hurricane, engulfed in madness, charging towards the two Rengoku swordsmen before him, 1 against 2. Zenitsu, please spare my senior brother. We have been together for more than 10 years. Looking at the gloomy-faced, golden-haired youth approaching, Kaigaku's pale face slowly twisted, forcing out a friendly smile. While begging for mercy, he frantically tried to heal his own injuries, but it was utterly futile. The rejection was too intense. It's all Antenga and Akaza's fault for injuring him so many times. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have become this severe. Senior brother, I once firmly believed that we would one day fight side by side. The resolute gaze of the golden-haired youth revealed a hint of sadness, his face filled with regret. As he unhesitatingly swung his sword down, Kaigaku's head fell to the ground and rolled a few times. As if in disbelief at what had just happened, did he really die like this? Losing to a swordsman outside the Hashira ranks. How could this happen? It's too ridiculous. Unwillingness and regret filled his heart as Kaigaku let out a frantic scream. However, what he did not notice was that the gazes of the 3 swordsmen across from him had gone blank, overwhelmed by unparalleled fear and shock. Although Kaigaku's head had already fallen to the ground, Nezuko firmly believed in her heart that it was not her who had beheaded him. "Newcomer, could you tone down that pig-like scream?" An elegant and pleasant male voice came, as a man with chestnut-yellow long hair slowly picked up Kaigaku's head, holding it in his hands. Dressed in a luxurious priest's robe, with rainbow-colored eyes as beautiful as crystals, the man smiled, waving the golden iron fan in his hand. "It's almost dawn, and you all haven't sent back any news, so I came to take a look. And what is going on now?" The man's magnetic voice instilled a deep sense of fear, his tone filled with confusion, yet cold and devoid of any emotion. Hantengu's presence seemed to have just dissipated, and Kaigaku faced the death threat of beheading, with even Akaza struggling in battle against the Rengoku swordsman. Clearly, 3 upper moons were dispatched, yet they faced such a situation, without even killing a single one of the opponents. "Akaza, it's time to go." Seeing a trace of lingering twilight on the horizon, the man's cold voice echoed for hundreds of meters. The struggling Akaza suddenly turned his head. Doma, the man with the rainbow-colored eyes imprinted with Upper Moon 2, the founder of the Eternal Paradise cult, Doma. At this moment, Kaigaku finally realized that he was still alive and had not been beheaded by Zenitsu. Instead, in a way that no one noticed, he had been personally beheaded by this terrifying existence before him. "TCH, next time we meet, I will definitely turn you all into demons." Akaza suddenly retreated to dodge the red-haired girl's slash, accelerating several times to disappear from sight. His terrifying speed, not inferior to a speeding train. The speed at which he escaped to nearby cover was even more graceful than his fighting posture. Doma, who had just appeared, did not make any aggressive moves. He gently held Kaigaku's head, vanishing with a swish. Seeing the enemy retreat, Tanjiro and the others collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Upper Moon 2 and the Kaigaku they had dealt with were simply not on the same dimensional existence. Just making eye contact brought a sense of deathly oppression. After a while, the 3 suddenly realized something, quickly surrounding the adorably bewildered Nezuko and lifting her back into the train compartment. The sky gradually brightened. After a long night, the sun finally rose. Thud! Rengoku Kyujuru's body directly fainted on the ground, emitting earth-shattering snores. Huahuazi could no longer hold on. With a relieved expression, she hugged her knees while sitting on the ground, burying her face in her soft, pink thighs, and slowly closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. Even her sleeping posture was so cute and graceful that it was hard to associate the gentle girl now with the frenzied state she had during battle. One of the lower moons was dead, and the 4th upper moon was dead. The 6th upper moon, the 3rd upper moon, and the 2nd upper moon retreated. The Demon Slayer Corps suffered heavy injuries, but no one died, achieving a complete victory. Chapter 87, Flame Pillar, Purgatory Huahuazi. Thunder breathing training at the Mountain Gate. The trainer here is the former Flame Pillar, Sanjuro, responsible for teaching the swordsman thunder breathing. A young man draped in a golden haori walked step by step toward the peak of the mountain, his aura so oppressive that it was hard to breathe, with lightning seeming to swirl around him with every move. Several disciples passing by retreated, looking at the sullen-faced blonde boy in disbelief, never expecting that he could grow to such a terrifying level after surviving from the hands of the Upper Moon demons, creating an immense gap between him and the other swordsmen. Although 3 upper moons were repelled, they could not slay their fallen senior brother, Kaigaku, who managed to escape. Zenitsu Agatsuma bit his lip tightly, fists clenched, his expression filled with extreme unwillingness, feeling that they were so close. This incident was too sensational. In light of the lives lost of their fallen comrades and the threat posed by Kaigaku, the Demon Slayer Corps could no longer conceal it, announcing to all swordsmen 3 days after the battle. Therefore, Zenitsu Agatsuma hurried back to his school even before his injuries had healed. Grandfather. He saw from a distance the frail old man with white hair, whose stern face, with white hair and eyebrows, revealed a hint of relief and an unmistakable sadness. Grandfather, my senior brother has turned into a demon. Approaching the old man, Zenitsu's face twisted as he forced back his sadness, trembling as he spoke with a choked voice. I already know, Zenitsu, you did well. Sanjuro nodded with a smile. Each of the upper moons is a vicious, notorious man-eater, and the number of pillar-level swordsmen who have died at their hands exceeds 10, even 20. Even with the Purgatory twins supporting, being able to jointly repel a newly promoted upper moon is already a glorious achievement. According to the report from the Crow, It was precisely because of their hard struggle that they created an opportunity for pillar-level swordsmen to engage one-on-one and slay the fourth upper moon. Then what will you become? Grandfather? Will you atone for the fallen in his place? Regarding this, you should know very well, Zenitsu. Senjuro Rengoku said kindly, stroking the boy's hair. After a moment of silence, Zenitsu wiped away his tears, trembling as he stood up, resolutely turning around. Grandfather, I will not stop you. But I have one request. I hope you can witness the moment I slay that demon in the future, restoring the honor of our school. I want to make you proud. After leaving this statement, Zenitsu left without looking back. After the figure of the blonde boy gradually disappeared, the old man with white hair shed tears like a fountain, his cheeks glistening with tears. I promise you, Zenitsu, you're already my pride. Purgatory family of flame breathing. A young man with long, shoulder-length hair dyed in yellow and red, resembling Pikachu, was lying comfortably on a large bed. In the room, a middle-aged man and a boy, who resembled the young man, stood by the bed, their eyebrows and hair color surprisingly consistent. Look at you in such a miserable state. You deserve it. You can't even pick up a sword now. I told you, you wouldn't accomplish anything significant. Hearing the man's reprimand, Kyojuro Rengoku glared at him angrily, while Shinjuro Rengoku just chuckled lightly. Father is right. I really am too pathetic. Completely unworthy of the name of the 9 pillars. How long will it take for the injuries to heal? Kyojuro Rengoku suddenly asked. Half a year. Then hurry up and get better and roll back to the Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing you in this sickly state makes me angry. Do you want me to take care of a disabled person all day? I'll go make dinner. After leaving this statement, Shinjuro Rengoku got up and left the bedroom. Brother, why do I feel like father seems to be in a good mood today? Kyojuro Rengoku asked with a strange expression as he looked towards the door, covering his mouth and whispering. Yes, haha. Kyojuro Rengoku laughed heartily, his boisterous voice echoing throughout the courtyard. The recent slaying of an upper moon by his younger sister seemed to have rekindled his father's enthusiasm, although his father tried to hide it. His uncontrollable excited voice had already revealed his emotions. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tanjiro and Nezuko were recuperating in the Butterfly Mansion. Inosuke Hashibara was training with the Wind Pillar, and Zenitsu Agatsuma had returned to his school. After returning from the Infinity Train, everyone had temporarily separated. Outside the courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion, a red-haired girl in a black kimono, with her long hair tied up, was swinging a naginata in her hands. Huahuazi, the flame demon, after slaying the 4th upper moon, had her strength approaching perfection. It could even be said that she was comparable to the swordsmen of the same age from hundreds of years ago, with a body temperature comparable to blood demon arts. In a fully open state of all breaths, the legendary patterns, representing the ultimate martial arts, the world of transparency, what remained was just a little bit. Notification. First Class Swordsman Huahuazi, please proceed immediately to the Pillar Assembly meeting. Notification. First Class Swordsman Huahuazi, please proceed immediately to the Pillar Assembly meeting. A black crow circled in the sky, emitting sharp, harsh noises, causing all the injured in the Butterfly Mansion to rush out. If there are no surprises, it should be about that matter. Pillar Assembly, the courtyard of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yoya Tsujikuni. A scar black-haired man was supported by a white-haired woman as he sat on a pavilion, while the 8 pillar-level swordsmen, excluding the Flame Pillar, knelt one by one before the man. When the beautiful red-haired girl walked into the courtyard, all eyes were drawn to her. The petite girl, about to turn 16, had created a legend in the Demon Slayer Corps in just a year since joining. She had slain the 6th upper moon and the 4th upper moon, fought against the 5th upper moon and the 3rd upper moon, and had ultimately encountered the 2nd upper moon. It could be said that she had encountered nearly all the upper moons except for the 1st upper moon. The Flame Pillar, Kyojuro Rengoku, was heavily injured and had resigned. Calling her at this time was naturally self-evident. Yoya Tsujikuni had a gentle expression as he handed the envelope in his arms to the white-haired woman beside him, his wife. Kanata Tsujikuni. Now I announce the achievements of Huahuazi. Since she began learning swordsmanship at the age of 9, she has slain 47 evil demons, including 2 upper moons and 2 lower moons. This exaggerated data has never been seen in the Demon Slayer Corps for hundreds of years. With the recommendations of the former Flame Pillar Kyojuro Rengoku, the current Wind Pillar Sanemi Shinazugawa, the Rock Pillar Jyomiai Himejima, the Love Pillar Mitsuri Kanroji, the Water Pillar Ju Tomioka, the Mist Pillar Michiro Takedo, the Sound Pillar Tenjin Yuzi, the Insect Pillar Shinobu Kocho, and the Snake Pillar Iguro Abanai. Huahuazi is promoted to the Flame Pillar today. Huawazi, please come forward to receive the token of the former flame pillar. 9 Hashira recommendation. This is an unprecedented event in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. As the beautiful, white-haired woman finished speaking, Kyojuro Rengoku slowly walked up to the leader, kneeling on one knee with a calm expression, showing no signs of excitement. A true Hashira swordsman would not feel surprised simply because they were promoted to Hashira. Then, the white-haired woman gently draped a white haori over her uniform, the hem adorned with patterns of the flame lotus, fluttering in the wind like dancing flames. The white flame haori, engraved with the character for flame, was the family robe that the former Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku always wore, symbolizing fire. From today onwards, Kyojuro Rengoku is promoted to Flame Hashira. Chapter 88. Infinity Castle. Upper Moon meeting Infinity Castle, with its layers of space overlapping, intertwining classical and mechanical styles, form an upside-down town. As if gravity was lost, one would not fall even when standing in tilted or vertical places. Even more bizarrely, everyone's standing points were different. Boom! As the sound of the pipa echoed, four figures appeared simultaneously on a wide wooden platform, looking around in astonishment. A black-haired woman in a kimono, exuding elegance, was kneeling on the ceiling playing the pipa, her cascading hair obscuring her face, making it hard to see her features. However, even without a clear view, just her rosy lips and snow-white face indicated she was an unparalleled beauty. Haha, Akaza, Doma, it seems you've done something remarkable. Don't worry. I will burn incense for you on this day, next year. A floating monster emanating from a jade pot taunted, looking at the exhausted and worn-out expressions of the two. Unexpectedly, 3 upper moons appeared, yet they hadn't killed a single human and even lost a member of the lower moons. If it weren't for Upper Moon 2's intervention, they might have faced total annihilation. Is Muzan-sama and Neikime not here yet? Unlike Doma, who was pale and trembling, Akaza looked calmly towards the black-haired woman in the sky. Muzan-sama has not yet arrived, but Upper Moon 1 was the first to be summoned. He has been there all along. With Neikaime's words, Akaza looked in shock towards a side platform where a black-haired samurai in a checkered kimono was kneeling. This guy had been there from the beginning, but emitted no aura at all. How disgraceful. Akaza, and there's a newcomer. Upper Moon 1 did not turn around, his indifferent voice causing Akaza to frown tightly, and Doma trembled even more, drenched in cold sweat. I'm doomed. I'm absolutely doomed. To commit such a grave mistake right after being promoted to Upper Moon, it's not impossible to be directly disqualified. Ha ha ha. It seems Akaza-sama just went easy on a woman, right? A frivolous voice rang in his ears, and a pair of hands lightly rested on Akaza's shoulders. Upper Moon 2, Doma, appeared behind him with a teasing expression. Get your hands off me, scum. Akaza's pupils slowly constricted. Boom. Akaza slammed his fist into Doma's face, a burst of energy erupting, smashing his mouth to a bloody mess. Teeth flying out. A very nice punch. You seem to have gotten stronger, Akaza-sama. Doma chuckled nonchalantly as his injuries healed in an instant. Muzan-sama is here. With Neikaime's voice, the tense atmosphere came to a halt, and everyone looked up in surprise at the man in Western attire on the ceiling. The man was handsome, seriously adjusting the numerous chemical reagents on the table, but the veins on his face bulged uncontrollably. Akaza, can you explain to me why you didn't go all out from the start? Muzan Kibutsuji had seen everything from the memories of the dead Lower Moon 6. I thought that if they became demons, it would help you, my lord. Akaza slowly crouched down, speaking with utmost respect. Have you ever seen a Hashira swordsman agree to this in hundreds of years? Why have all the swordsmen who willingly became demons throughout history been nothing but trash? Muzan's face twisted in anger as he suddenly swung his arm behind him. Boom! Doma's body was turned to pulp, leaving only a head on the ground. His expression filled with utmost terror. Why am I the one getting hurt? I didn't say anything. The Upper Moon ranks, unchanged for 113 years, had lost 2 members in 1 year. I have no hope left for you. I can't even understand the purpose of your existence anymore. The Demon Slayer Corps still exists, and the blue spider lily has not been found. Muzan's rage intensified, a terrifying cold, killing intent flooding the minds of all Upper Moons, their clothes soaked with sweat. It was said that the last time Muzan was angry, he wiped out all Lower Moons except for Lower Moon 1. Could it be that this time, even all Upper Moons would be eliminated? Just when the situation was critical, Upper Moon 5, Gyako, suddenly laughed. Muzan-sama, I'm different from this bunch of useless trash. Not long ago, I mastered important information that can help you achieve your grand ambitions sooner. Crack. Gyako's perspective flipped upside down as his head was held in Muzan Kibutsuji's hand, blood flowing everywhere. Muzan-sama's hand is so warm. I'm fine now, I can. What I hate most is change. Changes in situations, changes in bodies, changes in emotions. Any change basically means deterioration, means decay. I only like things to remain unchanged, to always maintain a perfect state. The continuous killing of upper moons had already made Muzan extremely displeased. Do not report uncertain information to me with a silly smile at this time. Kibutsuji. I have transmitted the memories of the deaths of Kibutsuji and Lower Moon 6 to you. What do you think of that woman? Muzan casually threw Gyako's head to the ground and then turned to ask the distant black-haired samurai, Upper Moon 1. After a moment of silence, the black-haired samurai slowly stood up, revealing a face with 6 eyes. Muzan-sama, you should still remember that person, right? Kibutsuji, are you looking for death on purpose? Hearing the implication in the other's tone, Muzan's face twisted in rage, driving him to the brink of insanity. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is that this girl who uses flame breathing is still far from being qualified. With the awakening of the markings, the creation of new sword techniques and new breathing styles, and the ultra-high temperature comparable to blood demon arts, aside from that realm and the Hino no Ken, she has already reached the peak of swordsman. But so what? That person is innately gifted with everything. No matter how talented she is, she can never compare. And I have long surpassed such realms. Facing her, I only need one strike to sever her head. Upon hearing Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo's words, Muzan Kibutsuji's frenzied emotions slowly calmed down. It seems that your Upper Moon status has spoiled you too much. I now advise you to work harder in the future. Gyako, after confirming the real information, go with Kokushibo. As soon as the words fell, Muzan Kibutsuji's figure instantly disappeared, teleported away by the drum demon. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting that they would be saved by Tamayo this time. Chapter 89. The Doll of Sun breathing after Muzan left. Kanamori's body slowly recovered. He lay on the ground, panting heavily, his face filled with terror. He actually survived. He thought he would definitely die here. He looked at Tamayo with gratitude, both of them having only their heads left on the ground. Tamayo, what information did you obtain? Can you tell me? I want to go with you. The head of Tamayo was held up by the Upper Moon 2, Doma, who blinked in panic, feeling at a loss. Boom! In the next moment, Doma's head was suddenly sliced off by a swift hand strike, blood splattering everywhere. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, flicked the blood from his hand, his face extremely displeased. Did Lord Muzan give you an order? Quickly disappear. Almost the instant Doma's head disappeared, Akaza looked suspiciously at his severed arm. The clean cut seemed to be made by a sharp tool. Akaza, you've gone too far. The terrifying killing intent made Kanamori and Tamayo unable to speak, and the black-haired warrior, standing nearby, sent shivers down everyone's spine. Kanamori, unable to withstand this unparalleled sense of oppression, knelt and begged for mercy upon seeing Upper Moon 1, willingly descending into a demon. It's fine, Lord Kokushibo, I personally don't mind at all. Doma's head quickly grew back, and he said with a gentle smile, I didn't say this for you. I'm just worried that the disorder in the sequence will lead to a rift in relationships. Akaza, you should understand what I mean. This was not a question but a command. Kokushibo absolutely would not allow any acts of rebellion in front of him. Under the gaze of Upper Moon 1's eerie eyes, Akaza's face turned extremely angry, yet surprisingly, he did not strike again. Of course, I will kill you myself. Is that so? Then keep trying. As soon as the words fell, Kokushibo's figure instantly vanished, and Akaza's expression twisted as he jumped away from the Infinity Castle several times. In an instant, only Doma, Kanamori, and Tamayo remained, along with the drum demon who was playing the pipa. Drum demon, please teleport me and Kokushibo to the same place. Tamayo, with only his head left, bounced and said to the black-haired woman, Wait, drum demon sister, can you take me with you too? Doma excitedly pointed at himself. The drum demon's bangs slowly parted, revealing a single I marked with a 4. I refuse, her voice cold. Whoosh! In an instant, Doma's body exited from the Infinity Castle, and he lay helplessly on his mat, the symbol of the Eternal Bliss sect plastered all over the room. Oh dear, everyone is so cold. Demon Slayer Core, Butterfly Mansion. Ah, the side profile of Flame Hashira is so beautiful, it's almost suffocating. Moreover, so fair and large, my heart and body are being pulled away. Why do you think the Flame Hashira keeps going to the Butterfly Mansion? Could it be that he has a crush on someone? Ugh, I'm not ready yet. You're thinking about Mizuko, But although she seems very serious on the surface, she might actually be surprisingly easy to bully in bed. In front of the butterfly mansion, a group of girls responsible for nursing shouted excitedly, looking infatuated, regardless of age or gender. Anyone who saw her at first glance would be captivated by her gentle and serene aura, unable to look away. The red-haired girl, sitting on the tatami mat, quietly closed her eyes, her delicate and snowy face resembling a beautiful painting, seemingly meditating. Draped in a white fire lotus haori, her vibrant red kimono formed an exaggerated and beautiful arc, making one worry that the waist tie would burst open at any moment. Whether they were appearance enthusiasts or body admirers, pure love supporters, or those with a penchant for green hats, they all fell deeply in love and couldn't extricate themselves. That face, that figure, AWSL. Ahem. Several logistics personnel who were secretly peeping suddenly turned their heads, only to see Butterfly Shinobu glaring at them with an unhappy expression. Are you all so idle? Hurry up and take care of the injured. I'm Sora, Shinobu. Several girls hurriedly scattered, running back into the butterfly mansion. Not doing your job. Butterfly Shinobu huffed angrily, stepping out from behind the eaves. Hearing the commotion from the side, Kaneo slowly raised an eyebrow, noticing a frail, purple-haired girl walking this way. Sister Shinobu, is there something wrong? Kaneo, the village chief of Swordsmith Village, Tetsu Kanemitsu, said he needs you to go over. Butterfly Shinobu smiled as she sat beside her, her gaze slightly averted, unable to look directly. Although the two girls were of similar height, their body shapes were worlds apart. Such a large disparity. Hey, that lecherous old man. Huahuazi was slightly taken aback, taking out the Shurji knife from behind her. During this battle, her Nicaran blade had not sustained any damage. With the high temperature of her physical body nurturing her, the purity of her flame became increasingly exquisite, allowing her to withstand higher temperatures and impacts, and she left no marks when slaying the Hantengu. It seemed unrelated to the Nicaran blade. I wonder if Huahuazi has heard of the mechanical puppet. Yuan, E0 type? It's the puppet created based on the first generation of sun-breathing swordsmen, right? Yes. There are rumors within the team that you have surpassed the first generation of sun-breathing swordsmen. So the village chief of the swordsmiths wants to invite you to analyze the combat power of Yuan, E0 type, and also see if it's possible to restore the mechanical puppet technology from hundreds of years ago based on your sword techniques. Butterfly Shinobu's expression was serious. She had also practiced against Yuan E0 type a few years ago. That practice puppet had 6 arms and a Nicaran blade, said to be designed to replicate the power of the first generation of sun-breathing swordsmen, with sword techniques that were terrifyingly sharp. After hundreds of years of practice, the puppet had become severely damaged, and its strength could no longer match that of an ordinary Hashira-level swordsman. After all, a puppet cannot use breathing techniques. However, this transcendent power meant nothing in the eyes of the puppet's creators. There is a saying passed down in the swordsmith village that even 1% of that power was unattainable. If Rengoku Huahuazi is really strong enough to exceed Yuan E0 type's combat power by 100 times, does that mean she can discern something? Perhaps the clues of sun breathing? If so, then the swordsmiths wouldn't have to rack their brains to repair the puppet. They could simply tailor a new puppet based on the Flame Hashira. Starting breath, sun breathing. Chapter 90, The Corrupting Hot Springs. Lord Flame Hashira. We will now head to the swordsmith village. Please forgive my intrusion. At the foot of the mountain of the Demon Slayer core, in the hidden core, a young woman in a black cloak approached with an eye mask, mouth plug, and earplugs. According to the rules of the Demon Slayer core, even Hashira-level warriors cannot know the location of the swordsmith village and must take a long detour, changing transportation numerous times to arrive. Seeing the pile of familiar-looking props, Huahuazi's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head in disappointment. Forget it, this is useless to me. I can remember the route just by feel. After mastering the transparent world, the world before the girl had become clear with the sweeping breeze, swaying flowers and grass. All natural cycles and breath flows would present themselves in her mind. Even if she intended to stumble, she could no longer fall into the hands of evildoers, which was truly a sad thing. The woman from the hidden core felt somewhat troubled. Wouldn't that mean she couldn't reach her destination without knowing? After hesitating for a while, the members of the hidden core, after a series of minor discussions, ultimately decided to abandon the century-old rule. If it's this girl before them, surely the Lord wouldn't blame them. Lord Flame Hashira, please follow me, but be sure not to tell others the route. Don't worry, I'm not a big-breasted fool. Rengoku Huahuazi vowed, patting her heart, but since she couldn't really reach it, there wasn't much credibility. The swordsmith village. an ancient settlement that has existed since the Warring States period, specializes in forging Nichiren blades capable of slaying demons and has passed down the total concentration breathing technique, serving as one of the two major trump cards of the Demon Slayer Corps. The function of the breathing techniques is to defeat demons, while the function of the Nichiren blade is to kill demons. Both are indispensable. It is precisely because of the extremely strict confidentiality that the 12 Kazuki have never been able to find this place, allowing the Nichiren blades to flow continuously into the Demon Slayer Corps, becoming a support for the swordsman. Surrounded by forests, the village is nestled deep in the mountains, with impressive attics standing in succession, and the air is filled with scalding steam. Huahuazi immediately understood that there should be hot springs here. As a hot spring enthusiast, she could no longer suppress her inner impulse, and her fingers were almost half undone from the chest binding. It was like when an ordinary person is about to burst from holding in their urine, and they unzip their pants before even entering the restroom. It's a normal reaction. Wow. Huahuazi was about to enter the hot spring inn when she suddenly heard a familiar exclamation from behind. She turned around in shock and saw the scarred boy, Tanjiro Kamado, carrying a wooden box. Unlike the noble treatment received by the Flame Hashira, his full face eye mask almost completely sealed his head, and it looked like his mouth, ears, and nose plugs had just been removed. "Miss Rengoku," Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly, noticing the red-haired girl beside him. What a coincidence! Huahuazi blinked in surprise. Since Tanjiro had also arrived at the swordsmith village, didn't that mean that the location had been discovered by Muzan and would soon be attacked? However, he had already killed Hand Demon, so this time it should be a different Upper Moon, perhaps Upper 2 or Upper 3. It was even possible to encounter 3 Upper Moon demons at once. "Miss Rengoku, your sword isn't damaged. Why are you here?" Huahuazi asked seriously. "I came to soak in the hot springs and take a look at the legendary mechanical dolls. How about you?" Tanjiro choked momentarily, his face stiff and pale. In fact, his relationship with the dedicated swordsmith was very poor. Every time his Nichiren blade was damaged, he would be chased with a kitchen knife for several hours. This time, while he was recovering, the swordsmith had merely handed him a letter filled with words like kill and curse written in blood. Thus, Tanjiro, who still didn't have a Nichiren blade, risked being killed to come to the swordsmith village. "Miss Rengoku, I'm going to check on the village chief. Do you want to come with me?" "No, I want to soak in the hot springs first." Huahuazi refused the boy's invitation without hesitation. The sash of her kimono was half undone. How could she stop now? The outdoor hot spring, with a hot water pool built of stones, presented a tranquil light green color, and the rippling water made one feel relaxed. A beautiful, tall woman with 2 pale yellow braids comfortably lay in the hot spring, looking utterly enchanted. After a series of battles, her tense muscles had relaxed, and she thought about just falling asleep like this. Soaking in the hot springs was truly indulgent. The love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, was enjoying her time with her eyes closed when she suddenly felt something strange. The flowing hot spring had suddenly become incredibly scalding, as if it were boiling. Splash! The surface of the water erupted with steaming bubbles, and the originally clear hot spring had turned into a boiling red. So hot it was almost suffocating. "Oh, my hot spring!" Kanroji Mitsuri quickly climbed out of the hot spring, tears brimming in her eyes. Her legs reddened from the heat. Fortunately, she reacted in time. Otherwise, her skin would have been burned off. She suddenly noticed a red-haired girl soaking on the other side of the stones. The source of the heat seemed to be emanating from there. Although the areas were separated, the water flowed between them. Kanroji Mitsuri puffed up her cheeks in anger. "Who is this woman practicing breathing techniques in a public hot spring? Just wait until I catch her." P.S. At the beginning of the month, a bounty will be opened. A single chapter of the bounty will be posted later today. Bounty notification. Tomorrow is November, and the bounty period runs from November 1st to November 30th, with no upper limit. Starting in November, there will be a minimum of 2 updates per day, and the conditions for additional updates are below. Starting from midnight tonight, every 100 blades will add 1 update, with no upper limit. From now on, every 10,000 in rewards will add 1 update, with no upper limit. In short, it's equivalent to 100 yuan worth of items, but doesn't count as monthly tickets, only rewards and blades. This bounty requirement is very standard. It's not from a big shot, nor is it a cheap price. Most authors have similar pricing. Additional update conditions. Since this bounty was posted yesterday, everyone has probably forgotten about it. So let me remind you again. Every 100 blades will add 1 update, with no upper limit. Every 100 yuan in rewards, including items, will add 1 update, with no upper limit. There will be 2 updates daily as a baseline, with additional updates based on conditions. So this time, don't say I'm slow to update. It's up to you all. Chapter 91, Taketo Mwichiru. In the misty and steamy outdoor hot spring room, nothing was visible. Kanroji Mitsuri quietly tiptoed around to the back of the red-haired girl, looking at the snow-white skin, soft and pink as if it could be squeezed for water. The love Hashira's heart raced like a fawn. How should she tease such a petite girl? Breath of love, third form, love cat Shigure. Hey! Kanroji Mitsuri quickly jumped into the water, wrapping her arms around the red-haired girl, her restless hands clawing at her like a cat, tickling her wildly. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I'm scratching. A few seconds later, Kanroji Mitsuri suspiciously stopped her movements. Yeah, what's going on? The water mist was too thick for her to see clearly. This red-haired girl was actually the new Flame Hashira, Rengoku Huahuazi. And why did she look like she was being bullied, with tears in her eyes? She clearly hadn't been that excessive. Meanwhile, in the men's outdoor hot spring, Tanjiro Kamado walked into the hot spring with a look of relief. He had just heard from the village chief that his swordsmith, Steel Hashira Hayoma, was not refusing to forge for him. Instead, it was because his Nichiren blade had been continuously damaged during battles with demons, which had undermined his confidence, and he had gone deep into the mountains to train again. Tanjiro believed that when Mr. Hayoma returned, he would be able to forge an even stronger Nichiren blade. Bang! Ouch! Suddenly, something hard hit Tanjiro's head, and he covered his head in shock, staring at the front of the hot spring. A tall, muscular man with a rooster comb hairstyle was soaking in the steaming hot spring, moving his muscles, and the hard object that had just hit him seemed to be his teeth. This guy seemed to be Taketo Mwichiru, who was in the same generation as him and shared the same surname as the Wind Hashira. In just 3 months, his physique had grown so tall. It was truly a medical miracle. Taketo, let's bathe together. Tanjiro excitedly jumped into the water. Go to hell. Hearing Tanjiro's voice, Taketo Mwichiru roared angrily, then walked straight out of the pool. Tanjiro blinked innocently. He had only injured his arm during the final selection when he couldn't stand seeing him bully the examiner. Was it really necessary to be this furious? Just as Taketo Mwichiru was about to leave the hot spring, a strange noise came from the adjacent women's hot spring, and both men turned alertly toward the sound. What's going on? Ah, it's nothing. I just accidentally choked on water. A panicked female voice came from the other side. It sounded like the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. Had she also come to the swordsmith village? Upon hearing the response, Taketo Mwichiru snorted coldly and left the hot spring. His physical condition seemed to be getting worse, probably due to the continuous high temperature stimulating his body. Dressed in yukata and with her hair pinned up, Huahuazi weakly drank juice, looking worried. That hateful woman. Across from her, Taketo Mwichiru looked furious, as she had placed that thing on the dining table. How could he possibly eat like this? If she were an ordinary Demon Slayer member, he would have already fought back, but this woman was the new Flame Hashira, known as Rengoku Huahuazi. To be fair, he really couldn't defeat her. Miss Rengoku, Taketo. Sitting stiffly while eating, a familiar voice saved Taketo from his torment. It seemed that Tanjiro had come over after soaking in the hot springs. He encountered the love Hashira halfway, and their conversation caused some delay. As soon as he saw more familiar faces, Hidakawa immediately changed his sitting posture, moving the inappropriate items off the dining table. Hey, Nakagawa, how come your teeth grew back? Didn't they just fall out in the hot spring? Seeing the robust man swallowing food, Tanjiro looked at his intact teeth in surprise. Shut up, you must be mistaken. Nakagawa, with a fierce look, gulped down his drink and suddenly saw the bloody teeth in Tanjiro's palm, spraying all his juice out in shock. Just as the juice was about to drench him, Hidakawa had already sidestepped, not getting a single drop on him. Are you sick? How disgusting. Nakagawa, with a fierce expression, snatched the teeth from Tanjiro's hand, crushed them in anger, and stormed away from the table. Tanjiro and Hidakawa exchanged bewildered glances, both showing expressions of confusion. By the way, Miss Rengoku, I met the love Hashira on the way here. You should have bathed with her, right? What just happened over there? Hidakawa pondered with her chin in hand, pretending to think nonchalantly for a moment. Unlike us kids, adult women probably encounter various physiological situations, you know? P.S. Additional rewards for updates. 100 blades for 1 extra update. 10,000 tips or equivalent items for an extra update. No upper limit. Chapter 92. The upper rank strikes the next morning. In the forest not far from the blacksmith's village hot spring, 2 boys watched in amazement as 2 figures fought fiercely. The mechanical puppet, Yuan E0, with 6 wooden jointed arms, wielded a Nichiren blade. One side of its face revealed broken parts, having been a practice tool for swordsmen for hundreds of years. It had become quite worn down. Across from it, a swordsman with soft, light-colored long hair, a youthful face devoid of emotion, was locked in a fierce battle with a six-armed puppet, showcasing exceptional swordsmanship. It was the Mist Hashira Takedo Machiro. Tanjiro and a boy wearing a fire mask, Koit, hid in the shadows, captivated by their stunning sword techniques. Unfortunately, the art of mechanics had been lost, and the exquisite techniques of the past were now beyond the reach of their generation. If it broke, it would never be fixed. The boy in the fire mask sighed helplessly, knowing that this Yuan E0 would definitely be destroyed by the Hashira swordsman. He was truly unreasonable. The key to activate the puppet had originally been kept by him, but was forcibly taken away after he was knocked out by the Mist Hashira. In that person's eyes, blacksmiths were merely tools, useless except for forging swords. Tanjiro had wanted to help Koit persuade Takedo Machiro, but was also knocked out with a single punch. After that, Takedo Machiro forcefully activated the mechanism and began battling the severely damaged six-arm puppet. That person is really impressive. He is not much older than me, but has already become a Hashira. This must be talent, Tanjiro thought helplessly, realizing that even Miss Rengoku was younger than he was. It's only natural. After all, he is a descendant of the sun-breathing users. A sharp bird call caught their attention, and they looked in surprise at a black crow perched on a tree branch. It was another talking bird, presumably the messenger crow of the Mist Hashira. The crow, with its long eyelashes, appeared to be female, chattering mockingly at the two with a disdainful expression. Hee, that kid is a genius. A genius from a different dimension than you two. He became a Hashira just 2 months after picking up a sword. A terrifying talent that even the Flame Hashira Rengoku can't compare to. How about that? 2 months? Tanjiro was shocked, thinking that he had been practicing swordsmanship for 2 years and was still far from the level of Hashira. What did it mean to become a Hashira in just 2 months? Starting as an ordinary person with no knowledge, training in breathing techniques and physical fitness, mastering sword skills, and going through actual combat, he skipped all those steps and directly reached the peak as a swordsman. He heard that Rengoku had also trained since childhood, and in terms of talent, perhaps he truly couldn't compare to the Mist Hashira Takedo Machiro. That is a bit careless. What? Hearing the skeptical female voice, the crow screamed angrily, but when it saw who was approaching, it suddenly stopped, its pupils widening, swallowing its insults. A red-haired girl with a naginata on her back, her long hair tied up, dressed in a black kimono with a haori embroidered with flames of Rengoku, stood beside them, seriously observing the battle ahead. The crow, which had just been belittling Rengoku, instantly wilted, lowering its head in silence and not daring to say a word. Just as everyone was speaking, the battle situation changed dramatically. Second form of the breath of mist. Eightfold mist. Takedo Machiro slightly sidestepped to avoid the puppet's slash, and a massive white cloud swirled around him, resembling the breath of dawn. Swish, 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 swish. 8 continuous soft silver sword lights flashed by, resembling drifting clouds, sweeping past the mechanical puppet. With a crack, the puppet's arm shattered, and it stood still as if it had lost power, unable to move. Tears welled up in Koit's eyes as he rushed toward the puppet without hesitation. Takedo Machiro expressionlessly picked up a Nichiren blade from the puppet's hand. His own sword had been damaged in battle, so he took a new one as a replacement. Machiro sheathed the new sword at his waist and suddenly turned around, looking in shock at the red-haired girl staring at him. This woman seems familiar. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Who is she again? All right, she asked the Flame Hashira, who has killed 2 upper-rank female swordsmen. I even recommended her during the Hashira meeting. How is it? Rengoku smiled slightly, her expression gentle as she asked. Not bad, I guess. Takedo Machiro nodded, passing by the red-haired girl and leaving the forest, with the crow flapping in a panic behind him. Beside the damaged puppet mechanism, Koit let out a deep breath, relieved that it hadn't been completely destroyed and could still move. Although one arm had fallen off and the sword had been taken away, it still had 5 usable arms left. Miss Rengoku, what are you doing here? Tanjiro stepped forward to ask, finding the arrogant personality of the Mist Hashira quite irritating. Even after meeting 3 times, he still couldn't remember who he was. By observing the puppet's condition, perhaps he could gain insight into the strength of the sun-breathing swordsman. Having lost interest in battling the puppet after observing the fight between Takedo Machiro and Yuan E0, Rengoku activated her transparent world. She could see even the internal parts of the puppet clearly, including the rusted Nichiren blade, which was probably the sword once wielded by a sun-breathing swordsman. In summary, Rengoku felt that it was impossible to judge the strength of a sun-breathing swordsman based solely on this puppet. The art of sun-breathing had been lost, and the only one in this world who truly understood the strength of sun-breathing swordsmen was one person. Musen Kibutsuji's subordinate, one of the upper moons, Kokushibo. Tanjiro, hurry over. Train using Yuan E0, and become even stronger than that arrogant Mist Hashira. Hearing the call of Little Iron, Tanjiro's expression became dazed. Is the doll training with someone who can fight against Hashira-level swordsmen starting now? After fighting the doll, Mitsuri Kanroji stepped out of the forest and arrived at the downhill path of the swordsmith village. The training was over, and he was about to leave the swordsmith village. However, the moment he stepped onto the stairs, he was enveloped by a chilling malice, and cold sweat began to drip down. A beautifully crafted jade vase was placed in the middle of the road, exuding an incredibly eerie aura. "Excuse me, is this your vase?" A sharp and hoarse voice came from the jade vase. Without a doubt, it was a demon of the 12 Kazuki level. It was the 5th of the upper moons. The jade vase, who had previously crossed paths with Kaguya, Mitsuri Kanroji immediately gripped his sword and crouched down, assuming a combat stance. However, the crow behind him was completely panicked. Perhaps Mitsuri did not understand the situation at that moment. As the most secretive swordsmith village in the Demon Slayer Corps, it had actually been detected by a demon. Chapter 93. Kaguya. Misstep. The swordsmith village had incredibly complicated defensive measures, and no one had ever thought it would be discovered. As a village providing Nichiren swords to the Demon Slayer Corps, if this place were to be breached by demons, the swordsmen would lose the only means to kill demons, and the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, an upper moon demon had silently infiltrated, while the people in the village were completely unprepared. "Mitsuri, don't die." The crow left a message before swiftly flying towards the village, intending to inform the villagers to evacuate. The next second, the flash of a sword cut through the air, blood sprayed, and black feathers flew everywhere. Mitsuri Kanroji slowly turned his head, only to see the severed body of the crow. His body began to tremble violently, and his dim, hollow, ink-colored eyes widened in shock. A black-haired swordsman dressed in a samurai robe stood with his back turned, his face obscured, yet exuding an aura of utter despair. His presence seemed to drain the color from the world, plunging it into an overwhelming, maddening fear. The bloodline of the descendants, not bad talent, but unfortunately not the target this time. The black-haired swordsman murmured, and in an instant, his figure vanished from Mitsuri's sight, leaving the boy drenched in sweat and looking somewhat disheveled. As one of the 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Mist Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji was actually so terrified by the presence of the opponent that he lost all fighting spirit and even the courage to hold his sword. The crow had died right in front of him, and he felt powerless. "Lord Kokushibo, please take your time." The disgusting creature that emerged from the jade vase grinned and spoke, its illusory, floating form constantly shifting, behaving like an eager sycophant. Mitsuri initially wanted to stop the man, but he knew very well that the difference between them as swordsmen was like heaven and earth. What he truly needed to do now was to stop the jade vase monster in front of him. He could only leave the back to the Flame Hashira and Love Hashira. Amidst the ease, an overwhelming sense of shame surged in Mitsuri's heart. He actually hoped that his fragile female companions would have a chance to defeat that man, while he, as a male, hid here and avoided battle. This was not what a Hashira should do. He had to swiftly slay the upper moon in front of him and then go help them. In the vast forest, Tanjiro was struggling against the mechanical doll of Yorichi, overwhelmed by the onslaught of 5 Nichiren swords and on the brink of danger. Using his body to confront such a rapid attack from 5 Nichiren swords was indeed impossible for him in his current state. Hashira-level swordsmen were truly strong. "Tanjiro, get away from there." "Huh?" Suddenly hearing Kaguya's serious warning, Tanjiro instinctively ducked to avoid a horizontal slash, then jumped back several times. Before he could ask what was going on, he instantly sensed an incredibly evil aura descending upon this place. The terrifying pressure even surpassed that of Akaza during the Mugen Train mission. Standing before the mechanical doll of Yorichi, a tall swordsman with a long black ponytail remained silent, effortlessly deflecting the fierce attacks of the 5 Nichiren swords with just a few casual strikes, making it impossible to see his movements. He didn't even possess 1% of Yorichi's strength. After standing still and observing for a while, the black-haired swordsman sighed slowly, his tone revealing a hint of melancholy. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence as the man slowly grasped the black-purple long sword at his waist. With a swift sound, the Yorichi mechanical doll shattered into pieces, revealing the pitch-black Nichiren's sword within its body, which seemed to have rusted after 100 years of stagnation. How was that possible? In an instant, Little Iron's eyes widened in disbelief. The mechanical doll inherited from his ancestors had just broken down like this. Unforgivable. Before Little Iron could take any drastic action, a hand struck down sharply on the side of his neck, causing him to sway and faint, losing consciousness. Tanjiro, take him away from here. Don't call anyone for support. The red-haired girl approached step by step, wielding her naginata that flickered with flames, her delicate face displaying an unprecedented seriousness. The first of the upper moons, Kokushibo, had actually personally descended upon the swordsmith village. This was quite a troublesome situation. Originally, any upper moon other than him could be defeated, but now, Kagaya had already mentally prepared for death in battle. No, I can't leave you to fight here alone. Boom! The next second, the boy who firmly disagreed was violently blown away by the hurricane generated from the clash of blades, the terrifying wind constantly destroying the surrounding trees. At the center of the explosion, the red-haired girl engulfed in flames clashed swords with the black-haired swordsman, whose face revealed 6 bizarre eyeballs. The first of the upper moons, Kokushibo, truly admirable skill, being able to consider your companions while fighting me, intentionally directing the impact to knock him away. Your strength is among the top Hashira swordsmen, even in the Demon Slayer Corps from hundreds of years ago. Kokushibo generously praised, and unlike the struggling expression of the girl, he appeared leisurely as if he were taking a stroll. Flame breathing, second form, rising flame. Kagaya swung her long naginata with both hands, forcing the opponent back, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. She covered her calf in pain, revealing that one of her snow-white, delicate feet had been severed at some point, blood gushing from the broken area. In the first second of their encounter, the girl had lost a foot. True misstep. I will only ask you once, will you die? Or will you become a demon? Kokushibo's heavy words echoed in Kagaya's ears. Her body trembled continuously, her beautiful face pale with pain, appearing utterly helpless and pitiable, evoking sympathy. Seeing the girl remain silent, Kokushibo gently caressed the hilt of his sword, exuding a bloody, killing intent. Woman, you are too self-righteous. Your swordsmanship talent is indeed rare in the Demon Slayer Corps, but compared to the sun-breathing swordsman from hundreds of years ago, you are far behind. He is a true genius who stood at the pinnacle of the world since birth, fundamentally different from your realm as a mere mortal. Even the sun-breathing swordsmen die of old age. What can you do? Kokushibo paused his words, his 6 pairs of eyes suddenly widening in disbelief as he looked at the slowly rising red-haired girl. Huahuazi actually reattached the severed leg to her missing part, and the searing blood began to burn wildly, restoring itself completely in just a few seconds, with blood loss also stopping. This recovery ability has transcended the human realm. Rather than being human, she resembles a ghost. A person who reaches the pinnacle of a certain field through learning is called a genius. But one who masters everything from birth is merely a freak. With the calm words of the red-haired girl, Kokushibo's pupils violently contracted. Today's update will be in the evening. I have a paper due today, so I need to spend some time on it, so the update might be around 7 or 8 o'clock. However, there should be 3 consecutive updates, so if you don't have time, you can just check it out the next day. The main reason for posting this chapter is to ask for more support. There are currently 2 few rewards, and I can't add many updates. GKAD Chapter 94 Flame Pillar and Upper Moon 1. Through learning, a person who reaches the pinnacle of a certain field is called a genius. But one who masters everything from birth is merely a freak. The high temperature boiled, bathing her in flames, as Purgatory Huahuazi slowly stood up, her snow-white and exquisite jade feet showing no signs of injury or scars. Clearly human, yet possessing the recovery ability of a demon. Standing a few meters away. Upon hearing this, Kokushibo's 6 pairs of eyes violently contracted, and the veins on the back of his hand, gripping the sword, bulged. A terrifying and sharp killing intent spread out like a tide, transforming into a chaotic monster under the bright moonlight, causing a shiver in the heart. Kokushibo gazed at the beautiful moonlight in the sky, slowly exhaling a crystalline mist from his mouth, then turned to look at the red-haired girl who had spoken disrespectfully. Huahuazi's expression was heavy, but the corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile, as if asking, "Are you angry?" Total concentration, breath of flame. Total concentration, breath of the moon. Whoosh. The vision in front of the 2 of them froze. Time seemed to stand still, and in the next second, the air shattered like a broken mirror, cracking apart with a loud noise. The massive crescent slash swept across the entire forest, the winding crescent moon carrying many swirling, delicate crescents continuously rotating and cutting, grinding everything within the vicinity into dust. First form, dark moon, night palace. With one strike, an area of hundreds of meters instantly fell, turning into a slaughterhouse devoid of life. The plants, animals, and insects in the forest were all crushed into pulp, and the air was filled with a thick, bloody mist. Third form, candle. The body of the red-haired girl, sliced into pieces, slowly dissipated like a flickering candlelight, only to reassemble in another direction. Before she could steady herself, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, her slender waist clothing torn, flesh and blood in a mess. She couldn't completely evade the attack, not due to a lack of speed, but because all her actions were easily seen through by the opponent. This is the clarity of the world. Huahuazi gently stroked her tender waist, which was exposed and covered in flesh and blood. After the new skin and flesh quickly filled the wound, she stood up again, indomitable. The forest, now unrecognizable, had lost all cover, and the remnants of the moon were desolate all around. Clearly just the first form. Its lethality exceeded any move within the breath of fire. Even the flame Xidagarba and the final Purgatory could not compare. The expressionless Kokushibo swung his sword again. Swish! Two massive crescent-shaped slashes rushed forward, entwined with countless small moon arcs, thousands of moon scars resembling countless stars scattered across the sky. The surrounding space was completely shattered, the enlarged moon rapidly magnifying in the red-haired girl's eyes, making it impossible to evade. Disdainful moon, erosion, boom! The air burst, the ground shattered. And at the moment when Huahuazi was about to be torn apart by the moon blade, her figure vanished. Full breath, bloom. High in the sky, the fire lotus bloomed. The girl, leveraging her terrifying physical abilities in the blooming state, jumped dozens of meters into the air, her haori dancing wildly in the wind, releasing high-temperature flames. Her slender and voluptuous body flipped several times in the air, her entire being erupting with violent flames, and she leaped down from the high sky. Undoubtedly, this action was also within Kokushibo's perception. He didn't even look up and simply slashed backward casually. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower playing with the moon. Two overlapping crescent moons intertwined, forming a massive full moon pattern, continuously striking and covering the entire sky. In the falling state, the girl could no longer change her shape, and she fell straight into the meat grinder-like slashes, her delicate body continuously emitting the wails of torn flesh. Kokushibo slowly retracted his blade, turning around with an expressionless face. Overconfident. Snap. At the moment Kokushibo turned around, the right arm holding the sword fell off, a crimson slash swirling around, the scorching flames burning at the wound. He couldn't help but let out a light huh, turning his head to look back, his expression strange. The girl, who should have been turned to dust, stood not far behind, completely bathed in the wildly burning fire feather garment, resembling a demon of flames bending down. 10th form, bone flame shield. Strange. What is this odd sense of disharmony? Seeing the fiery girl with a fierce aura, Kokushibo couldn't help but feel puzzled. The aura the girl presented in this transparent world seemed a bit blurry, as if it could dissipate at any moment. As he pondered, his severed arm instantly grew back, and the black-purple long blade extended from the flesh. It turned out that it was not a real blade, but a weapon woven from flesh and blood. This woman was different from those Hashira swordsmen he had killed casually before, but Kokushibo had yet to realize it. Moon breathing. 7th form, calamity mirror. Moon reflection. Breath of fire. 7th form, red moon kiss. Boom! The two slashes collided again, a terrifying wave erupting, violently overturning the surrounding sand and debris. The blazing red moon was shattered instantly, and 7 giant moon scars extended across the ground, rampaging like a fan-shaped shockwave akin to the fins of a shark, surging forward with countless arc-shaped moon scars intertwining along the way. With a loud bang, the fan-shaped slash crashed into the mountain hundreds of meters away, shattering the entire mountain, causing the earth to split and dust to scatter. This time, she shouldn't survive, right? Kokushibo focused on the weak flame aura in the dust, but completely failed to notice the girl standing behind him. Purgatory Huahuazi's expression was calm. The Naginata held against her chest poised for a thrust, her entire body erupting with a roaring flame, a tide of fierce fire surging. Purgatory. Boom! The terrifying spiral slash obliterated everything in front for hundreds of meters, the path engulfed in high-temperature burns, leaving no grass to grow. Seconds later, The bloodied and mangled humanoid monster, swept by the fiery hurricane, collapsed to the ground with a thud, emitting the scent of charred flesh. At this moment, Kokushibo finally realized something. The facial muscles he had just restored twisted in intense jealousy, his eyes nearly bursting. This is the transparent world. How old is she to master the techniques that he had given up his humanity to obtain and has skillfully deceived his perception with her aura? In Kokushibo's pupils, the red-haired girl, bathed in flames, gradually overlapped with a familiar figure. Every time he thought of that person, he felt disgust and wanted to vomit, goosebumps rising all over his body. But the one who was furious at being insulted into a freak by the girl was the user of the Breath of the Sun. His younger brother, Yurichi Tsujikuni. P.S. I was too tired yesterday and took a nap. Sorry, please forgive me. Chapter 95. Flame Pillar and Upper Moon 1-2. I saw in the memory of the half-demon that you seem to have awakened your marks. Do you know that swordsmen who have awakened their marks absolutely do not live past 25? Whirling winds, wounds healing slowly due to high temperatures. The charred Kokushibo knelt on one knee on the ground, calmly asking. Opposite him, Huahuazi appeared nonchalant, scratching her chest in a very ungraceful manner, as if her intense exercise had made her a bit swollen. The legends left by the Demon Slayer Corps throughout the ages state that every generation of swordsmen with marks on their cheeks has forced Musen Kabutsuji into a corner, nearly beheading him. It is said that swordsmen who awaken their marks have an unbelievable body temperature. Their speed, strength, recovery, and mental will all experience tremendous boosts, far exceeding human limits. However, without exception, these swordsmen do not live past 25 years. Any swordsman who awakens their marks after 25 dies that very day. They overdrew their lives to enhance their power. So this is both an injury and a fate. So what if I live past 25 like a dog? In any case, I can kill all the demons before I turn 25, and Musen's era will end with my generation. In this perilous world of demons, even if swordsmen live until retirement, they may not enjoy a peaceful old age. It is better to slay the evil demons and return peace to the world, then die without regrets. Hearing the girl's brazen words, Kokushibo was stunned for a moment. Then his expression turned to one of immense anger. He would rather give up the precious lifespan granted by his human form. Yet she viewed it as nothing more than a pig or a dog. A wave of intense inferiority surged in his heart. Then let me show you just how far I have refined my sword skills with this hundreds of years of lifespan. Kokushibo's wounds had fully healed, and he stood up with a grim expression, the flow of air around him suddenly becoming incredibly slow. Although he had been injured by Huahuazi's long-planned ambush, the gap in strength between the two remained evident. Moon breathing. Sixth form, long night, solitary moon, infinite. Swish, 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 swish. As Black Death Mu drew his sword, countless crescent blades splattered out, slashing down in overwhelming waves. The rapid and intertwined series of strikes madly sweeping over the delicate body of the girl. The seemingly unavoidable attacks had incredibly narrow gaps, and Huahua's body was pulled by the red thread, constantly weaving through the life and death hurricane of moon scars. The breath of flame, sixth form, red thread weaving, perception of the transparent world, and the physical condition in a state of bloom allowed the traces of the strikes to clearly emerge in her mind. Coupled with the girl's petite frame, she barely managed to evade. However, just as she was about to escape the trajectory of the moon scars, her violently shaking body involuntarily trembled, sending herself onto the crescent blade. Crack! A blood mark appeared on her snow-white skin. Huahuazi crouched down on the ground, covering her chest with both hands, remaining silent for a long time, tears glistening in her eyes. Black Death Mu really couldn't understand why the Flame Pillar, who had just moments ago been resolute and unafraid of pain, suddenly seemed to turn into a delicate girl in so much agony from just a light touch. Was she plotting something again? With doubts in his heart, Black Death Mu held his knife tightly and scanned the surroundings, not attacking on his own initiative. Meanwhile, Huahuazi, with the lingering pain subsiding, stood up again, her exquisite and rosy little face glaring angrily at him. She was infuriated and felt that she must castrate him to vent her anger. Breath of Flame, fifth form, Flame Tiger. The girl was nearly furious to death, furiously waving her naginata, with swirling flames creating a tail of fire several meters long as it transformed into a roaring tiger charging at Black Death Mu. Black Death Mu coldly snorted in disdain, and as he swung his long knife, it actually dragged out a crescent moon arc that stretched over 100 meters. The blue-purple sword light flickered, sweeping through everything and shattering it. Breath of Moon, 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail. This was not a strike of the same level. The terrifying Crescent Moon, comparable to an EX curry stick, instantly shattered the Flame Tiger, carving a huge gash in Huahuazi's abdomen. At the same time, countless slender crescent blades swirling around the gigantic moon blade mercilessly gnawed at the girl's internal organs like parasites. The incredibly sharp strike even the boiling blood of the Purgatory bone couldn't fully withstand, as the blade tore into her insides, gripping her intestines. The sweeping giant moon arc dragged the girl's body straight into the sky, and Black Death Moo's swinging long knife resembled a giant dragon's tail, taking Huahuazi through countless loops in the air, violently crashing into several cliffs before throwing her out. Boom! Huahuazi suddenly fell to the ground, struggling to spit out a mouthful of blood, her abdomen a mess of flesh and gore. The Sunwolf blade had vanished, and the girl lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, like a tattered doll, her breath becoming incredibly weak. Her pupils gazed up at the beautiful moonlight in the sky, and her feebly raised arm seemed to reach for something. This was the inevitable outcome. Kurozumikamishima's tone revealed a hint of superior pity, no matter how strong her talent was. It ultimately could not match his terrifying swordsmanship, honed through countless trials. Effort and time surpassed innate talent. Crack! The spinning naginata sliced off the man's lower organs, spinning through the air for dozens of meters, caught perfectly by the girl's raised arm. She fulfilled her earlier promise to castrate him to avenge her precious flesh. 4th form, modified, Cherry Blossom Fire Wheel Dance. Kurozumikamishima's expression stiffened, his body swaying unsteadily, revealing an incredulous face. To attack that part of himself, he had thrown the naginata at the last moment, fully enduring that slash with his flesh and blood, resulting in such a tragic state. Amidst the agonizing pain of flesh tearing, he also concealed the flying naginata, silently masking his breath to evade the probing of the transparent world. Seeing the barely alive Huahuazi, a malicious thought arose in Kurozumikamishima's mind. He wanted to strike her there again, causing her to die in despair. With such severe injuries, her abdominal organs scattered, recovery was impossible. Huahuazi lay on the ground, gasping in pain, reaching into her collar to feel around for a moment before pulling out a baby bottle from her warm embrace. With little strength, she pried open the cap and began to gulp down the milk inside. Whoosh! A long knife sliced through the air, but it missed entirely. Kokoshibo held the knife in one hand, a look of surprise on his face as he gazed at the red-haired girl who had teleported 10 meters away. The wound on her abdomen had completely healed, and her newly born, snow-white skin seemed to mock her. Besides her injuries, her stamina had also reached maximum capacity, and an endless stream of power seemed ready to overflow. Demons, besides their immortal bodies, possessed incredibly terrifying physical abilities. As long as they didn't recklessly use their blood demon arts like the half-demon dog, they wouldn't feel fatigued. In order to counter this, Huahuazi didn't hesitate to use high temperatures to stimulate her body, activating her meridians to produce and preemptively fill the baby bottle with milk, so she could drink it to replenish her stamina and recover from injuries if needed. The downside was that she would feel physiological discomfort like a postpartum woman. Chapter 96. Breath of Flame, 11th Form Blood Demon Art. Hell of the Octopus Pot in the outskirts of the swordsmith village. Tentacles as large as a mansion erupted from the jade pot, sweeping through the surroundings with an overwhelming force, destroying the nearby buildings. Several tentacles, each 50 meters thick, swung wildly, making it impossible to approach. The immense noise created by Upper Moon 5, the jade pot, during its battle with the Hashira, Kaneo Tiuri, alerted the entire village, drawing Love Hashira Mitsuri Kanroji and Tanjiro Kamadu, who had just returned to the village with Nezuko, over. Watching the four of them awkwardly dodging in front of him, the jade pot let out a relaxed and sinister laugh. Upper Moon 1 will soon kill that Flame Hashira and then come over to kill all of you. Upper Moon 1. Tanjiro finally understood why that sword demon could emit such a terrifying sense of oppression. He was the strongest demon besides Muzan Kibutsuji. What had he done? He had actually trusted Miss Rengoku's words, leaving her to face the battle alone. Tanjiro, don't think too much. Defeat this guy in front of you first, then go save Huahuazi. She can hold on. Seeing the unsteady boy, Mitsuri Kanroji immediately reminded him. They were the last line of defense for the swordsmith village. If this place fell, there would be no more Nichiren swords and swordsmiths. Understood. Tanjiro naturally understood the gravity of the situation and drew his sword, taking a fighting stance. Ha, defeat me? The Jade Pot scoffed derisively, having killed over 10 Hashira-level swordsmen. What threat could these 2 Hashira-level swordsmen pose to him? As long as he could hold on a little longer, Kokushibo would return with the head of the Flame Hashira. Moon breathing, 9th form. Descending moon, linked faces blue-purple sword light flickered, coalescing into interwoven moon blades like strands of spider silk, laying out a heavenly net. Each giant moon blade stretched 100 meters long, covered with countless tiny crescent moons. Being struck by one would mean certain death. The red-haired girl, with fire lotus patterns appearing on her profile, gracefully weaved through the sword net and under the double enhancement of her patterns and blooming state. Her physical abilities even surpassed Kokushibo's. However, the opponent's sword techniques were too terrifying, keeping her suppressed and unable to close in. 2 hours into the battle, Kokushibo still hadn't managed to kill the Flame Hashira, Rengoku, and his mood gradually grew irritable. The girl also realized the gap in swordsmanship and didn't dare to clash head-on, darting around like a cunning fox. Look, under my swordsmanship honed for hundreds of years, you can't do anything, Kokushibo roared, swinging out an incredibly terrifying demon blade, the elongated sword shadow resembling a spiraling blue-purple blade overlapping in circles. Dense crescent moons intertwined, ultimately forming an extremely magnificent full moon image, and the sweeping lunar scars created a whirlwind that devoured everything around it. Boom! Everything within a kilometer was flattened, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Moon breathing, 14th form. Fierce change, heavenly full crescent moon, the unreasonable sword technique. Originally having only 7 forms of moon breathing, had under Kokushibo's hundreds of years of development, surprisingly created 16 sword forms. Each form was refined to perfection, with no flaws in the perfect swordsmanship, terrifying in lethality, covering a vast area and moving too fast for the eye to detect. As the dust settled, Kokushibo's 6 pairs of eyes slowly widened. He saw the red-haired girl violently cough as she crawled up from the pit, her long hair disheveled, face covered in dirt. Drenched in blood, her clothing torn, yet she tightly gripped her naginata, showing no intention of giving up, even if her body could forcibly withstand it. How could a Nichiren sword forged by humans still not break after all this time? Kokushibo was dumbfounded. He saw that the flame-imbued Nichiren sword had developed a layer of crimson rust. Was this the scorching blade? It wasn't a color dyed by her flames, but rather a change that occurred when the Nichiren sword resonated with her patterns and spontaneously awakened, commonly referred to as the red blade. Transcending the world, awakening patterns. The body of the flame demon, in a blooming state, the scorching blade. The Flame Hashira, Rengoku, was already standing at the pinnacle of breath swordsman. Besides being suppressed as a derivative form of flame breathing, she had no other weaknesses. A bizarre thought surfaced in Kokushibo's mind. This girl's talent might even surpass that of his brother, the creator of sun breathing, Yurichi because, when Yurichi was her age, he probably wouldn't be her opponent at all. It was unimaginable what kind of terrifying realm she would reach if she continued to develop flame breathing. Maybe, as Hwahuazi had said, Muzan would end with her generation. Do you know? I've always looked down on the ancestor of sun breathing. What? Hearing the girl's sudden insult, Kokushibo was immediately stunned, looking at her in disbelief. With his strength, he could have killed Muzan, yet he spared the other party's life out of consideration for her. After all, if Muzan died, he, as a demon, would also die on the spot, right? Rengoku Hwahuazi's voice seemed somewhat displeased, her face showing disdain. Hundreds of years ago, the swordsmanship of Yurichi was exceptional. Yet he hesitated to kill Muzan for the sake of his brother who had turned into a demon, leaving the Demon Slayer Corps to live a life in hiding. After the war, Yurichi sent a letter to his friend, the ancestor of the Rengoku family, detailing his battle with Muzan, which ultimately led to the Rengoku ancestor's complete disappointment in him. Since then, the Rengoku lineage had harbored a disdain for the revered sun breathing. Because of Yurichi's indecisiveness and immaturity, Muzan was allowed to survive, resulting in the rampant evil and suffering of countless lives. In my opinion, Yurichi was a complete waste. Then, I will prove that I have surpassed sun breathing. Rengoku Hwahuazi closed her eyes, swung the hanabi wheel a few times, placing it behind her, and exhaled a scorching breath. The fierce wind swept through, the red lotus robe inscribed with the word Rengoku fluttered wildly. and the girl emanated a ferocious and boiling aura. Would you say waste? The face of Kokushibo twisted, his heart trembling with rage. Unable to comprehend his emotions at this moment. He clearly loathed that person, yet felt anger because he was insulted by a girl. He couldn't understand it at all, but there was only one thought in his mind, to tear the girl in front of him into pieces. Moon breathing, 16th form. Moonbow, solitary moon. Who? Facing Kokushibo's final strike, the red-haired girl took a deep breath and opened her fiery, burning scarlet eyes. The world became transparent as she displayed her perfect state, with her power fully unleashed at 100. Then, she raised her Nichiren blade, drawing a circle in the air at an incredibly slow pace, as swirling flames coalesced into a sun wheel pattern. Flame breathing, 11th form. Chapter 97. The Art of the Jade Pot. 2 hours after the blacksmith village was attacked. Upper Moon 5, the Jade Pot, was still fighting against the swordsman. The cloud monster floating out of the Jade Pot resembled Aladdin's lamp, but was now drenched in blood, looking utterly disheveled. Is Lord Kokushibo still not finished? Did the blacksmith village discover some important information and couldn't be bothered to help me? Facing Love Hashira Kaneo and the near Hashira Tanjiro Kamadu, the Jade Pot began to falter, sweat trickling down his forehead. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he finally made a decision. Fine, I didn't want to show you this, but the game ends here. I'm going to get serious. The Jade Pot laughed proudly, recalling how he used to cruelly kill animals for fun when he was human, sewing their scales and bones onto the pot, calling it art. And at this moment, he was about to achieve true sublimation, to turn himself into art. Blood Demon Art. Art Pot. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the entire body of the Jade Pot was sucked into the pot beneath him, followed by a chaotic clattering sound, and no one knew what was happening inside. A few seconds later, the exquisitely styled pot shattered with a bang, and the monster that emerged was utterly disgusting. With a fishtail and a human body covered in fish scales, it looked like a mermaid from a fairy tale. Bowed down to this flawless, beautiful form, the mermaid proudly puffed out her chest, while the 3 swordsmen opposite her all knelt and began to retch, vomiting uncontrollably. Only Nezuko blinked, staring blankly at the suddenly transformed mermaid, speechless. Seeing his performance art denied by the 3, the Jade Pot's expression went blank, quickly morphing into an indescribably malicious face. Those who question my art must be punished. Blood Demon Art. Array of scales. The Jade Pot's body moved and jumped at an unobservable speed, the smooth fish scales allowing him to glide with incredible swiftness. Coupled with his invincible Blood Demon Art, God's hand, whatever he touched turned into beautiful fish. Kaneo's kneeling and retching form magnified rapidly in his eyes, and the Jade Pot grinned as he reached out to grab her. Whoosh! He grabbed nothing but air, freezing in place. How could his invincible body be so easily evaded by a human? A sea of mist enveloped the area, and a boy with inky hair appeared behind the Jade Pot, slowly raising his sword. The astonished mermaid seemed completely unaware, but suddenly, the Jade Pot's mouth curled up, and he swung his arm to grab behind him at high speed. Whoosh! Again, he grasped at nothing, as Takedo Michiro's figure shattered like bubbles, vanishing into the thick cloud sea. Mist breathing, 7th form. Haze. Amazing. This is the Mist Hashira. Tanjiro and Kanroji Mitsuri watched from a distance, marveling at the magnificent sea of clouds. Despite having such a terrible and forgetful personality, he was terrifyingly talented in battle, having become this strong at such a young age with so little training. Damn it, why can't I hit him? After several empty grabs, the Jade Pot's face twisted with rage, furious as he tore his surroundings. Just as the Jade Pot relaxed his guard for a moment, accompanied by a dispersing mist of clouds, Takedo Michiro's figure solidified behind him. Mist breathing, 5th form, sea of mist. Whoosh! The unpredictable slash instantly struck the Jade Pot's neck, spilling a great deal of blood, and the boy with inky hair furrowed his brow tightly. Was he unable to deliver a fatal blow due to excessive exhaustion? The disgusting, scale-covered neck remained barely intact. Bang! The Jade Pot delivered a powerful punch to Takedo Michiro's Nichiren blade, sending him and his sword flying violently. Although he wasn't decapitated, the threat of death left him drenched in cold sweat. He nearly died, that pesky little brat. Love breathing, 2nd form. Love's embrace. The god of fire's Kagura, blazing bone flame. At the same time, Kanroji Mitsuri and Kamadu Tanjiro arrived in front of him, launching attacks for both sides. The Love Hashira's soft sword enveloped the surroundings, making it impossible to evade. However, Yuhu was not too panicked, as his physical body was invincible. In the next moment, Kanroji Mitsuri revealed a charming and intriguing smile. Her entire arm seemed to inflate like it was filled with air, transforming into an incredibly muscular hand, rapidly swinging the elongated soft sword down. Boom! The violently spinning soft sword resembled a python, sweeping around Yuhu's body before retracting. Yuhu's body instantly suffered deep lacerations, blood spraying everywhere, and his expression shifted from nonchalance to drenched in sweat. It hurt so much, he let out a high-pitched scream, not from the tearing pain, but from the heavy impact of the soft sword striking his skin. Whether it was a child, an elderly person, a woman, or a muscular man, the pain from the skin's surface was unbearable, even more terrifying than a knife cut, piercing straight to the top of the head. This is also why ancient whipping punishments could kill a person from pain after just a few strikes. Kanroji Mitsuri's muscle density is 8 times that of an average person, and because her body is stronger than a man's, she was harshly rejected during matchmaking, which greatly impacted her. After that, she deliberately suppressed her appetite, went on a diet, and concocted a bunch of lies to present herself as physically weak, ultimately succeeding in matchmaking. Although someone was finally willing to marry her, it was a happiness achieved through lies, and in the end, it came to nothing. Thus, in order to find a man who could accept her true self, Mitsuri chose to join the Demon Slayer Corps, hoping to find someone stronger than herself who could protect her. The pain inflicted on Yuhu by the force of her soft sword, wielded with 8 times the muscle density of an average person, was unimaginable torment. He was in so much pain that he completely lost his sanity, not paying any attention to Tanjiro, descending from the sky. Flame God Kagura, scorching bone fire sun. Swish! The unremarkable sword, covered in flames, severed the waist of the jade pot, slicing off half of his body. The scorching vortex clung to his bones like maggots, and the jade pot rolled on the ground, suddenly realizing that he couldn't recover at all. The high temperature suppressed the regeneration of evil spirits, but he never expected it to be this severe, as he couldn't recover even a shred of flesh despite using all his strength. The jade pot looked panicked at the 3 approaching swordsmen, his half-body pressing against the ground and retreating continuously. Black Kokushibo, save me. Kagura of the god of fire. Flame dance, breath of love, 5th form. Unstable love, rending claws. Breath of mist, 1st form, distant twilight. The age of the jade pot is unknown. Chapter 98, Divine Quartz Sunset. Breath of moon, 16th form. Moon rainbow, solitary moon. Several gigantic moon blades, comparable to stone pillars, fell from the sky, with overlapping blue-purple moon souls spinning and violently shattering the earth, causing everything nearby to collapse. Faced with the final sword form of Kokushibo, the flames of Purgatory Hiwako ignited fiercely all over her body, and the ethereal, elusive flame feather garment burst forth with boiling sparks. Her upward-thrusting pheasant blade slowly traced a circle in the air, with the swirling flames forming a sun wheel pattern. The breath of the sun sounds so grand, clearly associated with the sun. A massive fireball illuminating the world is naturally much more powerful than ordinary flames. The flame breathing, derived from the breath of the sun, seems like a second-rate product of a Chinibu utterly incomparable. But how could the mere sun be the limit of high temperatures? As long as she continues to grow stronger, one day she will completely surpass the original breath of the sun. It might be decades in the future, or it could be today at this very moment, surpassing its origin. Flame-breathing 11th form. At the instant Purgatory Hiwako swung her blade down, the sun wheel extinguished, and the world seemed to lose its color. Everything around fell silent. The falling moon blades instantly turned into nothingness, resembling a moth flying into the fire, an exceptionally eerie sight. Centered around the red-haired girl, everything began to fade away. Her clothing, hair ornaments, and wooden clogs gradually disappeared. Then the surrounding trees, stones, cliffs, ground, and sky vanished as if erased by some existence, leaving not even a trace of ash. Standing still, Kokushibo stared blankly at this scene as the intense white light in his 6 eyes continued to magnify. Despite being a pitch-black night, the light covering hundreds of miles illuminated the entire sky, leaving nowhere to hide. Boom! Deep in the forest near the swordsmith village, a massive fireball suddenly erupted, engulfing several kilometers of the surrounding area. The blinding light made it impossible to open one's eyes. The terrifying sound was deafening. The heavens and earth cracked, and the surrounding mountains trembled violently, as if a small sun had fallen, without any flashy maneuvers. Purgatory Hiwako calmly brushed past Kokushibo, swinging her pheasant blade to sever his head. Despite the enormous commotion caused outside the fireball, Kokushibo, wrapped within it, felt nothing. He had already died the moment the girl swung her blade. He couldn't even tell if his neck was severed by the girl, or if he had melted away before the blade even touched him. The sun has fallen. Flame breathing. 11th form. Divine Quartz sunset. The air was filled with scalding murk, and several kilometers of forest were flattened. The utterly weakened, red-haired girl lay in a large pit. Purgatory Hiwako, half kneeling with her limbs on the ground, continuously coughed up scorching blood, feeling as if her internal organs were about to be burned to a crisp. More seriously, the girl's snow-white, delicate skin appeared covered in a layer of ash, and her flesh had carbonized under the terrifying high temperature. It wasn't until she drank some milk that her condition improved slightly, slowly regaining her ability to move. 10th form, skeletal flame shield. The extinguished flames reignited, presenting a fiery feather around Hiwako, shielding her alluring, snow-white form. The 11th form of flame breathing, named by her as Divine Quartz sunset, signifies the sun falling to the human realm. By adjusting her posture to draw the sun wheel and detonating the heat throughout her body, she emitted destructive high temperatures, ultimately coating her blade with flames to erase everything. The rising scorching fireball was merely an accompanying divine court. The real killing move was the final blade, the sunset, possessing a temperature infinitely close to that of the sun's surface. The flames concentrated entirely at the tip of the blade, neither burning nor releasing explosive fire, merely erasing everything in its path without a trace. In fact, the final strike was somewhat unnecessary, as before it could touch the opponent's neck. Kokushibo's body had already been burned away. She had effectively struck nothingness. Yuan heard murmurs from behind and turned her head in surprise, only to see a mass of putrid flesh writhing on the ground, slowly growing flesh buds and reassembling at an excruciatingly slow pace. Kokushibo was still alive. Should be called luck or something else. His body had burned away prematurely, resulting in him not having his neck severed by the girl's final strike, thus surviving by chance. However, being scorched by such terrifying flames, he likely wouldn't be able to recover his body for 10 days to half a month, gasping for breath in a hellish high temperature, worse than death. Yuani, the remaining chunks of flesh emitted a mournful wail, with eyes opening on the surface of the skin, tears flowing endlessly. He would rather fall into something beyond humanity. What was the purpose of the swordsmanship he had painstakingly honed for 100 years if even this young and inexperienced girl could not be defeated? Kokushibo, return temporarily to recuperate. The blue has already been located. Musen's voice echoed in his mind, and the chunks of flesh trembled wildly. The black vortex of Infinity City emerging from the void, attempting to pull him into it. The red-haired girl, exhausted yet calm, simply watched this scene unfold, showing no emotional fluctuations even as her formidable enemy was on the verge of escaping. Huahuazi no longer had the heart to pursue, standing motionless in place waiting for Kibutsuji Musen to leave. How sad it was. Hearing the girl's voice of pity, the meat chunk's eyes widened in shock, as if memories returned to the warring states period hundreds of years ago. 60 years after Musen was forced into a desperate escape. On a night when the red moon hung high, Kibutsuji Musen once again saw his brother, Kaneo Yorichi, clearly awakened with the curse-like markings. Yet he had lived safely until now. This sight made Musen unable to believe his eyes. How could the marked swordsman live past 25? The now gray-haired elder shed tears of sorrow when Musen questioned him about why he had lived past 25. How tragic, dear brother. The elder Kaneo Yorichi, in his twilight years, showed no decline in strength. With a single strike, he instilled thoughts of death in Musen, the Nichiren blade instantly grazing his neck, stopping just half a millimeter away. After Yorichi swung that blade with all his might, he had already run out of energy, standing still and ceasing to breathe. At this moment, hundreds of years later, Yorichi's lamentation then was so similar to the current girl's. What were they lamenting for? Being swept away by the vortex of Infinite Castle. The meat chunk reluctantly turned his gaze, wanting to know the answer. However, the girl Musen saw had a calm and relaxed expression, her crimson eyes no longer gazing at him, but wandering around to take in the scenery. Rengoku Huahuazi's leisurely demeanor seemed to say, "When we meet next time, I will no longer see you as an opponent. P.S. Seeking Blades." There will be another update later. Chapter 99. The swordsman who pulled down the Sun Infinite Castle. What a mess. Kibutsuji Musen. In the space where buildings folded and intertwined, Kibutsuji Musen squatted next to a pile of mushy flesh, pouring blood over it. With the continuous influx of blood, the mush quickly grew flesh buds, soon transforming into a deformed, bloated mass that gradually shifted towards a human form. After the Upper Moon demons faced a crushing defeat on the Infinity Train, the battle at the Swordsmith Village dealt a heavy blow to Musen. The once powerful 12 Kizuki had become utterly powerless in the hands of that red-haired girl. However, Musen showed no signs of anger, the corners of his mouth even curling up into a smile. He was getting closer to his dream. The Upper Moon demons could temporarily remain. They still had their uses. Naki, you've been of great help. Come to my room tonight. I am eternally grateful, Lord Musen. The black-haired woman with a single large eyeball on her face slightly bowed and respectfully replied while playing a beautiful pipa melody. Due to the Demon Slayer Corps' extreme vigilance and covert actions, Musen had been unable to discover the hiding place of the Tsujikuni family for nearly 1,000 years. But under Naki's blood demon art, the previously seamless headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps became clear and traceable, with over 60 of the swordsman's movements now under her control. Not only that, but during those few hours of bloodshed at the Swordsmith Village, Musen had another brilliant gain. Do you remember the boy wearing the Nichiren earring he encountered in Asakusa? At that time, to avoid suspicion, he turned a random passerby into a demon on the spot, and then sent the newly promoted Upper Six to hunt him down without success. Fortunately, just a few hours ago, that uncontrollable demon was discovered by Naki, and Musen immediately sent Akaza to capture him back and devour him. The original intention was merely to obtain the whereabouts of Tamayo, but unexpectedly, his long stagnant bloodline evolved again, resonating with something. Musen continuously traced back his memories, and the final image presented was that black-haired girl holding a bamboo, Kamadu Nezuko. Tamayo had conducted experiments on that demon using Nezuko's blood, and those few drops of weak blood were traced back to the source by Musen, locking onto Nezuko herself. It was speculated that Nezuko might have accidentally ingested blue spider lilies during her childhood. This was simply double happiness. The hiding place of the Tsujikuni family, which had obstructed his plans for 1,000 years, and the blue spider lilies that had eluded him for a millennium were both obtained within a few hours. As long as he consumed Kamadu Nezuko, he would surely gain the ability to walk in the sunlight and evolve into the ultimate perfect being. Compared to such a great harvest, the failures of Kibutsuji Musen and Jitaro were nothing at all. That red-haired girl had truly become so strong in such a short time. Watching the now pitifully transforming Kibutsuji Musen, Akaza unexpectedly did not mock him, his expression extremely grave. It was hard to imagine that just a few days ago, he could barely defeat the Upper Four, Rengoku Hoahuazi, and now he had been beaten to near death by one of the strongest Upper Moons. Musen had regained his ability to speak, but he remained silent, maintaining his silence. No need to worry. No matter how strong she becomes, she poses no threat to me. You just need to hold off the others and not interfere with me. Once I discover Nezuko's whereabouts, I will immediately set off to confront the Demon Slayer Corps personally. Musen covered his face with one hand, a chilling gleam appearing in his dark eyes. Now, apart from sunlight, he could kill nothing. The swordsman's Nichiren blades were useless. Even if that girl's combat power was strong, ultimately she needed the Nichiren blade to kill him. After the battle ended, let her become a demon as well. The soon-to-be perfect being still needed a perfect companion. Upper 6, Daki and Jitaro. Upper 5, Gyako. Upper 4, Han Tengu. The above 3 Upper Moons had been slain. Now the remaining 5 and the 12 Kizuki were Upper 1. Kibutsuji Musen. Upper 2, Doma. Upper 3, Akaza. Upper 4, Naki. Upper 5, Kaigaku. Once the news of Nezuko's whereabouts is discovered, these Upper Moons will emerge en masse to attack the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and commence an all-out war. Swordsmith Village as dawn approached. The red-haired girl who stood still like a statue showed no sign of abnormality from her bland expression. The burning flame feather robe had extinguished. Fortunately, the scorching temperature in the air lingered, or else her true form would have been seen. Although her expression was emotionless, only she knew how severely her internal organs were damaged. Even breathing caused painful spasms. After enduring long battles in marked and blooming states, after Kibutsuji Musen fled, the limits of the girl's body had far exceeded its capacity. Drinking milk was of no use. The pure energy produced by her body could only heal external injuries and fatigue, but could not heal the damaged organs. If nothing unexpected happened, She would definitely not live past 25, as this was the fate of swordsmen who had awakened the markings. A familiar humming sound echoed beside her, and Rengoku Kyojuro turned his head stiffly, only to see a black-haired girl with bamboo in her mouth, looking worried as she approached. Nezuko came closer, took off her black coat, and wrapped it around Kyojuro. The slightly smaller coat was almost bursting at the chest and could barely cover the upper thigh, making it appear more revealing. As the sun gradually rose, Nezuko stayed in place, accompanying the motionless Kyojuro, showing no intention of retreating. Under the sunlight, the bamboo fell from her mouth, and the sharp teeth of the demon showed as Nezuko revealed a very cute smile. Sister, at this moment, above the giant pit where the two were located, several members of the Demon Slayer Core Hidden Team dared not approach due to the unbearable temperature in the air. The entire area within a few thousand meters was filled with scorching heat, especially in this forest that had lost more than half of its trees, where nothing grew, and everything was reduced to ashes, resembling a hellish wasteland. A flock of black crows flew by, and from their godlike perspective, the massive pit seemed as if it had been violently created by a fiery demon from hell, with steam and mist lingering. That night, all the swordsmiths witnessed it. Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyojuro, pulled down the sun from the sky. The legend of the swordsman who pulled down the sun and this miraculous scene have been passed down through the records of the Demon Slayer Corps. Recommending a friend's book. Title: Do You Think I'm a Kamen Rider? Recommendations: Feel free to write something casual, or just use the synopsis if you're lazy. Synopsis: Do you think I'm a Kamen Rider? Actually, I'm a bit of everything like Doraemon X. Demon Slayer, ongoing, Arknights, scheduled, TBD, author's note. Do you think I'm a Kamen Rider? Chapter 100. Strengthening training 3 days after the attack on the Swordsmith village. The Hashira meeting of the Demon Slayer Corps was held again. This time, the leader Ubuyashiki Kagaya was absent, and his wife, Ubuyashiki Kanata, a stunningly beautiful white-haired woman, presided over the meeting instead. It seemed that the leader was gravely ill, so much so that he couldn't even get out of bed, and it was uncertain how much longer he could live. Sigh, how enviable. I want to encounter an upper moon demon too. After hearing about the battle, Wind Hashira Shinazawa Sanemi sighed irritably, pounding his chest in frustration. It's just something you can't force, Snake Hashira Iguro Abanai comforted. After 3 days of rest, everyone's injuries had mostly healed, as they could adjust through their breathing techniques. As long as it wasn't a severed limb, they could quickly recover. According to the report from the Crow, during the battle, several swordsmen seemed to have unique patterns appear on their bodies, as if resonating with each other. Thus, Ubuyashiki Kanata revealed the documented accounts of these patterns in the Demon Slayer Corps. It seemed that swordsmen who awakened the patterns would experience significant enhancement, but without exception, none lived past 25 as if cursed. Kanroji-sama, Takedo-sama, Rengoku-sama, could you describe what it felt like to awaken the patterns? This time, all 9 Hashira were present for the matter of the patterns, and Ubuyashiki Kanata asked curiously. The Demon Slayer Corps only had information about the patterns recorded in history, and no one had truly witnessed a swordsman awakening the patterns. It was said that during the battle with Upper Moon 5, Han Tengu, Love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri and Mist Hashira Takedo Mwichiru awakened their patterns, while Tanjiro Kamado seemed to have manifested his pattern back during the Infinity Train battle. As for Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyojuro, it was even more exaggerated. There were suspicions that she had awakened her pattern during the battle in the entertainment district. Kanata-sama, so beautiful. Upon hearing the white-haired woman's question, Kanroji Mitsuri was very excited and spoke up before anyone else. In short, during the battle, my body felt incredibly light, and suddenly I became super strong, like whoa. Her heart raced rapidly, and her hearing became extraordinarily sharp, feeling as if she was on adrenaline. I was like do-do-do, and then boom. Seeing the blank expressions of everyone present, Kanroji Mitsuri finally realized what she had said, slowly lowering her head, as if wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. I deserve to die. Then, Takedo-sama, what do you think? Ubuyashiki Kanata turned to Mist Hashira Takedo Mwichiru. Although the dark-haired boy looked dazed, his voice was unexpectedly clear and straightforward as he summarized the key points. First, there was a strong emotion. I desperately wanted to defeat my opponent. When my frustration reached a breaking point, the world before me suddenly became clear. At that time, my pulse must have been over 200, and my body felt as if it was about to ignite, probably with a temperature above 39 degrees. Hearing Takedo's words, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but be slightly taken aback and interrupted him. Wait, you can still fight in that state? That's life-threatening. Yes. That's why I believe this is the key. Whether one can survive after entering this high-risk state might determine if they develop the patterns. Once Takedo Mwichiru finished speaking, all eyes turned to the red-haired girl huddled in the corner, looking innocent and uninvolved. Speaking of high-risk, abnormal body temperature, it was evident that Rengoku Kyojuro must have awakened her pattern long ago, being able to create a nearly 1,000-meter-wide pit in the swordsmith village. She had undoubtedly surpassed the limits of human physical ability and entered an unexplored new realm through countless life-and-death battles. The red-haired girl remained silent, and although everyone was eager to hear her summary, Obuyashiki Kanata could only temporarily change the subject. As for the matter of the patterns, this is where we will stop. Please research the awakening methods on your own. Next, I must convey the words of our leader. Since the location of the swordsmith village has been discovered, it means Muzan must have found a way to know the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Nezuko's ability to withstand sunlight has likely been exposed, and Muzan will undoubtedly go insane trying to capture her. I believe a large-scale decisive battle will break out soon. Therefore, to prepare for Muzan's attack, all members of the Demon Slayer Corps must begin strengthening training. A few days later, the Demon Slayer Corps launched a large-scale training event called the 9 Pillars Training Camp. All swordsmen below the rank of pillar were required to take turns undergoing the special training set by the 9 Pillars, including both rank, a swordsman, and candidate successors. The training began with the rigorous physical conditioning led by the Sound Pillar, Yuzui Tenjin, followed by the hellish flexibility training from the Love Pillar, Kanroji Mitsuri, and the high-speed movement and evasion training from the Mist Pillar, Taketo Mwichiru. The Snake Pillar, Iguro Abanai, conducted swordsmanship correction training, while the Wind Pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, led an unending beating training, and the Stone Pillar, Himajima Jyomi, focused on muscle strengthening training. Finally, the Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, conducted heat resistance training. Swordsmen who passed the previous assessments would be thrown into a furnace by Kyojuro to improve their tolerance to high temperatures and pain. High body temperature is one of the necessary conditions for awakening a mark, and if they could unexpectedly awaken the mark through this method, it would be incredibly profitable. Even if they didn't succeed, there would be no loss. After the pillar meeting, everyone agreed to the training requirements except for the Water Pillar, Tomioka Ju, and the Insect Pillar, Kochu Shinobu. A few days before the training camp began, my wife, Zenitsu, and Inosuke returned from an external mission and met Nezuko, who could speak after having her bamboo removed. It was said that Zenitsu directly sprayed several liters of nosebleed and fainted on the spot. And even Inosuke was healed by the gentle voice of the black-haired girl, walking lightly. Then, after the training camp officially started, Nezuko's figure vanished without a trace. No one noticed or questioned it. She quietly left the Demon Slayer Corps, her whereabouts unknown. Meanwhile, the Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, received an invitation from a lord, saying he was to go to his mansion tonight. Among the 9 pillar-ranked swordsmen, only she and the Stone Pillar received summons, clearly due to their strength and reputation, for some matter that needed to be communicated to them privately. Chapter 101. Secret discussion. The night was deep, the fire flickered softly, and candle shadows swayed on the walls as several figures quietly gathered in the bedroom. Looking at the bedridden and unable to rise, Obuyashiki Yoya, the muscular man in monk's robes, tears of sorrow continuously flowed from the eyes of the Stone Pillar, Himajima Jyomi. Both of them were blind, so they couldn't actually see each other. However, the weak breath of the Lord was unmistakably presented in Jyomi's mind, as if the flickering flame of life could extinguish at any moment. On the other side, Kyojuro, dressed in a newly made black kimono, knelt with her long, fair legs crossed, her beautiful red hair tied into a single ponytail cascading down her chest, exuding a sense of a married woman. The white-haired beauty helped Obuyashiki Yoya sit up slowly, panting as he leaned against the wall, the man wrapped in bandages revealing a peaceful and gentle smile. His skin had completely rotted, making his appearance exceedingly ugly, and his smile was repulsively grotesque. Yet, even at such a stage, he refused to easily give up on life, evoking genuine admiration and shock. I'm sorry to show you this wretched state of mind. It's because there are some things that must be conveyed. Jyomi Kyojuro, within a week. Muzan will come, using me as bait to kill him. Why do you think so? Jyomi asked, unable to contain himself. Intuition. I share blood with Kibutsuji Muzan. Although it has thinned over the thousands of years, I can still sense a faint presence that cannot be wrong. A large amount of explosives has already been buried in this mansion. By then, my wife and daughter will not escape. We have long been prepared to perish together with Muzan. This is our fate. Other children may not agree with my act of using myself and my wife and daughter as bait, so I can only ask you, Gyomii and Kyojuro. I must die in front of Muzan. Only then can I stir the swordsman's anger and increase the possibility of awakening the mark. Gyomii fell silent for nearly 2 minutes, tears flowing profusely from his eyes, heartbroken. He knew he would agree, so he cried in advance for the Lord's impending death, feeling sorrow. Yashikiyoya understood the psychology of every swordsman clearly and knew that these 2 swordsmen before him would likely not deny his plan. Gyomii, at 27 years old, unlike other pillar-ranked swordsmen, did not act on impulse. His mind was mature enough to gain the opportunity to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, to restore peace to the world and prevent more people from dying at the hands of demons. Gyomii would endure the pain and agree. As for you, Kyojuro, you don't care about my life, do you? Upon hearing the Lord's question, the beautifully dressed red-haired girl was slightly taken aback, then revealed a somewhat admiring expression. This blind man, whose life was nearly extinguished, could see through people's hearts. Yes, in my eyes, you are merely a stranger. We are not related, and we have hardly met. However, I admire your talent, as it is because of you that the Demon Slayer Corps can maintain its current state. And with the resources and environment of the Corps, you can freely slay demons. I will grant your request. Kyojuro spoke candidly, her face smiling. Yet her sweet voice carried a somewhat cold and unfeeling tone. Her underlying meaning was that the Lord had no ability to slay demons. His role was merely to maintain the system of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even if the Lord died, the swordsman's combat power would not diminish. Rather, it would be ignited by their anger, which was a beautiful thing. As long as there are successors, the Demon Slayer Corps would not perish. Thank you, Gyomii, Kyojuro. Let us make an agreement, and please do not tell anyone else. May the heavens see and not let me lose any more precious children. Hearing the girl's words, Yashikiyoya showed an incredibly gratified expression. He had indeed not found the wrong people. Kyojuro, whose sole focus was on exterminating demons, would not let the opportunity to kill Upper Moon 6 slip away, even if it meant inadvertently harming civilians in the entertainment district. This ruthlessness and determination granted her an extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, Gyomii would make sacrifices for the sake of the people, and his guilt and sorrow would elevate him to a new level of power. The Flame Pillar, Kyojuro, once known as the Flame Demon, and the Unyielding Stone Pillar, Gyomii, would bring Kibutsuji Muzan a tremendous surprise. Lord, may you rest in peace. Gyomii mournfully turned the beads in his hand, tears continuously falling. Unfortunately, you will not be able to witness the scene of Muzan being slain by me. Kyojuro shook her head regretfully, standing up alongside Gyomii. The height difference between her petite form and his tall stature appeared quite strange. Yet they were the 2 strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps. After bidding farewell to Yashikiyoya, they left the bedroom one after another, walking side by side out of the beautifully landscaped courtyard. Kyojuro, there's more strengthening training tomorrow. We should get some rest early. After leaving the mansion, Baiming Yuxingming clasped his hands together and bowed to the red-haired girl. Although they often met at the Pillar Assembly, they had almost never spoken before. Today was their first conversation. Baiming Yuxingming's blind eyes could not see the girl's face, but he could tell from the sound of her swaying footsteps that she was quite large. After tomorrow, they would be stationed nearby, and now they had one precious evening left to write farewell letters to their family and friends. As he watched the tall, strong figure of the man gradually walk away, the red-haired girl's surrounding airflow suddenly slowed, and the world turned transparent again. In this transparent world, Baiming Yuxingming's physique and organs were laid bare before Hoawazi's eyes. His towering body, over 2 meters tall, was comparable to a beast with hard and solid muscles like steel. He had honed himself into a sharp blade. It could be said that he was indeed the strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps. This terrifying physique was even not weaker than an ordinary lower-ranked moon demon. Coupled with the most domineering and fierce breath of rock, even a newly promoted upper-ranked moon demon would fall one after another. With Baiming Yuxingming around, the hope of winning this battle increased a bit, but Hoawazi still lacked the confidence of certain victory, because she could no longer use the 11th form. Huazi, if I don't get a blade, I'll crush you with my chest. If I do get a blade, I'll crush you with my chest after taking off my clothes. Chapter 102, Butterfly Kanai, the Demon Slayer Corps, the Purgatory Mansion. The Purgatory Mansion, where the Flame Hashira, Purgatory Huazi, resides in the Demon Slayer Corps, is also the location for heat resistance training. In the early morning, standing in front of the courtyard, a girl with black hair and a single ponytail, wearing a white haori and a butterfly hairpin, looked hesitant, unsure whether to go in. After hesitating back and forth for over 10 minutes, Kiriko Kanai finally made up her mind and suddenly pushed her way into the room. Bang! The door was pushed open forcefully, startling Huazi, who trembled all over and accidentally spilled milk all over the table. Looking at the 4 or 5 spare bottles on the table, Kanai fell into a daze. Having grown up in a slum, she had seen all sorts of situations, but never had she encountered something like this before. Realizing the awkward secret revealed by Kanai's sudden entrance, Huazi coughed awkwardly a few times and quickly hid all the milk bottles in a drawer. Then she wiped the milk stains off the table with a cloth, pretending that nothing had happened. At her age, still used to drinking milk from a bottle. How embarrassing. Oh no, I've been found out. What should I do? How humiliating. Kanai, do you need something from me? Oh, didn't you go to participate in the special training? Huazi blinked her eyes and pretended to speak in a delicate and childish voice, asking. Even someone who is not a seasoned judge of women could tell at a glance that this was a scheming behavior. In fact, she had long known that Shinobu Kocho had not agreed to the special training plan for the swordsman, and her stepsister Kane Kocho also did not participate in the training. Huazi realized the reason why she had come to find her after hearing Kane's words. The atmosphere within the Demon Slayer Corps was so tense that anyone could feel the oppressive sensation before the storm, and a major battle was surely about to break out. In order to kill the Upper Moon II in this battle, Shinobu Kocho was willing to infuse herself with the poison of wisteria flowers. It was not for the sake of winning, but simply to kill that Upper Moon demon. Shinobu was clearly an insect Hashira, while her stepsister Kane used the flower-breathing techniques. The former flower Hashira, Kane Kocho, was Shinobu's sister and Kane's adoptive sister, who had rescued her from the slums. The 3 sisters relied on each other and never parted, but their happy days were destroyed by an ice demon wielding a folding fan, which cruelly killed Kane Kocho. When Shinobu rushed to her side, Kane's last words were simply about the Upper Moon II before she sadly left this world. After that, the originally hot-tempered Shinobu underwent a drastic change in character. She became gentle and kind, treating everyone with a warm demeanor. Claiming to realize the dream of peaceful coexistence between humans and demons, inheriting her sister's long-held wish. She wanted to strive to become a gentle person like her sister. However, deep in her heart, Shinobu hated demons to the point of losing control. Just smelling a demon's presence would twist her face and ignite her killing intent. She had a premonition that she would encounter Upper Moon II in this battle, and she had been preparing for this for years. At this moment, Shinobu was already soaked in wisteria poison. She intended to deliberately lose to Upper Moon II, to be devoured by it, and then rely on the poison within her to weaken it, leaving the hope of killing the opponent to Kane and the other swordsmen. Shinobu absolutely would not allow Kane to intervene in the battle midway. She must only appear after her complete death, thus maximizing the hope of victory. Not knowing how to refuse, Kane agreed and immediately came to Huazi in a fluster, seeking a way out, as she did not want her sister to die. I see now, I understand. I will not let Shinobu die. Huazi nodded thoughtfully. The wisteria flower poison was harmless to humans, so Butterfly Shinobu should be fine for the time being, as long as he could stop her when she was deliberately trying to die. Using absolute power to suppress the second moon, there was no need for any self-sacrifice. Seeing Kanai's grateful expression, Huazi felt relieved. It seemed she wouldn't bring up the baby bottle issue again. Those baby bottles were precious nutritional supplements, and he couldn't give them up even if he was laughed at. Hua. Not long after Kanai left, a loud beastly roar echoed, and the wall of Huazi's house was smashed by a man wearing a wild boar headpiece, causing large chunks of debris to collapse. Inosuke Hashibara stood in the hall with his hands on his hips, looking incredibly proud. At the same time, Tanjiro Kamado, Zenitsu Agitsuma, and Jinya Shinazuwa, who entered through the front door, were shocked to the point where their eyes nearly popped out. Ha ha, I was the first to get here. I'm the strongest. Idiot, do you want to be chased by Miss Rengoku? Inosuke was still laughing with his hands on his hips when the other 3 suddenly pushed him down to the ground, making the red-haired girl shake with anger as she knocked her head against the floor in frustration. Within a week, only 4 swordsmen passed the tests of all the previous Hashira and reached the heat-resistant training. Inosuke Hashibara, Zenitsu Agitsuma, Tanjiro Kamado, and Jinya Shinazuwa. Before they could catch their breath, they were dragged into a hot water vat by the furious Huazi. Without saying a word, Rengoku Huahuazi frantically added firewood beneath the vat, making the flames burn even hotter. It's hot. It's going to cook us alive. Help. Oh, we're going to die. In the bathroom, flames surged, steam erupted, and soon the cries of the four became extremely miserable. Every time they tried to jump out, they would be whipped back into the vat by Huahuazi, turning it into a boiling hell. Everyone, use your breathing to cool down. Tanjiro, who discovered the method, immediately reminded them. Zenitsu and Inosuke quickly used their breathing techniques to cope with the heat. However, Jinya Shinazugawa still looked half dead, burned red like a boiled shrimp. Why aren't you using your breathing? Inosuke asked, somewhat confused as his headpiece had long been removed by Huahuazi, revealing a delicate, beautiful face like a woman's. The four men, honestly facing each other in the vat, found it strangely exciting to have someone who looked like a woman among them. Because I can't, Jinya replied, as if it was a matter of course. What? You can't even breathe? Inosuke was utterly shocked, and the next second, he burst into laughter. Ah, trash, Jinya. Bang, 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 bang. Inosuke and Jinya began to fight like mad in the vat, receiving an increase in firewood and doubling the temperature as a reward. Chapter 103. Muzan arrives. The night of the final battle in Rengoku's estate, the four young swordsmen were enduring the torturous heat training in a boiling vat, while Huahuazi was alone in the training room. Ever since the battle at the swordsmith village, her body had gradually shown signs of deterioration, lung damage, and a significant drop in body temperature, making it impossible for her to use the 11th form. Sunset of the divine realm. That alone wasn't much of an issue. But now, Huahuazi felt a slight chill when she put her hand in the waterfall, which was definitely not a good sign. Her normal body temperature was dropping, and her power was weakening, indicating that her lifeline had crossed its peak and was about to fall into a valley, eventually extinguishing quietly. Even the seemingly eternal sun would one day fall. Rengoku Huahuazi's path in martial arts was about to end before it even began. Her body was suffering backlash from the high temperatures it couldn't bear, leading to such severe consequences. Yet the girl seemed completely unconcerned, calmly pondering her sword techniques. After her battle with Kokushibo, she had gained some insights. Perhaps by utilizing her high-temperature body, she could make the techniques of flame breathing even stronger, filling in her only weakness. Kokushibo possessed both blood demon arts and breathing techniques, and her conditions were not inferior to his. Why couldn't she develop her swordsmanship to the utmost like him? This way, she could defeat him without needing the 11th form. After a few days, the others undergoing heat training noticed Huahuazi's strange condition. She didn't seem as hot as before. One time, when Tanjiro accidentally touched her arm, he found that her fair and smooth skin was surprisingly cool, without a trace of heat. Even more bizarre, the girl who usually slept naked was now covering herself with a blanket at night to avoid catching a cold. A few days later, Huahuazi's strange situation became known to the whole team. The current state of Rengoku Huahuazi made people imagine wildly, as if she was loudly declaring to the world, "This Huahuazi is no longer hot. Everyone come and play." Of course, many enthusiasts with peculiar tastes were left in tears, lamenting that the now normal temperature Huahuazi was no longer fun. The original one, who was always burning with fever, warm and soft, was much more enjoyable. After gorging on peaches, everyone dispersed, probably just experiencing their period. When it came to girls' physiological issues, no one dared to speak up. Only the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, came by to check on the situation. However, Huahuazi happened to be in the right moment, successfully hiding her weakened condition. On the 6th day of the special training, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Jinya successfully passed the final challenge, the Flame Hashira's heat resistance training. With this, the strengthening training officially ended, and the four were officially promoted to A-rank swordsmen, just below the Hashira. It was said that a major incident occurred during the process. Tanjiro Kamado and Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa got into a fierce fight, both receiving scoldings and being forbidden from approaching each other. The cause seemed to be Tanjiro's anger on behalf of Jinya, who had been insulted by the Wind Hashira. They were clearly brothers, yet their relationship was inexplicably poor. Jinya Shinazugawa hadn't learned the breathing technique, but he had once consumed demon flesh and blood, becoming a half-human, half-demon monster, which was probably why the Wind Hashira disliked him. Without the breathing technique or blood demon arts, he relied solely on his powerful body and recovery ability after transformation, using brute force with the Nichiren blade to slay demons. After spending days together during special training, Jinya successfully blended into the group of three, causing a ruckus together. Since his family was killed by his mother, who had turned into a demon, and then by his brother Sanemi, Jinya hadn't been this happy in a long time. However, He was not good at dealing with girls. Whenever Huahuazi spoke to him, his face would turn beet red, and he couldn't stammer out a single coherent sentence. As night fell and the moonlight shone brightly, the scarred man with silver-white hair was wandering in the woods, looking extremely displeased. Damn it, what's wrong with that little brat? He doesn't play by the rules at all. The wind pillar, Mitsuri Kenroji, was furious to the point of death. The secret of her fondness for matcha-flavored rice cakes was unexpectedly discovered by that brat selling charcoal, mixing her anger with a hint of embarrassment. By the way, regarding rice cakes, the flame pillar Kyojuro Rengoku's favorite is the homemade milk-flavored variety. Huh. Suddenly, Mitsuri Kenroji fiercely grasped an object in the woods, her expression filled with suspicion as she crushed it violently. Blood splattered everywhere, and the disgusting eyeball marked with 4 slipped from Mitsuri's hand and fell to the ground, turning into blood mud. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a handsome man in a black trench coat strolled into the mansion under the moonlight. Musen Kibutsuji, the blood demon art of Upper Moon 4, Nakeheim, had already spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps, witnessing everything that happened in recent days. Although he had not found Nezuko, he at least located the hiding place of Yoya Tsutsumi. As long as he killed him, the exceedingly annoying Demon Slayer Corps would also perish. Hearing the footsteps entering the mansion, Yoya Tsutsumi slowly turned his head while lying in the courtyard. His condition having worsened to the point where his entire body was wrapped in bandages, his skin rotting and flesh decaying, enduring hellish pain daily. Musen, you've come. What a tragic sight, Tsutsumi. The black-haired man's smiling face held a hint of pity and mockery. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had repeatedly obstructed his plans, was now in such a pitiful state it was utterly disappointing. At this moment, Yoya Tsutsumi could barely catch his breath, yet his heart was immensely excited. At the end of his life, he had finally awaited this evil demon. You have finally come before me. Musen Kibutsuji, our clan, the Demon Slayer Corps, has hunted you for a whole millennium. The reason I have survived until now is that I have only one thought: to eliminate you, Musen. Upon hearing Yoya Tsutsumi's words, Musen's smiling expression slowly retracted, emanating an incredibly cold, killing intent. But I must say, this is quite disappointing. Tsutsumi, utterly lacking in self-awareness. The clan leader who has repeatedly hindered my plans over the past 1,000 years has become such a state. It's so ugly, I can hardly bear to look at it. There's already a stench of corpses wafting in your room, Tsutsumi. Your illusory dreams will only last until tonight. You will soon die at my hands. P.S. Seeking Blades. Chapter 104. The Death of the Leader, Beheading Musen. You clap once, I clap once. By dawn it will be quite lively. The gate hung with pine branches, hanging and swaying. You clap twice, I clap twice. The green pines are shimmering. In the picturesque courtyard, 2 white-haired little girls in kimonos were joyfully playing with a flower ball, seemingly oblivious to the man behind them. This bizarre scene made Musen feel uneasy. The head of Tsutsumi, whom he had hated for centuries, was right in front of him, yet he couldn't muster a shred of hatred. Instead, a strange sense of nostalgia and comfort washed over him, which was quite uncomfortable. Musen, what have you been through for the past 1,000 years? Let me guess. You are dreaming an everlasting dream. With the support of his wife, Canon, Yoya Tsutsumi slowly sat up, revealing a rotting, ugly face beneath the scattered bandages. And he smiled for reasons unknown. You are right. As long as I obtain Nezuko, this dream will soon come true. Musen Kibutsuji's face was cold as he walked into the open room, standing before Yoya Tsutsumi, looking down at him from above. Musen, your dream will never come true. Eternity is the will possessed by humanity. The will of man is eternal. It cannot be extinguished. Even if you kill me, it will be of no consequence to the Demon Slayer Corps. I am not particularly important to the organization. Such a form sustained by people's will is something you probably cannot comprehend. Musen, after all, for your kind, once you die, the other demons will become your burial companions. Right? Moved by Tsutsumi's words, Musen's face contorted with rage, veins bulging. Have you said enough? Can I bring up one last thing? Yoya Tsutsumi smiled, nonchalantly continuing. It seems like a moment of clarity. His voice had become much smoother, and he could now articulate a complete sentence. I said before that my life is not important. And that is true, but my death will definitely not be meaningless. To be admired by the Demon Slayer Corps, especially by those children who are pillars, I truly feel fortunate. This means that once I die, the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps will be raised to an unprecedented height. Neither Yoya and Canon Tsutsumi nor their children showed any fear at their appearance. nor did they even exhibit a look of surprise. Muzan, feeling immense impatience towards this bizarre family, slowly leaned down and extended his demon claw towards Tsutsumi. You finish your nonsense, now die. I really didn't expect you to patiently listen to my rambling. Thank you, Muzan. Yoya, Tsutsumi smiled gently. Boom! Oh. The next second, the sound of an explosion thundered, and the entire mansion was blown to bits. The sweeping flames dyed the sky red, and the Tsutsumi couple and their daughter instantly lost their lives, leaving no remains. Urgent summons, urgent summons. The Tsutsumi mansion was attacked. The enemy is Muzan Kibutsuji. Urgent summons, urgent summons. The Tsutsumi mansion was attacked. The enemy is Muzan Kibutsuji. Hundreds of crows soared through the sky, and the noisy clamor echoed everywhere. At the same time, all the swordsmen rushed towards the leader's direction at high speed, with the pillar-level swordsman leading the charge, hurrying to the mansion where Tsutsumi resided. Thick black smoke billowed, and chaos reigned. Large amounts of explosives had blown everything around into the air. The smell of burnt flesh wafted from within as grotesque, blood-soaked monsters, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition, shrieked in the flames. Tsutsumi. Muzan indeed thought that there should be a certain difference between this man and ordinary humans. But he ultimately underestimated the situation. This person's actions had completely transcended the common sense of humanity. Yoya Tsutsumi actually wore a serene smile like that of a Buddha, using explosives to obliterate himself along with his wife and daughter. Although he anticipated that he would attempt some small trick, he never expected it to be such a grand spectacle, which meant that the matter was not yet over. Tsutsumi must have arranged other backup plans. In Muzan's perception, countless powerful auras were rushing towards this direction at high speed. What a treacherous living dead, using himself as bait. Crack! At that moment, a woman covered in talismans thrust her arm into Muzan's body. The talismans on her seemed to be a blood demon art used to obscure sight, successfully launching a surprise attack. Tamayo! Muzan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this woman be here? What had she done to herself? Surrounded by scorching flames, Tamayo was drenched in sweat and looked quite disheveled. Yet she began to laugh triumphantly. Muzan, do you know what I just injected into you? It's a medicine extracted from the Zuko's blood that can turn demons back into humans. How about that? Your beautiful dream that you've been pondering over is about to come true. Soon, you'll be able to walk in the sunlight. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you're blaming me. Tamayo, how could you hold me responsible? Muzan's face twisted into a grotesque grin as he grabbed Tamayo's face and cruelly crushed one of her eyeballs. She had clearly killed her husband and son after turning into a demon. What did that have to do with him? Why did she have to blame him for everything? You've savored the flesh of many humans after becoming a demon, haven't you? Or are those just illusions? Muzan sneered, pressing his finger hard and puncturing Tamayo's beautiful eyeball, creating a bloody hole. That's right. I have indeed killed many people in my self-destructive state. To atone for the sins I committed, I will perish with you. Tamayo cried out with blood tears streaming from her eyes. She then fell weakly to the ground. Although she had injected the medicine into Muzan, all of her strength had been absorbed by him. Now it's up to you two, Mr. Himejima and Ms. Rengoku. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. In the next moment, accompanied by the woman's delicate shout, a flickering red light shot forth, piercing into Muzan's eyes at an indescribable speed. The girl with fiery red hair burned fiercely in the flames. Her Nichiren blade danced like a stunning piece of music. The Flame Hashira Rengoku's flame had arrived, albeit late. With a swift sound, Muzan's expression turned to shock as he failed to react in time, and his head fell straight off his neck. Before his head even hit the ground, it was suddenly struck by a meteor hammer flying from afar, becoming a bloody mess. Umeba! A blind giant in monk robes swung a chain meteor hammer with all his might, appearing before Muzan with tears streaming down his face. Stone Hashira, Himejima Jiomiai. The chance to sever Muzan's head for the death of our Lord. Chapter 105. Falling in an infinite castle, the blazing fire soared into the sky. At the center of the explosion, the headless Muzan Kibutsuji's flesh and blood quickly began to regenerate, almost completing its rebirth within a second. Even with his head severed, he wouldn't die. Of course, this situation had already been anticipated by their lord. However, the speed of this body's regeneration, weakened by the explosion and Tamayo's medicine, still possessed such terrifying residual power. At this point, the only option was to somehow trap this monster in an open area and hold out until dawn. Blood Demon Art, Black Blood Thorns. Musen's face twisted in rage as countless blood thorns erupted from his body, launching a torrential attack toward Himejima Jyomiai and Rengoku Kyojuro. Stone breathing, 3rd form. Stone skin. Flame breathing, 10th form. Flame shield. The giant monk wielded the meteor hammer, bombarding the area like a tornado, destroying the surrounding blood thorns. While the red-haired girl charged through the blood thorns, unafraid of being cut. In the brief moment of engagement, the other Hashira swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived at the scene. Given the current situation, their lord must have already been killed. Looking at the man engulfed in the flames of the explosion, everyone could not contain their inner rage. This guy was Musen Kibutsuji. Sound breathing, mist breathing, insect breathing, love breathing, serpent breathing, water breathing, wind breathing, fire god Kagura. Taking advantage of the moment when the blood-red thorns were momentarily held back by Himejima Jyomiai and Rengoku Kyojuro, the Hashira swordsmen unleashed their sword light, ready to strike Musen. Suddenly, in an instant, everyone present lost their footing and fell. The Demon Slayer Corps base within several kilometers transformed into a bizarre, overlapping space. The swordsmen completely lost their ground, plummeting downward. This was the Infinite Castle, the headquarters of the Upper Moon Demons. Through the blood demon art of Upper Moon 4, Nakheim, the Infinite Castle directly descended upon this place, pulling all swordsmen inside, including the logistics personnel in the Butterfly Mansion. Ha ha ha. Did you think this would force me into a corner? The place you're going next will only be hell. You annoying demon slayers. I will kill you all tonight. Musen laughed maniacally, his pupils filled with madness. The one going to hell will be you. We will definitely defeat you. Tanjiro, who was closest to Musen, shouted angrily, veins bulging on his forehead. Then let's see you try, Kamadu Tanjiro. As their gazes locked, the two fell into the Infinite Castle, their figures plummeting wildly. The winding, overlapping, and inverted Infinite Castle had every entrance leading to different areas, resembling an enormous labyrinth. Even if the positions were similar upon entry, there could be hundreds of forks along the way, and the heavily injured Musen was not concerned about being caught by the demon slayers. After all, there were incredibly dangerous Upper Moon demons blocking their path ahead. Rengoku Mansion in another town far from the Demon Slayer Corps base. This was the place where the Flame Hashira had lived and died for generations. And the swordsman bearing the name of Rengoku passed down the legend through the ages. Originally belonging to Rengoku Kyujuro's bedroom, it was now occupied by another girl, the black-haired Nezuko, who was boredly flipping through a book inside. Since coming here a week ago, Nezuko had been extremely bored, with no one to play with or talk to, only the lingering scent of her sister Kyojuro. Nakheim had been unable to find Nezuko because she had been quietly relocated and was no longer in the Demon Slayer Corps. In another room near Nezuko, 3 children with similar appearances were rapidly drawing a map of the Infinite Castle. Their foreheads bore talismans left by Genya, allowing them to see the entire battle situation through the crows and responsible for guiding the swordsmen. 1 black-haired boy and 2 white-haired girls. The black-haired boy was named Kanroji Kyojuro, the son of Kanroji Yuya, the new leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the one who had been teased by Kyojuro during the final selection. The 3 were drawing the terrain within the Infinite Castle at full speed, and one of the white-haired girls was unknowingly shedding tears. Just moments ago, their parents and sister had been killed by the explosion. The original quintuplets were now reduced to 3. Don't cry, wipe your tears. While you're crying, the swordsmen are dying one after another. The black-haired boy, resembling a beautiful girl, said with an incredibly serious voice. Yes. The white-haired girl wiped away her tears and expressionlessly began to draw a map. Outside the mansion, 4 stern-faced swordsmen stood guard. Former Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Former Flame Hashira, Shinjuro Rengoku. Former Water Hashira Sakanji Urokodaki. And former Sound Hashira Sakanoto Zengetsu. They were tasked with protecting Nezuko and the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, and with 4 former Hashira guarding this place. Not even a fly could get through. The leader was truly reliable. At just 8 years old, they were forcefully suppressing the pain of losing their parents while also taking on the responsibility of commanding the battle. In comparison, I felt like a failure, having wasted years neglecting my swordsmanship. With his red-yellow streaked, shoulder-length hair, Kyojuro Rengoku knelt in the courtyard, sighing with a weary expression. Now that the war had fully erupted, his own daughter was in a perilous situation, and yet he hadn't even uttered a word of apology. It was precisely because he felt like a failure that his children despised and loathed him. He had achieved nothing in both family and work. Lord Rengoku, please do not blame yourself. At least your children are very capable. I am the real failure, having watched my own disciples fall to become demons. yet they still cling to life in this world. Hearing this, the sound Hashira Sakanoto, Zangetsu, shook his head sadly. Fortunately, he still had his last pride, his wife Zenitsu. Stop it. I'm the only failure here. I thought it was a stroke of luck to have my disciples wear Tengu masks, but it ended up causing all of them to perish in the final selection. If I had noticed sooner, I wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Tanjiro's master, the former water Hashira Sakanji Yurokadaki, also shed tears of deep regret. No. I am a failure. I am a failure. I am. All right, you are the failure. Seeing his 3 old acquaintances from the same generation start to tear into each other, Kyojuro Rengoku stared blankly at the stars in the sky, feeling quite speechless. So annoying, he also wanted to go to the battlefield. Chapter 106. Encounter at Infinity Castle. Thud! Falling from the sky, the red-haired girl landed on the ground in a tumbling manner, falling hard but fortunately. She had a cushioning effect and did not injure her beautiful face. Huahuazi slowly stood up, covering her chest, her expression surprised as she looked around the upside-down town. Buildings leaned at odd angles from all directions, as if gravity had lost its grip. This was Infinity City, the headquarters of the 12 Kizuki, and after enduring countless hardships, they had finally arrived here. Whoa. The blood sparrow flew out from the soft embrace of the girl, although it was very comfortable and fragrant inside. Making the bird reluctant to leave, it had to take its mission seriously. All the crow's visions would be transmitted to the new lord's mind through Yashiru's blood demon technique, allowing him to draw maps, arrange tactics, and deploy support. So, until the map was completed, would they just wander around aimlessly? Huahuazi is somewhat concerned about the insect pillar, Shinobu Kocho. If she were to face Upper Moon 2 alone, she would probably die within just a few minutes. The toxins she relies on would be ineffective against Upper Moon, and she likely has already prepared herself mentally to exchange her life for victory, making the opponent consume this flesh laced with wisteria poison, leaving the chance of winning to Kanawo. Ing. The blood sparrow flapped its wings and circled a few times before landing on the girl's head, inquiring, Tell me the location of Shinobu Kocho, and I will go there immediately. Although she is usually indifferent to strangers, after a year in the Demon Slayer Corps, Huahuazi cares more about her companions, especially since Shinobu has been very gentle with her. If there's a chance to save her, she will do her best. The blood sparrow grabbed a strand of Huahuazi's hair with its beak, as if holding onto a steering wheel, pulling in a direction to indicate the next turn. Guided by the blood sparrow, the girl transformed into a streak of light, racing through Infinity Castle at high speed. It's the flame pillar. If we kill her, we will have a chance to ascend to the 12 Kizuki. On the girl's path, a large group of grotesque demons blocked her way, swirling together like a night of 100 demons, enough to trigger a phobia of dense crowds. Looking at the oncoming demons, Huahuazi remained expressionless, dragging her Nichiren blade behind her, creating a fiery slash. Breath of Flame, 5th form, Flame Tiger. With a roar of a wild beast, flames erupted, and the blade's phantom extended like a giant tiger's claw, exaggeratedly reaching 30 meters away. Although the temperature of the flames decreased, the scale increased significantly, now 3 times larger than before. Boom! The giant blade slashed down. The sweeping claws of the flame beast dragged a terrifying tail of fire. Shredding the demons into pieces, a storm of blood and flesh sprayed into the air, drenching the surrounding buildings. Hundreds of demons were instantly cut to shreds, their bodies turning into black char, vanishing into ashes. The flames extinguished and rushed out from the river of blood, and Keiko walked forward with a cold expression. Not a drop of blood staining her body. Referencing the 8th form of moon breathing by Kurizetsum, the lethality of the flame tiger became even more terrifying. Since the opponent used flesh and blood as an extended blade, she would use flames in its place to unleash equally shocking lethality. Although Keiko's reliance on firepower was not as terrifying as before, her swordsmanship evolved during the battle with Upper Moon 1, Kurizetsum, filling the only gap in her abilities. With reduced temperature and evolved swordsmanship, her combat power increased rather than diminished. In a sense, this could be considered a rebirth. At this moment, the new Lord, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who was taking everything in through the crow, was anxiously discussing tactics with his 2 younger sisters. Zenitsu Agatsuma had encountered Upper Moon 6, Kaigaku. Should they send someone to support him? Well, the closest is the sound Hashira. Let him change routes. Wait, there's new information. What's wrong? The sound Hashira. Yuzui Tenjin encountered the newly promoted Upper Moon 5, This guy wasn't mentioned in the intel. Yuzui Tenjin, a silver-haired handsome man with plum blossom patterns at the corners of his eyes, was tall and muscular, adorned with exquisite jewels and gestures. At this moment, he was gripping his dual swords connected by chains, staring incredulously at the figure before him. The man blocking Yuzui Tenjin had a similar appearance to him, but his aura was completely opposite. He had disheveled black hair and a pale, gloomy face, a melancholic beauty. Moreover, the words Upper Moon and 5 were engraved in his two pupils. Judging by the urgency of the situation, he had just been promoted to Upper Moon and initiated a challenge against the former Upper 5, Kaigaku, successfully taking his ranking. Seeing this person, Yuzui Tenjin was greatly shaken, his expression fluctuating violently. Yuzui Tenjin grew up in a ninja family, undergoing brutal training and torment. By the time he was 15, only he and his 2 years younger brother remained from 9 siblings. Their father, worried about the family's future, trained them obsessively, causing his brother to become as cold and unfeeling as their father, leading Yuzui Tenjin to ultimately escape the family for fear of becoming like that. The appearance of this man was identical to his biological brother, whom he hadn't seen in 10 years. "Brother, long time no see." The dark-haired man spoke with an icy tone, devoid of any warmth. Who would have thought that the long-lost brothers would reunite under such circumstances, not just different factions, but their very natures had become worlds apart? What to do? Both the Sound Hashira and Zenitsu Agatsuma encountered Upper Moon, while the others were so far away from them. Should they call the other Hashira back for support, or ignore everything and directly pursue Muzan? What should they do? The two younger sisters became somewhat flustered, and their new lord, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, furrowed his brows in distress. Should they believe they can defeat the Upper Moons alone, or waste valuable manpower and opportunities? After all, it was very likely that while the swordsmen were held back by the Upper Moons, Muzan would fully recover. The battle situation changed rapidly. One mistake could lead to total defeat, burying the Demon Slayer Corps in their own hands. Wait, look there. At a critical moment, a wild figure appeared in the vision of the scouting crow. A boy wearing a wild boar headpiece ran wildly while shouting, "Inosuke Hashibara," who couldn't contact them without his crow. However, judging by his reckless direction, he would soon coincidentally collide with the Sound Hashira and Upper Moon 5. Charging forward. Chapter 107. Akaza returns to Infinite Castle. Blocking Zenitsu Agatsuma's path was a grinning man with short black hair and pale skin. His face marked with strange black tiger stripes, the words Upper Moon 6 inscribed in his pupils. Kaigaku. Kaigaku and Zenitsu once learned thunder breathing together under the guidance of the Thunder Hashira, sharing the same belief. Yet now, they had taken completely opposite paths, and forced to meet again in this form. They were enemies that had to be killed. "Oh, you really haven't changed at all, short and shabby, looking weak and useless. You're just a placeholder in Upper Moons, yet you seem to feel quite good about yourself." Kaigaku's words were interrupted before he could finish. He was slightly taken aback, staring in astonishment at the gloomy-faced blonde boy before him. His aura had changed too much in just a few months. He gave off a chilling sense of oppression, no longer the timid person he once was. "Huh, it seems your verbal skills have improved a lot, huh? What about you? Do you remember how you begged for mercy during the Infinite Train battle?" Zenitsu tilted his head, his bangs covering his dark expression. Kaigaku could no longer smile. His frown twisted into a face of extreme hatred. Kneeling before an overwhelmingly powerful opponent was not a shameful thing. After all, the ancients said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as he was alive, it didn't count as defeat, which was why Kaigaku had prostrated himself before Upper Moon 1, Kurizetsu. It was a fear that made every cell in his body feel like it was about to cry out. Compared to that, the blonde boy before him was nothing to fear. Even though he had once been beaten by a group, what was he so proud of? "After killing you, I will go kill that old man, sending you and your master straight to hell." Kaigaku screeched as he drew his Nichiren blade, unleashing violent black thunder towards the blonde boy ahead. At the same time, Zenitsu Agatsuma crouched down slowly, adopting a very low grip on his sword, radiating flickering lightning. This time, he didn't close his eyes but glared furiously at his senior and enemy ahead. Thunder breathing, second form, Rice Spirit thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash swish. The lightning flashed by in an instant. As Kaigaku swung his sword down, Zenitsu Agatsuma had already retracted his sword behind him. Kaigaku's expression stiffened in disbelief as he turned his head. At the moment he locked eyes with the furious blonde boy. A large amount of black blood gushed from his body, and he fell to his knees. Too slow, garbage. Zenitsu Agatsuma's voice was incredibly cold, not hiding the killing intent in his heart. That blade represented the complete severance of their brotherhood. He had become a completely different person from before. Attention all teams. Zenitsu Agatsuma has encountered Upper Moon 6, and Sound Hashira Yuzui Tenjin has encountered Upper Moon 5. All team members do not need to provide support. Please continue to move towards Musen's location. Attention all teams. Zenitsu Agatsuma has encountered Upper Moon 6, and Sound Hashira Yuzui Tenjin has encountered Upper Moon 5. All team members do not need to provide support. Please continue to move towards Musen's location. The crow circling in the sky reported loudly. And the running Tanjiro Kamado and Water Hashirajai, Tomioka couldn't help but quicken their pace, their expressions extremely anxious. Why were the two of them encountering upper moons while others were so far from Musen? Inosuke, Zenitsu, Kaneo, and Shinobu, along with everyone else, will definitely win this battle. Boom! The sudden tremor and explosion sound made the two stop in their tracks, as the ground around them shook violently, with terrifying vibrations continuing endlessly. Tanjiro and Ju Tomioka looked around in shock as an immense killing intent surged towards them. Tanjiro, retreat quickly. Ju Tomioka quickly reminded him as he regained his composure. With a loud bang, the ceiling above exploded, and a figure moving as fast as lightning appeared in front of Tanjiro, smashing the ground with a single punch. Long time no see. It's quite impressive that a weakling like you has survived until now. In Tanjiro's backward glance, he saw a man with pink hair and the mark of the third upper moon, Akaza, grinning menacingly as he raised his arm to unleash a punch. The man exuded an unparalleled, terrifying aura. If it had been a few months ago, Tanjiro Kamado would have been too scared to move. However, after battling Upper Moon 5, Gyako, and enduring the grueling training as a Hashira, he had transformed into someone far stronger. Dance of the Fire God, Fire Train, with flames enveloping his blade. Relying on the explosive impact, Tanjiro spun to dodge Akaza's fist, leaping over his head. At the same time, the spinning blade accurately struck Akaza's arm, causing blood to spurt. Swish! A pale, muscular arm fell in response, and Akaza was momentarily stunned before quickly turning to strike at the boy's head with his other hand. The sound of air being torn apart echoed in his ears. If hit by this punch, his entire head would probably explode. The skin stung from the shockwave, and sweat covered Tanjiro's forehead as he moved erratically, transforming into a cloud of flames and disappearing at the moment of impact. The god of fire Kagura, illusory, sun rainbow boom. A terrifying punch swung through the air again, striking a floating mass of flames. Akaza's punch missed, and suddenly a knife wound appeared on his cheek. He staggered back a few steps and turned in shock to look at the boy standing behind him, falling into a long silence. It wasn't just Akaza. The nearby Ju Tomioka also showed an expression of disbelief. Tanjiro Kamado was actually able to fight against the Upper Moon 3 to this extent, even injuring him twice in a row. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his current strength has reached the level of the Hashira. A few seconds later, Akaza suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. I used to disapprove of the Rengoku siblings protecting you weaklings, but now I sincerely thank them because they allowed you to survive and come here. You are indeed not a weak human, and I am willing to pay my respects to you. Technique unleashed. Akaza laughed wildly as he assumed a stance. The illusory snowflake needles spreading from his feet, extending several meters around him. The terrifying aura shook the space, and the fighting spirit had reached its peak. Come on, the banquet has begun. The Water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, and Tanjiro Kamado are battling the Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Chapter 108, Upper Moon 2. Doma 5 years ago, the insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho was still an immature young swordswoman both in mind and skill, acting recklessly, speaking rudely, and having a bad temper, often facing death, and each time she was saved by her sister, the flower Hashira Kane Kocho. That day, when Shinobu arrived at the battlefield, her sister Kane lay in a pool of blood, on the verge of death, seemingly because dawn was approaching and the demon hadn't had time to finish her off. In the arms of the tearful girl, Kane gently stroked Shinobu's face. Shinobu, listen to your sister. Leave the Demon Slayer Corps. Sister knows you have been trying very hard, but you have done well enough. Shinobu knew what her sister meant. Her physique was very small and delicate, and she didn't even have the ability to behead a demon. Her sister meant that she would never be a match for that demon. But the heartbroken Shinobu didn't care about that at all. No, I will never quit. I must avenge my sister. Quickly tell me, what kind of demon did this to you? Sister, please tell me quickly, sister. Seeing Kane silent, Shinobu anxiously shouted. Kane didn't want Shinobu to seek revenge, because with Shinobu's frail body, she couldn't defeat that demon. However, having always spoiled her sister, she eventually described the demon's appearance. It was a demon with a carefree smile on its face, gentle features, and a soft voice. Using an iron fan, the ice demon of the Infinity Castle. Ah, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Doma. What a wonderful night. In front of Shinobu, a handsome man with chestnut hair, dressed in priestly garments, sat cross-legged in a courtyard made of lotus ponds, smiling happily. Nearby lay numerous corpses of Demon Slayer Corps members. Blood splattered everywhere, the bloody and brutal smell staining the courtyard. The cold mist spreading around the man formed a winter wonderland. The air so cold it felt like it could freeze one's lungs. Upper Moon 2, Doma. Oh, you seem to hate me a lot? It's only our first meeting. Why be like this, poor child? You must have some painful memories you can't let go of. Feel free to share. I'm all ears. Upon hearing Doma's words, Shinobu's face twisted with anger, unable to control her fury. How can you even ask me that? You are the murderer of my sister. Don't you have any impression of this little matter? Doma paused slightly, then recalled the butterfly haori draped over the girl. It seemed familiar. Ah, I remember now. It was that girl who used the breath of flowers, right? She was such a gentle and lovely girl. I actually wanted to eat her, but unfortunately, dawn was approaching, so I couldn't fulfill my wish. I remember it all too clearly. What a pity. Crack. Suddenly, Doma's vision went black as Shinobu pierced his eye with her Nichiren blade, and the blade continued to penetrate into his mind. Shinobu's petite body closed in an instant, stabbing into Doma's eye at an unbelievable speed. Breath of insects dance of the bees, stinger true stab. Oh, what a sharp thrust. I didn't even have time to react. Even with his eyeball stabbed out, the man maintained an indifferent, unbothered expression, his tone relaxed. Blood demon art lotus leaf ice. Doma casually waved his fan, forcing Shinobu back. Terrifyingly low-temperature ice flowers condensed in the air, forming beautiful lotus leaf-shaped blooms. Having a few drops of ice flowers splashed on her, Shinobu began to tremble violently from the cold, the surrounding air seeming to tear apart from the freezing temperature. A human body couldn't withstand such low temperatures. So fast, but stabbing one work on a demon, oh. Doma had just finished speaking when he suddenly knelt on the ground and began to vomit violently, blood splattering everywhere. His image was a mess, mouth covered in blood, and after a long while, he finally stood up again, revealing a nonchalant smile. Oh dear, what a powerful poison, but I've already decomposed it. As expected, Wisteria poison is ineffective against upper moon demons. Shinobu had anticipated this scenario, which is why she left the hope of defeating Doma to Kane. Breath of insects dance of the dragonfly, compound, eyes hexagon. With an elegant posture like a dragonfly, skimming the water, Shinobu's petite body swiftly swept past Doma, leaving countless wounds on him. Your speed is really fast. You might be the fastest among the Hashira I've encountered, Doma praised with a smile. Bang! The next moment, several splashes of blood erupted from Shinobu's body, and she weakly knelt on the ground, her eyes shimmering with tears, her expression aggrieved and helpless. If only I were a little stronger, if I could grow a bit taller, maybe I could defeat the demon by beheading it. Both Kane and Kanao had tall statures, and the tall and imposing Kanao Tiuri made everyone feel particularly reassured whenever he appeared. She vaguely guessed what her sister wanted to say before she died. Shinobu, you are very likely not a match for that demon. Her sister had intended to say this, but ultimately swallowed it back. At that moment, Shinobu had already made up her mind. She had to kill more demons to prevent other innocent people from suffering the same pain as her. Killing one demon could save dozens of people. If she were to kill an upper moon like Doma, it could save thousands. No matter what the cost, she had to win, because she is the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu, swaying unsteadily, forced herself to stand up, her steps shaky and unsteady, and her form suddenly vanished. Breath of insects dance of the centipede 100-foot viper. Blood demon art scattered lotus. As butterfly, Shinobu charged in again. Doma smiled and waved his folding fan, unleashing a flurry of ice flowers that enveloped the petite figure of the girl like razor-sharp ice blades. Flame breathing, second form, rising flame, boom! A roaring wave of blood-red fire surged forward, engulfing all the drifting ice flowers, with the intense flames illuminating the astonished faces of Butterfly, Shinobu, and Doma. Slowly emerging from the boiling sea of fire was a red-haired girl in a black kimono, her stunning face carrying a hint of coldness. The naginata, resting on her shoulder, exuded an aura of dominance, and a pattern resembling a lustful flame lotus appeared on her cheek. The strongest swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Huahuazi. I really love everyone's blades. I can't take it anymore. Please give me more. Chapter 109. A Song of Ice and Fire. The death of Doma, it's so beautiful. I've never tasted a woman as sweet as you. Please let me have a bite, just one bite. Looking at the voluptuous and soft body of the red-haired girl, Doma couldn't help but drool, his dreamy eyes filled with infatuation, unable to control his appetite any longer. Unlike Akaza, Doma only eats young and beautiful women, but in his hundreds of years, he had never seen a gem like Huahuazi. Every inch of her skin exuded a sweet and rich milky fragrance. She must have been soaking in an incredibly luxurious milk bath every day. It's truly wonderful. Her body, which he has cherished and maintained for over a decade, is about to belong to him. Sister Shinobu, could you leave here for a moment? Ignoring Doma, who was gradually going mad, Rengoku Huahuazi gently helped Shinobu Kocho to stand up. She was seriously injured. The wound from the iron fan had penetrated into her stomach, and if she didn't stop the bleeding quickly, she would soon be in life-threatening danger. No. Before Shinobu could finish her sentence, she rolled her eyes and fainted. I knew she wouldn't agree. Huahuazi didn't intend to ask her in the first place. She just wanted to distract her to relieve some pain. With Shinobu knocked out, the Blood Crow flew towards the Demon Slayer Corps medical team, carrying her collar. Hurry back, before I finish dealing with this. After instructing the Blood Crow, Huahuazi turned to look at the man across the Lotus Pond, her gentle expression suddenly turning cold and ruthless. Upper Moon 2, the Ice Demon Doma, emanated an astonishing icy mist, making it difficult to breathe just by getting close, as if the lungs were frozen solid. I heard you defeated Muzan. That's impressive, but unfortunately, your abilities seem to be just right for me to counter. Doma partially covered his twisted face with the iron fan. He was truly craving her body. In the extreme cold of the icy world, Huahuazi's body temperature was indeed suppressed, and the imposing aura of a hot weapon was not present. She took a deep breath, swung the naginata over her head, her expression indifferent. No more nonsense. I'm in a hurry. As you wish. Seeing such an impatient girl, Doma chuckled lightly, unfazed, and quickly waved the folding fan in his hand, sending a dense mass of ice crystals flying like flowing clouds. The swirling ice flowers stirred up a bone-chilling snow wind, smashing the lotus leaves in the pond along the way. Blood demon art, withered garden snowfall. Huahuazi's body was instantly enveloped by a freezing storm, with continuous ice blades slicing through the flesh and blood within. Although Tong Mu wanted to maintain the integrity and freshness of the meat as much as possible, he knew very well in his heart that he could not defeat the woman before him, known as the Flame Demon, without using all his strength. A few seconds later, Tong Mu's eyes slowly narrowed, revealing an expression of disbelief. Amidst the raging blizzard, a massive flame apparition was slowly coalescing, resembling a figure covered in lava armor, wielding an extraordinarily long naginata. Its form was adorned with patterns of fire lotuses, and the surging high-temperature flames caused its body to expand continuously. When the flame demon's body reached its limit, the flames were no longer illusory. They had almost completely transformed into a solid entity, with terrifying muscles and veins visible. Every inch of flesh bathed in magma. Like a guardian spirit, this flame demon completely enveloped the red-haired girl beneath, unaffected by any attack. Breath of Fire 8th Form Flame Jizo. As Huahuazi's swordsmanship improved, the body of the Flame Jizo became increasingly real, ultimately transforming completely from illusion into a true flesh and blood form, bringing an entirely different sense of oppression. As the icy wind and snow subsided, Tong Mu gazed at the terrifying flame apparition towering 30 to 40 meters high, feeling a wave of dryness in his mouth. The fierce wind seemed ready to turn him to ashes. It was clear to him what the consequences of taking this blow would be. With Huahuazi swinging her sword, the enormous flame apparition synchronized with her movements, bringing the massive naginata down in a horizontal slash. Boom! The roaring flames erupted, resembling the terrifying tremors of a missile bombardment, the scorching fire waves sweeping through the entire area, incinerating everything. As the flames washed over him, just as Tong Mu was about to turn to ashes, an extremely cold block of ice enveloped him, easily blocking the intense heat. The ice solidified, and a towering ice bodhisattva statue rose, its hands pressed together, radiating a chilling, icy blue lotus. Every inch of the ice bodhisattva's skin was made of ice, its intricacy and realism rivaling that of the flame demon opposite, the emanating cold making the space seem as if it were about to freeze. Blood demon technique, mist, ice lotus bodhisattva, ice, and fire, bodhisattva, and jizo, created a scene reminiscent of a clash between ice and fire, staining the space with two extreme colors. The terrifying tremors caused by the collision created cracks in the surrounding walls, extending hundreds of meters. And this area was on the verge of collapse. Swish, 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 swish. A few seconds later, cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice bodhisattva's skin, resembling a shattered mirror, with ice shards splattering everywhere. Located in the heart of the bodhisattva, Tong Mu was momentarily stunned. He had actually lost in the contest of temperatures. Purgatory Huahuazi, is she really human? Boom! As the flame demon swung down her sword, the ice shattered completely, and the enormous bodhisattva ice statue turned into a puddle of cold water, utterly defeated. The man, in a disheveled state, fell from the sky, a pale, grim smile on his face. It seemed he would not be able to enjoy the company of this girl before him. What a pity. If someone else's ability can restrain me, it only means I'm not strong enough. Swish! The shadow of the sword swept past, enveloped in flames. Huahuazi brushed past the falling Doma in the sky, landing on the ground and twirling gracefully a few times before retracting his fireworks behind him. The leader of the Eternal Bliss sect, the second of the Upper Moons, Doma, the ultimate evil spirit who slaughtered countless blossoming young girls, finally came to an end today after hundreds of years. There was no regret, no sadness, no heartbreak, because Doma was born unable to feel any emotions. Just a bit of regret. It would have been so nice to have a taste. I really want to try her flavor. Accompanied by the sound of his head thudding to the ground, consciousness immersed in darkness, Doma suddenly felt that death was such a boring thing. Even more boring than being alive. Report, my wife Zenitsu encountered the 6th of the Upper Moons. Sound Yuzi Tenjin encountered the 5th of the Upper Moons. Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai and Love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri encountered the 4th of the Upper Moons. Water Hashira Tenjinju and Tanjiro Kamidu encountered the 3rd of the Upper Moons. Insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu encountered the 2nd of the Upper Moons. Mist Hashira Takatu Mwichiru encountered the 1st of the Upper Moons. Please, other swordsmen, hurry to the hiding place of Musen. Report. The situation has changed. The 2nd of the Upper Moons has been killed by Flame Hashira Rengoku Huahuazi. Hearing the crow's message, the Demon Slayer Corps members who were on their way immediately froze. It had barely been 2 minutes since the last report, and the 2nd of the Upper Moons was dead, just like that. Truly worthy of that legendary woman, killing the Upper Moons as if they were chickens. Chapter 110. Love Snow Final Form. Blue-Silver Chaotic Light. The battle reached its climax, accompanied by Akaza's frenzied punches. Countless flashing fist shadows shot out in all directions, causing the walls of the entire space to crack and tremble, a barrage of attacks. Even though Tanjiro and Tenjin-ju had awakened their marks during the battle, they were unable to defend against this strike and were left battered and bruised, their bodies in tatters. The martial arts essence representing Akaza. The terrifying power of his punches instantly crushed the 2 water swordsmen before him, as countless fist shadows descended like a storm at the moment of near death. Tanjiro's breath suddenly halted for a moment, and the world reflected in his pupils suddenly changed. Even if it was just for an instant, he saw the transparent world that Rengoku Huahuazi spoke of. The incoming fist shadows became incredibly slow, the concept of time drastically slowed down. Bones, muscles, lungs. The world seemed to turn transparent, and Tanjiro Kamidu finally reached this realm, the transparent world. Boom! With the final punch coming to an end, Tenjinju awkwardly knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. There was simply no way to evade. The opponent had unleashed hundreds of chaotic punches in an instant, and even with his self-created 11th form of water breathing, he could not avoid them. Akaza smiled as he walked up to Tenjinju, extending his hand towards him. Truly worthy of being one of the 9 pillars. You actually survived this. Did you manage to dodge the last few fatal punches with all your might? You don't need to die at my hands like Kyojuro and Tanjiro. Become a demon like me, Ju. Tenjinju slowly widened his eyes. What is this guy saying? Tanjiro is clearly standing right behind him, Because Tanjiro's presence had completely vanished, Akaza didn't even bother to turn his head, fully confident that he had died without a burial place in the previous flurry of punches. Tanjiro, hurry and sneak attack him. Now is the time to win. Tenjinju felt a surge of hope. Akaza, I will chop off your neck with one strike. Tanjiro angrily swung his Nichiren blade at the back of Akaza's neck. What an idiot. Why are you shouting it out? Tenjinju was speechless. The sudden roar from behind startled Akaza, causing his hair to stand on end, and he immediately swung his fist back, passing right by the boy with vacant, lifeless eyes. What's wrong with this guy? His presence has vanished, completely disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had suddenly transformed into a being of another level, giving off a chilling and eerie sense of pressure. Faced with Tanjiro in this state, Akaza felt a hint of panic for the first time, unsure of where to attack. Calm down, it's coming. Swish. His eyes widened suddenly, and by the time Akaza reacted, his head had already fallen off. After dodging Akaza's punch, Tanjiro's figure twisted 180 degrees in the air at an incredible speed. The delayed strike of his blade cut into the back of Akaza's neck at an extremely tricky angle. The god of fire Kagura twilight turn. Look, it's possible that Akaza coughed up blood, his head falling to the ground with an expression of disbelief. He had never seen such a situation in the past few hundred years, facing a human like Tanjiro who had not a hint of breath. Even infants emit some kind of presence, but this guy's aura had completely vanished in that moment. The reactive technique of a needle had thrown him into brief confusion, which wasn't really a big deal, but the real problem was that for the first time, the opponent's combat skills surpassed his own. His century-long martial arts training was defeated fair and square. The boy's eyes showed neither hatred nor anger, and certainly no killing intent in that instant. What he reached was likely the supreme realm he pursued, the transparent world. Smack! Akaza grabbed his severed head with both hands and forcibly pressed it back onto his neck. His face twisted in rage. He refused to accept defeat. He was still not done. He could continue fighting. He could become stronger. Destruction, kill, foot technique, flying star, thousand wheels. Under the shocked gazes of Tanjiro and Ju Tomioka, Akaza forcibly closed the wound on his neck with flesh and blood and kicked them away repeatedly. He wasn't dead even after his head was cut off. Had he evolved to Muzin's level? Please stop, Brother Koma. A suddenly heard voice made Akaza slowly turn his head. A beautiful black-haired girl grasped his hand, and for some reason, she felt familiar. No, I must kill them with my own hands. I must become stronger. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. Why? Why are you so obsessed with becoming stronger? The girl asked, tears glistening in her eyes, confused. Because if I don't find a way to become stronger, I want to be able to get the medicine for my dad. After saying this, Akaza's pupils dilated. In order to steal money from the rich to buy medicine for his veteran father, he had honed his agile fighting skills since childhood. Then, when he heard that he had been caught stealing again, his father hanged himself. His father didn't want to burden him. Didn't want to extend his life with money obtained from stolen goods. He hoped his son could turn over a new leaf and start a new life. It was still not too late. Looking at the letter his father left behind, Koma's expression twisted like a demon. I heard there was a child who might be killed, so I came to save him. And what happened? 7 or 8 adults were actually taken down by a barehanded child. You must have quite the talent. Without even a weapon, you defeated these adults. Want to come to my dojo? Though I currently don't have a single student. On the street, looking at the crowd wailing and the bloodied boy, a middle-aged man with a smiling face approached. Shut up, you old fool, or I'll kill you. Bang! Koma was knocked unconscious by the man's punch. What is this? Why am I seeing these illusions? Is this my memory? Akaza wondered. The memories continued until he was brought back to the Tsurito dojo by a man named Keizo, where he saw the beautiful girl, Cookie, and goosebumps began to rise all over him. The black-haired girl was truly beautiful, her sorrowful face like snow. 3 years later, Koma was 18. He was the only student at the Tsurito dojo and began living a stable life, essentially no different from ordinary people. That day, Master Keizo called him over and asked if he had the desire to inherit the dojo, because Master S' daughter, Koyuki, had taken a liking to him. Looking at Koyuki's blushing face, Koma never imagined that someone like him would be liked by a girl. Could it be that he could really live a normal life, as his father said? That small hope of being able to start over suddenly swelled wildly in Koma's heart at that time. He could never have dreamed that the 2 people he desperately wanted to protect would be cruelly killed by those despicable villains. P.S. I personally appreciate Akaza, so I wrote a lot. I hope everyone doesn't get angry. I also thought about skipping this part of the plot, but I felt that would ruin the overall feel of the novel, as if the characters lost their souls and were merely acting mechanically. Every time I try to develop characters well, the data for that chapter hits me hard. It seems readers don't have that much patience to appreciate my drama. So I saved on battles and try to compress this part of the plot. In reality, the pacing of the plot is indeed affected by performance, which is also why Doma died so quickly. I now feel that battles don't matter much. I hope to smooth out the plot a bit, ultimately leading to a point where the story can be fully integrated without being affected by temporary performance, lest the overall plot collapses. I hope everyone tries not to skip and supports me. There are probably 3 or 4 chapters of build-up before it gets exciting. Chapter 111. Musen's resurrection to tell his father the good news of his engagement. Koma decided to head home to pay respects at the grave. And when he returned to the dojo, his stomach twisted as if he were about to vomit, an ominous premonition crawling all over him. The martial artist from a neighboring swordsmanship dojo had poisoned the well, killing his master and Koyuki, his fiancée. Clearly, they had made an appointment. In the end, it was all just nice words. No one was able to protect anyone. In the detailed records of the massacre within the yamen, after the women of Tsuruyudo were poisoned, the surviving disciples who had been out on errands attacked the neighboring swordsmanship dojo alone. They brutally killed all 67 disciples of the swordsmanship dojo with bare hands. Skulls were crushed and internal organs were mangled, with all the corpses unrecognizable, exhibiting severe mutilation. Even the only surviving maid was driven insane by the horror. Due to the absurdity of the event, written records of such cases were discarded as fictional stories 30 years later. Koma, in a killing spree, wandered aimlessly on the night streets when he was blocked by an elegant man in a kimono. I heard there were disturbances caused by demons in places where no arrangements were made for them, so I came specifically. But to find out that the incident was caused by humans is truly boring. Crack. The image of memory was interrupted here. From then on, Akaza transformed into Koma Tsuzumi. Even after becoming a demon and losing his memories, Akaza instinctively continued to pursue strength. Clearly, there was nothing left to protect, and he no longer wanted to live in a world without family. Yet he engaged in meaningless slaughter for hundreds of years. How tragic, how ridiculous, and how boring this was. He despised all weaklings who dared not fight openly, only sneaking around poisoning in the water, ugly and weak individuals. Tenjin Izui and Tanjiro had already lost their strength, thinking they would be defeated, but unexpectedly, Akaza's regenerating body suddenly stopped. Enough, no more regeneration is needed. That young man has legitimately severed my head. The outcome is decided. Let me descend to hell in peace. Even after losing his memories, the pattern of the technique he unleashed, the Rashin, was still the hairpin of his fiancée, Cookie. Looking at the black-haired girl before him, Akaza was in tears, recalling everything. I'm sorry, Koyuki, I couldn't protect you. Welcome home, my husband. Akaza stood still in an embrace, gradually turning into a cloud of drifting ash. Upper Moon 3. Akaza was cut off from his fiancée. This is it, I found it. Musen, looking at the pulsating flesh lumps in the sky. Dozens of Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen looked tense, as tentacles extending from the lumps fixed the walls, making them float in the air. The Hashira swordsmen were all restrained by the upper moons, and now it was up to these ordinary swordsmen to deal with Musen. Can severing all these flesh lumps stop Musen's resurrection? Everyone, don't panic. The Lord has instructed us to stand by for now. A few swordsmen were still discussing tactics when the surface of the flesh lump slowly cracked open and a blood-colored figure suddenly jumped out. A red-haired man with a white cloak, his arms and legs covered in sharp teeth, descended with a sinister smile. Slash, 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 slash. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, severed limbs scattered, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen were dead. Wait for the Hashira to arrive before acting, or we'll become food for Musen to recover his strength. Can anyone hear me? Everyone, retreat for now. A black crow circled and screamed in the sky, conveying the Lord's words, but was suddenly torn to pieces by a white-haired man, turning into a pool of drizzling blood rain. In an instant, the surroundings became eerily quiet. There were no living beings left, only bloodstains and brutality everywhere. Delivering food to me from thousands of miles away is still commendable, Ubuyashiki. So how about it, Tamayo? Your so-called medicine that can turn demons back into humans still can't do anything to me. Grabbing Tamayo's head with one hand, Musen sneered mockingly. Crack! He gently squeezed, crushing Tamayo's head to pieces, and his weakened body fully recovered, returning to peak condition. Slash, 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 slash. Wherever Kibutsuji Musen passed, it instantly turned into a scene of bloody carnage. Everyone died in an instant, not even seeing how they perished. The Demon Slayer Corps members who invaded Infinity Castle suffered over half casualties within just a few minutes, with bodies lying everywhere, unattended. Bang! Musen, as if in a no-man's land, was blocked by a petite girl, his expression momentarily astonished, but then he chuckled indifferently. Kanawo, with a serious expression, blocked a white-haired man's arm, protecting the teammates behind her, almost exhausting her strength. Breath of Flowers, 4th form, red flower garment. Slash. Like blooming flowers. 2 slashes left blood marks on Musen's shoulder, forcing him back a few steps. Not bad. You should have the strength of a Hashira. Become my subordinate. Just in time. There's so many vacancies in the 12 Kizuki. Musen smiled at Kanawo, but his heart suddenly trembled, as if he had seen something incredible. An empty space. He inexplicably stepped back a few steps, as if frightened. Watching Musen's confused behavior, the Demon Slayer Corps members were puzzled, suddenly sensing a fiery aura from behind. A beautiful girl in a black kimono with red hair, tied up, approached Musen, wielding a Nichiren blade, Kyojuro Rengoku. Musen's face twisted in half covering his face. He certainly wasn't too scared by her aura, but instead inexplicably recalled the breath of the Sun swordsman from hundreds of years ago, Yorichi Tsujikuni. The red-haired girl before him resembled that figure from hundreds of years ago, despite having no resemblance in bloodline or appearance. Even if he were decapitated by the Sun Blade now, he wouldn't die. The shadow of death from that time was too profound, leaving a lasting mark in Musen's blood. Impossible to forget. It was truly uncomfortable. This nauseating feeling seemed to say that he would face the same dire situation as hundreds of years ago today. At this moment, the other Hashira were still engaged in battle, and the only ones confronting Kibutsuji Musen were the 2 weak female swordsmen, Kyojuro Rengoku and Kanawo. A careless mistake could lead to a true Musen scenario. Chapter 112. The Death of Rengoku in Infinity Castle, although many Demon Slayer Corps members were present. Rengoku and Kibutsuji Musen stared at each other, their fiery gazes reminiscent of a couple in love. Gazing at the girl's voluptuous and soft body and her stunningly beautiful white face, Musen's long silent heart began to beat again, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse of love. It wasn't lust. Any female demon could transform into Rengoku at any time, and occasionally playing a cosplay game was fine. However, what Musen valued was only the heart, the girl's pure spirit and essence. Rengoku Kyojuro, you are special, unlike those annoying swordsmen. Musen spoke with excitement. They were indeed very annoying. To the point of death, whenever they spoke, without exception, it was for the sake of avenging their dead family members. So what if their families were killed? What could they do? Accept the reality of their survival and continue living their original lives, right? Just treat those I killed as unfortunate victims of natural disasters. There is no need to complicate death too much. Heavy rain, strong winds, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. No matter how many people these natural disasters killed, no one ever sought revenge against them. After all, the dead cannot be revived. Why cling to the past? The only reason is that all demon hunters are abnormal. Rengoku Kyojuro, you are different from them. There is no anger or hatred in your eyes. What I see is an ethereal emptiness. Your heart has not been tainted. So come to my side. Poor child. Even if you defeat me with your current body, won't you still not survive tonight? Hearing Musen's distorted remarks, the other swordsmen were filled with rage, almost unable to contain themselves, while Kana stared blankly at Hohako beside her, feeling a kind of weakness she had never experienced before. Just how damaged had her body become? Had she been exhausting her own life force to fight all this time? Huahuazi smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned, but in reality, her vitality was indeed dwindling. This was the price of forcibly bearing the power of the flame demon in a human body. Every second of burning fire scorched her heart and lungs. If it weren't for the high temperature forcing her organs to operate beyond their limits, she would probably stop breathing from exhaustion in the next moment. When she killed Doma, she unleashed all her firepower, causing such terrifying destruction. Her flames were no longer what they once were, and the only thing she could rely on now was her leaping swordsmanship. The flickering flames were about to extinguish, and the girl exuded an aura of decay and death. Musen, aren't you afraid? Afraid that I will use my last bit of strength to kill you? Huazi stood expressionless, gripping the dagger and slowly swinging it behind him, adopting a stance to strike. In the face of doubt, Musen let out a disdainful sneer, his expression gradually becoming somewhat ferocious. Afraid? I don't know what fear is. I will soon kill all these annoying demon hunters, then find Nezuko to devour, evolving into the ultimate perfect being with no weaknesses thereafter. With a whoosh, the flame surrounding the red-haired girl flickered suddenly, as if signaling to extinguish. Muzan immediately stopped speaking and recklessly dashed towards the Hellfire Huazi. As he moved at high speed, the surroundings blurred past, and the distance between the two shrank to less than half a meter in the blink of an eye. The girl, as crimson eyes gradually dimming. The transparent world unfolded like a scroll, and Muzan's speed was unprecedentedly swift, but in the face of the transparent world, it was clearly visible. Huahuazi's helpless expression was mixed with a bitter smile as she exhaled a slight breath of flame, placing her blade against her chest. The flames gushing from the tail of the blade surged forth like a comet, driving the firework forward to stab out. Although it was merely a spark, it could still burn down the vast grasslands. From here on, it's up to you all. Breath of flames, ninth form, Purgatory, boom! In the next moment, a massive airflow comparable to a rocket launching shot up, and the deafening sound of a meteor falling collided head-on with Muzan Kibutsuji's body. Scalding dust scattered in all directions, and the explosive shockwave sent the nearby members of the Demon Slayer Corps flying several meters away, the smell of blood and flesh tearing apart thick in the air. Kana looked anxiously at the center of the battlefield. Who was winning? Soon, as the rising smoke cleared, Kana covered her mouth in disbelief, tears rolling down her eyes. The final strike from Purgatory Huahuazi had severed half of Muzan's body, but her abdomen was also pierced by his arm, her pupils dim and lifeless, blood gushing out continuously. Thud! As Muzan withdrew his arm, the red-haired girl's breathing ceased, dying in the stance of wielding her blade. Both vitality and flames were completely extinguished. Her life had finally come to an end. Pillar of Flames. Purgatory Huahuazi, aged 15. Muzan, I will absolutely not let you go. Kurihara Kana tightly gripped her sword, her tear-streaked face etched with deep-seated hatred. The burnt and shattered body gradually began to recover, and Muzan coldly turned away, his expression icy. How noisy. It wasn't me who killed her, didn't you see? She was already dead before I pierced her abdomen. I was just saving her. Muzan shook his head inexplicably, and as his words fell, the nearby members of the Demon Slayer Corps stared in disbelief at where Huahuazi had fallen. The red-haired girl, who seemed to have lost all vitality, suddenly trembled a few times, the flesh of her pierced abdomen slowly knitting together, recovering completely within a few seconds. At the last moment, realizing that the girl's life was about to extinguish, Muzan was the most anxious one, rushing forward to take Huahuazi's attack head-on. However, Huahuazi, sensing Muzan's intentions, burned through all her remaining life force, but unexpectedly was still a step too late, falling into his scheme. In the instant her abdomen was pierced, Muzan flooded her body with a large amount of blood, overwhelming her to the brink of death, meaning that the Huahuazi reborn was now a demon. The red-haired girl stood dazed in place, her cute face looking pitiful and innocent, like a lost young girl separated from her parents. Welcome. How does it feel to be reborn? Muzan smiled as he extended his hand towards the girl. Huahuazi stared blankly for a moment before suddenly slapping the white-haired man across the face. Boom! Muzan's entire body seemed to be hit by a cannon, turning into a puddle of bloody flesh, without a trace of meat left. After smashing Muzan, the ground around the girl began to shake violently, the boiling air temperature rising sharply, moisture evaporating rapidly, as if it were a precursor to a volcanic eruption. Watching this incredible momentum, all members of the Demon Slayer Corps retreated in panic, forgetting about the inexplicably blasted Muzan. Seconds later, the earth shook, the sky collapsed, and an explosive sea of fire engulfed everything in the vicinity. The girl, reborn from the flames, slowly transformed in the fire, two curved red-black horns emerging from her head, resembling a demon emerging from hell. Her snow-white, tender skin was covered by a layer of flesh armor infused with lava, her body made of molten rock emitting a crimson glow. Her soft arms transformed into two large claws, as red as charred bones, flowing with scalding lava, leaving nothing alive in their wake, turning everything into endless purgatory. The girl crouched on the ground in a beast-like stance, her small demon-like tail swaying around a cute flame. Blood demon art. Flame demon, who? In the next second, a shrill, piercing roar echoed like a banshee, the terrifying reverberation shocking the area for several kilometers, causing dozens of members of the Demon Slayer Corps to faint blood flowing from their orifices, while Kana covered her ears in pain, her body swaying unsteadily. At this moment, a disaster more terrifying than Musen Kibutsuji descended upon Infinity Castle. P.S. Seeking blades, seeking blades, seeking blades, seeking blades, seeking blades, seeking blades. Chapter 113. Upper Moon Zero. Flame Demon. An endless stream of lava erupted from the flame demon girl's body, the scalding heat continuously assaulting, dyeing the entire area bright red as if boiling, making it impossible to approach. Such a terrifying aura had transcended the understanding of ordinary people. No one knew what level she had reached now, or if she could still be called a living being. Amidst the boiling sea of fire, the violently imposing flame demon gradually calmed down. After her transformation, her face had turned much paler, yet it was still that familiar, stunning visage. Two horns sprouted from her head, her arms transformed into bones, her skin made of lava, and a small demon-like tail flowed with flames grew from her back. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The flame demon girl let out a few strange calls, curiously looking at the blade that had fallen on the ground, then carefully picked it up with her large, slender, blood-red claws. She extended her soft little tongue to lick the sharp blade, curling the edge slightly before swallowing it whole. A few meters behind, Musen Kibutsuji's blood cells were rapidly coagulating, his eyes fixed intently on the magma monster ahead. No wonder this swordsman could defeat Kokushibo with a human body. Upon becoming a demon, she unleashed such terrifying might, even momentarily beyond his control. However, after all, she was a creature evolved from his blood. With a simple training, she could still be tamed for his use. Flame demon, listen well. Now go and kill all the humans in front of you. Musen's face twisted as he clenched his fists, increasing the control over the blood surging wildly within the girl. Who? The flame demon girl let out a tragic wail, her claws covering her face as she struggled, her eyes uncontrollably bleeding, forcibly marked with the words Upper Moon Zero. Upper Moon Zero. The flame demon represents both the beginning and the end. The history of the Demon Slayer Corps will end today. In the next moment, Musen ceased his forced commands, his skin crawling as the hair on his body stood on end, all because of the insane look in the girl's eyes as she turned back to him. The girl's face was filled with extreme anger as she raised a red claw towards Musen, an infernal ring of flames swirling around the tip of her claw. In Musen's incredulous gaze, the infernal ring erupted violently, transforming into a roaring fiery phoenix, its wings fanning toward him. Blood demon art. Hellfire bird boom! The high temperature exploded, and the terrifying caused Infinite City to collapse. The shocking flames penetrated nearly half a kilometer, shattering buildings into pieces. Infinite City was actually blasted out a circular pit over 600 or 700 meters long, with scorching lava flowing in the wide ravine. At the end of this path, Musen, bloodied and charred, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Weakness, fear, and paleness surged in his heart. He fully understood that he had no power to fight back against this monster. Her power, which had surged after becoming a demon, had far exceeded his expectations and control. Although it was somewhat regrettable, it seemed he could only wait for her to kill all the Demon Slayer members before leading her into the sunlight to burn her alive. Otherwise, allowing this monster to rampage would truly lead to disaster. Crack! Just as Musen was contemplating, he was suddenly lifted up. The flame demon carefully grabbed the man's neck with her slender claws, lifting him like a tiny shrimp, afraid of breaking him. What speed is this? After being stunned for 3 or 4 seconds, Musen finally realized that his escape route was completely useless, even hundreds of meters apart. It was just a moment for the flame demon, and the hatred was still firmly attracted to him. Logically, he should no longer die from decapitation, much less be killed by blood demon art. But at this moment, the cells inside Musen were screaming in fear of death, his cat-like pupils constantly contracting. Could it be that he would die? The flame demon girl carefully lifted Musen and opened her delicate pink mouth, a hint of red slowly gathering in her mouth. The red, unknown powdery substance coalesced in her mouth, forming a searing fireball. The violent roared continuously, and the scorching breath rushed toward Musen, whose expression gradually turned to terror as he began to kick and struggle. Ming girl, save me quickly. The boiling star-like particles gathered into lines. Countless red particle lines pushing the fireball outward, the terrifying high temperature compressed to the extreme. Blood demon art. Ash dragon. Hiss. Boom! Accompanied by a piercing scream, as the fireball flew out of the girl's mouth, the flames erupted, countless fiery rings transforming into a fire dragon bathing in lava that soared into the sky, breaking through layers of the ceiling, the scorching flame breath rushing into the clouds. Looking around, the entire infinite city was penetrated by the roaring fire dragon. Everything turned to ashes in its path, and a violent, scorching breath lingered endlessly. Its power was several times that of the Hellfire Bird, and Muzan, who was directly hit, seemed to leave not even a drop of flesh behind. Aw, damn it. That damn woman. In the deeper room of Infinite City, a white-haired man lay in a pool of blood, writhing on the ground, his face twisted. Fortunately, he had been teleported away from that place at the last moment by Ming Girl. But why? Why couldn't his arm regenerate? Blood gushed from the stump of Muzan's severed arm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't regrow it, as if the connection had been severed from the root of the cells. Not only that, but the wound hit by the fire dragon was also unbearably hot, unable to stop the bleeding. It was the first time in hundreds of years he encountered such a situation. The feeling of impending death was real. If he had been hit by that blow, he would definitely have been burned to ashes. That flame had similarities to the sun breathing. Fortunately, she had not yet gained rationality. If she kept going crazy like this, she would eventually run outside and get burned by the sun. For now, he just had to wait for the demon slayer's tragic fate. What to do, Hiwajiko? She has turned into a demon. Looking at the distant flame demon girl, Kaneo-Tiri felt at a loss, not knowing what to do. They were constantly being battered by the scorching airflow, unable to even get close, only able to watch from afar as Muzan's pitiful fate unfolded. For being immensely proud to ending up in such a miserable state, with life and death unknown. Although she felt like laughing, now was not the time for schadenfreude. Swish! Under the gaze of the puzzled red-haired girl, Kaneo's expression froze. Again, the scene of Hiwajiko chasing Muzan appeared. It seemed like a teleportation. In an instant, she could cross hundreds of meters, a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not capture. Compared to Muzan, she was the most terrifying moving disaster. Before her, no one could escape. Huh? Standing in front of Kaneo, the red-haired girl transformed into a flame demon tilted her head, curiously extending her claws toward her. Chapter Sastizennik. Kishe. Looking at the slender and fragile black-haired girl, the flame demon slowly extended her blood-red bone claws, gently tapping on her body a few times. Kaneo-Tiri trembled violently, but maintained a gentle smile, showing no signs of resistance. If nothing unexpected happened, Hiwajiko, after demonization, was not so violent. She had merely been provoked by Muzan's commanding behavior. Like a cute little kitten, the flame demon curiously circled around Kaneo, the flowing lava on her skin burning the ground around her. The boiling air turned fire red, and Kaneo was already sweating profusely, being careful not to get splashed by lava. Just when Hiwajiko's mood seemed to stabilize, she was suddenly attracted by an extremely piercing scream. The monster that had just killed Muzan stood before her, walking leisurely, facing the threat of death. A Demon Slayer member finally couldn't hold back, panicking and screaming as they ran away. Oh no! Watching the flame demon girl's attention shift, Kaneo gasped in her heart. Her current state was like that of a simple beast. Whoever moved first would be eaten. Unsurprisingly, Hiwajiko slowly raised a claw toward the fleeing person, the fiery rings swirling with boiling flames. What to do? Should I stop Hiwajiko? But if she sees it as a threat and goes berserk again, the casualties will only be heavier. Seeing the fiery ring at the girl's fingertips was about to fully coalesce, Kaneo no longer had time to think. She quickly positioned herself in front of Hiwajiko. The next second, the Demon Slayer members all widened their eyes in disbelief. Kaneo actually leaned down and kissed her, their soft lips touching. The flame demon girl's eyes widened in surprise, and the fiery ring at her fingertips dissipated involuntarily. Kaneo was very careful not to touch her lava armor, kissing in a very awkward and cautious manner. The flame demon girl seemed to be immersed in this wonderful sensation, her mind going blank, losing her reaction. I'm attracting her attention. You all hurry and leave, move slowly, and try not to make a sound. After about 4 or 5 seconds, Kanaiha blushed and reminded the members of the Demon Slayer Corps behind her that if they were fortunate enough to survive, she didn't know how she would face people in the future. Without any aggressive comfort, she quickly came up with this idea in a moment of desperation. A few seconds after parting her lips, the emotions of the flame demon girl began to fluctuate, feeling the surging heat around her. Kanaiha lowered her head and kissed her again to soothe her quickly. Watching this strange scene, everyone felt both fear and amusement, slowly backing away in an attempt to leave without making a sound. The surrounding high temperature intensified, and Kanaihu, trapped in this lava hell, focused on her breathing to delay the time before heat exhaustion. Now she could only rely on herself to hold back the flame demon girl, hoping that the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps would come up with a solution soon. Meanwhile, the battle between Zenitsu Agatsuma and the sixth upper moon was nearing its end. The golden-haired boy, panting heavily and covered in blood, could barely stand with his blurred vision. "Ha ha! Scream again! Why are you suddenly mute?" Black lightning continuously surged around him, tearing open searing wounds. Zenitsu, who could only use the first form, was no match for his senior, Kaigaku, who not only mastered all 6 forms of thunder breathing, but also possessed powerful blood demon arts and a strong physical recovery ability. With defeat evident, Zenitsu had almost no way to overcome his opponent, his form sinking lower. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. We ultimately went our separate ways." "I'm sorry, brother." In Zenitsu's eyes, it seemed like thunder was intertwined. His body was already pushed to its limits, and his bulging fingers tapped against the sword hilt. Thunder breathing, 7th form. Fire Thunder God. Boom! The sudden roar of thunder made Kaigaku involuntarily close his eyes, as the flickering golden lightning resembled a dragon of thunder rushing past him. When he opened his eyes again, the weightlessness and headwind left him stunned. His head was falling towards Infinity Castle. What technique was that? It was too fast. He didn't see anything. Damn it, as expected, that old man secretly passed the ultimate move to you. Kaigaku roared angrily at the sky. "You are wrong. Grandpa is not that kind of person. This is my own insight, a sword technique that belongs only to me." Watching Kaigaku's head fall continuously, Zenitsu's last words remained unspoken. In truth, he really wanted to use this move to fight alongside his senior. Meanwhile, facing the 5th upper moon, the Sound Hashira and Inosuke had also fought desperately to defeat their enemy, now lying on the ground barely alive. "Ha ha ha! I have defeated an upper moon swordsman too." Inosuke lay on his back, laughing heartily. "Thank you for mercilessly killing my brother, Tenjin Yuzi," he added jokingly, indicating both were in good spirits. The newly promoted 5th upper moon was Tenjin Yuzui's brother. Both had undergone hellish training in a ninja clan, and it was no surprise that his brother had become cold-hearted and fallen into a demon. To be fair, this replacement 5th upper moon was even weaker than the former 6th upper moon, making the Sound Hashira and Inosuke the two who had the easiest victory in this decisive battle. Report: the 6th upper moon has been killed by Zenitsu Agatsuma. The 5th upper moon has been killed by the Sound Hashira and Inosuke. The 3rd upper moon has been killed by the Water Hashira and Tanjiro Kamado. No Hashira swordsmen have perished. Urgent report: Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku has been turned into a demon by Muzan, with expected strength surpassing Muzan himself. All remaining swordsmen with strength should immediately converge and slay him. What? Upon hearing the crow's report, before everyone could react, the scene before them changed rapidly, as if they were traveling back and forth in a time machine. Snap! Time and space froze, and Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, Tomioka, and Tenjin Yuzui exchanged glances. Could this be the blood demon art of the 4th upper moon, gathering them together for some purpose? Meanwhile, they also noticed the 2 girls who were closely embracing each other. Kanaihu was desperately kissing the girl who had transformed into a flame demon, looking exhausted from being in this high-temperature, low-oxygen state. With horns on her head, a tail behind her, arms turned into hellish bone claws, and her entire body covered in lava, the red-haired girl suddenly pulled away her lips and turned to look at the man, Water Hashira Tomioka. Among the 5 who were in shock, only this man showed no hesitation and emitted a faint killing intent in an instant. Humph! Enraged by the killing intent, the red-haired girl, flowing with scorching lava, opened her mouth and let out a terrifying shriek, sending Kanaihu flying. The violent aura instantly crushed everyone to the ground, and the shocking reality, combined with this desperate pressure, left them momentarily helpless. Muzan's conspiracy had succeeded once again. Chapter 115. Awakening. Seeing this shocking scene, the 5 swordsmen had complex feelings, but only Water Hashira Tomioka raised his sword without hesitation. "Pick up your swords. Do you want to die?" Hearing his senior's roar, Tanjiro's eyes brimmed with tears as he tightly gripped his Nichiren blade. Even Kanaihu, who had fallen to the ground in confusion, and the usually timid Zenitsu were ready for battle. The swordsmen who had made it this far would undoubtedly not be lost in confusion now. To kill Muzan, they must first overcome this desperate challenge to grasp a glimmer of hope. Swish! Tomioka, with a fierce expression, was momentarily startled as the flame demon girl's face was inches away, and a blood-red claw rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Time and space around him seemed to slow down, but he couldn't react. It was as if he was witnessing a lantern show before death. His body could not keep up with her speed, and he could only face death helplessly. Water-breathing 11th form calm. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the terrifying shockwave sent Tomioka flying dozens of meters, crashing into the wall and violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although his bones screamed in agony and his gaze was unfocused, he managed to resist at the critical moment, barely surviving. Mr. Tomioka, Muzan, I will never let you go. Tanjiro's eyes were filled with fury. He aimed to stab the back of the flame demon's neck, but shouted Muzan's name instead. Truly a fickle-hearted bad boy. Water-breathing, 7th form, mist ripple strike. Crunch. Although the speed of the action could not be captured by the naked eye. The frenzied demon appeared oddly cute and was caught off guard as a long knife pierced its neck with a crisp sound. Under Tanjiro's astonished expression, blood erupted from his palm, and the front half of the Nichiren blade shattered in an instant, with shards falling to the ground. Meanwhile, on the girl's neck, where she was struck, a piece of red skin resembling lava had inexplicably grown. What terrifying battle instincts! Although she had lost her rationality at that moment, her battle awareness reached an extreme level, as if she were a monster with no weaknesses. Sound breathing, 5th form, string performance. Accompanied by the dual blades of the Flame Hashira spinning at high speed, continuous sound explosions erupted behind the girl, and the rising smoke buried her form. Did it succeed? Watching the blurred figure in the smoke, everyone felt an intense anxiety. Kanao sat dazed in the distance, unsure of what to do as she watched the scene. No, I absolutely cannot provoke her, or everyone will die. The wailing howl shattered the surrounding smoke, revealing the demonic form that completely overturned everyone's worldview. The previous Hinatsuki was merely wrapped in a lava chest plate from the front, but now her entire body was covered in a layer of lava armor, with scorching magma flowing all over her, as if she had emerged from hell. Despite her terrifying appearance, she still bore a feminine and delicate face. At first glance, she looked like a woman. At this moment, her oppressive aura had spread throughout the infinite castle, and the violent flames bent down like an erupting volcano. Blood demon art, flame dance. Slash. Flames flickered as the fire demon appeared before him, as if teleporting, and in his heart, Sound Pillar was certain that his life had come to an end. Sound breathing, 4th form. Resonance slash. Boom. Yuzui Tenjin was sent flying, his clothes torn apart, emanating the scent of roasted flesh. With combat instincts honed through countless brushes with death, he detonated all the explosives in his dual Nichiren blades in an instant, blasting himself backward to escape a calamity, successfully snatching back his life from the jaws of death. Thunder breathing, 7th form, Fire Thunder God. Beast breathing, 8th form, Explosive Charge. Wind breathing, 8th form, Initial Gale slash. Zenitsu Agitsoma swung a massive lightning dragon roaring towards them, while Inosuke Hashibara combined the steps of beast breathing with the sword techniques of wind breathing to slash down fiercely. Even the upper rank one, Kokoshibo, had to temporarily retreat in the face of this sudden ambush, but the fire demon remained unmoved, waiting indifferently for the blades to fall. Bang! Bang! The sound of steel clashing erupted, and only a spark flew from the molten rock at her nape before silence fell. Suspended in midair, Zenitsu and Inosuke looked on in utter despair as the blood-red claw reached towards them, their fates sealed. The flames boiled, the temperature terrifying to the extreme, burning in a void-like space as if it were the hellfire of the underworld, where not a blade of grass could grow, and all things lay desolate, with only the fierce flames enduring. In this purgatory, a red-haired girl with a snow-white body and stunning beauty knelt on the ground with vacant eyes, remaining motionless for a long time. Miss Hohazuki, Miss Hohazuki. Hearing the gentle call, the girl slowly raised her head in a daze. A familiar black-haired woman smiling in front of her. Miss Tamayo? Hohazuki murmured as her consciousness gradually returned, looking around in confusion. Tamayo gently stroked her hair, her body gradually becoming transparent, faintly visible. It seems I made the right bet. I was killed and absorbed by Muzan before the battle. And then, at the moment Muzan gave you blood, I took the opportunity to flow from his body into yours, transferring all the nutrients of the medicine that would turn me back into a human into your body. In this way, it wouldn't weaken Muzan, but it could save you. The medicine will take effect soon, and from now on, it's up to you. Also, please say thank you to Yashiro for his companionship over the years. After saying this, Tamayo turned into a cloud of ash, disappearing without a trace, permanently leaving this world. After becoming a demon, she had given up on herself and consumed many people. This was probably the outcome she desired the most. In Infinity Castle, time paused as I watched the blood-red claws enlarging in my vision, and Zenitsu and Inosuke were unable to react at all. They had tightly closed their eyes, helplessly waiting for death to arrive. In the next moment, a gentle arm of the girl lightly touched their heads, and the expressions of disbelief froze instantly. The lava armor had faded, the magma had stopped flowing, and the left horn above the red-haired girl's head had broken off, leaving only the right horn. For some reason, her black kimono had not been burned away, and Hohazuki slowly revealed a gentle and beautiful smile, using her blood-red claws to affectionately stroke the heads of the two. "You've worked hard. It must have been tough to hold on until now." "Wow." Upon hearing the girl's words, Zenitsu could no longer hold back and burst into tears. He had thought he was doomed. The wild boar stared at the recovering Hohazuki for a moment before suddenly collapsing to the ground, snoring loudly and falling asleep. "Miss Rengoku." Tanjiro wiped the tears from his eyes, unable to describe his excitement. "Hohazuki." Kanawa rushed over, directly throwing herself into the embrace of the red-haired girl, accidentally knocking herself dizzy. This was a tragic case of a heart-stopping incident. P.S. Seeking Blades, the next chapter will be around 11:55 p.m. Chapter 116. Aesthetic Violence. After comforting everyone one by one, Rengoku Hohazuki looked down at her arms, which had turned into two blood-red claws, only bones with no flesh, exuding an inexplicable aura of dominance. Altered by Tamayo's medicine, her current state could be described as a weakened version of Nezuko. She could bask in the sun, but had lost the regenerative ability of a demon. After all, half of the medicine had already been absorbed by Muzan, and this remaining half was mostly consumed just to turn her back into a human. In her half-human, half-demon state, Hohazuki's fire limit had been reduced, but she could simultaneously use blood demon arts and breathing techniques, making it hard to say whether she had become stronger or weaker compared to before. She could switch back and forth between her half-human and half-demon forms, much like a magical girl transforming. After demonization, her once pink skin had turned extremely pale. Although she had lost her original color, it added a touch of beauty, overall not bad. Different people have their preferences. If you like the pink and red Hohazuki, wait for her to become human again to enjoy her. And if you prefer the pale and beautiful flame demon, wait for her to become half-demon again to enjoy her. Moreover, not only in her half-demon form, but she also possessed incredibly terrifying physical abilities in her normal state, far exceeding the limits of her previous humanity. "You all go take care of the two severely injured Hashira. I'll handle the rest." After instructing Tanjiro and the others, Hohazuki gently stroked Kanawa's head with her arm that had turned back into a human, feeling soft and comfortable. This clever girl had surprisingly come up with the idea of kissing to soothe. One could say she was either simple or smart. "Kanawa, I'll be back soon." Swipe. The figure of Hoawazi flickered and disappeared in an instant, transforming into a boiling flame that wildly raced through the infinite city at a terrifying speed that couldn't be captured by the naked eye. Moreover, she couldn't be bothered to make turns. Upon encountering obstacles, she simply smashed into them, shattering everything in her path into pieces. Blood demon art, flame dance step, flame breathing, first form, Shiranui. The feet of the flame demon girl seemed to have sparks swirling around them, and the terrifying force generated from the friction with the ground propelled her forward like a cannonball, creating a swirling vortex of flames. In her half-human, half-demon state, her little demon tail seemed to have shortened a bit, and she had only one horn left on her head. However, combined with the breathing technique, her power was not diminished at all compared to full demonization. Several kilometers ahead, the upper moon for Neikime was entangled with the love Hashira and the serpent Hashira when she suddenly felt a wave of murderous intent rushing toward her, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. Boom! In a moment of realization, the roaring flames shattered the wall behind her, and a violent aura unleashed an incredibly fierce heat wave, making it impossible for the love Hashira and serpent Hashira to open their eyes and see what was happening. Their eyes met, staring at the fierce red-haired girl, and Neikime panically dropped her biwa. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of music, the raging flame demon was instantly teleported away. However, Neikaime's teleportation range had its limits, and for Hoawazi, who had transformed into a demon, that limit was merely a moment. Almost the next second, the terrifying, shaking flames rampaged through the infinite city. and Hoawazi reappeared right in front of Nakime. Clang, 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 with fear in her eyes. Nakime's pupils were filled with blood vessels as she continuously played the biwa to teleport her opponent away, repeating the process nearly 100 times in just 1 minute. After a minute, blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her movements involuntarily slowed down, her expression weary as if she had been completely drained. Bang! With the last note played, the sound of the biwa stopped, and the instrument in her hands shattered into pieces. The blood demon art had reached its limit. In a state of utter despair, a monster, with magma erupting from its body, stood before her, viciously gripping Nakime's head with its blood-red claws and forcefully pressing it into the ground. Blood demon art. Flame dance step. Boom, 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 boom. Huahuazi grabbed Ming's head and rubbed it against the wall, while his feet kept running wildly in Infinite City. Flame sprayed out, transforming into a surging flash of fire that flickered and raced. The high-speed impact of her head against the wall continuously turned into a bloody pulp, and Ming's body kept twitching and trembling, leaving a bloodstain that stretched over 10 kilometers on the wall of Infinite City, crashing from one edge to the other. Wherever the flames passed, blood splattered everywhere, and the tragic Ming Nu spewed out a large amount of blood, almost forming a river of blood. In the end, Huahuazi brought Ming Nu to the lowest level of Infinite City, like a meteor falling at high speed, grabbing her head and smashing it violently against the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, and the explosion was a stunning spectacle of extreme violent aesthetics. The ground within a radius of hundreds of meters cracked due to pure violence, and Ming Nu's body instantly turned into splattered ketchup, with severed limbs and dismembered arms flung everywhere. Even with her immortal body, Ming Nu's consciousness went through a long period of darkness, unable to think of anything but the excruciating pain in her mind. The earthquake-like, terrifying noise echoed throughout Infinite City, lasting for several minutes before finally stopping with a deafening roar, leaving the bewildered Demon Slayer Corps members completely unaware of what had happened. Ming Nu cried out in pain as she crawled up from the ground. She could not die here yet, and had to teleport Lord Musen to a hidden place where no one could find him before she died. The next moment, her single eye on her face slightly froze, revealing an expression of disbelief. Whoa! The flame demon girl unexpectedly opened her blood-red mouth wide, reached inside with her bloody claws, and pulled out a fire-red crescent blade from her stomach. Unlike before, the crescent blade, Hua, transformed from the originally bright red, hard steel into a texture and color resembling lava, exuding an unparalleled scorching heat, because a large amount of magma flowed within her. Huahuazi simply analyzed it and reforged the melted Huahua into a terrifying shape resembling volcanic rock. Goodbye, Lord Musen. Bathed in blood, Ming Nu lowered her head in despair, her expression tragic. She originally thought that the girl could not kill her without the Nicaran blade, but she completely disregarded common sense and reforged the Huahua she had already swallowed, being able to use both blood demon art and breathing techniques. The overwhelming violent power crushed all hope in Ming Nu's heart. Crack! Facing the already defeated Ming Nu, Huahuazi didn't even need to use a sword technique. With a light wave, she decapitated her. Upper Moon 4. Ming Nu is dead. At this point in the battle, all Upper Moons except Musen and Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, had been killed, presenting a one-sided situation. With Ming Nu's death, Infinite City began to collapse, large fragments and stones falling down, and the shattered town shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. I recommend 2 books by friends, both of whom helped me when I was climbing the rankings. Now I repay them. First, there's Lugu's new book, Fate-type Moon Card Servant, Death is Not the End. When he entered the darkness, a light shone, pulling his soul into an unknown world. Who are you? Arthur Pendragon. Amiya Karitsugu looked at the maid in front of him with black and white hair in disbelief, shocked because Arthur Pendragon couldn't possibly be a girl. So cute. Alice Phil was also astonished by her appearance. Arthur Pendragon? Me? I'm not Arthur Pendragon. The boy with black and white hair slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in them. Then there's Chiba's new book. Probably a giant of light. Ultraman is not a god. There are many things that cannot be changed or salvaged. So, this is destined to be an unremarkable story of a hero's growth, becoming stronger, and then defeating one evil after another. Author's note: Fate-type Moon Card Servant is probably a giant of light. Chapter 117, Distant. Boom! In the instant, Infinite City collapsed and buried everything. All the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen were kicked out as if repelled by space, appearing in their original positions with shocked expressions. Infinite City seemed like a fictional alternate dimension, not existing anywhere in the world. When the pillar, Ming-Nu, died, Infinite City perished as well. Purgatory Huahuazi's initial thought before entering Infinite City was to kill Ming-Nu, but after defeating Doma, her body reached its limit, making it impossible to carry out this plan. However, by a twist of fate, she ultimately achieved her original goal. Nearly 100 Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen gathered at the foot of the headquarters mountain, and it was still a pitch-black night less than 3 hours since entering Infinite City. Among the pillar swordsmen, the water pillar, sound pillar, and insect pillar were severely injured and had already been taken away by the medical team for rescue. Standing before everyone was the evil-looking white-haired, one-armed man, Muzan Kibutsuji, and one of the strongest upper moons, Kokushibo. Kokushibo alone suppressed the mist pillar, stone pillar, wind pillar, and the demonized Jinya, keeping the battle balanced. However, this balance was shattered in an instant by Purgatory Huahuazi, who severely injured Muzan, killed Ming-Nu, and kicked everyone out of Infinite City. Lord Muzan, how could you? Surrounded by many swordsmen, Kokushibo was and T2 worried. But he was incredibly shocked by Muzan's severed arm and severe burns. Logically, Muzan should have been infinitely close to the ultimate perfect being. Even if decapitated by a Nichiren blade, he wouldn't die. Yet he was injured by flames to this extent, a truly unprecedented situation. That woman. Muzan gritted his teeth, feeling as though his severed arm was burned by the sun, agonizingly painful. He glanced around, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With so much nutrition as sustenance, he might be able to recover from his injuries. Seemingly sensing Muzan's murderous intent, the Black Crows immediately flapped their wings and screamed. All non-pillar swordsmen quickly retreated, waiting for the pillar swordsmen to arrive. The enemies who killed their families were right here. How could they retreat? A black-clad swordsman with a fierce expression rushed forward, leading a large group of members to charge. Swish, swish, swish. A bloody storm erupted, with severed limbs and arms flying everywhere, instantly turning the place into a river of blood. 2 long, soft, fleshy whips extended from Muzan's shoulders, writhing like pythons as they swallowed the corpses of dozens of people. As expected, the severed parts grew slender flesh buds, quickly forming a brand new arm. I think I understand. Muzan nodded slightly, realizing that the flames of the flame demon were still far from comparable to the sun. His injuries were merely suppressed by the high temperature, even without replenishing nutrients. He could recover after waiting a while. After Ming-Nu's death, not a trace of flesh was left, as if she had been directly incinerated by flames. Muzan, unable to receive memories, still did not know that Purgatory Huahuazi had already regained her sanity, thinking that Ming-Nu was killed out of provocation. Not only Ming-Nu, but many pillar swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps must have also died, as humans cannot face that monster. Hurry up and clear the scene, then temporarily retreat. That monster is about to come. Muzan urged impatiently, knowing that once the flame demon wreaked havoc in this area, it would be burned alive by the sun by dawn. And using all 12 Kazuki to exchange for the demise of the troublesome Demon Slayer Corps was a guaranteed profit, plus he could get Nezuko and gain immortality. Kibutsuji Muzan pulled out his black-purple Nichiren blade and swung it in front of the terrified Demon Slayer members, unleashing a flurry of crescent moons that intertwined to form an extremely magnificent full moon image. Moon breathing, 14th form, dreadful change, heaven's full moon. The sweeping hurricane swallowed the dust and flattened everything, just as all the swordsmen nearby were about to be cruelly cut down by this strike. A mysterious long blade suddenly blocked it. Looking up along the fiery red blade, a red-haired girl with a horn on her head gazed down coldly. Her stature small, yet exuding an air of superiority. Kneel! The girl with fiery red hair commanded fiercely, her hair dancing in the wind. Why am I looking up at her? Noticing the characters of Upper Moon Zero in her eyes, Kibutsuji Muzan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. And then he realized he was already kneeling on the ground, reduced to a kneeling child of the kneeling tribe. At some point, his 2 ankles had been severed, and crimson blood flowed continuously. This scene was so similar, reminiscent of their first meeting a month ago, but this time the roles were completely reversed. When they met again, Kibutsuji Muzan had no strength to fight back. Looking at the kneeling warrior and the now human form of Kaneo Tsuyuri, Muzan's pupils flickered a few times before he suddenly leaped and began to run wildly down the mountain. In front of hundreds of swordsmen, he abandoned his position, dignity, and reputation, desperately trying to survive in a disheveled state. At that moment, the Wind Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji, and the Rock Hashira, Jyomi Himejima, arrived just in time, blocking Musen's path. Don't block the way, or I'll kill you all. Kibutsuji Musen roared fiercely, his entire body erupting with countless sharp tentacles, surging forward. On the other side, Kibutsuji Musen's feet had been severed by Kineo-Tiuri with some sharp weapon, unable to recover, while the rising heat continuously eroded his flesh and blood. Although it wasn't my intention, thanks to Musen, I survived, standing before you as a demon. To repay this favor, I will make sure he doesn't have a single hair left. Glancing at the panicking Musen, Kineo-Tiuri said calmly, taking advantage of the girl's diverted attention. Kibutsuji Musen seized the opportunity to grip his blade, preparing to channel power for a strike, when whoosh. Just before he could swing his blade, a cute little demon tail, wrapped in flames, quickly extended from the girl's backside and spun around, cutting off Kibutsuji Musen's arm at the elbow, blood gushing forth. It was only now that Kibutsuji Musen truly felt despair. The distance from Upper Moon 1 to Upper Moon 0 seemed to differ by just one number. It was an unreachable distance, representing the endless, infinite zero. This week, there are many rankings, so to promote the book, I added an extra chapter. Consider a bargain for you all, so hurry up and hand over the blades to Honor Rabbit. The journey of Nezuko-chan from the world of Naruto to becoming a great figure. Nezuko-chan traverses many worlds, dominates in Demon Slayer, and continues to act recklessly in other worlds with a group of little brothers. Author's note: the journey of Nezuko-chan from the world of Naruto. Are you there? Are you there? Do you still have blades? 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 Chapter 118, Ash Dragon. Upper Moon 1. Kibutsuji Musen was born over 400 years ago during the Warring States period, originally named Kigen Iwakatsu, the eldest son of the Kigen samurai family, with a twin brother, Kigen Yurichi. In that era, twin samurai were considered an ominous sign, as they would compete for the position of heir after reaching adulthood. And Yurichi was nearly killed by their father due to the strange markings he bore at birth, only surviving thanks to their mother's frenzied protection. Although Yurichi was spared, their father still planned to send him to a temple to become a monk when he turned 10, to avoid him hindering his brother Iwakatsu's inheritance. The two brothers grew up together, but their education and even their meals were worlds apart. Kigen Iwakatsu underwent strict training as a swordsman from a young age, while Yurichi could only watch from a distance. Once, during training, a swordsman jokingly handed Yurichi a bamboo sword. As a result, Yurichi, swinging the sword for the first time, easily knocked down a swordsman whom even Iwakatsu had never defeated after just 4 moves. This was because Kigen Yurichi bore a god within him, having awakened to perceive the world from birth. At this moment, Kibutsuji Musen was kneeling in utter disgrace, gazing up at the cold-faced red-haired girl, Kineo-Tiuri. Her talent might not have been as great as Kigen Yurichi's, but through her training, she absorbed all the nutrients and achieved her current strength. Logically, as swordsmen who inherited the sun-breathing technique, they all harbored a sense of inferiority, knowing they learned inferior sword techniques from the beginning and could never surpass their ancestors' strength. Just like Kibutsuji Musen himself. However, Kineo-Tiuri was different. She believed in her own heritage and swordsmanship, never doubting it, and looked down on the sun-breathing technique that the stars adored. Only at this moment did Kibutsuji Musen truly understand the real gap between them. How could someone who doesn't believe in their own swordsmanship ever receive favor? Musen, who constantly feared the sun swordsman, had never anticipated that the moment Kigen Yurichi chose to escape was when fate had already shifted. It was not the sun breathing that would truly end the age of demons. Kineo-Tiuri inherited the belief of the flame breathing and the Rengoku family, receiving the blessings of the flame demon. As fate turned, whether it was her swordsmanship or the mission she bore, she had completely surpassed the ancestor of sun breathing, Kigen Yurichi. Even if turned into a demon, Kineo-Tiuri's belief in what would never change. Facing the kneeling Kibutsuji Musen, the red-haired girl raised her Nichiren blade and steadied it against her chest, swiftly spinning and rubbing it with one hand at a close distance. For the first time, using her half-demon body to perform sword techniques. Just as a gun must be held with both hands to prevent injury, from recoil. A long-bladed Nichiren blade must also be steadied against the soft chest to mitigate the impact. As the surrounding heat surged, many Demon Slayer members were sweating profusely from the heat, desperately retreating. Flame-breathing, ninth form, Rengoku. Boom! Accompanied by the thrust of a long knife. The terrifying air currents erupted in waves, turning the nearby mountains and forests into dust within a radius of nearly 100 meters. Extending over 100 meters, the vortex of the Purgatory flame will slowly swirled in the air, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Scalding dust surged and erupted amidst the roar. And nothing could be seen through the massive clouds of smoke, the power far exceeding that of a human body by several times. This was the true strength of the flame pillar, Kyojuro Rengoku. As the smoke cleared, all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps nearby were left in silent shock, gazing at the 100-meter-long ravine and the pierced mountainside. Kyojuro Rengoku had never participated in team missions, and almost no one had witnessed her swordsmanship. Only the terrifying remnants of the battlefield proved her strength. This was the first time she had shown such a ferocious side in front of others, fighting to eliminate an upper moon. With a Purgatory bone claw, she wielded her Nichiren blade freely, feeling no burden or fatigue. As if her health and energy bars had turned infinite. She was simply invincible. Swish! A few seconds later, a black-haired warrior burst out of the smoke. His face twisted in rage, swinging his long knife toward the girl in front of him. He exuded a charred smell, and his body was incomplete, with a large hole pierced through his chest. Despite his tragic appearance, he still did not give up. This was his last dignity. Board. Crack. In an instant, the head of Kokoshibo was brutally slammed into the ground by the blood-colored bone claw extended by the red-haired girl, creating a massive pit, with shattered earth resembling a spiderweb of cracks. Utterly bored, you have already given up in your heart. Whose actions are you trying to prove? The dead? Hearing the girl's question, Kokoshibo fell into a daze. Indeed, he had already determined the outcome in his heart, not for the sake of protection or belief. Since he was already in despair, why put on the facade of a righteous person who would fight to the death? It turned out that he simply did not want to appear so disgraceful and pathetic when he met Yurichi after death. He had no unwavering belief in victory. He just did not want to lose so disgracefully. Enough is enough, Kokoshibo. You are nothing but complete trash. Hurry up and die, so you can meet your useless brother. Huahuazi tightly gripped the opponent's head with his claws, suddenly turned around, and violently threw him high into the air. The broken body of Kokoshibo shot up like a cannonball, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc before beginning to fall. Looking up at the moving target in the sky, Huahuazi slowly opened his small, pink, blood-filled mouth, revealing his adorable fangs on both sides. Blood demon art. Ash dragon. A red, unknown powdery substance gathered in his mouth, forming a searing fireball. A violent roar shook the ground of the forest, causing cracks to form, and the boiling heat made the air inhaled into the lungs feel scalding, as if it were a precursor to a volcanic eruption. With a piercing scream, countless rings of fire spiraled upwards, and the rainbow vomited from the beautiful girl, transformed into a fire dragon bathing in lava, shooting straight into the sky, like a scene from a volcanic eruption apocalypse. The scalding pillar of fire pierced through the sky, dyeing the pitch-black night into a scorching hue, a fierce and violent aura lingering in the air. Then it missed. The fire pillar brushed past Kokoshibo, whose body thudded onto the ground, turning into a bloody, blurred mass of flesh, under the gaze of countless Demon Slayer Corps members. Huahuazi's pale face began to visibly flush red, as her control over the blood demon art was still not proficient enough, causing her to fire too late and not even know who she was targeting. Hey, are you blushing? The girl moved awkwardly and slowly walked to the heavily injured and unconscious Kokoshibo, using the Nichiren blade to timidly sever his neck. P.S. The blade is not free. It requires 100 blades to unlock an additional chapter, as previously mentioned. Also, I want to shamelessly ask for some monthly votes. I didn't ask earlier this month because I thought I wouldn't make it onto the new book list, but now it seems there is hope. So I'm asking for monthly votes. If I can make it onto the new book list this month, I'll add 10 more chapters. Chapter 119. The end of Musen Kibutsuji. At the same moment that Huahuazi dealt with Kokoshibo, Musen Kibutsuji was also fighting against the Hashira and swordsmen to escape. It started with the wind Hashira and the stone Hashira, and later the insect Hashira, the love Hashira, the serpent Hashira, and Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu quickly joined the battle. If Musen were in his prime, he would naturally handle it effortlessly, but after being heavily injured by Huahuazi, he was now solely focused on escaping. In his distraction, he was relentlessly slashed, becoming covered in wounds and blood. The Demon Slayer Corps was all out of sorts. It's the final moment, and I'm about to be driven away. Why are they clinging to me so desperately? Don't they fear that I might retaliate and kill a few of them in a last-ditch effort? They could just wait for Enmu to come and kill me to win for sure. Why are they risking their lives like this? Frustrated and angry, Muzan cursed in his heart, but what he didn't know was that everyone was attacking him like crazy because they feared Huahuazi would end the battle prematurely. All the swordsmen present had lost their families because of Muzan. In short, Muzan was the enemy of everyone, and everyone wanted to strike the final blow against him to end their hatred. Breath of wind, breath of rock, breath of insect, breath of love, breath of serpent, breath of beast, breath of thunder, breath of water, breath of flower. Countless blades of light flickered and crossed around Muzan, his body spilling blood like a fountain. And he felt his knees, after just a few steps, his limbs severed. To be honest, as they watched Muzan helplessly being cut, like a punching bag, blood splattering everywhere, an unusual sense of pleasure from revenge rose in everyone's hearts. He was solely focused on escaping, showing no intent to engage with them, which ultimately led to his inability to break free. Stop it! Muzan could no longer endure it and screamed frantically, but suddenly darkness engulfed him, and his face was smashed into a bloody mess by a meteor hammer thrown by the stone Hashira. His disfigured face twisted in rage, and his convulsing body could not contain the murderous intent within, and a terrifying oppressive aura descended upon everyone once again. The bloody killing intent surged, and everyone became extremely vigilant, seeing that Muzan was about to unleash a massacre. Suddenly, taking advantage of their defensive posture, he accelerated and burst out of the encirclement of the swordsman, running down the mountain with a triumphant laugh. Trash! At that moment, the only word that spread in everyone's hearts was trash, and there was no other way to describe Muzan's actions. Muzan felt immensely proud, but after just a few steps, he involuntarily fell to his knees, incredulously turning to look behind him. Wielding a flaming long sword was the boy, Tanjiro Kamado, whose vacant, empty eyes seemed to see through this world. In the instant Muzan broke free from the encirclement, his legs were severed by the opponent, and he hadn't even noticed. This is seeing through the world. Little demon, Muzan roared in fury. His head suddenly jerked as the arrowhead-shaped flame tail sliced through his neck. His astonished head fell to the ground, held up by a five-fingered blood-red claw, as the red-haired girl with a katana on her back coldly raised his head, as if an ancient general showcasing his spoils of war. The battle between the Flame Hashira, Huahuazi, and Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, ended in just 1 minute. With this, Muzan's last hope for survival was finally cut off. The Flame Demon was behind, and the furious tigers were in front, as the gathered Hashira swordsmen looked on. The white-haired man gave a sad, bitter smile. Let me go, and I promise I won't eat people again, and I will control the other demons, not allowing them to eat people. If I die, the other demons will die too, and some of them might be your friends and family. Silence fell, and all eyes were on Muzan Kibutsuji, watching his spectacular performance. Muzan felt a wave of pale powerlessness. Indeed, the Demon Slayer Corps members were all abnormal, and communicating with them normally was useless. Wait, Huahuazi also became a demon. If I die, she will also die. I'm sorry, but when you turned me into a demon, Miss Tamayo's potion neutralized your blood. So now I can survive without eating people and can even live in sunlight. Hearing the girl's words, Muzan's eyes widened in shock. Clearly, he had used his own blood to evolve, yet she had somehow become a perfect being before him. Of course, Huahuazi did not tell Muzan that she had lost her recovery ability. She certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal her weaknesses. Apart from Muzan sinking into despair once more, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Huahuazi were to become Muzan's burial companion, they really wouldn't know what to do. At that time, the only one who would truly be decisive might be Huahuazi herself, as she would still unhesitatingly kill Muzan. Despair, despair, despair. Despair, hope, despair. Despair, despair, despair. In the endless despair, a glimmer of hope slowly emerged in Muzan's dim eyes, and he suddenly burst into joyous laughter. Yes, since you can become a perfect being because of Tamayo's medicine, then I must be the same. Tamayo certainly gave me a good dose too. Ha ha, the feeling of weakness is gone. It must be the effect of the medicine, right? Now, whether it's the sun blade or the sun itself, nothing can kill me. So what am I afraid of? At the moment, I turned into a demon. Tamayo had already transferred all the effects of the medicine. Seeing Musen's eyes filled with despair become hollow and lifeless, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Their laughter tinged with a hint of self-mockery. The culprit behind the destruction of tens of thousands of families and lives. The ultimate evil demon hunted by the Demon Slayer Corps for 1,000 years. Musen turned out to be such a pathetic little man, a true scum of humanity. This made them feel that their hatred had become worthless. What is the point of venting at all on a lowlife? Sorry, no need for meaning, just venting is enough. From now until dawn, any swordsman seeking revenge on Musen can stab him in the head 10 times each. Please line up and stand in order, first come, first served. Huahuazi called out with a sweet voice, proudly holding up Musen's head and turning it around in front of all the swordsmen. Musen tried to struggle, but the cunning red-haired girl continuously boiled his brain with high temperature, turning his brain matter into a puddle of mush, rendering him unable to think. The 1,000-year demon king ended up in such a situation. It was simply a plot from script. Musen Kibutsuji, how miserable. P.S. Seeking monthly tickets. If I enter the new book rankings, I will add 10 more chapters. Today is my birthday. Today is the author's birthday, but I won't take a break. I'll go out for dinner with friends and then update. Since I've been studying abroad alone for 7 or 8 years, I haven't celebrated my birthday with family. So today I hope to receive blades and monthly tickets as birthday gifts. 100 blades will add 1 chapter, 10,000 rewards will add 1 chapter, and if I make it to the monthly ticket rankings, I will add 10 chapters. Chapter 120, Musen's Death. The colorless thrown breath of wind, 8th form. Initial gale / the violent wind blades continuously spiraled and tore at Musen Kibutsuji's head, making him dizzy and bloodied. Every sword strike from Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa was the fiercest of the 8th form. Each swing was so ferocious it felt like he was about to throw his arm out, making Musen feel the most pain even among pillar-level swordsmen. Before he could even swing the 4th sword, he was already panting and had to sit for a while, then got up to continue swinging, going back and forth 4 times before he felt he had hit enough, reluctantly leaving. No matter how much force he endured, Hifumi Hikari's grip on Musen's head with his bony claws remained unmoving, firmly frozen in midair. Brother, it's over now. There's no need to be so entangled. Yeah, I know. Looking at the comforting Sanemi Shinazugawa, Musen took a deep breath, feeling slightly more relaxed. Yes, everything is over. After the life-and-death battle with Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo and Infinity Castle, the bond between brothers has also been restored. In Infinity Castle, the Wind Hashira, the Flower Hashira, the Stone Hashira, along with the half-demon Sanemi Shinazugawa barely stood up to Kokushibo, facing countless life-and-death crises. The Wind Hashira fought fiercely. Finally, it was Tanjiro's turn. He looked speechlessly at the back of Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa, wondering if it was really necessary to deal with a weak opponent who no longer had any resistance. However, when he turned to see Musen's twisted and bloodied face, all the veins in his body began to bulge, and he couldn't help but recall the scene of his family's tragic death. Breath of water, 10th form, constant flux. Tanjiro took a stance and began to slash wildly at Musen, each strike significantly increasing in power. Although his overall output was not as strong as the Wind Hashira's, the lethality of his final few strikes was terrifying. Especially as the last sword fell, the violent water flow erupted like a waterfall, producing a loud bang that blurred Musen's vision. Even the hard, blood-colored claws of the flame demon girl trembled slightly, feeling a tinge of subtle numbness. Endure, 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 endure. Musen's eyes were about to burst, but he kept hypnotizing himself like a mantra, telling himself he absolutely could not resist now. He had to feign weakness. When those weak swordsmen began to seek their own demise, he could kill them all in one breath, thus affecting the flame demon and seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack for victory. Having reached this point of enduring and swallowing his anger, Musen had long since abandoned the plan to escape. He intended to devour Hifumi Hikari and evolve into the ultimate perfect being. This was a destined fact. Since he could retrieve his life from Yurichi Tsujikuni, he would definitely not fall today. The next one standing in front of Musen was a boy wearing a boar mask, Inosuke Hashibara. At first, Inosuke didn't know what to do until others explained that they were to treat Musen like a wooden stake for practice. Haha, here I come. Inosuke casually stabbed Musen 10 times, not hurting him at all, without using any force, leaving everyone dumbfounded. However, thinking about it, Inosuke had been raised by wild boars in the mountains since he was a child, with no parents, so he naturally had no hatred for demons. He simply wanted to become stronger and continue being the king of the mountain. He had fought alongside the Sound Hashira to defeat Upper Moon 5 in Infinity Castle. But if things had developed according to the original trajectory, he would have learned that his mother died at the hands of Upper Moon 2, Doma, during his battle with him, and that would have truly made him angry. However, the next second, taking advantage of everyone's momentary distraction, Inosuke suddenly began stabbing continuously. Beast breathing. Fourth form, fragmented blade. Having already struck Muzan 10 times, while everyone was in a daze, he stabbed Muzan over 60 more times. Inosuke originally planned to reach a total of 100 strikes, but was warned by Hifumi Hikari's kind gaze, so he laughed heartily and withdrew his blade. Ha ha ha, I hit more than all of you. I'm the strongest. Hey, why does he get a stab 70 times? I want to go again. I want to. Me too. The swordsman who had struck earlier began to argue one after another, and Hifumi Hikari helplessly covered his forehead, knowing this was bound to happen because of that boar-headed boy's actions. Meanwhile, Muzan's expression had twisted to the extreme. He could no longer contain the anger within him, and his entire head burst forth with bloody flesh tumors. Blood demon art, gigantic belly. The enormous flesh tumor instantly swallowed the red-haired girl, and the lubricating mucus secreted rapidly corroded her body. The unexpected attack made Hifumi Hikari pause for a moment. Then he shook his head with some regret. There were still many swordsmen who had vented their frustrations, but it seemed this was the end. Muzan's era would conclude here. Breath of flame. Huahuazi gently exhaled a breath of flame, and an incredibly hot magma began to flow from her body, instantly scalding and melting the surrounding flesh tumors. One wonders what Muzan was thinking, daring to consume himself and using slime against magma, not fearing being burned to a state worse than death. Muzan indeed stopped thinking due to the heat. His organs felt like they were about to explode, and the scalding steam spread within him, leaving him helpless. The 12th form. With crimson eyes closed, Huahuazi slowly raised her Kizuna blade, positioning it horizontally in front of her and spinning it around. Outside, the flesh tumors. Upon seeing the girl suddenly consumed, everyone panicked and wanted to rescue her. Before they could draw their swords, they heard Muzan's piercing scream. Ah! To be honest, it smelled a bit foul. It should be known that Huahuazi, transformed into an inferno demon, could unleash magma reaching nearly 1,000 degrees. One wonders what Muzan's mind was filled with. Swish! In the next moment, an illusory wave of flames spread out, resembling a fireball that enveloped the flesh tumors within 5 meters. Then, with a bang, like a bursting balloon, all the flesh and blood turned to nothing in an instant. In that moment, the things inside the fireball seemed to lose their color due to the high temperature, with grass and soil evaporating and disappearing instantly. A scene of sheer horror. The red-haired girl stepped out, performing several elegant sword flourishes, resheathing her Kizuna blade behind her, her stunningly beautiful face pale as snow. Breath of flame, 12th form, colorless throne, immeasurable, forbidden to touch. It was as if a divine throne high above melted everything that stepped into this fiery domain into nothingness. If it weren't for your hurry to reincarnate, you could live until dawn, Huahuazi murmured in the place where Muzan once breathed. She fulfilled her promise to Kokoshibo that she would leave Muzan with not a single hair left. Today, after centuries of demon rampage, Muzan Kibutsuji finally met his end with not a bone left. The Demon Slayer Corps achieved a great victory. P.S. It's about time to change worlds seeking blades. Seeking monthly tickets. Huahuazi, Demon Slayer. Huahuazi, with red hair and red eyebrows, well-read and refined, gentle and cute, noble and elegant, poised and graceful, with a generous figure. Age, 16 height, 155 centimeters, seems not to grow anymore. Weight, 43 kilograms, varies with Huahuazi's appetite at different times. Breast weight, 5 kilograms, would obstruct others from eating if placed on the table. Hot weapon physique. Though very hot, is quick. Weapons, Kizuna, blade, baby bottle for stamina recovery. Swordsmanship, breath of flame 1. Shiranui 2. Rising flame, 3. Candle 4. Blazing swirl, Sakura fire dance 5. Flame tiger 6. Red thread, weave 7. Kiss of the red moon 8. Flame Jizo 9. Purgatory 10. Bone flame, shield 11. Divine courtyard sunset, Huahuazi's ultimate technique, causes self-burn and carbonization after use, 12. Colorless throne, not as strong as divine courtyard sunset, but easier to use with low consumption. Full breath constant, enhances physical ability. Full breath bloom, explosive physical ability. Transparent world, the highest realm of martial arts. blazing knife, equivalent to a buff given by world will. Sealed after Musen's death, cannot be used. Pattern awakening, equivalent to a buff given by world will, sealed after Musen's death, cannot be used. Half human. Half demon, adds a sharp tail weapon. Physical abilities surpass human limits, can manipulate magma at 1,000 degrees. Complete demonization. Pure physical ability is 5 times that of half demonization, but cannot use breath of flame and transparent world, and loses rationality. Blood demon art. Inferno demon purgatory flame bird ash dragon flame dance chapter 121. New world in a world of flames. The earth is scorched and living beings suffer. A towering copper door of flames reaches up to the sky, soaring into the clouds, impossible to see in its entirety. The intense heat continually evaporates the surrounding air, while boiling lava flows freely, as if one is in a hellish realm. In this boiling red world of fire, a red-haired girl with long hair is soaking in a lake of lava, her bothersome chest lightly resting on a nearby lava rock, her delicate pink face filled with enjoyment. This temperature finally feels like a hot spring. The girl's snow-white skin is burned a tender red. Her body feels as if it's about to melt, and she blissfully sips the lava flowing down her arm. Just in time for a period, she is encouraged to drink more lava. This is the spiritual world of Rengoku Kyojuro, a human girl who had once been tempted by the dream demon on the infinity train and was burned into an idiot on the spot. After swimming around in the lava for a while, Kyojuro surfaced, focusing her gaze on the towering fiery door not far away. She had entered her spiritual world during dreams or deep meditation before, but had never seen this strange door, as if it had suddenly appeared this time. As a traveler, Kyojoro's first reaction is that this is a gateway to another world. With Musen Kibutsuji's death and the world returning to peace, it is no surprise that Rengoku Kyojuro, as a great contributor, has earned the qualification to travel again. The red-haired girl slowly crawled out of the lava, shook off the wet magma from her body, and walked straight to the door. At the entrance of the flame gate, there was a black vortex emitting a strong suction force. If an ordinary human were to approach, they would likely be dragged in instantly. However, the girl, with her delicate jade-like feet as pure as pearls, remained firmly planted on the ground, her body not moving an inch. In an instant, a slender arm transformed into a blood-red infernal claw, and she lightly sliced the tip of her finger, squeezing out a drop of hot, boiling, fragrant blood. After tossing this drop into the gate, Huahua-Z closed her eyes, concentrating on the sensation. By gauging the cooling and flow rate of the blood, she could determine that the flow of time was different. Otherwise, the very fabric of the world would be vastly different. After tossing in several more drops of blood, Huahua-Z finally confirmed the time flow rate to be approximately 3:1. Spending 3 years in that world would equate to 1 year in the world of Demon Slayer, indicating a time flow rate difference of 3 times. This likely didn't represent the strength of that world, but rather the difference between reality and dreams. Sometimes in a dream, one feels like a long time has passed, while in reality, it may have only been a brief moment. If the world of Demon Slayer is considered the main world, then the new world is a secondary world, akin to having a dream. The only uncertainty was when she could return. In the swordsmith village, plop, in the steaming hot spring, Huahua-Z slowly opened her eyes, returning to the place where she had previously fallen asleep. Due to Musen's death, the swordsmiths had moved back, and the hot spring village had reopened. Now that the Demon Slayer Corps had transitioned from combat to commerce, this place might soon develop into a tourist attraction. If she didn't soak now, she might miss the chance to have it all to herself. Feeling a strange wriggling beneath her, Huahua-Z slightly shifted her body, only to see a cute girl with black hair bobbing up from the water's surface in a daze. Kaneo, Sayuri had been comfortably soaking in the hot spring when she was suddenly pushed underwater by the falling girl, nearly suffocating. Huahua-Z, what are you doing here? Kaneo, dizzy and confused, spun around a few times before suddenly covering her mouth in surprise. So that's it. When entering the spiritual space, her physical body disappears. She had fallen asleep in the hot spring and entered the spiritual space, but Kaneo, who came in later, hadn't noticed her. This realization eased Huahua-Z's heart significantly. Otherwise, if she were to dominate another world and return only to find her sleeping body had been toyed with, or even worse, had children running around, that would be too terrible. You still have a nerve to say that. Of course, I came here with you. Huahua-Z exclaimed it, putting on an angry expression and pushing Kaneo, who looked shocked, against the rock wall of the hot spring. You took my first kiss. Do you think you can run away without taking responsibility? Eh, eh. Kaneo's expression was blank, her face turning bright red as she struggled to find her words. Based on Hwazi's physique, one can imagine the current posture of the two. This was not just a wall push, but a chest push. In the pure and innocent heart of the infernal Hwazi, since Kaneo had done such a thing, she had to find a way to make this woman marry her. But we're both women, right? So what? Can't a woman give birth? Do you look down on me? After saying this confidently, Hwazi quietly leaned in to whisper a few threats into Kaneo's ear, causing the black-haired girl's face to heat up visibly. I understand. I'll wait for you. Remember the consequences of breaking the agreement. Don't let me catch you. Kaneo looked as pitiful as a little wife, while Hwazi assumed a fierce, unrepentant demeanor, playfully tapping her soft cheek with her little devil tail. After Musen's death, the Demon Slayer Corps did not disband. Instead, they transitioned to commerce and, with the terrifying talent of a new lord, earned a fortune in just a few months. Some swordsmen remained to serve as bodyguards or escorts, while others took large retirement packages to enjoy their lives at home, and the Hashira had mostly changed positions. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, voluntarily retired, and Kaneo Tsuyuri was promoted to Flower Hashira. The water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, voluntarily retired, and Tanjiro Kamadu was promoted to Water Hashira. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, voluntarily retired, and Zenitsu Agatsuma was promoted to Thunder Hashira. The stone Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri, voluntarily retired, and Inosuke Hashibara was promoted to Beast Hashira. The love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, and the serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro, voluntarily retired. The mist Hashira, Muchiro Takedo, remained in his position. The flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, remained in his position. The wind Hashira, Sanami Shinazugawa, remained in his position. Currently, there are 7 Hashira-level swordsmen in office, with 2 vacancies. In summary, only those who couldn't do anything but fight remained here. Everyone else returned home to enjoy life. Moreover, any swordsmen who had fought together in the Demon Slayer Corps, along with their descendants, will be able to enjoy the benefits of the Corps for life, without worrying about food or clothing. A few days later, after leaving a letter, the flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, vanished without a trace. She opened the great door to her spiritual world and stepped into a completely different new world. Meanwhile, the flower Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri, waited silently, always remembering Hwazi's threat. I might be gone for 1 or 2 years. When I come back, I'll marry you. If you dare to fall for someone else before I return, whether they are male or female, I will make them green with envy. Don't forget, I'm a demon. I understand, so come back quickly, Hwazi. P.S. Please support with monthly tickets. The new book is already on the charts. And as long as it stays there until the end of the month, there will be an additional 10 updates. Chapter 122. Hero in a modern ordinary apartment. A red-haired beauty dressed in an apron served up a plate of sumptuous dinner dishes on the dining table, then smiled as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her figure was curvaceous, with 2 slender, fair legs that appeared particularly tall. Her soft red hair was styled into a ponytail that fell in front of her chest, exuding a wifely charm. The woman looked to be in her mid-30s, her curves still captivating, making it hard for anyone to resist. The several people sitting at the dining table had varied expressions, their moods complex, and it was unclear what they were thinking. The atmosphere at this family dinner was incredibly awkward. Among them was a muscular black-haired man with a fierce demeanor, flames swirling around him, and a grotesque scar covering half of his face, exuding an intimidating aura that made the others wary to meet his gaze. Brother Enji, why didn't Sister Ray come? The red-haired beauty asked, puzzled, after setting down the last dish and taking off her apron before sitting down. She dared to hurt Shoto, so I sent her away. The man's domineering words made the 3 young men and women around him clench their fists, their faces darkening. You. The red-haired beauty shook her head helplessly, then lovingly served a large shrimp to the red-haired girl sitting next to her. Himiko Toga, 37 years old, single mother, lost her husband 10 years ago in an attack, and currently lives with her 14-year-old daughter. The red-haired girl, dressed in a pure white sailor uniform, sat at the dining table with her legs crossed, her fiery twin tails casually draped over her shoulders. Her ample chest almost burst the sailor uniform, and her short skirt barely covered her backside. The indifferent-looking girl in black stockings locked eyes with the irritable man across the table, her large chest provocatively displayed on the table as if challenging him, making it hard for him to swallow. Hwazi, you're about to graduate from middle school, right? How are your grades? After half a day of silence, the silver-haired woman wearing glasses, H.D. May, nervously asked a question to ease the tense atmosphere. Is everything okay? Besides sports and physiology, everything else is failing. H. Kazuki casually played with his phone, his voice muffled as he sipped his juice, completely embodying a dismissive JK personality. Little sister, I told you to pursue a unique marriage like mine, but you wouldn't listen. You insisted on marrying an ordinary, unremarkable person. Look at how spoiled your child has become, lazy, rude, and unambitious, bringing shame to the H family. Look at my SHT, perfect, handsome, strong, and with the strongest personality, unlike those failures. H. Ensure, if you keep pointing fingers at my deceased husband and daughter, I will slap you. H. Mei Sakura slammed her hand on the table in anger, startling the black-haired fireman across from her, causing him to tremble. He then snorted dismissively and turned away. The argument between the two adults frightened the children, and H.D. Mei and H. Natsu both kept their mouths shut, looking down in silence. Sitting next to the man, known as H. Yenshur, was a handsome young boy with short red and white bangs and burn scars on his face, who remained silent. His gaze fixed on the red-haired girl across from him. Having been heavily protected by his father, HSHT had never before seen his cousin, Rengoku H. Ka. Her quirk should also lean towards flames, a very faint feeling. But why was she not afraid of her father at all? Just then, an excited shout came from the red-haired girl's phone. All Might is amazing. He saved over a dozen people again. So cool. Truly the #1 hero. Compared to the second-ranked Endeavor, there's simply no comparison. Sorry, wrong message. Huahuazi turned off the sound, his tone incredibly indifferent, while the palms of others were already sweating profusely. Holding the wine glass, Hong Yinsi squeezed the glass bottle, causing numerous cracks to appear, and his feigned calm expression kept distorting, but he refrained from exploding due to Hong Meiying's threatening gaze. Who would have thought that Andwa, the second-ranked blazing hero in Japanese society, was actually afraid of his own biological sister? Once Shoto graduates from middle school, he will enter high school, and he will surpass All Might to become the strongest hero in my place. I won't replace you. This was my idea from the beginning, Shoto Todoroki coldly retorted. Hong Yinsi snorted and fell silent. No matter what, Shoto was moving forward according to his own plan. Uncle, are you a JK? Huahuazi began to provoke again. Countless veins bulged on Hong Yinsi's face. How could Mei Ying's daughter be so unruly, casually mocking her elders? It was infuriating. Huahuazi, do you use line? Just as Hong Yinsi was about to explode with anger, Shoto Todoroki suddenly asked. The strange question left everyone present in disbelief, wide-eyed. Shoto Todoroki actually showed interest in his beautiful cousin of the same age. Second brother Hong Xiaoxiong's eyes flickered. Even the cold and emotionless Shoto had reached this age. Shoto, you can't talk to a failure. Hong Yinsi scolded angrily, but no one paid him any mind. Rengoku, Huahuazi, and Shoto Todoroki exchanged line contacts right on the spot, making the corners of Hong Yinsi's eyes twitch continuously, nearly driving him to madness. The family dinner ended unhappily, and the irate man left with his 3 children, returning to their residence. Late at night, lying on a soft bed while reading a Yuri novel, Huahuazi suddenly received a message online. Shoto Todoroki's line profile picture was a cute little rabbit named Cold. Cold, can we talk about ways to get along with family? This guy actually used their mother's original name as his username. It seemed he really longed for maternal love. Seeing how well Huahuazi got along with their mother, Hong Meiying, he must think there is some secret. Rengoku, sure. Huahuazi's line avatar is actually her own beautiful black stockings legs, and every selfie in her line space has over 100,000 likes. There's no way around it. There are too many simps. She has been in this world full of heroes, my fandom academy, for 4 years, starting around the age of 9. And she has retained all her previous memories. In this world, 95 of humans possess a superpower called quirk. Some abuse their abilities recklessly, harming society, while others use their powers to save ordinary people and earn widespread admiration. This is the difference between enemies and heroes. Quirks are likely inherited from parents, and, theoretically, the combination of 2 powerful quirks has a high probability of producing stronger offspring, which is what the Flame Hero Endeavor means by quirk marriage. However, Huahuazi inherited a severely weakened quirk due to her mother, Hcom Misa, marrying an ordinary person without a quirk, making it almost impossible for her to become a hero. After coming from the less advanced world of Demon Slayer to the modern hero world, Huahuazi has become a qualified bitch after 4 years of influence. Chapter 123. Yaiba in the early morning, a ray of golden light pierces the clouds, shining through the thin window and reflecting a warm hue inside the room. Huahuazi, wake up, your classmate is here. Huahuazi. The red-haired girl, curled up in her warm blanket, no matter how much her mother shook her, would only emit a mumbling sound. Misa, dressed in a gray fitted uniform, looked at her helplessly and then returned to the living room with an apologetic face, looking at the elegant, tall, black-haired girl. I'm sorry, Yairosa-san. I'm in a hurry for work. Could you please wake my daughter up? Okay, Annie. Yairosa's face turned slightly rosy. Huahuazi's mother is truly a super beauty, completely different from the lazy and useless her, belonging to the gentle and capable type. After the red-haired beauty left, Yairosa quickly walked into Huahuazi's bedroom. She crossed her arms and glared resentfully at the red-haired girl sleeping like a dead pig on the big bed. Seriously, we clearly agreed to go shopping today. She must have completely forgotten. Huahuazi, get up. The black-haired girl showed no mercy as she yanked the ultra-thin fleece blanket off Huahuazi. A few seconds later, Huahuazi's face turned bright red at a visible speed, and she covered her face with her hands. Why aren't you wearing pajamas? Yairozu couldn't help but exclaim, peeking through her fingers, a question typical of a young lady's modesty. Ugh! The girl curled up on the big bed, turned over, her soft pink skin glowing with a smooth, rosy sheen, and her two snowy warm legs were quite a sight. Yairozu, Huahuazi half closed her sleepy eyes, her sweet voice soft and lazy, almost causing Yairosa to burst with nosebleeds, feeling all tingly. Quick, put on something. In an elegant vintage CAF, a wonderful piano piece gently echoed in her ears, and the warm sunlight illuminated the stunning profile of the red-haired girl. Huahuazi sat quietly in the corner by the window, her pink cherry lips enjoying a lick of vanilla ice cream. The giant item placed on the dining table drew the attention of passers-by outside the glass window, their expressions shocked. Looking at the black-haired girl with a chicken comb hairstyle across from her, who seemed distracted, Huahuazi smiled and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "You misunderstood. I don't only not wear clothes when I sleep. I never do." Huh. Yao's face instantly turned red as she looked at the red-haired girl across from her, who was dressed in a super short sailor uniform and ultra-thin black stockings, her hair styled in a cute bun today, exuding a playful charm and maximum femininity. Since Huahuazi said so, didn't that mean she usually went to school in a state of undress? Although Yao, 173 centimeters tall, appeared quite tall and imposing, she always felt flustered and unable to lift her head in front of the short and chubby Huahuazi, who would tease her mercilessly. Yao began to doubt whether her initial move to befriend Huahuazi was right. She had approached Huahuazi because she was always stared at in school due to her chest. This way, others would be attracted to Huahuazi, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps this was an impure motivation. After all, no matter how big she was, she couldn't put that on the table. And after 3 years, they had truly become best friends, chatting online almost every day. By the way, Huahuazi, I was wondering, what do you plan to do in the future? Yao immediately changed the topic, no longer wanting to discuss this unhealthy subject. What do you mean? Your grades aren't good, right? You haven't met the admission criteria for any hero high school. You're so annoying. Can we not discuss studying while we're having fun? Huahuazi puffed her cheeks and complained impatiently. Yao's eyes twitched. With Huahuazi's personality, she'd definitely end up as a support girl in a regular high school. While the two girls were chatting, on the rooftop of a trading mall, several tall figures in black suits were whispering to each other. The young lady from the Yao family is already here. Should we make a move? No, that guy's about to arrive. If you don't want to die, just stay put. In any case, this incident would be disguised as an ordinary attack and would soon be dealt with by heroes. So there was no need to worry about the plan being exposed. A conspiracy targeting Yao was quietly unfolding. Inside the mall, Yao and Huahuazi lingered by a claw machine filled with colorful cute dolls. Yao wasn't interested in such girly things, but Huahuazi kept inserting coins. Having tried to grab something 50 to 60 times without success, her stunning face gradually darkening. Watching the red-haired girl whose chest was puffed up with anger, Yao sighed helplessly, then pushed Huahuazi aside and took a turn at the machine herself. After 30 minutes, both of them still had nothing in their hands. Yao angrily kicked the shabby claw machine, her beautiful face contorted, looking at the ugly dolls in the machine. It felt like they were taunting her. Do you like this feeling, sister? The black-haired girl angrily reached into her collar and pulled out a cute bunny doll, then took out a cute bear doll, and finally, based on all the styles in the claw machine, she created all the dolls using her quirk. Yao Yao's quirk allowed her to freely create any item except living organisms using her own fat. And because she had a good understanding of the molecular structure of materials, it was effortless for her to create, though it required corresponding time. The more complex and larger the item, the longer it took. Then, the two of them held a large pile of dolls, pretending to have returned triumphantly. Meanwhile, the staff who had been secretly observing them for a long time wore expressions of disbelief. Boom! An unexpected event occurred, with a loud bang. The gorgeous chandelier on the ceiling of the mall's top floor broke off from its weld and rapidly fell, casting a shadow over the ground. The shopping mall was designed in a circular hollow layout, and the massive chandelier crashed down from the top floor, shattering to pieces. The dust and debris kicked up, causing innocent visitors nearby to scream and step back in panic. As the dust settled, a figure knelt on the chandelier, bound by black tight restraints, with only their mouth exposed. Although their restrained body couldn't move, their teeth grew wildly, twisting and turning like branches, supporting them as they floated. Blood, flesh. I want to see the cross-section of the body. The hoarse scream revealed a hint of hysteria, and the surrounding visitors quickly realized this was an enemy, screaming loudly as they fled in panic from all directions of the mall. Chapter 124. Moonfish. The pile of plush toys spilled everywhere due to the tremor, and Yao Yao quickly rushed to the railing, looking down. The densely packed teeth stabbed into the ground, and the monster, bound in black tight restraints, floated several meters high, continuously destroying the surrounding shops. The silver teeth extending from its mouth swept like blades, pulling several innocent visitors who couldn't escape into its grasp. In the next second, without exception, the upper bodies of the visitors slid off cleanly, revealing bloody flesh and bone at the waist, a gruesome scene. Ugh! Upon seeing this, Yao Yao instantly collapsed to the ground, vomiting violently, her whole body uncontrollably trembling, losing the strength to stand. She recognized the enemy below, a death row inmate known as Moonfish, who had killed 70 innocent civilians and 4 heroes who had surrounded him before his capture. With a conventional quirk, it would be impossible to withstand him. They would be shredded to pieces in seconds. His sharp blades were comparable to a flailing scythe, and the surrounding buildings and bricks were as fragile as tofu, disintegrating on contact. How could such a terrifying guy be given the chance to escape? The smell of blood lightly rested on the railing. Huahuazi watched the brutal scene below with great interest, as this angle allowed her to see the rolling red organs perfectly. Because she was a good girl who went to school on time and returned home, she had only seen terrorist attacks on TV and in the news. This was her first time witnessing a massacre in person. The overwhelming smell of blood reignited the battle spirit and fat that had been rusting for 4 years, making her palms itch slightly. Huahuazi, let's run. Trembling all over, Yao Yao, whose legs were shaking, struggled to stand up and quickly pulled the red-haired girl toward a nearby escape route. Although she had volunteered to become a hero, Yao Yao's rationality was very clear. No matter how just her heart felt, she couldn't commit suicide in this place, especially since the enemy was not a level that 2 students could withstand. The trading mall owned by her family had 7 floors, with more than 6 entrances and exits. Now that they were on the 4th floor, as long as they weren't targeted by the enemy, they could easily escape. Huahuazi's feeble arm was being pulled as she ran frantically, her face awkward as she was forced to use her other arm to press down on her wildly shaking chest. She regretted not wearing a bra when she left the house today. Blood, I smell blood. At the same time, the moonfish floating high in the air released a massive amount of razor-sharp teeth, elevating itself to the height of the 4th floor. 2 panicking girls suddenly appeared in its perception. Saliva splattered everywhere, and the moonfish, bound by black spines, wobbled in the air like a kite, resembling a tall spider with dozens of legs, rapidly pursuing them. Hey, it's coming after us, why? Looking back at the shadow, rushing towards them, Yao Baibai broke out in a cold sweat, completely bewildered as to how they had been discovered, especially with so many other tourists closer to the enemy. Fortunately, they were almost at the escape passage. Hopefully, the narrow environment would make the pursuers give up the chase. At that moment, at the 4th floor escape passage, 2 men in black, secretly observing, hid in the shadows, holding their breath and not daring to make sound. Why are they running this way? Sure, they're almost here. Don't let them find out. Suddenly, the escape passage door was flung open, and Yao Bai and a red-haired girl looked back in panic as they rushed downstairs. Right behind them, the moonfish crashed into the escape passage with a loud noise, its wildly growing teeth shredding the surrounding walls to pieces, revealing the figures of the 2 men in black. We are the clients, They escaped to the third floor, hurry. One of the men in black had just spoken when their expressions suddenly froze. As the intertwined blades crushed them into pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The moonfish didn't care about any contract. It just wanted to taste fresh, young flesh. The fleeing red-haired girl emitted a strange milky scent. Was that a lure, a provocation? Did she want to lead it to a secluded place and do something unspeakable? In reality, Huahuazi wasn't doing it on purpose. She was just running wildly and couldn't control herself, her sailor uniform already soaked through. With such a terrifying enemy, sweating profusely was only natural, right? So fragrant, such delicious flesh. Let me see the cross-section of your body. The moonfish hoarsely roared as it burst out of the escape passage, less than 10 meters away from the two fleeing girls, its extending teeth whipping toward them like a whip. Yaobai's expression looked extremely pained as she abruptly turned and crouched down, pulling out a massive iron shield from her clothes, bracing it with both hands. The bronze iron shield stood like an iron door, blocking dozens of incoming blades. But the continuous impact was about to shatter her grip. I should have known not to overuse my quirk earlier. Yaobai revealed a bitter smile in despair. Having just consumed a large amount of fat to create dozens of dolls, and now she had exhausted all her fat reserves, her once full chest now caving in. To die like this would be so foolish, so stupid. Her consciousness was fading, and Yaobai's body swayed, gritting her teeth as she held the shield. Huahuazi, you need to escape now. Behind her, the indifferent red-haired girl pulled out a tissue from her skirt to wipe her damp clothes, her expression seemingly indifferent. It's all because of this guy in front of me. My clothes are soaked now. Bang! A few seconds later, the shield, having reached its limit, turned into a sparkling powder, and the countless sharp blades rapidly enlarged in Yaobai's pupils, trapped in a desperate situation. With a sound like a meat grinder, an overwhelming number of blades swept past, tearing the railing and walls to shreds, yet not a drop of blood was seen. The moonfish found nothing before it. 5 meters behind the moonfish, Yaobai, who was being held in the princess carry by the red-haired girl, looked shocked and incredulous as she stared at the unresponsive enemy. What has happened? Was she saved by Huahuazi in that moment? As if sensing this intense gaze, the moonfish slowly turned its head to look back. Swish! Flames flickered by, leaving only a red blurred afterimage, as if playing a trick. What remained in sight was still a desolate shopping street. But the moonfish had already understood what was happening at this moment. The air trembled, and with a light step, the Hellfire Huazi returned to her original position, placing the shocked Bakugu on the ground, exhaling a puff of scalding hot air, her indifferent gaze seemingly not even looking at the enemy. I can't capture it. At this moment, the moonfish turned stiffly back, looking at the two unharmed girls, emitting a hoarse, hesitant sound. Chapter 125. The Flame Demon Awakens. I can't capture it. Looking at the red-haired girl whose figure was flickering in and out of sight, the moonfish's hoarse voice carried a hint of hesitation. As a torrent of saliva spilled out like a waterfall, her speed was too fast, so fast it was unbelievable, impossible to catch with the naked eye. And there were no signs. Was it a speed-type quirk? On the other side, gently placing Bakugu on the ground, Huazi tilted her head to look at the moonfish, her cold gaze resembling that of someone looking at a maggot clinging to the ground. The orderly and peaceful world was quite troublesome, even when facing vicious criminals. One couldn't directly dismember them as a middle school girl, or else they would be suspected of having psychological issues by the relevant authorities. Not just ordinary personnel. Even professional heroes could not punish or abuse enemies in public with bloody and cruel methods, or it would have a negative impact on society. And in severe cases, their hero licenses could be revoked. Then let's make him temporarily lose his quirk. Under Bakugu's shocked expression, the girl's beautiful red hair fell to the ground, swirling in the breeze like willow fluff. Hellfire Huazi gently pressed her hand against her chest, tenderly stroking her beating heart, tapping her fingers lightly. With a massive heartbeat echoing, the floor beneath Huazi shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out. After the heart was impacted, it began to beat at an incredible speed, as if the long silent body had been reactivated. Scalding blood flowed into her organs, and the girl's flawless skin gradually became slightly flushed. Flames surged from her entire body, and a roaring wave of fire swept wildly. The bloodline of flames, sealed by Huazi since arriving in this world, awakened once more and presented itself before the world. How is this possible? Gazing incredulously at the red-haired girl radiating scorching flames, Bakugu was drenched in sweat from the steam, her clothes soaked, wearing a completely stunned expression. The weakened quirk micro-flame inherited from Huazi's mother couldn't even reach half the temperature of an ordinary lighter. How could it exude such a violent force? The Huazi, who had only ever passed physical education and physiology, had become so unfamiliar. Swish! The moonfish's perception blurred for a moment, and the girl bathed in flames was already standing right in front of him, almost within arm's reach. Before his teeth could grow, he had no time to react. A delicate arm thrust into his mouth. Breath of flames, fourth form, modified, cherry fire wheel dance. Crack! As her face and lips twisted, blood sprayed wildly. The moonfish's mouth became a whirlpool, his teeth and lips flowing into his stomach like water. Wah! He fell to the ground with a thud, continuously emitting a mournful and cruel wail, the blood he vomited gathering into a river. Huahuazi's expression was cold as she brutally stomped the face of the moonfish with her delicate jade foot wrapped in black stockings, leaving it unrecognizable with a sunken nose. Before long, the moonfish became breathless, lying in a pool of blood, unconscious. She just had to wait for the hero to arrive. Shaking her blood-stained arm nonchalantly, Huahuazi turned away. However, at the moment the girl relaxed her guard and turned her head, the already unconscious moonfish suddenly trembled. Sharp teeth began to grow wildly, spiraling out from its bloodied mouth, forming two enormous white crab claws. It hurt so much, accompanied by a hoarse wail. The entire floor began to shake violently as the giant, claw-like teeth of the moonfish snapped together. The terrifying, biting force crushed and devoured all surrounding buildings, spreading towards the two girls like a massive bulldozer, destroying everything in its path. Glancing back at the horrifying, cutting giant teeth, Huahuazi unhesitatingly picked up Paimon and ran. The sharp teeth relentlessly pursued the two middle school girls, like a white torrent rushing forward, crashing through the narrow corridors of the mall, determined to chase them to the ends of the earth without giving up. Its personality seemed to have gone berserk. Paimon buried her head into the soft and ample chest of the girl, anxiously watching the approaching teeth from behind. The teeth, which originally could extend only 30 meters, now seemed to stretch 200 to 300 meters like rubber, showing no signs of stopping. So annoying. Why does this stinking fish and rotten shrimp get such a berserk treatment? Wouldn't it be better to just die obediently? Does it really think everyone is the main character? The red-haired girl turned her head with some impatience, and in that moment, the aura around her completely changed. All the flames began to gather around her fair arms, transforming into a crimson, boiling hellish bone claw, made only of bone, with no flesh, revealing a hint of ferocity. Huahuazi raised a terrifying red bone claw with incredible indifference, with swirling fire sparks constantly gathering around it. She gently snapped her fingers at the incoming teeth-like blades. Blood demon technique, Hellfire Bird. A moment later, the high temperature erupted, and a roaring flame transformed into a shrieking fire phoenix that swept across. The entire shopping street was obliterated by the raging flames, and all the pale, teeth-like blades along the way shattered into charred ashes. Although the firepower had somewhat subsided, this corridor, stretching over 100 meters, was still pierced through, creating a shocking, massive ravine. Lying at the end of the ravine, Moonfish was a bloody mess, collapsed on the ground, with her only exposed mouth burned into a pitch-black char, looking quite tragic and emanating the smell of barbecued flesh. What is this? Yairo's Momo covered her small mouth in disbelief, looking at the petite girl with fiery red hair swirling in the air and the wreckage of the shopping street in front of her. Huahuazi from Purgatory. With her quirk Micro-Flame, although a combat-oriented quirk, shouldn't be too overpowering in any hero academy, and it wouldn't even be considered strong among the general population. It was supposed to be like that. But at this moment, surrounded by a scorching sea of fire, with boiling smoke swirling around, her quirk resembled the hellfire of No. 2 hero endeavor. P.S. Something happened, and I'm not in a good mood. I won't shamelessly ask for votes this late. Chapter 126, UA. High school. The scorching heat bubbled, and the thick, acrid smoke slowly wrapped around, obscuring vision throughout the mall. Huahuazi's blood-red bone claw slowly returned to its original state, nonchalantly retracting into the sleeve of her sailor uniform. Opposite her, the charred human figure lying at the end of the ravine, Moonfish, had severely burned skin and had lost her ability to think. As the battle ended, the flames surrounding the girl gradually extinguished, and her racing heart slowly calmed down, her physical state returning to its initial tranquility. Fire! Huahuazi, are you okay? Where's the enemy? Before Yairo's Momo could finish her sentence, Two muscular men in hero costumes rushed out from the escape exit, looking very anxious. Yaoyorozu instinctively pointed towards Moonfish, who lay amidst the wreckage. And the two heroes who followed her direction all showed shock on their faces. All the surrounding shops had turned into ruins, engulfed in scorching smoke, a scene of devastation. Wondering what kind of powerful quirk could cause such destruction, they exchanged glances and then nervously swallowed. It's still very dangerous here. You two should leave first. Leave it to us professional heroes to handle. Oh, okay. The black-haired girl instinctively agreed. In today's society, the instinct to follow the hero's guidance in times of crisis had become second nature, and few would defy it. As an elite preparing for academy, Yaoyorozu quickly recognized the identities of the two men. They were likely seasoned heroes belonging to some lesser-known agency. She breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the indifferent red-haired girl towards the back. Seeing the two girls intending to leave, the two heroes also felt relieved. But in the next second, all the hairs on their bodies stood on end. The long-haired red-haired girl was staring at them with extremely dangerous eyes, and the chilling, killing intent sent a shiver down their spines, making their scalps tingle. Was this a warning or a threat? The two heroes quickly broke into a sweat, and with steely resolve, they wrapped the torn lip bandage around Moonfish and swiftly took the enemy away from the scene. Huahuazi, has your quirk already undergone a second awakening? After exiting the mall, Yaoyorozu curiously asked, as the interval between the enemy attack and its conclusion was too short, leading to the police not yet sealing off the area. However, Yaoyorozu would not leave without ensuring everything was handled properly, especially since this mall was owned by her family. She had a stake to provide testimony. Huahuazi nodded absent-mindedly, but her shifting gaze remained focused on the back. The secondary awakening of quirks has been scientifically proven. Some individuals' innate quirks may not manifest until a certain period, after which they can undergo significant changes. The power of a secondary awakening quirk enters a completely new stage, and it's possible that one could unintentionally harm friends and family due to an inability to control overwhelming power, as there have been real-life examples. Someone like Huahuazi, with her Purgatory fire, should be a super strong-willed individual who can fully control it in a state of secondary awakening, with potential beyond imagination. Despite being lazy and playful, only passing physical education in biology, she had already been able to defeat enemies that even professional heroes found incredibly challenging during her middle school years. Yaoyorozu was still deep in thought when she suddenly realized that the red-haired girl she had been holding was already gone, not knowing where she had sneaked off to. Hey, Huahuazi. The moonlight was bright, and the night was dark. A car was speeding down a remote highway. The two heroes displayed signs of tension mixed with fatigue, while the moonfish lying in the back seat was wrapped up like a zongzi, with her mouth covered by strong adhesive tape, unable to move. It had already been over 10 hours since noon, and their direction was moving farther away. What to do? It was obvious they had been discovered. What if she reported them? It's all your fault for being such a bad actor. Was the hero license just for show? Shouldn't you have clarified the situation first? After the incident, the two heroes felt something was off. That red-haired girl was far too clever. After all, there were obvious signs of a battle with an enemy, yet they didn't even ask a single question and hurriedly took away the immobile moonfish. No one expected that such a monster could lose to that middle school girl. It was truly unbelievable. What on earth was that thing? Bang! The sound of a heavy object slamming onto the car roof made the two heroes' hearts jump, and the top of the car actually caved in with two footprints. At that moment, something was lying on top of the vehicle. The two heroes' hearts were tense, and then their pupils uncontrollably widened. A blood-red devil with two horns slowly leaned over the front windshield, its bloody, cruel eyes fixated on the two. Even more bizarrely, the devil's chest was unexpectedly soft and full, squished against the car window into a strange pancake shape. The next morning, the bodies of the two heroes were discovered on the XXX highway, while the enemy, Moonfish, who should have been arrested, had vanished without a trace. A red-haired girl in a cute, light mint green home outfit, with twin ponytails, casually draped her two delicate, snowy white legs over the sofa, appearing relaxed and content. With a hint of mischief, Huahuazi watched the news for a while before quietly turning off the TV. Last night, after a brief interrogation, she had figured out the ins and outs of the incident. A certain business force that was at odds with the wealthy 8 million family wanted to fabricate an enemy attack to assassinate her. Fearing the connections and influence that 8 million might gain after entering high. The original plan was to wait for the moonfish to wreak havoc for a while before the heroes arrived to deal with it. conveniently killing her to cover their tracks. But unexpectedly, the moonfish was defeated before any other passing heroes could arrive. Thus, the two heroes from that side had to awkwardly stage a performance. However, it seemed that it was no longer a problem. With only 2 weeks left until middle school graduation, once 8 million by truly entered U.A. Academy, they would no longer be able to act against her. Ding dong. A text message came in, and Huahuazi took out her smartphone, which was vibrating wildly in her arms. Hong-mei Sakura, daughter, since you don't like studying, are you interested in a hero department in college? Huahuazi, H-mei Sakura, H-dai has a recommendation spot from you. A. High school, but it seems that Shoto is planning to take the entrance exam himself. So he intends to leave this spot for you, saying he wants to change your desolate life. Huahuazi, Chapter 127, Emoji in the evening. The living room was elegantly and warmly lit, with a report about heroic deeds playing on the television. A red-haired girl in an apron was alone in the kitchen preparing dinner, as her mother had said she would be home late today. So Huahuazi had to cook by herself. The golden, crispy fried fish, the melt-in-your-mouth braised pork with a rich, milky aroma, the crunchy, milk-soaked vegetables, and the nutritious, freshly squeezed milk were all her favorite foods for enhancing her figure. Despite Huahuazi having done nothing for the past few years, spending her time in her room playing games, snacking, and watching anime and H-books, and having transformed from a decisive warrior into a soft and flabby homebody. Her cooking skills were actually quite impressive. After all, no matter how terrible the dish might turn out, as long as a drop of fresh milk was poured over it, it would turn into a delicacy. Ding dong. After Huahuazi had spent half an hour setting the table, the doorbell rang. She wiped the fragrant sweat from her cheeks with satisfaction, completely forgetting that she was only wearing an apron, and walked over to open the door. Standing outside were two mature-looking middle-aged women who seemed momentarily stunned. One of them was naturally Hong-mei with her long red curly hair, while the other was a gentle beauty with long gray-white hair and a somewhat haggard appearance, the mother of Hong Ling and Hong Jiaodong. The woman's original name was Bing Lung, but after marrying into the Hong family, she changed her name to Hong Lung. Aunt Lung? Huahuazi was slightly taken aback, immediately bowing politely to greet, still unaware of what was happening at that moment. As she prepared to sit back at the dining table to eat, she began to untie the strings of her apron from behind. Hong-mei instinctively wanted to reach out to stop her, but it was already too late. With a thud, the apron fell to the ground, and the three women exchanged glances. A few minutes later, with a flushed face, Huahuazi sat very obediently at the dining table, of course having changed back into her clothes. To be honest, she usually wore something similar at home, but she didn't expect to have guests this time. I had picked up Lung GF in the hospital, and she had been staying at our home for the past few days, temporarily sharing a bed with me. Hearing Kong Meiying's words, Kong Lung nodded somewhat awkwardly, indicating that she had only seen Huahuazi a few times when she was little, and she never expected her to grow up like this. Kong Meiying's hand was pinching the soft flesh around Huahuazi's waist under the table, kneading it hard a few times, signaling her to lower her chest that was placed on the dining table. Huahuazi was unwilling to show weakness and intensified her actions by stepping on Hong Meiying's foot with her jade-like foot, truly a super filial daughter. She secretly gave her mother a look, implying, "What do you a big-breasted, brainless old woman understand? This is a show of force to let them know it's our territory now. Whatever demands they make, they must comply." Meanwhile, the pale and haggard Hong Lung clearly didn't notice the little drama under the table between the mother and daughter opposite her. She was half collapsed on the dining table, lacking any appetite. "Lungi, are you feeling unwell?" Don't worry, it's always like this. Have a glass of milk? Maybe it will help your appetite." Huahuazi kindly reminded her. Although she couldn't eat, out of politeness, the silver-haired beauty still tilted her head slightly to take a small sip. The milk was rich and creamy, melting in her mouth with a smooth texture that warmed her body, greatly increasing her appetite. Onlinges complexion flushed. Unable to resist taking another large gulp, and suddenly her taste buds exploded. She couldn't help but drool at the sight of the sumptuous meal. Tears welled up in her eyes as she began to eat bite after bite. Since she had burned her son with boiling water, Hongling hadn't eaten like this in many years. She wanted to apologize, but had no opportunity to connect, and the other party didn't come to find her. She must have hated this mother deeply. After the meal, Hong Lung, tears streaming down her face, poured out all her feelings. It had started as a personality marriage. She had long given up on that man's love, viewing both wife and child as tools. But ever since her eldest son, Hong Deng, was seen as a failure and forced out of the house by her husband, Hong Lung had been harboring resentment against him, which only deepened over time. Seeing Shoto's half-white hair reminded her of the second Hong Yenshi, and the ensuing disgust nearly made her vomit, leading her to make an irreversible mistake. All right, stop crying. Let's go take a bath. Comforting the sobbing, silver-haired beauty, Hong Meiying pulled her into the bathroom. They were both mothers, not far apart in age, and soon began to chat intimately. Moreover, at that moment, Hong Lung was at her most vulnerable and in need of comfort, making it a perfect opportunity for emotional connection. Ding dong. Purgatory. Your emoji. Mom is with me. Cold. Hong Todoroki didn't understand what she was saying, nor did she know what the mocking horsehead emoji before Mom meant. Purgatory. Cold. Purgatory. Cold. What happened? Purgatory. My emoji picked your emoji up from the hospital, and now she's staying at my house. The other side didn't reply anymore. Closing line. The red-haired girl lay on the big bed, sighing, wondering why there were strange noises coming from the adjacent bedroom. Innocent as she was, she didn't understand anything and simply recorded a segment of audio on her phone. After putting down her phone, Huahuazi opened the bedside cabinet and took out a smooth, soft small bird egg. Unlike a regular bird egg, this one was blood red and had strange fire lotus patterns on its surface, resembling a phoenix pet egg from a video game. This was the blood sparrow's egg, the only thing Huahuazi had brought back from the Demon Slayer world, which she had carelessly tucked under her arm and ended up bringing along. This firebird egg had remained dormant for 4 years, but now it was gradually showing signs of warmth, leading Huahuazi to speculate that it might need a warm place to hatch. So, she cuddled the bird egg and fell asleep, feeling a bit desolate compared to the beautiful scene next door. The next morning, Huahuazi got up at 6 a.m. to wash and change, while her lazy mother slept like a dead pig. To her surprise, the table was already laid with a whole spread of delicious food. The radiant silver-haired beauty, Hong Lung, looked at the red-haired girl with loving eyes, her gaze as gentle as water. Why was she, a guest, acting like a host? Why did her eyes look as if she were gazing at her biological daughter? However, Huahuazi didn't have much time to think, because today was the basic physical fitness test for the non-exam admission to UA high school. Being a guest-turned-host received an emoji, Chapter 128, the embarrassing Huahuazi UA high school. Health room and non-exam admission is a part of the yearly allocations given by UA high school, usually for those talented boys and girls who have made a name for themselves in middle school. For example, the daughter of the wealthy 8 million family, who turns knowledge into power, and whose quirk is creation, 8 million hundred. And of course, the lazy and gluttonous Purgatory, Huahuazi. In a health room, a young, cold, and beautiful woman was responsible for recording physical conditions. She was the assistant of the healing girl. This woman seemed to be able to assess someone's physical condition through physical contact. The red-haired girl obediently spread her arms, allowing her to explore freely. Height 154. What? Hearing the woman's indifferent voice, Huahuazi angrily shouted, I'm clearly 155. Can't you round up? Weight, 50 kilograms. Please measure weight and breast weight separately. Thank you. Bust. Really an H? The woman exclaimed in surprise. As expected, people are as they appear. The bigger the character, the bigger the heart. I'm not H. You are H. Quirk. Microflame. Strange. How did someone with such a weak flame qualify for non-exam admission? Surprisingly, this time the red-haired girl did not refute her and seemed to not care at all. As expected, she only cared about her own body. As for her strength, she was just an innocent little lamb, nothing to argue about. All right, your body data has been recorded. Go to the athletic field for the physical test. After the physical test finally ended, the girl angrily left the health room, pursing her pink lips as she walked toward the athletic field. Although it was a non-exam admission, some basic procedures couldn't be avoided. The results wouldn't change the outcome, just a backup record, so as long as it wasn't too embarrassing, it was fine. The one responsible for the basic physical fitness test was a dark-haired, gloomy man wrapped in bandages, Shota Aizawa, a teacher in the hero course at UA high school, known to the world as a racer hero. He silently nodded as he watched the red-haired girl walk over. Purgatory Huahuazi, is she a relative of the blazing hero Endeavor? Originally, this quota was set for Todoroki Shoto, but for some reason, it had changed midway. This should be an internal family matter of the Todoroki family, so it was inappropriate to inquire further. In the center of the athletic field, 8 million hundred, sporting a crest hairstyle, looked at the red-haired girl and instantly displayed an expression of shock. This was a place only students with non-exam admission qualifications could come to. Could she also? Please quickly stand at the starting line. The 1,000-meter run will begin after a 10-second countdown. true to his reputation as the indifferent eraser hero. Upon realizing the relationship between the two, he didn't give them a chance to communicate and directly started the test. Now, 8,000,000 had no time to talk, focusing intently on standing at the starting line, preparing her racing stance. Purgatory Huahuazi casually strolled over, appearing lazy and lethargic, almost to the point of being infuriating. 3, 2, 1, start. With the voice of Aizawa Shoyuta, the muscular figure of Hachiman Yawara seemed to transform into a wild horse, sprinting forward madly. It was as if an accelerator had been generated beneath her feet, propelling her forward with each stride, leaping at high speed. Hachiman Yawara was indeed a very hard-working and competitive girl. As for the other red-haired girl, she was slowly jogging on the track, looking as if she were out for a leisurely stroll. Hurry up and run, what are you doing? Aizawa Shoyuta's suppressed voice was somewhat angry. He had never seen such a mischievous and unserious student. Hearing the question, Hoharuko protectively covered her chest, her expression one of disdain, as if she were looking at a greasy middle-aged man. Disgusting. The teacher is a pervert. She then let out a shrill scream. Aizawa Shoyuta's forehead instantly bulged with veins, and he forcefully restrained his anger, choosing not to speak further, afraid his IQ would drop. After all, this was just a basic test that wouldn't affect the outcome. No matter how angry he got, he couldn't break the rules and expel her forcibly. Unless, of course, after the school year started. Under Aizawa Shoyuta's twisted expression of rage, the red-haired girl continued to walk around as if on a leisurely stroll, occasionally glancing back to see if he was peeking. Although Hoharuko looked like a rebellious delinquent, she had her own struggles. If she had known there would be a physical test today, she would have worn a sports bra. Meanwhile, Hachiman, who had already finished running, was effortlessly resting her hands on her waist, looking at the red-haired girl with a mix of amusement and exasperation. As expected, she wasn't wearing anything underneath, and it was hard to know what to say about offending the teacher even before school started. After a few minutes, the tired Hoharuko finally sat down on the ground in a duck-like position, looking weak and feeble. Get up, next is the triple jump. Aizawa Shoyuta shouted hoarsely. However, Hoharuko said nothing, just staring at Aizawa Shoyuta with an expression of utter shock, as if he had committed some heinous crime. The two stared at each other for 3 full minutes before Aizawa Shoyuta couldn't take it anymore and looked away, gritting his teeth in anger, his whole body trembling. He remained silent, fearing the girl would label him with some strange title again. I only know about rated movies. What is a triple jump? Hoharuko waved her hand to call Hachiman over, leaning down to whisper in her ear. After hearing Hachiman's speechless explanation, the red-haired girl nodded thoughtfully, mistakenly thinking Aizawa Shoyuta was being suggestive. Although it was a whisper between girls, Aizawa Shoyuta caught some fragments of their conversation and felt relieved. It seemed she had just misunderstood and wasn't he intentionally looking for trouble. However, what he didn't expect was that the next tests, triple jump, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, lateral jumps, sit-ups, push-ups, without exception, left Aizawa Shoyuta astonished. Hoharuko's level of embarrassment even surpassed the limits of human decency. Not to mention the push-ups, which were simply a matter of her physique, making it impossible for her to touch the ground when she lay down. Finally, they reached the last item, softball throwing. Aizawa Shoyuta had completely given up. It was a miracle he hadn't had a heart attack from all this stress. Grasping the softball with 5 fingers, the red-haired girl took a deep breath, finally encountering an event she could participate in without wearing a bra. A fiery breath slowly escaped her mouth, and the aura surrounding Hoharuko was boiling rapidly. She lifted her snowy white thigh into a very standard throwing posture. Breath of fire, 9th form, Purgatory. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground where the girl stood was blasted out into a massive pit several meters wide, and the surrounding land cracked open. The terrifying shockwave created an incredibly strong whirlwind, nearly blinding Aizawa Shoyuta. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Had she really developed her quirk's power to this extent during middle school? Then, with a bang, the softball in her hand exploded into fragments before she could even throw it, splattering her with bits of fabric. Although her performance in the other tests seemed like a joke, that last throw was deeply etched in Aizawa Shoyuta's memory. Hoharuko, softball throw, 0 meters. P.S. Please vote for me. Please send blades. Chapter 129. Mom in a scorching, purgatory-like spiritual world, bubbling magma flowed freely, and the entire area was engulfed in flames. A massive bronze door was completely sealed, bound by a fiery red chain that made it impossible to force open. Standing beneath this great door, the unclothed red-haired girl pondered thoughtfully. Based on Hoharuko's guess, she likely had to make some significant change in this world to unlock the door's passage. For example, if the door appeared after killing Muzan Kibutsuji in the Demon Slayer world, then in the hero world, it should also require defeating a similarly ranked villain or hero, the enemy being All for One, or the hero, All Might. The flow of time here was 3-1. Over a year had passed in the Demon Slayer world, and Hoharuko wasn't in a hurry to return. Apart from Kanao, there wasn't much worth missing. The purpose of coming to the new world was to become stronger, to encounter more powerful enemies, thus breaking through her long-stagnated sword style. If she simply returned home out of nostalgia and missed out on opportunities and insights, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Even if she joined you, high school, and moved forward step by step, she would surely encounter All for One within a year, so there was no need to rush to think a way back. Hwahuazi's mind stirred, exiting the spiritual world. In reality, in the living room, a red-haired girl dressed in a transparent, sheer nightgown lay comfortably on the lap of a beautiful white-haired woman, enjoying the soft and wonderful sensation. Hong Mian, with a compassionate expression, gently held a cotton swab, tenderly massaging the girl's ears. On the other side, the girl's delicate, pink feet were cradled in the arms of the red-haired beauty, Hong Meiqing, who gently kneaded them with her hands, helping to relieve the fatigue from the physical test. It was simply paradise. In such a world, it's no wonder that the hellish Hwahuazi felt no attachment to the previous place. Hwahuazi has known since childhood that having a mother is a good thing, but she only realized when she grew up that not everyone has a mother. The winter vacation is about to begin. Is there anywhere you want to go? HK leaned down and gently whispered into the girl's ear, blowing softly. Hwahuazi trembled all over and let out a comfortable hum. How about the seaside? A swimsuit? If she had to choose a swimsuit, Hwahuazi would probably wear a black strap one, but she prefers not wearing one, so a hot spring would be more suitable. All right, cold sister. Let's go take a bath. HK wanted to chat a bit more with Hwahuazi, but was pulled up by HBU Sakura, who dragged her towards the bathroom. So impatient. The white-haired woman smiled indulgently, exuding a strong wife-like quality. Watching them embrace and walk into the bathroom, Hwahuazi picked up a sour lemon from the fruit bowl on the coffee table and began to nibble on it silently. On the television ahead, a battle between heroes and villains was being reported. The 9th-ranked super-popular female hero, Dragon Hero Longjio, transformed into a fierce dragon that easily crushed a giant enemy, who was level with skyscrapers, to the ground, leaving them immobile. Each of her scales, skin, flesh, and wings was as tough as steel, and her figure was quite nice as well. Accompanied by the dragon's flight, the howling hurricane turned nearby sand and gravel into dust, creating an extremely shocking scene, as if entering a world without people. Watching the spectacular scenes on the television, which looked like a blockbuster movie, the red-haired girl let out a helpless sigh. Such a dragon transformation quirk is inherently powerful and stands at the pinnacle, fundamentally different from other weaker quirks, not to be compared. It's like her own weak and drooping body with a weak quirk. Hellfire Hwahuazi, whose quirk is Microflame, can release and control a weak flame, but unfortunately, its power is too weak to have any amplification effect. In summary, it's just an ordinary fire-starting and fire-controlling ability. But Hwahuazi can ignite herself due to her body temperature, so the only use of her quirk is controlling fire. If only its power were stronger, she could develop some new moves. She hopes that after joining you, she can enhance her quirk's power through compression training. Bang! The girl casually snapped her fingers, and a tiny flame that leaped up spun in the air before quickly extinguishing. The night was deep, and gentle moonlight filtered through the window screen. Due to the noise from next door, the red-haired girl, wearing earplugs, curled up in bed and peacefully fell asleep. After she had fallen into a quiet slumber, the red bird egg nestled in her arms suddenly shook a few times, its surface cracking and revealing a web of fine cracks. Bang! The eggshell shattered completely, and a small blood sparrow emerged, inexplicably wrapped in a huge softness, unable to crawl out no matter how it wriggled. It was on the verge of suffocating, so it struggled desperately, flapping its wings to poke its head out. After several seconds, it finally managed to break free from the girl's terrifying embrace, gasping for breath and lying motionless on top. Indeed, the process of giving birth is always incredibly difficult. Whimper, 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 whimper. The newly hatched little blood sparrow rested for a while, then suddenly felt hungry, with a strong desire to replenish its nutrients. It gently flapped its wings against the red-haired girl's soft skin, but unfortunately, its strength was too small to wake her up no matter what. With tears glistening in its eyes, the little blood sparrow whimpered, and after realizing that its coaxing was ineffective, it had to rely on its instinct to find food on its own. The next morning, the red-haired girl groggily turned over in bed, inexplicably feeling some swelling pain in her chest. No way. Could it be that she was about to go through another growth spurt? She looked at herself suspiciously. If that were the case, she really couldn't go out and see people. Wait, it seems like the supply has decreased. The girl's eyes immediately sharpened. Who stole her precious nutrients? This was the backup food that she had sacrificed her stamina for, willing to become a mocked weak body just to secrete, used for making food or bottles, just in case. Before long, Huahuazi discovered the culprit. The small blood sparrow, exquisite as blood jade, with dense, vibrant red feathers and 3 bird feet, was far more splendid in appearance than her blood sparrow mother. It was like the difference between a red chili and a ruby. One was merely food, while the other was a priceless treasure. It lay peacefully beside the girl's pillow, a trace of sweet drool at the corner of its mouth, making slight adorable snoring sounds. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Who do you think your mother is? Chapter 130, Blood Sparrow Daughter. Whimper, whimper, whimper. No way. Whimper, 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 whimper. If you can't, then you can't. No whining. In a fragrant bedroom filled with the scent of a girl, sitting at the study desk, the red-haired girl looked fierce as she poked the little blood sparrow's face, forcing it to drink from the bottle. This little one was really picky. It wouldn't drink from the bottle, but insisted on fresh squeezed milk, even though there was hardly any difference, and it hadn't been stored for long. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Do you think calling me mom will make me happy? Whimper, 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 whimper. Sigh. All right, just don't get on my clothes. Huahuazi ultimately yielded to the little blood sparrow's coaxing, picked it up, and tossed it into her collar, quietly closing her eyes and gently biting her pink lips. Being affectionately called mother by the little blood sparrow gave Huahuazi a sense of maturity and overwhelming superiority, fulfilling her long-held dream of becoming a mature woman. After finishing its meal, the little blood sparrow lay limply in the girl's arms, lazily motionless. What a cute little creature. It's a pity that it was a malformed one. Huahuazi fiddled with its 3rd bird foot, which, although born from the previous blood sparrow, looked like this. Its 3rd bird foot grew from its tail, and rather than calling it a leg, it looked more like a tuft of flowing feathers. Moreover, it had no strength, unable to even pick up a strand of its own hair, let alone lift its 50-kilogram body into the sky. Could it be that being left in the bedside cabinet for 4 years caused it to develop congenital malnutrition and become a disabled bird? Speaking of which, an emoji suddenly appeared yesterday, and today it suddenly turned into an emoji again. What is going on? Hoharu, I went out shopping with your aunt. If you go out, don't forget to take your keys. Got it. Hoharu replied weakly upon hearing the calls of Todoroki Momo outside the door. It is already graduation season, and graduates are considering their applications and admission issues, no longer needing to attend classes. Having been exempted from exams and admitted to UA high school, Hoharu naturally felt bored, acting as if nothing was happening, finishing the novel he was reading and stopping his selfies online due to his desire to join you. Hey, Todoroki Momo and Todoroki Rei had just left, and she casually threw on a dress over her pajamas and stepped out the door. The weather was fine, and on the wide street, a little blood sparrow perched on the girl's head, chirping and gazing at the surrounding scenery. The newly hatched sparrow resembled a village girl entering the city for the first time, marveling at everything and squealing in surprise. The sides of the road were lined with beautiful cherry blossom trees, their pale pink petals swaying in the wind. This was a very famous cherry blossom viewing street. Under the red-haired girl's pure white dress, 2 delicate and rosy legs were revealed, stepping in strappy sandals, her toes as white as jade, looking as enticing and cute as pearls. The purity of her lower half inevitably reminded people of their beautiful first love, while the upper half, well, let's get started. On the bustling cherry blossom street filled with couples, a striking red-haired girl, known as a couple destroyer, wandered aimlessly for a while before suddenly hearing commotion ahead. Thief! There's a thief! Catch him! A few meters ahead, a man in a black satchel was running wildly, his expression panicked as he weaved through the crowd. Moreover, the direction he was running in was exactly where he would collide with the red-haired girl. Just as he was about to crash into her soft form, she slightly sidestepped, allowing the thief to escape. Huahuazi is not a professional hero right now. Being brave in the face of danger might just backfire. She remembers reading a pure love novel where the naive and cute female lead tried to help a passerby being robbed, only to be knocked unconscious in an alley. It seemed like the author couldn't continue due to poor performance and resorted to such a vengeful plot twist. However, this casual thought from the girl caused the thief to crash directly into the chest of a tall man behind him, who fell to the ground with a thud. The tall man with black hair is draped in a scarf that looks like crow feathers, wearing a sharp beak mask, resembling a medieval plague doctor. His emotionless pupils appear extremely cold as he looks down at the thief sitting on the ground, with violent veins slowly appearing on his forehead. The reason for the beak mask is clearly his pathological obsession with cleanliness, as he doesn't want to breathe the same filthy air as others. At this moment, being touched by this dirty scum, he feels like his cells are about to vomit. Looking to die, blocking my way, seeing the original owner approaching from behind, the thief spat a curse and secretly memorized the appearance of this beak-masked bastard, planning to take revenge in the future if given the chance. In the midst of countless tourist gazes, the thief quickly stood up and staggered away into the distance. As he watched the thief escape, the beak-masked man's facial expression twisted uncontrollably, with grotesque veins forming on his forehead. The next moment, his expression suddenly returned to normal, becoming the calm demeanor he originally had. He glanced at the red-haired giant girl watching the scene, politely nodded at her, and then turned to follow the direction the thief had fled. The thief quickly escaped the busy crowd, rushing into a dark, lightless alley. Hot on his heels, the beak-masked man chased after him. P.S. I recommend a book titled Countdown to the End of the Two-Dimensional World. The once brilliant civilization is now left in desolate silence. If given a second chance, would you save this world? He chooses to. He will face the apocalypse once again, with the apocalypse codenamed Deadly Resuscitation and Collapse Beast amidst the iron-blooded machine tide and the deep-sea disaster. At the same time, his life no longer belongs to him alone. Cherry blossoms bloom. He passes by Yukino-shita Yukino on bustling streets. He exchanges glances with Kasumiga Kakashiwa in a white winter landscape. He is a mere passerby to Okiyase Yakaina. On a splendid stage, he and Sakurajima Mai are already strangers. At the end of the apocalypse, while everyone retreats, he continues to move forward. PS1. This work involves many two-dimensional works such as Spring and White Album. PS2. This book is purely fictional. Do not relate it to reality. PS3. Please save, recommend, and support. Author's note. Countdown to the End of the Two-Dimensional World Chapter 131. The Deadly Eight-Temple Society. In the narrow, dark alley, the fate of the unconscious thief remains unknown, and the woman's jewelry from the black bag scatters all over the ground. The beautiful woman who chased after him, with light makeup on her face, crouches at the alley's entrance, gasping for breath as she anxiously watches the beak-masked man, not daring to enter. Miss, is this your bag? The beak-masked man smiles gently, using his gloved hand to pick up the fallen items before stepping out of the dark alley. Watching such a warm and righteous handsome man with black hair, the young woman can't help but feel elated, her face slightly flushed. Although the beak mask looks strange, she finds herself falling in love at first sight. Can I have your contact information? Honored to oblige. The beak-masked man raises an impatient vein on his forehead, but still exchanges contact information with her politely. Logically, after the woman leaves, the righteous man should have taken the thief to the police. I'm sorry, young master. I was distracted and missed the situation, causing you to be bumped into. A few seconds later, a panicked bald man in black suddenly emerges from the shadows, trembling as he kneels before the beak-masked man. Spare me, spare me. I won't dare again. The beak-masked man smiles gently, slowly removing his gloves and softly placing his hand on the bald man's head. The bald man, accepting his fate, tears streaming down his face, trembles violently from fear. You were clearly staring at the red-haired woman in front. Bang! Flesh exploded, and the bald man turned into a puddle of mush, dead on the spot. Putting his gloves back on, the beak-masked man's expression twisted as he looked at the unconscious thief on the ground. Take him back. Yes, young master. Several people wearing beak masks appeared in the alley, responding respectfully. However, at that moment, strange sounds came from a nearby corner. Shush, 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 shush. Foul-smelling liquid dripped from the air as if someone had lost control, even though the place was empty. Staring at this bizarre scene, the beak-masked men exchanged uncertain glances, taking over 10 seconds to react. Is this an invisibility quirk? Someone silently witnessed everything happening here. At that moment, the black-haired man, known as the young master, felt goosebumps all over, his heart cold with fear. There was indeed an invisible person here, which was too unpredictable. The other party had tried their best to remain silent, but unexpectedly, they lost control physiologically and became unable to hold it in. Seal off this area. Boom! A giant beak-masked figure descended from the sky, its 5-meter-tall body blocking the alley's exit completely. At the entrance of the alley, a white-haired man in monk clothing stood guard, eyes closed, seemingly chanting some scripture. If a professional were to pass by, they would recognize that these beak-masked individuals belong to the underworld, the deadly Eight-Temple Society. What should I do? Am I going to die here? Yaiba, turning transparent, shrank in fear in the corner, covering her mouth tightly. She just wanted to find an opportunity to help that woman retrieve her wallet, but never expected to witness such a brutal and bloody scene. Yaiba knew very well that now both sides of the alley were blocked by two strange beak-masked individuals, likely related to blocking abilities. If she attempted to slip away, they would definitely notice. Like a gecko climbing the wall, a golden-haired man draped in fur poured alcohol into his mouth, his long, beautiful golden hair soaked and hanging down. Quirk, drunkenness. Splash. The next second, the ground of the entire alley began to shake and tremble in Yaiba's vision. She couldn't control her body swaying and, after just a few seconds, fell to the ground with a thud. Instantly, all the gazes turned toward her position, the transparent girl pale as death. At that moment, a high-pitched scream interrupted the tense atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. Standing at the entrance area was a stunning red-haired girl, her face pale with terror as she looked at the pile of rotten flesh in the alley, collapsing to the ground in tears. Oh no! The white-haired monk stationed at the entrance was nearly scared out of his wits by the sudden scream. How could he have not noticed someone approaching from behind? It was a mistake, or perhaps there was no time to think. After a brief moment of hesitation, the white-haired monk clasped his hands together, creating an illusory barrier that completely blocked the entrance to the alley. With this, the innocent red-haired girl was also pulled into the situation, making things gradually more complicated. Young master, what should we do now? The black-haired man helplessly supported his forehead, feeling nauseated by the incompetence of his subordinates. However, he couldn't vent his frustration by killing the ineffective white-haired monk, although they were both pawns. He was different from those small fry who could have as much as they wanted. Currently, all the bird-masked individuals present were members of the Iron Cannon Jade 8 Society, representing the core combat group of the Death Stench 8 Society. Kill, murderer, pervert, rapist. The red-haired girl screamed loudly, continuously teasing everyone's taut nerves. How about this, miss? And you, the invisible person peeking, no need to panic. May I ask you a few questions? At this critical moment, a bird-masked man wearing a tall hat stepped forward. He walked over to where the previous invisible person had made noise, pretended to stroll casually a few steps, and then even knelt down to lick a patch of foul-smelling liquid on the ground. Ah, this fragrance, it must be from a young girl. So, my lovely invisible miss, if I let you go, will you speak about this incident? I will. Just as the man posed the question, a somewhat panicked voice came from the air. As soon as the words were out, Yaiba hurriedly covered her mouth in shock. Was this the opponent's quirk? Unable to lie? All right, then let me ask the beautiful red-haired miss over there. If I let you go, will you speak about this incident? The seemingly weak and crying red-haired girl suddenly stopped wiping her tears, her expression turning disdainful. I couldn't care less about that. Being investigated by the police would be such a hassle. What? When the fiery-haired girl spoke, her expression froze slightly. She had clearly intended to say, no matter what you do to me, I will absolutely not give up on exposing your criminal actions. Under the strange gazes of the bird-masked individuals, the red-haired girl slowly sat up from the ground, brushing off her skirt, her expression dark and seemingly angry. Such an uncomfortable quirk. Swish! In a speed that left everyone unable to react, the red figure flickered wildly, and the bird-masked man with the tall hat found his vision spinning. When everyone regained their senses, the tall-hatted bird-masked man was already lying on the ground, having been stomped violently in the abdomen by the red-haired girl, retching uncontrollably. If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Huh? Looking at the extremely domineering and arrogant red-haired girl, the black-haired young master felt a heavy pressure in his heart. This woman is definitely very strong. Chapter 132. The Coerced Huahuazi. If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Just as the red-haired girl arrogantly stepped on the tall-hatted bird-masked man, two enemies simultaneously took action. One was a burly man wearing a sharp black bird mask, and the other was a skinny freak completely wrapped in a mask. They approached the girl from both sides, one coming from the front and the other from behind. The Death Stench 8 Society. The Iron Cannon Jade 8 Society's non-killing oath. Chaos Wave Shoulder Strike and non-eating oath. Multi-section empty full. The Burly Man, Chaos Wave Shoulder Strike. Launched a punch directly aimed at the girl's head, his rotating shoulder generating a force that echoed like a bullet being fired. Meanwhile, the Skinny Masked Freak, multi-section empty full, lunged at her like a madwoman, completely lacking any grace. Which of you two is stronger? Just as their attacks descended simultaneously, the red-haired girl slowly closed her eyes, and a transparent world spread out, imprinting everything nearby into her mind. The flow of air, the frequency of breathing, including the outline and appearance of the transparent girl nearby, were all etched into her consciousness. Whoosh! The next second, a gust of wind blew, lifting the girl's skirt and long hair. She simultaneously blocked the attacks with her palms without any impact, as if distorted by a deep red ripple. Breath of Fire. Fourth form, revised Cherry Blossom Wheel Dance. The force was forcibly twisted by the deep red vortex, causing the two bird-masked individuals to narrowly miss each other, their attacks colliding with a loud bang against the other. The masked freak's head exploded with a sound like a cannonball, shattering like a watermelon, and a rain of scarlet blood sprayed everywhere, the headless corpse rolling on the ground. The burly man's arm was also severed by an unknown substance, the bloody stump extending all the way to his shoulder. It seems you were the stronger one? The red-haired girl slowly turned to face the one-armed birdman, flames erupting around her like a raging inferno. The man's eyes were bloodshot, as if he felt no pain. Laughing maniacally, his fighting spirit boiling. He seemed to have no concept of fear, showing no sign of retreat even after sustaining such serious injuries. Don't move, or I'll kill your pet. Huh? Huahuazi was slightly taken aback, looking at a blonde, thug-like birdman beside him, whose reversed dagger was pressed against the neck of a small blood-red bird. The little blood sparrow cried out innocently in fear, tears glistening in its eyes. What did it get stolen right under his nose? The opponent's ability? This is the strange part of the hero world. No matter what kind of trash ability it is, one must not underestimate it, as it can catch people off guard. Don't worry, my good daughter. Mommy is coming to save you, the red-haired girl gently reassured, turning without a care towards the blonde thug. I told you not to move. Do you look down on me? Move again, and your clothes will be gone. The blonde thug shouted angrily. He was a member of the deadly Dirty Eight Society, known as the Thief Wild Bandit. The red-haired girl was immediately frozen in place, her expression one of extreme distress, raising her hands above her head in surrender. Is this guy's ability to steal other people's things? She's only wearing this one piece of clothing right now. It absolutely cannot be stolen. Is this situation some kind of wife coercion? Huahuazi remained motionless with her hands raised, while more and more bird-beaked masked people gathered around her, gradually surrounding her. Although it seemed she was in a dire situation. A few delicate pink veins slowly appeared on her snow-white, exquisite insteps, her tense jade feet firmly pressed against the ground, showcasing the soft muscle lines of her legs. The little blood sparrow continued to cry and struggle, while the blonde thug smugly rubbed his dagger against its tender neck. Breath of Flame, first form, Unknown Fire. Boom! In the next second, a rushing blaze appeared before his eyes, and the thief wild bandit's vision spun. He instinctively tried to swing the dagger, but he had already lost connection with his body, unable to even activate his ability. Blood sprayed as his head spun in the air a few times before falling to the ground with a thud, consciousness sinking into endless darkness. Huahuazi stood by the fallen corpse, casually flicking away the blood and gently comforting the little blood sparrow daughter that had returned to her embrace. In the blink of an eye, two were dead and one injured, and the crowd could no longer restrain their anger, drawing closer to the girl and subtly surrounding her. Everyone, stop immediately. At this critical moment, the black-haired man with a bird-like beak shouted loudly. Young master, we've lost two comrades. Someone exclaimed in pure fury. I know. The black-haired young master, with a grim expression, slowly walked to the girl, towering over her with his tall stature. If they were just a bunch of weaklings, it wouldn't be unusual for a few to be killed instantly, but these were elite members of the Shinjuro 8 houses, akin to a group of bosses casually going out on the street, only to be effortlessly taken down by a passerby protagonist. Miss, please don't misunderstand. We, the Shinjuro 8 houses, are not an enemy organization. We're just ordinary citizens trying to keep to ourselves. I am the young master of the Shinjuro 8 houses, Shizaki Mari. The black-haired young master slowly removed his gloves and politely extended his pale, slender hand towards the red-haired girl. At that moment, the hearts of those around began to beat visibly faster, as if the man's hand carried some kind of magic. My uncle is Andawa. Purgatory Huahuazi smiled gently, unconcerned, and reached out to shake his hand a few times. After a few seconds, they parted, and Shizaki, expressionless, hid his charred black hand back into the white glove. Seeing this scene, the remaining members of the 8 houses revealed looks of disbelief. With your strength, you could have easily killed us all from the start. But you seem to have no other intentions. Do you have some special purpose? Shizaki spoke with a feigned elegance, unconsciously raising an eyebrow. Well, I'm very interested in what's in your pocket. Can you show it to me? Under the transparent gaze of the world, Huahuazi could clearly see a streak of bright red energy liquid in his pocket, stiffening for a few seconds, and under the frantic urging of his subordinates. Shizaki eventually pulled out a bright red potion bottle. This kind of thing shouldn't be discovered at this time. The unique product of Ashura 8 houses. A personality enhancement potion. This should just be a temporary enhancement sample, right? Do you have any permanent, side effect-free versions? Huahuazi took the potion bottle and stuffed it directly into her chest, showing no intention of an equal exchange. Hearing the other party's tone of familiarity, Shizaki's eyes shrank sharply. Who leaked the information about this potion? After hesitating for a moment, he slowly asked, so, what help can you provide to us at the Ashura 8 houses? Chapter 133. School opening in the pink-themed bedroom of a girl overflowing with emotions. There were piles of pet toys and a clothing rack filled with various elegant dresses. The pink, dreamlike princess bed was draped with luxurious, white sheer curtains, and the spacious room felt somewhat lonely. A pink pair of panties floated in the air, swaying as if controlled by a ghost, eventually landing in front of the vanity mirror. Tomorrow is the start of school. Yi Intao slapped her face hard in the mirror to perk herself up. Ever since that day, she stumbled into a dark alley. She realized that the world was not as simple as she had thought, that there were not only handsome heroes and captured villains. The real bullies were hidden deep, just like the Ashura 8 houses, who claimed to be good citizens. And that red-haired girl seemed to have made some deal with the bad guys. She hadn't had time to hear the details before she was suddenly knocked out by the girl and woke up back at home. Yi Intao spent the entire summer in a daze, afraid to call the police since the other party knew her address clearly. Yet, she also began to understand some things. The girl must have been trying to save her, or else she wouldn't have sacrificed herself for the sake of the villains. Before becoming a hero, Yi Intao had already encountered the dark side of society: murder, fighting, and shady deals. She resolved that at high school, she would not only enhance her powers to become a hero, but also strengthen her mental fortitude, so she wouldn't expose herself in such situations again. Then, the next morning, standing at the door of Class A of UA Hero Course, she found herself frozen as she gazed at the red-haired girl sitting by the window. The girl seemed to sense something, turning her head slightly towards the door, her stunning beauty adorned with a gentle smile that made one's heart race. Puffed. At Yi Intao's feet, a short person with a head shaped like a grape, only about a meter tall, fainted, spraying blood from his nose. He was still muttering, "The hero course is so amazing." It was still early, and only half of the students had entered Class A. It was undeniable that everyone's first glance was drawn to the red-haired girl, who had her chest resting on the desk. For a perfect woman like her, the praises usually reserved for white beauties were directed her way. Purgatory Huahuazi, one of the 4 new students admitted without examination, was originally just an inconspicuous middle school girl. So how did she receive a recommendation? Starting today, Huahuazi was finally an official JK. Perhaps her personality would become even more lascivious. A few minutes later, a boy with red and white hair, bearing scars on his face, walked into the classroom with a cold expression. This was Shoto Todoroki, Huahuazi's cousin from a different mother, but the same horse. Although this emoji did not refer to that emoji. The two had once discussed how to get along with family online, but since that dark day, they had not spoken to each other again. One day during the winter break, Huahuazi recommended a web game called Ice and Fire Force to Todoroki, which dealt a huge blow to his young mind, making him feel mocked, so he never actively asked about things again. Online was one thing, but when Todoroki saw Huahuazi in real life, he still politely nodded at her. Huahuazi nodded and smiled. The secret interaction between the two surprised Baymax, who opened her mouth in shock, her woman's intuition telling her that something was wrong. Gulu gulu gulu. After everyone took their seats, a green caterpillar sleeping bag rolled in from the classroom door, revealing a gloomy, black-haired uncle. His face showed signs of exhaustion and lack of sleep, with deep red blood vessels in his eyes. I'm a class's homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. First, we will have a basic physical fitness assessment. So quickly change into your combat uniforms and follow me to the training ground. Hey, what about the welcome ceremony? It doesn't have such things, and we don't have time to waste. Aizawa-Shura's hoarse voice revealed a hint of severity, instantly making everyone tense up. The combat uniform refers to the special clothing that new students apply for based on their quirks when they enroll, which helps in the expression of their quirks, and the cost will naturally be reimbursed. In the girls' changing room of Class A, several girls are secretly or openly watching the beautiful red-haired girl. By common logic, girls would feel a bit shy changing clothes upon first meeting, but she unabashedly took off her dress, as there were only girls present. So there was no need for any divine light or dark priest. So big indeed, really so big. Vacuum. Aside from Baymax, who had already gotten used to it since middle school, everyone else was shocked into silence by this scale. This was not something a new high school student could bear. However, what was even more shocking was the outfit the girl took out from her locker. A beautifully crafted black kimono wrapped in plastic. Even the fire lotus pattern on the edges was recreated according to her request. Huahuazi gently stroked the fabric with closed eyes, the familiar style bringing her back to the days of Demon Slayer, still fighting as the Flame Hashira. Kill if you want to kill, a nostalgic era, unlike the modern one, where even doing just acts of justice would be deemed an enemy group due to differing ideologies. Moreover, the craftsmanship of this era had improved significantly. The inner texture of the black kimono was softer and silkier, with a warm, scorching feeling. Overall, it was much more comfortable compared to the outdated swordsmith techniques. And a kimono? Baymax was somewhat shocked. As Wawazi's close friend, she had never known that her friend had this kind of hobby. In today's hero era, aside from certain special occasions that require wearing yukatas, situations needing kimonos were almost non-existent, and they were extremely expensive, often treated as art pieces for display. It was undeniable that although other people's combat uniforms were also bright and cute, in terms of aesthetics and beauty, they were completely overshadowed by Huahuazi, especially that terrifyingly soft and plump area raised by the obi. It was simply nosebleed-inducing, regardless of gender. But how would she fight like this? The boys, already changed into their combat uniforms, stood on the training ground, eager to go. After that, the girls who walked out of the changing passage looked a bit shy. They were wearing tight-fitting clothes and didn't have much to show. Like Baymax, her revealing outfit felt like it could burst open at any moment. Designed for her quirk to be convenient, as items made after consuming fat would fall out directly without needing to reach in. And then there was Rengoku Huahuazi, who looked innocent, having done nothing wrong, dressed conservatively, merely having unintentionally killed a group of aways. The other girls were all shy and fidgety. While the two of them seemed completely unconcerned, it was clear that the bitches and the naive girls were different. Chapter 134. Physical Fitness Test on the Training Ground. All students of Class A stood neatly in a line, undergoing the scrutiny of their homeroom teacher, Aizawa-Shura, feeling both nervous and a bit excited. Only Rengoku Huahuazi, under the gaze of the dejected black-haired man, felt her head go blank with a loud bang, her hands and feet cold in the sweltering heat. Feeling powerless, drenched in cold sweat, trembling in anger, tears flowing down uncontrollably, wearing a face of utter humiliation as if she had done something unforgivable. Aizawa-Shura slowly raised a question mark, then directly ignored her, shifting his gaze to someone else. Bakugo Katsuki, what was your score for the softball throw in your middle school physical test? 60 or 70 meters, maybe, the boy with the chestnut-colored spiky hair casually replied, his face looking extremely fierce, resembling an enemy more than a hero. After he spoke, Bakugo Katsuki immediately turned around, glaring fiercely at the green-haired boy. His gaze made the boy with messy green hair behind him shiver slightly, nervously looking elsewhere. In middle school, you were still based on your average scores from the foundational ability tests. I think that's unnecessary in the hero era, so use your quirk and throw again. Under Aizawa-Shura's orders, Bakugo Katsuki, the top scorer of the entrance exam, slowly stepped into the white circle, gripping the softball tightly in his hand. His face twisted in rage, gritting his teeth, sparks of explosions flickering from his hand as he swung his arm with all his might, unleashing his explosive quirk to throw the softball. Boom! The explosion roared, terrifying flames and air currents thundered, launching the softball into the distant sky, eventually landing in a faraway forest. Aizawa-Shura's high-tech stopwatch beeped slightly, displaying an extremely exaggerated number. 705, de Bakugo Katsuki, Kirk Explosion. used the propulsion from the explosion to throw the softball with such terrifying power. Seeing this scene, the other new students gasped in shock. Being able to use your quirk for physical exams is so interesting. Alright, now we will officially begin the assessment. The one with the lowest overall score will be expelled. Aizawa-Shura's lips slowly curled into a cold smile. The brief moment of panic among everyone quickly turned into focus as they prepared for the official physical assessment. First event, 50-meter dash. Rengoku Huahuazi, Bakugu Katsuki, and Froppy. You three come first. Under everyone's gaze, the red-haired girl in the black kimono stood comfortably at the starting line. Everyone eager to see what she could achieve as a recommendation student. But only Aizawa-Shura knew her embarrassing nature. She was very likely to be the one expelled today. Bakugu Katsuki's combat uniform had grenade launchers on his arms, continuously spraying terrifying explosive sparks as his whole body bent forward, ready to sprint. Damn it. Watch the gap between us. Start. Boom. Ding dong. Almost at the same second, Aizawa-Shura's announcement to start, Bakugu Katsuki's explosive start, and the sound of the high-tech stopwatch all rang out. The red-haired girl in a kimono, Rengoku Hikaru, stood at the finish line with an expressionless face, adjusting her waist. Breath of Fire First Form, Unknown Fire 06. This was the number that appeared on the timer. It didn't require Aizawa-Shura to personally stop it, as it would automatically lock once someone crossed the finish line. Aizawa-Shura slowly widened his eyes, revealing a hint of disbelief. As a teacher, he had not been able to capture the girl's movement trajectory. Indeed, during the entrance exam assessment, she had been playing with him all along. After that, even with full power, Bakugu Katsuki only managed a time of 13 seconds. The spiky-haired boy was panting as he leaned on his knee, looking horrified at the girl with a calm expression. Could her quirk be teleportation? He had seen her move past him in an instant. It was almost beyond comprehension. In fact, if she were in bed, she could be even faster. Among the crowd, only Yaozumomo and Todoroki Shudo remained calm, as they had already understood some things to a certain extent. Although his father, Endeavor, still didn't know, Todoroki Shudo's estranged older brother, Tuya, had warned him years ago to be careful of Rengoku Hikaru, as she was a monster in human skin. After that, Rengoku Hikaru's performance certainly opened everyone's eyes. It was astonishing. In the grip strength test, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't press the button. After all, she was just a frail and powerless beautiful girl. Not being able to press the grip strength button meant she couldn't even lift a paper cup in daily life, as she was a fragile paper doll made of plastic, breaking with a touch. In the sit-up segment, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't raise herself up. After all, her chest was all she had, and once it pressed against her thighs, she couldn't lift anymore. As for the sit and reach and standing long jump, it was needless to say, once her posture changed, she couldn't maintain her balance at all. Watching the girl's initial first place ranking gradually drop to near the bottom, there was always one guy keeping up with her performance. Midoriya Izuku, a student who hadn't even mastered his own quirk. The last item, softball throwing. Previously, Bakugu Katsuki's throw was just a demonstration. Now was the real final item that would determine who would be expelled. By the way, Yurika Ochako, whose quirk was zero gravity, had thrown the softball into the sky, achieving an infinite score as she controlled the buoyancy of the softball to fly far into the sky. Rengoku Hikaru wasn't trying to cause trouble. She simply noticed that the green-haired boy, Midoriya Izuku, seemed to be calculating their overall scores. Thus, her bad personality made her unconsciously give up on the grip strength segment, leaving him a glimmer of hope, only to let him fall into despair later. Of course, for the other segments besides grip strength, if she couldn't do it, she just couldn't do it. No FCKs given. During the softball throw, Rengoku Hikaru's throw of 0 meters caught Aizawa-Shura's attention. It seemed the quality of the softball was too poor to withstand the power of her quirk. Therefore, this brand new softball was made of precious materials capable of withstanding cannon fire, allowing her true level to be revealed. Breath of Fire, 9th Form Purgatory. A scorching flame aura rose around the red-haired girl, and the surrounding heat surged violently, showcasing her true abilities for the first time in front of everyone. This specially made black kimono also fulfilled her only performance requirement beyond the described style, being able to withstand extremely high temperatures. In the next second, the girl seemed to suddenly remember something, retracting all the flame aura back in her body, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She casually tossed the softball into the sky, and seemed like it would fall back down, repeating the 0-meter miracle, when suddenly a petite, gorgeous blood sparrow flew out from her kimono. After months of nurturing, Her daughter's excellent genes could now lift heavy objects. She grabbed the softball and flew towards the sun hanging high in the sky. Rengoku Hikaru, infinite score in softball throwing. Midoriya Izuku, completely in despair. P.S. Please support with monthly votes. They can't be carried over to next month, so please give them to me quickly. If we make it to the top 10 of the new book list, there will be 10 extra chapters. Chapter 135, Bakugo vs. Todoroki. Midoriya Izuku, quirkless. Also the inheritor of All Might's power, had only recently gained his quirk a few months ago and was still not skilled at using it. He was somewhat of a celebrity among the new students at U, with many having witnessed the green-haired boy shatter a giant robot dozens of meters tall with a single punch during the entrance exam. Even now, with his ranking at the bottom, no one would think his quirk was lacking. They would just assume he might be in poor condition, like being constipated or something. In the final softball throw, Midoriya Izuku finally figured out how to temporarily use his ability, launching the softball with the explosive force from his fingers. 705 meters. A good score that placed him behind Rengoku Hikaru, Uraraka Ochako, and Bakugo Katsuki. What a crude and unrefined way to exert force. Looking at the swollen fingers of the green-haired boy, Hikaru shook her head helplessly. Most people in this world relied too much on their quirks, neglecting the improvement of their own physical bodies. It's precisely because only a few possess the same quirk that many powerful abilities could not be developed to their fullest, often leaving them halfway or taking a wrong turn. In the end, the results were announced amidst everyone's attention, still presenting a scene that left Midoriya Izuku feeling despairing. First place, Yaoyorozu Momo second place, Todoroki Shudo third place, Bakugo Katsuki 19th place, Rengoku Hikaru 20th place, Mineta Minoru 21st place. Midoriya Izuku, although the other events showed a lack of capability, there were still 2 top scores, and Rengoku Hikaru had no chance of being expelled. However, in the end, her cheating with external assistance made Aizawa Shoyuta explode with anger. The dark-haired, bandaged man silently recorded the data and raised his head with a mocking expression. All right, the physical fitness assessment is over. Everyone take a break before heading to the next class. By the way, I was joking about expelling the student with the lowest overall score. I just wanted to motivate you all to give your best effort. Several students who believed the homeroom teacher's words turned into statues, their faces pale and dazed. A farce thus ended, and as Aizawa Shoyuta left, the atmosphere among the crowd became relaxed. So cute. A tall man who looked like a grotesque lump of meat shyly stared at the red sparrow sleeping on the chest of the red-haired girl, Kuda Kaiji, who was very fond of cute animals. His quirk allowed him to manipulate animals and insects and communicate with them. To be fair, this ability could be nearly invincible in some worlds, but unfortunately, this hero world had no mutated animals, so he was destined to be a character with no presence. Noticing the gaze from the other side, the little blood sparrow sleepily raised its head, looking at the ugly, grotesque lump. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Huh. Kate Tiongashi, who understood the language of birds, was momentarily stunned, wearing a look of disbelief. Did that little bird just say, "What are you looking at, NMLGB? CNMD? NML? Slap." The little blood sparrow that spoke so beautifully was heavily smacked by its mother, tears glistening in its eyes as it pitifully burrowed back into its mother's kimono. Seeing this scene, Kate Tiongashi couldn't help but doubt whether he was hearing things. How could a little bird possibly curse? "Ha ha ha, I'm here." Just then, a bold voice interrupted the scattered conversations, and a clearly different-looking golden-haired, muscular man from American comics walked out from the shadow of the teaching building. All Might, Japan's unshakable #1 hero, and also a teacher at UA, high school's hero course. It's really All Might. How amazing, All Might is actually teaching at you. Hey, although All Might's entrance was somewhat silly, his popularity was indeed evident, and the students in class instantly erupted in excitement. The only awkward part was that the girls seemed unimpressed. Looking at the chatting girls, All Might cleared his throat. Ahem. Next up is combat training. You will be divided into hero and villain teams for a 2-on-2 indoor battle. The training limit is 15 minutes, and the objective is to find a nuclear bomb model hidden in a certain area of the building. If the hero team touches the nuclear bomb within 15 minutes, they win. Conversely, the villain team must protect the nuclear weapon or capture the heroes within the time limit. Partners and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. Among the 21 participants, Aoyama was not participating in the battle because he had diarrhea from overusing his quirk during the previous physical test and hadn't come out yet. Next, as All Might took out 2 balls, an unexpected matchup unfolded. The first battle was an incredibly dramatic combination. A group with Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku versus C group with Todoroki Shoto and Kirishima Ijiro. To other students, this might be a spectacular match between the top scorer and rescue top scorer of the entrance exam against two exempt students. Meanwhile, sweat gradually soaked All Might's forehead. He didn't know the two on the opposite side, but did Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku really have such terrible luck today? 10 minutes later, Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki had already entered the apartment building to devise a plan, while Todoroki Shoto and Kirishima Ijiro stood at the abandoned entrance waiting. The other students in the monitoring room could clearly see everyone's movements through the high-definition screen. Didn't you give your exemption spot to me? How come you still got in with an exemption? Because a student named Yuru inexplicably gave up his spot, and something happened on my side during the entrance exam day, so the extra spot was left for me. By the way, how's your mother doing? Upon mentioning Todoroki Shoto's tone suddenly became tense, even though he showed no emotional fluctuation facing the red-haired girl. Don't worry, my mom is taking good care of her. Kirishima Ijiro prolonged the tone with a meaningful hint, not knowing what he was implying. All right, that's good. Are you still resisting your fire abilities? I can't follow my father's path. But from my perspective, aren't you following the path set by Endeavor? Hearing the girl's puzzled words, Todoroki Shoto's expression froze, as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. An inexplicable sense of disharmony. He had always been defying his father's orders. How could he be following his path? However, he couldn't deny what she had said. So what exactly was the problem? Time's up, young boys and girls. Let's get started. With All Might's voice coming from the intercom, Todoroki Shoto had to temporarily suppress the anxiety in his heart and turned to look at the abandoned apartment building. Chapter 136, Overwhelming Power Gap in a Monitoring Room. Wow, the villain team is making such a ruckus. It's like they're about to fight. Meanwhile, the hero team is chatting so harmoniously. Are they old acquaintances? Or are they discussing tactics? The monitoring room could only see their movements, but could not hear their conversations, except for All Might. With the intercom constantly on, All Might quickly became drenched in sweat. He knew that Todoroki Shoto was the biological son of the flame hero Endeavor. But that red-haired girl actually called Endeavor by his real name. From their words, it was easy to determine that they likely had a familial relationship and that it was quite good. His luck today had indeed hit rock bottom. On the other side, Bakugo Katsuki's roar was almost piercing. Get lost. What can a useless piece of trash like you do? Just stay here while I blow them all away. No way. Little Katsuki, we are the villain team. Protect the nuclear bomb. Huh. Stupid Izuku. Do you want me to shut you up before they arrive? One unreasonable guy. Even just listening to the dialogue made it clear that Bakugo Katsuki was volatile, and both his actions and words were far from heroic. As the task began, Bakugo Katsuki directly ignored orders and left the nuclear bomb area, charging straight down the steps of the abandoned apartment. Little Katsuki watched the figure that disappeared in an instant, and Midoriya Izuku's outstretched hand froze in midair, his expression complicated. Swish, 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 just as Bakugo Katsuki was rushing down the stairs. The spreading ice instantly froze the entire floor, the terrifying chill freezing his feet to the ground. He grinned coldly, glaring menacingly at the two figures walking out from the corner ahead, Todoroki Shoto and Kirishima Ijiro. From the side of the red-white-haired boy, bone-chilling ice continuously erupted, as if it aimed to freeze the air with its terrifying low temperature, rampaging towards him. You ice bastard, cowgirl. Let me take you both down 1-on-2. Hearing Bakugo's vulgar words, the red-haired girl's forehead instantly formed a frown, her stunning face becoming somewhat gentler. You go look for the nuclear bomb. I'll teach this little punk a lesson. She clenched her fists tightly, squeezing her paper-like soft fists that couldn't even press the button of a grip trainer. Nodding slightly, Todoroki Shoto silently walked towards Bakugo Katsuki, seemingly intending to pass right by him. Seeing the other party's disregard for him, Bakugo Katsuki's anger ignited immediately. His face twisted as he raised his grenade launcher. The sparks of fire flickered, and in the moment of the grenade explosion, his body lost its balance. The red-haired girl stepped forward, using her soft, snow-white palm to grip Bakugo Katsuki's jaw, lifting his entire body into the air before slamming him down hard. Boom! The loud crash echoed as Bakugo's head hit the ground heavily, cracking the surface and causing him to spit out a mouthful of bile in utter embarrassment. What happened? Was it that untraceable speed again? In an instant, the intense pain caused him to lose consciousness, and Bakugo's gaze became slightly dazed. the objects in front of him continuously flipping and swaying. In the monitoring room, the classmates who witnessed this scene covered their mouths, thinking that this was too harsh. Wouldn't it cause concussion? Todoroki Shoto turned to glance this way, then left the area without any surprise on his face. Rengoku Kyuka was a monster that could even make that Todoroki feel fear. Speaking of which, compared to being a hero, your quirk is indeed more suitable for being an enemy, right? Looking at the collapsed hedgehog-headed boy, Kyuka crossed her arms and muttered to herself thoughtfully. What did you say? Bakugo's dazed eyes suddenly regained focus as he shakily stood up, his expression becoming even more ferocious. What the hell, enemy? I won't be a hero. Rengoku Kyuka suddenly chuckled, her mocking expression suggesting she had received professional training and would never laugh out loud unless she couldn't help it. Huh, one protects society, and the other harms it. You clearly lean towards the latter, right? Is solving the enemy that harms society what makes you a hero? Please, that's just a brawl between enemy factions. Being a hero isn't something you can just claim. It's not about what you think or feel. Look at what you're doing now. How does any of it resemble a hero? Hearing Kyuka's constant provocations, Bakugo's hair stood on end as he detonated explosions, raising a cloud of dust. He seemed to be in a rage, but in his heart, he was acutely aware of the girl's terrifying speed. He needed to use his mobility to counter her with aerial movements. Explosive speed vortex. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sounds of explosions continued as two grenade launchers propelled him to jump around, spinning wildly to create a shockwave before finally crashing down from directly above the girl. The massive explosive force almost blew apart the long hair that Kyuka had tied up, but she only sighed calmly. She slowly spread her palms apart, intertwining flames coalescing into a winged firebird, emitting a terrifying shriek. Blood demon technique. Hellfire bird. If you come any closer, I will attack you. With his feet frozen in ice, Midoriya Izuku nervously watched the cold, indifferent red and white-haired boy approaching the nuclear bomb. This was an incredibly dire situation. His feet were frozen. Only his upper body could move, and the nuclear bomb was not far behind. He had to stop him here. Todoroki Shoto continued to walk toward the nuclear bomb without even glancing at Midoriya. I can't wait any longer. I must act now. Use the explosive force of my fingertips to shock him. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Midoriya had gone to the infirmary and had been healed by Recovery Girl. All Might's terrifying power could not be used against other students. At most, he could scare them with a finger to make them stop. All Might, lend me your power. Midoriya shouted in his heart, his tensed fingers glowing brightly as he flicked them toward Todoroki. Boom! The air shook, and a terrifying shockwave instantly engulfed the opponent, the obliterating airflow, scattering debris and rubble. However, as the dust settled, Midoriya's expression gradually became dazed. The explosive force was blocked by a massive ice wall that seemed unreachable, not even ruffling a single hair on Todoroki's head. All Might's power had been blocked by him, and just as he wasted this sole opportunity to attack, Todoroki had already reached the nuclear bomb model. I don't understand what you're so proud of when you can't even control your quirk. Do you think your incomplete ability can hurt me by deliberately missing? I've seen the footage from the entrance exam. It was only at that level. In the monitoring room, as they looked at Bakugo, who lay among the ruins, burned all over, everyone fell silent. The entire floor had been almost destroyed by that screeching firebird, not to mention Bakugo, who had been directly hit. It was as if he had taken a cannonball with his body. It was an utterly one-sided battle, with both sides being completely crushed. Is this the kind of person who got admitted without an entrance exam? Sorry, Midoriya, my luck is just too bad. All Might felt immense guilt. The opponents that Midoriya and Bakugo faced were both monsters beyond their peers' level. This was a gap in strength that could not be recovered with tactics. P.S. Save Kyuka. Give some monthly votes. Chapter 137. The Price of Growth. High school. Infirmary. The unfamiliar ceiling, the burning pain all over his body. Bakugo Katsuki lay on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages, staring blankly at the battle footage in front of him. His injuries had mostly healed thanks to Recovery Girl, but the damage to his psyche was not so easily repaired. He was astonished at how badly he had lost, and he was fully aware that he had no power to retaliate against the final blow from his opponent. Watching the footage of the entire floor being pierced by the firebird, Bakugo's face twisted in anger as he clenched his fists. He had always believed that he was the best and the strongest in everything, and even entering you. It should mean he was the strongest student. But how did those two view him? Just the strongest student, that's all? Kaminari Denki held up his phone screen, replaying the battle footage for Bakugo for the 5th time. Midoriya Izuku showed a face that wanted to comfort him, but didn't know what to say. TCH, I know very well that I can't defeat either that ice bastard or that bird-playing woman right now. I have to beat them. I absolutely won't lose again. Huh? Midoriya's expression became dazed. Did Kaminari cry? That Bakugo Katsuki was actually shedding tears. In the monitoring room, as the first battle came to a glamorous end, the special training for the other groups continued since there were still 10 matches to go. The red-haired girl lazily sprawled out on a small bed made of 7 chairs pushed together, swaying her delicate black stockings, completely treating this place like her home. Did Rengoku go a bit too hard just now? After all, it was just special training. All Might awkwardly scratched his forehead, unsure how to start, feeling that this girl was hard to deal with. After all, she was someone who even Aizawa Shoyuta couldn't handle and nearly made him vomit blood. Is that so? I already went easy on him. Huahua casually responded. All Might immediately became extremely stiff, and, as expected, he spoke without any mercy about showing restraint. The fact is, she was using her vampire techniques in a human state, and hadn't even reached 1/10 of her power. Otherwise, Bakugo Katsuki would have been turned to ashes long ago. How could he only have suffered severe burns? Even Bakugo, who ranked first in the entrance exam's overall scores, was completely powerless. He truly wasn't on the level of an ordinary student. The transparent girl hiding nearby, Yaoin too, thought to herself. Ordinary students who are not professional heroes find it somewhat difficult to face opponents whose quirks have been fully developed. However, Purgatory Huahua easily dealt with those seemingly strong enemies. So it's not surprising that she crushed Bakugo now. It seems they're called the Deadly Eight, and I hope Purgatory 1T be retaliated against by them later. I'll ask her about it after class. Meanwhile, the training session was still ongoing in the surveillance footage. Enemy team, Mineta Minoru, Yaoyorozu Momo. Hero team, Earphone Jack. Kaminari Denki. Both sides had not fully developed their quirks, while Yaoyorozu relied on her vast knowledge and creation quirk to produce insulating steel plates, completely blocking the room. Even 15 minutes later, the hero team had not come up with a way to break through the steel plates. It was entirely her personal showcase. Although not particularly outstanding in combat, her quirk was impressive in various other aspects. She truly deserved to be an exempted recommended student. All 3 in our class are so amazing. After the special training ended and they returned to the monitoring room, hearing her classmates' praises, Yaoyorozu let out a helpless sigh. Although she had won the training, she appeared quite gloomy. This strength, whether in quirk training or knowledge, was achieved through a significant amount of time spent training and accumulating since childhood. With her innate intelligence and vast knowledge, her creation quirk was naturally the most suitable for her. However, since she was a child, Yaoyorozu had admired those violent heroes who wield swords and could shatter the ground with a single punch. Perhaps only she knew in her heart that every support-type hero has a desire to fight on the battlefield. If she continued down this unchanging path after graduation, she would only be able to become a professional rescue hero. As the last group of special training concluded, All Might recorded all the data and observations in his notebook, and the day's classes were nearly over. Aside from the first group, several other groups performed exceptionally well, but none exceeded the level of new students. After announcing the end of class, everyone returned home to find their moms. Throughout the whole day, Purgatory Huahua hadn't spoken to Shoto Todoroki, as if they had only been discussing tactics before. Purgatory, just as she was about to walk out of the school gate, Huahua was called by a youthful female voice. She looked at the empty space and, puzzled, scratched her hair. Yaoin? Yes. A somewhat nervous, playful female voice came from the air. So why did you take everything off? The red-haired girl's expression was somewhat strange. After all, after what happened before, now I'm fully focused even on going home. Oh, are you squeezing onto a train to get home? No, I'm walking. Yaoin's transparent face slightly flushed. Being a high school student, she naturally understood what Huahua meant. If I were to squeeze onto a train home in this state, maybe by this time next year, I'd be a mother. If possible, can you tell me about the follow-up from that day? Oh, you don't need to worry about that. They won't be bothering you anymore as long as you don't say anything outside. After all, they don't want to become a group of enemies in the eyes of heroes. I have urgent matters today. I'll tell you next time. Huahua waved her hand and quickly left the school gate. Is that so? Then goodbye. Watching the red-haired girl's figure gradually disappear at the school gate, Yaoin felt a huge weight lift from her heart. Indeed, only strong individuals could have a fair conversation with each other. As long as one possesses strength like hers, no matter what evil force, they would retreat, afraid to easily cross the line. After bidding farewell to Yaoin, Purgatory Hua quietly walked into a small alley beside UA High School. There, a black sedan was parked, and several 2-meter-tall bald men emerged, one of whom had a fierce expression. The red-haired girl silently got into the black car, unaware of where she was being taken. Outside the empty alley, Yoin, who had chased out to express her gratitude, stood there in a daze, as if petrified. It seemed she had grown overnight. This was the cost of fighting against evil forces. Chapter 138. Court Development, the Deadly Eight Headquarters in the pitch-black underground passage. The walls on both sides were completely sealed with no windows, only faintly lit by shallow candles, emitting a deep glow. A frail red-haired girl with a blindfold was held by 2 bald black men, and after nearly half an hour in the underground passage, she finally saw daylight again. Here we are. With a black man's sinister laughter, Hua's blindfold was slowly removed, and the glaring light made her slightly uncomfortable. In front of her stood a black-haired man wearing a bird beak mask, the young master of the Deadly Eight, Shizaki Karu. Young master, we will take our leave now. As soon as the 2 black men finished speaking, they were suddenly tugged at the corner of their clothing by the reluctant red-haired girl. Turning around, they gazed at the exceptionally beautiful and pure, pitifully adorable frail girl, and their breathing became rapid. Could it be that this stunning beauty had fallen for them at first sight? With a whoosh, in the next moment, flames erupted from the girl's palm, causing the 2 black men to scream in agony and roll on the ground. The terrifying flames grew fiercer, and the 2 were quickly turned to ashes, evaporating into thin air. The air was filled with the acrid smell of charred flesh, and Shizaki Karu's calm expression began to twitch uncontrollably. What does this mean? A black guy gave me the finger on the street, and another black guy's laughter made me very uncomfortable. Right, this little road wasted 30 minutes of my time. I've memorized the route, and next time I'll come myself. Fire Hua Z carelessly rubbed her eyes, her tone incredibly arrogant. Shizaki Mawari's pupils slowly constricted. Was blocking her line of sight useless? She could clearly see the provocations from behind. As a result, the entire underground passage of the Deadly Filth Eightfold Society was laid bare before her, with no secrets to speak of. Let's get started quickly, don't waste any time. Shizaki, after a moment of hesitation, replied with utmost respect. The surroundings of the secret room were closed off, the pure white floor tiles spotless, and there was a one-way glass cover resembling some kind of high-end laboratory. Quirk, microflame. Purgatory Fire Hua Z raised one delicate and fair arm, her expression seemingly constipated, exerting all her strength to unleash a small fireball. The tiny fireball floated precariously, as if it could extinguish at any moment, eventually exploding at a target 10 meters away. With a bang, the explosion of the fireball merely caused the target to sway a few times. So weak. It's even weaker than Fire Hua Z's performance in that aspect. Recorded values: strength 1, speed 0, 7, impact 2. The huge screen in the sky immediately displayed several numbers, looking utterly pathetic. Seeing this, the white-coated researchers behind the one-way glass wall burst into laughter. This performance was akin to a baby who couldn't even press the button of a hand grip. Purgatory Fire Hua Z remained expressionless, her pink hands slowly intertwining, weaving an illusory firebird. Only the shrill and menacing screech filled the entire room with a hurricane. The roaring aura rendering everything around it silent, with high temperatures boiling rapidly. Blood Demon Technique. Hellflame Bird. Who? The flapping flame phoenix tore a terrifying ravine in the ground, ultimately obliterating everything within a radius of hundreds of meters, a world-destroying strike. Bathed in the sea of fire. The girl disdainfully flicked her sleeve, the roaring explosion still echoing incessantly, with the residual blast nearly overwhelming the training room's alarm. Strength: 1854, speed: 2091, impact: 3676. If the previous force was comparable to a baby shove, then this strike could instantly destroy a skyscraper. The violent high temperature turned the entire training room a fiery red, and the researchers hiding behind the one-way glass were drenched in sweat, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Just moments ago, they had been mocking the girl's power and her physique being inversely proportional. Now, they were all rendered speechless, silent as the grave. I possess 2 quirks, the first being Microflame, and the second being Flame Demon. The main function of Microflame is fire control, and I want to conduct unilateral compression training on this quirk. Understood. A somewhat nervous and flustered voice came from the intercom, and the researchers of the Deadly Filth Eightfold Society quickly began analyzing and testing these 2 powers. Shizaki Mari silently gazed at the fiery scene in the training room, realizing that the sense of oppression she felt earlier was indeed not an illusion. If one were to be deceived by the girl's delicate exterior, they would undoubtedly be burned to ashes. Half an hour later, after the tests were completed, Purgatory Fire Hua Z shook her beautiful long red hair and wearily walked out of the training room. Miss Purgatory, may I take a blood sample for research? It might be helpful. Shizaki Mari, waiting at the door, asked cautiously. Sure. In this regard, Fire Hua Z was not at all stingy and readily agreed without hesitation. Just as she was about to leave the deadly filth eightfold society, she turned her head with a strange expression. A silver-haired lowly with a unicorn horn on her forehead was helplessly surrounded by several bald men, heading towards another training room. Upon seeing the red-haired girl, the silver-haired lowly displayed a pitiful look of pleading. This is my daughter, Badri. Isn't she adorable? Shizaki Mari boasted proudly. Of course, she's cute. It's obvious she's not biological. Little girl, come here. After being put in a difficult position, Shizaki obediently closed her mouth, while Purgatory Fire Hua Z gently waved at Badri. The silver-haired lowly hesitated for a moment, but took a few steps forward, only to be stopped by several muscular men, retreating in panic. Watching the red-haired girl's increasingly displeased expression, Shizaki quickly signaled for the muscular men to let go. Badri tightly clutched her clothes, hesitantly walking to the side of the red-haired girl. Suddenly, her petite body was lifted by Fire Hua Z, and she couldn't help but let out a surprised cry, her face being smothered by the enormous softness, nearly gasping for air. What a well-behaved and adorable child. Are you conducting strange experiments on her? Hearing Fire Hua Z's cold questioning, Shizaki Mari began to sweat nervously. If you like this child, we will change our approach later. Badri's regression quirk is key to the deadly filth eightfold society's plans, but her quirk is too unstable, and sometimes it can indeed be a bit stimulating for her. Well then, I want to take her out to play this weekend. Is that all right? Fire Hua Z raised an eyebrow, stroking Badri in her arms, casting a displeased look at Shizaki Mari, standing nearby. No. Whatever it is, the deadly filth eightfold society will fully cooperate with you. Just don't forget our agreement. P.S. Little Blood Sparrow has run out of milk. Save Little Blood Sparrow. Use monthly tickets to nourish Fire Hua Z. Chapter 139. Fire Hua Z has become strange. Academy Class A classroom. Sitting in the last row by the window, Purgatory Fire Hua Z leaned back in her chair, resting her two snow-white, delicate legs on the desk, obstructing the listening of the black-haired girl in front of her. 8,000,000 glanced back speechlessly. She didn't need to look to know that this posture was very dangerous. Falling backward was the least of her worries. What if someone in front turned around and noticed she wasn't wearing anything today? Well, that's it for today's class. By the way, those who fail the mock exam tomorrow will not be allowed to attend training at USJ next week and will have to stay in the classroom for remedial lessons. Learning is also an important aspect for heroes, so that's it for class. After the gloomy Aizawa Shoyuta finished speaking, he left the classroom, and the discussions among the class erupted. The red-haired girl's posture gradually straightened, her crossed legs now resembling those of a mature woman, pretending to be deep in thought. Was USJ a simulated disaster accident site, where we simulate professional hero rescue training? 8,000,000 immediately turned her head to explain, knowing that Fire Hua Z had been daydreaming throughout the entire class. Only when the teacher mentioned the word class dismissed did her mind return to reality. Perhaps, in the eyes of many, Purgatory Fire Hua Z was a slacker who didn't care about studying and only focused on eating, drinking, and having fun. But having grown up in the world of Demon Slayer, she understood very clearly that knowledge cannot save the world. Only power can. This principle led her to constantly meditate, mentally simulating battles against powerful enemies, trying to develop new sword forms. Rather than studying in this false, peaceful world and deceiving herself, it was more practical to improve herself, to become slightly stronger. For Fire Hua Z, learning was fine, but it wasn't necessary. We finally have a class that truly feels like being a hero. But what about the exam? Whenever I think of the exam before training, the students with poor grades almost all become disheartened. After all, some guys who seem to be strong, but not very bright, don't appear to be good at studying. Hua Z, do you want to come to my house for tutoring tonight? Ask Yao Bye kindly. What do we have tomorrow? English, math, and basic hero studies. Lend me your books. Looking at the red-haired girl who was studying, the classroom suddenly fell silent. This woman was actually studying. At first, when we heard she was admitted without entrance exams, Everyone naturally assumed that students who were exempt from tests must have good academic performance. But later we found out that the word study was basically unrelated to Huahuazi. Moreover, if you haven't heard a single word, it's too late to flip through the books on the spot, especially regarding the memorization of basic hero studies. The red-haired girl neatly arranged 3 books on her desk, then took a deep breath with a serious expression. Total concentration breeding technique. Swish, 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 swish. Swish, 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 swish. In just a few seconds, Huahuazi finished flipping through the first English textbook, then flipped back through it again, looking very focused and serious. Just by looking at her facial expression and stunning beauty, no one would dare to believe that she was actually intellectually challenged. After that, she finished math and basic hero studies in the same way, and the girl seemed to collapse onto the desk. Her face flushed as she rested her head on her chest. What are you doing? Yaiba was speechless. This is called quantum wave reading method. Haven't you seen it before? I can recite it all now. After Huahuazi took a break for a few seconds, she confidently returned the textbook to Yaomong and then continued to lie down and sleep. The classmates in the classroom had already changed their expressions to one of looking at someone with a mental disability. If studying were this easy, why hadn't she done it earlier? Bakugo Katsuki scoffed disdainfully, already enjoying the joke that would unfold tomorrow in his mind. The next day, the rankings were as follows. First place, Yaomong second place, Huahuazi third place, Ida Tenya fourth place, Bakugo Katsuki fifth place, Midoriya Izuku sixth place, Todoroki Shoto seventh place. Froppy looking at the rankings displayed on the blackboard. Not only the classmates, but even Aizawa Shoyuta wore a face full of disbelief. At this point, there was only one possibility. This woman was simply a genius, pretending to be playful, and then after the exam, she acted all weird and said she hadn't studied. Most people in the class thought this way, and Bakugo, who ranked behind her, was so furious he was gritting his teeth. Aizawa was shocked to see that Huahuazi had answered all the questions correctly. For the few extra knowledge points discussed in class, she didn't even bother to guess on the multiple choice questions, completely ignoring them. Could it be that she was too much of a genius and had lost interest in studying? Huahuazi, what's the principle behind your quantum wave reading? Why didn't you use it earlier when taking high school exams? Yaomong quietly turned her head and asked with a strange expression. The red-haired girl casually played with a strand of her scattered hair, her lazy demeanor quite unmotivated. I'm too tired. I just don't want to use it casually. If my head gets filled with all sorts of messy knowledge at once, I'll become weird, right? The chaotic knowledge overheard the girl's response, and everyone was speechless. Learning would make one's head weird. Her tone seemed to imply that only those creepy things would make the head feel comfortable. Huahuazi was genuinely a bit troubled now. Her mind was filled with strange knowledge beyond H and combat techniques, and she felt her spirit was no longer as pure as before, already tainted by knowledge. She didn't even know how long it would take to completely forget and throw out this knowledge from her mind. However, this also earned her the qualification to train at USJ. If her memories from decades ago were still clear, then a significant event was bound to happen here. After the exam, although it was transparent and invisible, Yao Ying's expression was quite awkward. She had always wanted to ask Huahuazi if the black car that came to pick her up that day was from the Dirty Eight Society, but deep down, she felt that once she asked, she would enter another adult world that didn't belong to her. Huahuazi appeared to be an outstanding student with excellent grades on the surface, but deep down. P.S. Let us make Huahuazi strange with monthly tickets and blades. Chapter 140. The world has changed he on the busy streets. A man in a black shirt with messy silver short hair walked aimlessly, swaying as he went. His strange posture made the pedestrians around him quickly step aside. As he walked, he emitted a disgusting laugh, causing several mothers to cover their children's eyes, preventing them from seeing the dark side of the world. Though there were heroes in this world, there would always be these few perverts polluting the environment. I really hope heroes will deal with them soon. The silver-haired man, acting madly and laughing weirdly, didn't notice the red-haired woman in front of him holding a child. The young and beautiful red-haired woman had on light makeup that made her youthful face appear more like a housewife. She gently held the silver-haired little girl in her arms, looking like a perfectly matched mother and daughter. Thud! As they were about to collide, the red-haired woman gently pressed on the man's shoulder, steadying his drunken-like swaying. Are you okay, sir? She asked with concern. The silver-haired man mumbled, his tone flat. Despite his mad demeanor, his mind was surprisingly calm. Unlike how others looked at him, she was truly a good woman. Unfortunately, this world was about to change. and such a weak mother and daughter would become victims of the survival of the fittest. He stepped past the red-haired woman and continued walking into the distance. Thinking of the plan for next week made his heart uncontrollably joyful, and a grin spread across his face. Idiot, if you don't pay attention while walking, you might bump into someone. Didn't you see you almost collided with my sister? Hearing the gentle voice beside him, the silver-haired man suddenly turned his head, his face filled with disbelief. The red-haired woman gave him a provocative middle finger and then turned to leave with the silver-haired little girl. The man hesitated for a long time, his heart filled with mixed emotions, before a surge of murderous intent arose. This world had indeed changed. On the other side, the silver-haired little girl, nestled in her arms, silently stared at the red-haired woman who was speaking so elegantly. As expected of someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dirty Eight Society, perhaps she was the real villain compared to that guy earlier. Badri, has anyone bullied you these days? Huahuazi suddenly leaned down to ask. No. The silver-haired little girl shook her head frantically, looking nervous, as if afraid of seeing blood again. Although she was still young and didn't understand many things, she could still sense the Dirty Eight Society's attitude towards this woman. It was more like awe than respect, hidden beneath deep fear and violence. Ding dong. Dirty. Do you want to take care of that person for before? Looking at the text message on her phone, Huahuazi shook her head speechlessly. The Dirty Eight Society people still claimed they weren't an enemy organization. Even in the eyes of enemy organizations, they were still the big villains. She put Badri down on the ground and quickly replied to a message. Don't seek death. He asked from all for one. Dirty. How do you know? Crawl. I already told you not to bother me. It's already good that I settled the score with you for monitoring us. Under the serious warning of the girl, no further messages were sent from the other side. Not knowing who was contacting her, the gang members who had been secretly observing quickly retreated with a dejected expression. After all, she was an important experimental tool, and it was impossible for them to give up their surveillance and control over Kairi with just a few words. Huahuazi also didn't bother to argue. Under her intimidation, Kairi's current situation improved, and she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. That was enough. After all, it was just a test using her quirk, something she had done herself, whether in the present or in the past world of Demon Slayer. Tests like blood draws and injections, as well as pain stimuli, had all been conducted. Perhaps in the future, Kairi would be completely rescued by someone more just and in a more appropriate setting, but that person would not be the tainted evil version of herself. After spending a day with Kairi, Huazi sent her back to the Shirui Hachikai. Looking at the successfully returned silver-haired girl, Shizaki Mai let out a deep breath, and the worries that had plagued her throughout the day finally eased. If Huazi had really taken Kairi to the heroes, they would have truly been at a loss for what to do next. Thank you, sister. Kairi smiled happily and hugged Huazi, something she hadn't done since her quirk went out of control and killed her biological father. You really don't understand children. If you truly played the role of a good father and made her a bit happier, she wouldn't be thinking about escaping every day, Huazi said regretfully. Unfortunately, your subordinates are all muscle-bound fools. If even one of them were a woman, this tense situation wouldn't have happened. Watching the departing figure in her arms, Huazi narrowed her eyes and lectured Chizaki beside her. The black-haired man wearing a bird-beak mask nodded, silently giving the girl a thumbs up in his heart. Truly, the cold-blooded and ruthless Huazi demonstrated how to deceive innocent children, making them wholeheartedly believe and rely on her. With this, Kairi should no longer think about escaping. The joyful times spent playing with Huazi every week would outweigh the usual oppression and pain. Seeing Chizaki's admiring expression, Huazi felt he seemed to misunderstand something. Treating a weak little girl with terror and surveillance was completely unnecessary. If they wanted to stimulate her quirk, it would definitely be easier to establish a good relationship. After all, when heroes conduct quirk research, it's called development testing. When enemies do it, it's referred to as human experimentation. If it weren't for this, the Shirui Hachikai wouldn't have been targeted by the heroes. Imagine if a daughter willingly offered her powers for her father's research results. Wouldn't that be another beautiful story? Naturally, it wouldn't be viewed as an enemy group. This was the result of their research over the past few days. After discussing Kairi, Chizaki took out a bright red vial from his pocket. The boiling energy inside danced and flowed. This was a new type of quirk drug created from Kairi's quirk and Huazi's blood. This was not a complete product and was still in the testing phase. It could be consumed to try out in case they encountered an enemy group. I'm currently inside an enemy group. Can I take it directly? Huazi casually asked after receiving the vial, instantly rendering Chizaki speechless. However, it should be usable soon. Huazi stuffed the potion into her warm embrace. And the small blood sparrow that was occupying the spot immediately screeched in dissatisfaction. Chapter 141. The enemy approaches near you. Academy. There was an enormous white, dome-shaped building that covered several kilometers in length and width. Inside was a sandy ground featuring lakes, cities, seas of fire, raging storms, and scenes that appeared to be ravaged by earthquakes. This place had specialized training simulations for rescue operations in disaster areas such as floods, fires, storms, and mudslides. Next, you will be divided into groups and sent to different areas for rescue training. At the entrance on a high platform, an oval-shaped creature dressed in a white spacesuit and wearing an oxygen mask was earnestly explaining to the students. Two dark spots, resembling pupils, were visible through the white helmet. The round and plump body was somewhat overweight, but the doll-like spacesuit gave it an oddly cute appearance. The more than 20 students from Class A of UA Academy stood before him, their faces glowing with excitement as they looked at the spacesuit hero explaining things. He was number 13, a professional hero and teacher at UA Academy, who was very active in disaster relief operations. My quirk is Black Hole, which can suck in and crush anything, so it can play a huge role in rescue operations. However, if the method of use changes, it can also cause great harm to the human body. You should have realized through your previous group battles how much damage your quirks can inflict on others, right? Today's exercise is not just a rescue simulation. It is also to help you understand the areas of rescue you excel in. Those who only possess a single skill against enemies cannot become heroes. Number 13 spoke while waving his hands, his round body looking quite comical, prompting laughter from many. After many twists and turns, the entire class finally passed the written examination. In fact, most students who could enter UA performed quite well, aside from a few exceptions. This morning, they changed into their combat uniforms and took the school bus to this disaster relief base, USJ. It's great. Finally, it feels like we're doing something heroic, Midoriya, exclaimed Yurarika Ochako, a round-faced girl with chestnut apple hairstyle, excitedly waving her arms. Yeah. Midoriya Izuku replied shyly, scratching his head with a flushed face. Most of the classmates were in a state of excitement. Even Bakugo Katsuki was no exception, as this was somewhat related to the activities of professional heroes. However, Huahuazi looked bored as she gazed at the sandy area in the distance, wishing that an enemy attack would occur at that moment to add some fun to the extremely dull rescue activity. Watching number 13 flail around, she silently thought of a number 2. This number represented that if she were to fight this guy, she could incinerate him in about 2 seconds and scatter his ashes. Of course, this judgment did not include quirks. The only thing that made Huahuazi uncomfortable in this hero world was that quirk strength did not equate to personal strength. She could not perceive or judge the strength of an enemy's quirk, except for purely physical enhancement types. This meant that the quirks used by these people were like borrowed external forces, not transformed into their own power. What is that? Suddenly, Midoriya called out in confusion, interrupting Huahuazi's thoughts. With a shout, everyone turned to look at the vast sandy area ahead. Aizawa Shuda's previously passive expression became extremely serious, his pupils constricting sharply. At the edge of the sandy area, a massive black vortex slowly materialized, emanating a thick, bloody malice. As the vortex continued to expand, a man with pale, severed hands stepping out of it appeared, his disheveled gray-white hair resembling dried hay. With blood-red pupils, he maliciously scanned the surroundings before locking onto a red-haired girl in a black kimono, exuding an intense desire to kill. Behind this man, more terrifying figures gradually emerged. To be honest, they did not look like good people. The most shocking presence was a black muscular beast with an exposed brain, standing 3 meters tall, its well-built muscles resembling twisted steel bars, appearing rather silly as it stood there. Upon seeing this enemy, Huahuazi's boredom vanished, and a beautiful smile slowly formed on her lips. This guy was hers. Stay in place. Anyone who acts on their own will be expelled. The white bandages wrapped around Aizawa Shuda's body flew wildly as he stood in front of everyone with a grave expression, commanding with a slightly hoarse voice. They were true enemies, but the alarm did not sound, likely because an electric-type enemy had blocked the signal, rendering mobile techs useless for requesting help. Aizawa-sensei, could it be that you is playing by its own rules again? The red-haired boy Kirishima Idru started to speak, but obediently closed his mouth, as it was the first time he had seen his teacher with such a serious expression. Eraser hero Aizawa Shoyuda had always appeared indifferent and cold, yet now he looked so panicked. To have enemies appear in this situation was truly alarming. The distance from UA Academy's main campus was still considerable. Even if the combat intensity was high, it should not be detected. Yet, at this critical moment, All Might was late. The black vortex eventually expanded to a radius of several dozen meters, with nearly 100 strange figures emerging from it, occupying the sandy area with a massive scale. Not only that, but several other groups had already been teleported to other disaster zones, leaving only a brutal massacre awaiting these students. Strange, where is All Might? The intel doesn't match. A man with silver-gray short hair twisted his neck in anguish, his voice hoarse and fierce as he screamed. His sharp nails continuously tore at his pale skin, leaving several red marks that looked quite disturbing. Well, whatever, as long as I kill everyone here. He should be drawn out. Following his words, hundreds of enemies began to slowly approach, targeting the students on the hilltop. Among the professional heroes present, only Aizawa, Shoyuta, and number 13 were there, tasked with protecting these 20 students from nearly 100 enemies. UA Academy's Class A was facing immense danger. P.S. I recommend a book titled Even the Demon King Wants to Give Out Candy. Many years later, facing endless cherry blossoms, the brightly lit city, and the cheers of countless citizens, the red-eyed, white-haired Demon King sat on his throne, recalling that distant afternoon when he confessed to the girl he loved. I like you. I know. After all, I've been following you for 2 years. What? Author's note. Even the Demon King wants to give out candy. Chapter 142. Facing fear kill us? Hearing what the other party said, more than half of the students suddenly became tense. If it were just an ordinary argument or some online insults, no one would care. But this voice, filled with a murderous intent, made their hearts tremble. The opponent was an enemy who would kill them without mercy. Wait, isn't this UA? How could it be so easily invaded? Everyone was still in a state of confusion when several oddly shaped enemies rushed up the slope, cackling sharply as they attacked the students. Number 13, you protect the students. I'll handle the enemies. After saying this, Aizawa Shoyuta leaped forward towards the massive enemies. It was an act akin to a mantis trying to stop a car or a moth flying into the flame, yet it stirred an indescribable ripple in everyone's hearts. The black-haired man weaved through the sea of enemies, the stretching white bandages wrapping around countless foes, thrashing them like a giant elephant's trunk. After just a brief clash, 5 or 6 enemy members had already lost their combat abilities, getting flung several meters away and landing on the ground, either unconscious or screaming in pain. That indifferent, sleepy-headed eraser head could actually be this cool. In front of him, no one could use their quirks. Ha ha ha. The heroic teacher stepping up to protect the students is just too cool. Erasing others' quirks. How is that different from having no quirk himself? Unlike the students who looked on with admiration and respect, the gray-haired man, whose body was covered in broken limbs, couldn't help but chuckle, not caring about the losses of these small fries, just relying on his physical skills and specially made bandages. How long could a quirkless person like him hold out? A few minutes later, the battle intensified, with the white bandages swirling like a chaotic wind among the enemies, dozens of figures getting caught and flung out, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. In the center of the whirlwind, Aizawa Shoyuta was gasping heavily, his breathing rapid and urgent. The defeated enemies were just a bunch of thugs, but there were too many of them. It felt endless, and the truly threatening enemies hadn't even made a move yet. If this continued, the situation would be very dire. Just then, Aizawa's bloodshot pupils widened suddenly. Oh no! A thick black smoke in the sky, with a long tail trailing behind, was flying towards the students. During his moment of rest, he had unwittingly let one enemy slip past, and from such a height, it was too far to activate his quirk. However, if it was just one, he could leave it to number 13. After watching Aizawa's performance for a while, the fiery-haired Wakiko's heart was itching with anticipation. Finally, an enemy had broken through, and without hesitation, she raised her hands towards the sky. Just then, the burly number 13 stretched out his arm to block the eager red-haired girl. Did Aizawa-sensei not say you can't act on your own? Leave this level of enemy to me. Can you trust a professional hero's abilities a little bit? Hey, I will protect all of you. 2-bit monkey teacher. Wakiko clasped her hands tightly by her mouth, her eyes welling up with tears, deeply moved. The teacher stepping up to protect the weak female students was just too cool. I love it, but I remember number 13 is a woman, right? A few seconds later, looking at the pile of scrap metal that was once number 13, all the students fell into a daze. Huahuazi's admiring gaze became somewhat strange. unsure whether to say it was disdain or something else, slightly lacking in grace. The black hole attack launched at the enemy on the 13th was instead teleported behind him by that black mist, crushing half of his body into pieces. Then he fainted. The black hole quirk lost to the black mist. The teacher is unconscious. What should we do now? Midoriya Izuku muttered nervously, while Bakugo Katsuki and Kirishima Ijiro, two straightforward guys, had already run towards the enemy. The teacher is unconscious. Who cares about withdrawing from school? The primary task is, of course, to repel the enemy. In this straightforward aspect, Hwawazi unexpectedly admired Bakugo. Since he took the lead, then no matter what action he took afterwards, he wouldn't be punished. Anyway, any punishment would be blamed on them. Boom! Bakugo Katsuki's explosion and Kirishima Ijiro's hardened arm erupted simultaneously against the surface of the black mist. But they struck empty air, and their bodies lost balance, falling from the height. In that instant, the shape-shifting black mist quickly enveloped the two, then disappeared. Judging by this enemy's quirk, they should have been teleported to another location. Next, the black mist turned proudly to look at a group of students in panic and confusion. Like a flock of lost lambs, unsure of what to do. In his line of sight, a stunning girl with flowing red hair slowly walked forward. Her graceful and elegant black kimono completely unlike that of a student, but rather like a courtesan from an ancient flower street. The girl neither attacked nor spoke, just stood below, silently watching the black mist. What the hell? The two stared at each other for 10 seconds. Hwawazi slightly parted her pink lips, exhaling fragrance. Being scolded for no reason, the black mist felt somewhat innocent. It was clearly the other party who had been staring at it. So what did this mean? Aren't you supposed to teleport us to another disaster relief area? Shouldn't there be your comrades, lying in ambush? Then hurry up, I can't wait. The red-haired girl placed her hands on her hips, her chest shaking violently in a very arrogant posture. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Classmate, saying this in advance would make it meaningless. The black mist was extremely speechless, but still followed the girl's orders, emitting an unparalleled, massive black smoke, enveloping all the students. Once the black mist dissipated, the entire high platform became empty, desolate, and cold. The chaotic battle began. P.S. Recommend a book they all crave my body question. What is the secret to keeping in shape? Answer. A group of wives who crave your body. Serious version introduction. From Ino Sora to Wan Hua Mirror, he brought the shaky gaming industry back to light. From Phoenix, Wright to Danganronpa, he ignited a fervent wave of reasoning culture. From Ing Xiong Lianming to Jian Wang San, he dominated the online gaming field as a business genius. In the pioneering Barrage video site, with over 10 million daily active users, his life could be described as legendary. After the good opening, may I ask Mr. Sawamura, is it true that you don't pay your wife a salary? This is completely a rumor. It doesn't exist. It's not that I don't pay them, but my wives are simply not interested in money. You all agree, right? Inori, Saki, and Mashiro. Oh, they're asleep. They were working on drafts last night. What about Kato Megumi, Shiho, and Sha, Nanami Yukino? They're also asleep. They really love their work. That night's trending topic, continuous firing watch-type anesthetic gun, may be successfully developed. Sleeping Red Tea author's message. They all crave my body. Chapter 143. Not knowing what to say, better to sleep. Mudslide area. The cold air crystallized into blue ice, frost covering the snowflakes, and the collapsed mudslide turned into a frozen river. The boy with half-red and half-white hair had a cold expression, slowly exhaling a breath of icy air, causing all enemies within dozens of meters around him to lose their ability to move, frozen into ice sculptures. Todoroki Shoto felt quite puzzled. He had heard with his own ears that the enemy's target was All Might. Since All Might was the target, how could they be such low-level thugs? Were all the enemies idiots treating you, academy, as a playground to enter and exit at will? He felt a bit uneasy. Todoroki's half-body was covered by a heavy layer of ice. He slowly walked to an enemy's front and gently pressed his extremely cold palm against the enemy's face. Feeling a death threat that was almost suffocating, the enemy, who looked like a pigeon, immediately trembled all over. This guy is just a student. How could a student exude such a terrifying sense of oppression? Hey, tell me, what is your plan to kill All Might? Gulp, okay, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I just want to go to prison in one piece and reform. The pigeon immediately shouted for mercy. After all the enemies explained, Todoroki's cold expression became slightly serious. These thugs were indeed just brought in to confuse the situation. Their real trump card against All Might hadn't been unleashed yet. That black muscle monster with an exposed brain? He could indeed feel an unparalleled shock and terror from it. If what this guy said was true, that monster possessed the power to kill All Might, then Mr. Aizawa would probably be in danger. Earthquake area. The collapsed buildings looked like a disaster scene after an earthquake, in disarray and full of wounds. This was supposed to be a scene for students to practice simulated rescue. But now it had become a stage for secondary destruction. The roaring explosions continued to resonate, creating a chain explosion effect like that of carpet bombing with missiles. Debris scattering everywhere. A head of fiery red hair danced wildly like willow catkins, the high temperature surging and boiling, eroding the air, and the girl in the kimono had blazing flames flickering in her eyes. Her figure transformed into a blurry, deep red afterimage, recklessly darting through the collapsed ruins. Full breath bloom. The erupting momentum was like blooming petals, awakening and reigniting. Since she could freely unleash her moves here, her long dormant body became lively again, blood boiling and flowing faster. The red-haired girl's swiftly moving figure resembled a nimble leopard. Her gaze suddenly caught sight of 4 enemies who were in a state of extreme tension 400 meters ahead. A cruel smile appeared on her lips, and without hesitation, she charged straight ahead. Before she even arrived, the high-temperature fire wave coming at the enemies made their mouths dry and their faces feel unbearable from evaporation. One of the mouse-headed monsters with several long needle-like armor on its back shrank its entire body, wrapped in scales, and simultaneously spewed out a dense barrage of enormous long needles. The sound of breaking air continued incessantly, and just as the red-haired girl charging forward was about to be pierced and turned into a hedgehog, an incredibly bizarre scene unfolded. All the long needles were instantly cleared away, erased without a trace by an invisible hand of flame. At the moment they touched her skin, or perhaps even earlier at a moment undetectable to the naked eye, these long needles had already been incinerated and vanished. Breath of flame, 12th-form, colorless throne. The girl's expression remained cold, with a long tail of flames trailing behind her as she forcefully accelerated again, resembling a comet streaking through the sky. In the blink of an eye, her body landed at the center of the 4 standing positions, like a cannonball crashing to the ground, erupting in flames. Boom! Accompanied by the sweeping waves of fire spreading out, the enemies were instantly reduced to 4 piles of ashes, unable to even scream before being engulfed in the sea of flames. Torn clothing and scattered ashes filled the air as the Purgatory fire girl slowly stretched, letting out a comfortable murmur. At this level of combat, even as a summoning tool, it wasn't enough. It truly required that huge muscular monster without a brain. Bang! Just then, a sound of breaking air exploded from hundreds of meters away. A pitch-black sniper bullet instantly crossed the distance of over 100 meters, emerging from a tall building in the distance, and then rapidly struck before the girl. Under the speed of the bullet's flight, the movements of everything in the world became incredibly slow. The bullet spun and flew through the air, about to shoot straight into the girl's slightly parted mouth. With her silly and dazed expression, she seemed to not understand what was about to happen next. This bullet would pierce through her mouth and blow her entire brain into a puddle of meat sauce. The story was supposed to go like this. On the rooftop of the distant tall building, an enemy composed of gun parts in the upper body pulled the trigger, firing the bullet at the red-haired girl he had been watching for a long time. He had been lurking here, fixated on the target, for over 10 minutes, finally finding the moment when she was most relaxed. The terrifying sound of sonic boom exploded, and a pointed bullet flew at high speed, about to smash the girl's adorable little mouth to pieces. Click! The red-haired girl casually closed her mouth, crushing the bullet that happened to fly between her teeth into pieces, scattering parts all over the ground. The gunman stared blankly, shocked at this scene, unwilling to accept reality, forgetting even the fact that his position was exposed. Is this still human? Breath of flame, 10th form bone flame shield, spitting out the final crushed bullet parts. The fire girl raised an eyebrow, looking towards the guy hiding in the tall building far away, her pupils narrowing. Upon meeting the girl's dangerously filled gaze, the gunman's eyes turned in circles in the scope before quickly realizing the current situation. He hurriedly retracted his personality to return to a normal form, a bald uncle, stumbling as he ran into the building. This building is so tall. As long as he randomly finds a floor to hide in, it should be fine. A few seconds later, the red-haired girl stood expressionless beneath the building, her outstretched arm extending a distant line of fire straight into the sky. 5th form flame tiger. The distant line of fire was stretched, dragging a flame nearly 70 meters long, and slashed horizontally at the tall building before her. As the girl's hands sliced down rapidly, the terrifying roar of a fierce tiger echoed deafeningly, and the sharp claws instantly tore the sturdy concrete wall apart like tofu. Like a high-caliber cannon, the deep red meteor trail split the entire area in two, clearing a circle with a sweep, dust swirling. The enemies hiding inside, secretly shooting and ambushing, felt an incredibly intense shaking, and before they could understand what had happened, their consciousness fell into oblivion. Boom! The over 100-meter-tall building tilted and collapsed, crashing to the ground, creating a shockwave explosion ripple, the terrifying noise shattering the glass of the USJ's awning. The Purgatory fire girl dusted off her skirt where the dust had settled and turned to leave without looking back. Unfathomable. It's better to sleep. Chapter 144. I'll keep hitting him on with my fists. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound. The sonic boom shattered the glass of the awning hanging high in the air, and sparkling fragments rained down. Looking at the distant tilting and collapsing building, a tall man wearing a mask and having two tentacle-like arms slowly bent down to stand up, his overlapping eyes returning to normal. What's going on over there? Esai? The blond boy with a white flesh tail hung upside down on a toppled platform in the ruins, his expression very serious as he asked. It's the Purgatory girl. A somewhat sharp sound came from the shape of the mouth opening on SHG's ear-like organ. As expected, she really is a monster. Tail White Suru shrugged helplessly, realizing that the earthquake disaster area would soon be cleared, and they just needed to be careful not to be affected. Being transported to the same area as that Purgatory fire girl, one didn't know whether to call it luck or disaster. If she were to collapse a few more buildings, wouldn't it be their turn to hide here? Just as the two were conversing, a dimly colored humanoid slowly approached behind them, blending perfectly with the color of the air, undetectable to the naked eye. The dagger, tightly gripped in his hand, had also changed color, seemingly having merged with him. Click! The transparent enemy was about to stab when SHG's arm suddenly grabbed his head, lifting it into the air. How is that possible? It shouldn't be detectable. The chameleon, whose color was constantly changing, screamed in terror, kicking its legs, and the next second, it was knocked unconscious by the thick tail swung by Tail White Suru. Having someone completely transparent in the same class really was a great help. Detecting these hidden enemies was much easier than being completely invisible. Based on a most reasonable situation, the Purgatory fire girl was rampaging through the disaster area, and all they had to do next was ensure they weren't implicated. The town was burning, the temperature boiling. As the red-haired girl passed, everything turned into a sea of purgatorial flames, nothing left unburned, as if the footprints of a flame demon. The earthquake disaster area had long since transformed into a severe fire disaster area, with very few enemies left alive. Other students were thinking about how to subdue these enemies. But the fire girl was different. She mercilessly carried out her slaughter, killing enemies at will, scattering ashes everywhere. Ding dong. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. At that moment, a sudden barrage of text message notifications and phone calls erupted, catching Hohizuka off guard as she picked up her phone with a surprised expression. Not only her, but the students who were in battle were also affected by these messages. They were sent from the class group of UA's Class A. Yairo Zamomo. Time is tight. Everyone listen to me. Just now, I, along with Kaminari and Earphone Jack, defeated the enemy that was blocking the signal. But the equipment in USJ has been completely destroyed. Yairo Zamomo. Right now, we are communicating using Kaminari's electricity and a temporary radio device I created, which can only last for 30 seconds. Students who still have strength, please quickly share information. The above messages were pre-written, so when you receive this notification, there will be about 20 seconds left. It's absolutely too late to call for help from the academy. With only 20 seconds to spare, and in such a rushed and urgent moment, reading through such a long message meant there would probably be no time left to type a response. Yairozu was also using this 20 seconds to see if any classmates could react quickly, whether it be for rescue or information exchange. More information needed to be gathered now. Todoroki Shoto. Be careful of that black muscle monster. His strength may rival All Might's. Aizawa-sensei is in danger. Midoriya Izuku. Hohizuka. I'll beat you up with my fist, JPG. As expected of Hohizuka, she just sent an unbelievable image. She saw that there were only a few seconds left and had no time to type, so she randomly sent an image to stir things up, not expecting it to cause such a reaction. In another disaster area, over 10 kilometers away, Bakugo Katsuki looked at the unsent image on his phone. His face twisted in anger. It was only 0.023 seconds away from being sent. Why didn't it go through? His thumb hovered over a cartoon image of a gray rabbit beating up a yellow rabbit. If it had gone through at the last moment, wouldn't it provoke Hohizuka successfully? And she wouldn't be able to retort? Unfortunately, that endlessly spinning signal error icon made Bakugo feel like he wanted to blow up his phone on the spot. He angrily bombarded the surrounding terrain, only to be stopped by Kirishima Ijiro, who happened to be nearby. If Bakugo was feeling upset due to regret and frustration, then on the other side in the flood disaster area, Midoriya Izuku was left only with terror. As a devoted fan of All Might, he knew better than anyone that there were not many enemies capable of matching All Might. How could they possibly be equal? But hearing those words from Todoroki gave him an undeniable sense of pressure. If what he said was true, then Aizawa-sensei, in the sandy area, bloodied bandages lay scattered across the ground. The black-haired man, Aizawa Shoyuta, lay on the ground, covered in blood, looking disheveled and tragic. The black muscle monster, with its brain exposed and a calm expression, squatted beside him, as if it had just broken a fragile toy, showing no signs of pleasure. In terms of strength, speed, and power, it was on a completely different dimension from normal humans, and Aizawa's quirk could not defeat it. The overwhelming strength and despair instantly crushed him, leaving him unable to rise again. Ha ha ha. Hero teacher, looking so cool while protecting your students, but in the end, it's only to this extent. There's no difference from being quirkless, right? The pale-haired man with his severed hand laughed maniacally, gasping for air. In fact, in front of this black muscle monster, there were hardly any professional heroes who could defeat it. This was an ace created to counter All Might and Nomu. All right, Nomu, kill this guy, then take out all those students and lure out the cowardly All Might. And Aizawa should his bloodshot eyes filled with despair. A pair of thick black arms pressed down, getting closer and closer to his head, about to plunge him into an abyss of no return. Chapter 145, Nomu Bang. The terrifying muscle-bound black monster, Nomu, slammed the bandaged man's head into the ground. The shattered sandy ground immediately revealed cracks stretching dozens of meters, spreading out in a spiderweb-like pattern. Aizawa Shura's pupils dilated, barely holding on to his consciousness with all his might. As a professional hero teacher, falling into the enemy's hands in such a pitiful and tragic state would undoubtedly create a significant psychological shadow for the students who witnessed this scene. It was already over. The small purple grape-like figure trembled all over, covering its mouth in disbelief as it gazed at the terrifying scene in the distance. In a nearby water area closest to the sandy region, three figures hid behind the rocks on the riverbank, peering out to observe secretly. Midoriya Izuku, Kaminari Denki, and a girl in a green tight-fitting uniform with large breasts, her dark green hair tied into a giant bow. Tsuyu Ajui, though her frog-like face looked a bit strange, was actually quite cute from the side. They had first dealt with the enemy and returned to their base, only to see such a scene. Aizawa Shoyuta was pinned under the terrifying black monster, his arms easily broken like paper, wearing a lost and powerless expression. He had already taken down nearly 100 thugs, but the real evil had just descended. Facing a pure power-enhanced being, his quirk of nullification was nothing but useless, equivalent to a normal human's body fighting against a monster. The three young students were paralyzed with fear at this scene, their faces drained of color, drenched in sweat. This was an enemy capable of matching All Might. Hey, why hasn't All Might come yet? Has he really lost his power? How could he not save such an important companion? Watching the gloomy bandaged man under Noma's foot, the silver-haired man with messy hair screamed as he scratched at his neck, his pupils filled with blood, looking quite mad. After a few seconds, his angry voice gradually turned cold, and his furious expression calmed down as if he had made a significant decision. It seemed the only way to draw out that coward All Might was to personally crush a few little bugs. With a shift in tone, the silver-haired man's face, covered by a severed hand, revealed a crimson murderous intent as he suddenly turned and ran towards the nearby coastline. As long as he killed any student, it would put UA under immense societal pressure. In an instant, the distance of nearly 100 meters was crossed. The three naive students faced this sudden action, unable to make any move as they watched the enemy approach them. Having never experienced real combat, they were completely paralyzed by the chilling intent to kill. A pair of pale, withered hands rapidly enlarged in the eyes of Tsuyu Ajui, as if her head would explode the next second, revealing bloody, flesh-like tissues. Just moments ago, Shoyuta Aizawa had been grazed by the enemy's hand, and the skin and bone of his elbow disappeared completely. If he hadn't timely negated the enemy's quirk, The consequences would have been unimaginable. 4-2 Ajui. The enemy's murderous intent felt like a viscous abyss, robbing her of her ability to think, leaving her to silently await her demise. Quirk, Erasure. The silver-haired man's hand had already pressed against Su Ajui's face, but the destructive quirk had not activated at all. He turned in surprise to look at the bandaged hero, only to see Shoyuta Aizawa staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Unable to close his eyelids, even after repeatedly smashing his head against the ground. Ha ha ha, hero, you are so cool. The silver-haired man laughed maniacally. Just as Aizawa was buying time, Izuku Midoriya finally moved. He had used his right arm in the previous battle, and now he only had one arm left to use his quirk. Smash! The green-haired boy shouted as he swung his arm, his fist, activated by his quirk, cracked with countless glaring red spots, aiming straight for the enemy's head. Boom! The explosive impact sent massive waves across the sea, the towering waves and fierce winds simultaneously knocking the three students away, scattering dust everywhere. Su Ajui's cheeks were filled with tears, her emotions a bit complicated as she realized she was still alive in such a dire situation. Thanks to Aizawa-sensei, who persistently activated his quirk, and Midoriya-kun, who reacted and took action. Now, with both arms severely injured, Izuku Midoriya focused intently on the swirling dust. If the enemy still had the strength to fight, he would lose all means of resistance. Swish! The choking dust was forcefully brushed aside, revealing a black, muscular giant staring blankly at them, as if it had no awareness. The silver-haired man in black coughed repeatedly, his face twisted as he glared at Izuku Midoriya. What is wrong with this guy? This incredible power almost killed me. My full-strength attack couldn't even harm him. Izuku Midoriya wore an expression of utter despair, facing an enemy that could rival All Might. What were they supposed to do? Nomu, kill them. Roar! Under the silver-haired man's orders, the black giant howled, its muscles tightening. It leaped into the air above the three of them, delivering an incredibly terrifying punch. Surely, under this overwhelming power, the three of them would be reduced to dust in an instant. Just then, suspended in midair, the black muscular monster suddenly began to spin like a gymnast, landing swiftly in front of the astonished crowd, then charging back towards the silver-haired man. In front of the silver-haired man in a black shirt, a stunning girl in a kimono with red hair gently kneaded his hand with her blood-red claws. Your quirk is destruction, right? Then your quirk is very similar to mine. Everything you touch turns to dust. Crack! Under the girl's gentle smile, bone and flesh shattered, and the silver-haired man's wrist was instantly crushed into a bloody mess by the tightly clenched red claws. His face was obscured by a severed hand, making his expression hard to discern, but the silver-haired man's eyes slowly twisted with horror. The quirk had activated, but it was useless against her. This woman, the one I encountered in the mall, exudes such an oppressive aura. Can she really be a student? Chapter 146, Meteor. Everything you touch turns to dust. You and I are not so different, are we? Feeling the mangled flesh being gradually crushed in her claws, the red-haired girl revealed a smile reminiscent of a villain, finding it amusing that the enemy wore such a shocked expression. Is it really okay for a boss to show such a disheveled expression? Sensing the terrifying roar approaching from behind, HK quickly lifted the silver-haired man with her claws, turning him around uncontrollably to face the black muscular monster. Noma stopped, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Using a defenseless enemy as a shield, this shameless act couldn't possibly be considered the actions of a hero. The quirk disappeared. No, this is not even a fight at the same level. The silver-haired man finally realized the reason. His destructive quirk was indeed gradually shattering the girl's claws, but with that hard bone purity, even if he used his quirk at full power for an entire day, he might only be able to tear off a piece of her skin. To refine a quirk to such purity, let alone professional heroes. How many exist in this world who could defeat her? Shigaraki. At the same time, the black mist that had been lurking in the sky, on guard against hero reinforcements, descended, standing helplessly to the side and observing. The bandaged hero, Shoyuta Aizawa, was unconscious. Why hasn't Shigaraki activated his quirk? As long as he activates his quirk, he could crush that girl to pieces. As expected of that hellish HK, while they were almost paralyzed by the enemy's murderous intent, she moved leisurely as if on a picnic amidst the siege of three powerful enemies. The three in the water area swallowed nervously, their eyes fixed on the battlefield not far ahead. Not just them. Other students who had rushed back were also hiding in the shadows, observing, but they dared not show themselves due to the immense pressure at the center of the battlefield. All right, in this situation, what will you do? After surveying the surroundings, the red-haired girl questioned with a tone and demeanor that seemed almost relaxed and villainous. More and more students gathered, and surely someone had gone to call for reinforcements. They could not afford to drag this out any longer. Of course, kill you. The silver-haired man, known as Shigaraki, had a ferocious expression as he suddenly reached out with his remaining arm to grab the girl's face. At the same moment, black mist appeared behind the girl, and Nomu, who should have been in front of her, teleported directly behind her. Swish! In an instant, all attacks missed. An HK's figure flickered and vanished like a candle shadow. Flame breathing, third form, candle. Shigaraki, Nomu, and the black mist exchanged glances, their eyes finally landing on a broken pillar. The girl in the kimono with her hair styled in a way reminiscent of a married woman stood atop the pillar, looking down at them with a disdainful gaze, her elevated posture and chest infuriatingly imposing. What now, Shigaraki? Should we retreat? The black mist asked cautiously, reacting to the girl's high-speed movements, which were not typical of ordinary professional heroes. Yeah, retreat, but we must kill her before we do. Roar. Under Shigaraki's command, the terrifying power of the black muscle monster, Brain, erupted, creating a massive pit in the ground. A fierce hurricane swept through as the swift black beast leaped in an instant to stand before the red-haired girl, their eyes meeting. 10th form, Bone Flame Shield. The enormous hellish bone claw of Huahuazi, now demonized, was once again covered with a layer of fire, and the wrist emitted a chilling sound of hard bones grinding against each other. Facing the swinging black giant fist, the girl's stunning face revealed a barely perceptible sneer as she swung her blood-colored bone claw to collide with the opponent's fist. Boom! Accompanied by a massive impact, the surrounding ground instantly turned into fine, tiny fragments, which then shattered into nothingness once more. The echo of the tremor roared, and all the glass in the ceiling of USJ shattered into pieces, with violent dust swirling wildly. The red-haired girl at the center of the collision was violently knocked away, crashing into a wall hundreds of meters away like a cannonball, leaving a human-shaped imprint. As the dust slowly settled, the brainless monster that remained in place fell to its knees with a thud, its entire upper body melted away by the flowing, scalding lava. Brainless, how could this be? Looking at this scene, Shigaraki's pupils twisted in a hoarse roar. The result of this clash was unexpectedly evenly matched. The half of the brainless that was lost was rapidly regenerating, flesh and blood branches intertwining and condensing back together, soon standing up again and shaking off the lava from its body. Hey, infinite resurrection. How are we supposed to fight this? A surprised voice came from a distance, sounding like Kirishima Aijuru. It seemed that the text message from Yairo Momo had drawn many curious students back to the entrance. Meanwhile, the hellish Huahuazi, who had been knocked away, slid down for the large pit, her scattered long hair looking somewhat disheveled, resembling a character from a Minotaur-themed book. But fortunately, she was unharmed. The ability to regenerate flesh and blood, how nostalgic. Would decapitating her really kill her? Huahuazi sighed, suddenly lowering her head to bite her finger, emitting a strange and elongated whistle. Yee! A crisp, childlike cry echoed from above, and a blood shadow seemed to sweep across the shattered glass of USJ. A red blood sparrow with 3 bird-like feet circled in the sky, its flowing flame feathers extremely magnificent, but what was important was that it seemed to be carrying a huge stick in its mouth. As it emitted the E sound, the stick fell from its mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as everyone looked up at the sky, a piercing sound of wind broke through from hundreds of meters above. Accompanied by cascading lava, a red shadow spun wildly, igniting sparks against the blue sky at a height of 100 meters, with a violent sound of breaking air ringing in their ears. Whether it was the descent's speed being too fierce or the falling flames being too scorching, it created a smoke cloud similar to a meteor falling, dyeing the entire sky blood red. At this moment, many people noticed the bizarre scene in the sky, continuously exclaiming in shock. The falling blood shadow was getting closer to USJ, and they could even see its illusory outline. Bone! At the moment the meteor hit the ground around the girl shattered, and the entire USJ building shook violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of strong winds. As the smoke cleared, standing before Huahuazi was a strangely styled deep red retro shuriken. Its body was dark red, the blade a fiery crimson like boiling lava. and the blade was adorned with an eerie flame lotus pattern. Shuriken Hanabi, Chapter 147, Quark Super Evolution Weaving Sun. The fire blazed fiercely, and the surrounding air boiled due to the high temperature. The originally rosy skin of the red-haired girl appeared pale amidst the crimson sea of flames, as a blood-red horn slowly grew from her forehead. At the same time, a devil-like arrowhead tail sprouted from her backside, and her right hellish claw transformed into a delicate white hand. Blood demon art. Flame demon, half-demon transformation activated, entering a half-human, half-demon state. Everything around her was in chaos under the overwhelming and ferocious aura of the flames. Her left arm was a blood-red claw, and her right hand gently rested on the hilt of the katana, pulling it from the depths of the magma-covered ground. In this moment, the girl seemed to recall the dark times of bloody battles in the world of Demon Slayer, her terrifying figure resembling a flame demon seated upon a throne. Unfortunately, her patterns and the He knife had been sealed, and her newly acquired quirk, Microflame, was of no use, causing her overall combat power to be significantly weakened. Roar! The restored brainless creature acted like a mad beast, furiously pounding the ground with terrifying force that turned the surrounding earth into chaos. The surging waves blew away the nearby Shigaraki and the black mist, its muscles tensed like a Tyrannosaurus Rex as it charged towards the red-haired girl. With each massive footstep, the ground trembled with a terrifying rumble that sent chills down one's spine, as if carpet-bombed. The towering figure, 3 meters tall, descended from the sky and landed 5 meters in front of the girl. The black, brainless creature bowed its head and let out a furious roar. Crush him, Flame Tiger. The red-haired girl took a deep breath, elegantly wielding her katana, sweeping it in a fan-like motion. As she slashed, a flame tiger claw formed from the side, extending over 100 meters and swiftly sweeping toward her target. Boom! The blood-red beam, comparable to a ship-slicing blade, cut through the air, like a laser cannon overturning everything around it, creating a large arc before piercing through the sky. The brainless creature was swept away, instantly shattered into countless small pieces of flesh, engulfed by the furious sea of flames. As the attack concluded, the area within hundreds of meters had turned into hell, with terrifying steam filling the air. The red-haired girl sheathed her katana behind her back, exhaling a faint breath of flame. Breath of Flames, 5th form, Flame Tiger. In this moment, with the Nichiren blade in hand, the Hellfire Hwazi was a true swordsman, the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. With wide eyes, she gazed at this terrifying scene, the infernal sight visible throughout the entire USJ disaster area. The black mist remained silent, while Shigaraki trembled all over. At this rate, they wouldn't even be able to handle All Might, let alone this girl. Such a level of destructive power was akin to a human disaster. Sinking into flowing magma, the battered body of the brainless creature was recovering at an incredibly slow pace, squawking as if unaffected by the situation. Indeed, it had multiple quirks: impact absorption to counteract my high-temperature explosion, super regeneration that could ignore my sword techniques, and physical strength comparable to All Might. Looking at the lively black monster, Hwazi frowned slightly. This brainless creature was much more troublesome than Muzan Kibutsuji. At least Muzan feared high temperatures. But this guy's super regeneration was an unreasonable resurrection skill akin to a bug. Just as Hwazi was pondering, the brainless creature charged right in front of her. Without any flashy techniques, it simply struck with the most violent and fastest punch against the girl's raised left arm claw. Bang! The explosive force sent the fragile girl flying backward like a cannonball, uncontrollably soaring toward the ruins behind her. To her shock, the proud hellish claw showed signs of cracking. It was nearly shattered from just one punch. In the next moment, her flying form froze in midair as the brainless creature viciously grabbed her flailing demon tail and swung it down hard against the ground. Boom! With a deafening crash, the girl's delicate body was slammed into the earth, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Then, her weak tail was lifted again, and the brainless creature furiously smashed it against the mountain wall. Boom, boom, boom! With her tail caught, the girl could only be tossed around like a rag doll, continuously destroying the surrounding environment. As she was repeatedly slammed, her body hardened into the tough color of hellfire, protecting herself from the impact, but she still couldn't break free from the tail's grip. The blood that burst from her body was not like watermelon juice, but rather like coconut milk splattering everywhere, making the scene incredibly bloody and unsuitable for children. Finally, the overzealous brainless creature made a grave mistake. It threw the girl high into the air and leaped up, attempting to deliver a perfect combo by smashing its fists into her abdomen. Breath of Flames, fourth form, Blazing Flame Nest. The red-haired girl crossed her arms over her chest and spun rapidly in the air like a gymnast, executing a 360-degree rotation. Simultaneously, her battered demon tail spun like a sharp blade, cutting through the air. The brainless creature's fists froze in mid-air, caught in the fiery slashes that encircled it, leaving it dazed and unable to act. In the next second, its body exploded into a gory mess, this time truly bursting like watermelon juice. Blood and guts raining down onto the ground. Landing perfectly, Hwazi was drenched in the blood splattered by the brainless creature, and she tenderly rubbed her tail, feeling a bit of pain. Having learned a painful lesson, the inexperienced Hwazi wrapped her tail around her abdomen to prevent any villains from exploiting her weakness. The resilient, brainless creature remained on the ground, slowly recovering as if there were no way to kill it. It seemed the impact was still insufficient. Hwazi hesitated for a moment, then reached into his chest and pulled out a blood-red syringe. Facing an enemy that he could never kill, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to test the personality enhancement potion? Because my ability is too weak and powerless. I can only use sword techniques as a medium to transmit high temperature. After absorbing this, perhaps I can treat my ability like magic and develop some flashy things. Hwazi shook the potion, quickly pushed aside the needle, and stabbed it into her chest, her expression becoming slightly dazed. Since it was an incomplete, defective product, the effect would probably only last about 10 minutes, and the side effects were incredibly severe. This bitch really doesn't say a single true word. Standing in the distance, Shigaraki could only vaguely hear the previous sentence and was immediately filled with anger, cursing under his breath. If her quirk is weak and powerless, what does that make the quirks of others? Sexual. After a silence of several seconds, the red-haired girl gradually came back from her daze, raising her head with a pale, stunning face filled with grotesque veins. It was as if she were drunk, the world before her turned upside down. Everything around her was swaying and flipping, and her mood became joyful. Facing the approaching black muscular monster, the knife in Hwazi's hand fell to the ground as she frantically covered her face. Bang! The next moment, flesh exploded, and the brain was gone. All the blood and flesh cells of the black muscular giant vanished into thin air in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Both the heroes and the enemies stared in disbelief at this sudden scene. Behind the red-haired girl, a huge fiery hexagram pattern slowly emerged, quickly spreading and expanding at the corners. Dense red rays intertwined continuously, transforming from a hexagon into a flame star pattern with 365 points. Then, all the star points were completely connected by the burning fire lines, forming a virtual image of the sun above the girl's head, shining brightly. You are alone. You have fallen into hell. You will never see the light of day. Watching the brain that was gradually recovering its flesh, Hwazi's frenzied expression slowly revealed a barely noticeable sinister smile. The previous tiny flame was proof of her being a weak and insignificant product, representing a weak spark that couldn't even ignite anything. So now, saying something slightly exaggerated wouldn't be too much, right? Quirk, Weaving Sunday PS, seeking monthly tickets. Chapter 148, Flame Throne. Flame Girl Weaving Sunday Hwazi, since birth, was called the Flame Demon by the villagers due to her scorching body temperature. From an ordinary, beautiful village girl to picking up a long sword and embarking on a demon-slaying journey, until now, the body of the Flame Demon constantly showcased extraordinary strength. The only regret was that she could only ignite herself without being able to control fire, thus could only use fixed sword forms or blood demon techniques as a medium to evoke different forms of flames. But at this moment, she evolved into the goddess of flames. The small sun above her head slowly rotated, the crimson beauty of Hwazi's eyes rippled, and she gently opened her palm, revealing a dancing flame butterfly. The beautiful, crystal-like red butterfly flapped its thin wings woven from flame energy, flying around the girl a few times before finally landing on her soft, ample bosom, extinguishing into nothingness. Using the quirk potion would activate the hidden potential of her quirk, resulting in a leap-like enhancement, while the side effects were frighteningly severe. Physical damage was not a concern for Hwazi. She could gradually recover through fire. But what worried her most was the mental trauma in her brain. It seemed that intense stimulation could cause the wielder to undergo drastic personality changes during the quirk's explosion, becoming a fool, a madman, a love-struck girl, or a pervert. Anything was possible. What Hwazi would become now was an unknown variable. How flashy! Watching this magnificent and dreamy scene, Shigaraki sneered disdainfully. No matter how powerful her moves were, against the invincible brain, they were utterly futile. The stamina and life of the black muscular monster seemed infinite. No matter how much it was struck, it would regenerate again, like an immortal giant beast. Just as the butterfly danced gracefully, the towering figure of the brain was already standing before the girl, its massive shadow covering her line of sight. Roar! The brain howled, saliva flying everywhere, as it unleashed a punch with a terrifying force that seemed to shatter the air, carrying a destructive hurricane. With a loud bang, the terrifying punch struck the ground, creating a surge that flipped over the surrounding earth and debris, yet the red-haired girl was nowhere to be seen. The black monster stared blankly around a few times before suddenly looking up at the sky, its eyes that had grown on its brain slowly widening. The blazing sun hung high, the throne burned. A massive blood-red phantom throne burned with raging flames, floating dozens of meters high in the sky, emanating an unmatched oppressive force. Under the sun, atop the throne, sat a stunning girl with flowing red hair, elegantly lounging, resembling an eternal empress. She gently rested her chin on one hand, her disdainful expression as if looking down on a tiny ant. Just a beast without awareness. Bow your head before me. The words spoken by the girl contained no emotional fluctuations, as if it were a matter of course, only carrying an ingrained disdain and indifference. She looked extremely content, lightly extending a hand towards the brain below, making a gentle, grasping motion. Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of red chains shot out from the massive sun hanging in the sky, instantly binding the black monster into a tightly wrapped zongzi. The blazing chains burned with boiling heat, and the pain akin to execution drove the brainless to struggle madly, emitting sharp, piercing screams. Sitting lazily upon the throne of flames, the Hellfire Hwazi, embodying a deity, merely watched this scene with indifference. So pathetic, so boring, and so insignificant. Having grown tired of the beast's howls, Hwazi squinted her eyes, her delicate, pale hands clasped gently together. Embrace your demise in this despairing hell. With the girl's voice, two illusory fire palms, comparable in size to skyscrapers, emerged from the void on either side of the brainless, slowly advancing inward, about to close. Just as he was about to be crushed into a pulp by the fiery hands, the brainless, straining against the pull of the chains, raised his arms in a futile attempt to hold on. But it was all in vain. Beneath the posture of this girl, he had long lost any power to resist. With effortless ease, the massive fiery palms came together with terrifying strength, squeezing the brainless flesh, producing the sound of meat being ground. The two giant fiery hands gradually fused, twisting into a semicircular fireball. One can only imagine the state of the brainless inside, suffering a fate worse than death, his fragile body likely crushed into small glass beads. However, the tortures of hell's punishment did not end there. Countless densely packed, red little hands erupted from the sun, rushing forth to envelop the fireball, continuously merging and expanding in size. The sight, which would induce a phobia of density and provoke nausea, quickly transformed into a brand new gigantic fiery meatball. Hwazi lightly flicked his hand, and a huge fireball floated up into the sky, level with the throne. Then, 10 giant spears engulfed in flames slowly emerged from the sun, all aiming at the red fireball. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by the roaring explosion of flames, the dust kicked up by the 10 spears created a shocking scene comparable to a rocket launch, as 10 meteors streaked across the burning sky. The flame meatball was simultaneously pierced by 10 spears in an instant, turning to dust under the terrifying impact. With blood-red curtains falling, not only was there no brain left, but even if brainless father came, he would also die without a burial place. The illusory sun in the sky continued to rotate, and the boiling heat rendered the surrounding land barren, transforming it into a scene of purgatory. At this moment, it had been 9 minutes since the Purgatory fire flower was injected with the potion, leaving less than a minute on the timer. Sitting on the throne, she looked down with a cold expression at the dazed Shigaraki and black mist below, sneering with contempt. Quirk, weaving sun, a product of the microflame evolution, primarily functions to control fire. As long as there is air flowing around this sun wheel model, she can freely manipulate it to form the flame she envisions. It is an incomprehensible ability that is as reckless as a deity, Even claiming to possess the enormous sun in the universe is not impossible. Given this, she named her quirk Weaving Sunday. Who could oppose or counter it? Flame Throne, Fire Girl Weaving the Sun. P.S. I would like to request more monthly votes. We are currently 8th on the new book list, but considering the situation with other books, it's hard for me to hold on to the top 10. There's a high possibility that we will be surpassed in the last 2 or 3 days. If we are still in the top 10 by the end of the month, I will add 10 more chapters next month. I hope readers with tickets can support us a bit more. After all, the monthly votes will reset at the end of the month, and if not used, they will be wasted. Chapter 149. The Might of the Flame Demon. 4,000 words in the sky. A phantom of a throne outlined by scorching flames appeared, and on it sat an astonishingly beautiful blood-colored figure, a true empress of flames. Just locking eyes with her godlike cold gaze would evoke an overwhelming sense of oppression that was impossible to resist. The surrounding air was boiling violently from the extreme heat, and the body felt like liquid, drenched in black mist and sweat, as one struggled to utter a difficult phrase. Shigaraki, it's over. We need to retreat. Retreat? The black mist's words were abruptly interrupted by the red-haired woman seated on the flame throne. She shifted her legs, crossing her delicate, snow-white thighs, and then suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. Am I allowed? Boom! The moment the girl's voice fell, a blood-red sword light shot down from above, kicking up dust and obscuring the view. The deep red blade, like a speeding missile, emitted a deafening roar that shattered eardrums as it pierced the vision of the two enemies. The hilt trailed a long stream of fiery airflow, sweeping flames and roaring like a falling comet. Teleport! In a moment of crisis, the black mist spread its arms, drawing a barrier of swirling black mist to shield them. Just as the blade was about to fly straight into the vortex, it suddenly twisted at an unbelievable speed, spinning wildly like a top and producing a terrifying tremor, stopping just half a millimeter away from the black mist. With a whoosh, after spinning and jumping to evade, the blade spun backward, grazing the black mist's body and sending out a splash of scarlet blood. After that, the flower of fire that passed by stabilized in mid-air, like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Looking at his severed right arm on the ground, the black mist forced down his pain and growled softly, Shigaraki, hurry up and go. In such a tense life-and-death situation, the silver-haired man behind him was completely frozen, as if he had been scared silly by the intense fear. How could this be happening? They didn't even see All Might and already suffered a crushing defeat, and they even lost Kirojiri. It wasn't he supposed to go like this. What did it go wrong? Shigaraki, what a noisy bug. I hope your wails before death will be more tragic than this. The black mist's roar snapped the silver-haired man back to reality, but it also displeased the woman sitting on the throne. As the red-haired girl furrowed her fiery brows slightly. With her words, the air within hundreds of meters began to boil violently, emitting a scorching, burning aura, creating a hell on earth. Especially around Shigaraki and the black mist, the terrifying high temperature boiled to an abnormal level, gradually revealing densely packed phantoms. Blood-red ripples spread across the sky, from which floated hundreds of massive crimson cannon muzzles. Terrifying energy rapidly gathered in the sky. Red particles compressed and fused at the cannon mouths, then all pointed downward, exuding a despairing aura that could annihilate everything. This is missiles? The black mist opened his eyes wide in disbelief, feeling the deadly aura aimed at him by hundreds of cannon barrels. This is the end. I absolutely cannot fight her anymore. Teleport. The black mist struggled to draw a circle with his remaining arm, the rising black vortex slowly enveloping their bodies. Losing one arm made it incredibly difficult to activate his quirk, almost unable to initiate it, but it seemed that even if he initiated it, it would be too late. Before the teleportation was complete, the energy of the 100 cannons had fully condensed, and the entire sky above USJ was shaking and rumbling violently. Shigaraki, you must survive. The black mist despaired. The black vortex already centered around Shigaraki, while he had completely given up hope of survival. If it weren't for losing an arm, he could have teleported them away instantly. In the final moment in the sky, the fire demon girl wore a faintly intriguing smile at the corner of her mouth, elegantly snapping her fingers. Bang! A deafening roar echoed, and under the terrified gazes of the black mist and Shigaraki, 100 cannons simultaneously fired, flames erupting, accompanied by the thunderous sound of massive explosions. Splendid fireworks shot up into the sky, bursting open high above USJ, resembling a fireworks display. Shigaraki, startled by the vibrations from the fireworks, wore a dazed expression, still not comprehending the current situation. As a performance to please myself, your expressions and screams are quite nice. The red-haired woman sat lazily on her throne, arms crossed over her chest, her mocking expression looking quite contemptuous. Indeed, even with her temperament having changed dramatically, she remained a complete and utter brat. Finally, locking eyes with the beautiful face of the fire demon girl, Shigaraki's dark eyes gradually filled with bloodshot, his face contorted like a demon, pressing his palm deep into his skin, leaving deep red marks. In the next second, human vision was completely blocked by the black vortex, and Shigaraki and the black mist vanished into thin air from the USJ square. The last moment of being toyed with would carve a deep wound into Shigaraki's fragile heart, leaving an unforgettable scar. The fire demon girl covered her mouth with her snowy white hand, laughing continuously, with visible twitching from her shoulders. At this moment, if someone could suddenly sneak up from behind and hit her hard, she would surely cry out in pain. In the next second, the red-haired girl suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted, the sun pattern outlined by stars gradually fading, and the flame throne disappeared without a trace. It was as if everything that had happened before was an illusion, and the fire demon girl's body fell toward the ground. Just as the girl was about to crash into the ground, a pink frog tongue shot in from a distance, wrapping around her soft, warm body a few times and taking her away. The tongue of the frog, which was blowing rain, retracted, but was hit hard by the inertia of the girl's chest, making her dizzy and fall to the ground. Gulp! The green-haired frog-faced girl let out a strange cry, with a few small stars floating above her head, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Since she accidentally got dizzy herself, she couldn't take advantage of the moment. Meanwhile, other classmates were rushing over, and just then, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! Accompanied by the USJ's gate being kicked open, dust flew everywhere, and everyone's gaze turned in panic toward that direction. Another attacker? Amidst the uncertain gazes, a strong and tall blond man with a clearly different demeanor stepped forward. Looking around at the devastated USJ, his expression was one of anger due to the stiffness, without a smile. The sound of cannon fire echoed throughout the city, and upon realizing that USJ was under attack, All Might rushed over at full speed. Everyone, don't worry because I'm here. Oh, it's All Might. You scared me to death. Let's quickly check on Mr. Aizawa and the other injured students. Looking at the orderly students in front of him, All Might slowly raised a question mark, his distinct demeanor frozen. The flame throne and the sun pattern have disappeared, marking the official end of the USJ attack incident. Over 100 members of the enemy group were arrested, with the main culprit dead and 2 escaped. The cameras and other electronic devices had already been destroyed by the electric quirk before the attack, so the shocking scene of the blazing sun boiling the heavens and the earth was not recorded. Only 10 students witnessed the entire battle, from the water difficulty area, Izuku Midoriya, to Ajui, and Minoru Mineta, from the bomb area, Achiko Uraraka, Hitoshi Shinso, and Denki Kaminari. From the mudslide area, Shoto Todoroki and Tru Hagakure, and from the dangerous building area, Katsuki Bakugo and Eijiro Kirishima. Although Denki Kaminari was present and awake, it is said that he remembered nothing afterward, seemingly becoming a temporary idiot due to excessive power consumption. Besides these 10, other students could sense the terrifying commotion during the battle, but did not witness the close combat. At UA High School, in the infirmary, the beautiful red-haired girl lay weakly on the bed, her body wrapped in bandages, resembling a cute, dazed doll. Her eyes were hollow and lifeless as she silently stared at the unfamiliar, pale ceiling, feeling that life had turned dark and hopeless. What had she said? Alone and solitary? Falling into hell? Never seeing the light again? Referring to herself as a concubine? What was with naming her quirk-weaving son? Did she really think she was invincible at that time? The Deadly Eightfold Society did not inform her in advance that taking the potion would turn her into such a strange form. She initially thought it wouldn't matter if she became a bit more Eki, but now she had turned into a self-proclaimed goddess in public. And there's no way she could face anyone now. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and upon seeing the black-haired girl approaching, Hikari Bakugo covered her head with a pillow. No, she couldn't. She mustn't be looked at with those eyes. Hikari, now the entrance of UA is crowded with reporters, eager to interview you, the student who left the enemy in tatters. What's wrong? Not happy? Seeing the withdrawn red-haired girl, Achiko Uraraka asked with a puzzled expression. Is it because your quirk went out of control that you're feeling bad? Say something. Awkwardly, the red-haired girl curled up in the blankets, her soft body huddled together, her flushed little face looking strikingly beautiful. Huh, I spoke those words in public, and now I can't face anyone anymore. Huahuazi, with a shy demeanor resembling that of a little girl, rolled around in bed a few times, her face flushed. Seeing her withdrawn appearance, and recalling her once arrogant and domineering stance, Yamibai couldn't help but have the uncontainable dream from the past few nights surge back into her mind. The hellish Huahuazi, now a female emperor, clad in nothing, stepped on her own abdomen with her delicate, snow-white little feet, wearing a disdainful and aloof expression. Dare you defy my orders? 10 years of forced childbirth imprisonment for you. Cough, cough. Yamibai immediately coughed twice, shook her head, quickly wiped away the blood dripping from her nose, and then silently gave a thumbs up in a place where the girl couldn't see. Huahuazi turning into that was not so much embarrassing as it was absolutely amazing. Cough, cough. In any case, the gates of UA high school were almost trampled down these past few days, and all the students in their class had already been interviewed. However, those reporters still wouldn't let up. Fortunately, the UA sports festival in 2 weeks provided a cover. The principal told those reporters that at that time, you would naturally make your appearance. Thanks to you, there were no casualties, and the blame on the school quickly subsided. After listening to Yamibai's report, the mood of the hellish Huahuazi also calmed down, and she complained somewhat unhappily. Why did it calm down so quickly? Blame the school a bit more. How can parents feel at ease when the enemy invades so easily? Standing outside the infirmary door, All Might, who was about to burst in and surprise the girl with a scream, retracted his thought, his hand on the doorknob, trembling slightly. Yes, it was all his fault. If he hadn't dawdled on the way dealing with those trivial matters, he wouldn't have exhausted his energy and been late. If it hadn't been for Huahuazi's personality going berserk, it could have led to an irreparable mistake, and it wouldn't have been impossible for you, to close down, and those lost lives could never be brought back. By the way, Huahuazi, is it true that those enemies said they could match All Might? Yamibai curiously asked, and All Might, hiding outside the door, also quietly perked up his ears. Others initially dismissed it as mere fantasies of the enemies. But upon seeing Huahuazi's terrifying combat power and the stunning flame thrown, her opinion suddenly became significant. Only the 9 students present who witnessed the battle firsthand truly understood the real meaning and intensity of that fight. For others, it might have just been an inconsequential ordinary attack, with no real possibility of matching All Might. I think if it were the peak All Might, he would handle it easily, but now. After pondering for a moment, Huahuazi dragged out her words, her tone meaningful. This wasn't to say she intended to harm All Might. Hidden beneath that strong and invincible exterior was a weak and withered dim glow, and it wouldn't be surprising if the flame of life extinguished at any moment. At this time, All Might had already passed on his power to Izuku Midoriya, and he was nearing his life limit. Hiding at the door, upon hearing this, All Might couldn't help but feel a chill in the sweltering heat. Update issues. First of all, there has been no interruption in updates. The chaotic comments in the review section are really annoying. The update deadline for Shook is 6 a.m., not midnight. Just look at the chapter release times. There must be 4,000 words between the first 6 a.m. and the second 6 a.m. There's really no difference. Most readers understand. This time limit can easily lead to misunderstandings about interruptions, so I want to elaborate further. For example, I updated 2 chapters at 7 a.m. on the 16th, and then 2 more at 5 a.m. on the 18th. You might think I had interrupted updates, but I actually didn't. Isn't it common for mobile games to update at 4 a.m.? Shook's rule is 6 a.m., and treating 6 a.m. as the cutoff time clarifies everything. I study in the US, and many times I can't update during the daytime in China, so I hope everyone understands. Also, I've deleted those posts in the review section. They could easily lead to misunderstandings. My apologies. Chapter 150, Renowned UA High School, Class 1A Classroom. The UA Sports Festival is next week. I wish each of you can showcase your skills in this event. With Aizawa, Shuta's words, the whole class erupted in cheers. A month had passed since the USJ attack incident, and although the outside world remained in an uproar, especially online, their campus was peaceful and calm, with life not changing much. The UA Sports Festival, a once-in-high-school event, was still set to take place. This was not just an internal school event, but a nationally significant celebration, comparable to the past Olympics. More than 100,000 spectators were expected to attend, and the online livestream would undoubtedly reach tens of millions of views. Since UA was established, many students had become famous stars overnight. Being able to attract attention from all sides during their studies was something everyone dreamed of, and many classmates were already eager to show off their skills. Only UA students could participate. This was the fastest way to gain exposure, with only one chance each year. Everyone was excited, and Shoyuda couldn't help but glance at the red-haired girl who was expressionless, lying on the desk. He had fainted during the crucial moment of the USJ attack, and had not witnessed the final battle. However, every person who witnessed that battle, without exception, praised Huahuazi's incredible prowess, describing it in exaggerated terms that sounded unbelievable. Because there were no official records or surveillance footage, most investigators and police were only half believing. However, the despair of that brainless power was something he had experienced firsthand, and she alone was able to suppress the entire opposing side. Just thinking about the terrifying power contained within the girl made Shoyuda feel a chill run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. Among a group of excellent students, there was a non-human monster mixed in. It was hard to imagine what kind of exaggerated might she would display at the UA sports festival, defeating strong enemies that even professional heroes struggled against while still in school. The outside media had already exploded with excitement. Wasn't this a reservation for a spot in the top 10 hero rankings in the future? There were even conspiracy theories suggesting that UA was staging everything to cultivate a second All Might, making it easier to suppress other forces. Nonetheless, Huahuazi's name had already become renowned, shocking the entire nation. Many of the viewers attending the UA sports festival were likely there to witness her extraordinary charm firsthand, hoping she wouldn't falter at a critical moment. As long as she performed well, it would be a significant step toward becoming a professional hero. Yes, there was also a chance of being noticed by highly ranked hero agencies. After discussing excitedly for a while, everyone gradually stopped talking, their expressions turning suspicious as they looked toward the classroom door. The originally empty hallway was now blocked by a large group of other students, curiously peering in. What are they doing? They can't get out like this, can they? Could it be a fight, a brawl? Hearing the commotion outside the door, the red-haired girl, who was dozing off on the table, suddenly lifted her head excitedly, with a drop of drool still on her pink lips. 8 million Midoriya immediately turned around and pressed down on HSG's head, forcing her to continue sleeping, then looked outside with a vigilant expression. The UA sports festival was about to begin, and these people must be here to scout the enemy situation. If that's the case, then they can't see HSG. After all, seeing HSG's vile body might lead to malnutrition. It was clear they were here to assess the enemy, probably to see what the unharmed ones looked like under attack. Extras, get out of my way, you're blocking the path. Bakugo Katsuki shouted as he walked to the door with his backpack, glancing around. There were a whole 40 to 50 students blocking his way, and what he said was sure to incite their anger. Other students glared angrily at the yellow-haired delinquent. How arrogant he was, acting as if he were above everyone. They just wanted to see what the Hero Corps students looked like, but it was clear now that he was incredibly full of himself. A cold voice came from the outskirts of the crowd, and other students parted to make way for the newcomer. A student with purple spiky hair and a lazy expression slowly walked up to Bakugo Katsuki. Everyone gathered here didn't make it into the Hero course and were assigned to the general studies. Do you know what that means? There are entries and exits. If you make a mistake during the UA sports festival, someone here will take your spot. As the purple-haired student spoke, the atmosphere in the air instantly became tense. If what he said was true, wouldn't a mistake during the sports festival mean having to go back to the general studies and start over? Not my problem, as long as I beat all of you. Bakugo Katsuki continued to act arrogantly, his attitude nearly infuriating the other students to death. HSG, the Purgatory Fire, was somewhat awakened from her drowsy state. Although she disliked Bakugo, there were aspects of him worth praising. In contrast, she had no faith in the indecisive Izuku Midoriya, who reminded her of that time she let go of the villain, all for one. She didn't know how the world would ultimately develop. But if Izuku Midoriya retained his half-hearted personality after enduring hardships, then the heroes would undoubtedly be doomed. Hey, you over there pretending to sleep? You must think the same, right? Upon hearing Bakugo's loud shout, several classmates standing nearby were stunned, then rushed to cover Bakugo Katsuki's mouth. Shirohanta, Kaminari Denki, and Kirishima Ijiru pulled Bakugo away in a panic, dragging him out of the classroom. He had been beaten so badly last time, yet he still dared to provoke the Purgatory Fire. It was all just a game among students. There was no need to act as if it mattered so much. Huahuazi rubbed her blurry sleepy eyes, yawned, and casually said. Looking at the red-haired girl who spoke recklessly, the ordinary students outside were instantly filled with rage. Glaring back at her, if the previous guy was merely indifferent, this woman didn't even regard them as human. Bakugo Katsuki, who had been dragged from the front door to the back door, naturally heard this remark. His face twisted as he kicked and struggled madly, almost breaking free from the grip of the three who were holding him. Among the crowd, the boy with light purple hair, the leader, clenched his fist slowly. The stunning beauty before him was the powerful enemy, Hwahuazi, who had defeated even the teachers. Chapter 151, UA. Sports festival. In front of the dressing mirror in the bathroom, the red-haired girl sat obediently like a doll, while two beautiful women busily applied various cosmetics to her lovely face. Finally, they applied a light pink lipstick to the girl's delicate lips. After a light press, the makeup was complete. H.J. Sakura and H.J. Rei both breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with affection as they looked at the super beautiful warrior. Hwahuazi, who was 100 gorgeous in the mirror. Her long, soft hair was styled into a shape resembling a conch shell with long hairpins, revealing her snow-white, soft, and enchanting nape, giving off a unique beauty. With her pink lips slightly pressed together and her beautifully painted eyebrows and eyes, the light makeup made Hwahuazi look like an ancient geisha from a flower street, and paired with the deep black, mysterious kimono, her impact was terrifyingly powerful. The girl slightly tilted her head, looking at her transformed self in the mirror with satisfaction, nodding in appreciation. If her previous figure was 100 points, looks 100 points, and inner self 0 points. Now, it was figure 100 points, looks 120 points, and inner self 100 points. She looked like someone skilled in singing and dancing, especially with musical instruments like vocal mimicry. At this moment, no one would question her image, and with her delicate collarbone slightly exposed due to her chest, one couldn't help but willingly succumb to her charm. Speaking of which, why did she need to wear makeup? Suddenly, Hwahuazi tilted her head, asking with some confusion. Of course, it's for the UA sports festival. H.J. Sakura replied with a look of certainty. This kind of event doesn't matter anyway, and it's not good for students to wear makeup. Dear, the UA sports festival has millions of viewers from around the world paying attention. Many people are there to see your true self. Just think about how you'll appear under everyone's gaze. The white-haired beauty sat down beside Hwahuazi, gently stroking her warm little hand. Upon hearing this from H.J. Rei, Hwahuazi's heart began to race. If it was a grand scene with tens of millions of people watching, then wearing a proper makeup wouldn't hurt. She started to feel a little tempted. At that moment, a strange idea began to take root in her heart, to make the whole world a slave to her beauty. Hwahuazi originally did not care about appearance and figure, but for some reason, deep down, she subconsciously wanted to enjoy the pleasure of being adored by others. After the intense stimulation from the drugs, that initially small and insignificant spark began to gradually expand, subtly moving towards the throne. The UA Sports Festival was set to open at noon on Saturday. After the enormous circular venue opened, audience members began to enter and take their seats, with broadcasting rights already purchased by major video platforms. This annual event was bustling with excitement, and the fervent atmosphere could even be felt backstage. As the opening ceremony was about to begin, anyone who had experienced such a grand occasion knew that this was the time when one particularly wanted to relieve themselves. Even experienced hosts felt nervous when they took the stage, let alone a group of ordinary high school students who had never encountered such a scene. Their faces pale with anxiety. A tall girl with a black ponytail was weaving through the crowd of students, and Hachiman was anxiously looking around. Or was Hwahuazi? Could it be that she was also the type to get nervous? Speaking of which, she and Bakugo had offended students from other courses terribly. Perhaps they would be targeted during the actual competition. The tense and oppressive atmosphere was palpable, and the gazes from other classes toward the students of Class 1, it held a mix of awe, nervousness, and disdain. Regardless, they were the only class that had experienced real combat, and for a moment, they were the center of attention. Suddenly, a series of gasps erupted from the crowd. A stunning red-haired woman in a black kimono, wearing wooden sandals, walked in from the entrance. Her flawless and delicate complexion was unmatched, radiating extraordinary beauty. Her petite, pearl-like feet were lightly placed in red, bow-tied wooden sandals. If she encountered a pervert, they could easily end up in serious trouble. The captivating aura of the elegant woman felt more like that of someone attending a matchmaking event than a student. 3 hidden figures observed from the shadows. and a gentle female voice revealed a hint of exasperation. A gorgeous girl with 2 blue spiral curls shook her head helplessly. She had heard that a monster had emerged among the new students, which was why the third-year students had come spy. But what was this situation? She was dressed up so flamboyantly, clearly just to gain attention. How was this different from shouting to the audience? "I'm beautiful. Come support me." "Hey, Million, what do you think?" With a blue-haired girl-esque question, a serious-looking man with a blonde buzz cut fell silent, his expression grave. The overwhelming sense of pressure made him feel terrified. How had this newcomer developed such power? It was this formidable strength and her perplexing behavior of treating the sports festival as a game that left him bewildered. In addition to these two, there was a gloomy man with short blue-black hair who had been drawing circles in the corner. Passers-by nearby avoided them, clearly seeing them as strange peeping toms. After all, the ones entering the stage were first-year students about to participate in the sports festival, and they did not recognize these 3 famous figures, the 3 pillars of UA. High school, Million, Spiral, and Tenku. All right, let me see how she performs at the sports festival. The conflicted blonde suddenly clenched his fists and stood up, shouting loudly, startling the pedestrians around him. What would happen next could only be anticipated from the performance of Rengoku at the UA Sports Festival. At this moment, there was still half an hour until the official opening of the festival. P.S. I was a bit harsh in the previous chapter. After all, readers are eager for updates and want to see what happens next, and I completely understand that feeling. Some readers might have felt offended by that chapter, and I apologize again. I'm sorry, I was not in a good mood. The reason for my bad mood was encountering an orphan who was reading my book while cursing at me, saying that I was begging for updates and monthly tickets. When I checked his follower count, it was very low, and he has since been banned from commenting and blocked. Everyone, please don't mind it. Chapter Osuta Chinzechidoi. How was the stranger remarks boom. Boom. With the sound of cannon fire, several fireworks shot into the sky, bursting into colorful stars that scattered brilliantly, announcing the official opening of the UA Sports Festival. Traditionally, the first-year competition served merely as a backdrop for the third years, as their quirks had not yet fully developed. To many, it resembled children playing house, and naturally, the battles among third-year students were more compelling. However, this time, starting with the first-year competition, the venue was packed with an unexpected crowd. After all, unlike previous years, the students of Class 1A in the Hero course had faced an enemy attack just 2 weeks prior. Everyone wanted to see what kind of monsters could engage in combat with an enemy group. Clap. In the enormous circular building, the black screen in the sky suddenly lit up, revealing a man with a banana hairstyle and sunglasses. This exaggerated appearance instantly identified him as the voice hero Mike, who was also the English teacher at UA High School. His quirk, super noise, could project his voice far even without a microphone. Ichiwai, stay tuned, audience. Media folks. This year, you guys are here for your favorite high schoolers in their youth explosion. The miraculous new stars who faced an enemy attack and overcame it with iron will. Yes, the Hero course, Class 1A. I know you came for them. Cheers erupted in the venue, the deafening noise reverberating and piercing eardrums. As Mike danced amusingly, the camera shifted towards the spacious archway at the edge of the circular stage. Amidst the crowd's attention, over 20 figures slowly emerged from within. Rengoku casually blended in with her classmates, her expression calm as she scanned the audience. Although there was no action yet, the online broadcast comments section exploded with questions about who this impressive woman was. It was likely that her fan art would appear in a few days. This class's popularity was slightly lower, but they were not significantly weaker than Class A Hero course, Class 1B. Following them were the General Studies Support course and Business course CDEFG Chi JK, with a total of 11 classes entering in all. A few resigned sighs came from the General Studies. Just looking at the atmosphere made it clear that they had completely become mere support. Class A had a full 10 seconds of screen time, whereas their entrance was barely mentioned. All right, now let's hand it over to the judges of the first-year competition night. With Mike's words, a seductive woman with long blue-black hair stepped up to the judge's seat. Her outfit looked like a restraining suit, and she held a long whip in her hand. Hero Knight. By the way, can a hero really work as a teacher at UA? The atmosphere on the field had become ambiguous. Purgatory Fire Hikari was very curious about what Yuru was teaching. After all, there were no physiology classes at UA High School. Otherwise, she could have asked her for advice. The representative of the first-year students, Purgatory Fire Hikari, went on stage to speak. The surrounding students looked at the stunning red-haired girl with suspicion. No wonder she dressed like this. Did she already know she would be speaking on stage? Suddenly being called out in front of the crowd to perform was embarrassing, and Hikari couldn't help but recall the terror she felt when she was called out by Daki in the Flower Street. But now the situation, her mindset, and her strength were completely different. With a blank expression, she stepped onto the stage, her cool demeanor and vintage outfit rendering the audience silent, their mouths agape. This girl, dressed like a courtesan, was the one who single-handedly repelled the main forces of the enemy. Purgatory Fire Hikari? At this moment, Hikari's true appearance was finally revealed, and all the media went crazy snapping photos. Under Yuru's envious and twisted gaze, the red-haired girl placed the cumbersome microphone on the podium, delicately pinching it. In front of her glamorous presence, she felt unworthy of the title of hero, her skills overshadowed and her mind in disarray. Ahem, 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 ahem. The red-haired girl on stage hadn't even finished her first word when she began to cough uncontrollably, as this highly public occasion was too suitable for grandstanding. And she nearly blurted out something strange. Under the spotlight, the girl gently played with a strand of hair, composed herself, and spoke again. My size is. In order to ease the awkwardness of nearly saying something inappropriate, Purgatory Fire Hikari awkwardly changed the topic. As soon as she finished speaking, the venue fell silent. A few seconds later, cheers erupted like a bomb, and the crowd went wild. They had made a hasty judgment. This woman was not a courtesan. She was an upright, good woman, and she had revealed the most important and concerning information right from the start. Hikari's face turned crimson as she lowered her head. What was she saying, making everyone look at Class A with such strange eyes? The audience might have been wondering if, as classmates, they would receive some small benefits or something strange. Moreover, this way, wouldn't her fan comic be even easier to draw? Huahuazi stepped down from the stage side and wiped the cold sweat from her face, almost exposing her strange personality. As for whether she had turned into the image of a color gas pool in front of tens of millions of eyes, she didn't care at all. If you have the guts, confront her head on. After all, she couldn't get pregnant, could she? Just an emoji? In bed, Huahuazi was submissive, but outside of it, she struck with heavy punches. Ahem, now let's move on to the first round of events. Ye's face turned red as she coughed a couple of times. At that moment, even she, the original hero, could barely withstand the ambiguous atmosphere. On the giant screen, a lottery-like scene resembling a slot machine was wildly sliding through countless competition events. A few seconds later, with a thud, the lottery screen stopped on the obstacle race event. In the first round of competition, all students from 11 classes in the first year of UE would participate in this race, which would circle around the sports field. The first one back to the starting point would win. As a warm-up before the official match, it was quite appropriate. P.S. It's the end of the month, and I owe about 30 updates in total for monthly tickets, blades, and rewards. The first half of December is finals, and the winter break after mid-December will gradually make up for it. Chapter 153. Obstacle Race after Huahuazi's shocking statement. The first event everyone faced was the obstacle race segment. At this moment, there was still 1 minute left before the obstacle race began, and over 200 students from all classes of UE's first year gathered at the starting line, making an extremely chaotic noise. Huahuazi quietly stayed at the back, enjoying the strange gazes from everyone, not caring at all. Many people were glancing at her chest, trying to see if the size of the self-explosion was real. Of course, Huahuazi had indeed faked the explosion. She had underplayed it because if it were too big, people might suspect she had secretly given birth and was actually a mother. Even Todoroki, who was standing next to her, had a slightly strange expression as the perverted grapevine Tanaka had just made a metaphor using papaya, causing him to unconsciously think of weird things. Suddenly, Huahuazi shouted, "What? Your mom is watching." Huahuazi held her phone right in front of Todoroki. Upon seeing the picture the red-haired girl displayed on her phone, Todoroki's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a selfie of a white-haired woman sitting in the viewing area, none other than Rei Todoroki. Beside Rei, there was a mature and elegant middle-aged beauty. Aunt Mei Sakura, Huahuazi's mother. I wonder what she would think upon hearing her daughter's previous statement. Shifting his thoughts, even though many years had passed, Todoroki would never forget his mother's appearance. Though older, she didn't look so haggard. His mother, having left his father, truly seemed much happier now. After the competition, let's go see her. She has always said she wanted to meet you. Todoroki nodded vigorously, exhaling a cold breath, and his expression became extremely serious. Just right. With both parents watching, he would only use his freezing abilities to win this competition, proving everything and denying everything about his father. The competition began. Boom! As the voice from the broadcast started, the frozen ice flowers crystallized, and a layer of massive frost froze everyone's figures in place. A boy with red and white short hair ran out from the track, and everyone behind him was frozen in place, unable to move. Huazi looked speechlessly at the frost that had frozen up to his chest. Was he preparing to take first place with an overwhelming victory? He really showed no mercy to his kind-hearted cousin who had given him this advice. If he had known, he wouldn't have added this buff for him. However, since it was just this round, it didn't matter who took first place, as it wasn't the final ranking anyway. For the sake of Hong Long's mother, let him have a moment of glory. Huazi puffed up her adorable pink cheeks and blew a breath of air downward. The scorching flames began to corrode the ice, and before long, it melted into damp water that evaporated away. Meanwhile, the first team had long vanished in the span of just a few seconds, instantly widening the gap between them and the students behind who were unable to break through the ice. At that moment, a huge screen suddenly displayed an unexpected scene for the red-haired girl who had fallen to the last place. Oh dear, despite her fame, she ended up at the back from the start. Is her reputation unwarranted? Mike, don't stir up trouble. Another commentator, Kyojuro, advised Mike with an exasperated expression. After he spoke, Aizawa's serious eyes slowly appeared beneath his long, dark hair. He had missed a significant moment during the USJ attack incident, and he hoped that this time at the U.A. Sports Festival, a student would ignite her fighting spirit. Under the spotlight of the close-up shot, a small and adorable blood sparrow sleepily flew out from the girl's chest, yawning as it perched in her arms. All right, stop being cute and move quickly. Huazi gently stroked the little blood sparrow's feathers with a tender expression. Shocked, Huazi actually dared to play that thing openly in front of everyone. Upon seeing the little bird, Kyojuro immediately took back his words, as he clearly remembered this blood sparrow from the softball throwing segment. It seems that Huazi was not planning to reveal her strength in this event. However, an unexpected and bizarre scene unfolded. The little blood sparrow actually circled in the sky a few times before grabbing a strand of hair from the girl and lifting her up, flying into the air. The whole venue fell silent. No one made a sound. ISNT this cheating? Is cheating the main point here? No, this ISNT cheating. Look over there. Following a spectator's finger, many people noticed a lazy student with purple spiky hair. Shinso Hitoshi was being carried by several students as if he were sitting on a luxurious palanquin, moving forward comfortably. One was using a bird as a mount, and the others were using a classmate as a mount, so none of them broke the rules. In the sky, Huazi was quickly lifted by the little blood sparrow to a height of more than 10 meters, easily weaving through the crowded crowd and returning to the front line's first echelon. TSK, the blonde hedgehog-haired boy, who was rapidly chasing after Todoroki-Shudo, clicked his tongue, as troublesome guys were coming from behind. Bakugo Katsuki was rapidly dashing through the sky, his hands constantly erupting with explosive sounds. The current ranking of the first echelon was Todoroki-Shudo, Bakugo, Katsuki, Ida, Tenya, Huazi. Aside from them, everyone else had fallen behind due to the icy barriers unleashed by Todoroki-Shudo, unable to break through in a short time. Class A is indeed impressive. The entire first echelon is made up of Class A students. They truly deserve to be the ones who can repel enemy attacks. And that declaration from Huazi, AWSL, I believe that brief statement from Huazi will go down in history, and that strangely soft dimension looks incredibly plush, warm and fluffy, just like freshly baked cotton candy, sweet and delicious. It can only be admired from afar and not played with. If one could truly play with it, then dying on the spot would be worth it. The obstacle race segment was still ongoing, and other students were gradually catching up, but almost all of the general students had been wiped out. Even the enemy group that invaded USJ lost their ability to act under Todoroki-Shudo's strike, let alone them, who had made no progress with their quirks since enrollment, getting stuck at the entrance right away. 5 minutes later, the first echelon, led by Todoroki-Shudo, finally stopped. As a dense mass of gigantic steel robots blocked their path, the very same things they faced during the entrance exam. Chapter 154. Press H to enter Huazi. Rows of neatly aligned green robots resembled a well-organized army, directly blocking everyone's route. Even the unstoppable Todoroki-Shudo came to a halt. He stared in shock at the towering mechanical giants, his expression becoming slightly serious. So this is the checkpoint from the entrance exam. An opportunity like this is rare. I hope you can prepare some stronger guys. After all, my bastard dad and mom are watching. The boy crouched slightly, pressing his palm against the ground, and a terrifying cold air spread out like icy clouds, culminating in a loud explosion. The spreading ice froze everything along the way, turning the entire robot army into ice sculptures. Even the largest one was covered in frost and unable to move. As the giant robots toppled over, he surged ahead of the pack, while the competitors behind were all blocked by the fallen robots, a cloud of dust swirling chaotically. Todoroki, no doubt a student admitted without examination, not only got ahead, but also hindered those behind him. Should we call that cunning? With Mike's passionate shout, the heroes sitting in the viewing area were somewhat dazed. Although the power of a quirk isn't always better when stronger, the scene of freezing 100 meters was truly shocking. Todoroki, he is already stronger than many professional heroes present, no doubt the son of the Flame Hero Endeavor. Although Todoroki-Shudo's actions were cool, he was no longer in first place. Long before he was held up by the robots, the little blood sparrow had already carried the red-haired girl far ahead. Even though they were relatives and had a good relationship, Todoroki couldn't help but feel secretly frustrated. This girl was too shameless. Huahuazi didn't do anything at all. She was simply carried by the blood sparrow and smoothly passed the first checkpoint. And the sight of the second checkpoint made her laugh out loud. A long cliff abyss of 100 meters, which could only be crossed by slowly climbing a rope, would slow down almost everyone at this stage. But for Huahuazi, who could fly and cheat, it was no different from being given a free pass. She soared through the sky, free and easy, while others had to crawl on the ground, pitiful and humble. What might take other competitors several minutes to cross, she needed not even a minute, being carried by the wobbly little blood sparrow. Even the audience outside the screen began to sympathize with the other competitors. Obstacles are always prepared for land creatures and cannot stop the soaring birds in the sky. However, at that moment, an unexpected scene occurred. The soaring blood sparrow suddenly lost strength and released its grip, plummeting with the red-haired girl. Amidst the audience's gasps, Huahuazi flipped in free fall and reached out to grab the rope hanging over the cliff, her chest heaving violently. The near fall that could have shattered her bones sent the audience's hearts racing. The little blood sparrow collapsed in the girl's arms, panting heavily, appearing to be on the verge of collapse, only exhaling without inhaling. Seriously, so small and weak, really disappointing. I wonder who milk she grew up on. Whimper, whimper. Huahuazi complained helplessly, and the little blood sparrow immediately blushed, angrily chirping. It should be noted that her blood sparrow mother could carry Huahuazi and fly for over 10 kilometers without getting tired. How could this little guy be so delicate? The shrieking little blood sparrow was quickly stuffed into the collar of the girl's clothing, who gently pulled on the rope a few times, then executed a magnificent backflip, landing precariously on a cliff not far from passing this checkpoint. Meanwhile, behind her, Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo were chasing after her like madmen. The distance between the three was closing in. Purgatory Huahuazi smiled slightly, and to be fair, their performance was indeed impressive. If circumstances allowed, she wouldn't mind letting them take the lead to attract attention. What she truly wanted from this sports festival was to hone her skills through battles with other quirks. Only the final round of one-on-one combat could satisfy her. Everything else was inconsequential. Blood Demon Technique. The red-haired girl, wearing wooden clogs, tightened her delicate jade feet against the cliff, visibly bulging pink veins making her bare feet appear full of color. She crouched down, adopting a beast-like pouncing posture, aiming at the open space ahead. Then, flames flickered, and sparks erupting from beneath her feet resembled two flickering flames, spraying out behind her. Blood Demon Technique. Flame Dance Step. Whoosh! In the next second, the girl's figure vanished as if teleporting, disappearing right before Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo's eyes, leaving them in utter disbelief. The cliff where she had stood exploded into pieces with a loud bang, the entire stone pillar shattered by the terrifying force of her jump. Focused, they could vaguely see a red figure appearing far ahead. Purgatory Huahuazi had crossed over 100 meters in that instant, comparable to a fired bullet, both in power and the roaring sound it produced. With the intention of not drawing too much attention, Huahuazi's actions left the audience in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. The slow-motion replay on the big screen, repeated several times, couldn't even capture her movement, preliminarily judged to be due to the frame rate reaching its limit and unable to be captured by the camera. In the last frame, she was still in a jumping pose, and in the next second, she was standing on the opposite bank, just as the standing stone pillar collapsed, debris scattering everywhere. How was such high-speed movement achieved? How did her petite body manage to mitigate the impact and wind resistance? Was it thanks to her large, soft bosom? If it collided with a human body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Having easily passed the second checkpoint, Purgatory Rengoku gently wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead. It had been a long time since she practiced blood demon technique, and she almost lost control of her strength. If she lost her footing, tilted her body, it wouldn't just be a simple fall to the opposite bank. She might crash through all obstacles and directly return to the starting point. Press H to enter Rengoku, press H to enter Rengoku. Tank behind. Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo were momentarily stunned. Then their expressions turned tense as they madly accelerated to catch up. One used ice powers to freeze the ropes and widen the path, while the other propelled himself forward with explosive blasts from his hands, looking ferocious as if he wanted to catch up to the girl in front and devour her. Chapter 155. In the name of Purgatory, Ash Dragon after the first tier ran far ahead. The second tier contestants found themselves helpless against this sea of machines. It was a nightmare for students with poor mobility. The screen suddenly displayed a hilarious scene of several students being chased and beaten by a large group of mechas. While the battles of the first tier were the main attraction, the comedic aspect of the later contestants was even more pronounced. Izuku Midoriya struggled to evade the mecha's attacks. Even a group of quirk users were powerless, let alone him, a quirkless individual who couldn't use his abilities at will. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, a series of terrifying explosions nearly shattered eardrums. The deafening noise left all nearby students in shock. Dense artillery shells exploded like fireworks among the mechanical swarm, leaving behind a pile of broken parts. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a tall girl with a black ponytail casually tossed away a black cannon that had appeared out of nowhere, continuing to run forward without stopping. Yaoyoro's Momo had instantaneously taken out dozens of robots, forcing a bloody path, but this also gave the other second-tier contestants a chance to catch up. Seeing this, Izuku Midoriya started running forward too. He looked extremely ordinary among the large crowd, showing no standout performance. Izuku, even if you're at the bottom, you must push through the first round. Watching the unremarkable green-haired boy on the big screen, All Might's heart tightened involuntarily. The first round did not have designated spots. As long as one was not in the top 20, it was considered very dangerous. It wouldn't be surprising if the contestant ranked 21 were eliminated, as everyone was racing against time to catch up. Just then, the rankings changed again, and Purgatory Rengoku had dropped to 4th place. Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Tinya Ida each overtook her, leaving the red-haired girl isolated behind. As for the reason, Rengoku ran for a while with his hands clasped to his chest, suddenly realizing that his kimono was about to fall apart. No matter what he did, he couldn't fix it, so he was forced to give up running and walk slowly instead. It would be disastrous if, after intense exercise, he found himself running naked. There were millions of people watching him at that moment. Fortunately, the few people in front also stopped, hesitating on a patch of muddy ground. The 300-meter stretch of mud ahead was a minefield marked with mine signs, making it impossible for anyone to pass through easily, so they had no choice but to stop there. Bakugo Katsuki casually tossed a small remote explosive, which triggered a large chain reaction, sending a cloud of smoke that messed up everyone's hair. Although it was just a sound bomb and wouldn't cause real harm, it was enough to throw them into disarray. As a result, Bakugo Katsuki's low-altitude explosive flight lost its effectiveness. He was too close to the ground when floating and needed a landing point, making it impossible to continuously propel himself for hundreds of meters. What a frustrating design. The later you were in this stage, the greater the advantage. Todoroki Shoto sighed. Those running in front would inevitably test the minds for those behind, risking disruptive attacks and severe injuries. It seemed they could only move slowly without using their quirks. Thankfully, the competitors behind were still quite far away. Oomph. Bakugo Katsuki snorted angrily, ready to leap into the minefield, but his body suddenly froze in place. An incredible wave of heat swept in from behind, and the raging flames turned the air a deep red, boiling with intense heat. A girl with fiery red hair fluttering around her is engulfed in searing sparks, her entire body seeming to transform into a demon from hell. With each step she takes, she leaves scorched marks on the ground. Get out of my way. The girl's cold voice exudes an irresistible dominance. What do you want, woman? Although Bakugo Katsuki roars defiantly, he still obediently steps aside, imitating Todoroki Shoto and Ida Tenya. What could she possibly want to do? Is she really going to charge through like this? If it's such a terrifying heat, it should work. In the next moment, Hellfire Hanako freezes in place, her cute little tongue licking around her pink lips. Then suddenly, she opens her cherry red mouth wide, aiming straight ahead. The air convulses, a hurricane rushes in, as if all the air around her is being sucked into her lungs, an inexplicable sense of pressure forcing the other three to retreat a few steps once more. At that moment, a red, unknown substance is gathering between the girl's lips and teeth, forming an extremely dazzling fireball. A fierce wind rushes towards them. The ground trembles violently, trees shake intensely, and the boiling heat makes the air inhaled into their lungs feel scorching, like the precursor to a volcanic eruption. Then, the scorching star points split into lines, countless red particle lines propelling the fireball out of her mouth, containing destructive high-temperature energy, suspended motionless in the air. If used in human form, this technique should be relatively ordinary and not too conspicuous. Hellfire Hinako feels quite satisfied with her judgment. If it's this move, it should be able to breach the minefield about 500 meters ahead. As the energy continues to compress and solidify, its color deepens, as if it's about to explode. Blood Demon Technique. Ash Dragon. Boom! In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing scream, the fireball explodes. The roaring flames erupt, with countless massive fire pillars swirling and intertwining, flying forward like a comet. As the lava-drenched fire dragon roars through hundreds of meters ahead, the scorching breath shoots up into the sky, and the three nearby are immediately swept away by the swirling dust, barely avoiding being blown too far away. Everyone gazes in shock at this scene. The mines in the third checkpoint are instantly obliterated, not even having a chance to explode before being completely wiped out, the violent, scorching high temperature swirling endlessly. This overwhelming strike not only destroyed the minefield, but almost blasted into the venue of the U.A. sports festival, the earth-shattering noise audible even several kilometers away. The red-haired girl exhales a breath of scorching flame, calmly turning her head to look at the three who are in a daze. Let us go, the thunder is gone. Right? This is the Hellfire Hinako you wanted to see, In the U.A. sports festival clubhouse, there is a deathly silence, and the sound of Mike's dry laughter comes through the broadcast. No words can adequately describe this scene. It has surpassed student level. Even most professional heroes cannot compare. This is Hellfire Hinako from U.A. Hero Course Class, a monstrous newcomer who single-handedly repelled the main force of the enemy. The flame hero endeavor in the audience stands up abruptly, his expression one of disbelief as he gazes at the screen. Even more shocked are All Might and the leading figure among the U.A. three giants, Shinjuro Rengoku, whose comically round eyes are wide open. Just now, the fighting spirit emitted by the red-haired girl was honed through countless battles. She is not a student, but more like a swordsman forged through endless bloodshed. P.S. Recommend a book. In another world, we are the protagonists. A cheeky and quirky LV-0 traveler. A timid, dark-fearing vampire cross-dressing little girl. Oh my, does this adventurous combination seem a bit off? After all, these are character setups that only protagonists have. Of course, they are also protagonists, doing what protagonists do. Author's note. In another world, we are the protagonists. Chapter 156, 8 Lemons, Lost Oranges. At this moment, just a few meters away from the finish line, 3 contestants are vying for the top spot. First place is mine. Bakugo Katsuki uses his explosion quirk to propel himself into the air, then crashes against the ice wall with a loud thud. On the other side, Ida Tenya, whose legs roar like engines, is also stopped by the ice wall. The 2 contestants running ahead are blocked by the ice, and Todoroki seizes the opportunity to dash in through another door into the finish line of the sports arena. First place, Todoroki second place, Bakugo Katsuki third place, Ida Tenya fourth place. Hellfire Hinako, even though the third checkpoint was obliterated by Hellfire Hinako with a single spit. She still finishes in fourth place due to her slow speed, yet she appears completely unconcerned. Inside U.A. sports arena, the referee, Knight, is nervously twitching her face. She never expected the minefield of the third checkpoint would be completely wiped out. This means it's just a race to see who runs faster now, turning the obstacle course into a mere track race, making the third checkpoint entirely ornamental. Hellfire Hinako, her quirk is truly terrifying for battle. Fortunately, she is a hero and not an enemy, leaving the enemies to worry now. Yes, this girl is already invincible among her peers, and she is so big, so beautiful, so hot, love it. Following the top 4 contestants, other members from classes A and B gradually arrive at the finish line. For some reason, all the murmurs from the packed audience are directed towards Hellfire Hinako. Even the attention on first place Todoroki is less than hers. 10 minutes later, When Izuku Midoriya stumbles through the door, the first round of the competition is officially declared over. There are spots for advancement to the next round. And among the 42 qualifiers, except for Shin's Hitoshi from Class C of the General Studies, all are students from Hero Course classes A and B, with the other classes completely wiped out. Izuku Midoriya kneels on the ground, drenched in sweat, gazing at the huge screen displaying the results with immense relief. Thankfully, there are 42 spots instead of 40, otherwise he would have been eliminated in the first round. All Might's words to him, "Let everyone know you have arrived," would have turned into a joke. Alright, now please look at the big screen. The event for the second round are about to be decided. As the referee's voice sounded, everyone turned their attention to the lottery machine on the screen. The chaotic brawl with no personality and the 3v3 team battle had several projects of interest to the fiery Hwazi eliminated one by one, until finally, the pointer landed on the horse battle. The rules of the horse battle set a time limit of 15 minutes, with teams of 2 to 4 people on horseback competing to seize each other's points. The total points of the team in the first round represent the score of a whole horse, and the rider on top must wear a scarf that indicates the horse's score on their head. Contestants must do their utmost to snatch other scarves before time is up, and the final outcome is determined by the points they hold. The stolen scarves must be worn above the neck, meaning the more scarves one has stolen, the harder it is to protect them. The most important point is that regardless of whether one's own scarf is stolen or the horse's points collapse, no one will be eliminated from the competition. This is a brutal battle that allows for personality use, but ultimately, it is still a horse battle, and vicious attacks aimed at crushing the opponent will lead to disqualification. As Knight said this, he fixed his gaze on the seemingly unconcerned red-haired girl, knowing that using large-scale destructive attacks is also prohibited. Sigh. Rengoku Hwazi let out a helpless sigh. It's precisely this point that makes the horse battle too boring. Among the 42 contestants, the last place had a score of 5, the second last had 10, and so on, with the first place, Todoroki having a score of 10 million. This also means that no matter how many scarves are stolen, as long as one can obtain that scarf worth 10 million, they will definitely advance. In an instant, Todoroki became the target of everyone's attention, and he expressionlessly glanced at the tall man in the audience, engulfed in flames. His mother must be watching too. Thinking of this, the boy's face suddenly turned slightly red, causing everyone to look at him in disbelief. Could this guy actually blush? The next 15 minutes are team selection time. Please quickly choose your desired team members. With Knight's words, the students began to invite familiar friends one after another. Rengoku Hwazi undoubtedly walked over to Gozamomo to try and invite her, but, "Sorry, Hwazi, I refuse because you are the goal I want to surpass. I don't want to always be protected by you." Yairzamomo rejected him without hesitation. Then, with an apologetic expression, walked over to Todoroki Kaminari Denki, and Ida Tenya. Boom! Hwazi was suddenly struck as if by lightning. Her whole body froze in place, at a loss and teetering on the edge. Will you bye-bye? How could this be? So competitive. Could it be that she's going through a rebellious phase? If there were a green hat at this moment, she would definitely put it on her head to seek comfort. After being rejected by Yaiba, the Purgatory Hwazi pitifully turned her gaze to others. Not want to join the 4-person team, as that would be too cumbersome and inconvenient. If possible, it would be best to pick a single agile teammate, making both movement and combat much easier. Just then, a floating headscarf suddenly appeared in the vision of Purgatory Hwazi. Yi-In-Tu, it was actually Quan. Without a second thought, she walked up and wrapped her arms around Yi-In-Tu from behind. Hwazi? Yi-In-Tu screamed, taking a long time to calm down. Her voice weakly questioning. Yi-In, team up with me. Why me? Because it's exciting. In the end, Purgatory Hwazi and Yi-In-Tu formed a team, and she carried Quan's transparent figure on her back, looking as though she was alone without any changes. However, this made Yi-In-Tu's headscarf seem too conspicuous and easy to snatch. Watching Hwazi carrying Quan's Yi-In-Tu, Yaiba in the distance wore a lemon-sour expression, never expecting that the other party would team up with Yi-In-Tu. The tall black-haired girl bit her pink lips tightly. How could this happen? It was simply too impure. So regretful. Chapter 157. Horseback battle. Oh, what's going on? That team only has one person. It seems there's a transparent person. They should be 2, right? So confident. After 15 minutes of free team formation, others formed 4-person or 3-person teams, with only Purgatory Hwazi appearing to be alone. It wasn't that no one invited her, but she rejected all, whether from her class or others. Although a 4-person team might be more advantageous, it was too troublesome and uncomfortable. Start. With the referee Ye's announcement, Everyone sprang into action, and half of the dozens of teams immediately rushed toward the team of Shoto Todoroki. There were also several teams inexplicably approaching the red-haired girl, Purgatory Huahuazi, and Yi too. After all, most participants in the a sports festival aim to make a name for themselves, and in this regard, whether securing first place or defeating Purgatory Huahuazi offered the same benefits. Don't make a scary face, beautiful lady. Remember not to use malicious quirk attacks. The rider in the four-person team seemed to be a leading figure from Class B, a handsome boy with golden bangs, and Machima Ninjan approached with a gloomy smile. Purgatory Huahuazi maintained a calm expression, appearing indifferent, seemingly not taking anyone seriously. Are you challenging me? She asked haughtily the next second. The vulgar and filthy words made Machima Ninjan slightly stunned. Then he revealed a sinister smile. A green vine creeping from behind them quietly snatched away the headscarf from Yinto's head. In another Class B team, a beautiful girl made of green vines closed her eyes, manipulating her hair without making a sound. With her full attention and vigilance on Machima Ninjan, Yinto didn't even notice that her headscarf had disappeared. It took her several seconds to react and start screaming. Ah, Huahuazi, my headscarf is gone. Don't panic, hold on to me. With her body tightly wrapped by the transparent girl behind her, Huahuazi let out a gentle breath of flame, her delicate little face becoming serious. The team in front was led by Machima Ninjan, while the team behind was led by Class B's Iron Tetsu. If it were according to Huahuazi's past character, she could instantly make them all vanish without a trace. But now, as a student, she had to conform to the image of a student. A slight bullying would suffice. All breathing bloom, centering from the girl's feet, a flame petal blossomed, the shockwave reverberating thunderously. Whoosh! With a flick of flame, the red-haired girl's figure blurred and instantly vanished from everyone's sight. The crimson shadow rapidly enlarged in Machima Ninjan's eyes, causing his pupils to constrict violently, and he could barely raise his right hand to block. Everyone else failed to react to that speed. In such terrifying high-speed movement, Yinto felt as if she was about to fly, her entire body feeling weightless, as if falling backward. Boom! Purgatory Huahuazi clenched her pink fists, delivering a heavy punch to Machima Ninjan's abdomen. The terrifying impact nearly knocking the entire four-person team upside down. The golden-haired boy even spat out a mouthful of sour liquid, his pained eyes slightly dazed, almost knocked out by the blow. What kind of strength is this? It's simply more terrifying than a natural physical quirk enhancement. In the blink of an eye, after yanking the headscarf off Machima's head, the red-haired girl's figure rapidly reversed, charging towards the opposite small team with incredible speed. I'll block her. The silver-haired muscular man, Tetsu, transformed his entire body into a metallic steel color at high speed. No matter how strong her power was, it was absolutely impossible to break through the defense of a real man. Flame-breathing 10th form bone flame shield. The sound of compressed bones echoed from Purgatory Huahuazi's right hand, and for a moment, Tetsu seemed to see a flaming skeleton. The flesh on the girl's fist tore away, revealing terrifyingly hard blood-red claws. Boom! Oh. Tetsu braced himself against the girl's terrifying punch. The gust of wind scattering, and the sound of his steel-like skin cracking echoed. He immediately exited the hardening state, coughing up a shocking amount of blood, unimaginable powerful force. In the blink of an eye, both Class B teams were completely shattered, collapsing backward, struggling to maintain their current formation. Meanwhile, Purgatory Huahuazi hadn't even used her quirk, so she naturally wouldn't be judged for foul play. Yinto use headscarf, along with the points from these two other teams, was all secured, ensuring her advancement was already a given. Wow, so strong. Watching the scene, Yinto couldn't help but be amazed, and her mind suddenly recalled the scene of 1 red and 5 black. What happened at that time between Huahuazi and those black boys might not be as filthy as she had imagined. After all, she was just too outrageous. Thud! The two teams almost collapsed to the ground at the same moment, and everyone looked at the red-haired girl enveloped in flames with disbelief. Whether it was the overwhelming defeat or the audience's roaring cheers, their spirits gradually fell to the bottom. Without using her quirk, relying solely on her hand-to-hand combat ability to suppress their quirks, to what extent had her combat power been honed? Hellfire Huazi, is this the terrifying power that can suppress enemy groups even during school days? Truly deserving of the name. He. At this moment, the golden-haired boy, lying on the ground in a disheveled state, suddenly started laughing sinisterly. I'm invincible. I am already invincible. His copying ability has taken possession of the opponent's quirk through the contact of Hellfire Hwazi's punch, although he can only use it for 5 minutes. However, during these 5 minutes, he is absolutely invincible. Watch closely, woman who plays with fire. With a crazed expression, he spread his arms wide to embrace the sky and snapped his fingers with great flair. In the next second, his hands seemed to transform into lighters, with flickering flames dancing in the wind. Crack! The surging flames extinguished before they could fully burn, and the expression on Shikama Ningen's face turned from pride to shock. Frozen in place, like a fool. How is this possible? How could her quirk be this weak? This is that woman's quirk. How could she struggle to unleash even this weak flame? Could it be that her quirk is so overwhelmingly strong that he cannot replicate even a fraction of its power at his current level? How could this happen? Chapter 158, Hellfire Hwazi, Brainwashing Tentacles. Rubberhead, was that last attack considered malicious? What are you talking about? She didn't even use her quirk. Aizawa Shura's darkened pupils contracted sharply as he responded with an exasperated tone to the screaming mic. The moment Hellfire Hwazi leaped across the abyss, it was captured on camera. No matter how exaggerated the appearance, it was still just on the screen. However, when she actually displayed such exaggerated high-speed movement in reality, it was still impossible to capture with the naked eye. Simply incredible. Meanwhile, Shikama Ningen wore a twisted and suspicious expression, never expecting that he would be unable to reproduce the opponent's quirk's power. Could it be that she was just lying about her quirk? Wait, could it be? Shikama Ningen suddenly turned to look in the direction of Todoroki Shudo, a thoughtful look in his eyes, then suddenly realized, turning back to glance at the red-haired girl. You're a duel. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the golden-haired boy rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. Breath of fire, first form, unknown fire. Hellfire Hwazi kicked at his abdomen at an angle, the explosion creating a massive sound wave that sent the four-man team tumbling over, rolling helplessly on the ground. In an instant, Class B's two main teams fell apart, with Shikama unconscious and Tetsu unable to rise again. The red-haired girl, expressionless, brushed aside a strand of her flowing hair, her stunning and arrogant face giving off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although Shikama was mistaken, she didn't want to accept troublesome questioning, so she temporarily silenced him. 7 minutes had passed since the match began, and battles were not only occurring here. The team composed of Ida Tenya, Yairo Momo, Kaminari Denki, and Todoroki Shudo was practically an impenetrable barrier. Yairozu burned fat to create obstacles. Kaminari discharged electricity to interfere. Todoroki's ice walls combined with Ida's mobility allowed them to withstand the siege of nearly 5 or 6 teams until now. At this point in the battle, it was very clear that the only teams still capable of fighting were Bakugo Katsuki's and Midoriya Izuku's. Their team compositions were Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Ijiro, Ashido Mina, Acid, and Shirohanta, Tape. Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako, Tokoyami Fumikage, and Tsuyu Azui. Class B was completely wiped out, and no one dared to provoke Hellfire Hwazi, while the General Studies Class C still had one last person left, Shinso Hitoshi. Hellfire Hwazi's attention was immediately drawn to this purple-haired boy, who had managed to use his brainwashing quirk to control A-Class's Ojiro Mashireo and 2 others from Class B to form a team. In short, this piqued her interest in his poor ability. At the same time, the boy with messy purple hair also noticed Hellfire Hwazi's dangerous gaze, his muscles instinctively tensing up. The sight of Class B's main force being wiped out in an instant was naturally seen by Shinso, and if the other party was determined to eliminate him, he would have no power to fight back. Hey! Hellfire Hwazi called out sweetly from a distance, stopping Shinso in his tracks as the 4-man team halted in place. As he looked at the red-haired girl approaching with the invisible person on her back, a cold sweat began to flow down Shinso's forehead, and he nervously swallowed. Your quirk seems to be able to manipulate others' minds. Do you ever do strange things with that ability? The moment the girl questioned him, Shinso's expression turned grotesque, filled with rage. Many people have viewed him this way, but no one had ever asked so directly. I wonder, do your parents think their memories have been altered by you? Honestly, I'm quite scared of you. Seeing your terrifying expression, are you planning to do something strange to this weak girl? Yada H. Hellfire Hwazi had become quite skilled in switching to a bitcha persona, appearing completely natural and genuine, like a true bitch. Watching the girl cover her mouth in shock and fear, Shinso's mindset exploded in an instant. What's wrong with you? Just as Hellfire Huazi retorted, she suddenly felt her body becoming strange, completely out of her control. Now, throw your headscarf over here. Huazi felt his head becoming dizzy and his mind muddled, subconsciously wanting to comply. In the next moment, the dark and murky mental space ignited, and the core of his spirit, surrounded by fire lotuses, resembled a small sun illuminating everything. Under the terrifying, endless inferno, the command that invaded his brain instantly turned to ashes. The mind manipulator spat out a mouthful of blood, swaying unsteadily on his horse, looking incredulously at the red-haired girl across from him, who appeared utterly unfazed. How could this be? She had clearly stayed in place and done nothing. Yet his brainwashing ability was shattered by a powerful force. The red-haired girl's calm expression gradually turned somewhat mocking, as if she were seated on a throne, looking down at a small, ridiculous clown, a noble empress freely criticizing his life and death. How boring, pitiful, sad, and weak, an uncomfortable ability. Under the pressure of her honed fighting spirit, it was simply no match. Did he really think that just because he hadn't done anything wrong, others wouldn't mistake him for a misunderstanding? Acting as if he were so wronged. Why not take a look at the state of his current teammates? Hearing the girl's sarcastic words, the mind manipulator slowly looked down at his 3 teammates beneath him. They were all in a daze, in a brainwashed state. This dangerous condition meant that even if they woke up, they wouldn't have any memory of the present and could potentially suffer mental effects, possibly becoming mentally ill. Microflame. The inferno fire Huazi softly chanted, and a faint flame outlined a delicate pattern that slowly burned behind the girl, resembling a sun model composed of several starlight points. 2 soft, powerless red, slippery tentacles emerged from within, floating on either side of the mind manipulator, whose mood was on the verge of collapse. Today, I'll educate your parents for you. Pia. The 2 red tentacles swung like crazy, hitting the mind manipulator's sides with the fury of parents using a shoehorn during a mixed doubles match, quickly beating him into a bruised mess, leaving him looking like a pig's head. A few seconds later, as the sun pattern dissipated, the mind manipulator collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The ordinary students in the audience were furious, their faces flushed and their chests tight. Noticing this scene, the commentator Aizawa Shoyuda slowly stood up, his eyes wide in disbelief. This sun seemed like the one described by the students during the USJ attack incident, but how could it be so weak? The intensity seemed almost comical, completely useless in actual combat. After knocking out the mind manipulator, the red-haired girl maintained a calm expression, not even realizing that she had referred to herself as this one 3 times today. Perhaps as the micro-flame ability gradually grew, the inferno fire Huazi would eventually tread a path of no return to the throne. Chapter 159. Inferno Fire Huazi versus Aizawa Mina. There is only 1 minute left. With Mike's announcement, the audience erupted in excitement, clearly focused on Todoroki-Shudo, Midoriya Izuku, and Bakugo Katsuki. As the warhorse, Ida Tenya faced multiple attacks, and the engines on his calves erupted with roaring smoke, changing from blue to a stunning red. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a fierce wind rushed, propelling Ida forward. By the time everyone reacted, Todoroki's group of 4 had appeared dozens of meters away, far from the central battleground. Yaoyorozu Momo, still shaken, reached to cover her chest, almost shaking her clothes off, looking quite H-like Huazi. Her teammates Kaminari Denki and Todoroki-Shudo looked equally incredulous. Perhaps for others, this speed was simply astonishingly fast. But for them, the experience was completely different, like a crow flying on a plane. So thrilling that their facial muscles were loosened by the fierce wind. Time is up. Mike's deafening voice rang out, and Bakugo, who was still trying to pursue in midair, immediately fell hard, landing in a heap. Todoroki's group successfully retained the headband worth 10 million points, finishing in first place. And he had achieved his goal of winning solely with his freezing ability, concluding perfectly. Bakugo and Midoriya looked extremely unwilling, but when they glanced around, they discovered, first place, Todoroki-Shudo, Ida Tenya, Kaminari Denki, Yaoyorozu Momo. Second group, Yaoyorozu Momo, Inferno Fire Huazi. Third group, Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Ijuro, Aizawa Mina, Sarayu Bantai. Fourth group, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako, Tokoyami Fumikage, and Frappi. Aside from these 4 groups, all other groups had 0 points. as they were either injured or unable to participate in the subsequent competition due to broken formations. The mind manipulator from Class B and the ordinary student from Class C were completely wiped out by Inferno Fire Huahuazi. She was like an unshakable gatekeeper. The situation had turned overwhelmingly one-sided, and the expressions of students from other classes were extremely grim. In their eyes, it was as if they were being specifically targeted by Inferno Fire Huahuazi, even having the last remaining chance of advancement stripped away. Since she was so strong, why not just grab that headband worth 10 million points? Wait, according to the rules, hasn't it always been to select 16 people for the final match? No one expected that pairs could also advance. What should they do now? The U.A. Sports Festival traditionally eliminates 16 spots in the second round. But now there were only 14 spots, so it seemed they needed a supplement from elsewhere. Finally, after some selection, Tetsu, and Shizuki Shio were chosen for having high scores in the first round of the obstacle run, bringing a slight relief to the faces of the Class B heroes. The final rules were a 1v1 knockout system, ultimately selecting the strongest victor, the undisputed champion. This rule finally seemed interesting. Inferno Fire Huahuazi's fists made creaking sounds as her bones rubbed together, her expression calm. And only at such times did she take things a bit more seriously. In martial arts, she would absolutely not hold back. Sometimes, if her chest shook too violently, she might even fall over uncontrollably. All right, based on the draw results, please look at the big screen. Referee Yoru suddenly cracked the whip and pointed towards the screen. Aizawa Mina versus Inferno Fire Huahuazi Midoriya Izuku versus Yairo Momo Todoroki Shudo versus Sarayu Bantai Kaminari Denki versus Shiozaki Shio Ida Tenya versus Frappi Tokoyami Fumikage versus Yairo Momo Kurishima Aijiro versus Bakugu Katsuki. This grouping left everyone shocked, with many pairs having little suspense. Like Todoroki Shudo and Bakugu Katsuki, their opponents were simply not good at one-on-one battles. The fight might end in an instant. Thus, the first round seemed to lack any highlights, but it did create exciting suspense for the following rounds, making it impossible to look away. Moreover, the first match was between the pink-skinned, soft, tentacled girl who looked like an alien, Aizawa Mina, nervously gazing in the direction of the red-haired girl. Was she really that unlucky, facing a high probability of losing in the first round? Although they are classmates, she has never spoken to this woman, as Rengoku Kyuka gives off a sense of aloofness and superiority. Usually, she only chats with Yairo Momo and Todoroki Shudo, seemingly looking down on the average students who got into UA. But then again, isn't this a great opportunity to showcase herself? If she could defeat Rengoku Kyuka here, it would be a huge upset. Although she doesn't think she will win, she also believes that after enduring rigorous training at UA, she won't easily lose. With half an hour left before the finals, Yairo Momo quietly walked up behind Rengoku Kyuka. Kyuka, I'm sorry for rejecting you before. After the competition ends, come over to my house tonight to hang out. She thought to herself that if Kyuko were to lose, she probably wouldn't be in the mood to hang out. However, the red-haired girl suddenly stopped speaking, her face flushed with embarrassment as Yairo Momo hugged her waist from behind, mimicking the pose she had seen from Yae Toshiro earlier. Her soft hands brushed against the thin black kimono, and Rengoku Kyuka struggled symbolically a few times before slumping back into her embrace with a look of weakness. Truly, Yairo Momo, the elite student, is adept at discerning others' vulnerabilities. Ah, I see. Kyuka has admitted defeat, she replied hesitantly. What about that Chang'an? His personality is strong, but he should be afraid of flames. You could try to create something like a flame gun to deal with him. Stop touching me. Okay, thank you. From the perspective of the audience, the girls' casual conversation seemed entirely normal, and no one noticed anything unusual about Rengoku Kyuka. Soon, the first match of the first round was about to begin, with Rengoku Kyuka facing off against Ishido Mina. This woman is a monster among monsters, having single-handedly repelled terrifying enemies during the USJ attack. She is Rengoku Kyuka. By the way, it is said that her combat outfit is designed to be fireproof to avoid burning her clothes during battle. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Rengoku Kyuka's brows furrowed in anger, glaring at the commentator mic. What is this guy talking about? Is he looking for a fight? Noticing the dangerous look in the red-haired girl's eyes, Mike chuckled awkwardly and shifted the topic to Ishido Mina. Chapter 160. Human Sun First Round. First match, Rengoku Kyuka vs. Ishido Mina. With a plop. The pink-skinned girl who looked somewhat like an alien stepped onto the stage, nervously swallowing. Looking around, the overwhelming cheers from the audience indicated most people's preferences. Surely, Not many thought she would win, right? If she could actually defeat this girl here, it would definitely ignite the atmosphere. Dressed in a beautifully elegant kimono, with her long red hair styled like a bride, and her makeup done up, Rengoku looked like a seductive diva on stage. She gazed calmly at the pink girl across from her, even though they were classmates. They had hardly spoken a few words, and she certainly wouldn't hold back during the battle. In the audience, a row of classmates watched the stage nervously, their eyes glued to the match below. Actually, Mina-chan probably can't win, Frog Below May said, resting her chin on her hand, her expression filled with worry. Those who had witnessed the USJ incident firsthand were likely thinking the same. How could a student possibly defeat the Supreme Empress, who sat on the throne like a goddess of fire? Even though the girl's current demeanor was completely different from then, one could still catch glimpses of similarity in her looks and aura. But that overwhelming sense of oppression was undeniably real. What are you talking about? Mina-chan has been training hard too. She's gotten much stronger since the start of school. Go Mina-chan. Uraraka Ochako shook her pink fists excitedly, cheering for the pink girl below. Watching this scene, the others didn't know what else to say, so they joined in the encouragement. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. Hey! As the referee announced the start of the match, Ashido Mina shouted and sprayed a large blob of acid toward the girl across from her. This weak corrosive power was even less than sulfuric acid, but if it splashed on her, it would still dissolve her clothes, embarrassing her in front of everyone. Rengoku slightly stepped back to avoid it. Mom and Dad are watching. Let me bring home a spectacular victory. Acid quickly oozed from her feet, and Ashido Mina glided across the stage like she was ice skating, speeding around the edges of the ring. Her opponent could unleash large-scale fiery attacks. So as long as she could close the distance slowly, there would be a chance to counterattack. As Ashido Mina continued to spray acid while approaching the red-haired girl, hoping to engage in close combat, Rengoku seemed unconcerned with her intentions, merely watching Mina's performance, which made her feel infuriated. Was she really so weak that Kyuka couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids? Then, I'll increase the concentration and amount of acid, expanding the coverage so that anyone hit will suffer severe burns. With a whoosh, the acid oozing from Ashido Mina's palms was wildly swung toward the red-haired girl. A torrent of acid surged forward, and Rengoku stopped dodging, expressionless as she pulled her hand back. Then, she suddenly realized she was unarmed. Breath of fire, 12th form, colorless throne. Whoosh! The void of flames expanded, distorting the air around the girl, instantly evaporating all the acid that splashed toward her. The scorching heat wave shot skyward. A terrifying temperature felt throughout the venue, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. The red-haired girl's long hair spread out, wildly swirling like a blazing fire, while the space around her emitted a mournful wail, violently twisting under the intense heat. The colorless throne, like the bone flame shield, could be activated without the need for a Nichiren blade. Pulling back her sword was merely an instinctive action. The area around where Rengoku stood was instantly incinerated, as if an invisible throne crowned her, transforming the region into a domain of flames. Ah, it's so hot! From 6 or 7 meters away, Ashido Mina's face twisted in pain as she frantically retreated. Just being brushed by the heat felt as if her entire body was about to be scalded. How can I defeat her if I can't even get close? Strange. I could have taken her out in an instant. Why waste time? In the audience, Bakugo Katsuki propped his chin up, looking extremely puzzled. Hearing this, the people next to him chuckled awkwardly. That was indeed disrespectful to Ashido Mina. Kirishima Ijiro, with a serious expression, stared intently at the battle below and slowly spoke. Well, although I'm not very sure, I feel like Kyuka might be giving Mina a chance to showcase her skills. Huh? How is that possible? The voice of Bakugo Katsuki abruptly stopped, his expression slowly turning to one of astonishment. Perhaps it really is. Although that woman is particularly fierce in battle, she is quite gentle towards her classmates most of the time. Is she intentionally not letting her opponent lose too badly in this situation? Even though the truth is hard to accept, Ashido Mina indeed doesn't have the qualifications to challenge Kirishima Ijiro. After this, who could possibly catch that woman's interest? On the stage below, under the overwhelming heat waves, Ashido Mina's figure was already swaying, her expression in pain. So hot, so uncomfortable. She felt like she was going to vomit, as if she would faint and collapse at any moment. It was impossible to get close. Just standing on the same stage made her sweat profusely, dehydrated and sunstroke, creating a truly despairing gap. The terrifying high temperature seemed to turn the stage into an oven. The evaporating air was visibly distorted, and even the audience in the stands was constantly wiping their sweat. Centered around Kirishima, the surrounding air had been warped by the heat, and her despairing figure resembled a human sun. Thud! Ashido Mina fell to the ground in a sorry state, the circles in her black-framed glasses spinning as she fainted. Seeing this scene, the tight-fitting uniform soaked with sweat made her look quite enticing. As Knight waved her whip and declared Kirishima-Ijiro's victory. Amazing, amazing! Without moving an inch, her body temperature made her opponent faint. She was truly like a human sun, truly worthy of being Kirishima-Ijiro, the strongest newcomer of our time. Hearing the extremely annoying voice of Teacher Mike, Ijiro's expression couldn't help but twitch slightly. Body temperature is normally a very usual term, but saying it in this situation feels somewhat creepy, as if she was using her body temperature to make everyone present feel warm. Hundreds of thousands of people, a public bus. After the first match ended, both the onlooking classmates and upperclassmen felt immense pressure. The strongest newcomer of our time, not just a newcomer, with such unparalleled strength. The title of the three giants of U.A. must have become a joke the moment she enrolled. The true invincible Kirishima-Ijiro. Chapter 161. Ice and Fire Duality, alright. I believe everyone has seen part of Kirishima-Ijiro's strength from the previous match, and it should be clear that the rumors are not false. More of her charm will be showcased in the upcoming matches, so look forward to it. Now for the next round, Midoriya Izuku versus Yaoyorozu Momo. Gulp. The green-haired boy nervously swallowed, finding himself alone on the vast field, while his opponent was completely transparent and unobservable. Thinking about how Yaoyorozu Momo must be in full X mode, many gentlemen in the audience were already blushing. Before the match starts, I must remind you, Midoriya, to be careful not to touch the girl as private areas. Hearing Teacher Mike and the audience's laughter, Midoriya Izuku became even more flustered, looking utterly at a loss. He had almost never spoken to a girl before entering UA, let alone standing in front of a completely ex-girl. Midoriya Izuku anxiously looked around, unable to spot his opponent's figure at all. Just then, a delicate voice rang in his ear, and a pair of hands pushed him backward, pressing against his chest. He instinctively wanted to reach out and stop it, but suddenly found himself frozen in midair, unable to move. What if he accidentally touched something? Wouldn't that make him a pervert groping a girl in front of everyone? Midoriya Izuku was completely paralyzed with fear, being pushed backward by Yaoyorozu Momo, and he was about to slide off the stage. At this critical moment, he turned around and slipped past her, while Yaoyorozu Momo was pushed forward by inertia and fell off. Thud! Yaoyorozu Momo stumbled out of the ring, erasing the white line at the edge of the stage that was specially prepared for her. The transparent girl lay on the ground, whimpering, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet no one noticed. However, the red-haired girl, sitting with her legs crossed in the stands, had a drop of blood slowly flowing from her cute pink nose. In her transparent world, Yaoyorozu Momo's body appeared outlined by heat, every movement creating a delightful curve, which was quite enjoyable to watch. Indeed, Kirishima-Ijiro has fallen, unlocking the transparent world that only those who have reached the limits of martial arts can master, just to appreciate such vulgar and indecent things. The match is over. Although this match felt more like a farce, it was still quite thrilling, as if they had touched upon a taboo realm only accessible to adults. Feeling quite wronged, Yaoyorozu Momo returned to the stands and angrily pounded her small fists against the chest of the red-haired girl, making her bounce. Huahuazi comforted Yi In-tu by stroking her head and inadvertently glanced at the distant Hachiman Momo, who was warming up. Although he had already informed her of Chang and Tane's weaknesses, the probability of failure was still quite high. Sometimes the gap in strength is not easily bridged. It seems that not long after comforting Yi In-tu, he would have to comfort Hachiman Momo again. What an exhilarating match this is. Luckily, nothing catastrophic has happened. Now, the next match, Todoroki Shoto versus Surayu Bantai. Known as the strongest freshman, Todoroki Shoto had ranked first in both the first and second rounds of the UA Sports Festival, truly deserving of being a student admitted without examination. On the other hand, Surayu Bantai, while also excellent, somehow comes off as very ordinary, giving off a pedestrian vibe. With a sharp tongue, the boy with black hair styled like a serrated edge and an utterly average appearance walked onto the stage, looking quite speechless. Standing opposite him was a boy with red and white hair, who looked serious and seemed to be in a bad mood. Todoroki Shoto had just encountered his father, Endeavor, in the entrance corridor, and an unpleasant conversation had ensued between them. He had already warned Endeavor that he would absolutely not use his fire abilities in this match, only relying on the ice powers inherited from his mother. Mother, are you watching me well? I will never become someone like my father. The match begins. With the referee's announcement, countless white tape burst forth from Sarayu Bantai's body, wrapping around Todoroki and rapidly pulling him towards the edge of the ring. In just a few seconds, he had already covered half the distance and was about to fly straight out of the ring. I don't think I will win, but I don't feel like I will lose at all. Sarayu Bantai looked very pleased, watching his opponent's body getting closer to the edge of the ring, his heart racing with excitement. Here, he would pull Todoroki down from the pedestal and fulfill the wish that Ishido Mina had not achieved. Sorry, Todoroki muttered inexplicably, and then the cold ice that erupted from his body forcibly solidified his moving form. Boom! The chill spread along the ground, and the ice flowers formed from the condensation froze the entire ring, finally shooting up into the sky in the shape of a towering ice peak, with a thunderous sound echoing. The entire ring shook violently, and even outside the a sports field, the terrifying ice spikes could be clearly seen, with frost permeating the entire arena. The bone-chilling cold, the rising glacier piercing through, almost froze the audience in the stands. Todoroki, along with the massive glacier that burst out of the sports field, stunned countless viewers watching the live broadcast. He was probably stronger than most professional heroes present. At this moment, everyone in the stadium was trembling under the terrifying cold, including the referee, whose half-body was frozen. Sarayu, can you still move? How could that be? This is too much. Sarayu Bantai, whose entire body was frozen except for his face, was on the verge of tears, feeling like his senses were being frozen away. Sorry, I'm a bit in a bad mood, Todoroki said as he shook off the frozen tape, then walked over to Sarayu Bantai with a guilty expression, gently placing his hand on the ice layer on him. The burning heat radiating from the boy's palm quickly melted the massive glacier, turning it into a pool of rich ice water flowing away. Watching this incredibly shocking scene, many people took a while to realize that Todoroki strength could not even be considered at the level of a normal student. He might be a monster of an exceptional level, just like the Inferno Huahuazi. If the final battle were between the two of them, it would definitely be spectacular, right? A song of ice and fire and duality? Chapter 162. Hero Killer Stein after Todoroki battle ended. There was a 2-hour break before the next round of the competition officially began. Huahuazi just went to the cafeteria for a meal, but she was pulled by countless classmates and seniors for photos and autographs, and students surrounded her for half a day, making it extremely crowded. In order to maintain her image as a perfect, super beautiful girl, she reluctantly agreed to various strange requests from the crowd. By the time she exhaustedly escaped from the crowd and returned to the stadium, 2 rounds of the competition had already passed. The main reason was that both matches ended too quickly. Kaminari Denki was instantly defeated by Class B's Shiozaki Shumi, as electric types are weak against grass types, and his electricity couldn't spread at all. Soon after, Froppy also lost to Ida Tenya, being thrown off the stage by a powerful engine. After returning to the audience, the little frog sulked in the corner, drawing circles and analyzing her mistakes. The first round of the competition finally entered its second half, with Tokoyami Fumikage facing off against Yaiba Momo. The tall girl with black hair stood nervously on the stage, her expression serious as she stared at the Black Birdman across from her. Tokoyami Fumikage was someone most people in the class hadn't paid much attention to before, but he had quietly made it to the finals, having confronted Tokoyami in the team battle against Midoriya Izuku's team. Yaiba was very aware of how troublesome his quirk could be, a shadow that could both attack and defend, incredibly powerful. The match began. Whoosh! Yairozu's skin radiated a pink glow, and in the instant the match started, she pulled out a flashbang from her abdomen. Huahuazi had already told himself that Chang'an Taiyan might fear flames and light, and fighting in the open arena would weaken him. Bang! A flashbang exploded with a blinding light, and the black shadow that wrapped around Chang'an Taiyan let out a miserable wail and instinctively shrank back. Taking this opportunity, Bai Mamba quickly charged at the Black Birdman ahead, while round, rolling balls continuously fell from beneath her short skirt. One by one, flashbangs dropped to the ground from the girl's skirt, erupting in brilliant holy light, completely suppressing the black shadow opposite her, rendering it unable to move. During this time, Bai Mamba also created protection masks and recklessly released a large number of flashes. Almost there, sweat streamed down Bai Mamba's body, soaking her clothes. When she was 1 meter away from Chang'an Taiyan, she created a hard iron rod. Crack! Crack! It was like domestic violence. Chang In-tae was repeatedly smashed to the ground by the girl, swinging the rod, his eyes spinning as he fainted. The black shadow could not exert any power. It was just a middle school boy, standing dumbly in place, taking hits. Watching the scene, Huahuazi in the audience twitched her mouth a few times. This was probably the only outcome she misjudged. She did not expect that Chang In-tae's shadow would fear light so much that it couldn't even move under the continuous explosions of flashbangs. With the battle over, Bai Mamba joyfully straightened up, proudly wiping the sweat from her forehead. She did not think she would come in first in combat. But as long as she could make it into the top 8, she would still be considered excellent in the eyes of the media in the martial arts department. How lucky! In contrast, Chang In-tae was truly miserable, completely unable to fight back against the flashbangs, losing the match without showing any abilities, getting beaten from start to finish. After this, the match between Chida Iru and Class B's Taijutsu was not much to watch either. It was just a brawl between muscle-bound men. Huahuazi had always looked down on such a crude use of brute force. When she first arrived in this hero society, she noticed that the people here seemed to do very little detailed internal training, only honing their brute strength and physical power. Even among the heroes famous for their martial arts, she saw very few with advanced skills. Especially now, these two didn't even dodge each other's attacks, trading blows as if in a turn-based game, eventually both collapsing to the ground unconscious. After several considerations, the referee finally decided the winner of the next round through arm wrestling. Chida Iru. Are they elementary school students? The bored red-haired girl propped her chin up and sighed. Just as Huahuazi was sighing, on a rooftop in another district, a blood-soaked man in black with bandages, holding twin blades, stood on the rooftop, enjoying the fierce wind. On the large advertising screen of the building opposite, classic scenes from the U.A. sports festival were being replayed, featuring a stunning red-haired girl and a pink-skinned girl. Looking at the scorching arena, the black-haired man wrapped in bandages frowned tightly. The U.A. sports festival? Participating in an important sports festival dressed so flamboyantly, using her innate powerful quirk to insult classmates at will, and receiving praise from the audience. Does such a woman deserve to enter U.A. and become a hero? The black-clad man ground his teeth in anger and suddenly thrust a knife backward. Whoosh! Dense black mist was sliced open, and a dark shadow slowly flowed into view behind the black-clad man. The newcomer was none other than one of the masterminds behind the USJ attack, Black Mist. Hero Killer Stein, I have long heard of your name. This is the first time I see you in person. You have killed 17 heroes and incapacitated 21 heroes. This chilling killing intent is truly you. Who are you? Facing the swirling black mist behind him, the black-clad man called Stein exuded intense killing intent. The killing intent twisted into a tangible blood-red vortex, wanting to devour the black mist entirely. Under such terrifying pressure, sweat soaked the forehead of Black Mist, and his explanation became somewhat hurried. Look at those dazzling boys and girls on the big screen. Don't you think they are too radiant? Once they graduate, they will inevitably become threats to us. Don't you want to crush them in their infancy? Let's join forces, Stein, Hero Killer. Hearing Black Mist's invitation, Hero Killer Stein let out a disdainful sneer. Just as he was about to retort, he was suddenly distracted by the deafening cheers coming from the screen in the opposite building. The red-haired girl, who participated in the UA sports festival just to show off and gain followers, was proudly advancing to the next round, while her opponent was being carried away by medical staff. Stein slowly clenched his fists. If he could completely shatter this hypocritical hero. Chapter 163. Half cold, half burning, I can't take it anymore. Todoroki is becoming more and more like that person. Sometimes I feel he has become incredibly ugly, and I can no longer raise him. Leaning against the shadow of the entrance passage, the words his mother said during his childhood echoed in his mind, still so clear to this day, impossible to forget. Todoroki let out a deep sigh and turned to look at Bakugo Katsuki and Uraraka Ochako, who were fighting on the arena. Their battle was about to determine a winner, and then it would be his turn to face the advancing Midoriya Izuku. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. The cute girl with the pancake face was violently blasted off the stage by Bakugo. Although she resisted fiercely, there was ultimately no suspense. There was too great a gap in both court development and refinement. At this point, the top 8 and the subsequent matchups were finally determined. Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shoto, Shiozaki Ibara, Iidatanya, Huohuazi, Baimanba, Chida Eiro, Bakugo Katsuki. Midoriya Izuku? His quirk seems to be a powerful physical enhancement, with incredible power just from a finger movement. However, due to not fully mastering it, He is not a worthy opponent to be wary of. What Todoroki Shoto truly cares about is his cousin, Huahuazi, this cousin whom his father referred to as a failure. Yet she has taken the stage with an unparalleled, domineering presence. If he were to achieve victory solely with his freezing ability, it would surely infuriate his father. However, there is an even more serious situation. If he were to lose to Huahuazi, his father might faint on the spot from anger. The first round of the top 8, Todoroki Shoto versus Midoriya Izuku. Stepping onto the arena, Todoroki Shoto grimly looked towards the audience, where a middle-aged man with flames all over him and a displeased expression, Endeavor, was seated. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in disbelief, noticing a white-haired figure. In the corner of the audience, a graceful white-haired beauty was gently gazing in his direction. His mother, Rei Todoroki. Shocked, Todoroki Shoto didn't even hear the referee announce the start of the match. Opposite him, Midoriya Izuku, with a fierce expression, extended a finger and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Boom! The tremendous airflow vibrated, and the howling wind swept through, pushing Todoroki Shoto's figure forward until he was blocked by a wall of ice raised just a few meters from the edge of the arena. He looked disheveled, breathing out cold air, yet he still did not turn to look at Izuku Midoriya, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the audience. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the spectators and media exchanged surprised glances, unsure of who he was looking at, in such a distracted state. Both Rei and Momo had also noticed Shoto's unusual behavior and were momentarily at a loss for what to do. After hesitating for a long time, Rei revealed a gentle smile and slowly extended a thumbs up towards him. Shoto's grim expression immediately softened, and he turned his head as if warmed by spring breezes, seriously looking at the injured Izuku across from him. "I'm sorry, who?" The impact collided with the ice, and each roar shattered the arena, leaving it in ruins. After multiple clashes, Izuku's fingers and arms were completely incapacitated, swollen and bruised, clearly in immense pain. Seeing Izuku in such a pitiful state, Kyojuro widened her eyes in surprise, slowly rising from her seat. To endure such pain, perhaps this man was not the useless person she had thought. Of course, while her evaluation of him improved, he was still in the same predicament as Kaneo, Sayuri from the Demon Slayer world, barely not being considered completely useless. "Mom, do you see? I'm using your bloodline ability to win the battle." Looking at Izuku, who was gradually falling into defeat, Shoto couldn't help but smile strangely, feeling as if he were aided by divine intervention. Just as he was caught in his own thoughts of pride, the green-haired boy flicked his injured finger again, producing an explosive burst of energy. Boom! The massive explosion propelled Shoto back, crashing through several ice walls and nearly sending him out of the arena. He looked in disbelief at Izuku, who was in agony, realizing that he had used his quirk again with his injured fingers that were almost beyond saving. The broken, black-purple finger was numb, and he forced a smile despite the pain, glaring at Shoto. "I cannot understand your situation or your determination. However, trying to become number 1 using only half your power is a joke." Hearing Izuku's roar, Shoto fell into a daze again, only to be swept away by the oncoming fierce wind. Accompanied by a loud explosion, he was sent flying several meters away from a powerful punch, rolling helplessly on the ground. "You said you would never use your father's quirk. Isn't that also your own power?" Lying on the ground, Shoto's eyes widened in shock. He had completely forgotten his mother's words. "Mom, I don't want to use Dad's power. I don't want to become someone who would hurt you." "What are you saying, Shoto? Don't accept the constraints of bloodline. Just become the person you want to be." "But to me, aren't you just following the path laid out by Enji Todoroki?" Flashbacks of several scenes filled his mind, including conversations with his mother during childhood and what Kyojuro had said to him during the entrance exam simulation battle. Izuku, who had been charging towards him, suddenly stopped, blocked by the roaring flames that erupted. Boom! Terrifying heat radiated wildly, igniting flames on one side of Shoto's body. Shoto was moved by Izuku's words, violating the initial agreement, and used his half-cold, half-fire abilities. Clearly wanting to win while provoking his opponent to use their power, he didn't know what he was thinking. One side of him surged with icy mist, while the other side roared with flames. He looked up at the shocked faces of his father in the audience and his mother, who looked pleased, as well as the disdainful expression of the red-haired girl. Shoto Todoroki had completely awakened. Shaken by a few trivial words, failing to uphold his beliefs, he was still just an immature child. His cousin, sitting in the audience, saw the red-haired girl crossing her arms, resting her soft, ample bosom, and impatiently swinging her long, white leg, looking displeased. It was infuriating that her advice had no effect. Yet Izuku's words moved him. That damn protagonist aura was truly annoying. Chapter 164. Humiliation. After fully unleashing his power, Shudo seemed to embody the elemental god of ice and fire, emanating an unparalleled momentum with every movement, with the fusion of ice and fire causing expansion and contraction of heat. Before the waterfall of ice and fire he created, even Izuku's maximum power quirk was instantly obliterated. The referee, Cementos, had released countless layers of cement walls, yet was still caught off guard by the violent impact, unable to control the collision of the two forces. With a deafening boom, the entire arena shattered into countless tiny particles. The swirling dust cloud obscured the scene, with Izuku lying breathless against the distant wall, having been knocked out of the arena, heavily injured and unconscious. Shudo Todoroki advances to the top 4. Watching this shocking scene, not only the media and audience, but even professional heroes were too stunned to speak. This battle had already surpassed many of the martial arts professional heroes present, proving once again the prowess of a first-year A-class student from UA. Next, it was Ida Tenya against Shiozaki Esta. Huh, what? Ida has withdrawn due to family matters? The commentator, Mike, exclaimed in surprise. If considering the compatibility of quirks, Ida had a good chance of winning this match. But he chose to give up such a great opportunity to return home. What on earth happened? The crowd began to murmur in confusion. Was there anything more important than making a name for oneself in the UA sports festival? This was related to their future and prospects. However, with this, Class B Shiozaki would win by default, easily entering the top 4, and would soon face the fully powered Shudo Todoroki in the semifinals. Next, it was Kyojuro against Shihoin Yuka. It had only been a few hours since this woman last appeared, but for some reason, it felt like an eternity. Under the gaze of thousands, the red-haired giantess with her hair pinned up gracefully stepped forward, her delicate leg moving lightly onto the stage. Although only her 2 snow-white, crystal-like feet and that flawlessly long neck were revealed, it was still overwhelmingly captivating. After all, she was a stunning beauty who could evoke thoughts of a bed simply by standing there. Huahuazi curled her hands and stretched lazily, her prominent chest suddenly bouncing violently a few times, as if it contained a 1,000-pound heart. Huahuazi, I will fight with all my strength, she declared. Walking to the opposite side, Yaiba announced in a rather unflattering manner, but in such a situation, who had the leisure to watch the battle. Passionate and intense battles had become the tears of the era. Only the huge, throbbing hearts of the young were the treasures sought after by modern youth. Huahuazi responded carelessly, as she would not go easy on Yaiba. The match began. In the instant the referee announced it, Yaiba pulled a bunch of handcuffs from her fat and rushed towards the red-haired girl. If she used her fire abilities, she would create a fireproof coat for defense. But the most concerning part was her combat skills. Huh, Yaiba exclaimed, locking the handcuffs onto the girl's outstretched arm. Swish! In the next second, Yaiba's vision spun, completely immersed in the sight of her opponent's hands, as she was casually tripped by Huahuazi. Before she could get up, the red-haired girl quickly lay on top of her, snatching the handcuffs and locking Yaiba up, instantly subduing her. Yaiba's hands were restrained above her head by Huahuazi, and her kicked legs were pressed down by the girl's body, unable to move. The most terrifying part was that the disgusting fat completely smothered her face, making it hard for her to breathe and plunging her into a suffocating state. The audience erupted in noisy gasps, with many parents hurriedly covering their children's eyes that were tainted by the filth. This posture was truly unhealthy. Yaiba struggled violently, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape, her face flushed with shame and anger, tears glistening in her eyes. Woo. With her face pressed down, she couldn't even beg for mercy, only managing to whimper. In the end, it was only when the referee called for a stop that Huahuazi's bizarre behavior was halted. She stood up nonchalantly, wiping the saliva off her clothes, her face calm and unbothered, while Yaiba lay on the ground, covering her face in shame and unable to face anyone. One would think they were enemies rather than friends. Yaiba angrily walked off the stage, while Huahuazi appeared completely unconcerned. She didn't care at all about the psychological trauma her actions might inflict on the underage youth, or how it would affect their pure, innocent hearts. Afterward, a casual reassurance to Yaiba would suffice. This woman was easy to appease. For the audience, they had just witnessed an entertaining scene, and the subsequent battle between Kirishima, Ijiro, and Bakugo Katsuki lost its allure. Indeed, Watching passionate battles was just for fun, but learning the stance had to be observed from Huahuazi. Although she lost the match, there was no doubt that Yaoyorozumomo gained a wave of popularity. Her helpless and pitiful posture, unable to resist under the red-haired girl, along with her stubborn face, resembled a knight facing a dire fate. As the sun set, the highly anticipated semifinals finally arrived. Todoroki Shoto versus Bakugo Katsuki versus Huahuazi. In the previous battle, despite Kirishima Ijiro's hardening ability being quite troublesome, he was still overwhelmed by the continuous explosions triggered by Bakugo Katsuki, which broke his defenses. After making contact with the hardening ability, he was immediately left battered and lost the fight. Bakugo Katsuki seemed arrogant but possessed exceptional combat awareness. Each grueling fight would lead to a significant enhancement of his battle instincts. He stared excitedly at the distant red-haired girl watching the match, as if he had seen his own mother. After a month, he finally had a second chance to challenge her. This time, he would not suffer a devastating defeat again, leaving both his dignity and body in tatters. The scene he had simulated countless times in his mind had his hands continuously sparking with fire. This time, he would not lose so miserably. This time, he would not lose so embarrassingly. This time, he would not lose so laughably. However, throughout it all, he could not envision a victory in his mind. His whole body trembled, not only from excitement, but also from a deep-seated fear. Chapter 165. The Empress's Favor Bakugo Katsuki versus Huahuazi. After a brief rest, they finally arrived at the first battle of the semifinals. This was not only a fight that drew the attention of the audience, but also a revenge match that Bakugo Katsuki had been waiting for a month. Following Todoroki Shoto and Midoriya Izuku, two true combatants were finally facing off, and the previous boring battles paled in comparison to the farce of Huahuazi and Yaoyorozumomo. Bakugo Katsuki had specially applied for permission to use combat gear for this fight, with two massive green grenade launchers strapped to his wrists, showing how much he valued this match. The moment had finally arrived. The spiky-haired boy trembled with excitement. During the preparation time, Bakugo Katsuki earnestly stretched his muscles, suddenly looking up at the red-haired girl, who maintained a calm expression. Even as an opponent, she showed no emotional fluctuations, which was to be expected since he had been thoroughly crushed in spirit and dignity before her, naturally not considering a defeated foe. Huahuazi, watch. I will immediately destroy your lofty demeanor. Bakugo Katsuki's face twisted into a fierce battle stance, his hands wildly spraying sparks. You're lying. I don't see any desire for you to win at all. The seemingly innocent red-haired girl said with a pitiful look, gazing at the boy whose expression was as fierce as a demon. You may be arrogant, but you can at least distinguish between reality and illusion. You should know very well that you cannot win against me. Huahuazi's gentle words sounded like provocation, yet they pierced deep into Bakugo Katsuki's mind like a sharp needle. What was he standing here for? What was he supposed to do with the chance to confront her again? His chaotic thoughts raced through his mind like a revolving lantern, and a standard villainous grin slowly spread across his lips. What he needed to do was, of course, to wipe that indifferent smile off her face. Both contestants, please get ready. There are 10 seconds until the match begins. The entire audience held their breath, focusing intently on the imminent battle, while the medical staff was ready to halt the fight at any moment, including Aizawa Shoyuta in the commentary booth. Time gradually passed, presenting the shape of an hourglass in their minds, each second feeling infinitely long, as if those 10 seconds had no boundaries. The match began. Boom! Almost the moment the announcement sounded, the explosive roar echoed throughout the venue. The billowing smoke obscured visibility, as Bakugo Katsuki propelled himself forward amidst the explosive sparks, soaring high into the air before plummeting down towards the red-haired girl. The continuous explosions accelerated his body, resembling a missile as he descended. Explosion vortex! In the gaze of the red-haired girl, the two rotating cannon barrels were almost within reach, nearly pressing against her eyelids in an instant. Having trained for over a decade in the world of Demon Slayer, she would never close her eyes, even when faced with a blade. So Hahoko had no intention of blinking or dodging. A long, slender leg, white and delicate, shot up swiftly, roaring with flames, and almost simultaneously kicked at the opponent's abdomen. Breath of Flames, second form, Rising Flame. However, at that moment, something astonishing happened. Katsuki Bakugo's hands stopped at the moment the explosion was triggered. Whether by coincidence or something else, he suddenly clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to suppress the explosion and change its form. Flashbang! Boom! A blinding light burst forth, making it impossible for anyone in the venue to open their eyes. An incredibly terrifying brilliance exploded directly in the girl's pupils. Her movements instantly froze, turning her into a defenseless target, standing still and motionless. The flash lasted several seconds before dissipating, but during that time, Hohoko, nearly blinded, did not suffer any attack, as Bakugo had already been hit by her prior. A few seconds later, when the girl calmly opened her beautiful eyes, she saw Bakugo kneeling far away, clutching his subtly aching abdomen. He still held a drifting ribbon in his hand, and his fierce expression was twisted into a triumphant grimace. Huahuazi was stunned for a few seconds, reaching back to touch her hair, only to realize that the hair tie she used to secure her hair had vanished. Her magnificent, waterfall-like red hair cascaded to the ground, beautiful like maple leaves dancing in the wind, and her demeanor instantly transformed from that of a commoner to that of a princess. I just wanted to see your astonished expression. Bakugo Katsuki laughed wildly, coughing up blood as he staggered to his feet, sparks erupting from his hands to completely destroy the hair tie, while his expression grew extremely vigilant. He had witnessed the USJ attack incident and knew the psychological torment of facing such provocation after experiencing death and despair. In the next moment, Bakugo's pupils widened as he stared in disbelief at the red-haired girl across from him. In the close-up on the big screen, raging Fire Huazi bit her lip in shock for a moment. Her silent and aggrieved expression that seemed on the verge of tears slowly transformed into an incredibly beautiful smile, instantly attracting millions of fans. Not good, not good. I almost had my fighting spirit ignited. You greedy little pest. Is this not enough for you? You dare to dream of receiving my favor? Then let me grant you what you seek, the despair of the inferno. Raging Fire Huazi's long red hair danced wildly behind her, flames erupting from every inch of her body, and the scorching wind swept over, causing the audience to gasp in astonishment. The terrifying heat instantly left Bakugo dry-mouthed, his face seemingly evaporating, and he stuck out his tongue, looking like a dead dog. The flames boiled to the extreme, and the flame demon, Huazi, crossed her hands in a mock grip, summoning a gigantic firebird with wings fanning out in the air. The blood demon technique. Hellfire Bird had once caused Bakugo Katsuki to be badly injured during the entrance simulation battle, leaving him unconscious on the spot. What he sought, what he longed for, was undoubtedly just a question of whether he had surpassed his past. A month later, under the bright sunlight and the attention of the crowd, would he face the same pain and despair from an attack of identical power? Watching the shrieking firebird gradually take shape in the girl's hands, Bakugo Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise. This was what he had pursued, the opportunity to make her serious after much hardship and provocation. How strange, the flame demon Huazi, clearly a foul woman, understood the feelings of martial artists so well. The grenade cannons on his wrists were nearly burned away by the intense heat, and Bakugo staggered madly towards the violent flames, like a moth drawn to fire in a suicidal act. Do you want to stop him, Yuru? The terrifying flames roared in front of him, and the referee, Cementas, was sweating profusely as he picked up the intercom. If a fragile human body were to take this attack head-on, it would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 166, The Return of Purgatory. Blood Demon Technique. Hellfire Bird. The screeching firebird gradually took shape on the girl's extended middle finger, its fan-like wings gathering heat into flames. The boiling fierce wind painting the entire arena a grim red, the temperature searing. Instead of retreating, Bakugo charged forward, sparks erupting from his hands, making his body spin like a top at high speed. The explosive blast propelled him, causing the rotations of his body to connect with the explosions. An intense smoke billowed from the grenade cannons. Cementas. Hearing Yoru's call, the always vigilant Cementas activated his ability in an instant, pressing his hands against the ground as dense cement walls completely wrapped around the arena, protecting the audience behind. In front of the girl, the flaming rings of fire whirled, reaching Bakugo's side. With a piercing bird call, the full force of the flames erupted, and the petite firebird instantly transformed into a terrifying flaming phoenix, soaring into the sky. At that moment, the combination of explosions and rotations reached its limit, and with a grimace on his face, Bakugo leaped into the air, unleashing all the stacked explosions. Grenade bombardment. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. The screeching firebird collided with the roaring explosions, the shattered air emitting a mournful sound of breaking. Continuous clouds of explosions rose between the two, the scorching winds nearly incinerating their bodies, as if they were engulfed in the flames of purgatory. The next second, The high temperature exploded, and the cement walls crumbled to dust, sending Cementas and Yoru, standing nearby, flying away. The two tumbled awkwardly for several rolls. And just as the explosion was about to reach the audience, sturdy ice walls rose instantaneously, blocking the aftershock of the flames. Shoto Todoroki pressed his hands to the ground, exhaling a chilling mist, nodding at Cementas, who cast him a grateful glance. Cementas wiped away a cold sweat, realizing he was less reliable than a student, almost causing a disaster. What happened? Although the audience almost got caught in the blast, some spectators were more concerned about the battle, nervously staring at the smoke-filled arena. After a few seconds, Bakugo, with slight burns all over his body, stumbled out of the smoke, his painful expression mixed with a hint of ecstasy. "Look, I blocked it." Under the astonished and panicked gazes of the crowd, the swirling smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the unscathed red-haired girl, her cold expression seemingly devoid of any emotion. "Ha! Only your talent for battle is commendable." The flame demon Wazi sneered disdainfully, still maintaining an incredibly proud demeanor. Just a month later, such a dramatic change had indeed caught people's attention. However, she had not demonized, had no weapon in hand as a swordsman, and had hardly consumed any stamina. This was Bakugo's limit. The next moment, Bakugo swayed unsteadily for a few circles, suddenly pointing one palm at the girl while the other hand clenched into a fist at the center of his palm. "Not enough. I'm far from done." His expression was incredibly fierce, a hint of emotion flickering as a dim star sparkled at the point where his fists met. Chakra bullet. Bang. The next second, the sound of a cannon-like impact echoed, and a shooting meteor instantly pierced through the girl's abdomen. Amid the screams of countless spectators, the wall behind the red-haired girl exploded into pieces, with no one able to react to the blow. The flame demon Wazi looked down in shock at her abdomen, where a horrifying blood hole had been blown through, the intense pain seemingly transporting her back to when she was weak and oppressed by the upper moon demons in the Demon Slayer world. Interesting. Is this the lethal power created through the explosion's rotation, compression, condensation, and propulsion? Wazi, are you okay? Yoru, looking flustered, took a few steps forward, only to see the red-haired girl gently raise her arm, adopting a posture of refusal. Is she really fine? It looked like her abdomen had been pierced, blood staining her kimono. To defeat Wazi, Bakugo had devoted himself to studying battle skills, and the technique he had ultimately developed indeed caught her off guard. It was far too fast and fierce, not something a student should be able to produce. In the audience, Deku was in a daze, murmuring, while his classmates were clearly shocked. So strong, he actually injured that Wazi. I thought she was unbeatable. However, is it really okay to have a hole in that girl's abdomen? So fast, like a bullet, yet the power far exceeds it. Wazi rubbed her injured abdomen, muttering to herself nonchalantly, "Fortunately, I have already become a demon. Otherwise, I might have lost my fertility from that hit, but it will take some time to fully recover." "I knew you were fine. You monster," Bakugo sneered, spreading his hands defensively, highly wary of her retaliation. "Don't die." As a return gift, Wazi smiled gently, her expression kind. She first rested one arm on her soft chest as a cushion, then used the other arm to wrap around from below to secure her chest. "What's going on? This looks very similar to my posture." Not only Bakugo, but many spectators in the audience also noticed the resemblance. Although the points of force were different, the postures were quite similar. Could it be? The next second, the girl ignited in scorching flames, the terrifying high-temperature fire erupting outward. Breath of fire, ninth form. Boom! Comparable to the massive airflow when a rocket soars into the sky, the flames gathered at the fingertips of the girl roared and erupted, piercing through the opposing Bakugo Katsuki like a falling meteor. Cement walls and ice walls continuously rose, layer upon layer blocking the attack. But they were unable to withstand the explosive flames, which swept through with a destructive force, leaving nothing but ruins. The scorching wind rushed in, and the innocent spectators in the stands felt a suffocating thrill, simultaneously experiencing the oppressive feeling and courage that Bakugo Katsuki had on the stage. At that moment, a strong suction force lifted all the spectators in that area into the air, and they flew in unison toward another direction. Even the combined efforts of Cementas and Todoroki Shoto couldn't stop it. In this critical moment, the astronaut-like hero, Black Hole number 13, saved all the spectators. In the next second, a supersonic thrust pierced through the entire venue, turning the walls and seats along the way to ashes, leaving behind the lingering heat of flames. The red-haired girl gently exhaled a breath of flame from her cherry lips, calming her violently shaking chest, and slowly lowered her outstretched arm. This terrifying blow was naturally the ultimate sword form of the Purgatory, named after the Purgatory family, the Breath of Fire. Its power was considerably weaker than before, after all. It had been 4 years since she last fought in a real battle. If she had used this move with the Hizashi no Hanabi in hand, the entire venue would have been completely pierced and overturned. As the smoke gradually cleared, Bakugo Katsuki lay at the end of the ravine, barely breathing, appearing to have lost consciousness, with crimson blood flowing all over his body. The venue fell silent. Even the combined powers of professional hero Cementos and the strongest newcomer Todoroki could not withstand the fiery impact. What on earth is this? This is too strong. This is an underhanded method. On the stands, Endeavor snorted coldly, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. Chapter 167. The Battle of Ice and Fire, Todoroki versus Purgatory HK. This is an underhanded method. On the stands, Endeavor snorted coldly, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. He watched the match very clearly. HK didn't win because of the temperature of the flames, but relied on special power techniques to simulate an invisible blade of flame. The erratic flames are very hard to control. She must have used some breathing technique to condense the flames into a specific state, certainly not a conventional method. So that is how it is. It's not about a strong quirk, but about technique. One of the innocent students who was saved by number 13, Mikon Ninjen, lay on the ground and nodded thoughtfully, seemingly reflecting on the reasons for her failure. Purgatory HK victory, accompanied by the announcer's voice. Many medical staff rushed over to carry Bakugo Katsuki on a stretcher. Fortunately, he still had a faint breath, which startled everyone. However, the flames that even Cementos and Todoroki couldn't withstand were truly terrifying, almost affecting the innocent spectators. The new seats had been repaired by Cementos, who was the most panicked and self-blaming of them all. During the break, Purgatory HK quickly drank several bottles of milk, her face flushed and quite enticing, sitting obediently in the lounge to recuperate. Her abdomen still had some slight pain. After all, she hadn't been injured much since coming to this world, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable for a moment. Her combat senses had also dulled. She had actually been injured by Bakugo Katsuki due to a moment of inattention. If it were before, she would have certainly activated the full defense of the 10 types of bone flame shield the moment the battle broke out. After 4 years of indulgence, Purgatory HK had become lazy, soft, and lacking the previous fierceness and killing intent. Without engaging in killings, one cannot become stronger, unfortunately. In this world, one cannot spill blood at will. Those who kill indiscriminately are not heroes, but murderers abusing their power. However, she was somewhat puzzled. When she took the quirk enhancement agent at that time, she entered a crazy state for a short period, and her thoughts and fighting spirit were extraordinarily clear, with combat senses and intuition far exceeding her past. Could it be that the intense stimulation in her brain forced her to become excited, allowing her to return to that perfect state that could only be unleashed in times of crisis? What would happen if she took that enhancement agent again? Unfortunately, the research of the Deadly Eightfold Society seemed to have hit a bottleneck, and they hadn't contacted her for a long time after the USJ attack. Todoroki defeated the B-class's Shiozaki Ibara using only his freezing abilities. It seemed that the champion could only be decided between the two from A-class. After the break, as soon as HK returned to the arena, she heard the deafening cheers. The UA Sports Festival, which had lasted a whole day, was finally drawing to a close. The final championship battle, Ice versus Fire, Todoroki versus Purgatory HK. After today's battles, millions of people witnessed the unyielding strength of UA High School, especially the top few from A-class, who had already surpassed the level of ordinary students, even far exceeding the champions of previous third-year graduates. Particularly, the battles between Izuka Midoriya versus Todoroki and Purgatory HK versus Bakugo Katsuki had already been shared countless times by many famous people. It could be called the most exciting cinematic battle of the year, with both the special effects and the shock level providing an epic viewing experience. Under the gaze of thousands, this championship battle officially began. Cousin Shoto, speaking of which, we haven't sparred yet, have we? The elegantly poised red-haired girl slowly walked onto the stage, revealing a stunningly graceful smile. Clearly just a weak and innocent girl with no power to harm a chicken. Yet she made the judges feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With number 13 and Cementos fully prepared to step in at any moment, Todoroki silently nodded, his expression serious. perhaps in the eyes of relatives. Hellflame Hikari was just a lazy, soft, and powerless couch potato. The true terror she possessed was only demonstrated 4 years ago on that fateful night to the eldest son of the Todoroki family, Denjiki Todoroki, who had run away from home. That night at the family banquet, after being publicly humiliated by Enji Todoroki at the dinner table, Denjiki finally broke down under extreme pressure, just as his quirk was about to go out of control, only to be effortlessly subdued by that girl. When the panicked crowd rushed to the ruined site, the cute red-haired girl was safe and sound, humming a song while holding a doll, while the other boys stood there with hollow, vacant eyes, looking like a dazed doll. It's hard to say if others could understand this feeling. When pent-up anger erupted, surrendering everything to desire, the quirk went wild, crazily destroying everything around, yet sadly, it couldn't even scratch the only living person present. It was as if all the furious punches landed on cotton. Afterward, out of anger and guilt, Denjiki immediately ran away from home and never returned. When Denjiki's quirk erupted, its power was nearly on par with Endeavor's, but unfortunately, due to the backlash from his cold abilities, each use harmed himself, ultimately leaving him in a woeful state. At that time, Denjiki left behind a baffling statement: monster. Now, Shoto Todoroki fully understood the meaning of those words. Only by standing in front of Hellflame Hikari could one truly feel that unparalleled sense of oppression, making it impossible to escape from hell, as if there were no chance of turning things around. A terrifying gale rushed toward him, and Shoto struggled to resist with the ice surging from his body. In terms of firepower, Shoto's inherited talent was no less than that of Hellflame Hikari. Yet for some reason, he chose not to use it, even though he had used it against Izuku Midoriya. Use your flames, Shoto. You don't want to lose too embarrassingly in front of your mother, do you? Hikari raised an eyebrow and asked. She looked down on Shoto, who relied solely on his freezing ability. It would be too boring to crush him directly. The boy's expression changed dramatically, and he unconsciously turned to look at the white-haired beauty in the audience. He saw Rei Todoroki looking worriedly at the stage, her panicked expression seeming to witness her own flesh and blood fighting against each other. I know, he had to admit, that statement indeed struck at Shoto's soft spot. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his mother. Breathing out clouds of mist, flames surged forth, a terrifying sea of fire erupting from the boy's side, accompanied by endless ice. Half cold, half burning, it erupted again. The roar caused by thermal expansion and contraction was almost deafening, and the sheer momentum stirred up a powerful whirlwind. Faced with such a terrifying aura, the weak and powerless red-haired girl seemed like a village girl on the verge of being swept away by a tornado. Chapter 168. Good wife, good woman, good mother. Hellflame Hikari. During her childhood, Hellflame Hikari was mocked several times by her brother Endeavor, who berated her for not being allowed to reproduce with someone without a quirk. Huahuazi's scorching body temperature almost reached 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, which might seem frightening to others, but in the H family, it was merely at the bottom. Even his sister HD May, who had the weakest personality factor concentration, was better, especially with HJT, who inherited both ice and fire abilities. He was like a man-made deity, burning and freezing the hands of the midwife who delivered him at birth. Even now, to Andwa, the temperature of Huahuazi's flames was nothing significant. It was merely a small flame of several hundred degrees that was difficult to control. Keep your distance, JT. Andwa's loud shout from the stands startled many spectators around him, who turned around in panic, looking resentful, but he himself didn't care at all. When it came to firepower, JT wouldn't lose, but he still had to be careful of that woman's close combat abilities. Ability: half cold, half hot, one side of flames, one side of ice. The tremendous impact created by the fusion of the two was comparable to a missile explosion as a frenzied hurricane swept in. Overwhelmed by HJT's momentum, the weak red-haired girl seemed like a village girl on the verge of being swept away by a tornado. Huahuazi's delicate face was blown around by the fierce wind. Her right palm raised like a blade over her chest, with her tightly pressed index and middle fingers covering her tender lips. Breath of fire. 13. The girl's movement halted midway. She lowered her fingers and shook her head helplessly, indicating that it wasn't time yet. The next second, Huahuazi's delicate body was swept away by the roaring flames, rolling awkwardly several times on the arena. The coconut in her arms cracked, splattering coconut juice everywhere. Before she could get up, the chilling air spread and froze her into a beautiful ice sculpture. The subsequent violent flames showed no mercy and directly shattered the giant ice sculpture of the girl into powder. On the opposite side of the arena, HJT's right hand was frozen, and his left hand was spewing fire. The connection of the two abilities was seamless, as if it were a divine blessing from above. FUCQ, that Huahuazi is actually being suppressed. Faced with HJT's full power, the commentator Mike shouted wildly, unable to contain himself, but was soon warned by Aizawa Shoyudo with a glance. Just the freezing ability was already outrageously strong, not to mention the ability to release both ice and fire simultaneously, which could complement and alleviate the limitations of their abilities. The entire arena was shrouded in thick smoke, making it impossible to see clearly. HJT instinctively looked around warily, feeling that Huahuazi wouldn't be so easily defeated by the previous explosion. However, when the swirling smoke dissipated, he widened his eyes in disbelief. There was no one there. The empty arena was desolate, with only himself present. Could she have been killed directly by the power of the ice and fire explosion? Such a ridiculous thought briefly flashed through HJT's mind, but he dismissed it. She was Huahuazi, the Purgatory fire, and couldn't possibly die so easily. Suddenly, the sounds of gasps and shouts reminded HJT, and he quickly looked up at the sky. He saw a small bloodbird soaring through the air, carrying a strand of the red-haired girl's hair, flying freely in the sky. One person and one bird made a pair, resembling a mother and daughter. Is this cheating? Purgatory classmate. Using external objects requires approval. After allowing her to act recklessly in the first round, Knight would definitely not let that ridiculous scene happen again. This bird was hatched with my body temperature and nurtured with my milk. It's a part of my body, Huahuazi explained loudly in the sky. No problem, approved. Judge Knight hesitated for a few seconds before announcing the conclusion loudly. According to her theory, wouldn't both parents be able to rush onto the stage to help their children fight now? By the way, hatching a bird with a scalding body temperature and diligently raising, it was simply a model of a great mother. She already understood the ways of being a good wife and mother at such a young age, and would surely become a super perfect wife in the future, right? Good wife, good woman, good mother, Huahuazi? Everyone momentarily lost their thoughts, wondering what they were thinking. HJT took a deep breath. He didn't mind, as according to previous observations, that little bird would soon get tired. He didn't know what Huahuazi was thinking. Wasn't this giving him time to recover? After all, he had just unleashed a series of explosive sounds, and he wasn't feeling easy either. Stopping in midair, the red-haired girl gently closed her eyes as if she were asleep. She originally planned to use the 13-type technique developed through meditation over the past 4 years to end the battle instantly, but hesitated when the moment came, considering that there were classmates and relatives. In front of a large crowd, she couldn't go ghostly or wield a knife in human form. She was no match for long-range combat, and her close combat ability would also be restrained by her freezing capability. Now, Huahuazi seemed like a poor little bird that had lost its feathers. If someone shouted loudly, "Go on, this Huahuazi didn't bring a knife," she would probably be overwhelmed and killed by the frenzied audience. Let's take this seriously. Taking a deep breath of scalding flame gas deeply into her lungs, Huahuazi opened her eyes, and a beautiful fire lotus pattern slowly emerged on her cheek, resembling a bud about to bloom. HJT, you're quite a tricky guy. Your abilities completely restrain me, and you've actually forced me to take this battle seriously. Full breath. Bloomed due to the overly slender muscle lines of her legs. The prominent veins covered the girl's delicate skin and face, making her look slightly more serious. Ing. The little blood bird chirped, releasing its hold on its mother, Huahuazi. An indescribable feeling of weightlessness surged in her heart as everyone held their breath, staring at the girl's skirt being blown up by the fierce wind as she descended, but they were all inevitably disappointed. Her kimono not only served as fireproof, but was also a damn anti-gravity armor. During the wild descent, it didn't sway even a bit. As the girl rapidly fell from the sky, HJT suddenly stomped hard on the arena, and the crazily spreading ice froze layer upon layer, forming a massive ice spike that shot into the sky. Many spectators couldn't bear to watch and close their eyes, as if the girl would be pierced by the ice spike, blood flowing everywhere. A friend's book recommendation. Encountering an ex-girlfriend in the port area, I am a commander of the South China Seaport area. The naval marshal designated as the 1 in 14 billion, Long Out Yen. The newly assigned aircraft carrier is my ex-girlfriend. I accidentally told her to roll just now, and the carrier-based aircraft have already taken off. What should I do? Waiting online, urgent, 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 urgent. Tags. Azalane, Shura Field. Yellow paragraphs author's note. Encountering an ex-girlfriend in the port area chapter 169. Martial arts wife swish, swish, swish. The frenzied, spreading glacier burst forth, as if to pierce through the clouds, charging straight out of the massive sports arena. The endless, chilling ice spikes resembled a spear piercing the heavens, ruthlessly impaling the descending girl, soaking her body in blood. The red-haired girl's form abruptly dissipated, turning into bubbles, as if she were a flickering candle flame fading into nothingness. Breath of fire, third form candle. The delicate blood shadow darted past, almost touching the stunned Todoroki Shoto, landing a solid punch to his chest, causing an explosive shockwave. The force unleashed from the center of the fiery punch twisted the air, creating a swirling vortex as flames danced endlessly. Breath of fire, fourth form, modified. Cherry blossom wheel dance. Spitting out a mouthful of bile, the boy's handsome face twisted in agony, and he suddenly flew backward like a cannonball, barely avoiding the fate of being knocked off the stage by the surging tide of ice. The wild wave of ice pulled him back onto the platform, and Todoroki lay on the ground like someone who had drunk fake alcohol, his consciousness hazy as he gazed at the red-haired girl, her form swaying before him. How could this be? Despite being so vigilant, he was still hit so easily. It hurt. It felt like his ribs had broken, making it incredibly difficult to breathe, and it had only been an ordinary punch from a seemingly frail girl. During the time, Todoroki was dazed. He couldn't even make out the appearance of the fiery girl, and she didn't take the opportunity to strike again. After what felt like a long 10 seconds, Todoroki suddenly opened his eyes wide, breath catching in his throat. The fire lotus blooming at the side of the Inferno Fire's face reminded him of that arrogant, godlike empress during the USJ attack. But wasn't he the cause by her quirk going out of control? How could this eerie fire lotus appear now when her quirk didn't seem to have strengthened? All breath bloom. The fire lotus appearing on the red-haired girl's cheek made her already stunning beauty even more enchanting. She gently pursed her pink lips, smiled slightly, and began to dance with her sword using the techniques from the breath of fire, continuously swinging her pink fists while striking a fierce pose. Using a rudimentary version of blood demon arts to swiftly defeat enemies in human form was just for convenience. Let us not forget that she was once a martial arts sword woman. Todoroki's large area AoE skills limited him from all sides. An Inferno Fire felt as if she were facing a former Upper Moon demon, only able to rely on her martial skills to overcome the odds. I absolutely will not lose. Todoroki slowly got up from the ground, hot ice flowing through his body, violently swinging his arms forward. A reckless momentum erupted. The vibrations that surged from the boy were comparable to a volcanic eruption and a glacier falling. The low and high temperatures caused the air currents to explode, creating a massive storm of ice and flame that rushed towards the girl, tearing a huge chasm in the ground that spanned 100 meters in diameter. Faced with the oncoming gale, the girl's beautiful red hair danced wildly, and suddenly she vanished in a flash. Unknowable fire. Her snow-white, delicate feet, as tender as pearls, lightly tapped the ice. Inferno Fire leaped from the icy surface, curling her body and hugging her chest while spinning in the air like a swiftly running deer, easily crossing the icy mountains and fiery seas to stand before Todoroki. He had already been on guard, and with a fierce expression, Todoroki crossed his arms. Flames and ice rapidly circling around him, creating a sonic boom that instantly surpassed the girl's landing time. As the impact rushed in from behind, the red-haired girl's body suddenly split in two like a wilting flower. Her soft, powerful thighs suddenly spread apart at an angle of 180 degrees, performing a split to quickly evade the impact, disappearing from Todoroki's view. Flame sky rising. Whether to call her a gymnast or a street dancer, Inferno Fire used the power of her tightened glutes to instantly bounce off the ground, her foot rising in a fiery arc over her head, delivering a fierce kick to Todoroki's chin. Boom! The terrifying roar of air surged upward, and Todoroki's consciousness briefly fell into darkness, his legs leaving the ground as he rolled back his eyes. The entire battle took only a second. Even the dynamic vision of an Upper Moon demon couldn't keep up with the movements of Inferno Fire and Bloom, let alone Todoroki, who had not experienced many real fights. Inferno Fire arched her entire body, pulling back her arms towards the airborne, suspended Todoroki. Her raised pink fist instantly transformed into a boiling red color as if seared by a branding iron, resembling an indestructible blood-bone demon. 10th form, Bone Flame Shield. Feeling an unparalleled life and death crisis in his mind, The unconscious Todoroki instinctively released an ice wall, creating towering layers of ice barriers that instantly blocked the girl's impending punch, erecting a mountain between them. Inferno Fire's expression remained unfazed as she seriously swung her pink fist, lightly striking the heavy, cold ice wall. Boom! The explosive air surged forth in a streamlined burst, and the vertical impact point formed a line, distorting the scene in the center of the arena in the spectator's view. With a crash, the hard ice wall shattered like paper-thin tofu, and Inferno Fire's heavy punch landed squarely on Todoroki's chest. Thump, 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 little fist pounding your chest. As if weighing 1,000 pounds, the sound of bones breaking echoed from Todoroki's chest, and he arched his back, spewing out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, his body flew backward like a cannonball, tumbling several times on the ground before being flung off the stage, ultimately crashing painfully against the edge of the spectator stands. Becoming a comical specimen, standing in the center of the arena, the red-haired girl's pose of swinging her fist froze, and the arena around her instantaneously collapsed, shattering into dust. It's easy to imagine the severe damage Todoroki sustained from taking that hit head-on. As the wild wind blew, countless grains of sand and fragments scattered past, and Inferno Fire gently exhaled a breath of murky air, retracting her stance. The audience was silent, and the commentator Mike even dropped his glasses. The woman standing on the arena, the red-haired woman, Inferno Fire, had actually not used her quirk. Unlike the overwhelming dominance she displayed when defeating Bakugo, she had triumphed over Todoroki, whose quirk was more powerful, purely through her physical prowess and exquisite martial skills, leaving everyone dazzled and amazed. So, she was a close combat martial artist after all? First year A class of the hero course, Inferno Fire claimed the champion title of the UA Sports Festival, and a martial arts wife? How wonderful. Chapter 170, Purgatory Fire Hwazi at the UA Sports Festival. The champion of the first-year division in the Hero Course Class 1A is Purgatory Fire Hwazi. If the general audience perceives exciting battles as a clash of powerful quirks, then Hwazi's performance in the finals undoubtedly subverted this common understanding. With exquisite martial arts and an extreme physique, she put on a dreamlike violent feast under the spotlight, leaving the audience enchanted and reluctant to leave. If martial skills could be honed to Hwazi's level, could they also seize a glimmer of victory in the face of unbeatable quirks? In a retro, brown-decorated tavern with slightly dim lighting, red high stools are neatly arranged in front of the bar. The bar is adorned with only one television and various glass bottles of alcohol on the shelves. In the quiet and relaxed atmosphere, the cheers from the television are unexpectedly jarring. Sitting in a corner of the bar is a dark-haired man wrapped in bandages, his expression grim as he stares incredulously at the TV, not having blinked for several minutes. This is the hero Killer Stain, who has been watching the entire battle without missing a second, his internal shock immeasurable. The red-haired girl, whom he despised for abusing her quirk, actually won the championship relying on her supreme martial arts, completely overturning his previous understanding. How about that? A very arrogant woman, right? The one we met back then was even more terrifying, almost didn't come back. A bartender in a black uniform sighed while wiping glasses. For that woman, not winning the championship would have been strange. This result was just a matter of course. And then there was Shigaraki, who stormed out in anger the moment the red-haired woman won, not knowing where to go to cool off. Now, Purgatory Fire Hwazi is merely playing house with the students. Her strength is far beyond this. Fire Hwazi, do you have anything to say as the champion? On the television screen, All Might personally handed the microphone to the red-haired girl, who gently held it with her warm, soft hand. After the battle, Hwazi seemed to return to being an ordinary village girl. Her previous fighting spirit and aura vanished. First, I want to thank my parents, grandparents, siblings, relatives, neighbors, classmates, teachers, and all the audience for making me who I am today. I am very grateful. Thank you, everyone. The red-haired girl picked up the microphone and delivered a heartfelt speech, her respectful and polite words bringing tears to many eyes. Although some parts sounded quite strange, at least it was a thank you, and the audience eagerly applauded. The applause thundered from the crowd, and the girl smiled brightly. So, Hwazi, you have proven your strength beyond doubt, and the rumors are not false. Now, a question that most people care about. What are your thoughts on your future hero name? This was a great opportunity for success. Revealing a hero name in front of tens of millions of viewers would undoubtedly garner significant attention and fans, paving the way for a bright future. Purgatory Fire Hwazi tilted her head, wrapping her arms around her soft chest, and fell into thoughtful silence for a moment. If it were her previous self, she would have undoubtedly blurted out the name Flame Demon, as it was a nickname she had since childhood in the village and had naturally adapted to. However, after the quirk-induced explosion, her thoughts and aesthetics had been subtly influenced, and she no longer loved it. Now, she wanted to be more elegant, more domineering, more glamorous, and more arrogant. My hero name is... Under the gaze of the crowd, Purgatory Fire Hwazi hesitated slightly, then nodded and brought her enticing pink lips close to the microphone. Flame Empress. At that moment, the name Flame Empress echoed around the world. The UA Sports Festival concluded as scheduled, and the external media and general audience left satisfied, but the students had mixed feelings. In the classroom of Hero Course Class 1A, there was a heavy silence, and the numbers listed on the blackboard were glaringly bright. Purgatory Fire Hwazi, 11. 405 Shoto Todoroki, 291 Katsuki Bakugo, 208 Mitsuki Bakugo, 57 Toru Hagakure, 49 Ijiro Kirishima, 34 Tenya Ida, 32 Denki Kaminari, 17 Achiko Uraraka, 13 Thu Ajui, 9 Hanashiro, 2 according to tradition. After the UA Sports Festival, the students will soon face their first workplace internship, with hero agencies connected to UA, sending internship invitations to interested students. Since UA was founded, such an exaggerated polarization had never been seen, presenting a one-sided situation. This also meant that almost 90 of agencies wanted to curry favor with the Flame Empress, hoping for her favor. Shota Aizawa gazed at the exaggerated data and fell into silence, then explained in a hoarse voice. The number of nominations doesn't matter. In fact, everyone will get the opportunity for workplace internships. The school will later provide a list of optional agencies, so those who were not nominated need not worry. What I want to discuss next is about hero names. Although it's just a code during your student years, it's best to take it seriously, because this code during your student years is likely to be recognized by the public and will naturally become your future hero name. After saying this, Aizawa couldn't help but glance at the red-haired girl sitting at the back, who had already confirmed her code during the recent UA Sports Festival, instantly becoming a household name known by people of all ages across the streets and even in other countries. Flame Empress Purgatory Fire Hwazi, the most renowned woman among her generation of new heroes. Hearing Aizawa's words, the students in the class suddenly showed expressions of great admiration. A hero name? If anyone dares to come up with a random name, I will show you what hell is. Suddenly, a mature voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention, and the faces of the underage students turned bright red. Teacher Shinya, you're wearing that restrictive outfit again as a referee. It's just impossible to refuse. As we said, the taste of naming will be left to Shinya to judge. I'm not good at that. After Aizawa finished speaking, he burrowed into his sleeping bag, leaving the students time to discuss freely. Based on their characteristics, they would leave a fixed impression through naming, and then strive in that direction. This is what is known as a person is, as their name suggests. Chapter 171. Dragon 9 with her huge, soft chest pressed against Mitsuki Bakugo's head. Purgatory Fire Hwazi looked at her disappointedly for writing down her quirk without permission, complaining in a sultry voice. Why didn't you call it something like Flame Empress's, Toyor Flame Empress's weapon? Yaoyorozu glanced back at the red-haired girl with a sneer. She's quite flirtatious, but when it comes to actually doing something, she just talks big and is too scared to duel. The invitation to come over to my house on the day of the sports festival was also turned down, using the excuse of celebrating with her family. The first and second places both went to the Todoroki family, which is quite commendable. I wonder how Todoroki Shudo, who is lying on a hospital bed wrapped in bandages, is celebrating. Are you coming to my house today? Sure, I don't have anything else to do. Yaoyorozu eyed Hiwatari suspiciously, wondering why she agreed so easily. Could it be some sort of conspiracy? Little did she know that Hiwatari really had a hard-to-say reason that day. The activities were too intense, and she happened to not be wearing a bra, which led to excessive loss of nutrients due to the friction between her skin and the kimono, leaving her feeling lethargic. Now, her condition has returned to its peak, and she can freely overdraw her energy and various nutrients. Hey, a gathering? Can I go? The excited voice of Yaoyorozu's classmate, Yane, waving her school uniform, immediately drew the attention of other classmates. Soon, the girls were gathered together, chattering away about it. And apart from Ishido Mina, the other girls, Uraraka, Ochako, to Ajui, Earphone Jack, and Yane, were all getting ready to join the fun. Ishido Mina had been feeling down ever since being defeated by Hiwatari and couldn't lift her spirits. Yaoyorozu gladly agreed. This was a great opportunity to strengthen the bonds among the girls in the class. Hiwadari rested her chin on her hand and helplessly gazed out the window, thinking that the annoying nuisances were increasing, and it would definitely be a restless night. All right, girls, stop chatting and quickly decide on your hero names. Night waved the long whip in her hand to intimidate the innocent girls, causing them to hurriedly bury their heads in thought. Hiwadari was quite relaxed at this moment, resting her chin on her hand and staring blankly out the window. Outside, the sky was dark and gloomy, with rain dripping steadily, bringing a damp smell. For years spent pretending to be an ordinary explosion girl, those who might know the truth would feel like they were wasting their time, spending all day doing meaningless things. In reality, if the training in the Demon Slayer world was about martial prowess, then in the hero world, she was honing her heart, both of which were indispensable. By integrating martial arts with meditation and contemplation through daily life, she would give birth to a path leading to the ultimate. Although she hadn't fought with all her strength for a long time, causing her skills to become rusty, Hiwadari was still steadily moving towards her limits, never stopping to stagnate. Breathing techniques and blood demon arts, quirks, and martial arts, blending everything she had mastered into one thing. What kind of situation would arise? Did the sword master from the Sengoku period, Kirigakure Enji, not reach his current state? After this, where to go? Hiwadari couldn't help but sigh. No one could give her the answer because no one could defeat her present self. However, after the a sports festival, it will be soon, it should be soon. The time for that battle. Explosive Murder King. Let's forget about that name. Why though? Clearly, Flame Hero can do it. The name was rejected by Night, causing Bakugo Katsuki to flare up in frustration, which brought Hiwadari back from her daydreaming. With Bakugo's way of thinking, he probably couldn't distinguish the difference between Flame Hero and Explosive Murder King. He just thought it was unfair. Huahuazi considered these social factors, which is why she replaced the name Flame Demon with Flame Concubine. By the way, both Shoto Todoroki and Tenya Ida use their real names as code names, which are Todoroki and Tenya, respectively. Izuku Midoriya also used a homophone of his name, doll. After all the students, except for Bakugo, had decided on their code names, it was time to choose the invited hero agencies. Huahuazi held several rolls of lists with over 10,000 names and glanced through them, her stunning face twitching slightly when she noticed that the Flame Hero Endeavor's agency had not sent her an invitation. What a stingy man. She had originally planned to visit there and take care of some relatives. After flipping through for a while, Huahuazi suddenly noticed a familiar name, the Long Geo Agency. The Dragon Rider hero Long Geo is a female hero ranked in O10, with a mature appearance and a curvy figure. Her quirk allows her to transform into a giant mother dragon. She is particularly caring towards women and children, making her very popular among the middle-aged housewife crowd. Both HK Sakura and HK Ray are her longtime fans. Remembering her massive form after transformation, Huahuazi's complexion turned slightly rosy. She had seen her on television a few times. She is indeed an imposing and fierce woman. The contrast between her fierce appearance and gentle heart creates a charming appeal, and she always wears black silk cheongsams. Children can't resist her, and even she couldn't help but feel a bit intrigued. Should she go to Long Gio's agency? Huahuazi hesitated slightly. After all, some professional heroes were not serious and might get hands-on, taking advantage of her. If Long Gio was not that kind of woman, then there was no need to go. Besides, there were other hero agencies ranked higher. Anyway, almost all the top 10 except for her uncle invited her. The 6th-ranked hero, Mirko, seemed to be female as well. Wait, a bunny girl hero, what the hell? Huahuazi's heart burned with excitement, and she immediately took out her phone to search. Bunny girl hero, Mirko, clicked search. Swish. Seeing the black-skinned bunny girl on the webpage, Huahuazi felt disinterested and quietly closed the browser. Although her appearance was quite good and her figure was nice, why did she have to be black? As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws. It cannot be denied that dark skin can sometimes be very alluring, but public aesthetics still lean towards fair skin. Huahuazi, have you decided? We're leaving. Yao reminded at the classroom door. Oh, seeing that the girls attending the gathering had already packed their bags, Huahuazi also closed the list and stood up. If nothing unexpected happened, the agency she chose this time would be the Dragon Knight hero, Long Gio, who clearly had the appearance of a mature woman but was not yet 25 years old. I'm done. Tonight, a total of 6 girls will participate in this training camp at Yao's mansion, and they are completely unaware of the events that are about to unfold. Chapter 172. Huahuazi's Kiss, an incredibly luxurious mansion, comparable to a royal palace, adorned with rare treasures that ordinary people could hardly imagine. After arriving at Yao's luxurious home, everyone felt a bit restrained afraid to dirty the floor. A stunning lady in a red dress warmly welcomed them and sent someone to serve them snacks. You must be Yao Yao's classmates. Don't be shy. I have to go to dinner party, so I'll leave first. One could say it's no wonder they are family. The genes of the mother and daughter are clearly similar. Both Yao Yao and her mother are one in a million beauties. What a pity. I can only help my little Huahuazi take a bath next time. It's been so long since I came. I really want to see how you've developed. As the red-dressed lady was leaving, she affectionately hugged Huahuazi and playfully ruffled her hair, wrinkling her dress. After Yao Yao's mother left, Kirishima Chiyo looked at the red-haired girl who was silently smoothing out her collar with a puzzled expression. Has Huahuazi been here before? Of course. Huahuazi and our middle school classmates. I often invited her over to play, Yao Yao said, sounding a bit speechless. In fact, it was her mother who couldn't forget the feeling after meeting Huahuazi once and forced herself to invite her over to play every day. After all, middle-aged women love to indulge in soft, warm, plump meat, so Huahuazi was particularly popular among the married women. I'm so excited. This is my first time staying overnight at a classmate's house. Ye Ayato excitedly waved her arms, creating after-images in her movements. Shall we do something together? Card games? Board games? Movies? Kirishima Chiyo suggested. How about playing Truth or Dare? Yao Yao proposed. She looked at everyone with a doting expression. She was already very satisfied to have so many classmates over to play at her house. A group of girls chattered excitedly, and Huahuazi lounged on the expensive sofa, disdainfully sipping her 1982 tea. What a group of naive little girls. The essence of staying overnight with classmates is, of course, to discuss those risky topics. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to play the most thrilling and stimulating game of Truth or Dare, and Huahuazi was forcibly dragged in to participate. Yao Yao's house had all kinds of props, and soon several maidens in white stockings brought the game props for rock, paper, scissors. The winner and loser were determined by rock, paper, scissors. And since the speed of play varied, there were often people who changed their moves midway, so using cards to settle the outcome was the fairest. Each of the 6 girls held 3 cards, each marked with scissors, rock, and paper on the front, and a unified heart pattern on the back. To prevent the winner from asking dirty or inappropriate questions directly, everyone was required to write down 5 questions in advance and put them in a box, and then let the winner of each round draw and ask, while the loser was forced to answer. The winner felt no satisfaction. Only the loser faced persecution. Although this reduced the fun of the game, it was the most suitable way for pure students. All right, the first round begins. The girls nervously placed a heart card in the center of the table. Huahuazi held her card and hesitated for a moment. Although she could cheat using her transparent world ability, there was no need for that yet. Because the essence of Truth or Dare is to make up stories. As long as she absolutely doesn't tell the truth, she would be unbeatable from the very beginning. Huazi blankly placed down a card. To be honest, she didn't even look at what card she had played, so from her expression, there were no signs of weakness. Slap. 6 cards were flipped over at the same time. 5 of them were paper, and 1 was a stone. The red-haired girl's calm face began to twitch slightly. Did she lose in just 1 round? The victor didn't matter, but the one who was persecuted as the loser had already been determined to be herself. She hoped she wouldn't draw her own written question. The remaining 5 continued to play several rounds, and the final winner was Uraraka Ochako. The cute girl with tea-colored hair and a round face excitedly pulled out a piece of paper from the box, ready to announce the question punishment for Huahuazi. But her face suddenly turned as red as fire. You, what you? Say it out loud. Earphone Jack, confused, glanced over, and her face also turned bright red. Seeing their expressions, Huahuazi's face turned ashen. Was she destined to bear the consequences of writing such a question? Truly self-inflicted. Did she now have to answer the age question she wrote herself? Had you kissed before? In the end, amidst the blushing girls, it was still Frog Blow Mayu who shyly read it out loud. Puffed. Huahuazi almost choked on a mouthful of thick phlegm and sprayed it all over them. Can such a boring question make them act so surprised? It made her think she had drawn a question she personally wrote, and she was taken aback. How could someone be so shy over such a basic question? If she drew a question she wrote herself, she might as well get pregnant on the spot. If I followed Huahuazi's initial belief, she wouldn't tell the truth, meaning she hasn't kissed anyone. But that would ruin her image as a flirtatious JK, making her feel stuck between a rock and a hard place. After much hesitation, Huahuazi finally decided to tell the truth. Of course I've kissed. Look at me. There's no way I haven't, she replied earnestly, her face not flushing and her heart not racing. Who? Bye suddenly stood up, looking fierce for some unknown reason. You broke the rules, no follow-up questions. Under Huahuazi's righteous admonition, Bye awkwardly sat back down, looking extremely anxious. Now, with one removed, there are still 29 punishment questions left, and everyone continued with a mix of emotions into the second round of Truth or Dare. My sister's book. Cutting City Red Knife, Brother Synopsis. The fake red knife. Low agility, slow attack, weak defense, forced to unleash a big move, controlled, beaten to death. The real red knife. High agility, high attack speed, high defense, high burst, invincible in one-on-one fights, can wipe out groups of enemies with a big move. Escaping from the blade, killing in the mortal world. In a previous life, struggling in the slums as a mouse. Reincarnated as a revenger in the Ark world. Possessing powerful attributes and explosive output. Wielding a red knife, carving out a sky of his own between reality and illusion. This is a story about becoming the invincible Red Knife Brother, dedicated to those operators taught about life by the Red Knife Brother. The protagonist can kill, is not a strictly good person, and integrates forces of the movement with an unchanging stance. Author's note, Cutting City Red Knife Brother, Chapter 173. The attacked girls. The second round of the game begins. The girls gently flipped over the red cards, revealing 3 different patterns, and reshuffled the cards. This time, the first winner was by Bye, who breathed a sigh of relief, feeling apprehensive. The winner didn't matter much. It was mainly about the losers. After a thrilling battle, Erlang Xiangxiang ended up in the loser position and was about to face a punishment question. Bye reached into the lottery box and fumbled for a while before slowly pulling out a small torn piece of paper. The moment she saw the question, her expression suddenly tensed up, which also made Erlang Xiangxiang's heart leap to her throat. Raging Fire Huahuazi was speechless. Could these people not hide their thoughts? What kind of truth or dare is this? The questioners are more dramatic than the responders. It should be called heartbeat action instead, to see who dies of a heart attack first. What part of your body do you like the most? Hearing Bye's shy inquiry, Erlang Xiangxiang's face flushed bright red again. She looked at the red-haired girl next to her with a rather resentful expression, only to see her looking innocent and pitiful. Isn't it her? It makes sense. If it were Raging Fire Huahuazi, she would have added a touching element to this question somewhere. I like my ears the most. Erlang Xiangxiang cleverly avoided the sensitive topic. After all, her personality is that of an earphone jack, and her hobby is listening to music, so saying it was not a problem. Huahuazi secretly guessed that this question was probably written by Wachue Meiyu. The little frog has always loved its long tongue, so it's not strange to be interested in the most cherished parts of others. After several rounds, where almost everyone has taken turns being both winners and losers, it was finally Huahuazi's turn again. The number of questions in the cardboard box gradually decreased, leaving only 13, and none of the 5 questions written by Huahuazi had appeared. The winner of this round was Yi Intu, who excitedly opened a slip of paper after drawing lots. How many times do you accidentally use body wash while showering? After reading it, Yi Intu fell into slight confusion, wondering what accidentally meant in this context. Did someone make a mistake? Accidentally again? The cycle of karma is profound. Who can escape the heavens? Huahuazi reaped what she sowed by facing her own question. The red-haired girl shyly covered her face and answered in a bashful manner about 5 or 6 times, in a way that no one could understand. According to her initial concept, this was certainly not the truth. In fact, Huahuazi accidentally used body wash in double digits almost every day. If someone else helped, it wouldn't be impossible to faint halfway through. But she would never tell the truth, so she would remain invincible. Huahuazi thought that lowering the truth by half should be considered an excellent value among girls. But unexpectedly, everyone looked confused and couldn't understand her response. Since no one could comprehend it, they simply moved on. After playing for a while, everyone got tired of the game, so they gathered around the sofa to watch the collection of anime BD worth 8 million. Pork bones to be braised, and you need to wash the eggs, but I cooked a bag of instant noodles. The red-haired girl sat alone in the distance playing with her phone, while the TV was playing some anime's opening theme, but to her ears, it sounded completely different. However, she was neither into the second dimension, nor did she have any interest in it, so she felt no excitement at all. Huahuazi was preparing to go out for a walk in the cool breeze, but as soon as she pushed open the bedroom door, she sensed something was wrong. The entire hall was eerily silent and empty. The maid seemed to be nowhere in sight. Sniffing, the girl used her delicate pink nose to detect a strong smell of blood that invaded her senses, wildly stimulating her nerves. After a brief pause, she smiled and gently closed the bedroom door, ensuring that her classmates inside remained unaware. An attack on the high school JK's room? She needed to find out which boundaryless enemy was provoking her. The pink veins slowly surfaced on her forehead as the red-haired girl lowered her head, her beautiful face gradually turning somber, exhaling a wave of scorching breath. Having lived in a stable environment for too long, Huahuazi had failed to notice the enemy's approach. It seemed that not only had her body grown soft and weak, but her spirit had also declined. With a rush of anger, Huahuazi's eyes widened and a transparent, ethereal barrier unfolded, quickly enveloping the entire mansion. Transcend the world. Although she appeared to be a somewhat frivolous girl on the surface, she had once truly reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Every blade of grass, every flower and leaf transformed into transparency before her eyes. Everything in the world became traceable. The loss of blood, the curves of muscles, the presentation of breath, the rhythm of respiration, all within her sight. This included the hidden voluptuous curves of the girls behind her in the house, which she observed thoroughly. Is it over there? The scene hundreds of meters away, separated by walls, appeared in Huahuazi's mind. A giant monster with green skin was walking down the corridor, wielding a chainsaw. Its muscular body was somewhat grotesque, with a bare brain exposed, still pulsating. The chainsaw was smeared with flesh and limbs, seemingly having just engaged in a slaughter in the bodyguard room. No brain. That guy, Shigaraki, had his mind twisted to the point of attacking innocent students? If she hadn't come here today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, the drowsy little blood sparrow flew out from Huahuazi's warm, soft embrace, shaking its beautiful feathers awake and landing on the windowsill across the corridor. If someone comes here, scream and notify Mom, okay? Huahuazi gently stroked its head. Chirp, chirp. The little blood sparrow bravely called out a few times, flapping its wings seriously, resembling a fierce guardian beast. With her daughter personally guarding the door, Huahuazi felt reassured. She leaped and vanished from her spot. A fiery afterimage quickly swept past, rushing towards the direction of the no-brain attack. Though the injured bodyguards were unrelated to her, there might be people close to her among them. How long could this no-brain hold up against her? Just a few seconds after the red-haired girl left, a cloud of black mist silently appeared behind the little blood sparrow, which remained completely unaware. Thud! The little blood sparrow rolled its eyes and was knocked unconscious by a heavy slap, its body stiffening and collapsing to the ground. Foaming at the mouth, a gloomy, black-haired man wrapped in bandages slowly emerged from the black mist, licking the blood from the blade with a fierce expression. Hero Killer, Stain. Chapter 174, Type 13, Heart of Flame, Soul of Sword, Extremity of Martial Arts. The nearly 3-meter-tall giant monster, with a mechanical chainsaw embedded in its arm, walked through the mansion, its soft green skin glistening. The exposed fresh brain slowly writhed. The green no-brain seemed to be acting on the instinct of slaughter, moving towards any sound it detected, and by the time it arrived, the chainsaw was already covered in blood, resembling a chainsaw man from a horror movie. 2 white silk maids fled in panic before the green monster, but the no-brain kept pace with them, moving calmly, as if waiting for something. Thud! One cute maid stumbled in her panic, performing a comical fall and inadvertently pulling down the skirt of the other maid in front of her, causing her to trip. The 2 girls trembled and huddled together, shaking in fear as they witnessed the green no-brain raising its chainsaw above its head, and they let out terrified screams in unison. Ah, 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 ah. Clang! The crazed chainsaw suddenly stopped spinning, and a pair of small jade-like feet stepped onto it, the delicate toes forcing the spinning blade to halt. The beautiful girl with flowing red hair gently pressed down, forcing the monster's chainsaw arm to the ground, twisting its entire towering body involuntarily. The green no-brain appeared ridiculous, as if trying to tie its shoelaces with one hand without bending down. Hiss! The no-brain roared, its thick chainsaw arm bulging with veins like a bloated python. Yet it was futile. It could not make the jammed chainsaw move again. Type 10, Bone Flame Shield. Huahuazi's expression remained calm as she applied pressure with her delicate pink foot, crushing the crazily spinning chainsaw into fragments. This no-brain was far weaker than the one from the USJ incident, and it likely only had one quirk. The 2 maids behind her were stunned. The beautiful woman before them had merely crushed the chainsaw with her foot. Could she also use a 3-speed fan as a foot warmer? Hiss! With the chainsaw arm turned into mush, the green no-brain retreated a few steps, kneeling on the ground with a fierce expression, its thick green blood splattering everywhere, soaking the surrounding floor and walls. It glared at the girl, continuously emitting sharp, screeching howls. In the next moment, a swarm of rubber arms burst forth from its skin, surging towards the red-haired girl. Just as the fragile, innocent girl was about to be grasped and twisted into a cream cookie, she raised her right hand like a blade across her chest, her tightly pressed index and middle fingers resting on her alluring pink lips. Whoosh! The fresh scent of milk wafted from the girl's mouth, causing the multitude of rubber arms rushing forward to suddenly freeze in midair, unmoving. In the next second, the green no-brain's eyeballs spun rapidly in their sockets, suddenly oozing green tears of blood. Not only its eyes, but blood also gushed from its nostrils, mouth, and ears, creating a horrifying sight. Huahuazi expressionlessly stepped on the exposed brain of the green monster, forcefully pressing her delicate foot deep into its soft, writhing brain, ruthlessly trampling it. Lowly beast, you shall kneel before me at an angle that allows your brain to touch the ground. Hiss! The green no-brain lay on the ground, howling in agony, trying to grasp the slender roots of the red-haired girl's feet, attempting to pull them from its own brain. Huahuazi's gaze was filled with disdain as she casually pressed her finger against her pink lips and blew out a breath. Shill! The green-brained creature suddenly froze, its whole body twitching wildly like a carp leaping out of water. After a dozen seconds, it lay gasping on the ground. Its breathing ceased. Huahuazi took out her moist jade foot, stained with brain matter, from inside its head. To be honest, it felt quite nice for a massage. Such a powerful creature lay motionless on the ground, its dilated eyes losing their luster, consciousness gradually fading into nothingness. Huahuazi didn't even glance at it, rubbing her foot, covered in disgusting liquid, against the white stockings of the two dazed maids before turning back in the direction she came from. The two silly maids looked at each other, completely unaware of what had just happened. Breath of Fire, 13th form. The killing power of this sword was so terrifying that Huahuazi abandoned the idea of using it against Shoto Todoroki at the U, a sports festival. After long training and refinement, not only had her physical strength improved, but her spirit had also undergone a transformation. If someone were to enter Huahuazi's mental space at that moment, they would find that the mental core, once radiant like a ruby, had become unrecognizable, gradually taking the shape of a flaming knife. Its sharpness was evident, boiling with heat. The intent transformed into a blade, exuding killing intent. She could inflict such terrifying damage simply by projecting her mental will, striking at the enemy's psyche and making them experience the torturous sensation of being cut and crushed. Even a terrifying creature like the green-brained one could only endure 2 strikes before succumbing to bleeding from all 7 orifices and collapsing. At this moment, the girl had not only transformed her body and mind into an indestructible shield of purgatory, but had also honed her spirit into a flame blade capable of splitting the heavens, making her truly invincible. Having survived life and death tribulations, forging the heart of fire, and shaping the soul of purgatory, Huahuazi had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Heart of Fire, Spirit of the Sword, Ultimate Martial Arts. Breath of Fire, 13th form, Flame Heart Sword Spirit. Unfortunately, Huahuazi's footsteps suddenly halted as she regretfully touched her cheek. The fire lotus blooms, yet one petal is still missing, and it is not yet complete. There is always a feeling that something is lacking, that something has been missed. The path of martial arts can never reach its ultimate. Perhaps she has unwittingly wandered into a dead end, yet remains completely unaware. Questioning one's own path is a taboo for martial artists. Raging fire, Huazi quickly dispels this boring thought, shaking her head as if nothing happened. Perhaps it is just that she has not yet embarked on her journey in life, and her experiences are too shallow. Once she returns and has a few children, becoming a mature wife, perhaps she will gain some insights. The idea of a wife sword saint is enough to excite one to the point of nosebleeds. With only a few meters left to the luxurious bedroom of Yaiba, Huazi suddenly catches a strong and intense smell of blood, her red brows furrowing slightly. With her daughter, Little Blood Sparrow, guarding this place, there shouldn't be any trouble, right? Chapter 175. Mighty Blood Sparrow in the luxurious bedroom of Yaiba. Frog blowing plum rain presses her palms against the wall and quickly sticks out a long, pink tongue. The twisted, sinuous tongue tears a splash of blood from the shoulder of the dark-haired monster, while simultaneously, the little frog shows a pained expression. After retracting her tongue, it is raw and bleeding, as if it had been cut by the opponent's knife. When did this happen? She completely failed to see it coming. Stein's expression darkens as he silently licks the blood off his knife. Thud! Frog blowing plum rain suddenly falls from sky, her body feeling as if struck by a current, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. The other girls also fall to the ground in pain, all defeated by this suddenly appearing enemy. Among these 5 girls, none of them from the martial arts system can compete with this man. Anyone whose body is cut by him, without exception, loses their ability to move, as if they had been given a strong anesthetic completely at his mercy. The ability, blood solidification, means that any creature whose blood has been tasted by Stein will instantly become paralyzed and lose consciousness. Stein looks around in disappointment. Is this all that All Might students can do? In the face of the enemy, they cannot even determine how to act. Some test the waters, some hold back. Some act recklessly, and some are in a daze, each fighting their own battle. Ruriko, Ochako, Frog Blowing Plum Rain, Earphone Jack, Leaf Hiding Tea, Yaiba, 5 beautiful. Youthful girls are horrified, not knowing what awaits them next. At this crucial moment, Raging Fire Huazi is nowhere to be found. Stein shows no interest in attacking the weak, incapacitated girls. Just as he prepares to step over the 5 girls lying on the floor and exit the bedroom, a slender blood sparrow blocks his way. Wings on her hips, little blood sparrow angrily chirps, raising her claws to point at the dark-haired man in front of her, then pointing at her own head with her wings, putting on a crying face as if saying, "You hurt me, I want to cry, wah." Noticing Stein's strange expression, little blood sparrow suddenly remembers her mother saying not to show herself in front of people casually, so she quickly lowers her raised foot, shyly smoothing her red feathers to cover her beautiful rear. Stein kicks the obstructing little blood sparrow several meters away, expressionless as he walks out of the bedroom. Feathers scatter, and in a disheveled state, little blood sparrow crouches in the corner, wiping her eyes in frustration, stomping her feet in anger. Seeing the bully about to escape, she quickly comes up with an idea, pulling out a baby bottle from under her rear and chugging it with her wings wrapped around it. The next second, little blood sparrow's delicate body visibly expands, her blood-red feathers becoming crystal clear and dazzlingly beautiful. Unaware of the changes behind her, the moment Stein pushes the door open, thud, his head is caught by a strong, thick bird claw, and without any defense, he is slammed against the wall, blood bursting from his head. The 5-meter-tall firebird stands with a fierce expression, radiating a scorching heat, its third bird leg transforming into a soft, flowing flame feather, full of life. More terrifying than Popeye after eating spinach, the little blood sparrow, after drinking milk, transforms into a mighty bird, using just one claw to continuously smash Stein's head against the wall like a bowling ball. Boom! Thud! Boom! Thud! Boom! 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 Accompanied by earthquake-like noises. The spiderweb-like cracks in the wall continue to expand, and Stein collapses weakly, his face covered in blood. Clearly, his power is terrifying, yet he was easily brought down before. Is this the biological inheritance? Has he inherited his mother's excellent clumsiness gene? Suddenly, appearing to be unconscious, Stein unexpectedly slashes his knife against the giant firebird's feathers, tearing a thin line of blood. Little blood sparrow looks puzzled as the dark-haired man licks her blood. Remaining unmoved, their eyes meet, and the atmosphere falls silent. It seems her blood type is abnormal. Stein remains silent. However, little blood sparrow's expression suddenly turns to one of extreme terror as she recalls her mother's mention of perverted stalkers. It is said that some perverts buy the urine and feces of beautiful girls online and take pride in enjoying such things. If they can consume such things, how much more so blood? Wah! Little blood sparrow releases Stein's head, quickly stepping back in fear, covering her head with her wings. It is said that being watched by such perverts can lead to unplanned pregnancies. Seizing this opportunity, Stein leaps through the door just as he bumps into a red-haired girl coming from the opposite direction. Looking at the bloodied figure that suddenly bursts out, Raging Fire Huazi displays a face of horror as if she has unexpectedly become pregnant. Isn't this the hero killer Stein? How did he end up in such a miserable state? You are not worthy of being a hero. Without any hesitation, Stein slashes at the girl's dazed face, brutally stabbing her beautiful scarlet eyeball. Crack! The blade twists. The shattered short knife splinters like a mirror. The broken handle falls to the ground, and Stein covers his split palm, looking astounded and incredulous. What is this woman? She crushed the blade, using only her closed eyelids. Hello there, no quirk. Raging Fire Huazi finally reacts, politely greeting him with a smile that sends chills down one's spine. How sad, pitiful, and weak her quirk is, so fragile, easily broken, and delicate in comparison to her current self. The murderous intent radiating from the red-haired girl is completely different from that during the U.A. sports festival, as if two opposing sides of light and darkness reside deep within her heart. In Stein's view, the girl's fingers slide like the scythe of death, silently descending. Flameheart's sword spirit. Ah! Stein suddenly curled up his body and hugged his arms, letting out an incredibly mournful scream like a piglet being stabbed to death. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for air, his whole body soaked in sweat. What was happening? Did he just die? The hellish pain of being dismembered by blades was etched deep in his memory, as if he had been chopped into pieces by the girl. The burning sensation lingered. Where was the knife? Her knife? I am not injured. Stein's trembling voice turned a bit insane as he frantically touched his body, trying to find the parts that had been cut. Could someone be sliced without a knife? Wasn't that just like the legendary swordsman Miyamoto Musashi? Can't one kill without a sword? Is a knife such an inconvenient thing? As if seeing through his thoughts, the red-haired girl smiled slightly, her compassionate gaze resembling that of someone looking at livestock. Chapter 176. Gods and Mortals in the Blood-Scented Mansion. A black-haired man wrapped in bandages struggled to support himself on his knees, barely managing to maintain his standing posture. The oppressive aura emanating from the red-haired girl felt like a scorching sun breaking through the sky, suppressing all things in the world beneath its feet, completely crushing them to dust. He staggered forward, step by step, towards the irreversible path to hell. Swish! Suddenly, two flying knives whizzed through the air, piercing towards the girl's eyes at high speed. At the same time, Stein also moved at an incredible speed, astonished at how he could still fight after such a devastating blow. If it were an ordinary student, they might be shocked or even terrified by Stein's terrifying physical abilities honed to perfection. However, for the Hellfire Hashira, she was just an ordinary girl with a lingering scent of milk. Stein's 10 years of refined killing techniques in the deep mountains might as well be less than that of an average member of the Demon Slayer Corps in her eyes. His finely honed martial skills, his meticulously crafted physique, and his original intention to slay evil spirits and save the world could not be surpassed by this giant baby burdened with boring ideals. Rather, Stein's philosophy and existence itself was an insult to the flame pillar, Hashira. Swish, swish. The red-haired girl slightly tilted her head to dodge the flying knives, and the charging Stein also leaped in front of her. Spinning rapidly, Stein wielded his knife, his body spinning like a top, creating a series of sounds as the air was sliced. Just as his blade was about to tear through flesh, Hashira suddenly stumbled, her body uncontrollably tilting backward. Her inclined half-body narrowly avoided the rotating blade, and in the moment Stein missed his strike, a surge of deathly intent flooded his heart. Flame breathing, fourth form. Like mocking his poorly mastered skills, the red-haired girl mimicked his actions, her waving arms causing her petite, unbalanced body to spin wildly. More precise, sharper, and faster. The flame's circle rotated, her delicate arms cutting through the air, leaving behind dozens of swirling flame traces. Blazing flames. The red-haired girl lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her body leaning and pausing, flames bursting around her like blooming petals, sparks boiling and bursting forth. Dozens of slashes appeared on Stein's dazed expression, then exploded with a bang, skin bursting and blood gushing like a fountain. He seemed to transform into a blood-soaked person, kneeling in a pool of blood, his expression vacant, head bowed. Because it was a hand blade, he was still alive. If it were a real sword, Stein would have been chopped into several pieces long ago. What use is your personality? You can't even touch a corner of my clothing. Huahuazi used one hand to hold her wildly swaying chest, exhaling a milky fragrance that made Stein cover his throat and cough violently, completely losing his composure after defeat. Although there was a sweet and rich milky scent, no one could withstand the accompanying burnt smell. After being still for about 10 seconds, Stein stood up again, his abdomen continuously spilling out bloodied organs. The will to live had reached its limit, but the obsession and killing intent emanating from him became increasingly violent. He was merely a meaningless criminal using his quirk. Even if I were gone, thousands or tens of thousands would stand up to punish you hypocritical fakes. This hero society has decayed. All heroes are fighting for fame and profit. Heroes do not seek rewards. Only through ultimate self-sacrifice can one earn the title of hero. The world must be stained red with blood. We must find heroes, the true heroes, and there is only one, All Might. Stein staggered forward and ultimately stood before the red-haired girl in a pitifully bloodied state. A dark killing intent instantly enveloped the mansion within hundreds of meters, causing small animals like sparrows nesting on the mansion and squirrels in the yard to foam at the mouth and faint. The twisted killing intent almost solidified, resonating from him as the epicenter and continuously expanding outward. Incompetent rage, stripped of dignity, headfirst into the ground. Faced with such terrifying killing intent, the red-haired girl wore a gentle expression, as if she were completely unaffected. Her stunning face blushed under the high temperature, and she gently covered her mouth with her snow-white hand, giggling. What you say might make some sense to certain brainless losers, but it's nonsense here because you are too weak. Gods do not heed the arrogant cries of ants. Also, you are too presumptuous. Type 12, colorless throne. Boom! The erupting flames instantly sent Stein flying over 10 meters like a cannonball, with bloody internal organs splattering everywhere. The terrifying heat radiating from the red-haired girl burned away all colors in an instant, as if she had transformed into a human-shaped sun furnace. Godly domain, colorless throne. Mortal, stop here. In the face of such unmatched divine power, the will of the weak is trivial. Blood sprayed as he rolled countless times down the corridor. The black-haired man fell with a thud against the wall at the end, gasping for breath, unsure of life or death. At that moment, black mist appeared out of nowhere, like a vortex of a black hole wrapping the hero-killer Stein. We will meet again, Flame Empress, Purgatory Huahuazi. A familiar voice came from the black vortex, unmistakably belonging to one of the masterminds behind the USJ attack, the Black Mist. The black vortex solidified at an incredible speed and was about to disappear into the void. Snap! Crack! The next second, the sound of bones shattering echoed, and the pain in the arm made the black mist drenched in cold sweat. Blood demon technique, flame dance. The once pink skin turned pale, a broken horn sprouted from the top of her head, and the red-haired girl's snow white. Stunning face looked somewhat sickly as she disdainfully looked down at the arm she had trampled. An indescribable sense of oppression surged forward. She crossed nearly 100 meters in an instant. What terrifying physical ability. Oh, wow, where are you going? If you take me with you, I might let you go. With the red-haired girl's mocking, sickly laughter, the arm she trampled began to emit a sound of tearing as it shattered, blood and flesh mixed. The black mist, which remained several cities away, painfully knelt on the ground, half of his body forming a black vortex that was almost splitting apart from the pain. In this desperate situation, it seemed hopeless. Chapter 177. The Dark Emperor, All for One. The black vortex still maintained its form, even with the red-haired girl's jade foot brutally crushing his arm. He did not easily give up. Meanwhile, Stein's body convulsed continuously, spraying blood, and it seemed he was on the verge of collapse. Despair, an incredibly desperate atmosphere was spreading. Just then, a pair of pale, withered hands stretched out from the black mist, rapidly reaching for Huahuazi's delicate body. It was Tamura Shigaraki. He actually dared to cause trouble after experiencing such a setback. Who gave him the confidence and audacity? As the hand capable of crushing everything was about to press against the girl's tender skin, the two palms met, the dry, pale hand grasping the horrifying red bone claws. Blood demon technique, flame demon. Purgatory Huahuazi transformed her arm into blood-red bone claws, gently clasping fingers with Shigaraki, releasing an aroma of charred meat. Scalding magma flowed from the girl's palm, gradually melting and cooking the pair of pale, severed hands. Court destruction was ineffective against her. It wasn't just physical pain. Through the black mist, Shigaraki felt as if he were touching the bones of a deity. No blood, no flesh, just a skeleton forged over centuries in hell, indestructible. Nothing could break it. What purity, what astonishment. Even the tiniest bone powder could not be crushed. How could he defeat her? Was she truly invincible? Was there no one who could defeat her? Flame Empress, Purgatory Huahuazi. Shigaraki. Accompanied by an angry roar from the black mist, the swirling vortex suddenly expanded, wrapping the red-haired girl within it. Oh, are you planning to take yourself over too? Wait, no. Purgatory Huahuazi's delighted expression slightly faded as she felt a wave of deathly threat from the encircling black mist. Could it be that they intended to cut her in half at the waist? Fortunately, the black mist did not start to contract from her chest, as after using the bone flame shield, the only part she couldn't harden was that area, which was too soft to expand no matter how hard she tried. Unfortunately, the black mist chose the waist, and Huahuazi was somewhat confident in her waist strength. She could twist her waist nearly 300 times in just 1 second while hula hooping. Crack! The shrinking black mist acted like giant scissors. viciously clamping down on the girl as slender, soft waist, tightening and squeezing. However, no matter how hard the Black Mist tried, Purgatory Huahuazi remained utterly unmoved, even yawning in utter boredom. At this moment, the Black Mist's arm was trapped, and Shigaraki's hand was grasped. They had no means of escape. This was akin to the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, leading to their current annihilation. Just as the three of them were entangled in a remote standoff through the Black Mist, a thick blob of ink suddenly exploded in the nearby air, instantly drawing everyone's attention. This blob of ink-like liquid was not the vortex created by the Black Mist. It was something thicker and more malicious. What was this? Huahuazi's expression was slightly puzzled. The last remaining arm of the Black Mist was crushed directly under his foot, so he shouldn't have had the energy to create a double teleportation portal. After all, he had already lost his arm during the USJ attack, severed by his own firework form, becoming a one-armed Yonghua. In the next moment, an incredibly thick and massive arm, with exposed bones and flesh, and filled with steel spears, emerged from the dark liquid. Shigaraki was in trouble again, but there was no need to worry. The teacher would solve it for him. He was still young, with infinite opportunities ahead, and he wouldn't fall here. A hoarse and gravelly voice, which was quite unpleasant, emerged from the liquid, causing Huahuazi to widen his eyes in surprise. This man was the Emperor of the Dark World, all for one. Boom! With an explosion of flames, Purgatory Huahuazi instantly abandoned the few minor enemies in her hands and charged toward All for One with all her might, propelled by the roaring flames. All for One? Is he really that impressive? How dare he appear before her and spout such nonsense? There was only one way for him to go: death. Facing the red-haired girl charging toward him, the terrifyingly fat arm did not fully extend, but instead flicked at the air like a small steel ball BU. Boom! The earth shook and the sky split as a massive shockwave obliterated the entire mansion, a terrifying howling hurricane instantly reducing the several-kilometer villa to ruins. The destructive wave surged into the sky, resembling the explosion of a small nuclear bomb, the deafening noise tearing through eardrums. As the dust settled, the area within 10,000 meters was completely desolate, a scene of devastation with ruins collapsing. And the closest Purgatory Huahuazi had also vanished, swept away by the strong winds. Cough, cough, cough. Shigaraki lay on the ground, clutching his wrist and coughing violently, while the Black Mist emitted painful groans, both of their arms nearly incapacitated. However, the mission was ultimately accomplished. They successfully rescued the ailing Stein and even relied on the teacher's power to defeat Purgatory Huahuazi. Clap! The dim bar's television suddenly lit up, emitting a hoarse and grating sound of electricity, and the image revealed a masked man sitting in a chair. In the dark corner, the masked man remained silent for a long time. Please bear with me. I will treat you as soon as I recover. Sigh. If I were still in my prime, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Puffed. The next moment, a large amount of blood gushed from the masked man's mouth, and he fell to the ground from his chair. The pain throughout his body and mind felt like being pierced by a long knife, which involuntarily reminded him of the elusive term sword intent. Teacher, the silver-haired man with a burned hand stared in disbelief at the masked man on the television, who was crazily coughing up blood. He had never seen him in such a miserable state. That Purgatory Huahuazi had actually injured the teacher in that instant. How could that be possible? Meanwhile, amidst the ruins destroyed by the storm, the red-haired girl with her long hair scattered and her clothes torn slowly crawled out from the rubble. Her long dress had almost turned into a few pieces of tattered cloth, exposing large areas of her smooth, fair skin. But she walked out without a care, all for one. His power was indeed terrifying to this extent, but unfortunately, his remaining vitality and destructive power were completely mismatched. He was just a fragile paper tiger with a fine appearance. Purgatory Huahuazi followed the aura to a nearby ruin, where she saw a huge firebird standing 5 meters tall, cautiously surveying its surroundings, wrapping 5 young girls who had fainted from the shock in its soft wings, keeping them safe and sound. Upon seeing her mother, the giant firebird instantly burst into countless pink smoke like a deflating balloon, transforming into a small, cute 3-legged blood sparrow that rushed into the red-haired girl's embrace, wriggling vigorously. Huahuazi gently stroked the feathers of the little blood sparrow, allowing her to peacefully fall asleep on her warm, soft chest. As the night deepened, the sounds of police sirens and calls of heroes approached from afar. But the aftermath of this incident was far from over. Chapter 178. The gods will eventually fall into hell. the throne will ultimately crash to the ground. They are merely meaningless criminals using their quirks. Even if I am gone, there will be thousands more standing up to punish you hypocritical fakes. This hero society has rotted. All heroes fight for fame and profit. Heroes seek no reward. Only through self-sacrifice to the extreme can one earn the title of hero. The world must be dyed red with blood. We must find the true heroes, and there is only one true hero, All Might. On the large screen in the underground black market, a black-haired man covered in blood, heartbroken, was screaming hysterically, exuding a terrifying killing intent that made even the audience outside the screen tremble. The trees withered, birds fell to the ground, and the living were terrified. While the red-haired girl standing opposite him casually waved her hand and sent him flying, a complete mismatch in power. What you said may make some sense to certain brain-dead losers, but to me, it's utter nonsense because you are too weak. Gods do not listen to the wild roars of ants. Although the footage was somewhat blurry, it was undoubtedly that woman. The one who displayed unparalleled terrifying power during the first-year competition at UA Sports Festival, the Hellfire Huahuazi. She considered herself a lofty deity, viewing the just man before her as an ant, and calling those who agreed with his ideals brain-dead losers. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, the thugs and enemies in the underground black market halted, their faces filled with rage as they stared at the images on the screen. The next second, the screen flickered and disappeared, replaced by a few bold words. The gods will eventually fall into hell. The throne will ultimately crash to the ground. When the image reappeared, a pair of enormous arms, thick and covered in steel spikes, floated out from the void, casually flicking at the red-haired girl. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly obliterated everything in sight, and the entire mansion was blown apart by the roaring force. In the end, only a shattered ruin remained. The courtyard covering several kilometers reduced to rubble. Upon seeing this, everyone suddenly realized it was the recently sensationalized incident of the attack on the 8 million family. So this was the inside story. Because someone openly attacked the students of UA, it caused a huge uproar in hero society. These people became like rats crossing the street, with their entire families being cursed online. Shocked, deranged, scum, dead horses, such words flooded the internet. The hero killer. Who would have thought he did such things to save this hypocritical society? It seems none of those students died, right? Did he hold back on purpose? From what I saw, it was Hellfire Huahuazi who kept chasing and hitting him, and he was beaten to a pulp. Could it be that he never intended to attack at all? What was that last arm? It was even stronger than Hellfire Huahuazi. How powerful is the background of the hero killer? This video circulated in every corner of the internet, deleted and then reposted, with view counts exceeding 10 million. Even overshadowing the recent popular battle between Hellfire Huahuazi and Todoroki Shoto. Can physical training to the extreme surpass naturally powerful quirks? The video titled to attract attention was overshadowed by this segment of the hero killer, creating a huge uproar online. In an instant, opinions polarized. Some are crazily insulting the enemy's mother, while others supported the hero killer's ideals but did not take sides. Those who dared to openly support the enemy and express attack statements online naturally faced the wrath of netizens on various forums. Huahuazi, are you okay? I didn't expect such a thing to happen during your gathering. Those dogs online are really infuriating. What do they mean by heroes should seek no reward? Isn't that moral kidnapping? By the way, I saw in the video that you were hit hard. Are you alright? Everyone looked at Kaminari Denki, who was displaying the video on his phone, their eyes fixed on him with a hint of unease. Is this guy stupid? Showing something like this at UA will get him in trouble with the teachers. Although everyone basically acknowledged they had seen the video, he shouldn't be exposing it, right? Kaminari Denki laughed awkwardly as he deleted the video. Then the previous photo on his phone automatically appeared, which was an extremely inappropriate and suggestive image. Don't worry, I'm fine. That guy just used a quirk like a shockwave to blow me away. After all, with my weight, it's normal to be blown away by the wind, right? Hellfire Huahuazi smiled to reassure everyone, while she cupped her soft chest with both hands and lifted it up, then suddenly let go. Phew, 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 phew. The violently shaking chest seemed to be in sync with what she had just said about her weight, wildly shaking in the air, very eye-catching. Supporting her constantly shaking chest, she placed it on the desk and casually took out a textbook to study. Seeing that she was safe and sound, the classmates gathered around her began to disperse. After a while, their homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, walked in, looking somewhat grave and tired. That another student had been attacked. And this time it was in the enemy's home, truly caught people off guard. Such a breach of principle would normally make the hero killer a target for everyone. But unexpectedly, his beliefs and killing intent resonated with so many. Moreover, the mastermind behind this incident was still the same group responsible for the USJ attack. If it weren't for the negligence of UA teachers at that time, these innocent students wouldn't have been targeted by the enemy. Fortunately, they had the extraordinary combat ability of Hellfire Huahuazi. Almost everyone thought like Aizawa, as they were unaware that the enemy specifically aimed to kill Hellfire Huahuazi. And furthermore, the hero killer Stein had even tested an attack on other girls. I'm sure you all know what happened last week. Amid this storm, the dangers of workplace internships have increased several times. You all need to pay attention to your safety, and when trouble arises, do not think of facing it alone. Hellfire Huahuazi, Aizawa Shota said while walking towards the red-haired girl, intending to comfort her, but suddenly froze. Huahuazi was seriously drawing something in her textbook, carefully outlining strange, twisted shapes with a red marker, which resembled an abstract manifestation of her internal organs. Lewd patterns. Go outside and stand. Chapter 179, Frenzy and Conspiracy. One unromantic guy. The red-haired girl muttered softly in the corridor, balancing her textbook on her chest as she continued to draw stubbornly. She was exploring the origin of life. Why should she be viewed with such vulgar eyes? At that moment, the latecomer Ida Tenkai noticed the red-haired girl standing outside and curiously approached her. When he saw what she was drawing, he was immediately dumbfounded, his expression stiffening. Under Huahuazi's exquisite drawing skills, a human outline slowly formed on the paper, the shape of the chest being plump and ungraceful, almost resembling her own. Was she drawing a lewd picture of herself? But why draw the duodenum and spleen and lungs to gross people out? How did she know the shapes of her internal organs? Besides, most artists wouldn't start drawing from there. With a clear examination of the transparent world, the red-haired girl focused on completing her lewd picture, feeling quite satisfied as she sighed. She then tore the page from the textbook, crumpled it into a ball, and ate it, turning her gaze toward Ida Tenkai. What is up? Thank you for defeating the hero killer. He had previously incapacitated my brother, Ignim, but I haven't completely dealt with him. He should still be alive. Ida Tenkai was slightly taken aback. Can someone survive with such injuries? His intestines were out. Stein isn't dead? How could this be? If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to take revenge himself? Wait, could it be that Huahuazi was drawing lewd pictures to study the weaknesses and fatal points of the human body for this reason? But why eat it? Are you curious about what I'm drawing? Huahuazi raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on her face. Yes. Ida Tenkai's face flushed with a mysterious red hue. It was the first time he heard her speak so gently. Usually, she opened her mouth with foul language or said strange things. It seemed like they had never had a normal conversation before. I'm just thinking about how to become the invincible ultimate being. Which organs are the burdens of human limits, and which organs can enter a whole new realm. Ida Tenkai expressionlessly turned and walked into the classroom. Purgatory Huahuazi smiled faintly, leaning against the wall in contemplation. When she was serious, her tranquil face was incredibly beautiful, like a world-famous painting. Her physical quality would triple when she transformed into a half-demon, her body temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees. In her half-human, half-demon form, she was at her strongest state, with sword skills and firepower reaching their peak. Then there was the complete demonized flame demon form, where her entire body transformed into scalding, hard lava skin, impervious to blades and bullets. The flame demon form would increase her physical abilities by another 3 times on top of the half-demon state, reaching 9 times her normal state. But she would be unable to use breathing techniques in the transparent world, losing some rationality and entering madness, while gaining regenerative and immortal abilities, only dying if her head was severed. This state was even more violently reckless and despairing than the half-demon form, but in a one-on-one duel, she wouldn't be able to defeat her half-demon self. After all, as the flame pillar, Purgatory Huahuazi's martial arts were honed to defeat the strong with the weak, specifically to behead evil demons. If combat power was determined in the fully powered half-demon state, half-human, half-demon, 100 fully demonized, 99, 999, 9998, 4 human form, 26, 7 next, when Purgatory Huahuazi activated her demonization, the biological genes deep within her body would change, revealing a strange blood-colored mucous membrane that significantly increased her recovery and combat power. However, This strange blood-colored mucous membrane could not merge with the air inhaled into the body through special breathing techniques, even repelling each other, leading to increased consumption. Thus, Huahuazi needed to draw her own organ diagrams to study how to modify herself and break through the current shackles of martial arts. The fire lotus blooms. Yet one leaf is still missing, not yet complete. If the visions in my mind are true, perhaps she will transform into a true deity. Stein. This is the hero killer Stein. What a beautiful posture. In the dark underground world, a group of people dressed in various outfits fervently faced the black-haired man lying in the cultivation liquid tube, shouting his name crazily. Among them are not only bloodthirsty muscle men, but also beautiful blonde JKs, as well as those dressed as magicians and wearing gas masks. Since that video went viral, many fanatics have been crazily pursuing the source of Stein, eventually arriving at this place through various channels. Stein is currently unconscious and recovering from injuries, while they aim to inherit Stein's wishes and ideals, fighting on his behalf. Clap. With the sound of applause, everyone's attention was drawn to a gray-haired man with a severed hand covering his face, his expression respectful. Shigaraki Tamura. He is the original ally of the hero killer, the one who rescued Stein from despair, and can now be said to be the executor of Stein's will. That woman, Jean, was the one who severely injured Stein. Without a doubt, our first task is to take revenge on her and demonstrate Stein's ideals to the world. However, her personality is too strong. For now, we do not need to reveal our sharp edges. We must first eliminate her friends, classmates, and family, then lead her step by step into the abyss. This time, the workplace internship activity for the new students of U.A. will become our battlefield. Oh. After a few seconds of silence, everyone cheered with excitement. They all called each other brainless scum, and there could not be a trace of anger in their hearts. To think she considers herself a deity, I really look forward to seeing her begging for mercy under me. The bloodthirsty man with a muscular build licked his lips, his expression extremely ferocious. I want to taste her blood. The messy-haired blonde JK's face flushed, her expression somewhat dazed. There is only one day left until the U.A. workplace internship, and soon it will be their time to show their skills. They are the enemy alliance, set to destroy this hypocritical and boring hero society, pulling that lofty deity down from her throne. A conspiracy surrounding the new students of U.A. and Jean's hellfire is gradually unfolding. While these naive and ignorant students are still immersed in the excitement of the upcoming internship, completely unaware of the despair that is about to occur. Chapter 180. The under-the-table deal with Jean the night is deep, and the moonlight is bright. The red-haired girl with long hair lies quietly on the big bed, lost in thought, her serene face incredibly beautiful. An ordinary person would never guess the turmoil in her heart. Tomorrow is the day of the workplace internship, and she has already signed the agreement with Dragon 9 Agency, set to begin a week-long internship. Meanwhile, Momoya Miao is preparing to intern at the Python Heroes Agency. The Python Hero is also a very beautiful woman, but Jean is not particularly interested in her. She thinks that the Python Hero is too showy, always posing in fashion magazines, flaunting herself. And Jean, the Hellfire Girl, despises such women the most. For other students, the workplace internship is an exciting big event. But Jean's heart is calm and without ripples. She is tired of playing the obedient girl, going to school, and sleeping all day, and she can hardly control her desire to fight. She wants to battle strong enemies, face desperate situations, and become stronger, but she is lacking opportunities. After all, she is a sentimental girl, and even the former Flame Pillar would be troubled by such trivial matters. It is precisely because Ms. Dragon 9's dressing style matches her interests that she reluctantly agrees to the internship. Cough, cough. Moreover, she has a premonition that an opportunity for another breakthrough is about to come. So she needs to endure a little longer until the true peak arrives. Rubbing the little blood sparrow in her arms, Jean took out the vial containing the potion near the sparrow's wings and sniffed it in front of her mouth. The bright red liquid swirling in the vial looks like a flame, and the pure energy is almost visible to the naked eye, with a purity many times greater than that of the previous vial. This is the final product, made using the bad personality and Jean's blood. Crafted by the Dead Waste Eightfold Society, a permanent personality enhancement potion that exists only in this world. Promised in exchange for bringing down the Dark Emperor all for one and allowing the Dead Waste Eightfold Society to take its place. After consumption, the enhancement effect is stronger than temporary ones, but the side effects are also more apparent, so it usually requires careful consideration before use. After all, it is very possible that after taking it, the now pure and cute Injin will turn into a fool who only says this concubine. She will not use it unless absolutely necessary. As the stars sink and the moon falls, the eagerly awaited workplace internship finally arrives the next morning. At the entrance of a Dragon 9 agency, the red-haired girl in a black kimono adjusts her cute double ponytails. She actually does not like this overly childish hairstyle, but both of her mothers like it, so she can only comply. If she were to do her hair herself, she would probably style it like a mature woman would with an elegant hairpin. Is anyone there? The red-haired girl, with a graceful demeanor, politely knocked on the door of the hero agency. A few minutes later, she was led to Dragon 9's office by a staff member at the agency's front desk. The elegantly decorated room had a vintage charm and was filled with a refreshing floral scent. A blonde woman in a red split cheongsam was checking documents in front of the bookshelf, exuding an unexpectedly quiet demeanor. And Jean, it's a pleasure to have you at my agency. Noticing the red-haired girl standing at the door, the blonde woman immediately smiled warmly and enthusiastically shook her little hand. As the blonde woman held her hands, the red-haired girl's face turned slightly rosy. Dragon 9's chest was the largest she had ever seen aside from her own. Although it may not seem as large now, after her dragon transformation, her chest would become big enough to fit Injin entirely. Facing a woman with a chest larger than her own, Injin felt no resistance. I really want to experience her imposing figure after her dragon transformation. Not only her chest, but Dragon 9 at a height of 7 meters, wearing a split cheongsam and long black cotton stockings, was simply mesmerizing, causing her nose to bleed. As she looked at the petite girl with a huge chest, Dragon 9 was even more surprised, thinking how enticing her body was. It was truly irresistible. To be honest, when she was chosen by Injin, she could hardly believe it. Even those ranked higher than herself, like Mirko, the exploding Bull King, Paperblade, and Armored Warrior, had invited Injin, but she heard that Injin immediately made a decision and submitted an application. The two chatted happily for a while, and then Dragon 9 suddenly asked apologetically, although it feels a bit awkward, could I test your basic data? You might not be used to being observed by outsiders, so it will just be me present. This data does not refer to personality tests, but rather to routinely record the height, weight, bust measurements, and so on of the members of the agency. However, before she could finish speaking, Hoharako, blushing with shame and anger, loosened the sash of her kimono, her delicate face looking irresistibly beautiful. She knew that this was called a hidden rule, and to get promoted and achieve good results in her internship, she had to obediently follow orders and could not refuse. Woo, the pure and kind Hoharako was about to be corrupted and become impure. What are you doing? Ms. Longjio asked in shock. Aren't we supposed to do a physical test? You don't need to take off your clothes. It's fine if I don't take them off. The measurements won't be accurate. Bitch. After much reluctance, Hoharako still very unwillingly wore her kimono and underwent the basic test. A few minutes later, as she stared at the weight data, tears welling in her eyes, the red-haired girl Longjio silently breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out she was just concerned about her weight. After all, no matter how impressive she was still just a blossoming young girl. But did it really have to come to taking off her clothes just for 1 or 2 pounds? By the way, there aren't any special tasks to do on the first day, so you can go on a night patrol. Since you're a freshman, I want to entrust a whole block to you. Is that okay? Longjio asked gently. Huahuazi nodded and replied softly. Anyway, she had never expected much from the internship in the workplace, and she didn't plan to become a professional hero. Her task on the first day was to patrol from 8 to 10 o'clock tonight, just 2 hours on a street less than a kilometer long, making it almost impossible to encounter any emergencies. If an emergency did occur, it would be a carefully planned attack by the enemy, and definitely not a coincidence. The enemy alliance has launched an operation team, and the operation begins in a dimly lit bar. Several figures in black robes of varying sizes and with frenzied expressions entered the black vortex, ahead one after another, gradually being swallowed and disappearing. What follows will be an unforgettable sleepless night that shocks the world. And that night, accompanied by fear and flames, all common sense and understanding will be overturned. Chapter 181. The night of the final battle at 8 o'clock, Huahuazi was on time at the highest rooftop of the patrol area shopping mall. She sat on the railing with one hip hanging in the air, swinging her legs, looking as if she had no regard for her life. After all, this was over 50 meters above the ground. In a distant corner of the rooftop stood a beautiful girl in a sailor suit, looking down at the ground with a sorrowful expression, her palms sweaty. She had been standing there long before the red-haired girl arrived, staring blankly for a long time, with an expression that seemed to want to jump down and end it all. I know you, Yin Fei, the champion of the UA Sports Festival. Are you here to save me? After waiting for the other person to remain silent for more than 10 minutes, the girl in the sailor suit finally couldn't hold back and walked over with an imposing demeanor to ask, Hey, save you? Are you hurt? Huahuazi looked at the girl in front of him with a confused expression, blinking inexplicably. The sailor-suited girl was momentarily stunned. It turned out that he hadn't realized she wanted to jump off. At a loss for words, her face turned red, and she shouted angrily, I was abandoned by my boyfriend. I'm going to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Crazy, go away. Huahuazi was stunned for a second, then suddenly started cursing, and casually turned his head away. He was still wondering what the girl was doing out so late instead of going home, only to find out she wanted to commit suicide. This society is still too peaceful. Look at these kids who are so well-fed that they turn love into a life-and-death issue. The girl who was insulted looked shocked, as if struck by lightning, her body swaying unsteadily. How could she curse at someone? As a professional hero candidate, how could she be so uncouth? How can you be like this? The sailor-suited girl was both angry and anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. In the next second, she was suddenly yanked over by Huahuazi. Her body lost balance and crashed into his soft chest, feeling dizzy. Meanwhile, the spot where the girl had stood was burning with blue flames, erupting with a ghostly blue light on the rooftop that felt bone-chilling. The sailor-suited girl, blushing, lay on Huahuazi's chest, the warm and soft embrace providing comfort to the heartbroken girl, making her linger and indulge. In that moment, her face was crimson, her heart racing, feeling as if she had been bent. Do you think life is too long and want to end it early? Huahuazi looked grimly at the entrance of the rooftop, where a black-haired man slowly emerged from the darkness. The man in the black coat was covered in pudding and had burn marks all over his face, making him look extremely terrifying. To her surprise, her guess was correct. It wasn't a sudden incident, but a targeted attack. After the video spread, the enemy alliance had formed in advance and launched their actions during the internship period. Long time no see. Your aura is still as terrifying as ever, cousin. Toby grinned, her voice showing no fear at all. The girl in the sailor suit was still buried in Huahuazi's chest when her body suddenly flew up uncontrollably, being carried off by a little blood sparrow by her scalp. After panicking and calling for help for a while, she finally understood the situation. There were enemies attacking, and the little bird above her was also Huahuazi's famous pet, which had appeared several times at the UA Sports Festival. Yin Fei, hang in there. Floating in the air and about to fall, she shouted loudly towards the high platform. By the way, my scalp really hurts. No one knows that this girl, who was so eloquent, would eventually become Yin Fei's #1 fan in the future. With the troublesome guy gone, Huahuazi looked with great interest at the black-haired man standing in front of her. Who gave you the courage to stand before me? Stein? Toby was slightly taken aback. How did she know? No, it wasn't about who gave her courage, but rather about her joining the enemy alliance. Stein's ideology is correct. You know very well what Andwa has done to us. He is not worthy of the title of hero. What did he do to you? Huahuazi blinked curiously. He brought us into this world, but views us as failures. You are ultimately from Aunt Mei-Ching's family and will never experience our pain. Toby's playful expression turned slightly sinister. Do you want fatherly love that much? With Huahuazi's last words, Toby's anger finally reached its limit. Who? A terrifying ice-blue flame erupted, and an incredibly cold chill swept across the entire rooftop. It was clearly in the form of flames, yet it was bone-chilling, making one feel as if they were in a frozen wasteland. Boom! The next moment, a sound like a volcanic eruption erupted. The fiery clouds rising from the sky painted it red. The roaring flames vibrated continuously, the high temperature burning through the entire street, instantly devouring the small, ice-blue flames. Toby's body was gradually melting in the explosion of flames, but his strange face was filled with a proud smile. Such terrifying firepower, worthy of Yin Fei. But this is just a greeting. Accompanied by the high-temperature smoke and clouds sweeping through, Toby's flesh seemed to melt away like a candle. Looking at the black-haired man whose breath had completely vanished, Huahuazi couldn't help but scoff. It turns out to be a clone. I knew this guy wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of me. I remember there are enemies in the enemy alliance with duplication abilities, but unfortunately, these clones are just paper tigers, unable to unleash even 1/10 of the original's power. Since the other side has already started their actions, I wonder how the other classmates are doing if they have encountered any enemy attacks. Ding dong. Huahuazi was thinking about this when her phone suddenly rang with a text message notification. The sender was Yaiba Momo, who had only sent her a location pin from another city about 10 kilometers away. What does this mean? Has she been attacked? And didn't even have time to send a message. So, she only sent a location? Ding dong. At that critical moment, a message also came through the class group of Year A. The sender was Midoriya Izuku, who did the same thing as Yaiba Momo and sent a location in the group, but Yaiba Momo sent hers privately to Huahuazi. Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, Rengoku Huahuazi. I just encountered an attack from the enemies during the USJ incident and have already scattered their ashes. Midoriya might have also been attacked, so those nearby should go help. Todoroki Shoto. I'm on the train and just arrived at a station close to him. I'll go take a look. To prevent being discovered, Rengoku Huahuazi turned off her phone and casually threw it on the ground, stepping on it to shatter it, raising an eyebrow towards the direction of Yaiba Momo's location. About 10 kilometers away, then I'll go take a look. In the next second, 2 red demon horns grew from the top of the red-haired girl's head, and everything she carried, except for her specially made fireproof uniform, turned to ashes in an instant. Introduction. Father, Rengoku Shinjuro, former Flame Hashira, hairstyle very similar to Pikachu. Eldest son, Rengoku Kyojuro, current Flame Hashira, hairstyle very similar to Pikachu. Second son, Rengoku Senjuro. No swordsmanship talent, hairstyle very similar to Pikachu. Third daughter, Rengoku Huahuazi, red hair and red eyebrows, knowledgeable and polite, gentle and cute, noble and cold, dignified and elegant. And of course, she doesn't look like Pikachu at all.